I have grown weary of the formulaic sea fishing tales filled with slapstick humor.
Until I found myself unexpectedly entering the world of sea fishing, armed with my unique golden finger.
Out at sea, fishing brings forth wealth swiftly and abundantly. I also serendipitously encountered numerous romantic escapades, alongside a continuous stream of extraordinary adventures. From exploring mystical pools to battling ferocious beasts and breaking intricate formations, each experience is refreshingly exhilarating. This is the life of sea fishing I have long desired. Chapter 1. A Salted Fish Strikes. Boss, are you hungry? Order number 17. Chunming jogged into the restaurant. Hold on, there's still 3 orders ahead. Anxiously, Chunming kicked the table leg and exclaimed, Boss, please hurry. The suburban deliveries are at risk of being late. The boss glanced at Chunming while working, saying, I understand your urgency, but patience is warranted. Wait your turn. Chunming felt the urge to unleash a torrent of curses, but upon seeing the boss's physique, he reconsidered. Having endured for 19 years, his slight frame could hardly withstand it. He mentally circled and cursed him. After retrieving his meal, Chunming hopped on his little electric scooter and sped towards the coastal suburb, a distance of 3.6 kilometers. Being a coastal city, the suburb is located right by the sea, and completing this delivery would yield an income of 8 yuan. With only 2 or 3 minutes left until delivery and facing a red light, Chunming cursed under his breath. Every time I reach an intersection, it's a red light. If this drags on, I'll incur a penalty for lateness. Beautiful lady, your takeaway. Enjoy your meal. He managed to deliver the food to a lovely lady at the last minute, concluding this delivery. Now that the lunch rush had passed, Chunming felt less urgency, having already completed over 30 deliveries that day. A gust of sea breeze swept by, and from a 3-story private residence by the roadside, a salted fish fell from the balcony, striking Chunming's helmet. Stunned by the blow, Chunming saw stars, but thankfully, his helmet provided protection. Just as he was about to curse, a blue screen suddenly appeared before his left eye, accompanied by a mechanical voice. Host detected. Would you like to bind the system? In a state of bewilderment, Chunming instinctively replied, Bind. The blue screen flickered and transformed into a lottery wheel, and the mechanical voice echoed in his mind. First time binding grants 1 free lottery draw. Would you like to proceed? As an avid reader of novels, particularly those involving fantasy and cultivation, Chunming had struggled through high school and had no hopes for university. Ultimately, he moved to this coastal city for the lucrative delivery jobs. Observing the spectacle before him, Chunming realized he had stumbled upon fortune, promptly responding, Yes, use it. The wheel began to spin automatically, revealing fishing rods, lures, reels, fishing lines, hooks, and surprisingly, X-ray vision among the golden segments. Chunming was left in bewilderment, fortunate that it was after lunch and the streets were sparsely populated. Otherwise, passers-by would surely have called for help, believing they had encountered a madman. After several spins, the wheel came to a halt, the arrow pointing at a small vial. The mechanical voice announced, Congratulations, host. You have received a vial of fishing potion. Would you like to claim it? Claim. As Chunming's voice faded, a glass vial materialized before him, roughly the size of half a mineral water bottle. Fishing bait, which can be diluted to soak bait or mixed into the feed, add 1 drop per 50 grams. The mechanical voice eagerly introduced. I am merely a delivery person, and you bestow upon me fishing bait. Why not grant me a pair of X-ray vision instead? I could then embark on a jade business, amass a fortune, and perhaps even admire beautiful maidens. You deceitful system. Chunming exclaimed in indignation while clutching the fishing bait. The system remained unresponsive, and despite Chunming's calls, it paid him no heed. Noticing a conversion symbol below, he clicked it, and the page transitioned to reveal a points mall interface. The items within the points mall closely resembled those on the spinning wheel, with the addition of body enhancement liquid and strengthening agent, all requiring points exceeding 1 million for redemption, just like the X-ray vision. The system did not provide any explanation regarding how to acquire points, and the points bar on the system displayed a 0. What a wretched system. Others receive clear introductions when they gain a system, yet mine offers not a single word of guidance. Where am I to procure points for you? Chunming grumbled. Turning his gaze, he spotted a dried, salted fish on the ground, its species unknown. Looking up at the nearby building, he noticed several more salted fish hanging from the balcony, swaying in the breeze. Chunming picked up the fish, weighing it in his hand, and determined it to be over 2 pounds. Consider this your compensation for the high-altitude projectile that struck me. I shan't seek medical fees from you, Chun Ming declared, placing the salted fish into his delivery box. He mounted his electric bike, contemplating, this system lacks even a name. Since it was acquired through being struck by a salted fish, I shall call you the salted fish system. The system offered no rebuttal. Chun Ming parked his electric bike in the shade around the corner of a building, removed his helmet, and placed it in the delivery box, reclining on the bike's seat with his legs propped on the handlebars, scrutinizing the fishing bait. Oh system, what purpose does this fishing bait serve? Are you suggesting I abandon my delivery duties to fish instead? Chun Ming mused internally, yet the system remained silent. Suddenly sitting upright, Chun Ming realized, indeed, the system has provided me with fishing bait, which must surely hold some utility. Even the most lackluster systems in novels possess formidable capabilities. Chun Ming hailed from a small suburban city in Sichuan province and often fished in the Tuo River during his school days. He was familiar with freshwater fishing methods, but he was utterly ignorant of the ocean fishing techniques. He took out his phone and searched for ocean fishing methods, which yielded a plethora of tips and equipment introductions. Chun Ming perused the information attentively, noting that ocean fishing was quite similar to freshwater fishing, albeit with larger fishing lines, hooks, and sinkers required for sea use. Various hooking methods were largely comparable, and he particularly favored the surf casting technique as it could potentially yield larger catches. Convinced that with a system now in place and fishing bait in hand, he ought to give it a try, Chun Ming promptly mounted his electric bike and rode toward a fishing tackle shop he had previously delivered to. Shopkeeper, please recommend a surf rod for ocean fishing, along with a dual-drag spinning reel, Chun Ming announced loudly upon entering the store. Certainly handsome. Do you have any specific requirements for the fishing rod? The shopkeeper inquired. Chun Ming replied, one capable of reeling in fish weighing 20 to 30 pounds, and the reel should be smooth and sturdy. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper realized Chun Ming was a novice and remarked, ah, I see it's your first time ocean fishing. Chun Ming confirmed, indeed. Are there any particular considerations? Please enlighten me. Thank you. The shopkeeper explained, ocean fishing can be categorized into shore fishing, boat fishing, nearshore, and offshore. How do you plan to fish? Chun Ming responded, shore fishing, as this is my first attempt, and I'm uncertain about what to purchase. The shopkeeper replied, that simplifies matters. Look at this 3.6-meter surf rod, crafted from high-carbon fabric with a dual-layer design. It's lightweight and possesses excellent resilience, capable of handling fish around 50 pounds without issue. Pair it with this 3,500 model spinning reel made of full aluminum alloy for a perfect combination. Here, take it and try the feel. Chun Ming observed as the shopkeeper attached the reel to the rod, handing it over for him to test. It felt lightweight, yet substantial, exhibiting remarkable resilience. How much for this entire set? Chun Ming inquired. The shopkeeper responded, patience, handsome. You still need to acquire fishing line, hooks, sinkers, and a live fish box with an aerator. Let's discuss pricing once everything is complete. Chun Ming agreed. All right, please equip me with everything. The shopkeeper retrieved a fishing box of approximately 40 liters, complete with rod holders and sunshade accessories, placing various components, such as fishing line and sinkers into the box. All set handsome. The total comes to 4,280 yuan. Chun Ming's eyes widened in shock. Shopkeeper, don't let my lack of experience in ocean fishing fool you into trying to swindle me. The shopkeeper retorted, handsome, you must speak responsibly. This shop operates with integrity and honesty. Inquire around, and you'll find that my tackle shop offers quality gear at fair prices. This surf rod alone costs over 1,600 yuan, the spinning reel 1,200, and the fishing box with aerator amounts to over 800, not to mention the sunshade, fishing line, and hooks, all premium quality. Chun Ming was not well versed in the prices of fishing gear, yet the equipment undeniably appeared to be of fine quality. Summoning his resolve, he addressed the shopkeeper. As this is my inaugural purchase from your establishment, surely you can extend me a discount. I assure you, I shall return for future acquisitions. The shopkeeper replied, very well, handsome. Since this is your first visit, I shall grant you a price of 4,180. I shall send you the details as well. Remember to come to my shop for any future fishing gear needs. With a heavy heart and gritted teeth, Chun Ming reluctantly paid the sum, collected the fishing rod and tackle box, and mounted his electric bicycle to ride back to his rented accommodation. Chapter 2. The first sea fishing adventure. Chun Ming resides on the 3rd floor of Building 5 in the garden community, where the landlord has rented out a 3-bedroom apartment to him and 2 other male tenants. so let us not misconstrue the situation. Upon returning to his room, he closed the door and followed the method he found on his smartphone to spool the fishing line onto the reel, securing the rig properly. He changed out of his delivery uniform and donned a sun protective jacket, packing a few hooks and weights into the lid of the live fish container before slinging his fishing rod over his shoulder and heading out once more. During his previous delivery rounds, Chen Ming had ventured to the eastern part of Binhai City, where there lies a fishing village named Dongxing, complete with a small dock. He had observed individuals fishing there, and it was only about 4 kilometers from his current residence, so Chen Ming decided to give it a try. Conveniently, he would pass by a store en route that sold fishing rods, where he intended to purchase bait. "Back again, my friend," Chen Ming proclaimed as he entered the store. "Ah, look who it is. Back so soon, handsome. What are you looking to buy this time?" The shopkeeper replied. "I'm off to fish now. Could you recommend a good bait?" Chen Ming asked. "Well, this season, sand shrimp are the way to go, my friend. They're lively, and only 40 yuan per pound. How much would you like?" The shopkeeper responded. I'll take a pound then," Chen Ming thought to himself, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. Even the fish eat better than I do. What will you use to hold the sand shrimp?" The shopkeeper inquired. "I'll just use the live fish container I bought from you earlier," Chen Ming replied. "You can't do that. If you catch a fish, it'll eat the shrimp. You should get a small bucket instead. It's only 30 yuan. It would be perfect to hold the sand shrimp," the shopkeeper insisted. Left with no choice, Chen Ming acquiesced and purchased the small bucket. After securing it, he turned his electric bike towards the dock at Dongxing Village. Upon arriving at the dock, he locked up his electric bike and, with the fishing box on his back, one hand clutching the rod bag and the other holding the small bucket, he made his way to the edge of the dock. There, 2 men in their 40s were fishing, while 3 others were casting lines on the rocky shore. Chen Ming approached the rocky area, positioning himself a short distance from the 3 fishermen. He took out a bottle of fishing attractant, pondering, "It's 50 grams per drop. I should be fine adding a capful to the bucket." After pouring a capful into the bucket and stirring it with his hand, he noticed no immediate change. Yet the sand shrimp appeared to be more lively. With his sea fishing rod prepared, he attached 2 sand shrimp to the hooks, aimed carefully, and released the weight. The lead sinker soared through the air, tracing a high arc before landing over 30 meters to his left. "What a blunder. It's been too long since I've fished. I can't even cast properly anymore," he thought, accepting his imperfect throw for the time being. He inserted the fishing rod into the holder on the fishing box, tightened the line, and sat back, waiting for a bite. Nearby, one of the fishermen, who had just witnessed Chen Ming's high throw, couldn't he help but chuckle. That was quite the cast. At least 40 meters high, better than my throw. Seated atop the fishing box, Chen Ming retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag to calm his nerves. Just then, he noticed the rod tip quivering vigorously, pulling towards the water's surface. "What luck," he thought, as he swiftly gripped the rod and got to his feet. He nearly slipped, but managed to steady himself in time. The reel began to emit a rapid clicking sound as line peeled off. With the rod pressed against his abdomen, he tightened the reel's drag a bit, recalling his online research on sea fishing. He must not allow the fish to dive into the rocky crevices below, or he risked losing it to a snapped line. The man who had laughed at him earlier was now agape, astonished. "How is this possible? I've been here since morning and barely caught a few small fish, while you just arrived and hooked a big one. Is there any justice in this?" Chen Ming, meanwhile, was engaged in a battle with the fish, which was thrashing violently. Drawing upon his modest experience from fishing for larger carp in the Tawajiang River back home, he skillfully maneuvered the rod, alternating between lifting and reeling in. After a strenuous tug of war, he finally coaxed the fish to the surface, and upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a base, weighing approximately 7 to 8 pounds. Utilizing a fish gripper, he placed it into the fish box, only to discover it was devoid of water, with the small bucket containing sand shrimp. This predicament highlighted Chen Ming's status as a novice. With no other option, he carefully released the fish back into the water, hurried to the shore to fill the box with water, and finally returned the fish to its new aquatic home. He activated the aerator, sealed the lid, and sat down, exhilarated by his initial success. What a splendid start, he thought, reveling in the thrill of catching such a sizable fish right away. After retrieving his lighter from between the rocks, he lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply to steady his excitement. With 2 sand shrimp affixed to his hooks once more, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Luck is on your side, mate. A big catch right off the bat. What kind of fish is that?" It was the same man who had previously mocked him. "It's a bass, about 7 or 8 pounds. Chen Ming replied with a grin, casually offering the man a cigarette. The older gentleman accepted the cigarette, remarking, "What bait are you using?" "Sand shrimp," Chen Ming answered. "Same here. Ah, you're quite lucky. I've only caught a few small ones since this morning," the older man lamented. "Good fortune abounds. You'll catch a big one soon," Chen Ming encouraged before turning back to his fishing. He attached the sand shrimp, aimed carefully, and released the weight, which landed perfectly about 50 to 60 meters ahead. Settling comfortably on the fishing box, he propped his legs up and kept a keen eye on the rod tip, determined not to let his guard down. Suddenly, the unmistakable sound of a large fish splashing in the water reached his ears, sending a rush of exhilaration through him. With this system in hand, the world is mine, he thought, reveling in the moment. After watching the rod tip for a while without any movement, he took out his phone to check the market price for base, discovering it ranged from 30 to 70 yuan per pound, depending on size and freshness. Assuming his fish was about 7 pounds, it could be worth 350 yuan, far superior to his earnings from long hours of food delivery. Chun Ming's spirits soared at the prospect, and he continued to fixate on the rod tip, which seemed to tremble again. It wobbled slightly before dipping toward the water. He placed his right hand on the rod handle, bracing for a more pronounced movement. Sure enough, the tip quivered again before plunging downward. With a swift motion, Chun Ming lifted the rod and set the hook. Once again, he felt a strong resistance, though this time the rod didn't bend as dramatically as before. Nevertheless, the vibrations transmitted to Chun Ming's hands were intense. He reeled in with determination, aware that this fish was smaller than the last. But he wouldn't go easy on it. His actions drew the attention of several nearby fishermen, who turned to watch him. The man who had previously laughed at him was now fuming with envy. What luck! He has caught 2 fish in no time, and they're of decent size. With effort, Chun Ming brought a fish, approximately 3 to 4 pounds, to the surface, where it lay still at the water's edge. He used the fish gripper to lift it, revealing a stunning grouper. Though he could not identify the specific type, its striking patterns were undeniably beautiful. Curious, he opened his phone to identify the fish, scanning it, and receiving the name tiger grouper in return. Checking the market price, he was elated to find it valued at around 800 to 3,000 yuan. This discovery filled him with joy. He estimated this fish was worth approximately 500 yuan. Why would I bother with food delivery when I can fish like this? He exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over in a cheerful dialect from Sichuan. Placing the fish into the fish box, Chun Ming checked the oxygenator, confirming that everything was functioning properly. One mustn't encounter any mishaps. If the fish perished, the price would plummet. After attaching 2 sand shrimp, Chun Ming cast the weight forward, achieving a rather impressive distance of approximately 70 meters. Sitting atop the fish box, he could feel the rhythmic splashes of the fish within, a melody that brought him immense joy. Feeling a twinge of thirst, he regretted his lack of preparation as a novice. Having forgotten to bring water, he had no choice but to endure. Chapter 3. I am not a fishmonger. Once again, he felt a tug on the line, though the vibrations conveyed by the rod were rather faint. Chun Ming swiftly turned the reel, reeling in a small fish that bobbed clumsily on the surface of the sea before being dragged ashore. Lifting the rod, he beheld a fish weighing approximately 4 to 5 taels, swaying gently on the hook. Just as he reached out to retrieve it, he suddenly remembered that this was a stone 9, known for its sharp spines. Using his fishing pliers, he deftly removed the hook and tossed the stone 9 into the fish box. In a short span, he had caught 3 stone 9s. Drawing curious glances from fellow anglers nearby, Chun Ming felt a swell of pride. This fishing bait was indeed effective. He couldn't help but wonder what other items might yield similar results, his anticipation growing. Yet, a wave of anxiety washed over him. How could he accumulate more points? While Chun Ming pondered, he noticed the tip of his rod was suddenly yanked towards the sea with great force. The fish was biting fiercely, nearly catching him off guard. Gripping the rod firmly, he pulled upward, finding it remained taut, suggesting it was not snagged on the bottom. Slowly raising the rod and reeling in, he managed to gain some ground, wondering if he had hooked onto a plastic bag or an old rag at the seafloor. After a few more turns, a powerful tremor surged through the rod and into his hands. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. It appeared he had hooked something substantial. Chun Ming braced the rod against his belly, the reel spinning rapidly with a loud clicking sound, as if it might smoke from the string. Tightening the reel's brake, he felt the fish still exerting force, the reel clicking away, albeit with less ferocity than before. Noticing the fish had eased up, he began to raise the rod and reel in. As the fish struggled, he kept the rod steady against his belly, engaged in a tug-of-war that lasted over 10 minutes, leaving him quite exhausted. Hey there, do you need a hand? A voice called from behind. Turning, Chun Ming saw 3 men standing nearby, one of whom was the older gentleman who had previously approached him. No, thank you. I can manage, Chun Ming replied, having run deliveries for over a year. His legs and endurance had certainly been honed. He was still capable of holding his ground. The fish, now about 20 meters from shore, made another powerful lunge, causing the reel to click furiously. Hey, tighten the reel's brake a little more. The fish is losing steam, came another voice. Heeding the advice, Chun Ming adjusted the brake, bracing himself to endure the struggle. Another 10 minutes passed before he finally managed to tire the fish out, revealing a long, darkened specimen on the surface. That's a base. Close to 20 pounds. Someone exclaimed. Chun Ming, using the pliers, grasped the fish's mouth and lifted it, feeling its weight. Nearly 20 pounds. Joy surged through him. This was his first catch of such magnitude. However, the fish was too large to fit in the box, causing him to ponder his next move. The three gentlemen observed as he attempted to place the fish into the box. One man wearing a blue sun shirt asked, "Are you selling that fish?" "I'll buy it." Chun Ming, a native of Sichuan, quickly calculated. If he returned without any fish, it would reflect poorly on him. "I'm sorry, but I'm also an angler, not a fishmonger. I don't sell fish," he replied. The man in blue countered, "You've caught so many. And you can't eat them all. What if they die on the way home? Wouldn't that be a pity? I'll offer you a good price. Consider it a way to recoup your costs." The gentleman in the white sun shirt chimed in, "Exactly. Sell the fish. It's still early, and you can fish more. We'll give you a fair price. We're willing to buy all of them." Feigning hesitation, Chun Ming inquired, "What price are you offering?" "The prices for these fish are available online, and you've seen me catch them fresh." The first gentleman said, "I'll take that smaller base. Let us say it weighs 8 pounds. I'll offer you 100 a pound. How does that sound?" Upon hearing such generosity, Chun Ming promptly nodded in agreement. He retrieved the fish from the box and handed it over. The man wasted no time, pulling out his phone to scan Chun Ming's payment details. A notification chimed as Chun Ming received 800 yuan, causing a wide grin to spread across his face. The man in the blue shirt then said, "I'll take the larger base as well, at the market's highest price of 100 yuan a pound. What do you think?" "Sure," Chun Ming replied. "But I don't have a scale. Where can I weigh it?" The gentleman suggested, "You should really buy a fish scale." Then used his own fishing pliers to weigh the large bass, revealing it to be 18 pounds and 6 ounces. 1,860 yuan. "How about I round it up to 1,900? He proposed. Chun Ming, filled with joy, accepted the offer. Turning to the man in the white shirt, he asked, "What about the remaining tiger grouper? How much are you willing to pay?" With a shrewd look, the man replied, "The market price for tiger grouper is 300, but given the condition of this one, I can only offer you 260 a pound." Chun Ming felt a surge of glee but maintained a neutral expression, saying, "All right, go ahead and weigh it." After weighing, it came to 4 pounds and 2 ounces. The man in white promptly transferred 1,100 yuan to Chun Ming. "Do you want the 3 stone 9s as well?" Chun Ming asked. The first gentleman replied dismissively, "Those little fish? Keep them for yourself, they taste quite good." As the trio departed with their catches, Chun Ming sat on the fish box, glancing at his phone balance, now over 4,000 yuan. He couldn't help but smile widely. He had recouped the cost of his fishing gear in under 2 hours. The system is truly a remarkable tool, Chun Ming mused, breaking into song, "System, system. I adore you. You are the beauty of my heart." Lighting a cigarette, he took a couple of deep puffs. Noticing that it was nearly 5 o'clock, he still had time for a few more casts. With sand shrimp attached, he cast once more with satisfaction, placing the rod into its holder and enjoying a leisurely smoke. Observing the 3 gentlemen, each laden with fishing gear and preparing to head home, he chuckled to himself. "Ah, you 3 chose not to buy fish from me. What a missed opportunity." Within 10 minutes, the tip of his rod trembled again, and Chun Ming lifted it with both hands, feeling another substantial catch. Judging by the sensation, it weighed around 6 or 7 pounds. He wrestled to pull the fish from the depths, revealing a tiger grouper, significantly larger than the previous one, likely weighing 7 or 8 pounds. After adding the fish to his box, Chun Ming decisively pulled out his phone and called his delivery supervisor. Upon connection, Chun Ming said, "I'm taking a long leave. I probably won't be able to work for a while. Just how long do you intend to be gone?" The supervisor inquired. "I'm not sure. But if you insist on a time frame, I'll request a leave of 1,000 years. "Forget it. Don't bother coming back," the supervisor retorted. Having endured much from the supervisor during his delivery days, Chun Ming felt liberated, thinking to himself, "With the system at my disposal, I have everything I need. I won't be running any more deliveries." Chapter 4, Points Acquired. After 6 o'clock, Chun Ming managed to catch 3 fish, 2 stone fish weighing around half a pound each and 1 bass weighing approximately 4 pounds. Perched on the fish box with his legs crossed, he enjoyed a cigarette, reveling in the thought that if he continued fishing like this, he could earn several thousand in a single day. The system truly does not deceive me. It is indeed a marvelous tool, he mused. Unable to resist summoning the system interface in his mind, Chun Ming fixated on the eye-shaped icon on the spinning wheel, saliva pooling in his mouth. "System, please grant me the X-ray vision. I beseech you. I will buy you some candy. How about that?" Even if the system could hear him, it remained silent. Suddenly, Chun Ming noticed that the points bar displayed 140 points. He pondered whether the fish he had just sold had earned him 1 point for every yuan. It must be so, he concluded. But wait, if it takes 10,000 points to draw a prize, would that mean it deducts 10,000 yuan from me? If it does, then this venture is not worth pursuing, he thought, his mind racing. An idea struck him. He would withdraw all his money to his card, disconnect his mobile payment, and then attempt to draw a prize. Let's see how you deduct my money then, he thought, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Just then, the tip of his fishing rod plunged violently into the sea, and Chunming swiftly grasped the rod with both hands, thrusting it downwards to hook the fish. A powerful tremor reverberated from the rod to his hands. Another large fish, energized as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Chunming held onto the rod tightly while the reel emitted a rapid clicking sound as the fishing line was pulled out swiftly. He tightened the brake, bracing himself to withstand the fish, but suddenly there was a loud snap as the fishing line broke, causing Chunming to tumble onto the rocks. Sitting there, he felt a sharp pain in his rear, gazing out at the horizon, tears welling up in his eyes. Oh, my giant catch, my money. You leave without a word after I spent dozens on shrimp to entice you. You ungrateful creature. Chunming's heart ached. No way. You took what's mine. You must return it. If you devoured my bait, you need to spit it back. He rose to reassemble his fishing gear, baiting it with shrimp once more and casting it out forcefully. Patting his still sore backside, he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, jumping up and down while keeping his eyes fixed on the rod tip. It's moving. It's moving, Chunming exclaimed, gripping the rod handle and lifting it with force. He narrowly avoided another fall, quickly reeling in the line to reveal a half-pound stone fish, swaying jubilantly as if inviting him to join in a playful duel. With a vigorous toss, he threw the stone fish into the fish box, sealing it tightly before rebaiting with shrimp and casting again. Stay calm, stay calm. If it escapes, it's its own misfortune. In this extravagant world, it shall never see the light of day again. Feeling increasingly parched, Chunming decided to catch one more fish before heading home. Time was ticking away. After nearly 20 minutes of waiting, just as he contemplated whether to reel in, the rod tip began to shake violently once more. This time, he dared not pull too hard. Instead, he exerted a gentle lift and was met with a powerful resistance. He had hooked another sizable fish. After a grueling struggle lasting over 20 minutes, he finally managed to flip the fish onto the surface of the water, a bass, estimated to weigh around 14 or 15 pounds, which he placed into the fish box, its tail protruding slightly. However, as he set the fish box on the pedal of his electric bike, anxiety crept in. Where could he sell these fish as it approached 7 o'clock? Would he be able to consume all of it? After some contemplation, a light bulb went off in his mind. He would head to the night market, where numerous roadside stalls awaited. He could sell the fish and even grab dinner at the same time. Chunming, with newfound resolve, took out the large base, tying it to the back of his electric bike, a vibrant, lively sight. As he rode towards the street renowned for its culinary delights, passers-by cast curious glances at the impressive catch. Just as he reached the corner, a middle-aged man intercepted him. Hey there, young lad. How much are you selling that fish for? Chunming replied, I'm not selling. I've been fishing all day and am just here to eat. The man insisted. Your fish is about to die. You should sell it. All right then, how much will you pay per pound? Chunming inquired. 60 yuan a pound, the man offered. Without a second thought, Chunming pedaled away, unwilling to entertain someone trying to take advantage of him. However, the man, recognizing the fish's worth, grabbed the tail of the bike's trunk and said, Fine, fine, I'll buy it for the market price of 80 yuan a pound. Chunming dismounted and detached the fish, looking around for a scale but finding none. This fish weighs 14 pounds. It's definitely not less. We'll stick with 14 pounds, and anything more will be considered your good fortune. A crowd of onlookers gathered, intrigued by the large fish. The man hefted the fish and nodded in agreement. All right, I'll transfer the money to you. Receiving 120 yuan, Chunming noticed a few spectators nearby. Hey, do you have any more in your fish box? Let us take a look. He was prompted. Chunming opened the lid to reveal a 7 or 8 pound grouper and 5 stone fish, along with a 4-pound bass. Just then, the grouper, catching the light, thrashed its tail, splashing water all over a middle-aged woman who was peering in, leaving her drenched. Cough, cough. Chunming chuckled. The woman exclaimed, How much for that grouper? 300 a pound. I just caught it from the sea. It's bursting with vitality. Buy it, and you've made a profit, he replied. No sooner had he spoken than another middle-aged man chimed in. I'll take it. Let us weigh it. The woman protested. What is going on here? I asked first. Why are you trying to steal my deal? She instinctively shielded the fish box with her hands. Observing this commotion, Chunming marveled at the bustling city life. There were indeed many wealthy individuals. Feeling a bit awkward, Chunming said, It was this lovely lady who spoke first. This fish weighs 8 pounds, definitely more than less. Let us settle on 8 pounds, shall we? The woman replied, Let me see it first. Chun Ming rummaged through the trunk and retrieved a larger plastic bag, placing the grouper inside and handing it to the woman. It squirmed energetically in the bag, and she, satisfied with its quality, promptly transferred 400 yuan to Chun Ming. Turning to the middle-aged man, Chun Ming said, I still have 5 stone fish and 1 bass left. I'll sell them to you at a bargain. How much per pound? The man asked. Pointing to the 5 stone fish in the box, Chun Ming replied, each is nearly half a pound, so let us call it 2 pounds for 100 yuan. The base weighs 4 pounds, so at 8 yuan a pound. That is 320 yuan, but I'll let you have it for 300. The total comes to 400 yuan. Take the fish and go. The man handed Chun Ming 400 yuan in cash, and Chun Ming retrieved a plastic bag from the trunk, packing the 5 stone fish and the bass for him, leaving both parties in high spirits. After securing his electric bike, Chun Ming settled down at a nearby barbecue stall. Boss, bring me 5 bottles of snowflake beer and 10 skewers of grilled meat. He ordered while grabbing a bottle of iced tea from the shelf and downing it in one go. What a refreshing relief after being parched for half the day. Sitting at the stall, savoring the grilled meat and sipping beer, Chun Ming felt utterly carefree. He opened the system panel and gazed at the points bar displaying 8,040 points, a swell of pride filling him. In just 4 or 5 hours, I've earned over 8,000. The system is truly remarkable. No, it's my own brilliance because the system belongs to me. He chuckled heartily as he ate. He contemplated returning to that spot tomorrow to catch the one that got away, envisioning a perfect day ahead. However, he noted that selling the fish posed a dilemma. The fish box seemed a tad small, unable to accommodate larger catches. I should consider acquiring a bigger box. My electric bike won't suffice. Then, a thought struck him. His rental agreement was about to expire, so why not rent a place by the dock? That would make fishing much more convenient. He could even sell the electric bike since he had no intentions of doing food delivery anymore, perhaps switching to a tricycle. But if I do that, what will happen to my dreams of riding a motorcycle? Was my motorcycle license all for naught? Never mind, making money is paramount. I have resolved to sell my electric bicycle tomorrow and replace it with a tricycle, complete with a large water tank mounted atop. In a daze, I somehow made my way home and collapsed onto my bed, drifting into slumber. Chapter 5. Acquiring a large tricycle. As dawn broke, Chun Ming instinctively rose early. The agenda for the day was rather full. He slung his fishing rod bag over his shoulder, strapped on his fish box, and rode his electric bicycle to the store where he had purchased the bicycle upon his arrival at the seaside. Boss Chun Ming, I bought this electric bicycle from you. How much will you offer for its buyback? The store owner replied, I don't buy back bikes, I only sell them. Chun Ming insisted, you must take this bicycle. I intend to purchase a tricycle from you. The owner responded, I want to take it. I'll call someone to come and collect it. With that, he pulled out his phone and made a call. While waiting, Chun Ming stepped outside and bought 2 marinated eggs for breakfast. After a little over 10 minutes, a woman in her early 20s entered the store and asked the owner, Brotherly, which bicycle is for sale? The owner replied, Xiaoli, this one here. I sold it over a year ago. I just checked it, and its condition is fairly decent. You two can negotiate the price. Xiaoli turned to Chun Ming and inquired, Handsome, what price do you have in mind? Chun Ming stammered, I bought it for 3,800, so I'll sell it to you for 2,008. Feeling a bit awkward, he found himself at a loss. Xiaoli responded, Listen, after riding it for over a year, the most valuable part of an electric bicycle is the battery. I'll give you a fair price, 1,006. Chun Ming thought to himself, 1,006? You think I'm a novice? Absolutely not. He countered, add 200, and it's yours. Xiaoli playfully blinked at him and said, All right, I'll take a slight loss. I'll buy it for 1,008. Defeated, Chun Ming obediently handed over the keys. After settling the payment, Xiaoli waited while Chun Ming retrieved his belongings from the electric bicycle. She shot him a flirtatious glance as she rode off, leaving not a trace of cloud, but taking with her Chun Ming's electric vehicle. The store owner remarked, Young man, what kind of tricycle are you looking for? You will need a license to operate a tricycle. Chun Ming replied, I possess a Class D license. I am looking for a larger tricycle, preferably one with a canopy. The owner led Chun Ming to the back area, where 2 rows of various tricycles were parked. He pointed to a blue tricycle and said, This one has a canopy, branded product, capable of reaching a top speed of 70 km/h, and can run for 340 kilometers on a full charge. It also charges quickly, with a rear trunk measuring 1.2 meters wide and 2 meters long. What do you think? Is this to your satisfaction? Chun Ming examined the other vehicles, finding them quite similar, but this one was indeed a tad larger. What is the price for this one, and are there any discounts? He inquired. The owner replied, This tricycle is priced at 160,000, with a 2-year battery warranty, a 1-year frame warranty, including registration and insurance, plus a complimentary electronic alarm and a ground lock. Can you lower the price a bit? I'm a regular customer. Chun Ming pressed. The owner responded, At this price, I'm not making much profit. I can offer you a firm price of 158,000, and you can drive it away. With a determined resolve, Chen Ming made the purchase. After over a year of delivering takeout, he had sent a little money home to his parents and saved just over 20,000. Primarily, it was his mother who insisted he refrain from sending money home. The owner had someone watch the store as he accompanied Chen Ming to the vehicle management office to process the paperwork. Fortunately, there was no queue, and they completed the formalities in half an hour. Chen Ming then asked the owner where he could find someone to make a metal box. The owner directed him. Just up ahead, there's a shop called In Steel Windows. See if they can assist you. Riding his tricycle a short distance, Chen Ming indeed found a shop specializing in steel windows. He hopped off the tricycle and entered, witnessing a craftsman cutting angle steel, sparks flying, and the sound was deafening. Upon noticing Chen Ming's arrival, the craftsman paused and asked, "What can I do for you, master?" "I would like to have a stainless steel water tank made for storing fish to be mounted on my tricycle outside. Can you manage that?" Chen Ming pointed to the tricycle parked outside. The craftsman took a tape measure to assess the tricycle's cargo area and inquired, "What dimensions do you need?" Chen Ming replied, "The cargo area is 1.2 meters wide and 2 meters long. Let us make it 1.2 meters wide and 1.4 meters long, with a lid that has holes for locking. Additionally, please create a small box on the outside for the oxygen machine and charger. How tall do you suggest?" The craftsman responded, "For fish storage, a height of about 60 centimeters should suffice." "How much will this cost?" Chen Ming asked. The craftsman said, "It depends on the thickness of the material you choose. The water tank should ideally be made with 3 thicknesses." Uncertain of what 3 thicknesses entailed, Chen Ming replied, "Let us proceed with your recommendation. It must be sturdy. How much will it be?" "Rest assured, I'll ensure it's well made. It'll last for generations. If it leaks, you can come back and demolish my shop," the craftsman boasted, leaving Chen Ming momentarily speechless. The craftsman continued, "As for the price, I'll set it at 1,006. Can you give me a discount?" "That seems rather steep," Chen Ming protested. "No discounts can be offered. This is stainless steel. 3 thicknesses, and a box of this size doesn't allow for any reductions." With a resolute heart, Chen Ming declared, "If there's no discount, then so be it. I need it finished by this morning to mount on my tricycle." "Not a problem. It's a simple task, just cutting the materials and welding them together. There's no technical difficulty. It will be done quickly," the craftsman assured him. Chen Ming tilted the tricycle towards the shop entrance and went off to buy some water and provisions, returning with a bottle of mineral water and a large bag of snacks, along with a big and a small lock. He found that the craftsman had already fashioned the water tank into a rough shape and was welding it continuously. The tank was nearly complete. Checking his phone, Chen Ming noted that it was almost 10 o'clock, estimating that the welding would be finished before then. Indeed, just as the clock approached 10, the welding was completed, and the craftsman had thoughtfully installed a tap at the bottom of the tank. "Come over and inspect the tank," the craftsman called out to Chen Ming. Leaping onto the tricycle, Chen Ming tapped the tank, which emitted a low humming sound. The small iron box for the oxygen machine was also neatly crafted, with a latch that could be locked. "It looks acceptable, but I wonder if it will leak. I'll take it for now, and if it leaks, I'll return to see you," the craftsman replied. "If you knew my welding skills, you wouldn't worry. If it leaks, feel free to come back and smash my shop." Perceiving the craftsman's confidence, Chen Ming paid him, hopped onto the tricycle, and headed towards the fishing tackle store. He intended to procure some sand shrimp, as the ones left over from yesterday had all perished, but he hadn't discarded them. With a little medication, they might still be usable. Upon arriving at the tackle shop, he addressed the owner, "Please weigh me another pound of sand shrimp." The owner, spotting Chen Ming, grinned and said, "Handsome, how was your catch yesterday?" "Not too bad. I'm heading out to fish again today. I hooked a big one yesterday, and my legs are still sore," Chen Ming replied. The owner handed him the sand shrimp, saying, "You know my shop's products are great. Today, aim to reel in that big fish." After settling the payment, Chen Ming sped off on his electric tricycle towards the Dongxing Pier. Upon reaching the pier, just as he was about to park his tricycle alongside, an elderly gentleman in his 60s called out to him, "Park your tricycle over here. It's 5 yuan for the whole day." Following the instructions given, Chen Ming parked the tricycle and asked, "Is there a fee for parking at the pier?" The elderly man glared at him, saying, "No fee. Do you think I'm just loitering here for fun?" Not wanting to provoke the man, Chen Ming obediently handed over the 5 yuan. He first poured the sand shrimp into the fish box, then filled a bucket with seawater and filled the tank on the electric tricycle halfway with water. Locking the tricycle door, he grabbed his fishing gear and headed towards the rocky shore. In October, the sun at the seaside was still rather fierce, and he noticed no one else was fishing nearby. Chen Ming set up his fishing box, erected a sunshade, and prepared the bait box with the leftover sand shrimp. Adding a dash of medication and mixing it thoroughly, he poured the live shrimp from the fish box into a small bucket and filled the fish box halfway with seawater. Then, he returned to the electric tricycle, grabbed 2 bottles of mineral water, donned a pair of sunglasses, and made his way back to his fishing spot. He pulled out his rock fishing rod, baited it with 2 sand shrimp, and cast it forcefully, settling down to await a bite. Chapter 6. A Bountiful Catch. Damn. It was another stone 9. As noon approached, Chen Ming had continuously caught stone 9 over the past hour, with the larger ones weighing 6 to 7 taels and the smaller ones 3 to 4 taels. The tank was nearly full, boasting at least 40 fish. For over an hour, Chen Ming had been diligently practicing his fishing technique, to the point where his hands felt nearly worn out. Having exhausted the dead sand shrimp from the previous day, he switched to live sand shrimp, still targeting the stonefish. As he noticed that the water tank was nearing capacity and the noon hour approached, he set down his fishing rod, hoisted the water tank onto his back, and made his way toward the tricycle. Chen Ming transferred the stonefish from the fish box into the stainless steel tank on the tricycle. The elderly gentleman guarding the dock, who was enjoying a bowl of rice, ambled over and exclaimed, "Oh my, young man, quite impressive, isn't it? You've caught so many stonefish, it must weigh over 30 pounds. Chen Ming replied modestly, "It's all right, just stonefish. My hands are quite fatigued. Uncle, would you like to take a few for soup?" The old man turned and fetched a plastic basin from the dock's kiosk. Chen Ming caught 4 stonefish for him, and the old man beamed with delight, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Upon returning to his fishing spot, Chen Ming tore open a bread package and, accompanied by mineral water, consumed 2 pieces. After finishing his meal, he lit a cigarette to take a brief rest before attaching 2 sand shrimp to his line and casting it out. Before long, the tip of his rod began to quiver again. Chen Ming lifted the rod, expecting yet another stonefish, only to be met with a powerful tug. Instantly alert, he gripped the fishing rod tightly as the reel emitted a rhythmic whirring sound. After a spirited struggle, he managed to pull a base, approximately 7 to 8 pounds, out of the water and onto the shore. He placed the base into the water tank and exhaled deeply. Relieved that the stonefish phase had come to an end, he was determined to catch some larger fish in the afternoon. As anticipated, within an hour, Chen Ming had reeled in 5 base, the largest weighing 6 or 7 pounds, while the smallest exceeded 4 pounds. The fish box was again full, prompting him to carry the catch over to the tricycle. The elderly dock guard approached, astonished to see so many sizable base, and complimented Chen Ming. "Your fishing skills are remarkable. You've caught this much in just a short time after lunch." Chen Ming humbly responded, "It's not bad, just lucky." After securing the water tank, he returned to his fishing spot and cast his line once more. Soon, the rod trembled again, and he pulled up a grouper, weighing over 6 pounds. Though Chen Ming could not identify the specific type, he took out his phone to scan it, discovering it was a green grouper, valued similarly to the tiger grouper. By 3 p.m., the fish box was once again filled to capacity, and he hurriedly transferred the fish into the tricycle's water tank. The tank, having already received 3 loads of fish, appeared quite crowded. Fortunately, the oxygenator was continuously working, and no dead fish had yet been observed. The old dock guard, seeing the impressive haul, expressed his amazement, noting that he hadn't seen anyone catch such a quantity of fish in many years. Approaching 5 o'clock, Chen Ming transferred yet another load of fish into the tricycle's tank. At this point, the water tank contained over 30 base of varying sizes, more than 20 assorted groupers, and over 50 stonefish, making it increasingly congested. The elderly dock guard asked Chen Ming whether he intended to sell the fish. "If you plan to sell, I can find you a buyer," he offered. Chen Ming considered selling, but wondered if the price offered by the buyer would be fair. The old man reassured him, "Rest assured, the buyer I recommend is from our village, honest in business. While the price may be slightly lower than market value, it's essential to earn a little profit. If you're agreeable, I'll call him over." Chen Ming replied, "All right, thank you, uncle. Please bring him here." The old man took out his phone and dialed the number. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in his 30s arrived on a tricycle. "Mr. Huang, which of these fish is for sale?" he inquired. Mr. Huang introduced Chen Ming, saying, "My surname is Huang. You can call me Uncle Huang. This is our village's fish buyer, Mr. Li. You can refer to him as Brother Li." Chen Ming greeted Brother Li, saying, "I'm Chen Ming. You can call me Xiao Ming. The fish are in the water tank on the tricycle. Please take a look." Brother Li climbed onto the tricycle and lifted the tank lid, revealing a densely packed assortment of fish, estimated to weigh over 100 pounds. Thankfully, the oxygenator was still functioning. Brother Li turned to Chen Ming and said, "I buy fish at a price lower than market value. So let us be clear up front. If you're willing to sell, I'll take them." Chen Ming agreed. "That's fine, as long as it's reasonable." After negotiations, the prices were set, base at 40 yuan per pound, totaling 168 pounds for 6, 720 yuan, tiger grouper at 220 yuan per pound, totaling 63 pounds for 13, 860 yuan, green grouper at 11 pounds for 200 yuan per pound, totaling 200 yuan, and a Dongxing grouper, which is more expensive at 600 yuan per pound, weighing just over 3 pounds for 2,000 yuan. The remaining stonefish were priced at 50 yuan per pound, totaling 46 pounds for 300 yuan. In total, Chen Ming accrued 27,080 yuan. After exchanging contact information, Brotherly loaded the fish onto his tricycle and departed with a friendly wave. Chen Ming handed 200 yuan to Uncle Huang, saying, "Thank you. Take this to buy some cigarettes." Uncle Huang, appearing displeased, responded, "I didn't introduce you to the fish buyer for a finder's fee. I simply saw that you had caught so many fish and needed help. Brotherly will benefit from buying your fish, and it's convenient for both parties." Chen Ming quickly assured him, "I understand. Thank you, Uncle Huang," while offering him a cigarette and lighting it for him. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Ming, and he asked Uncle Huang, "Are there any rental properties available around here? I'm considering renting a room." Uncle Huang replied, "You want to rent a place nearby to be close to the sea for fishing? You've come to the right person." Chen Ming, excited by this, inquired, "Do you know of any available rentals?" Uncle Huang pointed toward the hillside at the end of the dock, saying, "Look at that little garden halfway up the mountain. It's south quite close. I see it." Chen Ming observed a small path leading to a 2-story house at the dock's end. He asked Uncle Huang, "Isn't that a bit large? The rent might be a bit high." Uncle Huang reassured him, "It might seem a little big for one person, but the rent is quite reasonable." Chen Ming replied, "Could you please check how much it costs to rent a room? If it's suitable, I'll take it." Uncle Huang chuckled, saying, "You can't just rent one room. You need to rent the entire place. The rent is 200 yuan a month." This left Chen Ming momentarily speechless, and he said, "Uncle Huang, don't joke with me. I genuinely want to rent." Uncle Huang insisted, "I'm not joking. That house is mine. I've been living in the kiosk here, and it's been empty all this time." Chen Ming questioned, "What about your family? Where do they live?" Uncle Huang replied, "My wife passed away long ago, and my son works in Binhai City. He doesn't live here. He wants me to move to the city, but I can't bear to leave this place. The village found me a job, so I've been guarding the dock." Hearing this, Chen Ming remarked, "Uncle Huang, you're quite fortunate," to which Uncle Huang beamed with pride. Thus, Chen Ming decided to rent Uncle Huang's house. After receiving the keys, he inspected the yard, which was clean, and the rooms were tidy, with all the necessary furniture ready for immediate occupancy. Standing outside the yard, he gazed at the dock, where 2 yachts and several small fishing boats were docked, all within view. At the kiosk near the small dock, Chen Ming told Uncle Huang, "I checked it out, and I'm very satisfied. Thank you. I'll move in tomorrow." Uncle Huang replied, "Great. Having you here will give me someone to talk to." Chen Ming glanced at the time. It was just past 5 o'clock, and decided to take advantage of the evening to fish a little longer. The timing proved perfect for fishing, as he soon caught 3 grouper, each weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. On his final catch, he reeled in 7 fish, 5 grouper weighing 4 to 5 pounds each, and 2 bass, one nearly 10 pounds, and the other over 4 pounds. Chen Ming brought a 5-pound grouper to the kiosk and told Uncle Huang, "Save this grouper for tomorrow's meal." Uncle Huang graciously accepted it without hesitation and called Brotherly to collect Chen Ming's fish once more. Chen Ming earned an additional 200 yuan from this sale. Bidding farewell to Mr. Huang, Chen Ming mounted his tricycle and set off towards his rented abode in the city. Along the way, he purchased some cold dishes and 2 bottles of beer, returning to his rental apartment. As he savored the cold dishes and sipped the beer, Chen Ming opened the system panel, his eyes alighting on the points column displaying 40 for 180 points, stirring a wave of excitement within him. With a quick meal, he settled on the bed, rubbing his hands together as he murmured, "System, I wish to draw a lottery." A mechanical voice replied, "Host, would you like to use 10,000 points for a lottery draw?" Unperturbed by the potential deduction, Chen Ming gritted his teeth and declared, "Draw the prize," will begin to spin. Gritting his teeth, he longed for the X-ray vision ability. When the wheel finally halted, the pointer landed on a spool of fishing line. The mechanical voice announced, "Congratulations, host. You have won a spool of refined number 4 fluorocarbon fishing line, 300 meters in length, capable of withstanding a pulling force of up to 400 pounds. Chen Ming understood that acquiring the X-ray vision was no simple feat, yet he found solace in the fact that the fishing line was still a commendable reward. Suddenly recalling his recent draw, he anxiously checked his phone to see if any points had been deducted. Fortunately, his account remained unchanged, and he patted his chest in relief, thinking that as long as no points were deducted, everything would be manageable. "Continue the lottery," he exclaimed, and the wheel whirled once more. After several rotations, it came to a stop, this time indicating a fishing rod. The mechanical voice chimed, "Congratulations, host. You have won a 36-meter nanocarbon fiber sea rod, capable of withstanding a pulling force of up to 500 pounds. Chen Ming pressed on with the lottery, this time winning a pack of fishing hooks. The mechanical voice announced, Congratulations, host. You have received 10 titanium alloy hooks that will never snag, with a release rate of 0.1, with 10,000 points still remaining. Chun Ming gazed at the prize wheel, which still held a lure rod, a spinning reel, and a water drop reel, along with the elusive X-ray vision. Curiosity piqued. He wondered which of these 4 items he might draw next. Continue the draw, Chun Ming asserted decisively. The wheel spun again, and he fixed his gaze intently on it as it gradually slowed down. When it finally came to rest, Chun Ming felt a wave of despair wash over him as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the bed. The wheel had stopped, pointing to a small vial. The mechanical voice announced, "Congratulations, host. You have won a bottle of fishing bait enhancer, suitable for mixing with bait or ground bait, with a dosage of 1 drop per 50 grams. Chapter 7, A New Journey Begins. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight kissed Chun Ming's face, coaxing him awake as he slowly opened his eyes, remnants of sleep still lingering in his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he stretched luxuriously, the joints in his body emitting a series of gentle cracks as he loosened up. Rising from his bed, he prepared to move to his new residence, a quaint courtyard by the small dock in Dongxing village. Approaching a simple wardrobe beside his bed, Chun Ming retrieved a change of clothes and placed them into a woven bag. After tidying up the bedding, his thoughts drifted back to the past year spent in Binhai. In this bustling city, his life had been almost monotonous, a relentless cycle of delivering takeout, where this rental apartment was merely a shelter to rest his weary head each night. Once he packed all his belongings, Chun Ming loaded them onto the tricycle parked downstairs. The load was light, consisting of his neatly arranged clothing and bedding, along with the prizes he had won in yesterday's lottery, a brand new fishing rod that gleamed under the sunlight. He carefully stored it in the rod bag. Taking out his phone, he called the landlord to inform them of his intention to vacate, and via WeChat, he checked on the condition of the room. The landlord was accommodating, promptly returning his deposit through the app. After expressing his gratitude, Chun Ming hung up and tucked his phone away. With everything in order, he climbed onto the tricycle, gently turning the key as he set off towards the small dock in Dongxing village. As he rode, the clamor of the city gradually faded into the background, the cacophony of honking horns and bustling voices receding into the distance. In its place, he inhaled the increasingly fresh air, rich with the fragrance of earth and grass, invigorating his spirit. The scenery transformed as well. Towering skyscrapers gradually yielded to fields and verdant trees, uplifting his mood as he felt he was on the brink of embarking on a hopeful new chapter in life. Upon arriving at the small dock in Dongxing village, the tricycle made its way up a narrow path, turning a corner before entering the courtyard. Ascending to the second-floor bedroom, he found the space modest, spanning just over 10 square meters, yet tidy. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the entire room. The window faced the small dock, offering a clear view of the yachts and fishing boats moored below. Chun Ming placed the woven bag beside the bed and began to make it up. He smoothed out the mattress, dusted off the surface, laid down a clean sheet, and arranged the folded blanket neatly at the head of the bed, gently patting down the corners. As he admired the neatly made bed, he envisioned himself resting comfortably here after a long day, relishing a moment of tranquility. Chun Ming then returned to the living room on the first floor, placing the new fishing rod into the rod bag and setting it in the corner. After securing the rod, he ventured into the garden. The garden's concrete floor, though marred by minor cracks in places, remained relatively even. With his living arrangements settled, he made his way to the booth where Mr. Huang resided. Just then, Mr. Huang emerged from the booth, and their eyes met, both breaking into warm smiles that radiated sincerity and kindness as they greeted each other. "Good morning, Mr. Huang," Chun Ming said enthusiastically. "Good morning, Xiao Chun. How are you finding your new place?" Mr. Huang inquired with genuine concern, his expression brimming with a senior's care for a junior. "It's quite nice, Mr. Huang, though I'm still getting accustomed to the area. Do you know if there's a convenience store nearby? I need to purchase some daily necessities," Chun Ming asked, a hint of shyness in his voice. Mr. Huang smiled, pointing down a small path beside the dock. "Just follow that path straight ahead. You'll find a small supermarket at the village entrance. They have a decent selection of items for everyday use. And there's a small restaurant next door if you don't feel like cooking. The food there is quite good." "All right, thank you, Mr. Huang." Chun Ming expressed his gratitude warmly. After parting ways with Mr. Huang, Chun Ming followed the path he had indicated. The small road meandered alongside the glistening sea, where sunlight danced upon the waves like countless tiny diamonds. As he walked, he reveled in the serene beauty of the coast, a refreshing contrast to the city's hustle and bustle. The sea breeze brushed against his cheeks, carrying the salty moisture of the ocean, invigorating his spirit. Before long, Chun Ming arrived at the village's small supermarket. Though modest in size, roughly several dozen square meters, the shelves brimmed with an array of goods, from food items to daily necessities. He selected some instant noodles, beverages, and various snacks, his preferred choices for quick sustenance during busy days. After checking the production dates and expiration dates on the instant noodles, he added a few bottles of his favorite drinks to the shopping basket. Once he completed the transaction, he exited the supermarket with a hefty bag of goods in hand and glanced at the nearby small restaurant, which appeared tidy but was empty at this early hour. Well before lunchtime, returning to the small dock, he headed straight to Mr. Huang's booth. From the bag, he retrieved a cigarette and offered it to Mr. Huang, saying, "Mr. Huang, just a small token of appreciation for your kindness." Mr. Huang was momentarily taken aback, but then accepted the cigarette with a smile, saying, "You're too kind. My boy, if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask." He patted Chun Ming's shoulder, his eyes reflecting approval. Chun Ming smiled and nodded, then made his way back to the courtyard. He placed his purchases on the kitchen table, glancing at the time. It was just past 10, with ample time still remaining. He decided to have lunch before heading out to fish, so he returned to the booth to chat with Mr. Huang. Two individuals sat within the confines of a booth. As Huang Bo regaled Chun Ming with tales of the quaint little dock, an array of amusing anecdotes from days gone by, intertwined with the everyday lives of the neighboring villagers. Huang Bo's storytelling was vivid and enthralling, captivating Chun Ming, who found himself alternately bursting into laughter and inquiring curiously about the details. With each exchange, Chun Ming's understanding of this new environment deepened. Huang Bo also shared insights into the prime fishing spots around the dock, such as areas where the current was gentle, making it easier for fish to gather, and the optimal times for fishing to ensure a higher catch rate. This information heightened Chun Ming's anticipation for the fishing adventures that lay ahead. In the midst of this relaxed and jovial atmosphere, time slipped away unnoticed, and the bond between Chun Ming and Huang Bo grew ever closer with each conversation. As noon approached, Chun Ming extended an invitation to Huang Bo to join him for lunch at a nearby eatery. However, Huang Bo declined, revealing that he preferred to cook for himself at the booth. Chun Ming did not press him further and proceeded alone to the small restaurant, ordering 2 stir-fried dishes and a soup to satisfy his midday hunger. Chapter 8. The enigmatic fishing hook. Chun Ming affixed the spinning reel to the sea rod he had won in a lottery, replacing the fishing line with another he had acquired through the same means, and secured a titanium alloy hook to create a new fishing setup. He loaded the live fish container and rod bag onto his tricycle and set off towards the dock. Living in such proximity to the sea, it was merely a downhill journey to reach the shore. Today, he planned to fish at a different spot than the one he had visited yesterday, where he had nearly depleted the supply of larger fish. Instead, he opted to cast his line by the dock, with approximately 4 tails of dead sand shrimp remaining. He meticulously arranged his fishing box, extracted the sea rod, a splendid amalgamation of lottery-winning gear and items purchased in reality, and prepared it for action. After mixing the dead sand shrimp with a light fishing bait, he attached 2 shrimp to the titanium hook and cast his line with vigor. Chun Ming felt a wave of confidence wash over him. This hook was reputedly incapable of snagging on the bottom, allowing him to cast without fear. As the hook descended to the seabed, Chun Ming sensed the presence of several small fish swirling around it. This was no mere illusion. He could indeed perceive their movements. Intrigued, he realized that a fish had taken the bait, and there was no need to watch the rod tip. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a substantial grouper tugging at his hook. With a swift motion, he lifted the rod, a powerful tremor coursing through his hands. He had indeed hooked a fish. The system's craftsmanship was no mere folly. He felt compelled to return home and commend the novel's author on the platform for their brilliance. With a deft maneuver, Chun Ming reeled in the fish, a 6 or 7 pound grouper flopping at his feet. He disregarded the species for the moment, tossing it into the live fish container and quickly rebaiting the hook with more sand shrimp before casting again. As the hook sank into the depths, Chun Ming settled onto the fishing box, closing his eyes slightly to attune himself to the sensations of the seabed, a scene reminiscent of Jiang Taigong fishing, waiting for the willing to bite. "Ah, it's here," he thought, feeling another fish tugging at the bait. "What are you circling for?" "Yes, just like that, bite." With another swift lift of the rod, he hooked yet another fish. This rod, aside from the spinning reel and sinker, was purchased from the tackle shop, while everything else had been won through lottery. Thus, Chun Ming wielded it without hesitation, pulling the larger fish from the water's depths. A nearly 10-pound grouper surfaced. Thrashing on the water's surface, Chun Ming skillfully clamped the fish's mouth with pliers, hoisting it triumphantly. Due to the shallow waters from shore fishing, there was little pressure, so these fish required no venting. He simply placed them in the live fish container and oxygenated them. The hook resting on the seabed allowed Chun Ming to perceive its movements from the shore, and this novel fishing method captivated him. The bait, mixed with the fishing enhancer, proved irresistibly alluring to various larger fish. Before long, he had caught 3 more sizable groupers, all of considerable size. which he promptly transferred to the stainless steel fish container in his tricycle. Given the container's size, changing the seawater was inconvenient, prompting Chen-Ming to decide to purchase a small water pump to keep on the tricycle, especially since it was equipped with a power outlet. As Huangbo approached and noticed Chen-Ming's impressive haul, he expressed his astonishment. A seasoned fisherman, Huangbo understood that Chen-Ming must possess an undisclosed fishing technique, though he refrained from inquiring further. "Ah, this one is a mouse grouper. Oh my, it must weigh around 6 or 7 pounds. You're in for a windfall," Huangbo exclaimed in surprise. Curious, Chen-Ming asked Huangbo the current market price for mouse groupers. Aware of their high value, Huangbo replied, "This size, weighing 7 or 8 pounds, is still quite rare, likely no less than 2,000 yuan per pound." Chen-Ming's heart soared at the mention of such a price. After sharing a smoke with Huangbo, who respected his fishing time and returned to the booth, Chen-Ming became engrossed in his new fishing technique. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he had caught around 27 or 28 fish, including various groupers, bass, and even a species he recognized only after scanning it with his phone. With his supply of sand shrimp exhausted, he employed the remnants of a cigarette butt, soaking it in the fishing enhancer to make his final catch. This brought him a sense of pride. He too had proven capable of using a cigarette, but to catch fish. Calling for brother Li to collect the fish, Chen-Ming was met with astonishment when Li arrived at the dock and beheld Chen-Ming's impressive catch. Inquiring about his methods, Chen-Ming presented the small bottle of fishing enhancer, declaring it an 18th generation family secret, an all-purpose fishing miracle drug. Small fish get knocked out, and big fish can't escape. Li, believing him, offered a handsome price for a bottle, but Chen-Ming firmly declined, explaining that the family heirloom was strictly for family use, with no allowance for sale. "If you have a daughter, we could become family, and then you could use it," he added. Li, frustrated, lamented the fact that he had only a son, wishing he could become kin to Chen-Ming. After negotiations, the mouse grouper was priced at 2,000 yuan per pound, weighing in at 7 pounds and 2 ounces, netting Chen-Ming a substantial 14,400 yuan from just that one fish. The remaining haul totaled over 100 pounds, bringing in a grand total of 28,300 yuan. By the end of the afternoon, his earnings exceeded 42,000 yuan, leaving Chen-Ming beaming with joy. After lighting a cigarette, Li departed on the tricycle. Regretting not having a daughter, Chen-Ming, having deducted the cost of the fishing rod from his earnings, found himself only a little over 2,000 yuan short of amassing 100,000 yuan from his delivery savings. Chen-Ming reflected on his decision to abandon food delivery in favor of fishing, marveling at how he had amassed nearly 100,000 yuan in just 2 short days. Meanwhile, the system observed from the shadows, casting a scornful glance at Chen-Ming's fortune. Riding his tricycle back to Huangbo's booth, he shared another smoke and engaged in casual conversation before setting off towards the city. After securing his tricycle in a designated parking area, Chen-Ming locked it and made his way to a leading mobile phone store. Today, he was determined to upgrade from his Mate 9 to the Mate 60, ensuring he acquired the Pro version. With the staff's assistance, he completed the transaction and exited with his new phone. He also purchased a small water pump and a 50-meter hose before making his way to the tackle shop. Upon entering, the owner, Boss Hu, greeted him with a smile, asking, "Hey there, what are you looking to buy this time?" Chen-Ming replied, "I'm in need of bait. Besides sand shrimp, what else do you have?" "The sand shrimp die by the next day. I can't keep them alive," Hu remarked. "If you can keep the sand shrimp alive, what would I have left to sell? Perhaps you could try buying some fresh shrimp. They are a bit pricier but can last 2 or 3 days in an aerator." Chen-Ming gritted his teeth and spent 120 yuan on 2 pounds of fresh shrimp, placing them in the stainless steel water container. He then ventured to the mall to buy himself 2 sets of clothes, biting the bullet and spending nearly 20,000 yuan. He also purchased a gold chain to adorn his neck, having long admired those who wore gold chains at a young age. Now, he too could finally don one. After dining in the city, as dusk began to envelop the surroundings, Chen-Ming mounted his tricycle and made his way towards the small dock. In the distance, the dock glimmered with vibrant lights, bustling with people and filled with a cacophony of noise. As Chen-Ming approached, he discerned that it was the fishermen returning from their morning expedition, busy unloading their catches. He spotted Brother Li standing at the kiosk, engaged in conversation with Uncle Huang, and quickly dismounted, approaching them to offer a cigarette to both. Chen-Ming inquired whether the dock was always this lively in the evenings. Brother Li affirmed, stating that as long as there were no typhoons, the return of fishing boats at this hour always created a lively atmosphere. Uncle Huang, noticing the gold chain around Chen-Ming's neck, chuckled and congratulated him on his fortune, prompting Brother Li to join in the mirth. Chen-Ming, feeling a bit bashful, quickly regained his composure, pretending nothing had transpired. The trio indulged in casual conversation while smoking, and Chunming asked Brother Li if he was there to purchase fish. Brother Li replied that he was merely observing, ready to buy if he found suitable catches, primarily sourcing fish for the hotel, emphasizing the necessity for them to be of appropriate size and alive, as dead fish were not accepted. Uncle Huang interjected, suggesting that Chunming could purchase a few pounds of dead fish as bait, especially since they were quite inexpensive at this time. Chunming mentioned that he had bought 2 pounds of shrimp in the city earlier that afternoon, storing them in the water tank of his tricycle. Uncle Huang remarked that fishing from the shore didn't necessitate the purchase of shrimp. Instead, buying a few pounds of small dead fish at this hour would suffice for a day's fishing. He added that there were also small dead shrimp available, which were very affordable, and that they were just as effective for catching grouper. Chunming acknowledged his newfound knowledge and resolved to buy bait from there in the future. As the fishermen completed their unloading, the dock gradually became less crowded. Chunming bid farewell and returned to his small courtyard to prepare for his lottery activity. Chapter 9. The lottery set. Seated on his bed, Chunming summoned the lottery panel and gazed at his points, nearly reaching 50,000, which allowed him to draw 4 times. As the lottery commenced, the wheel spun and came to a halt on the section for a spinning reel. An automated voice announced, "Congratulations, host. You have won a titanium alloy spinning reel model 5000, capable of withstanding a pull of up to 500 pounds, reducing drag by 30. Chunming picked up the reel, noting its smooth operation and the crisp sound of the line. He decided to continue with the lottery. The wheel spun again, this time stopping at the dropshot reel. The mechanical voice proclaimed, "Congratulations, host. You have won a dropshot reel with a nanofiber body and titanium wheels, capable of saving 30 of drag." The reel, in a stunning silver-gray hue, felt lightweight in his hand, resembling a piece of art. However, as he had never used a dropshot reel before, he set it aside for future learning. Chunming proceeded with another draw, and the voice announced, "Congratulations, host. You have won a set of sinkers, increasing casting distance by 20 yards, with a guarantee against snagging." Filled with joy, Chunming realized he could finally assemble a complete set, with only one draw remaining. He observed that the lottery panel displayed a fishing rod and a pair of night vision goggles. Prepared for potential duplicates, he continued with the lottery. As expected, the wheel stopped on a line of fishing line. The mechanical voice declared, "Congratulations, host. You have received a spool of refined fluorocarbon fishing line, number 4, 300 meters in length, capable of withstanding a pull of up to 400 pounds. Chunming gritted his teeth, vowing that one day he would obtain the goggles. He retrieved the sea fishing rod, replaced the reel he had purchased with the one he won, and combined them into a complete sea fishing rod set, all acquired through the lottery. Gripping the rod's handle, Chunming swung it a couple of times, producing a whirring sound in the air. Thrilled at the prospect of discovering the new capabilities of his fishing rod set. As dawn broke, Chunming rose, washed up, and prepared 2 eggs for breakfast. He donned his sea fishing rod, packed his fish box, and set off on his tricycle toward the small dock. At the kiosk, Uncle Huang was seated at the entrance, brewing a pot of kung fu tea. Chunming approached to greet him, accepting the small cup of tea offered by Uncle Huang and downing it in one gulp. While Uncle Huang remained silent, Chunming asked Uncle Huang where he might find larger fish, expressing his desire to test his luck that day. Uncle Huang advised him to follow the road leading into the village, passing through, then turning left towards a cliff that overlooked the sea. He warned that while fishing there could be challenging due to deep waters and rough waves, it was home to numerous large fish, including various grouper and dragonfish. Chunming resolved to head there, intending to try his luck with the shrimp. Uncle Huang cautioned him about the strong winds and waves, offering him a life jacket. He retrieved a red and yellow life jacket from the kiosk and handed it to Chunming. Not one to refuse, Chunming accepted it, donned the jacket, and bid farewell to Uncle Huang. He navigated his tricycle through the fishing village until he easily located the cliff. With the sea still a good 50 meters away, the tricycle could advance no further due to the rocky terrain. After securing the tricycle, Chunming shouldered the fish box, grabbed the sea rod bag, and carried a small bucket filled with shrimp as he skillfully hopped over the rocks until he reached the seaside. Selecting a relatively flat rock, he set down the fish box, retrieved his fishing bait, and added 2 bottle caps of it into the bucket containing the shrimp. After stirring it with his hand, he took out the sea rod set, attached a shrimp, and cast it forcefully into the distance. The sinker, with the shrimp attached, soared through the air, landing approximately 100 meters away on the water's surface. This marked Chunming's first time casting such a distance. He inserted the rod into the fish box holder and began to reel in the line, only to sense a fish lingering 2 meters from the hook, motionless. As he contemplated how to jiggle the rod to entice the fish, he inadvertently nudged the sinker forward. Indeed, this was a system set, endowed with capabilities unknown to him. Chunming experimented, directing the sinker with his mind, which obediently moved forward another 50 centimeters, bringing it within a meter of the large fish. Then, something even more astonishing occurred. Through his mind, he sensed that the shrimp on the hook was automatically enticing the fish. Since it was not a visual perception but rather a mental connection, Chun Ming could not identify the fish, only vaguely sensing its size and position. Seeing the shrimp darting enticingly before it, the large fish could no longer resist and lunged forward, devouring the bait. With sheer strength, Chun Ming yanked it from the water. He used a fish gripper to grasp the grouper and, after a quick glance, unfamiliar with the species, estimated it weighed around 7 or 8 pounds before placing it into the fish box. After rebaiting with another shrimp, he cast it back out, sensing that there were no fish within a 2 to 3 meter radius of the hook. He inserted the rod into the holder, pulled out a cigarette, and began to smoke leisurely. At this moment, Chun Ming understood that the sinker, upon hitting the seabed, could sense the vicinity for about 5 meters, detecting fish presence, and could manipulate the sinker to move roughly a meter. If there were fish nearby, the fishing line would sway, enticing them to bite. The system set was truly extraordinary. Should he draw the night vision goggles, he would be able to see beneath the sea, pinpointing the fish's location, allowing him to cast the line directly where they swam. This was no longer mere fishing. It was akin to directly reeling in wealth, his excitement growing with each thought. Chapter 10. The dragon fish. As another fish took the bait, Chun Ming lifted the rod sharply, reeling in forcefully. A 7 or 8 pound grouper was violently dragged from the depths, exposing its white belly, its mouth opening and closing as it emitted splashes of water. Chun Ming secured the fish's mouth and placed it into the fish box, adding another tiger grouper to his haul. After catching one more, he planned to take the fish back to the tricycle. As the box was nearing capacity, he rebaited with a shrimp, casting it powerfully once more. And as he began to unzip his bag to prepare to release the catch, he felt a tug indicating a fish was biting. Just then, he glanced over to see the rod tip plunging towards the sea. In a moment of distraction, the fish had seized the opportunity to strike. Chun Ming cast aside all distractions, knowing that if he did not pull the rod, he would be dragged into the sea. He dashed forward, gripping the rod tightly, and forcefully struck at the fish. A tremor coursed through his hands. The fish was not large, estimated at 3 or 4 pounds. But it fought violently as he reeled it in. A 3 or 4 pound grouper floated on the surface, creating a splash. And Chun Ming used his fish pliers to grasp its mouth, lifting it triumphantly, as if to say, "This is what you get for your sneak attack. You have no sense of honor." The grouper opened and closed its mouth in silent protest. Upon placing the fish into the cooler, Chun Ming glanced down to find his pants soaked. Tears threatened to spill. "Oh heavens, oh sea, I did not wet myself. It's all that damned fish's fault for the ambush." He looked around, spotting 2 figures wearing straw hats, 100 meters away, rummaging through something. He then glanced at his drenched pants, made up his mind, and squatted at the water's edge, sitting in the sea. "Now if anyone sees me, they'll just think I caught a big fish and was pulled into the water. How clever of me." With great effort, he transferred the fish into the water tank of his tricycle, activated the aerator, and returned to his fishing spot, droplets still trickling down from his pants. Uncertain if they were seawater, he baited the hook with shrimp and cast it out with vigor. The waves crashed against the rocks, yet the seabed remained serene. After a moment, sensing no fish, he lifted the rod and reeled in a couple of turns, causing the shrimp to sway enticingly, but still, there were no bites. Another attempt, another reel. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot up and swallowed the shrimp whole. As Chun Ming prepared to reel in, he felt a powerful force surge towards him, yanking him forward 2 steps before he steadied himself. The spinning reel, a prize from a draw, emitted a rapid whirring sound. He braced the rod against his abdomen, tightened the brake, and felt the urgent pull. Chun Ming embraced the rod with both hands, his feet firm, adopting a stance like a warrior facing his adversary, while more droplets fell from his pants. Minutes turned into a grueling 15. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as he retrieved 20 meters of line, only to be pulled back another 30. His legs trembled, and his pants dripped more water. The fish was relentless, and Chun Ming secured the rod with his right forearm, freeing his left hand to wipe his brow, then shook out his right arm to relieve the strain. Half an hour passed, and Chun Ming felt his strength waning. His legs quivered more violently, and despite his grip on the rod, he could hardly reel in any line. They remained locked in a stalemate. Another 20 minutes slipped by, and he was nearly sitting on the rocks, his right leg wedged against a protrusion. The pull from the line began to ease, and he struggled to move the handle. Starting to reel in. 20 meters from shore, a massive fish over a meter long, dark and rotund with intricate patterns, floated belly up, gasping for breath, lacking even the strength to flick its tail. Chun Ming, perched on the rocks with his leg braced, exerted all his might to reel it in. but was too exhausted to pull it ashore. Both he and the fish paused, awaiting their next encounter, surveying his surroundings. Chen Ming saw only the cooler and the fishing rod. In a moment of inspiration, he removed his belt, threading it through the fish's mouth and gills, securing the buckle over his shoulder. With determination, he hauled the fish onto the rocks, wedging it into a crevice. Finally, he could rest, lying back on the rocks, admiring the beautiful patterns of the hefty fish, whose eyes stared intently at him as if they shared a bitter rivalry. As he gazed at the fish, a silly grin spread across his face. He recognized it from a popular video on Douyin, where an influencer caught such fish, known as a dragon grouper. Lying on his back, he pulled out his phone, hands trembling as he searched for the price of dragon groupers. The screen revealed a coastal market price of 150 to 500 yuan per pound, with larger specimens fetching greater sums. Unable to contain his excitement, he called Brotherly. "Brotherly, do you buy dragon groupers?" "Of course, but only the big ones," Li replied. "I caught a big one, possibly over 100 pounds. Chen Ming exclaimed. "Is that true? I'm on my way. I'm by the cliff outside the village, down a little path with lots of rocks. Can you find it?" "I know where that is. I'll be right there." After hanging up, Chen Ming grinned at the massive dragon grouper. Chapter 11. Wealth breeds strength. In under 10 minutes, Brotherly appeared, leaping over the rocks. Upon seeing Chen Ming sprawled on the stones, he waved, then noticed the large dragon grouper nestled in the crevice. A belt threaded through its mouth and gills. "You reckless spender. You've injured the fish," Li exclaimed as he jumped down to untangle the belt. "Fortunately, it seems fine," Chen Ming said, "but this fish better be worth at least 500 yuan a pound." Li looked at him incredulously. "Are you certain about that price?" As he squatted beside Chen Ming, he continued, "You really think it's worth 500 yuan a pound?" Chen Ming, feeling a bit guilty, stammered, "This fish is so big. It should be worth 500. Li burst into laughter. "Where did you hear that? I won't deceive you. Don't even bother weighing it. I'll give you 80,000 yuan for this fish." Chen Ming's jaw dropped. 80,000? Really? He sat up in disbelief. For a dragon grouper this size, it's either for a hotel or an aquarium, both for display purposes. Honestly, I could sell it for 120,000 yuan, maybe 100,000 at the least. So how about 80,000? I'll take it and make a little profit. Chen Ming eagerly nodded in agreement. Li stood and playfully kicked him. "Get up. We need to get this fish into my car quickly." Chen Ming lay back down. "I've been battling this fish for over an hour. I'm exhausted." Li squatted down. "Get your phone out, quickly." Confused, Chen Ming pulled out his phone. "What for?" "Open your payment app," Li instructed, scanning the QR code and transferring 80,000 yuan. When Chen Ming heard the notification chime, he sprang up, shocked to see the balance of 80,000 yuan in his account. "Now you have energy, right? Hurry up. We need to move before the fish dies, or we'll have to refund the money." Chen Ming quickly rolled over, and with Li grasping the fish's head and Chen Ming the tail, they struggled to lift the fish into the large water tank of Li's tricycle. As Li prepared to leave, Chen Ming quickly added, "I still have 8 more groupers in my tricycle. Can you take those too?" Fortunately, both their tricycles were parked close together. Li climbed onto Chen Ming's tricycle, taking the keys to open the cooler. Inside, 7 or 8 groupers splashed around, the smaller ones weighing 4 to 5 pounds, the larger ones 7 to 8. Li examined the groupers, estimated their value, and told Chen Ming, "These groupers are worth about 16,000 to 17,000 yuan. I want to haggle. I'll transfer an additional 20,000 yuan to you. Is that all right?" "Thank you, Brotherly," Chen Ming replied gratefully. "Wishing you prosperity." After transferring the money, Li swiftly departed with the fish, leaving Chen Ming grinning foolishly. Returning to his fishing spot, he kept staring at his phone, where the balance displayed over 190,000 yuan, causing his mouth to water. Seated on the fishing box, he lit 2 cigarettes in succession, gradually calming his nerves, his hands no longer trembling. Noticing it was just past 11, Chen Ming decided to take a break and continue fishing in the afternoon. He stood and began to stroll slowly over the rocks, repeatedly swinging his arms. Chen Ming realized that his entire body would undoubtedly ache the next day. He hadn't felt this exhausted in years. Fishing truly was a labor-intensive endeavor. Settling back on the fish box, he resolved to indulge himself today, spending money to call upon others for assistance. Taking out his phone, he deftly opened the app to find a clean and hygienic restaurant, ordered an assortment of sumptuous dishes, accompanied by a bottle of beverage, and marked the order as urgent. After completing the payment, he settled down, awaiting the delivery. Chapter 12. The Exquisite Lobster. A phone call came through. Chen Ming extinguished his cigarette and answered. "Hello, this is Kangaroo Delivery. I'm currently at Dongxing Village. Could you please provide your exact location?" A voice inquired. "Chen Ming," he replied, "continue walking straight. Turn left upon exiting the village. There's a cliff section, Follow that road downwards, and you'll see a tricycle parked there. I'm just about 40 to 50 meters ahead. Got it. I know where that is. I'll be there in no more than 3 minutes. The voice responded before disconnecting. Chunming fixed his gaze in the direction of the approaching delivery. Soon, a delivery man clad in a yellow jacket and helmet was bouncing along the rocks towards him. Chunming waved, saying, "Take it easy, don't fall." The young man appeared to be 4 or 5 years Chunming's senior. Observing Chunming seated on a fishing box with a fishing rod beside him, he inquired, "Hey there, are you fishing? Caught anything?" "It's a must to catch some fish," Chunming replied. "I just landed a dragon grouper weighing over 100 pounds. Sold it for 70 to 80,000. The delivery guy handed over a plastic bag, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. "Wow, you're quite the fisherman. Caught a fish and sold it for 70 or 80,000. Noticing the incredulity on his face, Chunming felt a surge of urgency. "I genuinely caught a dragon grouper. Over 100 pounds, sold it for 80,000. I was too exhausted and forgot to take a picture. I'm not lying." "Really? I believe you caught a big dragon grouper and sold it for 80,000, the delivery guy replied, though his expression still conveyed skepticism. Seeing the look on his face, Chunming felt even more anxious. "Look at that expression of yours. What is your attitude? If you continue like this, I'll have to file a complaint and give you a bad review. Come on, I really believe you caught a big dragon grouper. I'm speaking from the heart. Isn't that enough?" he replied, and the doubtful expression faded from his face. "Now that's more like it. That's the attitude of good service. I won't complain this time. Here's a 10 yuan tip." Chunming took out his phone, confirmed receipt, and sent the 10 yuan red envelope to the delivery guy. The delivery man pulled out his phone, checked the receive confirmation, and with a smile said, "Thank you for the tip. Enjoy your meal." After a brief pause, he added, I really do believe you caught a big dragon grouper and sold it for 80,000. His face once again displaying that skeptical expression before he bounced away from the rocks. Chunming, exasperated, nearly tossed his lunch in frustration at the lack of belief people had in one another. The lunch was lavish, featuring chicken legs, 2 stir-fried dishes, a soup, and a can of beer. After finishing, Chunming leaned back, belching contentedly. Sitting on the fishing box, he lit a post-meal cigarette. Although his arms no longer trembled, they still felt somewhat weak. He anticipated soreness the next day, but decided to take advantage of the good weather to fish some more in the afternoon. By 4 o'clock, he had caught 4 grouper and 5 bass, the smaller ones weighing over 3 pounds, and the larger ones nearly 10. His arms and legs were beginning to feel fatigued. Chunming decided to fish one last catch to take home. He baited the hook with shrimp and cast it to the right, watching as the hook sank to the bottom. Sensing no fish nearby, he raised the rod and reeled in, repeating the motion 3 times. Suddenly, he felt movement about a meter from the hook. 2 large tentacles began to sway. Attempting to guide the fish, he shifted 50 centimeters in that direction, the line swaying with the baited shrimp. A claw reached out, grasping the shrimp and pulling it away. With a swift motion, Chunming lifted the rod as it vibrated with a lively struggle. He steadily reeled in the line, bringing it to the shore. To his astonishment, a vibrantly colored lobster, over a foot long, brandished its long antennae in a threatening display, as if to say, "Who dares approach?" Chunming skillfully evaded the claws and seized the lobster by its head, lifting it ashore. It weighed approximately 5 pounds. Upon closer inspection, the lobster boasted a striking red hue with patterns of yellow, blue, and purple, creating a dazzling sight. He pulled out his phone to scan for its name, Chinese exquisite lobster, and found prices ranging from 600 to 800 yuan per pound for those over 3 pounds, noting that the larger the lobster, the greater its value. Having been choked on fish during his childhood, Chunming typically avoided eating fish. However, he decided he would indulge in the lobster today. After packing up his fishing gear, he placed the fish into the water tank of his tricycle and drove toward the small dock. He parked the tricycle beside the dock's booth and hopped out, spotting Uncle Huang chatting near 2 yachts. Chunming stood outside the booth for a moment until Uncle Huang approached him. "Congratulations, boss. Li Gu said you caught a dragon grouper today and sold it for 80,000. Chunming scratched his head and replied, "Everyone's making money. I caught a big lobster here. We must feast on it tonight," saying this as he pulled the Chinese exquisite lobster from the tank. Uncle Huang's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my, such a large lobster. I haven't seen one this size in years. It must be worth a fortune. You should sell it." "Sell it? I've never eaten lobster in my life. Tonight, we're going to devour it. But I'm not sure how to prepare it to make it delicious," Chunming responded. "If you truly want to eat it, do it in its purest form. Just steam it. I'll go grab the steamer and wash it. You place the lobster in this bucket," Uncle Huang suggested. Chunming placed the lobster into the bucket and asked, "What kind of wine should I buy?" Uncle Huang stood outside the booth, pondering for a moment, before taking out his phone and dialing a number. Once the call connected, Uncle Huang said, "Xiangzi, I remember there's a bottle of wine in your cabinet. What was it called? I can't recall. It has a rather large belly, that bottle. Can you bring it over to the booth now that you're off work? A voice on the other end replied, Dad, you're getting older. You should drink less. Uncle Huang retorted, just send over a bottle for me to drink. You're just being picky. I raised you, and now that you're capable, you're reluctant to share a bottle of wine with me. Is it that I'm reluctant to give you wine? I'm just saying you should drink less. All right, I'll bring the wine over right away, came the reply. After hanging up, Uncle Huang turned to Chen Ming. We'll have wine shortly. You sit back and relax while I steam the lobster, he said. Taking the bucket to the kitchen, Chen Ming sat outside the booth, smoking, when he noticed a middle-aged man from earlier, who had been speaking with Uncle Huang by the yachts, walking towards the booth. Old Huang, the fuel truck will arrive tomorrow. Make sure to keep an eye on it to fill up the tank, he instructed. Uncle Huang assured him from inside the booth, don't worry. I'll personally oversee the fueling. He stepped outside and added, Shaoli, have a meal before you leave. We're having the big lobster tonight. Shaoli replied, I can't. I'm in a hurry to leave. Lin Xiao called me back to the city for something. All right then. I want to keep you. Please send my regards to Lin Xiao. It's been a while since he visited the dock, Uncle Huang said. Sure, I'll make sure to pass that on. Shaoli responded, before getting into his small vehicle and driving away. Chen Ming asked, is he the owner of the yacht? Did you oversee fueling the yacht? Uncle Huang replied, no, he is not fueling the yacht. He is fueling the fishing boat next to it. That person is the captain hired by Lin Xiao. They're probably going out to sea to fish in the coming days, so he came to check on the fuel. Who is Lin Xiao? Is he quite impressive? Chen Ming inquired. Uncle Huang explained, you might not know since you're not local. Lin Xiao is the richest person in Binhai City. His family operates a massive business and is quite wealthy. He also frequently engages in charitable acts. Every year, on the birthday of Mazu, he contributes the most for the ceremonial offerings. Chen Ming listened, secretly amazed and filled with admiration. While they were conversing, a black car pulled up to the booth, and a man in his 40s, with slicked back hair, dressed in a suit, emerged, carrying a black plastic bag. Facing Huang Boda, I have brought the wine you requested. Please drink sparingly, for excessive consumption is detrimental to one's health. Huang Boda acknowledged this, albeit with a bit of a lecture, and invited us to stay for a lobster feast. This is Xiao Chun, he introduced. I've rented the house to him. The lobster is his catch, and he is quite a fine lad. Turning to Chen Ming, he added, this is my son, Huang Chong. You may refer to him as Chong Ge. He works in the city. What is it? The Urban Management Bureau or the Housing Authority? At my age, I can hardly keep track. You two should get acquainted. Having said that, he retreated into the kiosk. Chen Ming called out brother and pulled up a chair for Huang Chong to sit down. Huang Chong surveyed Chen Ming, making him feel somewhat awkward about where to place his hands. Huang Chong chuckled, relax, I'm not a tiger. There's no need to be afraid. Chen Ming responded with a smile, I'm not afraid, really. Observing Chen Ming's slight unease, Huang Chong took the initiative to engage in casual conversation. I heard from my father that you've rented his house and plan to fish here long term. Does fishing yield more profit than working? Chen Ming offered Huang Chong a cigarette and lit it for him. I used to deliver takeout. I only started fishing here a few days ago, and I find fishing to be more lucrative, he replied. Huang Chong noted Chen Ming's accent. You don't sound like you're from the coast. Where are you from? I'm from Sichuan, graduated high school, but couldn't find a job. I heard that delivery jobs along the coast pay better, so I came here to deliver. Just then, Brotherly arrived on his tricycle. After parking, Brotherly approached with 2 cigarettes in hand. Ah, Changgu is here today? Huang Chong welcomed him. Shaoli, come sit. Chen Ming handed over a chair and offered a round of cigarettes. Brotherly gave Chen Ming a cigarette, expressing gratitude. Thank you for today. That big grouper sold for over 30,000. Chen Ming quickly replied, why are you thanking me? The real skill lies in your ability to sell it. I should thank you for letting me earn 80,000. If you had asked me to sell it, I would have been grateful to sell it for 50,000. Brotherly laughed heartily. Good, good, we're both making money. Huang Chong, puzzled, inquired about the situation, and Brotherly explained the entire story, prompting Huang Chong to regard Chen Ming with newfound respect, repeatedly praising his skill. Chen Ming told Brotherly, after you left, I caught another large lobster. Huang Bo is preparing it. Let us enjoy it together. As they spoke, Huang Bo called from the kitchen, announcing that dinner was ready. The group arranged the table and chairs, and Huang Bo presented the lobster. They raised their glasses in celebration, exclaiming wishes for prosperity, and the feast brought joy to all. Chapter 13. The disabled individual. After feasting on lobster, Chen Ming returned home and collapsed into bed. This morning, he awoke with his body aching all over. Supporting himself against the wall as he made his way to the bathroom to wash up. Sitting on the sofa, he felt utterly despondent. His hands trembled as he lit a cigarette, and his legs felt weak, rendering him almost disabled, incapable of self-care. After considerable effort, He managed to boil 2 eggs for breakfast, then lay back in bed, calling up the lottery interface. Glancing at the points tally, which stood at a little over 100,000, he felt somewhat relieved. The lottery wheel now offered only a fishing rod and X-ray vision. Chen Ming murmured, "I want to draw." The wheel spun and, as fate would have it, landed on the fishing rod. Taking the rod in hand, he examined it. Its appearance was similar to that of a sea rod, quite beautiful, though unfortunately, he didn't know how to use it. He set it aside to learn later. Just as he was about to continue drawing, the lottery page shimmered with golden light, and he suddenly leaped from his bed. Had he won the X-ray vision? His heart raced with excitement as he focused intently on the screen. However, the lottery page flashed once more, and a mechanical voice announced, "The page has refreshed. Please continue using your points to draw." The wheel now displayed the X-ray vision but had replaced all other prizes, introducing items such as heavy-duty fishing rods for catching tuna, electric reels, and various lures. Most notably, the drawing cost had escalated to 100,000 points per attempt. Frustrated, Chen Ming flailed his arms, burying his head in the blanket, and pounded his fists against it, shouting, "Why are you messing with my mindset? Is there no justice? Who will intervene? Oh heavens!" After a bout of despair, he lay on his back, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if he had just survived a brutal assault. Life must go on. Nearing noon, Chen Ming reluctantly got out of bed. His culinary skills were limited to boiling eggs and cooking noodles. He could not manage a stir-fry. Grabbing a stick to use as a makeshift cane, he limped out of the house toward the dock. At the dock, a fuel truck was refueling a fishing boat, and Huang Bo was nearby. Spotting Chen Ming approaching with his stick, he hurried over, asking, "What happened to you?" "I caught that grouper yesterday and overexerted myself. Now my whole body aches, and I can barely walk. I'm heading to the village restaurant for a meal," Chen Ming explained. "Why go to a restaurant? Just eat here." "I'll have the meal ready shortly," Huang Bo insisted. Chen Ming, not wanting to impose, replied, "All right, Huang Bo, thank you. I'll join you for lunch today." After lunch, the fuel truck finished fueling the fishing boat and left. Chen Ming and Huang Bo chatted outside the kiosk. Chen Ming inquired, "Why do fishing boats and yachts look so similar?" Huang Bo replied, "Similar? There's a vast difference. You don't understand fishing boats. You're an outsider. The differences are evident. For starters, the hulls of fishing boats and yachts are different, and fishing boats have more space in the back for fishing purposes." Taking a sip of tea, Huang Bo continued, "For instance, this fishing boat has only 4 cabins, a small cold storage, and 4 seawater tanks, while the yacht next to it has 6 cabins, a small living room, and an upper deck with a sunshade. One is for work. The other is for leisure. That's the distinction." Chen Ming nodded, though he still didn't fully grasp the differences, understanding only that one was for earning a living while the other was for enjoyment. He spent the afternoon with Huang Bo at the dock and had dinner with him again. Later, he used his cane to slowly make his way back home. Chapter 14. The first meeting with Lin Xiao after lying at home for 2 days, Chen Ming finally regained some strength and could move about freely, though he still felt a bit sore. This morning, he didn't get out of bed. The wind howled outside. He had instant noodles for lunch and dinner. During this time, Huang Bo called, inviting Chen Ming to join him for a meal, but Chen Ming politely declined, feeling embarrassed about overstaying his welcome. When he finally got out of bed, Chen Ming was busy organizing his fishing gear, planning to fish again by the seaside cliffs. His phone rang. It was Huang Bo calling. Chen Ming answered, and Huang Bo instructed him to bring his fishing gear to the dock. Strapping on his gear, Chen Ming arrived at the dock to find 3 luxury cars parked, supercars, to be precise. 2 men and a woman were conversing with Huang Bo, while 5 or 6 burly men in suits and sunglasses, unmistakably bodyguards, stood nearby. The captain was also present. Huang Bo waved Chen Ming over, asking, "Do you get seasick?" "I don't know. I've never felt sick in a car," Chen Ming replied. Huang Bo said, "Then it's all good. Consider it training. It's not far." He led Chen Ming toward the 3 individuals. Huang Bo introduced, "This is Lin Xiao. This is Zhao Qi Xiao. And this lovely lady is Wang Fangjia." Chen Ming followed suit with the introductions. Huang Bo added, "This is Chen Ming. In my lifetime, I've never met anyone who can fish better than him. It's perfect for you to have him accompany you out to sea." Lin Xiao was dressed in a vibrant floral shirt with matching shorts and shoes, topped off with a pair of sunglasses, embodying the essence of a flamboyant playboy. Lin Xiao scrutinized Chen Ming, remarking on his youthfulness, "You don't appear to be very old. Where are you from?" Chen Ming, unperturbed in the presence of his peers, replied, "I hail from Sichuan, and I am 20 years old." Lin Xiao responded, "Ah? For years my junior. A Sichuan native, spirited, I admire that. What is the largest fish you have ever caught?" Before Chen Ming could respond, Huang Bo interjected, "A few days ago, I caught a dragonfish weighing over 100 pounds, which I sold for 80,000. It left me exhausted, and I had to rest at home for 2 days before I could move freely again." Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that so impressive? Then we must catch some big fish today. Come, let us board the boat. Qi Xiao and Sister Fong hurriedly followed suit, while the captain rushed ahead to prepare the boat ladder. Upon reaching the vessel, Lin Xiao turned to the bodyguards and commanded, De Biao and Leng Shui, accompany me onto the boat. Chun Ming boarded the fishing boat from the rear and took in the sight of the vessel, which was approximately 4 meters wide and nearly 20 meters long. It was a single-deck boat, with a cabin at the front and a sunshade at the rear, leaving ample space in between. As soon as Sister Fong stepped aboard, she dashed into the cabin. Lin Xiao placed a hand on Chun Ming's shoulder and, along with Qi Xiao, made their way to the stern. The boat began to glide smoothly away from the small dock. Chun Ming waved to Huang Bo, who reciprocated the gesture. Before long, bodyguards De Biao and Leng Shui set up a small table with 4 lounge chairs, accompanied by an assortment of fruits and a bottle of wine. Once seated, Qi Xiao inquired, as a native of Sichuan, what brings you here to fish? Chun Ming explained, I originally worked in food delivery for over a year, but I earned very little, so I turned to fishing. Lin Xiao asked, so how much have you made from fishing? Chun Ming candidly replied, after a few days of fishing, I've earned nearly 200,000. Lin Xiao and Qi Xiao exclaimed in unison, is that so remarkable? Chun Ming puffed up his chest and said, of course. This elicited laughter from Lin Xiao and Qi Xiao. Lin Xiao probed further, which part of Sichuan are you from? Chun Ming replied, I'm from Chuanjiang in Sichuan. Lin Xiao's interest piqued. Ah, I know of it. Chuanjiang is one of the top 10 cities in the nation, renowned for its production of XX. There's a book titled The Land of Abundance, People and Path that describes it. It is quite impressive. Chun Ming scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. We don't produce XX. We are known for sugar, and it's also nicknamed Tiancheng. Qi Xiao chimed in. Indeed, Sichuan people are known for their spirit. During the War of Resistance, the Sichuan army fought valiantly, and last year's incident at the XX factory saw some Sichuan locals leading the charge, forcing the capitalists to kneel. Lin Xiao agreed. Yes, my father also holds a high regard for the industriousness of Sichuan people. He has several of them managing affairs under him. At this moment, Sister Fong emerged from the cabin, now donned in protective clothing, tightly wrapped against the sun. She inquired, where are we planning to fish this time? Let us not venture too far. Lin Xiao replied, we'll head to that small island we visited last time. It's abundant with grouper. Let us go fishing for grouper. After approximately an hour and a half, a small island appeared on the horizon, modest in size, dotted with sparse, low-lying vegetation. The boat anchored about 70 to 80 meters from the island. Each of the 4 prepared their fishing rods, and to Chun Ming's surprise, Sister Fong wielded a lure rod, casting her artificial bait in an exaggerated manner. Chun Ming inadvertently glanced at her, hastily turning away, too shy to look further. Lin Xiao and Qi Xiao, noticing Chun Ming's use of a sea rod, went to the cabin to retrieve their sea rods, baited with sizable shrimp. Seizing the moment while they were distracted, Chun Ming pulled out fishing attractant and sprinkled some into his bucket of shrimp, stirring it while baiting his hook. He cast his line with vigor, and his weight and hook sank into the depths, landing right in front of a large grouper. As he struck, he felt the tremor of a substantial fish, estimating it to be around 10 pounds. He swiftly reeled it in, bringing it up to the side of the boat, only to notice bodyguard Leng Shui expertly wielding a long-handled fish clamp, deftly inserting it into the fish's mouth and lifting it out. Chun Ming was left in awe at the speed of it all. Turning around, he found Lin Xiao, Qi Xiao, and Sister Fong all holding their rods, striking fishing poses while their heads were turned, intently watching him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chun Ming muttered, just luck. I happened to cast the bait right into its mouth. The trio collectively scoffed. Chapter 15, Blessed by Ma Zhu. Chun Ming attached another shrimp, casting it into the sea. Sensing no bites, he lifted his rod, reeled in his line, and as the hook rose with the shrimp, a fish surged from the side, snapping at it eagerly. Chun Ming raised his rod, feeling the weight of a larger fish, and forcefully yanked it from the water, hauling it to the side of the boat, where Leng Shui promptly clamped it. Upon seeing the fish, which he didn't recognize but estimated to weigh around 14 or 15 pounds, Chun Ming prepared to take a picture with his phone. Lin Xiao exclaimed, that's a red snapper, excellent for sashimi. Quickly bleed it out and put it on ice. De Biao sliced into the fish's gills, draining the blood before placing it in the boat's ice locker. Lin Xiao asked, Little Chun, what fishing technique is this? You're not getting snagged on the bottom, right? Sister Fong added, isn't this method akin to lure fishing? Chun Ming paused, recalling various fishing techniques he researched while learning to fish, and explained. This is a technique where the hook jumps before hitting the bottom. It avoids snagging, called teasing fishing. Sister Fong countered, isn't that essentially the same as lure fishing? Qi Xiao interjected, there is a distinction. It lies in the fact that Little Chun has caught fish, while you have not. This provoked Sister Fong to chase Qi Xiao with her fishing rod. Lin Xiao remarked, "It seems you have the bite. I'll fish beside you." Chunming shifted slightly, baited another shrimp, and cast it out. After a few jerks of the rod and reeling in twice, he pulled up another grouper weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. Qi Xiao was now visibly restless and moved his rod over to join Chunming. Seizing the opportunity, Chunming approached Lin Xiao and the others, lifting their bait bucket and pouring his shrimp into it. He then retrieved half a bucket of live shrimp from the boat's live bait well. Carrying the bucket to within 3 steps of Lin Xiao, he began fishing as well. Chunming had a set of fishing rods, and whether or not the shrimp were treated with attractant didn't significantly affect their catch. After Lin Xiao and Qi Xiao switched their bait to shrimp, they began catching fish as well. Lin Xiao was the first to reel in a grouper weighing 6 or 7 pounds, closely followed by Qi Xiao, who caught a bass weighing around 10 pounds. Both were ecstatic, snapping photos to share on social media. Seeing this, Sister Fong abandoned her lure fishing, rushing back to grab a sea rod, baiting it with shrimp to join in on the sea fishing. Everyone was soon reeling in fish again. As Chunming raised his rod to reel in, he felt a tug and struck, bringing up a fish weighing around 6 or 7 pounds with force. Spotting that the fish was entirely golden, he exclaimed, "I've caught a golden fish." The three turned their attention to him, witnessing a golden fish floating on the surface. Lin Xiao exclaimed, "What in the world? That's not just a golden fish, it's a large yellow croaker. Given its size, it could indeed be called a golden fish." Qi Xiao urgently called out, "De Biao, quickly use the net to scoop it up, don't let it get hurt." Sister Fong chimed in joyfully, "Wonderful. Tonight, we shall feast." De Biao scooped the large yellow croaker with the net, and Lin Xiao and the others hurriedly asked Long Shui to take their picture with the fish. After capturing the moment, they urged De Biao to quickly place it in the live fish compartment, fearing that if they delayed, the fish might perish. Once they posted on social media, they turned back to Chunming, gathering around the live fish compartment to watch the yellow croaker swim about. Qi Xiao wondered aloud, "Will this fellow survive in here?" Lin Xiao replied, "It's hard to say. It seems rather delicate." Sister Fong suggested, "Let us have Long Shui keep an eye on it. If it dies, we should promptly place it in the freezer." Chunming was aware of the yellow croaker's value, but his own estimation lingered around several hundred to 1,000 yuan per pound. Lin stood up and looked at Chunming, asking, "Have you ever paid homage to Mazu?" Chunming shook his head. Lin expressed his astonishment. "How can Mazu protect you if you have never prayed to her?" Qi and Sister Fong nodded in agreement. Chunming was aware that coastal communities held Mazu in high regard, but he never anticipated such a reaction from the trio simply for catching a fish. He then contemplated that it was due to being struck by a salted fish that he had acquired the system. Mazu's influence was indeed closely related to the sea, and perhaps he was genuinely under her protection. Lin asked, "Do you know how much this yellow croaker is worth?" Chunming observed that the fish weighed around 7 or 8 pounds, and even if it fetched a price of 2,000 to 3,000 per pound, it would only amount to over 20,000 yuan. "It could be worth 20,000 to 30,000, right?" he replied. Sister Fong remarked, "You're quite timid." Lin replied, "To my knowledge, it has been 4 or 5 years since such a large yellow croaker has been caught. If taken to auction, it would fetch at least 200,000 to 300,000. The fact that you caught such a sizable fish is no small feat. Mazu was undoubtedly looking out for you." She exclaimed, "Exactly. With such good fortune, we must pay our respects to Mazu when we return." Hearing their words, Chunming quickly nodded in agreement, promising to pay homage to Mazu upon returning. The four resumed fishing, and due to Lin and the others using prawns laced with special bait, the enticing aroma attracted various fish to their boat. They began to reel in fish after fish, crediting their luck to Chunming. After catching over 10 fish, Sister Fong, feeling fatigued, set down her rod and said it was almost noon and she needed to prepare lunch, thus leaving. In the meantime, Chunming had also caught 7 or 8 fish and began to feel exhausted, his body still recovering. Just as he was about to take a break, a large fish bit down hard on his hook, bending the rod into a taut arc, gripping the rod with both hands. Chunming braced his knees against the side of the boat, straining against the fish's powerful tug. The reel emitted a rapid series of clicks as the line was pulled out, and he quickly tightened the brakes. Seeing this, Lin and Qi set down their rods and rushed to Chunming's side. Due to his lingering fatigue from the previous days, Chunming struggled to hold on, realizing this fish must weigh close to 100 pounds. Noticing Chunming's struggle, Lin quickly offered, "Let me help you." Chunming handed the rod to Lin, who took over and tightened the brakes once more, engaging in a fierce battle with the fish. After a while, he managed to reel in several meters of line, only to have the fish dart away again. The struggle continued for nearly half an hour, with Qi offering to assist, "Don't overexert yourself." However, caught up in the excitement, Lin refused to relent, reeling in only to have the fish pull him back again. Finally, they pulled the fish to the surface, revealing a barracuda. adorned with a long spike atop its head, which leaped into the air before splashing back into the water, attempting to dislodge the hook. Lin gripped the rod firmly. But just 30 meters from the boat, the barracuda suddenly surged towards the vessel, aiming its spike menacingly at Lin. Chunming, seeing this, rushed forward and pushed Lin aside. The barracuda narrowly missed Lin, but its tail whipped around, striking Chunming on the head, as if scolding him for meddling. Lin was knocked to the deck, while Chunming, dazed from the tail strike, saw stars. She stood by, completely bewildered, while De Biao and Leng Shui, nearby, went pale, their legs trembling. The commotion caused by the barracuda thrashing on the deck jolted everyone awake. De Biao and Leng Shui rushed to help Lin up, checking to see if he was injured. Upon discovering that Lin had merely fallen, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Qi, relieved that Lin was unharmed, also sighed as he glanced at Chunming, who was still shaking his head, likely suffering a mild concussion from the fish's strike. Sister Fong and Captain Li rushed out from the cabin to assist Lin and Chunming, helping them settle into chairs. Lin asked De Biao to take pictures for social media, and Chunming was astonished by Lin's flamboyance, realizing he was even more ostentatious than himself. De Biao and Leng Shui drained the fish's blood and stored it in the cold storage, though Chunming's vision was still doubled. Seeing that everyone was alright made him chuckle foolishly. Lin and Qi exchanged glances, unable to contain their laughter at Chunming, who had been rendered daft by the fish's tail. Chapter 16, The Second-Hand Fishing Boat. For lunch, they enjoyed steamed grouper and a variety of seafood they had caught. The meal was prepared by Sister Fong and Captain Li and was quite delectable. After a brief rest post-lunch, everyone resumed fishing. Chunming, still feeling the ache from his tussle with the barracuda, decided against fishing for the afternoon. Observing the good fishing conditions, Lin called his 2 bodyguards to grab rods and join the fray. Chunming assisted them, netting fish and baiting hooks, while discreetly adding the special bait to the freshly scooped prawns when no one was looking. As the afternoon approached 4 o'clock, Lin, Qi, and Sister Fong finally took a break, reclining in chairs. Lin's 2 bodyguards and Captain Li continued to fish vigorously. Lin urged Chunming to sit beside him, inquiring, "Do you plan to pursue fishing as a career? Have you considered exploring other ventures, like business?" Chunming replied, "I'm not cut out for business. My parents are vegetable farmers, and having graduated high school with no particular skills, I feel fishing suits me well. Look, I've only been fishing a few days and have already made over 200,000. He concluded with a proud expression. Sister Fong chimed in, "With Mazu's protection, I think fishing is quite suitable for you." She agreed, "Indeed." Lin said, "Certainly, with Mazu's blessings, fishing can lead to prosperity. However, I believe you lack a fishing boat. With a boat, you could catch even more and larger fish." Chunming responded, "Let us take it slow. After all, I'm still young. I'll fish for a few years, save some money, and then buy a boat." Lin remarked, "What do you think of this boat? I've owned it for almost 3 years, and this is only the 3rd time I've taken it out to fish. I'll sell it to you as a second-hand boat at a bargain price." Chunming replied uncertainly, "This boat looks quite large. It must cost several million. I can't afford that." Qi coughed, his face turning crimson. Sister Fong looked at Chunming with a bemused expression. Seeing their reactions, Chunming asked, "What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect?" Lin interjected, "Forget them, they're just being silly." Qi and Sister Fong shifted uncomfortably, murmuring that they were merely tired. Lin continued, "Just because you don't have money now doesn't mean you won't have it in the future. How about this? I'll sell you this second-hand boat for 2 million. You won't need to pay me up front. I'll buy the fish you catch at a 20% markup based on market price. And the earnings will go towards paying off the boat until the 2 million is settled. What do you think?" Chunming shook his head vigorously, "No way. That's just spending in advance. When I was back home, I planned to get a credit card to buy a motorcycle. But my mom found out and said I was overspending, chasing me down the street." Lin and the others nearly spat out their drinks at Chunming's response, thinking, "This fool, with an opportunity laid out before him, doesn't he even realize it?" After all, Chunming was not raised by the sea. He was just a kid from the mainland, unaware of fishing boat prices. To him, 1,000,000 yuan was astronomical. Lin had invested over 20 million in converting the boat to a hybrid diesel-electric model, and it was rarely taken out to sea. As a playboy and second-generation wealthy individual, Lin had bought the boat on a whim. Chunming had saved him, and he admired Chunming, which led to his generous offer. Frustrated, Lin declared, "It's settled then. This second-hand boat is yours for 2 million, payable with the fish you catch." Qi and Sister Fong encouraged him, "Just accept it. This boat is worth at least 5 million. Getting it for 2 million is an absolute steal." Chunming, upon overhearing their conversation, mused that perhaps Lin Xiao intended to reciprocate his earlier gesture. If what he was offering truly held a value of 5 million, then spending 2 million to acquire it was a worthwhile venture. After all, with the system in place, he planned to earn 10,000 a day. Even if it took him a year to repay, it would be manageable. Thus, Chen Ming approached Lin Xiao and stated, "I shall purchase it for 2 million. But let it be clear that the fish I catch will be compensated at market value." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement and turned to Captain Li, saying, "Old Li, come over here for a moment." Captain Li approached the four of them and greeted Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao informed him, "This vessel is now transferred to Chen Ming. Spend a few days showing him the ropes, assisting him with registration, and helping him learn to navigate. Ensure he obtains his captain's license. And remember, discretion is paramount." Captain Li glanced at Chen Ming and replied, "Understood, Lin Xiao. I know what to do." Lin Xiao then addressed Chen Ming, "Tomorrow, I will send a lawyer to meet with you to finalize the contract. Accompany him to complete the transfer procedures." Chen Ming nodded in agreement. Chapter 17. The fishing boat returns to port at 5 o'clock. The fishing boat began its return to the dock. As they neared the port, Lin Xiao made a phone call, conversing briefly. Upon arrival, 2 trucks awaited at the dock, one a refrigerated vehicle, the other equipped with a large water tank. Lin Xiao disembarked and instructed the crew to transfer the catch from the fishing boat to the trucks. Uncle Huang approached Lin Xiao, inquiring about the day's haul and whether any large fish had been caught. Lin Xiao responded, "We caught a swordfish weighing over 100 pounds, along with many groupers and other fish, totaling around 400 to 500 pounds. Uncle Huang expressed his astonishment at such a substantial catch. Lin Xiao added, "Thanks to Chen Ming, he even caught a splendid yellow croaker weighing about 7 pounds. Intrigued, Uncle Huang moved closer to observe the transfer of the yellow croaker, exclaiming that he hadn't seen such a large specimen in years. Lin Xiao called over a slightly plump middle-aged man, introducing him to Chen Ming as his relative, Chen Jinshui, and suggesting that he refer to him as Brother Shui. The two exchanged contact information as Lin Xiao instructed Chen Jinshui to reach out whenever he caught fish, regardless of type, to ensure they were bought at market price and recorded daily until the total reached 2 million, emphasizing the importance of maintaining accuracy. Chen Jinshui assured, "Yes, Lin Xiao, I will adhere strictly to your instructions." Lin Xiao then advised Chen Ming that whenever he returned to the dock, he should contact Brother Shui, who would arrange for transportation to collect the fish and settle accounts. Additionally, Lin Xiao mentioned that he had purchased the yellow croaker for 300,000. Chen Ming eagerly nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao instructed Brother Shui to note the acquisition of Chen Ming's yellow croaker, valued at 300,000. Once these matters were settled, he asked Chen Ming to leave his fishing gear on the boat and, after bidding farewell to Uncle Huang, he whisked Chen Ming away in his sports car towards the city. As Chen Ming sat in the sports car, a whirlwind of excitement surged within him. His body soared with the speed of the vehicle, while his spirit chased behind. Gripping the handles tightly, he braced himself, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Lin Xiao, amused, accelerated even further, with 3 sports cars racing ahead, leaving their bodyguards far behind. Finally, they arrived at a grand hotel adorned with brilliant lights. Chen Ming exhaled deeply, his legs trembling slightly as he stepped out of the car. Lin Xiao tossed the keys to the valet and draped an arm over Chen Ming's shoulder as they entered. Throughout their walk, waitstaff and passing beauties greeted Lin Xiao, who acknowledged some and ignored others, leading the group into a private room where they settled around a large round table. As the waitstaff began serving drinks, 2 female servers approached with the menu, asking Lin Xiao what he would like to eat. Lin Xiao turned to Chen Ming and inquired about his preferences. Chen Ming replied, "I shall eat whatever you choose." Lin Xiao then asked Qi Xiao and Sister Fong, to which Sister Fong suggested replicating yesterday's feast, ensuring the yellow croaker was prepared properly. Lin Xiao interjected, "The yellow croaker is off the menu. I reserved it for the elder, so do not expect it." Sister Fong pouted in annoyance, while Qi Xiao stifled laughter, receiving a playful punch from her. Lin Xiao then turned to Chen Ming, asking, "How do you find this hotel?" Chen Ming remarked, "It is splendid, illuminated, and somewhat luxurious." Lin Xiao chuckled, "This establishment is mine. My friends often gather here. You are welcome to come frequently, just mention my name." Chen Ming nodded in acknowledgement, internally thinking that he could hardly afford to indulge here and had no desire to impose on Lin Xiao's generosity. An array of delectable dishes flowed onto the table, and Lin Xiao encouraged Chen Ming to enjoy the feast. Chen Ming, unreserved, savored every dish, relishing both familiar and new flavors. After a hearty meal and a few drinks, they moved upstairs to the private room, where the atmosphere turned lively with exuberant singing. Sister Fong sang remarkably well, and Chen Ming, feeling emboldened, joined in with an impassioned rendition of The Lone Brave. The crowd erupted in applause, appreciating his spirited performance. As the night wore on, they exchanged contact information, and Lin Xiao summoned De Biao to drive Chen Ming back to the dock. Upon reaching the dock and bidding farewell to De Biao, Chen Ming noticed that the guardhouse lights were off, indicating that Huang Bo had already gone to bed. He contemplated checking on the newly acquired fishing boat, but found it shrouded in darkness and, unfamiliar with the light switches, opted to abandon the idea and return to his small garden to rest. Chapter 18. The fishing boat. After a night of revelry in the city, Chun Ming enjoyed a leisurely morning, waking late. He was roused by a call from Uncle Huang, informing him that Captain Li awaited him at the dock and urging him to hurry down. Chun Ming quickly got out of bed, washed up, and rushed to the dock, where he found Captain Li and Uncle Huang enjoying tea together. Upon Chun Ming's arrival, Captain Li informed him, "The lawyer will only arrive in the afternoon, for now. Let me familiarize you with the vessel structure." Chun Ming agreed, while Uncle Huang, puzzled, asked what was happening. Chun Ming explained, "Lin Xiao sold me his fishing boat as a second-hand vessel for 2 million, and now I carry a debt of 2 million. Uncertain of when I will be able to repay it." As he spoke, he shook his head. Uncle Huang, unable to contain his surprise, spluttered his tea, spraying it all over Chun Ming, who looked at him with a mix of incredulity and despair. After a few coughs, Uncle Huang led Chun Ming to the kitchen behind the guardhouse to wash his face. He hesitated to speak, ultimately choosing to remain silent. The three of them boarded the fishing boat, where Captain Li began to explain the vessel's equipment. It was a fishing boat measuring 20 meters in length, 58 meters in width, with a draft of 3 meters, constructed from aluminum alloy. The foredeck featured an anchor winch, a storage compartment, a live bait tank, and a small fish pond. The wheelhouse was situated centrally towards the rear, with fishing stations on either side, equipped with rod holders, fish boxes, and sliding rails. The aft deck served as the main fishing operation area, fitted with hydraulic winches and a crane. The wheelhouse boasted navigation equipment including radar, GPS, sonar, and a VHF communication system. The accommodation area included 4 bedrooms, capable of housing 48 individuals, along with a kitchen, restrooms, and a small lounge. In the lounge area, Chun Ming noticed a rack holding 20 fishing rods, spinning rods, bait casting rods, and several heavy-duty rods equipped with electric reels, all from renowned brands. The power system had been retrofitted by Lin Xiao to a diesel-electric hybrid, achieving a cruising speed of 15 to 25 knots and a range of approximately 800 nautical miles on a full tank. Chun Ming listened attentively as Captain Li detailed the vessel's structure, gaining a general understanding. Captain Li further explained the necessary certifications required to operate such a boat, which the lawyer would assist him in obtaining. At noon, Chun Ming treated Captain Li and Uncle Huang to lunch at a restaurant in the village. Upon returning to the dock's guardhouse, Captain Li remarked that he would not accompany Chun Ming in the afternoon as the lawyer would arrive, but promised to return the following morning to teach him how to operate the boat. After bidding farewell to Captain Li, Chun Ming waited until just after 2 o'clock when a middle-aged man with thinning hair arrived at the dock in a vehicle. Seeking out Chun Ming, I introduced my identity as a lawyer and requested that he prepare his identification card. I drove Chun Ming to the Maritime Bureau to facilitate the transfer of ownership. While filling out the vessel's name, I inquired whether he wished to retain the original name or opt for a new one. The boat was originally named Fortune, which Chun Ming found unappealing and desired a change. In the midst of pondering a suitable name, an ethereal voice whispered to him, suggesting Xuanfei. Chun Ming promptly instructed me to amend the boat's name to Xuanfei. Fortunately, other maritime inspection certificates were still valid, allowing us to bypass a plethora of procedures. Afterward, I accompanied Chun Ming to register for the A-Class A2F yacht operator's license. As we navigated through various tasks, the sun began to set, leaving us more exhausted than reeling in a large fish. Now, Chun Ming was set to learn from Captain Li, mastering the practical operation of the vessel while also attending school for theoretical knowledge on navigation. The curriculum stretched over 10 to 15 days, overwhelming him with an abundance of information. In a room near the control area, Chun Ming had designated a space for himself, often spending nights there. Lying on the bed on board, he suddenly recalled that the yellow croaker had been sold for 300,000 yuan, having not received cash, but merely a note. He wondered if he had accrued points. Summoning the lottery panel, he discovered he had amassed 390,000 points. Overcome with excitement, he sat up abruptly, contemplating whether to spend 100,000 points for a lottery draw. As the lottery wheel spun, it eventually came to a halt on a large drum wheel, granting him 2 more draws. Chun Ming, not holding high hopes for acquiring the X-ray vision, much like a game of chance, decided to continue drawing. The wheel spun once more, and as it ceased, a burst of golden light erupted. Skeptical of the system's intentions, he heard a mechanical voice announce, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a golden quality prize, X-ray vision. Would you like to fuse it immediately?" Stunned, Chun Ming quickly replied, "Fuse it." The moment he uttered those words, a searing pain coursed through his eyes, and he fainted. Chapter 19. The system has pitfalls at dawn. Chun Ming awoke, sitting up groggily. Suddenly, he recollected his acquisition of X-ray vision the previous day. Hastily, he glanced at his legs, only to find a thin blanket covering them. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see beneath the blanket. Rising from the bed, he donned his clothes, bringing his eyes nearly to the fabric, yet still, he could not discern the back of his shirt. Frustrated, he cursed, "What kind of X-ray vision is this if it can't even penetrate a thin garment? Is this some kind of cruel joke?" Summoning the lottery panel once more, he perused the point redemption page and discovered the system's inherent flaws. The health elixirs and enhancement agents were only available on the redemption page, while the best prize on the lottery page was the X-ray vision. Why weren't the health elixirs and enhancement agents available for lottery draws? The system seemed designed to tempt one into continuous drawing, making it arduous to accumulate 1,000,000 points for redemption. Chen Ming scorned the system for its deliberate delays in gathering these three functionalities, resolving firmly to abstain from future draws and instead save his points. After dressing and freshening up, Chen Ming stepped onto the deck. Glancing down, he spotted several small fish swimming beneath the boat, along with a few scallops opening and closing on the rocks. Stretching lazily, he suddenly realized the potential of his X-ray vision. Supporting himself against the edge of the boat, he gazed outward. The underwater panorama within a radius of approximately 200 meters became vividly clear, revealing the presence of a small lobster and a grouper nestled among the rocks. After numerous attempts, Chen Ming understood that his X-ray vision functioned solely in water, capable of penetrating depths of about 200 meters. Disappointed with the limitations of his newfound ability, he lamented the inability to gaze upon beautiful women. Jumping off the boat, he made his way to the dock's booth, where Uncle Huang had just finished washing up and was preparing noodles for breakfast. Spotting Chen Ming, he invited him to join. Chen Ming politely declined, stating he would eat in town, as it was the last morning for theoretical studies before the exam. He offered a cigarette to Uncle Huang, and they lit up together. After finishing their smoke, Chen Ming hopped onto his tricycle and headed to the yacht driving school. Being young and adept at rote memorization, he effortlessly obtained his yacht operator's license, proudly becoming a certified yacht operator. After a midday meal in town, Chen Ming decided to visit the Mazu temple. Feeling a connection between his acquisition of the system and the goddess Mazu, it seemed prudent to pay his respects. Upon arriving at the temple, Chen Ming found the place bustling with incense, despite it not being Mazu's birthday or a festival. He knelt before the statue of Mazu, bowing 3 times and imploring her protection for his parents' health and his own safety at sea. After his prayers, he generously donated 999 yuan for incense. As he wandered the temple, he felt Mazu's gaze upon him, her expression imbued with kindness. Riding his tricycle through the coastal city, he realized it had been a while since he delivered takeout, and some streets felt unfamiliar. At a young age, he pondered this change. Chen Ming sent a message to Lin Xiao, informing him of his newly acquired yacht license and inviting him to go fishing together. Shortly after, Lin Xiao replied that he would not be able to join, as he had encountered his true love the day before and was pursuing happiness. Chen Ming, somewhat miffed, thought to himself how Lin Xiao frequently found true love, seemingly flaunting his fortune. Noticing it was only a little past 4 in the afternoon and finding little of interest in town, Chen Ming decided to grab some cold dishes and a few beers, then return to the small dock. Outside the booth, he handed over the beers to Uncle Huang, asking him to fetch a bowl for the cold dishes, then called over Brother Li to join them for drinks. By 5 o'clock, the three gathered together, enjoying drinks and camaraderie. Chen Ming informed Brother Li that he could no longer sell the fish he caught, as he owed Lin Xiao 2 million and intended to settle the debt with his catch. Brother Li replied that it was no problem, as Uncle Huang had already informed him. "You are quite fortunate, not realizing how Lin Xiao appreciates you, allowing you to seize such a great opportunity." Chen Ming beamed with pride, exclaiming, "Indeed, a boat worth 5 million, and I acquired it for just 200,000 in under 3 years. What a steal." Uncle Huang added with a knowing smile, "Yes, that's quite the catch you've made." Chen Ming, basking in his good fortune, remarked, "What can I say? I'm just lucky." He then continued, "I've realized that Lin Xiao, unlike many second-generation rich kids, possesses a different demeanor." Brother Li asked, "Do you know many rich kids?" Chen Ming replied, "Not really, but you see those on television and in the news, those brash, entitled second-generation rich kids. They're infuriating. But with Lin Xiao, you don't see that attitude at all." Uncle Huang commented, "What you're observing are probably those whose families are only moderately wealthy. The truly affluent often blend into the background, like Lin Xiao, who is merely a bit mischievous. That hotel is his own establishment, among the top in the coastal city." Brother Li remarked, "Now that you have your license, are you planning to head out to sea for fishing tomorrow?" Chen Ming replied, "Yes. I'll be taking the boat out. It's been ages since I last fished, and my income has dwindled." Uncle Huang added, "For you, this will be a fresh start with a new boat. You should buy some firecrackers to celebrate and pay respects to Mazu and the sea god." Chen Ming responded, I just visited my zoo this afternoon. Brotherly suggested, regardless, it's best to conduct some sort of ceremony before heading out to sea. Chun Ming heeded the advice given by others, and they continued to drink until the fishing boats that had set out in the morning returned to the dock. At the dock, Chun Ming purchased 50 pounds of deceased fish and another 50 pounds of dead shrimp, which he stored in the ship's cold storage as bait for fishing. Chapter 20. Maiden voyage. Upon rising in the morning, Chun Ming submitted an application for an outing via a mobile platform. He then visited the village's small store to acquire a string of firecrackers, followed by a trip to a restaurant where he purchased 2 roasted chickens, a large bowl of rice, and prepared 5 dishes, all of which he placed in the boat's cold storage for later. This time, Chun Ming was determined to return only after filling all 4 live fish tanks on the vessel, accompanied by Old Huang. After setting off firecrackers and paying homage to the sea god, Chun Ming gently navigated the fishing boat away from the dock. On the electronic map at the helm, he located the small island they had visited previously with Lin Xiao and marked it. Once he activated the autopilot, he stepped outside to gaze at the seabed. The waters here were relatively shallow, ranging from merely dozens to over 100 meters in depth. Chun Ming observed the seabed, dotted with rocks of varying sizes, while schools of small fish swam about, occasionally interrupted by larger fish darting away into the crevices, accompanied by large shrimp, sea snails, and shells, creating a vibrant tableau beneath the waves. As he cruised, Chun Ming spotted several sizable grouper, contemplating stopping to catch them. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing that halting and restarting such a large vessel would consume a significant amount of fuel. After more than an hour, the fishing boat arrived at the small island. Chun Ming anchored not far from where he had previously dropped anchor, having noted that the seabed here was a chaotic rocky area likely to harbor more grouper. Turning off the engine, he exited the cabin. Today, Chun Ming donned a white sun-protective shirt, paired with flamboyant floral beach shorts, white sneakers, a white baseball cap, and sunglasses. Exuding a youthful and somewhat dandyish charm, he retrieved the thawed shrimp, filled a small bowl, added 2 caps of fishing bait, mixed it, and cast it into the water. Then, from the live bait tank, he filled a small bucket with shrimp, mixed in the bait, and took out the fishing rod he had won in a lottery. Attaching a shrimp to the hook, leaning over the side of the boat, Chun Ming watched as a dozen fish of various sizes began to compete for the shrimp. Spotting a grouper weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, he carefully placed the bait towards its head. The large grouper, initially feasting on the dead shrimp he had cast, noticed the live shrimp competing for food and, in a sudden burst of aggression, lunged forward to seize it. Standing at the edge of the boat, Chun Ming struck with precision. The bewildered grouper was swiftly yanked out of the water. In under an hour, he effortlessly reeled in 27 large fish that had been lured beneath the boat, including a 6-pound mouse grouper and a sizable red grouper, which he bled and then placed in the freezer. This was not merely fishing. It felt akin to collecting money. Noticing the absence of larger fish beneath the boat, Chun Ming decided to change locations. This time, instead of starting the diesel engine, he switched to electric power, which, while slower, allowed him to navigate around the small island for an additional 100 meters. After halting the fishing boat, he stepped out of the cabin to survey the seabed. Amidst the uneven rocks, he spotted a large lobster peeking out from a crevice, resembling a Chinese ornate lobster. With a shrimp as bait, he successfully caught the lobster, weighing about a pound, and placed it in the live fish tank. Realizing that areas with fewer rocks yielded fewer large fish, Chun Ming began to refine his strategy. He circled the island, stopping intermittently to catch any large or valuable fish that came into view. A trawler passed by a couple of 100 meters away, and its crew gazed enviously at his large fishing vessel. The captain even sounded the horn to greet him. Chun Ming reciprocated with a blast from his own horn. As he rounded to the backside of the island, he noticed that this side was lined with numerous rocks, and the waves were more tumultuous. He anchored the boat about 100 meters from shore, and upon peering into the depths, he spotted several grouper exceeding 10 pounds, swimming among the rocks. In the gaps between 2 large rocks, he noticed a large flatfish, approximately 70 to 80 pounds. Positioning the boat closer, he anchored securely. Taking a thawed fish weighing around half a pound, he smeared a bit of fishing bait on it and cast it towards the flatfish's head. The flatfish, lying in wait among the crevices, sensed an enticing aroma and emerged to investigate the piece of fish meat, which was bobbing in the currents. In a swift motion, it retreated, its massive mouth and gills opening and closing rapidly, before surging forward to swallow the bait. Chun Ming, observing intently from the boat, could not allow such an opportunity for profit to slip away. With both hands, he drove the hook home, locking the brake, pressing the rod against his abdomen, while firmly bracing his right foot against the boat's edge, gripping the fishing rod tightly. The rod bent into a bow, but Chun Ming felt reassured. This was a prize-winning set, capable of sustaining a maximum weight of around 400 pounds, and as long as he avoided brute force. Reeling in the fish would pose no problem. With a rhythm of pull and release, Chun Ming's fishing technique had become increasingly adept. He stood on the fishing boat, hands firmly gripping the rod, watching the flatfish struggle in the water. After the flatfish exhausted its strength, Chun Ming pulled it towards the stern of the boat and hoisted it onto the deck. He quickly took a photo with his phone, placing his hand on the fish's head, and sent it to Lin Xiao with the caption, "Is it big?" He then transferred the flatfish into the live fish tank he had designated for it. Chapter 21. Mila Pearl. Chun Ming reclined in a chair, enjoying a cigarette. He prepared a bowl of bait and poured it into the sea along the side of the boat. Before long, a number of large fish began to approach the bait. Chun Ming hooked a sizable fish, weighing around 20 pounds, which he did not recognize. After scanning it with his phone, he discovered it was a mackerel. Soon, the first live fish tank was filled to capacity. Chun Ming retrieved 2 dishes he had prepared, heated them in the microwave, and enjoyed his lunch. Sitting in his chair, shaded by the boat's canopy, he gazed out at the tranquil sea and could not help but exclaim, "Oh, the sea. It's all just water." Suddenly, his phone rang. Chun Ming answered to find it was his father calling. "Ming Ming, send me 200 yuan. I need it." Upon hearing this, Chun Ming immediately recognized that his father was once again short on money for alcohol, his father's sole passion. "All right, I'll transfer it right away. How are you and Mom doing at home?" Chun Ming inquired. His father responded, "All is well, but hurry up and send the money." With that, he ended the call. Chun Ming promptly transferred 200 yuan to his father. Before he could set his phone down, his mother called. "Ming Ming, was that your father asking you for money just now?" She inquired as soon as he answered. "Yes, I sent him 200 yuan. Mom, you shouldn't be too strict with him," Chun Ming replied. "I have to keep an eye on him, or he'll just go off the rails. He asked me for money to buy alcohol, but I refused him, and then he left. I suspected he was coming to ask you for money," his mother explained. Chun Ming sighed. I'm too tired to deal with your grown-up matters. Are you coming home for the new year this year? Sunli has already asked about you several times," his mother pressed. Chun Ming quickly replied, "Don't tell her where I am. I don't want to see her." "What's going on between you two? You never tell me anything," his mother inquired. "She treats me like a backup option, and I've stopped being her lapdog. Now that I'm not chasing her anymore, she is trying to come back. That is how it is. I'll send some money home in a few days for you and Dad to use for the new year," he promised. Chen's mother instructed him not to send money back, nor to give any to his father, advising him to find his own funds for personal use, assuring him that they had enough money for themselves. She concluded the conversation abruptly, saying that his father had returned and she needed to deal with him before hanging up. Chun Ming put away his phone and gazed out at the sea, where he noticed a gathering of over 20 large fish. In the distance, he spotted 2 Chinese ornate lobsters slowly drifting towards his direction. After more than 2 hours of gathering money, he filled 1 live fish tank to the brim. Of the 4 tanks, 2 were completely filled, one with grouper and the other with lobster. The bow of the boat housed 2 smaller compartments, one containing live fish and the other live bait with some shrimp inside. It was now past 4 in the afternoon, and Chun Ming decided against further fishing, steering the boat to the sheltered side of a small island, where he dropped anchor and brought the vessel to a halt. He snapped photos of the 4 fish tanks and sent them to Lin Xiao, adding a note that not coming out to fish was his loss, highlighting the magnitude of that loss. Lin Xiao quickly responded with a head-smacking emoji, countering that all those fish belonged to him. This effectively killed the conversation, prompting Chun Ming to angrily pocket his phone and resume his exploration of the underwater scenery around the fishing vessel. Noticing a large sea snail, vibrant orange with brown and reddish stripes, nestled in a rocky crevice about 10 meters from the boat, he took out his fishing rod, baited it with a piece of shrimp, and cast it towards the snail. As the hook drew closer, the snail slowly approached, enveloping the shrimp. With a slight tug, Chun Ming hoisted the snail onto the deck. Weighing it in his hand, he found it to be over 3 pounds and decided to cook it for dinner. Unsure of how to prepare it deliciously, he opted for a method typical of Sichuan cuisine, boiling the snail, cutting it into small pieces, and preparing a dipping sauce. He placed the snail in a pot on the induction cooker to boil. During the cooking process, he crushed ginger and garlic, finally chopping them and mixing them with MSG and 2 spoonfuls of chili oil in a bowl, creating a dipping sauce. After retrieving the cooked snail from the pot, he extracted the meat from its shell, only to discover a large, hard bump on the back of the meat. When he tore it open, a yellow bead rolled out. Upon inspecting the bead, he found it to be oval-shaped with shimmering patterns that resembled flames under the kitchen lights. Chun Ming took out his phone and scanned the bead, prompting a result identifying it as a round bead, followed by numerous listings for similar plastic beads, which left him quite frustrated. He then scanned the sea snail's shell, which returned the term coconut snail, accompanied by a wealth of information. Among the descriptions, he found the Milezoo he was searching for. A quick online search astonished him. The Milezu was quite valuable. Examining the bead in his hand, approximately 3 centimeters in size, he realized it was indeed a top-tier specimen. If the online information was accurate, the worth of this Milezu was beyond his imagination. He took a photo of the coconut snail alongside the Milezu and sent it to Lin Xiao, with a note explaining that he had caught it while fishing and uncovered this precious bead, asking Lin to verify its value. Chapter 22. What's wrong with riding a tricycle? As the waves rocked the boat, Chen Ming enjoyed a deep slumber, finally waking up just before 9 o'clock. After freshening up in the boat's washroom, he boiled 2 eggs for breakfast. Standing on the deck, he relished the cool morning breeze and gazed at the boundless sea, feeling a sense of tranquility. Checking his phone, he noted that Lin Xiao had yet to respond to the photos he sent the previous night. Not overly concerned, Chen Ming decided to fish a little more to fill the tanks completely before heading back to port. Walking along the ship's railing, he noticed a scarcity of large fish beneath the surface. Yesterday, he had already lured them all in with his fishing bait. In the cabin, he pulled up a map to locate his position and examine nearby islands and reefs. As it was his first time fishing at sea, he was unfamiliar with the surrounding waters and had no immediate idea where to cast his line, opting instead for areas with islands. As for catching tuna, he was clueless about the techniques or locations. Setting the fishing boat to electric cruise mode, he proceeded slowly, keeping an eye on the seabed. Whenever he spotted large fish, he would focus on them. During this time, he encountered a school of fish, though he could not identify them. They seemed to weigh around 4 to 5 pounds each. He feared that if he pulled them up, they might weigh 1 or 2,000 pounds, but unfortunately, the boat lacked a drag net, and even if it had one, he wouldn't know how to use it. By 2 in the afternoon, around a nameless small island, Chen Ming finally filled all the fish tanks to capacity. Observing the various large fish inside the tanks, he felt immense joy, seeing them as small fortunes. Just as he prepared to head back, Lin Xiao called. After answering, Lin Xiao inquired about Chen Ming's location. Chen Ming replied that he was on his way back to port. Lin Xiao instructed him to bring the Milezu when he returned and to meet him at the same hotel as before. Chen Ming agreed, and Lin Xiao ended the call. He then dialed Water Brother to inform him that he would soon return to port to weigh the fish. Upon arriving at the dock, Chen Jinshui and his crew were waiting. After Chen Ming secured the boat, they directed him to unload the fish from the tanks, categorizing them for weighing. Huangbo remarked on Chen Ming's impressive haul for his first outing at sea. Chen Ming smiled, replying that it had gone quite well, even yielding a precious Milezu from a sea snail. As he spoke, he pulled out the Milezu to show Huangbo. After examining the bead for a moment, Huangbo declared, "Xiao Chun, this is a fine item. It should be quite valuable." Water Brother chimed in, noting its rarity and likely worth. The 3 of them chatted casually while smoking for about half an hour until a young man approached, reporting that Water Brother had finished sorting the fish. Tiger grouper, XXX pounds, green grouper, XXX pounds, mouse grouper, XX pounds, and a grouper. After tallying everything, Chen Ming's total earnings amounted to 17 million yuan. Water Brother completed the paperwork and asked Chen Ming to sign before taking the fish away. After securing the fishing boat, Chen Ming bid farewell to Huangbo and drove a tricycle towards the hotel. Upon reaching the hotel, as he prepared to park in the outdoor lot, a uniformed attendant stopped him, insisting he halt, questioning what he was doing and pointing out that his tricycle was out of place among the luxury vehicles parked outside. Realizing the parking lot was filled with high-end cars, Chen Ming's tricycle did seem an eyesore, yet he was unsure where else to park. He explained that he was there to meet Lin Xiao, who had instructed him to come. The attendant, however, was skeptical, believing that anyone coming to meet Lin Xiao would surely arrive in a luxury vehicle. Chen Ming, a young man seemingly unaware of the decorum, was not granted entry. Despite his attempts to reason, the attendant remained adamant that Chen Ming move his tricycle. With onlookers gathering around, Chen Ming had no choice but to pull out his phone and call Lin Xiao. Once connected, he explained the situation outside, detailing how the hotel security would not allow him to park. Before long, Lin Xiao arrived with a group of bodyguards. Upon seeing the tricycle that Chen Ming wished to park, he was both amused and exasperated, unable to reprimand Chen Ming. Instead, he instructed the attendant to allow him to park there, dismissing the security personnel from further involvement. The security guard, filled with trepidation, departed, his heart on the verge of collapse. Who could have anticipated that a mere phone call could summon young Master Lin, who arrived not in a luxurious car, but on a 3-wheeled vehicle? What has become of society? Is there still hope for the working class? Young Master Lin had already decided that Chen Ming was a beneficiary of Mazu's divine protection, a veritable savior. His impression of Chen Ming was exceedingly positive, and upon their meeting, he felt an immediate sense of camaraderie. With a hand resting on Chen Ming's shoulder, the two strolled jovially towards the restaurant. Onlookers stood agape, witnessing young Master Lin personally welcoming a young man who arrived on a tricycle, laughing together as they entered the hotel. Could he be a wealthy heir with peculiar tastes? Or is it now fashionable to ride three-wheeled vehicles? Tonight's writing felt somewhat stilted. I spent 4 hours on this chapter, struggling to find the right flow. I shall pause here and continue tomorrow. Chapter 23 is dedicated to you. Young Master Lin guided Chun Ming to the office on the top floor. After settling onto the sofa, Chun Ming produced a beautiful pearl. Lin took it, examining it with great care. He remarked that it was a pity it wasn't larger. Upon hearing this, Chun Ming inquired if Lin meant to suggest that the pearl's diminutive size rendered it less valuable. Lin chuckled lightly, saying it depended on how one viewed it. If it were just a bit larger, say 4 centimeters, its quality would elevate it to a collectible level, potentially fetching over $10 million. Curious, Chun Ming asked how much this particular pearl might be worth. Lin replied that although it was somewhat small, its quality remained high. He offered to find an appraiser for it. Feeling slightly deflated and reluctant to complicate matters, Chun Ming declared, since it's rare to have it appraised, if you like it, I will gift it to you. Lin, surprised, asked, are you truly giving it to me? You mustn't regret it. Chun Ming responded, what is there to regret? After all, it was retrieved from the sea. A man's word is like water spilled. It cannot be reclaimed. Thus, I bestow it upon you. Lin pocketed the pearl and placed a hand on Chun Ming's shoulder, saying, I didn't realize you were so generous. This pearl is worth at least several million. Chun Ming, inwardly wincing, could only reply, it's no trouble. The sea is vast, and I can always retrieve more. Lin burst into hearty laughter, prompting Chun Ming to join in. Lin then took Chun Ming down to the basement level 4. As they stepped out of the elevator, the pulsating sound of a DJ engulfed them, leading them into a sprawling nightclub. Men and women surged together, swaying their hands and tossing their hair in time with the vibrant music. With bodyguards clearing the path, Chun Ming followed Lin to a corner of the club, where they ascended an iron staircase to the 2nd floor. There, several young men and women lounged on the sofas, including Qi Xiao and Fang Jia, along with a few others Chun Ming had never met before. Upon seeing Lin and Chun Ming approach, Qi Xiao and Fang Jia greeted them warmly. Lin introduced Chun Ming to the group, saying, this is my brother, Chun Ming, let us all get acquainted. Amidst the cacophony, Chun Ming caught snippets of names. But in the moment, he could hardly remember them all. He decided to simply call the men bro and the women sister, which garnered him their favor. In a lively atmosphere filled with laughter, drinking, and dancing, Chun Ming, a promising young man, found himself swept away in the revelry. The music blared so loudly that a beautiful woman leaned in closely, inviting him to dance. Chun Ming, unfamiliar with the dance scene, watched her flail her arms and vaguely recalled having seen her on a streaming platform. Lin, nudging him, exclaimed, how can you refuse an invitation from such a beauty? If you can't dance, let her teach you. Faced with this encouragement, Chun Ming joined her on the dance floor. The woman raised her arms above her head, gyrating her hips, moving in sync with the thumping beat. Chun Ming, observing the lively crowd, awkwardly mimicked their movements like a puppet on strings. As he watched the woman dance fervently before him, he realized she was none other than a popular internet celebrity he admired. Recognition sparked excitement within him. He was indeed her fan. Recalling the times he had watched her perform on the streaming platform, he felt a mix of admiration for her captivating voice and beauty, particularly her figure. Overwhelmed, he sought a moment of relief, feeling an urgent need to excuse himself. Noticing his discomfort, the woman grasped his shoulder, leaning in closely, and asked, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chun Ming, raising his voice over the music, inquired, do you know where the restroom is? She took his hand and led him through the throng of bodies to the restroom. Upon exiting, the internet celebrity awaited him. The crowd was still dense, and both felt the heat rising, so they paused against a wall. She slipped her arm through Chun Ming's, leaning against him as she whispered in his ear, what business are you in, handsome? Standing at 174 centimeters, Chun Ming considered himself somewhat handsome. He replied earnestly, I don't have a business. I make a living by fishing. The woman, incredulous, exclaimed, you're joking, right? Maintaining his serious demeanor, Chun Ming leaned closer and insisted, I truly live off fishing. I own a 20-meter fishing boat, and I earn a decent income from it. Her innocent and unpretentious demeanor revealed a keen intelligence, prompting her to inquire, how many people accompany you when you go fishing, and how much do you catch? He responded, not many, it's usually just me. I fish wherever I sail. The notion of a wealthy young man treating leisure as his primary occupation seemed peculiar to her. As their conversation flourished, their hands intertwined unknowingly. The overwhelming noise of the nightclub brought their heads close together. In a moment of miscommunication, they found themselves locked in a passionate kiss, igniting an unexpected spark between them. Chapter 24, The End. Time slipped away, and eventually, the two parted, feeling a touch of awkwardness. The woman, however, remained gracious. smiling coyly as she took Chun Ming's hand and led him back to the dance floor. After dancing for a few more minutes, the music halted, and they returned to their seats. Lin handed Chun Ming a drink, and they clinked glasses, downing their beverages in unison. A few others, whose names Chun Ming couldn't recall, joined in the revelry, sharing drinks and laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, Chun Ming, with his modest tolerance, found it challenging to keep up, yet Lin was there to shield him. Fortunately, he remained clear-headed. The nightclub was still alive with energy as the group took the elevator back upstairs. The internet celebrity supported Chun Ming as they entered a room, collapsing onto the large bed. Having never experienced such a situation, Chun Ming felt bewildered. During his school days, he had been relegated to the role of a backup option in relationships, and now, amidst this atmosphere, he was at a loss for what to do. They exchanged glances, and the longer Chun Ming looked, the more he felt she resembled a celestial being. The internet celebrity slowly leaned closer, and the details of the night became a blur, leaving behind a myriad of untold stories. Awakening to the morning light, Chun Ming gazed at the woman still peacefully slumbering in his embrace. Reflecting on the wild adventures of the previous night, life, he realized, was indeed splendid, igniting a warmth within him as his heart raced with exhilaration. The woman was roused from her slumber by the rhythmic cadence of Chun Ming's heartbeat, unable to resist the urge to rub her face against his chest. Chun Ming, too, turned to his side and gently placed his hand over her. The morning exercise, deemed beneficial, came to an abrupt end amid the cacophony of quarrels and scuffles. The two of them proceeded to freshen up and dress, only to find De Biao waiting at the door. Upon their emergence, De Biao bowed respectfully, greeting, "Good morning. Young Master Ming. Young Master Lin awaits you in his office," before ushering Chun Ming towards the elevator leading to Lin's office. Upon entering Lin's office, Chun Ming spotted the bald lawyer seated nearby. Lin gestured for Chun Ming to take a seat on the sofa, casting a discreet glance at the internet celebrity, prompting her to approach the door. The nature of their exchange remained a mystery, but the celebrity soon turned and departed. Just as Chun Ming intended to rise, Lin halted him, saying, "Brother, it's just a game. Don't take it seriously, and don't get entangled." Chun Ming, reflecting on Lin's words, considered his own circumstances and the allure of the celebrity, a social media sensation with millions of followers. Yet, he felt a twinge of loss regarding his first experience. The fleeting image of his unrequited love on Shinin drifting away. The lawyer produced a document for Chun Ming's signature, prompting a puzzled inquiry about its contents. Lin explained, "This is a contract for the fishing boat's debts. Your Lizu has been appraised at 4,200,000. After deducting the 3,000 for the big yellow croaker and 21,000 from yesterday's catch, you still owe me 149,000. After sipping his tea, he added, 420,000 minus the outstanding boat debt of 149,000 means I will transfer 271,000 back to you." Upon hearing Lin's conclusion, Chun Ming sprang to his feet, declaring, "That pearl, I said it was a gift, meant for you. If you consider me a brother, refrain from discussing such matters." Lin scrutinized Chun Ming for a moment before thoughtfully responding, "Very well, I shall not transfer the money to you." With that, he seized the debt contract from the lawyer's hands, tore it asunder, and discarded it into the trash, asserting, "Thus, we are brothers, let there be no further words." Chun Ming hesitated, ultimately choosing silence. Lin then summoned De Biao to arrange for breakfast, which Chun Ming devoured heartily, compensating for the considerable exertion of the previous night. After the meal, Chun Ming requested the phone number of the celebrity from Lin, only to be met with a firm refusal. Lin solemnly advised, "Brother, I refuse for your own good. Reflect on my words. If you find truth in them, cease all contact with her. Should she seek you out again, do not meet her. This is my counsel as someone who has traversed this path before." Chun Ming bowed his head, feeling a lingering sense of disappointment. After all, this was his first experience. Contemplating Lin's wisdom, though not fully grasping it, he acknowledged its validity. Realizing they were of different worlds, he resolved to let his first experience slip away like the wind. Chapter 25. Old Iron 666. Lin took Chun Ming to the underground parking lot. Within a secluded area filled with cars, Lin said, "You need not drive that tricycle anymore. I will gift you a car. Choose one." Chun Ming surveyed the array of vehicles before him, each a luxury brand like Benz or BMW, alongside a few flashy models. He turned to Lin and replied, "I don't want one. I don't even have a driver's license." Lin retorted, "No license? Don't you know how to learn? I'm gifting you a car not just because it's embarrassing for me to see you on that tricycle. Think about it, driving a tricycle. Do you think those beautiful women would be interested in you? You're young. Having a car makes it easier to pursue them." Chun Ming felt somewhat swayed by Lin's words, but remained uncertain amidst the plethora of vehicles. Lin guided him to a car adorned with the trident emblem, stating, "What about this one? You've ridden in it before when I took you back from the fishing dock. Recalling that moment, Chunming quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "No, that car is too ostentatious." Lin, exasperated, remarked, "So, in your eyes, I am merely a show-off for driving this car?" Noticing a sleek black Mercedes nearby, its sharp lines and robust build captivating him, Chunming declared, "I want that one. I like its look." Lin chuckled, "All right, your taste seems commendable. This car is yours." Chunming replied, "What taste? I just think it's spacious, and the license plate is great. Old Iron 666. Lin paused, taken aback, glancing at the plate. Bin H, NT 666. He burst into laughter. "You rascal, Old Iron 666. Chunming joined in the laughter. Lin instructed De Biao to teach Chunming how to drive and take him to the driving school, mentioning he had business matters to attend to. "You go ahead. I'll keep you busy," Chunming replied. After parting ways, De Biao drove Chunming to a secluded road in the suburbs to begin his driving lessons. Young and eager, Chunming absorbed the lessons diligently, demonstrating quick wit and adaptability. By midday after lunch, he was already adeptly maneuvering the vehicle by around 4 in the afternoon. Chunming, having ridden his father's 125 motorcycle since middle school, had nurtured a dream of riding. He also obtained a Class D license during high school, delivering takeout for over a year in Binhai, familiarizing himself with traffic laws and signs. While his motorcycle dream remained unfulfilled, he was now driving a Benz. The two arrived at the driving school, where the instructor, upon seeing the car and its license plate, was quick to recognize Chunming's status, leading him into the office of the school's head. After a lengthy discussion, the school head summoned a coach, introducing him as the best instructor, who would handle Chunming's practical training. It later became evident that the best instructor was simply one who typically refrained from reprimanding students. After completing the necessary paperwork, Chunming was set to begin theoretical lessons the following day. He offered to drive De Biao back to the hotel, but De Biao declined, allowing Chunming to navigate his way back to the dock. Confident in Chunming's driving abilities after a day of instruction, De Biao knew he would manage the road without issue. Initially cautious, Chunming drove a short distance before realizing that driving was not so daunting, merely a different experience compared to the tricycle. The thought of returning to ride the tricycle crossed his mind as he accelerated. The journey from the city to the dock was a mere 4 or 5 kilometers. Chunming felt somewhat unfulfilled, deciding to drive back to the city, making several trips before ultimately dining in town. Chapter 26. Exchange. As Chunming returned to the dock in the Benz, it was already midnight, and Old Huang had retired for the night. After parking the vehicle in the designated spot, he returned to the fishing boat, washed up, and lay down on his bed, accessing the lottery page. He noted over 4 million points in his account. Immediately, he converted some points to the redemption page, first exchanging for a strengthening liquid. Upon successful conversion, a mechanical voice announced, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully redeemed the strengthening liquid. Upon consumption, it will enhance your physique and awaken your body's latent potential." Holding the small green glass vial, Chunming resolved to ingest the strengthening agent after the liquid. After the successful exchange, the voice chimed again, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully redeemed the strengthening agent. Upon consumption, it will enhance acquired skills and fortify your physique." With 2 small green bottles in hand, Chunming felt a surge of emotion, finally obtaining the highest value items from the lottery system. He unscrewed the cap of the strengthening liquid and consumed it, noting a slight sweetness without any unpleasant aftertaste. Just as he prepared to swallow the strengthening agent, a volcanic eruption seemed to occur within his abdomen, a torrent of heat radiating from his navel throughout his body. Lying on the bed, Chunming's body stiffened. His mouth agape but unable to produce a sound, his mind entirely blank. After an indeterminate period, he finally regained his composure, slowly sitting up, drenched in sweat as a foul odor permeated the room. Chunming gazed upon his own body, as if he had been drawn from the depths of water, exuding a foul stench that he recognized as the result of the bodily enhancement fluid. Yet, the pungency pervaded the entire room. He procured a garbage bag, meticulously bundling up his discarded garments along with the sheets and blankets from the bed, and placed them on the deck. After thoroughly cleansing himself and donning fresh attire, he flung open the doors and windows to allow for ventilation, then carried the bag of refuse to the small dock, where he discarded it into the trash bin. Once this was accomplished, Chunming stood before the mirror in his room, observing himself and feeling as though there had been little change, still just a hint of handsomeness. As he regarded his hands, he was acutely aware of the vitality coursing through his entire being. Grabbing a bottle of beer, he consumed its contents, and with a forceful grip, the bottle shattered into pieces. "Ha!" Chunming, as if possessed, raised his arms in laughter, exclaiming, "Come on. I could take on 10 of you." After a bout of exuberance, Chunming gradually regained his composure, approached the table, and seized the bottle of enhancer, uncapped it, and swallowed it in one gulp. He sat on the bed for nearly an hour, yet felt no discernible change in his physique. Whatever. I'll sleep now and check again tomorrow, he thought, before finally succumbing to slumber. The morning passed, and it was already past 8:30 when Chun-Ming awoke. Rising with a sense of refreshment, he washed up, dressed, and made his way to the small dock, only to find the guardhouse door firmly shut, indicating that Uncle Huang was likely occupied with other matters. Chun-Ming climbed into his car and headed towards the coastal city center. Within moments of driving, he sensed something amiss and pulled over to the roadside, exiting the vehicle to take in the vibrant flora. Everything felt so rejuvenating. He could even perceive the insects flitting about the blades of grass. Noticing that no one was around, he ventured into the greenbelt, where he spotted a tree about the size of a basin. Confirming once more that he was alone, he leapt towards the tree, and to his delight, he soared nearly 5 meters high, grasping a branch effortlessly before releasing it and landing back on the ground. Elation surged within him. Was this not akin to lightness of foot? With such agility, who could possibly stand against him? Those who dared to provoke him would find themselves at his mercy. Sitting by the roadside, he lit a cigarette, indulging in daydreams for half an hour before finally calming himself. He decided to search for martial arts classes online. As the internet often spoke of the dreams men held of becoming heroes, he too desired to fulfill that dream. As he parked his car, he turned to find himself startled, exclaiming, "What the?" A beautiful woman approaching him also jumped in surprise, clutching her handbag tightly to her chest. Chun-Ming quickly regained his senses, inhaling deeply and saying, "Miss, please don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. I was just lost in thought. I apologize for frightening you." The woman, irritated, muttered something about him being insane, her high heels clicking sharply as she walked away with her head held high. It turned out that when he had turned, he had caught sight of a human skeleton, leading him to believe he had encountered a ghost. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to realize that his enhanced vision had merely evolved. Suppressing his excitement, Chun-Ming took a few steps forward, spotting a woman dressed in pink. He wished to test his newfound ability. From a distance of about 10 meters, he beheld a stunning sight. Through experimentation, he learned that his enhanced vision functioned within a 10-meter radius, allowing him to see whatever he desired. As he strolled towards the driving school, he murmured to himself, "I am a good person. I won't look indiscreetly, unless I cannot help myself." Chapter 27, Observations at the Driving School. Chun-Ming fervently scrolled through questions on his phone. Sometimes he attended practical sessions, but often he was too lazy to go, as he had been driving daily. It hardly mattered if he attended or not. Today, his instructor called, informing him that he was set to take the test tomorrow and should come by to familiarize himself once more. The instructor was eager to assess Chun-Ming's driving skills. Arriving at the driving school, the instructor led him to the second training area, where they found an empty car. The instructor instructed Chun-Ming to run through the steps from start to finish. Chun-Ming first circled the instructor's vehicle, opened the door, fastened his seatbelt, and began following the steps to start the car. Just as he turned a corner, a piercing scream broke the air, followed by a whoosh as a training car soared past the front of his vehicle, crashing into a tree branch ahead. Chun-Ming and the instructor stood, dumbfounded, gazing at the unfolding scene. After exchanging a bewildered glance, Chun-Ming remarked, "Can our school's cars actually fly?" The instructor replied hesitantly, I suppose they can." Chun-Ming glanced at the dashboard, searching for a takeoff button. A woman's voice echoed from the tree, crying out for help. Chun-Ming and the instructor hurriedly exited the car, and upon stepping outside, they saw the training car hanging from the tree, the driver's door opening to reveal a beautiful leg emerging halfway. As the female driver prepared to exit the vehicle, both Chun-Ming and the instructor shouted urgently, "Don't move. Stay inside." The woman, hearing their pleas, froze, continuing to plead for help. Chun-Ming reassured her, "Stay calm and don't panic. Just remain inside. Please don't move." He then pulled out his phone and dialed 119. As the call connected, he shouted into the phone, "119, please hurry. There's a woman who has driven her car into a tree." After a brief pause, a female voice on the other end responded, "Could you please repeat that? What has happened?" Chun-Ming hurriedly explained, "There's a driver who mistakenly drove her car into a tree." The voice replied, "Please be aware that calling emergency services inappropriately can lead to legal repercussions." Chun-Ming raised his voice, "This is XX driving school. A woman possibly mistook the gas for the brake, and her car has ended up in a tree. Please send help quickly." The operator finally understood, saying, "Okay, we're on our way. Please try to keep the situation stable and don't touch anything." After ending the call, Chun-Ming turned to the woman in the tree. "Just stay inside and don't move. I've called 119, and they'll be here soon. Please don't move too much. If the car falls, you could be injured." The woman trembled, agreeing, "Okay, I want to move, please hurry." Chun-Ming reassured her, They'll be here soon. Don't be afraid. Finally, the woman fell silent. Looking around, Chun Ming realized that the first training area was situated above the second, and during her practice, the woman had likely confused the brake for the accelerator, panicking and keeping her foot on the gas, which sent the car flying into the tree. In less than 10 minutes, the sirens of 119 echoed as they arrived at the training area, and the emergency responders swiftly rescued the woman from the tree. After descending, they assessed her condition and found only a minor scrape on her knee, a remarkable outcome. After a while, the woman stood by, her legs trembling. After confirming that she was unharmed and that she did not wish to go to the hospital, the 119 team departed. She expressed her gratitude to Chun Ming and the instructor, who both advised her to be more careful when driving and not to panic. As she walked away, visibly shaken, it remained uncertain whether she would have the courage to continue her driving lessons. Once she was out of sight, Chun Ming and the instructor burst into laughter, their amusement escalating until they could no longer contain themselves, finally stopping only when their stomachs ached from laughter. Chapter 28. New Skills. Having successfully passed, Chun Ming obtained his driver's license, no longer fearing encounters with traffic police. Driving through the coastal city, he spent the day exploring and dining, eventually returning to the small dock. It was the time when fishermen returned to port with their catch, creating a bustling scene at the dock. Chun Ming informed Uncle Huang of his new license, receiving heartfelt congratulations in return. Chun Ming recalled the bait on the boat, realizing that there seemed to be only a limited supply of it left. He called the fishermen to procure 100 pounds each of fish and shrimp, which he then stored in the freezer. At the dock, he conversed with Uncle Huang, and after discussing the dwindling presence of people at the pier, they parted ways. Rising early the next morning, he engaged in some light exercise, prepared 2 packets of instant noodles, and untied the ropes to set sail away from the dock. He hadn't visited the small island in many days, and it was likely that a considerable number of fish had gathered there. Thus, Chun Ming decided to investigate. Upon arriving at the small island, he indeed observed fish hiding in the crevices of the rocks, and chose a spot abundant with reefs to cast his medicated bait. Grasping his sea rod, he methodically hooked one fish after another as they approached, soon reeling in several grouper, the largest weighing an impressive 11 or 12 pounds. A radiant smile illuminated Chun Ming's face, the joy of his catch overshadowing the fatigue from his journey. After failing to catch any larger fish on one side of the island, Chun Ming resolved to circle around to the other side to assess the fishing prospects. As the boat glided around, the scenery gradually transformed, and the hues of the sea subtly shifted. Upon reaching the opposite side of the island, he keenly sensed a difference in the water flow and temperature compared to before. Could it be attributed to a change in his own physique? His newfound acuity intrigued him. He anchored once more, adjusted his bait, and commenced a new round of fishing. Not long after, a peculiar fish seized the bait, the line plunging sharply. Chun Ming's heart raced. He sensed it possessed considerable strength. He cautiously reeled in and let out line, engaging in a fierce tug-of-war with the underwater creature. After a spirited struggle, he brought a uniquely shaped fish to the surface. It was the first time he had caught such a specimen, which he discovered through a quick scan on his phone was called a ghost knife fish. Without a second thought regarding its market value, he tossed it into the fish hold. Soon after, he caught several red grouper, known for their tender flesh and high market price. Their vibrant red scales gleamed like rubies under the sunlight. As time passed, Chun Ming also reeled in a snapper, which had a distinctively high, rounded head as if it were wearing a cap, another first for him. He also caught a yellow lip emperor, albeit a smaller specimen weighing only around 50 pounds. This rare fish is highly esteemed, its swim bladder often referred to as soft gold. With each high-value catch, Chun Ming's elation grew. Observing the hold gradually filling with various sea fish, he calculated the potential profits from this trip. These fish were not only the fruits of his labor, but also a testament to his intimate connection with the ocean. In this vast expanse of water, he continually explored its mysteries, reaping the generous rewards of nature through his enriching experience and skills. Before he realized it, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. Chun Ming gazed at the bountiful haul within the hold, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as he prepared to change locations for further fishing. Just as he was gathering his gear to raise the anchor, he inadvertently glanced down into the depths of the sea and discovered a coconut shell quietly nestled among the rocks at a depth of 4 to 5 meters. Excited by the sight, Chun Ming meticulously observed the coconut shell, noting that it appeared stuck in the crevice and immobile. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to dive down and retrieve it. Taking a deep breath, he slowly submerged into the water. The instant his body was fully enveloped by the sea, a peculiar sensation surged within him. To his astonishment, he found he could breathe freely underwater, as effortlessly as he could in the air. This unexpected turn of events filled Chun Ming with both surprise and delight. Surely, It was the result of the health-enhancing liquid and the booster he had consumed. He instinctively wanted to test how long he could hold his breath underwater. Gradually, he descended toward the location of the coconut shell. In the water, he felt as if he had transformed into a fish, his movements graceful and fluid. The surrounding sea was crystal clear, teeming with marine life as colorful corals danced in the refracted sunlight, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Chun Ming became entirely immersed in this wondrous underwater realm. As moments ticked by, he had already spent nearly an hour submerged, yet he felt no discomfort. Filled with astonishment, he reveled in his extraordinary breath-holding ability, relishing the freedom of movement in the water. Approaching the 1-hour mark, a slight sensation of constriction finally surfaced in his body. It was time to resurface. He gradually swam upward, and as his head broke the surface of the water, a rush of fresh air enveloped him. He inhaled deeply, overwhelmed with emotions. Looking at the coconut shell he had retrieved, he understood that this day marked a new beginning. The mysteries of this enigmatic ocean held countless unexpected adventures awaiting his exploration. Chapter 29, The Sunken Ship. After boarding the vessel, Chun Ming headed to the kitchen to extract the meat from the coconut shell, only to discover it was completely empty, leaving him quite disappointed. After dinner, he reclined on a lounge chair, a cigarette between his lips, watching the sun gradually descend. Having fished around the small island all day, he had exhausted the larger fish, and the 2 holds on the boat were not yet full. Chun Ming decided to rest for the night, planning to venture out to sea the following day in search of a new island and potential fishing spots. With dawn's arrival, he followed the guidance of the electronic map, navigating the fishing boat toward a small island indicated on the display. After nearly 3 hours of sailing, a small island finally materialized before him. This island was slightly larger than the previous one, adorned with low shrubs. Chun Ming steered the boat around the island, seeking an optimal fishing location. By chance, he noticed a wooden fishing vessel approximately 40 meters long lying quietly on the seabed at a depth of 70 to 80 meters, its hull encrusted with corals, while fish darted in and out of its openings. Observing the toppled mast, he suspected it might be an ancient shipwreck, and he decided to explore it, pondering the possibility of uncovering treasures. In the boat's small kitchen, he retrieved a sharp fruit knife, assessing its keen edge before taking the plunge into the ocean. Enhanced by the strengthening process, Chun Ming swam with ease, quickly reaching the sunken ship. As he approached, a grouper darted away from a crack in the vessel's side. Startled by his presence, grasping the fallen mast, he used the knife to clear the coral covering, revealing stacks of porcelain that had fused together over years of immersion in seawater and coral growth. Attempting to pull free a bowl, he found it stubbornly resistant. Chun Ming swam toward the ship's hold, where a dark passage awaited him. Gaining courage, he ventured inside. It was pitch black, rendering everything invisible. Suddenly, he recalled the waterproof flashlight he had seen while organizing the fishing gear. He quickly exited, resurfacing to climb back onto the boat, where indeed he found the flashlight in the toolbox. Testing it, he noted that it still had 2 bars of power remaining. He retrieved the charging cable and plugged it in. While waiting for it to charge, Chun Ming took an apple from the fridge and began to eat. After a considerable wait, he saw that the flashlight was fully charged, and unable to contain his eagerness, he removed it and plunged back into the sea. Quickly swimming back to the sunken ship, Chun Ming switched on the flashlight and entered the hold. Fortunately, he encountered nothing terrifying inside. It seemed that when the vessel sank, the occupants had likely jumped ship to escape. In the first chamber to his left, he spotted a vase, strikingly beautiful, with some sediment floating atop its surface. When he touched it, the white base adorned with blue flowers was revealed. Chun Ming grasped the vase with his left hand, yet it did not budge. Could it be that time had rendered the vase and the ship's hull inseparable? After exerting a bit more effort, the vase finally shifted, but upon adjusting it, he discovered that its opening was obstructed by some object. Slinging the flashlight across his body, Chun Ming cradled the vase in both arms, feeling its considerable weight, at least several dozen pounds. As he emerged to the surface, he carefully brought the vase aboard the fishing boat. He placed it on the table in his cabin and, after finding a cloth, wiped its exterior. The vase, adorned with a white base and blue floral patterns, stood nearly 40 centimeters tall, and at its widest point, Chun Ming found he could not fully encircle it with both arms. Having soaked in seawater for who knows how many years, it appeared as pristine as if it had just been crafted. Using a knife, he prodded at the neck of the vessel and uncovered a piece of wood that had decayed over time due to prolonged immersion. He ventured to the kitchen, retrieved a small knife, and cautiously extracted the wood. In the end, he surprisingly unearthed a golden chain. Holding it in his hand, he realized it was a gold chain, thicker and longer than the one he wore around his own neck. Weighing it in his palm, he estimated it to be around 200 to 300 grams. Setting the chain down, Chun Ming hurriedly peered inside the vase, only to be greeted by a sea of gold. Could it be filled with golden jewelry? Indeed. After extracting all the items, his bed was awash in a dazzling array of gold ornaments. Unable to contain his excitement, he estimated their weight to be about 20 pounds. Checking the current gold prices, he opened his calculator and calculated a rough value of 5 to 6 million. Overcome with joy, Chunming shouted, I'm rich, and collapsed onto his bed, rolling about in ecstasy. After sufficient revelry, he finally settled down and attempted to contact Lin Xiao. But due to the distance from shore, he found himself without signal and had to abandon the effort. He wrapped the jewelry in cloth and placed it in the wardrobe. Realizing the vase was an antique that warranted careful preservation, Chunming then retrieved a bedsheet and carefully swathed the vase before locking it in the nightstand. After lunch, he contemplated resting for a bit before diving back into the water to see if there were any more valuable items left in the ship's hold. Just as he was indulging in a cigarette, the communication device in the cabin buzzed to life. Upon approaching the control room, he saw that the panel indicated a typhoon would strike in 4 hours, urging fishing boats to return to port swiftly. Resigned, Chunming marked the coordinates on the electronic map, started the diesel engine, and set off at the fastest speed of 25 knots towards Dongxing Pier. As the fishing boat approached the dock, Chunming made 2 phone calls. One was to Brother Shui, instructing him to come collect the fish, while the other went to Lin Xiao. Brother Lin, Chunming began, I found a vase in a sunken ship, and it's filled with gold ornaments. Lin Xiao responded with disbelief, you're lucky. Every time you go out to sea, you find something valuable. Send me a video so I can take a look. Although Chunming had recorded a video earlier, he hadn't sent it due to lack of signal. After their conversation, he promptly sent the video to Lin Xiao. In under 2 minutes, Lin Xiao called back, is there anyone else who knows about this? Chunming assured him, I only told you, no one else knows. Lin Xiao instructed, once we return to port, bring the items to my office. Let us keep this under wraps. Upon reaching the pier, Chunming shared a cup of tea with Old Huang while observing Brother Shui's men weigh the fish. In less than 2 days, they had earned just over 120,000, which left Chunming quite satisfied. After a brief chat with Old Huang, he retrieved a cardboard box from the cabin and placed it in the trunk of his Mercedes before speeding into the city. Upon arriving at the building, Chunming took the box from the car, locked the doors, and made his way inside. A security guard in uniform, witnessing this scene, internally scoffed. I knew it. A rich second-generation heir arriving in a 3-wheeled vehicle to bully us working-class folks. His true colors are revealed today. This guard was the same one who had previously stopped him when he had ridden in on his 3-wheeler. At the elevator entrance, Coldwater noticed Chunming approaching and took the box from his hands. Together, they made their way to Lin Xiao's office. Inside, only Lin Xiao and Chunming remained. They laid out the contents of the box on the coffee table, and Lin Xiao first inspected the vase before glancing at the gold ornaments. Chunming explained, these are relics from our ancestors, so they rightfully belong to you. How do you intend to handle them? The first half of Chunming's statement left Lin Xiao bewildered, but he grasped the latter half, suggesting, let us split it, 1/2 for each of us. Lin Xiao chuckled, 1/2? Go ahead and divide it. Chunming set aside a small portion of the gold ornaments next to the vase and said, you can choose from this pile. Lin Xiao selected the portion next to the vase, asking, are you really willing to give me this? Chunming replied, why would I hesitate? A deal is a deal. Lin Xiao laughed heartily, clapping Chunming on the shoulder. You're adorably naive, you know? Even if you had 10 piles of gold jewelry, none would compare to the value of this vase. Intrigued, Chunming urged Lin Xiao to elaborate. Lin Xiao explained, I once saw a similar vase at a collector's home. Nearly identical, from the Yuan dynasty. Its value in dollars would exceed 100 million. While the gold ornaments are antique, they may only fetch a few tens of millions in RMB. Chunming was taken aback by this revelation. Lin Xiao then asked, do you still want to split it? Chunming affirmed, of course, we agreed on it. Lin Xiao sat back on the sofa, pondering for a moment before inquiring, what else was on the ship? Chunming replied, the hold was filled with porcelain, all stuck together. I didn't have time to investigate what else might be there before I had to return due to the typhoon warning. I intended to explore it again next time. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiao advised, you should go to the city museum now and provide them with the coordinates of the sunken ship, claiming you discovered it while diving. Do not mention anything else. Chunming initially pondered asking Lin Xiao why, but reconsidered, realizing that Lin Xiao, being well-versed in such matters, must have his reasons. He nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao added, as for these ancestral treasures, I will handle them. The fewer people who know about this, the better, to avoid any potential trouble for you. Chunming responded, I understand. Thank you, Brother Lin. After departing from Lin Xiao's office, Chunming headed straight to the city museum. Once there, he explained the situation to the person in charge, who then accompanied him back to the pier to retrieve the coordinates of the sunken ship. After dropping the museum staff back off, Chunming parked his car, and stopped at a street vendor for dinner. The stir-fried dishes were quite tasty, and he often frequented this stall during his delivery runs. The couple running the stall recognized Chunming and greeted him warmly. After finishing his meal, uncertain of where to head next, he decided to visit Lin Xiao's nightclub, hoping to encounter his white moonlight. After parking, he hadn't even stepped through the entrance when a beautiful woman intercepted him. To his surprise, it was Sister Fong, dressed in a low-cut, short dress and knee-high leather boots, her long hair cascading down, exuding an air of allure. Momentarily unable to control himself, Chunming's gaze lingered, nearly causing him to lose composure. Sister Fong approached enthusiastically, linking her arm through his, and coyly asked, Ming, where are we off to tonight? Chunming was struck with goosebumps at the sound of her voice. He attempted to pull away but found himself enveloped in softness, unable to escape. He quickly said, Sister, you can call me Xiao Ming or handsome, but please don't call me Ming. Sister Fong persisted. All right, Ming, let us go stroll around together, shall we? Chunming found himself momentarily unable to escape the throngs of people at the entrance, and hastily said to Fong Jia, please let go of me. Where do you wish to go? Fong Jia replied, it's stifling inside. Take me for a drive. With no other option, Chunming acquiesced, and Fong Jia linked her arm with his as they approached the recently parked Mercedes. After opening the door, they both entered the vehicle, and he drove towards the parking lot's exit. Chapter 31. The coastal scenery is truly splendid. As Chunming drove, he inquired, where would you like to wander? Just so you know, I'm not familiar with any entertaining places. Fong Jia instructed, just drive straight along South Avenue. Don't speed, I wish to enjoy the breeze. Chunming glanced at Fong Jia, who was gazing out the window, and refrained from asking about her demeanor, continuing to drive in silence. After a while, Fong Jia turned to Chunming and said, my family wants me to marry someone I do not love. Should I marry him or run away? As a young man newly emerged into society, Chunming was at a loss for words. After a moment's reflection, he recounted his own experiences as a dog for someone else, ultimately concluding that avoiding unhappy situations might not be an unwise approach. Fong Jia chuckled and teased, Chunming, why not come and be my dog then? Chunming, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration, retorted, I'll be your dog, and I'll make sure to give you a good bite. Fong Jia's laughter rang out in delightful peals. Upon reaching a fork in the road, under Fong Jia's guidance, he turned left into an artificial forest. After nearly half an hour of driving along the narrow path through the trees, they emerged at a cliff by the sea. The cliff jutted into the ocean, with the artificial forest providing a secluded backdrop, a location that would be difficult for an unfamiliar person to find. Chunming parked the car about 10 meters from the edge of the cliff. They both exited the vehicle, and as dusk fell, they stood at the cliff's edge, listening to the waves crashing against the rocks below, gazing at the boundless sea. Chunming shouted, Oh, ocean, you are truly magnificent. Fong Jia, amused by his exclamation, playfully smacked Chunming on the shoulder, saying, Oh, Chunming, you're such a tease. Chunming, puzzled, thought to himself, what did I say to provoke that? I merely expressed my feelings. Women are indeed strange. After Fong Jia playfully hit his shoulder, she leaned against him, prompting Chunming's arm to instinctively encircle her slender waist. With her head resting on his shoulder, they embraced quietly, watching the waves while the sound of the surf filled the air. At that moment, the author, lost in the scene, inadvertently described the two as sharing a kiss. Gradually, they found themselves in each other's arms, and before they knew it, they were inside the Mercedes, which danced along the cliff's edge throughout the night. As dawn broke, Chunming, having relieved himself, returned to the car, where Fong Jia was brushing her hair. She smiled at him and teased, Someone claimed they would bite me to death. Look at how capable you are now. Chunming could only respond with a stunned silence. Driving into the city, Fong Jia instructed him to pull over, preparing to alight from the vehicle. Chunming felt a multitude of words yearning to escape his lips. But before he could speak, Fong Jia interrupted. Let us forget about last night, shall we? Let us just pretend nothing happened. Chunming stammered. But Fong Jia cut him off. Don't say anything. It's settled. I'm leaving now. With that, she exited the vehicle, closed the door, and walked away. Chunming sat in the car, watching her gradually disappear from view before he drove towards Dongxing Wharf. Upon arriving at the wharf, the wind howled fiercely, though it was not overwhelming. Huang Bo, seated in the guard booth, noticed Chunming parking his car and offered him a cigarette. The two engaged in idle chatter. Huang Bo remarked, The winds have been strong these past few days. The port has been closed. Chunming replied, It's a perfect opportunity to rest at home during this windy weather. At noon, they dined at a local restaurant. As the wind picked up, Chunming returned to his rented courtyard, planning to stay there for the next few days. Chapter 32. A windy day is perfect for learning. With a typhoon brewing, fishing was off the table. Lying on his bed, Chunming suddenly recalled Lin Xiao's words from the fishing boat. Your vigilance at sea is rather lacking. The dangers of the ocean far exceed your imagination. This admonition echoed in his mind like a clarion call, causing him to reflect on his previous maritime experiences. Lin Xiao's warning made Chunming acutely aware of the perils he had been courting while at sea. The ocean's unpredictable nature could expose him to fierce storms, towering waves, and even pirates or other unforeseen circumstances. Alone at sea without adequate precautions and response strategies, any encounter with danger could yield dire consequences. The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. He resolved to heighten his vigilance and prepare thoroughly for future maritime activities to ensure his safety. Why not seize the opportunity during these windy days to search for a martial art to practice? With that thought, Chunming took out his phone and typed self-defense kung fu into the search bar. A plethora of martial arts schools and renowned masters appeared before him. Eventually, the introduction to Bajiquan caught his eye. Described as fierce and explosive, generating power from the heels and flowing through the waist to the shoulders and arms. The description resonated with him, making him feel it was the perfect fit. He promptly decided to learn Bajiquan. Chunming scoured the internet for numerous instructional videos on Bajiquan, diligently following along with the master's movements in the videos. Initially, his actions were clumsy, and he struggled to harness the necessary force. But thanks to his enhanced physique from the fitness serum and booster, he quickly grasped some fundamental techniques. Each movement was practiced repeatedly, his sweat soaking his clothes. Outside, the typhoon raged on, the wind howling. Yet Chunming immersed himself in the world of Bajiquan, steadily improving. As he delved deeper into his practice, he found the art increasingly fascinating. The once slow movements, through his continuous exploration, began to reveal various ways of generating force. His body seemed to meld with the martial art, and each punch he threw was imbued with a fierce energy. Thanks to his transformed physique, Chunming exhibited remarkable differences compared to ordinary individuals: quick reflexes, explosive power, and excellent endurance. In just a day and a half, he had mastered the basics of Bajiquan. In a moment of exuberance, Chunming leaped around his courtyard, both inside and outside, like a martial arts hero from the movies, thoroughly enjoying his practice. By the afternoon of the third day, the winds had begun to subside. Suddenly, Chunming realized that despite having fished for so long, he was yet to catch a tuna. Thus, he searched online for tips on tuna fishing. Various videos detailed everything from the type of rod to specific fishing techniques. After watching, he was particularly drawn to the trolling method for catching tuna. He carefully studied the operational details presented in the videos, learning that trolling required a moving boat to simulate the movement of small fish using artificial lures to attract tuna. Chunming thought to himself that he must first prepare the appropriate fishing gear and lures. However, when he opened the lottery page, he was momentarily taken aback. At some point, the lottery page had vanished, leaving only the redemption page. After pondering for a while, he surmised that this was likely due to having exhausted the golden quality prizes. Thankfully, the redemption page remained, and the system had not abandoned him. In the points column, he still had over 2 million points. Chunming redeemed a robust fishing rod paired with an electric reel, fishing line, and artificial lures. The lures were over half a foot long and designed to allow fishing bait to be injected into the lure's head, enhancing its fish-attracting effectiveness when used. After completing the redemption, he sought out numerous resources online regarding the living habits of tuna, learning about their feeding times and preferred habitats. He intended to wait until the winds calmed before venturing out to sea, utilizing the information he had gathered to locate the areas where tuna might be found. Although he had yet to put his plans into practice, Chunming brimmed with confidence, believing that once the typhoon ceased, he would be able to catch the coveted tuna with the knowledge and skills he had acquired. Chapter 33. Tuna at last. The fierce winds subsided on the morning of the third day. After engaging in light conversation with Uncle Huang at the small docks booth, Chunming mounted his tricycle and made his way to the fishing village. He intended to purchase several marinated chickens, eggs, a box of instant noodles, as well as snacks and bottled water, ensuring he was well prepared for his afternoon expedition. As he planned to be at sea for approximately 5 days, he stocked up on provisions, resorting to ready-made meals since he lacked the ability to cook. Upon returning to the small dock, he transferred the items onto the fishing boat and checked the fuel tank and communication equipment. The diesel tank still contained a substantial amount of fuel from his previous outings, as he had only been fishing close to shore. However, knowing this trip would take him farther for 5 days, he contacted a fuel truck to top it off. After enjoying a meal, he reported his plans to the maritime authorities via a mobile platform, waved goodbye to Uncle Huang, and set sail from the dock. Chunming decided to navigate southward, marking his destination, a drilling platform, on the electronic map. With the route set, he switched to autopilot and began to admire the serene seascape that followed the storm. The tempest's aftermath revealed a tranquil sea, and not long after departing the dock, a few seagulls trailed behind the fishing boat. As he ventured into open waters, he occasionally spotted distant trawlers at work. After dinner, he remained vigilant, despite the boat being on autopilot, as safety required him to keep a watchful eye ahead. Everything went smoothly, and he arrived at his destination shortly after 4 o'clock. After anchoring the boat, he retreated to the cabin for a 2-hour rest. When dawn broke, he awoke and stepped onto the deck, where a colossal offshore drilling platform loomed 300 to 400 meters away. Observing it from aboard the vessel, Chun Ming marveled at the ingenuity of humankind. The sky was clear, and the azure sea shimmered like countless fragmented diamonds in the sunlight. Standing on the fishing boat, the gentle ocean breeze playfully tousled his hair as he began to prepare for his long-anticipated tuna fishing journey. He retrieved a heavy-duty fishing rod from the cabin, specifically designed for battling colossal sea creatures, which he had exchanged for in the system. After installing the electric reel and checking its smooth operation, he muttered to himself in satisfaction. Chun Ming then picked up a lifelike lure that glistened with a metallic sheen under the sun. He carefully injected a small vial of fishing attractant into the lure, the unique scent quickly permeating the air. This aroma would surely entice the larger fish. A confident smile crept onto Chun Ming's face as he stood at the bow of the boat, scanning the surface of the water to select the perfect direction. Returning to the cockpit, he set the vessel to autopilot mode. With the engine rumbling softly, the fishing boat glided toward the designated fishing grounds, marking the official commencement of his solitary tuna fishing adventure. The boat sailed slowly across the calm waters, leaving a long white wake in its path. Chun Ming positioned himself at the rear of the boat, gripping the rod tightly, his gaze fixed on the water, unwilling to let his focus waver. The lure undulated gently beneath the surface, the scent of the attractant steadily diffusing through the water. Before long, a swarm of small fish, seemingly drawn by the allure, gathered around, darting after the lure, some even pecking at it intermittently. The small fish are onto it. The big ones should be close behind, Chun Ming exclaimed, his excitement evident as he peered into the depths with his enhanced vision, a look of anticipation lighting up his face. Indeed, moments later, 3 sizable fish swam rapidly towards him, in pursuit of the small fish that trailed the lure. These sleek creatures, glimmering with silver scales under the sunlight, were unmistakably tuna. Chun Ming's heart raced uncontrollably as he gripped the rod tighter, prepared for the imminent strike. The small fish seemed to sense danger and scattered momentarily, but soon returned, enticed once more by the lure's scent, continuing their pursuit. The 3 larger fish closed in on the lure, and the largest among them suddenly surged forward, mouth agape, swallowing the bait whole. In that instant, the rod plunged downwards, bending like a drawn bow. "I've got one," Chun Ming shouted, exhilaration coursing through him. The line began to peel off rapidly, the electric reel emitting a sharp whir, protesting against the sudden and formidable pull. Chun Ming swiftly adjusted the reel's brake, attempting to apply some resistance to the powerful fish. The tuna, sensing something was amiss, began to thrash violently, twisting its body in a desperate bid to escape the hook. "The more you struggle, the more you prove you're a big one. I won't let you get away," Chun Ming declared, tightening his grip on the rod. The battle between man and fish persisted for an extended period, with the fish darting to the left and then the right, while Chun Ming adeptly adjusted his strategy. "I can't force it. I need to wear it out," he reasoned, his movements becoming more measured, alternating between letting line out and reeling it in, keeping the fish in a state of tension. Gradually, the fish's struggles began to wane, and sensing an opportunity, Chun Ming started to reel in the line carefully. Just then, the fish seemed to regain its strength, launching itself forward, once again pulling the line taut. "Oh, you cunning creature, you're quite tenacious." Chun Ming gritted his teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, yet his resolve only intensified. After what felt like an eternity, the fish's energy finally appeared to deplete, and Chun Ming discerned a reduction in tension on the rod. He increased his reeling speed, and the electric reel whirred rapidly as the line gradually shortened. At last, a massive silhouette emerged beneath the surface, becoming clearer with each turn of the reel. This tuna was enormous, weighing approximately 300 pounds. Its body shimmering with dark blue hues under the sun, its tail thrashing vigorously in a final attempt to escape. "Save your energy," Chun Ming declared, securing the fish's tail with a sturdy rope before hoisting it aboard using the boat's engine, successfully landing the magnificent tuna. The fish lay on the deck, still flopping about, its gills heaving dramatically. Chun Ming stood triumphantly over the hard-won catch, a smile spreading across his face. "What a feat. I finally got you." He pulled out his phone to identify the species and discovered it to be a yellowfin tuna, valued between 200 to 800 yuan per kilogram. After a quick estimation, He calculated its worth at approximately 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, an impressive catch indeed. Celebrating his first tuna fishing success, he lit a cigarette in celebration. Chapter 34. Shark. Gazing down at the deck where the yellowfin tuna had bled out, Chunming felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He swiftly hauled the fish into the small freezer aboard the boat, suspending it from its tail to freeze. The small freezer could accommodate up to 6 tuna in this inverted position. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he returned to the cockpit, adjusting the controls and setting the fishing boat's course to continue deeper into the open sea. Perhaps there are even larger creatures awaiting me out there, Chunming mused, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he diligently monitored the coordinates on the navigation device. The fishing vessel glided gently towards the vast expanse of the open sea, the waves rhythmically lapping against the hull, producing a soothing sound. Chunming approached the stern, once again infusing the bait with a special fishing attractant. The distinctive aroma quickly dispersed into the seawater, and before long, a school of small fish was drawn near, playfully darting around the bait, creating ripples across the surface. Hee hee. Small fish attract the big ones, an old trick, Chunming remarked with a smile, his gaze unwavering from the water's surface. Indeed, it wasn't long before a long-bodied fish swam leisurely into view. This fish was slender, with sharp teeth, and its scales shimmered with an eerie brilliance under the sunlight. As it approached the bait, it hesitated, swimming alongside it, as if testing the waters. After a short distance, it suddenly snapped at the bait. The fish weighed no more than 10 pounds, causing the rod to bend slightly. Goodness, it may not be large, but it sure is spirited, Chunming exclaimed, swiftly adjusting the drag on the electric reel to bring the fish aboard. The fish writhed frantically on the deck, exposing its sharp teeth and emitting deep, throaty sounds. Observing the unfamiliar creature, Chunming furrowed his brow. What kind of fish is this? I've never seen one before. He then took out his phone, activated a recognition app, and scanned the fish. Ah, a wahoo, he muttered to himself. Grabbing a knife, he skillfully bled the fish, then opened the freezer to place it inside. After dealing with the wahoo, Chunming meticulously rearranged his fishing gear and cast the baited line back into the sea. Standing at the stern, he fixed his eyes intently on the surface, missing not a hint of movement. The sea breeze gently caressed him, carrying a hint of saltiness that invigorated his spirit. I wonder if I might catch a big tuna this time, he mused softly. Time ticked away, the surface of the sea remaining as tranquil as ever. Yet Chunming was in no rush. He understood that fishing requires patience. Suddenly, with his keen eye, he spotted a large fish approaching, and his heart leapt with excitement. Something was brewing. He gripped the rod tightly, awaiting the moment the fish would take the bait. Then, without warning, the rod was yanked downward, and the line began to rapidly unravel. It's hooked. It must be a big one, Chunming shouted, his excitement palpable as he quickly spun the electric reel, striving to manage the fish's powerful pull. The fish beneath the surface seemed to sense the impending danger and began to thrash violently, attempting to free itself from the hook. Chunming felt as though the rod might be wrenched from his grasp. He hastily braced himself against the side of the boat, increasing the drag on the reel. You won't escape, he gritted through clenched teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This battle between man and fish persisted for an extended period, with the fish diving deeper and darting sideways, while Chunming maintained a steady demeanor, gradually wearing down the fish's stamina. Gradually, the fish's struggles grew weaker, and sensing the opportune moment, he hastened his retrieval of the line. As the line shortened, a massive silhouette emerged beneath the water. It's a tuna, a yellowfin tuna, Chunming exclaimed, his excitement surging. This yellowfin tuna was enormous, likely weighing over 200 pounds, its golden fins gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Using the boat's aft hoist, Chunming deftly lifted the yellowfin tuna aboard. The fish thrashed violently on the deck, and Chunming swiftly grabbed his knife, expertly making an incision at its gills to bleed it out. Afterward, he hung the yellowfin tuna in the freezer for rapid chilling. Another catch. Today has been quite fortunate, Chunming said, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he surveyed the fish in the freezer. As the sun began its descent, the sky was painted in hues of orange and red, and the sea appeared draped in a golden veil, a sight so beautiful it felt surreal. Yet, Chunming had no time to relish the scenery, his thoughts solely focused on fishing. Presently, a swarm of small fish trailed the bait. Some weighed around 3 to 4 pounds, while others were mere half-pounders, pecking at the bait but unable to swallow it. Chunming shook his head in resignation, continuing to await the arrival of larger fish. Just as twilight threatened to envelop the horizon, he spotted a large fish surge from below, seizing the bait in its jaws. The rod transmitted an overwhelming force, the line rapidly unraveling as the electric reel emitted a sharp whir. Wow, it feels like a shark. Chunming gripped the rod tightly, quickly adjusting the reel's drag. The shark below thrashed violently, dashing left and right in a frantic attempt to shake free of the hook. Chunming pondered how to encourage the shark to release the bait. Finally, the underwater struggle began to wane, and seizing the moment, he accelerated his line retrieval. As the line gradually shortened, a colossal shadow broke the surface. The shark weighed around 400 pounds, its massive body rolling in the water, revealing its razor-sharp teeth, sending chills down one's spine. After considerable effort, Chunming managed to bring the shark alongside the boat. Gazing at the creature, he recognized it as a protected species. Such a magnificent specimen deserved to be returned to the sea. "Let's set you free, old friend. Perhaps we'll meet again someday," he murmured, laboriously unhooking the fish and gently pushing it back into the ocean. The shark swiftly disappeared into the depths, vanishing into the inky waters. By now, darkness had fully descended, and Chunming took stock of his day's catch, 2 yellowfin tunas. Though the journey had its challenges, the haul was commendable. He returned to the cockpit, started the vessel, and set a course towards the drilling platform, preparing to spend the night there once again. Chapter 35, Bluefin Tuna. The morning sun cast a gentle glow upon the gently swaying fishing boat, and Chunming awoke languidly, not stirring until nearly 9 o'clock. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he stretched broadly, sighing. That was a refreshing sleep. He ambled into the kitchen area, boiled a kettle of water, and retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles from the cupboard, tearing open the packaging and dumping the noodles and seasoning into a bowl. He cracked 2 eggs, watching the golden yolks flow slowly into the noodle bowl. A little egg adds more nutrition, he mused. Before long, the water boiled, and he poured it into the noodle bowl, covering it with a lid, waiting patiently for the noodles to cook. Minutes later, the aroma of the noodles wafted through the cabin, and Chunming eagerly lifted the lid, grabbing a fork to devour the meal. "Wow, this flavor is exquisite. Everything tastes better when you're hungry," he exclaimed contentedly as he ate. After finishing breakfast, Chunming entered the cockpit, skillfully setting the boat's course and activating the autopilot. "Today, I must have a good catch," he murmured to the sea, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Following the same routine as the day before, he approached the stern, picked up the bait, and carefully injected the special attractant into it. "This scent will surely lure in plenty of fish," he declared, casting the bait into the water and adjusting the electric reel, settling in to wait patiently. As the bait slowly sank into the depths, the aroma of the attractant began to permeate the water. Before long, a school of small fish was drawn in, happily swimming around the bait, occasionally pecking at it. "Hee." With the small fish on the line, the big ones can't be far behind, Chunming chuckled, his eyes glued to the water's surface. After nearly an hour of trolling, his eyes suddenly lit up. With his keen vision, he spotted 4 tunas swimming beneath the surface. Wow, so many! Chunming's heart raced with excitement. However, before he could discern their species, the largest one surged forward as if possessed, unceremoniously gobbling up the bait. The rod bent sharply, and the line hissed as it rapidly unwound. The electric reel emitted a sharp sound. "Goodness, what power!" Chunming let out a loud shout, swiftly gripping the fishing rod while bracing his foot against the side of the boat. Simultaneously, he hastily adjusted the brake mechanism of the electric reel to increase resistance, preventing the fishing line from snapping. The tuna sensed the impending danger and began to thrash violently, twisting its massive body beneath the water in an attempt to escape the hook. Chunming felt as though the rod in his hands was about to be wrenched away. He summoned every ounce of strength to engage in a fierce battle with the tuna. Thinking of escape? Not so easily. "You're not getting away today." Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. This struggle persisted for a full hour, his arms aching to the point of near numbness. Finally, due to his relentless efforts, the tuna's strength began to wane, its struggles growing increasingly feeble. Seizing the moment, Chunming started to slowly reel in the line. As the fishing line gradually shortened, the enormous silhouette of the tuna began to emerge at the surface. Chunming exclaimed with excitement, "I've got it! I've got it!" Using the boat's motor at the stern, he hoisted the fish aboard and quickly retrieved his phone, activating the scanning software to scan the tuna. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a bluefin tuna. Chunming was so elated he nearly leapt with joy. This was worth a fortune. His face radiated uncontainable delight. "Oh, Mazu, you truly are benevolent towards me." Chunming's excitement rendered his face crimson as he gazed at the hard-won bluefin tuna, his hands trembling with exhilaration. He was acutely aware of the bluefin tuna's value. This was indeed a substantial fortune. Without a moment to lose, he swiftly grabbed a sharp knife and skillfully made an incision at the gills of the bluefin tuna to bleed it out. "I must do this quickly. Only then will the quality of the meat be better, fetching a higher price," he murmured as he deftly proceeded. Once the bleeding was complete, he struggled to lift the bluefin tuna and carefully placed it in the cold storage, hanging it upside down with great care. What a treasure this fellow is. Chun Ming gazed at the bluefin tuna in the cold storage, his eyes brimming with joy. Yet he soon recalled that there were still 3 more tunas in the sea. If those 3 were also bluefin tunas, he would truly strike it rich. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, feeling his heart race with anticipation. He hurried back to the stern, re-prepared the bait, infused it with fishing attractant, and swiftly cast the bait into the sea. Fish, fish, come and bite. I hope you're all bluefin tunas. Chun Ming chanted softly, while keeping his eyes fixed on the water's surface. Before long, the remaining 3 tunas seemed to be stirred by their companions' feeding frenzy and began to show signs of movement. One slightly smaller tuna was the first to approach, tentatively nibbling at the bait. Chun Ming felt a slight tug on the rod, and his heart leaped with joy as he continued to wait. Suddenly, the tuna lunged and swallowed the bait whole. The rod was instantly yanked with tremendous force. It's hooked, Chun Ming shouted, gripping the rod tightly and once again engaging in a fierce struggle with the tuna. He expertly manipulated the electric reel, occasionally letting out line and then reeling it in, cleverly exhausting the tuna's stamina. Although this tuna was not as large as the previous bluefin tuna, it was no less formidable. It thrashed desperately beneath the surface, attempting to free itself from the hook. Chun Ming gritted his teeth. I won't let you escape, regardless of whether you're a bluefin tuna or not. You must come aboard. After a vigorous tug of war, Chun Ming finally managed to haul the tuna onto the boat. Indeed, it was another bluefin tuna. He swiftly processed it, bleeding it out and dragging it into the cold storage, hanging it upside down. Quickly attending to this fish, he rebaited and cast the line back out, filled with anticipation for the remaining 2 fish to bring him further surprises. The last 2 must be bluefin tunas. Let me strike it rich. Chun Ming's gaze was fixed intently on the water, his eyes gleaming with desire. His heart raced like a rabbit, pounding with eagerness for the remaining 2 fish to bite. The sea was calm, with only the bait gently swaying with the waves, emanating the unique scent of the fishing attractant. Through his special gear, Chun Ming spotted that one of the remaining 2 tunas, the larger one, could no longer resist the allure of the fishing attractant and swam forward to gulp down the bait. The rod suddenly plunged, the line sizzling as it was pulled out, and the electric reel emitted a sharp friction sound. It's hooked, Chun Ming exclaimed with exhilaration, gripping the rod tightly as he instantly entered battle mode. He swiftly adjusted the brake on the electric reel, feeling the immense pull from beneath the water, pondering to himself, this one is strong. I hope it's a bluefin tuna. The fish struggled fiercely underwater, darting left and right, attempting to break free from the hook. Chun Ming braced his feet firmly against the side of the boat, maintaining his stance while shouting to encourage himself. Come on, let us see who can outlast whom. This contest lasted over an hour, the fish's strength gradually diminishing. Chun Ming seized the opportunity to slowly start reeling in the line. As the line shortened, a familiar massive silhouette appeared beneath the surface. It's a bluefin tuna. Chun Ming's voice quivered with excitement. This bluefin tuna was comparable in size to the one he had caught earlier, its scales shimmering with an enchanting luster under the sun. After much effort, Chun Ming finally lifted the second bluefin tuna onto the deck. It thrashed violently on the deck, and without pausing to wipe away the sweat, he quickly took out his phone to scan it once more. Confirming without a doubt, he burst into joyous laughter. Haha, another bluefin tuna. I'm rich. After processing this fish, Chun Ming wasted no time rebaiting and casting the bait back into the sea. At this moment, his eyes sparkled with anticipation as he muttered, this last one has to be a bluefin tuna. However, the remaining tuna, sensing the danger, had likely fled at the first sign of trouble. Nevertheless, Chun Ming was unconcerned. With 3 bluefin tunas already, he had amassed a veritable fortune. He excitedly paced the boat, frequently glancing at the cold storage, as if still in a dream. Finally, he had the time to check the price of bluefin tuna on his phone, discovering it was priced at 20,000 to 60,000 per kilogram. Each of the 3 bluefin tunas weighed over 100 kilograms, totaling approximately 420 kilograms. At 4,000 per kilogram, that amounted to roughly 1.6 million. Having calculated this, Chun Ming jumped joyfully on the deck to celebrate his success. At noon, he devoured a roasted chicken, savoring every bite. Chapter 36. 100 yuan for a brick. After lunch, Chun Ming leaned against the railing to rest. He observed the horizon where 2 or 3 dozen fishing trawlers of various sizes emerged. They sailed south, about 50 or 60 meters away from Chun Ming's fishing boat. Following closely behind were countless other fishing vessels. What could be happening? Chun Ming pondered with curiosity. Grabbing the large intercom hanging on the wall of the boat, he called out to a trawler approximately 30 meters away. Big fish, this is Xuanfei. Why are so many boats gathering together? Is something wrong? The voice from the trawler responded through the intercom. Xuanfei, this is Big Fish. There are foreign intruders trying to seize our reef. We're going to give them a beating, so hurry and join us. Chen Ming, a passionate young man, immediately decided to follow suit upon hearing this. It was his first experience witnessing so many boats gathering at sea for a collective confrontation. Yet he had no prior experience in maritime combat. He hurriedly asked Big Fish, with so many boats, what weapons are we going to use? The reply from Big Fish came through the loudspeaker. I don't know what they're armed with, but I've prepared over 100 bricks. Chen Ming, using a loudspeaker, announced that there was nothing aboard his vessel. Could you spare me a few dozen yuan? He implored while hastening to catch up. The large fish boat responded through the loudspeaker. That's not feasible. I only have a little over 100 yuan, which might not suffice. Chen Ming, realizing the gravity of the situation, thought to himself, this simply won't do. Upon arrival, will I merely stand by idly? After some contemplation, he concluded that bricks were essential. He addressed the large fish boat through the loudspeaker, offering to purchase 20 bricks. The response came back, I can't do that. If I give you some, I want to have enough for myself. Determined, Chen Ming declared, I will pay 100 yuan per brick for 20 bricks. Are we in agreement? A figure appeared on the deck of the large fish boat, gesturing to him. Chen Ming steered his vessel closer, and after negotiations, the other party lowered 20 bricks along with a QR code. Chen Ming handed over 2,000 yuan, and a fleet of boats set sail southward. As Chen Ming piloted his fishing boat among numerous others, he dared not rely on autopilot. Manual operation was imperative. After approximately 3 hours of navigation, he noticed many fishing vessels had ceased their activities, with some even turning back. Chen Ming promptly halted his boat, exited the cabin, and stood on the deck, observing the returning boats. Grabbing the intercom connected to the loudspeaker, he inquired loudly, what is happening? Why is everyone leaving? One of the fishing boats responded via loudspeaker. There's nothing more to be done. Everyone is dispersing. Filled with enthusiasm, Chen Ming had come to this location, only to find nothing to behold. And upon hearing they were leaving, he felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He pressed the boat's crew. Brother, what exactly is going on ahead? Please enlighten me. The reply came through the loudspeaker. I heard from the front that the monkeys spotted our Coast Guard vessel and, impressed by its might, requested a photograph. Our Coast Guard obliged with a selfie stick, took a picture, and after receiving their applause, everyone withdrew. Chen Ming was left dumbfounded. What is a selfie stick? What do you mean by applause? I spent 2,000 yuan on these bricks, and you expect me to abandon my efforts? He picked up a brick, ready to hurl it into the sea, only to realize its worth of 100 yuan and quickly set it down. Gazing at the 20 neatly stacked bricks before him, Chen Ming felt tears welling up, lamenting the loss while grappling with a sense of helplessness. Turning his boat around, he had no desire to fish any longer and resolved to navigate towards the drilling platform for the night, planning to return to port at dawn. If he returned now, it would be around 2 or 3 in the morning, difficult for collecting fish and overly taxing. It was far better to spend another night on the sea and return at daybreak. Chapter 37. A bountiful harvest in the morning. The sun gently cast its rays upon the surface of the sea, creating a shimmering effect akin to a golden veil draping over the water. Chen Ming rose early, and after a brief wash, he made his way to the small kitchen aboard the fishing boat. Skillfully igniting the stove, he boiled a kettle of water and retrieved a packet of noodles from the cupboard. Let us enjoy some warm noodles this morning. I've grown weary of instant noodles during these past few days at sea, he murmured, placing the noodles into the pot along with an egg. Soon, inviting aromas wafted through the air. Ah, this smells delightful, Chen Ming remarked as he served himself a bowl of noodles and sat at the small table, devouring his meal. Once breakfast was complete, he returned to the cockpit of the fishing boat. Settling into the driver's seat, he examined the dashboard's various readings, confirming all was in order before grasping the starter handle of the diesel engine. With a throaty roar, the engine came to life, causing the boat to tremble slightly as it gradually turned towards the harbor. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Ming gazed out at the sea, filled with reflections. This trip had indeed yielded substantial rewards. Those bluefin tuna, combined with other catches, would surely fetch a good price. An impressive income awaited him. With this thought, a smile broke across his face, radiating satisfaction and joy. This trip was certainly worthwhile. I must treat myself upon returning, he mused, envisioning his plans for when he reached land. He would first call Water Brother to collect the fish, then indulge in a lavish meal to relish the moment. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, as if the delicious feast was already laid before him. The fishing boat sailed steadily over the water, the sea breeze wafting through the windows, carrying a refreshing chill that caressed Chen Ming's face, enhancing his sense of contentment. He took out his phone and called Lin Xiao. Once connected, he announced, Brother Lin, during this outing, I caught 2 yellowfin tuna and 3 bluefin tuna. Does the hotel accept such fish? On the other end, Lin Xiao replied, those tuna are hardly enough to fill the gaps in our hotel, We consume them in vast quantities throughout the year. After a brief pause, Lin Xiao continued, once you've delivered the fish, come to the office. I have something important to discuss with you. Chun Ming agreed, understood. I'll come after delivering the fish. As time passed, the harbor drew ever closer, and the buildings along the shore became increasingly distinct. Chun Ming felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he beheld the nearing port. Finally returning home, he thought, having spent so long at sea, he found himself missing the land. Upon entering the harbor, it was nearly noon. Water Brother and his crew swiftly unloaded the fish from the cold storage, 5 tuna and 1 wolf fish. Huang Bo, upon seeing the sizable tuna that Chun Ming had caught, remarked, you've had quite the haul this time. Congratulations on your fortune. Chun Ming reciprocated, congratulations to us all. Once Water Brother finished weighing the fish and tallying the accounts, Chun Ming's earnings from this voyage amounted to 1.76 million yuan. Water Brother and the crew congratulated him heartily. After signing the record, Chun Ming invited Huang Bo, Water Brother, and his crew to a grand feast at the fishing village restaurant. During lunch, Chun Ming abstained from alcohol, as he would need to drive to Lin Xiao's place afterward, unaware of the significant matter awaiting him. After the meal, Chun Ming bid farewell to everyone and drove his luxury car towards Lin Xiao's hotel. Upon arrival, he headed directly to Lin Xiao's office, where Lin Xiao and a bald lawyer awaited him. Lin Xiao gestured for Chun Ming to sit and took a document from the lawyer, showing it to Chun Ming. Upon examining the document, Chun Ming realized it was a hotel equity certificate. Confusion washed over his face, and just as he was about to inquire, Lin Xiao preemptively urged, sign here first. I will explain everything in detail. Having built a level of trust with Lin Xiao over time, Chun Ming complied and signed the document. Lin Xiao then handed the signed hotel equity certificate to the lawyer, who nodded at Lin Xiao before taking his leave. Seated across from Chun Ming, Lin Xiao explained, the ancestral items have all been dealt with, generating a substantial sum. To ensure this money is appropriately transferred to your account, we need to pay taxes. Once you sign the hotel equity certificate, you will receive the funds in the form of hotel dividends. Chun Ming replied, I don't really understand these matters. I'll follow your arrangements. Lin Xiao then inquired, how much did you earn from the tuna catch this time? Chun Ming replied, over 1.7 million. Lin Xiao exclaimed, you're impressive, brother. Tonight, we're celebrating at the foot massage parlor. Chun Ming readily agreed, absolutely, no problem. As the two engaged in jovial conversation, Chun Ming received a text on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered a message indicating a deposit of 26.34 million yuan into his bank account. Staring at the long string of numbers, he turned to Lin Xiao. Wait a moment, we agreed to split everything evenly. Why am I receiving so much? Lin Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. Don't be ridiculous. It's just a small target. I'm transferring your half in 2 installments. We'll send the other half after the new year. Transferring too much at once could raise eyebrows. Chun Ming responded with a soft "oh." Still reeling from suddenly becoming a millionaire, he felt a bit disoriented, as if living in a dream. Chapter 38, Returning in Glory. During dinner, I accompanied Lin Xiao to the hotel, where we had a light meal. Shortly after, Lin Xiao brought Chun Ming to the 4th floor of the hotel. Stepping out of the elevator, we arrived at a spacious lounge area, adjacent to a large bar. Within the lounge, several young gentlemen and beautiful ladies noticed Lin Xiao and Chun Ming's entrance and promptly rose to greet them. Chun Ming recognized 2 of them from that night at the nightclub and exchanged pleasantries before the group settled down. Before long, a bevy of beautiful women entered, and Lin Xiao selected a few, inviting 2 to sit beside Chun Ming. Although Chun Ming had never experienced such situations before, he had heard tales of them and did not object to the 2 women taking their seats next to him. After some casual conversation, Chun Ming gathered that one of the young gentlemen's father held a rather esteemed position. He chose to remain silent, allowing their banter to flow uninterrupted. After a while, Lin Xiao beckoned Chun Ming to wash his feet in a private room. Chun Ming followed Lin Xiao's lead, mimicking his actions flawlessly throughout the process. During the foot washing, Lin Xiao informed Chun Ming that Sister Fong had gotten married the previous day to someone from a family that owned a chain of supermarkets. Chun Ming responded with a subdued acknowledgement, feeling a twinge of disappointment, and inquired about the nature of Sister Fong's family's business. His intention behind the question was to assess whether he could do something for Sister Fong, considering he was now a millionaire himself. Lin Xiao glanced at Chun Ming and revealed that Sister Fong's family was involved in the jewelry trade, suggesting that the gold necklace he wore might have been purchased from their establishment. Chun Ming found himself at a loss for words. After finishing the foot washing, Lin Xiao asked Chun Ming if he wished to unwind a bit. However, still preoccupied with thoughts of Sister Fong, Chun Ming politely declined Lin Xiao's invitation. Driving alone, Chun Ming headed towards the cliffside where he had shared intimate moments with Sister Fong. Upon reaching the cliff, the night was pitch black. He stepped out of the car to light a cigarette, bidding farewell to the memories of that passionate evening. Returning to the small pier, he settled down on a fishing boat for the night, following several more outings at sea, each yielding profits ranging from hundreds of thousands to over $1 million. The new year approached swiftly. One day, while replenishing supplies for the fishing boat, Chun Ming's phone rang. It was his mother calling. Upon answering, he teased, "Mom, are you missing me?" His mother replied, "You've been gone for over a year. Do you really think I wouldn't miss you? You must come home for the new year." Chun Ming had initially planned to stay away, but having earned a substantial amount, he felt compelled to return home in style. He assured his mother in their familiar Sichuan dialect, "I'm coming back tomorrow for the new year." His mother humorously warned him not to deceive her, lest she punish him, and then abruptly mentioned that his father was also eager for him to return. After finishing the call, Chun Ming shook his head in disbelief and tidied up the fishing boat before informing Uncle Huang at the dock of his plans to return home for the new year, promising to return afterward. Uncle Huang agreed, emphasizing the importance of family reunions during the festive season, reassuring Chun Ming that he would look after the boat in his absence. Chun Ming took out a pack of cigarettes as a token of gratitude for Uncle Huang, wishing him an early Happy New Year before driving towards the city. Once in the city, he headed directly to Lin Xiao's office, where visitors were constantly arriving to pay their respects as the new year approached. After a brief wait outside, Chun Ming saw Lin Xiao escort a well-dressed man in his 40s, whose slicked-back hair contrasted sharply with a young woman who appeared to be no more than 20. After seeing them into the elevator, Lin Xiao invited Chun Ming into his office. Chun Ming expressed his intention to return to his hometown to spend the new year with his parents. Lin Xiao commended this decision, inquiring about his travel plans, whether he would fly or take the high-speed train. Chun Ming replied that he intended to drive back himself. Lin Xiao cautioned him to drive safely and rest when needed, asking Chun Ming to extend his New Year wishes to his parents. Chun Ming reciprocated the sentiment, wishing Lin Xiao's parents good health and a happy new year. As Chun Ming prepared to take his leave, Lin Xiao opened a drawer beneath a bookshelf, revealing 4 rows of exquisite watches, approximately 30 renowned timepieces. Lin Xiao encouraged Chun Ming to select 2 as New Year gifts from him. Chun Ming, feeling no need to be modest, approached and chose a stunning watch with visible gears and a sleek design, featuring a glass dome that resembled a blue globe. Lin Xiao remarked on his excellent taste, and after a brief moment, he had his assistant bring a pack of cigarettes to Chun Ming's car. After bidding farewell to them, Chun Ming activated his navigation system and set off on the expressway towards his hometown. As the new year approached, the expressway was bustling with traffic, though fortunately, there were no significant delays. After 5 o'clock, he stopped at a service area, hastily ordered a couple of stir-fried dishes, and had dinner before renting a room for the night. The next morning, he awoke, enjoyed some steamed buns and porridge for breakfast, filled up his tank, and resumed his journey home. Aside from dining at service areas, he drove nonstop throughout the day, finally entering the mountainous region by late afternoon. In the coastal city, a simple shirt sufficed for winter, but upon reaching the interior, he realized he needed warmer clothing. Chun Ming decided to rest for the night in the mountain city and purchase some thicker garments. The road conditions in the mountain city were complex, rendering his navigation useless. Following the flow of traffic, he entered the city center and found a parking lot. Making a note of its name and taking a photo to ensure he wouldn't forget. Stepping out of the car, Chun Ming wore only a shirt. Thankfully, his well-toned physique withstood the chill, but he still feared being perceived as out of place. Hailing a taxi, he instructed the driver to take him to the largest shopping mall. The driver navigated swiftly through winding roads, leading Chun Ming to a prominent monument where he got out. Upon exiting the taxi, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of shopping complexes, bustling with crowds in preparation for the new year. Spotting a specialty store with a wolf logo, Chun Ming ventured inside. The salesgirl, noticing the young man dressed in a shirt and thin trousers, was momentarily taken aback by his attire in such weather and promptly approached him. "Sir, how may I assist you?" she inquired. Chun Ming requested a complete outfit, specifying his height of 174 meters. The salesgirl led him to a nearby sofa, instructing him to wait while she fetched another sales associate to assist. Shortly thereafter, they returned with several outfits, including various colored shirts, trousers, underwear, and shoes. After trying them on in the fitting room, he purchased 3 complete sets along with 2 pairs of sneakers and even stopped by another store for 2 sweaters. Dressed in a shirt layered with a sweater, casual pants, and white sneakers, he felt quite dapper. Seeking sustenance, he found a popular hot pot restaurant and treated himself to a satisfying meal, indulging in authentic Sichuan flavors that had eluded him for over a year. The meal was a tantalizing delight, leaving him pleasantly flushed. Afterward, he settled into a hotel room, washed up, and prepared to rest. Spending a night in the mountain city, he awoke at dawn, hailed a taxi, and showed the driver the address of the parking lot where he had left his car. The seasoned driver recognized the location immediately and navigated through the city to deliver Chun Ming back to his vehicle. After Chun Ming disembarked, he instructed the taxi driver to refrain from departing just yet, offering him 200 yuan to take him to the highway entrance. The driver, seeing Chun Ming's generosity, readily complied. After retrieving his vehicle from the parking lot and settling the parking fee, Chun Ming instructed the taxi driver to lead the way, following closely behind. Upon noticing that Chun Ming was driving an AMG G63 with an impressive license plate, the driver was utterly astonished. Unable to fathom how such a young man could possess such an extravagant car, upon reaching the highway entrance, Chun Ming honored his promise by handing over 200 yuan before merging onto the expressway, headed towards Neijiang. The distance to Neijiang was merely over 200 kilometers, and he realized he had yet to have lunch. Chun Ming pondered whether he should park the car in the lot or drive it home. His family home, situated in the suburbs, was accessible via paved roads, and it could easily accommodate the car. However, he was concerned about how to explain his sudden acquisition of a luxury vehicle to his parents. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to drive the car home, planning to tell his parents that he had partnered with someone in Binhai to open a hotel, and by sheer luck, the business had flourished, enabling him to afford such a car. After all, his parents were unaware of the actual costs, so he could easily fabricate a story. As he neared home, Chun Ming refrained from calling his family, wishing to surprise them. Arriving home around 10 a.m., he drove directly into their yard, which was typical of rural Sichuan homes, generally lacking walls. The house had been constructed with the earnings his father made from riding a motorcycle and working various jobs, and it was now over 20 years old, older than Chun Ming himself. Surrounding houses varied from newly built apartments to traditional brick and tile structures. Before he could fully park the car, his mother rushed out of the house, exclaiming in her Sichuan dialect that he shouldn't park there, as it was prohibited. Chun Ming, feeling a surge of excitement upon hearing his mother's voice after more than a year, leaned out of the window and cheekily replied in Sichuan dialect that he would park there regardless. As his mother began to retort, she caught sight of his face peering from the window and froze, her eyes welling with tears upon realizing it was her long-missed son. Chun Ming leapt from the car and embraced his mother, who reciprocated the gesture, and after a moment of emotional silence, she choked out, "You rascal. You actually know how to come back. I've missed you so much." Chun Ming quickly replied that he had missed her just as much. As they conversed, Chun Ming's father emerged from the house. Upon seeing his wife embracing a young man, he instinctively prepared to rush over, only to realize it was his son. He hurried forward, patting Chun Ming on the shoulder, and remarked, "You've been gone for so long. Why didn't you call?" Chun Ming explained, "Old man, I just parked, and as soon as I did, Mom came rushing out." His mother interjected, "How was I supposed to know it was you driving that car? You must have done it on purpose to tease me." Chun Ming protested his innocence, but it fell on deaf ears as his mother playfully swatted him twice. His father circled the car, inquiring about the luxurious vehicle. Chun Ming recounted the story he had devised during his drive home. His parents listened with skepticism, particularly his mother, who seemed intent on extracting the truth through interrogation. Sensing their disbelief, Chun Ming had a sudden inspiration and pulled out his phone to initiate a video call with Lin Xiao. As soon as Lin Xiao answered, Chun Ming eagerly announced, "I've safely made it home. I'm telling my parents that I partnered with you in a business venture, and it's thriving. They don't believe me. So could you explain it to them?" Lin Xiao, understanding the situation instantly, greeted Chun Ming's parents and elaborated, "I've partnered with Ming Ming to open a restaurant specializing in seafood, and it's been incredibly successful." Seeing Lin Xiao seated behind an impressive desk in a spacious, well-lit office lent credibility to their story, and Chun Ming's parents began to believe. After ending the call, Chun Ming retrieved items from the trunk, including a 4-kilogram lobster and 2 grouper fish, all still alive thanks to an oxygen pump, and he also produced a box of high-end cigarettes, leaving his father momentarily speechless at the sight of his son's newfound wealth. Chapter 40, Hometown Affection. The family gathered in the main room, with Chun Ming sitting alongside his mother. His father offered him a cigarette, which Chun Ming lit before saying, "Old man, from now on, enjoy those Huazi cigarettes. You don't need to smoke the cheap ones anymore." His father readily agreed, while his mother admonished them both to smoke less, warning them not to fill the house with smoke. The family spent some time chatting, and Chun Ming's mother began preparing a meal. Chun Ming suggested they cook the lobster and fish immediately, as they wouldn't last long. His mother, unfamiliar with seafood, was momentarily stumped. Chun Ming, though lacking in culinary expertise, offered haphazard instructions on how to prepare them. By noon, the trio enjoyed a feast of steamed seafood, surprisingly delicious, prompting Chun Ming to lavish praise on his mother, nearly causing her to lose her temper. After lunch, Chun Ming proposed they venture into the city to buy gifts. His mother expressed doubt about the necessity, suggesting he should save his money for when he gets married. Chun Ming insisted he had enough for that. wanting to show gratitude for her hard work in raising him, especially with the new year approaching, and he wanted to buy new clothes and festive goods. His father chimed in, encouraging them to go without further debate. Resigned to the two men's enthusiasm, his mother finally agreed. Chunming drove the family into the city of Najiang, where they parked the car and began to browse. At an intersection, Chunming spotted a jewelry store displaying gold ornaments, with two saleswomen energetically enticing customers. He playfully nudged his mother into the store. After selecting a gold bracelet, he asked the saleswoman to present it. As he examined the bracelet for size, he noticed the price tag of over 20,000 yuan, which made his mother hesitate to wear it. Chunming, understanding her sentiment, tried it on her wrist, confirming it fit perfectly, and without further ado, he pulled out his bank card to make the purchase. The saleswoman showered Chunming's mother with compliments, praising her for having such a dutiful son, which brought a smile to her face. Seizing the opportunity, Chunming also bought her a pair of earrings and a gold necklace, as well as a hefty gold chain for his father, who displayed no hesitation in donning it immediately, asking his wife for her opinion. Exiting the jewelry store after spending nearly 100,000 yuan, Chunming's mother felt a pang of regret, but ultimately decided it was worth it. After all, it was a heartfelt gesture from her son. She linked her arm through his, realizing he was indeed a son worth raising. The family continued their shopping spree, filling the trunk with various festive goods. Chunming's mother soon dismissed her earlier concerns about spending, realizing the joy of the occasion outweighed any monetary worries. For dinner, the family dined at a restaurant in the city, with Chunming lamenting that it had been ages since he had enjoyed hometown cuisine. He ordered an array of dishes, only to leave behind a considerable amount, which his mother attempted to pack up, but Chunming insisted they should not take leftovers as the new year was approaching. Upon returning home, they unloaded the trunk filled with their purchases. Chunming entered his room, finding it untouched since his departure, eliciting a wave of warmth and nostalgia. The next morning, he was still in bed when he heard voices in the yard, indicating that guests had arrived at the house. Chunming awoke, donned his attire, and completed his morning ablutions. Upon stepping into the courtyard, he was greeted by the neighboring families, who had come to pay their respects upon his return. Chen's father proudly introduced his son's luxurious Mercedes to the neighbors, his face beaming with pride. Aunt Wang, one of the neighbors, spotted Chunming and exclaimed in her Sichuan dialect, "Chendawa has returned wealthy. A feast is in order." Before Chunming could respond, his mother interjected, insisting on hosting a gathering, stating that everyone should come to the courtyard for a meal on the first day of the Lunar New Year. After a brief exchange filled with admiration, the neighbors departed. Chun's mother then urged his father to call their relatives, notifying Chunming's grandparents and other kin that he had returned and inviting them to celebrate the New Year's Eve at their home. Chen's father busied himself making the calls, ensuring that all family members were informed. With only 2 days left until New Year's Eve, there was much to prepare in terms of shopping for festival goods and cooking. Chen's mother busied herself with the various dishes, steamed and cold dishes alike, that needed to be prepared in advance. Fresh vegetables, poultry, fish, and meat were all procured and prepped. For on New Year's Eve, she would undoubtedly find herself overwhelmed with tasks, relying on her sisters-in-law for assistance. Chunming, feeling out of place at home, decided to take a stroll through the town. Arriving in town, he found little had changed, save for the bustle of shoppers purchasing festive goods as the new year approached. While meandering about, he encountered 3 young women approaching him. Lost in thought, he failed to sidestep in time. One of the women, clad in a white down jacket and high heels, with long hair and subtle makeup, called out, "Mingming, when did you return? I visited your home several times looking for you." Chunming recognized all 3. They were his former middle school classmates, one of whom he had once pined for half a year. With a stern expression, he replied, "Sun Li, I've made it clear before. You follow your path, and I'll follow mine. From now on, we shall not cross each other's paths." Sun Li pleaded, "Mingming, I was wrong. I should not have treated you that way. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Let us start anew." Chunming replied resolutely, "That is impossible. The moment I overheard you telling your friend that the second-rate admirer paid for your expenses, I lost all hope." Sun Li retorted, "I never said that. When did I ever say such a thing?" Chunming recounted, "At our last meal together, I went to settle the bill, which came to 400 yuan. I turned around to see you on the phone, and I heard everything." Sun Li begged, "Please, can you forgive me this once?" Chunming replied, "It's not a matter of forgiveness. I have a girlfriend now. We should no longer intrude upon each other's lives." With that, he brushed past her. The 2 accompanying classmates offered no words, merely advising Sun Li to reconsider her actions. Disheartened, Chunming returned home, lost in thought. As he lingered at the entrance, he heard voices calling his name and stepped outside to find 2 of his former classmates, He Bing and Zhao Gang. "We heard you've returned wealthy, so we came to check on you," He Bing said. Zhao Gang inquired, "Is this your Mercedes? Take us for a spin." Chun Ming offered them a cigarette. And after lighting it, the three climbed into the luxury vehicle and set off for a drive around town. They eventually parked at the local middle school, which Chun Ming had attended, now quiet due to the holiday break. As they reminisced about their school days, they noticed Sun Li and her two classmates on the playground. Sun Li, spotting Chun Ming, rushed over and impulsively linked her arm with his. Chun Ming, taken aback, exclaimed, "Didn't we agree to keep our distance? Why are you clinging to me?" Sun Li insisted, "Ming, I was wrong. I've come to realize I truly like you. Since you left, I've visited your home many times." Having been hurt previously, Chun Ming could not muster any lingering affection for her. "I genuinely have a girlfriend now, and I love her. Please don't pursue me any further," he stated firmly. Seeing their entanglement, He Bing and Zhao Gang intervened, taking the two female classmates aside, suggesting they sort out their issues without interruption. Reluctantly, Chun Ming allowed Sun Li to keep her arm around him as they found a secluded spot to sit down. "Please don't do this. I really have a girlfriend. Let us not stir up trouble," he implored. As Sun Li gradually calmed her sobs, she softly apologized. "I realize now how poorly I treated you. Ever since you left, I've regretted it." Chun Ming replied, "Let bygones be bygones. We should not dwell on the past." Sun Li then asked, "I know it's too late, but can you love me just once more? Just this once, and I promise I won't bother you again." With that, she embraced Chun Ming, wrapping her arms around his neck. During the half-year he had pursued her, they had hardly held hands, and suddenly, feeling her warmth, memories of his past affection surged back. Caught in the moment, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her. After a brief embrace, Chun Ming snapped back to reality, attempting to push her away, but she held on tightly. Resolute not to backtrack on his previous vows, he steeled his heart against the temptation to relent. Sensing Chun Ming's hesitation, Sun Li, recognizing that their feelings were irretrievable, declared, "Ming, let us love once and leave no regrets. I promise I'll not pursue you again." And she sealed his lips with her own. Moved by her words, Chun Ming found himself unable to resist and embraced her tightly, surrendering to the moment. After a passionate kiss, he reminded her, "But truly, do not pursue me again." Sun Li affirmed, "I promise." Hand in hand, they walked towards the Mercedes. Once inside, Chun Ming started the engine and drove out of town. Not far from the outskirts, he turned down a side road, parking where they would remain unseen by passers-by. They nestled into the back seat, embracing one another, reclaiming the emotional bonds they had once shared. As the dawn broke, Chun Ming drove Sun Li to her apartment building. He exited the vehicle, rounded to the other side, and opened the door for her, assisting her as she stepped out. At the entrance, they succumbed to yet another fervent kiss. Ultimately, Chun Ming watched as Sun Li, somewhat unsteady, ascended the stairs. On his way home, he parked by the roadside. Lost in contemplation, reflecting on the previous night, he wondered if he had indeed succumbed to moral decline, transforming into a cad. Upon returning to his yard, he saw that his parents were still asleep, so he tiptoed back to his room and indulged in a brief nap. He awoke to find it well past noon, perplexed that his mother had not come to rouse him. After hastily consuming a modest lunch, Chun Ming found himself at a loss for what to do. Boredom set in as he realized that the next day would be New Year's Eve. He decided to venture out to purchase some firecrackers. Driving to Najiang, he filled his trunk with various firecrackers and fireworks before taking a leisurely tour of the city. Once he deemed it time, he headed home. During dinner, he presented a plate of cold dishes prepared by his mother and shared a toast with his father. The two men were enjoying their drinks when they were interrupted by Chun's mother. "All right, you two, how much more do you intend to drink?" she admonished. Chun Ming replied, "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. What's wrong with sharing a few extra drinks with the old man?" His father agreed, "Indeed. It's the new year. We should enjoy ourselves without restraint." Chun's mother, growing increasingly irate, declared, "If you two don't stop this, you'll see what I'm capable of." Upon observing the situation, Chen's father and Chun Ming realized that their reluctance to comply might result in an unfavorable outcome, compelling them to acquiesce. With deft motions, they tidied up and retreated to their respective rooms for slumber. The following morning, awakened by the cacophony of firecrackers, Chun Ming groggily rose, donned his clothing, hastily attended to his morning routine, and seized a bundle of firecrackers before dashing outside. He ignited a firework, shooting it wildly into the distance, and subsequently lit a string of firecrackers, tossing them about with sheer delight. The neighborhood children soon flocked to him, clamoring for a share of the pyrotechnics. Returning to his abode, Chun Ming emerged with a large bag, allowing the children to unleash their exuberance in the festivities. Just as the merriment reached its zenith, his maternal uncles and aunts arrived, accompanying his grandparents. Chun Ming promptly greeted his grandparents with New Year's wishes, extending the same to his uncles and praising their wives for their youthful appearances, eliciting compliments that Chun Ming had matured and become more thoughtful, with an increasingly sweet tongue. His cousins from both families gathered, creating an atmosphere of lively chatter, inquiring about Chunming's life in the coastal city. Chunming, concocting fanciful tales, navigated the inquiries with ease. Shortly thereafter, his grandparents and aunt arrived, further enlivening the household. The younger generation erupted into a raucous celebration outside, and after tiring from the firecracker festivities, they beckoned Chunming to take them for a drive. Enjoying himself, Chunming drove them around aimlessly until a phone call summoned them back for lunch. The entire family gathered joyously for the reunion feast. As the meal neared its conclusion, Chunming stood up and addressed the elders, expressing gratitude for their affection during his childhood, revealing that he had partnered in a business venture and earned a modest sum. To show his appreciation, he gifted each household 200,000 yuan, hoping they would not find it lacking. The elders were taken aback by this proclamation, while Chunming's parents, though not in agreement with his decision, felt it inappropriate to interject, allowing him to proceed. As the funds were transferred to each family, the atmosphere brimmed with commendations for Chunming. After bidding farewell to their relatives, the house fell into a tranquil silence. Chunming's mother, however, promptly chastised him with a couple of playful slaps, exclaiming, "You rascal! Such a significant matter, and you didn't even consult your father and me before making this decision." Chunming chuckled, embracing her and responding, "What is money to me? I'm fortunate. A jaunt to sea can yield hundreds of thousands effortlessly." His mother retorted, "Didn't you say you were in business with someone? How did it turn into a maritime venture?" Chunming clarified, "It is a partnership. He manages the restaurant, while I handle fishing, and I am quite adept at it." His parents exchanged puzzled glances, questioning the profitability of fishing. Chunming suggested, "If you doubt me, come to the coast with me after the new year. Consider it a vacation, and witness how your son earns his keep." Reassured by his words, his parents agreed to accompany him after the new year. After the reunion dinner, they busily tidied up the remnants of the meal, with his mother exclaiming that Chunming was more of a hindrance than a help, insisting he vacate the kitchen. Chunming retreated to the yard for a smoke when he noticed He Bing approaching with enthusiasm. He beckoned him to sit and offered a cigarette. He Bing remarked that many of their middle school classmates had heard about Chunming's financial success and wished to gather, hoping he would share insights on wealth accumulation. Chunming, rendered speechless, surmised that He Bing and Zhao Gang had been spreading tales. Reflecting on their growth, he recognized that these former classmates now harbored their own ambitions. Unlike their innocent youth, he resolved to humor them this time, but decided to maintain a distance in the future. He inquired of He Bing, "What date and location have you arranged?" He Bing replied, "The first day of the new year at 6 o'clock, at the How You Lie restaurant in town." Chunming nodded in agreement, assuring them he would be there. On the first day of the new year, Chunming's mother invited close neighbors for lunch. He raised his glass, toasting to all the uncles and aunts in attendance. They praised Chunming for returning after more than a year, having matured and acquired wealth. Now driving a luxury car, filling his mother with an immense sense of pride. In today's society, the ability to earn money equates to competence, and parents bask in the respect that follows. This occasion allowed Chunming's parents to indulge their vanity. At 5:30 p.m., Chunming arrived at the small restaurant in town, driving his luxury vehicle. He was greeted by He Bing and several classmates, who displayed expressions of flattery and envy as he stepped out of the car. Once seated, Chunming scanned the room, realizing he could barely remember many of their names. After transitioning to high school, he had lost touch with most of them, except for a few like He Bing and Zhao Gang, with whom he still exchanged greetings during holidays. A classmate named Wang, whose surname Chunming could not fully recall, called out, "Old classmate, you've struck it rich by the coast. Share your experiences with us. Is it really easy to make money there?" Chunming replied, "I merely had the support of friends. I invested a small amount and unexpectedly saw it flourish, earning a bit in return. I was simply a passive participant." He paused before adding, "While money can indeed be made along the coast, it requires hard work. I initially ran deliveries, earning over 10,000 yuan in a month." At that moment, Sun Li and another female classmate entered. Chunming noticed Sun Li's radiant face, animatedly conversing with her peers. Upon spotting Chunming, her cheeks flushed slightly, perhaps recalling past memories. Several classmates, aware of Chunming's previous affections for Sun Li, urged her to sit beside him. Chunming shifted slightly, allowing her space, and when she took her seat, he caught her eye, noting her increasing blush. He too reminisced about that fateful night, feeling a blend of resentment and the sweetness of fulfilled desires. As more classmates found their seats, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, with laughter and chatter echoing through the restaurant. They shared their experiences over the years, reminiscing about their naive yet amusing middle school days. As the evening progressed, subtle changes in the ambience became apparent after several rounds of drinks. Zhao Gang, his face flushed from alcohol, suddenly exclaimed, Chun Ming, you've made it big. Driving a luxury car and surely raking in the cash. Look at us, still struggling in this small town. You've prospered, but Haven T lifted a finger to help your old classmates. His words silenced the previously merry gathering, leaving many classmates with awkward expressions. Their gazes shifting between Chun Ming and Zhao Gang. Chun Ming's smile faltered, a wave of discomfort washing over him. With a furrowed brow, he addressed Zhao Gang. That's an unfair assertion. Each of our life paths is unique. The struggles I've faced in pursuit of success are not something you can fathom. My achievements are a result of relentless effort. Unperturbed, Zhao Gang slammed his glass onto the table, splattering liquid, and retorted, "Spare us your lofty rhetoric. We're old classmates. Can't you extend a helping hand? Don't be so stingy and pretentious." Chun Ming's expression darkened. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger, he replied, "Zhao Gang, your words are excessive. I've earned my money through hard work, not by chance. Even if I wanted to help, it depends on whether you have the capability and determination to seize opportunities. Not everyone is suited for the same path." Zhao Gang let out a cold laugh. Rising unsteadily to his feet, he pointed an accusatory finger at Chun Ming and exclaimed, "You simply do not wish to help, and yet you concoct a myriad of excuses. I have never favored you, always finding you to be self-important. Now that you have achieved success, you look down upon us, your old classmates." Chun Ming also stood, locking eyes with Zhao Gang, undeterred as he replied, "Zhao Gang, I have always respected you as a fellow classmate, which is why I have attempted to explain myself. However, do not overstep your bounds. We are merely former classmates. What grounds do I have to assist you? What do you possess that warrants my aid?" The surrounding classmates, witnessing the unfolding confrontation, began to rise and intervene. He Bing hastily grasped Zhao Gang's arm, urging, "Zhao Gang, you've had too much to drink. Please sit down. It has been difficult for us to gather. Let us not ruin the mood." Nevertheless, Zhao Gang forcefully shook off He Bing's hand, continuing to shout at Chun Ming, "I am not drunk. Today, I intend to speak my mind. Chun Ming, you are an ungrateful person." As Chun Ming looked at the unreasonable Zhao Gang before him, the fury within him could no longer be contained. These so-called classmates from middle school had never truly been close, and with Zhao Gang's provocations, he no longer felt inclined to endure. Chun Ming coldly regarded Zhao Gang, a glint of disdain in his eyes as he retorted, "Zhao Gang, you incessantly accuse me of ingratitude. What have you ever done for me? Have you ever offered a helping hand during my times of need? You merely wish to partake in my current success, a type I have encountered frequently." Zhao Gang was momentarily rendered speechless by Chun Ming's words, his face alternating between crimson and pale. He attempted to counter, but found himself at a loss for suitable words. Chun Ming surveyed his classmates and declared loudly, "Let me make this clear. I, Chun Ming, am not averse to helping others, but I help those who are deserving. Individuals like Zhao Gang, who only know how to complain and lack the will to strive, I shall not assist. I fear not the offense of others, nor do I wish to spare anyone's feelings. However, some must understand that in this world, nothing is gained without effort." The classmates were silenced by Chun Ming's commanding presence. Even He Bing, who had been attempting to mediate, was taken aback. They had not anticipated Chun Ming's assertive and unyielding response to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he spat, "Chun Ming, do not get too arrogant. Do you think your wealth makes you exceptional?" A smirk crept across Chun Ming's lips as he replied, "I am not being arrogant. I am merely stating facts. If you possess the capability, strive for it yourself instead of directing your fingers at me." Realizing he was in the wrong yet unwilling to concede, Zhao Gang shot Chun Ming a glare before storming out of the tavern, his coat in hand. With his departure, a heavy pall descended over the atmosphere within the tavern. Chun Ming slowly retook his seat, gazing at the remaining classmates. "I apologize for dampening the spirits of the gathering, but I needed to express my thoughts. I hope everyone understands that life must be fought for." The classmates nodded in agreement. Though the earlier confrontation had been awkward, it revealed Chun Ming's true character. The remainder of the gathering, while quieter than before, fostered a more sincere exchange among them. Following Zhao Gang's exit, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the tavern, akin to a thick fog that stifled the breath of those present. The classmates exchanged glances, uncertain how to dissolve the peculiar tension. Chun Ming sighed softly, breaking the silence. "I apologize, everyone. Today's events have left us all feeling unhappy. Zhao Gang was inebriated, and I may have acted impulsively." His tone softened, tinged with remorse. At that moment, Sun Li, who had been seated quietly, stood and spoke gently. "Chun Ming, we all understand that these years have not been easy for you. Zhao Gang indeed went too far today, but we are old classmates. Let us not allow one person to spoil our spirits." Her words were like a gentle spring breeze, dissipating some of the oppressive atmosphere. Chapter 43, A Fateful Encounter. While the banquet was still in session, Chun Ming went to settle the bill. Upon returning, he invited his classmates to enjoy their food and drink, informing them that he had taken care of the expenses before bidding farewell. Just as Chunming was about to enter his car, Sun Li rushed up from behind, calling out, "Chunming, wait." Chunming turned, frowning as he looked at Sun Li. "Didn't we agree to stop this?" Sun Li approached him, lowering her head as she softly said, "I'm not here to bother you. I plan to go work in Chengdu at my aunt's place this year. We may never have the chance to see each other again. I just wanted to take one last look at you." Hearing her words, Chunming felt a wave of tenderness rise within him, unable to resist as he reached for Sun Li's hand. "I'm sorry. I should not have said that." Sun Li replied softly, "I don't blame you. I just wanted to see you and say goodbye." As she lifted her gaze to meet Chunming's, their eyes locked. And he couldn't help but recall that night's intimacy. He instinctively tightened his grip on her hand, and she melted into his embrace. In the quiet town, around 7 or 8 o'clock, there were hardly any people around. They lingered in each other's arms until breathless, their lips finally parted. Feeling Chunming's affection, Sun Li could not help but soften, holding him even tighter. At this juncture, Chunming boldly suggested, "Shall we go to the city?" Sun Li quietly responded with an mm. Chunming took her hand and led her to the car, driving towards the city. The journey from the town to the city was merely 20 minutes. Chunming made it in 10, parking at the Holiday Peninsula Hotel, and led Sun Li to the front desk to book a room. Upon entering the room, they wasted no time, indulging in a fervent encounter, filled with passion and fervor. By 10 in the morning, Chunming was awakened by a phone call from his mother. Still in a daze, he answered, hearing her voice. "Where have you run off to? When are you coming back?" Startled, Chunming sat up quickly, replying, "I stayed out after the class reunion last night. I'll be home shortly." He hastily hung up the phone. Sun Li, having awakened, looked at Chunming, her bare shoulder exposed. She nestled deeper under the covers, leaning against Chunming's leg. Chunming set aside his phone and joined her under the blanket. With youthful vigor and enhanced vitality, Chunming was unlike any other young man. As noon approached, he helped Sun Li into the car, heading back to the small town. As they neared the town, Chunming stopped the car by the roadside, turning to Sun Li, "We are adults now. Whether our paths will cross again in life, we cannot know. Let us give each other some time." Sun Li replied, "I understand. I am content with how far we have come. Our relationship has reached a level of completeness. I want to cling to you, and perhaps we shall never meet again." An air of silence enveloped them. Chunming said, "Please provide me with your bank account number." Sun Li knew Chunming intended to give her money, and she responded, "I did not sleep with you for your money," before opening the car door, preparing to exit. Chunming reached out to grasp her arm. "Listen to me. I know it's not about money. I just want to tell you that I once loved you and do not wish to see you suffer in life. Providing you with financial support is merely to ensure you have a good starting point." Sun Li fell into Chunming's embrace, holding him tightly as she choked out, "I regret not cherishing you from the start and taking your feelings for granted. I know a broken mirror cannot be made whole again. I will always remember you." In the end, Chunming transferred 1 million to Sun Li's account, and she held him, tears glistening in her eyes. Ultimately, they drove to the corner of the small road where they had shared their last goodbye. Chapter 44, A Coastal Excursion. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Chunming's mother invited him to visit relatives and friends, but he adamantly refused. Unable to persuade him, she left with Chunming's father, leaving him alone at home. He took some firecrackers outside and lit a few, quickly growing bored. Driving through the city, I circled it twice, only to find it desolate and quiet. Nowadays, during the New Year festivities, apart from playing mahjong, there seemed to be little joy to be found. Upon returning home, my parents had also come back. And I said to them, "Mom, Dad, there is hardly anything to do at home. It's dreadfully boring. I wish to return to Binhai." My mother replied, "What is so boring? You've only been back for a few days, and already you can't sit still, wanting to run outside from dawn till dusk." I countered, "I run outside not for leisure, but to earn money and seek a daughter-in-law for you." My father chimed in, "These days, young people can hardly stay at home. The allure of the outside world is far too enticing." Seizing the moment, I suggested, "Why don't you both come with me to Binhai?" My mother asked, "What would we do in Binhai, a place unknown to us?" I replied, "We'll have fun, watch me make some money, and treat it like a vacation. If you find it unbearable, you can always return." Upon hearing this, my parents found the idea appealing and agreed. I then instructed them to prepare some sausages, cured meats, smoked chicken, and smoked duck to fill the trunk of the car, as I intended to give them away. There were a few items left at home, but not much. So I bought some more from our neighbors until the trunk was brimming. Noticing my parents gathering a large bundle of clothes, I hurriedly reminded them, "The temperature in Binhai is at least in the 20s, just wear a set of thick clothes. Once we arrive, I'll buy you all new outfits." My parents, somewhat skeptical, nonetheless complied with my arrangements. On the 6th day of the new year, I drove my parents, along with a trunk full of preserved foods, onto the highway towards Binhai. We rested at a service area when night fell and continued our journey at dawn, exhausting my parents who had never sat in a car for such a long duration, lamenting that they would never travel again. By 10 o'clock on the 8th day, we entered Binhai City. I took out my phone and called Lin Xiao. As soon as he answered, I greeted him. Happy New Year, Lin Xiao? He reciprocated the wishes. And I continued. Home isn't much fun. I couldn't stay, so I've returned to Binhai with my parents. Let me find a hotel to settle them before coming over to pay my respects. Lin Xiao replied. Where will you find a hotel? Isn't my place essentially a hotel? I responded. Isn't your establishment just for dining, drinking, and entertainment? He insisted. It's a comprehensive venue, you know. We can accommodate guests. I chuckled. All right, I'm on my way. I drove my car to Lin Xiao's restaurant. After parking, I led my parents toward the entrance, where Lin Xiao greeted us warmly. Upon seeing my parents, he quickly approached, saying, Uncle, Annie, let me wish you a happy new year. Wishing you health and happiness. My parents, noticing the large group behind Lin Xiao, felt a bit apprehensive but replied, Happy New Year to you all. I introduced Lin Xiao to my parents, stating that he was my business partner, prompting them to observe him closely. I then told Lin Xiao, I brought you some Sichuan specialties in the trunk. Please have someone carry them in. After signaling for someone to assist, Lin Xiao took a set of keys from the front desk and led us to room 2018. Upon entering the room, my parents were taken aback by the opulent decor, unsure of where to place their hands and feet. Observing their discomfort, Lin Xiao kindly suggested, Uncle, Auntie, you've traveled a long way. Please freshen up and rest for a bit. We'll have a simple meal together shortly, but I must excuse myself for now. I walked Lin Xiao to the door and expressed my gratitude, saying, Thank you, Lin Go. He replied, No need for formalities between us brothers. Just take good care of your parents, and let us enjoy a drink later. I readily agreed and returned to my room. My father remarked, That person seems quite impressive. I chuckled, Dad, you have a keen eye? Noticing my parents still in their heavier clothing, I quickly took them to a nearby supermarket to pick out some summer attire and sandals. After returning to the hotel and showering, they donned their new outfits. My father wore a bright green floral short-sleeve shirt and shorts, paired with sandals and a chunky necklace, exuding a rather flamboyant air. My mother looked lovely in a beige long dress and sandals, maintaining her grace, though I feared her first words would be, I'm feeling quite suffocated. I too changed into a short-sleeve shirt and shorts, sandals on my feet, and asked my parents, What do you think? I told you it would be warm here. Do you believe me now? My mother acknowledged, It is a bit warm, feeling rather humid. My father nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao arrived at our room and, together with my parents, we made our way to the dining area. Upon entering, we were greeted by a lavish spread of lobster, crab, sea cucumber, abalone, and an array of seafood filling the table. Lin Xiao raised his glass and toasted, to Uncle, Auntie, Happy New Year, and good health. Cheers. Everyone echoed, Happy New Year. Cheers. My father lifted his glass and, standing, addressed Lin Xiao, wishing you a Happy New Year, and thank you for taking care of Mingming. Lin Xiao quickly responded, Mingming and I are good brothers. We look out for each other. You need not worry, Uncle and Auntie. Sensing my parents' discomfort after a while, Lin Xiao excused himself, saying, Mingming, please spend quality time with your parents. After dinner, take them to explore the city and the seaside. I have some matters to attend to. My parents and I accompanied him to the door, where Lin Xiao added, I'll have someone fetch the yacht keys for you. Take your parents out for a nice time by the sea. I replied, Thank you, Lin Xiao, but there's no need. We can take my boat. Lin Xiao insisted. Your fishing boat is too rocky for them. Let us use my yacht instead. Conceding to his point, I agreed. After bidding farewell to Lin Xiao, we relaxed, and my mother remarked, How could we possibly finish such a large feast? My father replied, The food isn't bad. Let us eat first and talk later. Mingming, fill my glass. I poured some Maotai for my father and myself, and as we clinked our glasses, my mother interjected, You two should be a bit more reserved. I'm not interested in your antics in public. After lunch, we rested until just past 2 o'clock. I then drove my parents to the small pier, where Huang Bo was sipping tea outside the kiosk. I approached him to wish him a Happy New Year and introduced him to my parents. Huang Bo invited us to sit down, enjoy tea, and chat. My father expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for taking care of Mingming. Huang Bo replied, No need for thanks. This boy is quite good, and I like him. Listening to this, my heart swelled with joy. After a while, we bid farewell to Huang Bo and boarded the yacht. I showed my parents around the boat, and they marveled at it as if they were in a wonderland. I set sail, cruising along the coastline to enjoy the sea views. It was my parents' first encounter with the ocean, filling them with wonder, but within an hour, they began to feel seasick. Just as I helped my mother to her cabin for rest, my father became unsteady and began to vomit. I quickly navigated the yacht back to the pier, helped my parents ashore, and after saying goodbye to Huang Bo, drove them back to their hotel room. My parents did not eat dinner and only regained their composure around 8 or 9 in the evening, snacking lightly before resting again. I spent 2 to 3 days accompanying my parents in Binhai, during which Lin Xiao also joined us for outings. However, once the novelty wore off, my parents felt the humidity by the sea was too much for them and insisted on returning home. Observing their discomfort, I booked 2 plane tickets for them. And before parting, I transferred 2 million yuan to my mother's card, advising them, "Dad, Mom, when you return, demolish the old house and rebuild it anew." Chen's mother reassured him, saying, "I understand. You need not worry about matters at home. Your father and I know how to manage." After seeing his parents off, Chun Ming returned to the small garden where he was renting. Upon his return after more than 10 days, a layer of dust had settled on the furniture, so he undertook a simple cleaning of the room. When he picked up the food delivery box, intending to place it in the corner, a foul odor of rotten fish wafted out. Upon opening it, Chun Ming discovered a salted fish lying at the bottom of the box, slightly moldy. This was precisely the fish that had struck him on the head, granting him the system of salted fish. The fish was split in half, its fins, dorsal fin, and tail intact. After being dried, it had become quite hard, but having remained in the box for so long, it had softened somewhat and developed a few mold spots. Chun Ming took out his phone and scanned it, wondering what kind of fish it was. The screen displayed the words mackerel. Holding the salted fish, Chun Ming felt a wave of nostalgia. Since being struck by this fish, his life had undergone a significant transformation. Contemplating the fish in his hand for a long while, he resolved to find a method to preserve it intact for a long time. A search on his phone yielded various bizarre methods for preserving specimens, from dry corpses to mummification. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a video by a popular forensic expert online. He decided to cook the fish, dry it, and coat it multiple times with epoxy resin to isolate it from the air, ensuring its long-lasting preservation. Without delay, Chun Ming cleaned the salted fish, cooked it, and then brought the 2 pieces of fish together to air dry. He also ordered 2 bottles of A and B resin from the internet. After 2 weeks of patient crafting and multiple resin immersions, he finally completed the project. The salted fish, encased in resin, still appeared lifelike due to its intact skin and fur. Each time he immersed it in resin, he suspended it, so upon completion, the fish's belly was hollow, allowing his fingers to pass through its mouth into its belly. Blowing air into its mouth produced a faint sound. Grasping the fish's tail, Chun Ming swung it vigorously in the air, producing a low sound. Due to the 3 layers of resin, the fish weighed nearly 5 pounds, a weight that would surely be unbearable if it struck someone on the head. Chapter 46. The first fishing trip of the new year. The gentle sunlight of the new year bathed the harbor, while the shimmering sea resembled a road paved with fragments of gold. Chun Ming stood beside his 20-meter fishing boat, its white hull gleaming brightly under the sun's rays. He carefully hung the resin fish in the cockpit, akin to a good fortune charm adorning a car. Methodically, he stocked the fishing boat with various supplies. A box of fresh bait was neatly arranged in the storage compartment, emanating a strong fishy smell. When mixed with fishing lure, it became an excellent tool for attracting tuna. All essential provisions were meticulously stowed away: drinking water, dry food, and canned goods. Everything was ready for quick meals. Chun Ming had set his sights on a goal. For his first fishing trip of the new year, he aimed to venture into the open sea to catch tuna. Once everything was prepared, he started the boat's engine, and with a low yet powerful roar, the vessel slowly made its way toward the drilling platform to the south, the very place where he had previously caught tuna. After several hours of sailing, Chun Ming's fishing boat finally reached the designated location. The vast sea stretched endlessly before him, with sunlight glistening on the water's surface, creating dazzling spots of light. Skillfully, Chun Ming set the boat to autopilot, allowing it to cruise gently through the waters. He turned and entered the cabin, retrieving his large fishing rod and steadily attaching the electric reel, his movements fluid and practiced. As if he had done this countless times before, he secured the rod at the fishing position, which was stable and comfortable, equipped with various auxiliary devices to facilitate better control during fishing. Pouring bait into a basin and adding half a bottle of fishing lure, he mixed it well. After hooking a piece of bait, it trembled slightly in the sea breeze, emitting an enticing aroma. With everything ready, he slowly lowered the hook into the water, embarking on his quest to catch tuna. Chun Ming's gaze was fixed on the sea, filled with concentration and anticipation. As this was deep-sea fishing, his vision could only penetrate the water to a depth of 200 meters. With the dawn of a new year, less than 500 meters from the boat's departure, Chun Ming spotted 3 large fish pursuing the bait. From the boat, he could only see the dorsal fins of the 3 fish, unable to discern whether they were yellowfin or bluefin tuna. The largest fish surged forward, swiftly swishing its tail and gulping down the bait. The rod suddenly sank, and an immense pulling force was felt instantly. A fish was on the line. Chun Ming's heart leaped with joy as he tightened his grip on the rod. Feeling the fierce struggle from the other end, he held on firmly, utilizing the power of the electric reel to engage in an intense battle with the tuna. The fish thrashed violently beneath the surface, attempting to break free from the hook, its massive body twisting and sending splashes of water in all directions. Chun Ming gritted his teeth, firmly planted on the deck, keeping his eyes glued to the rod as he adjusted his strength in response to the tuna's struggle. After an arduous tug-of-war, the tuna was finally hauled aboard. It was a colossal yellow-fin tuna, its body shimmering with silver under the sun, its fins powerfully flapping, demonstrating its resilient vitality. Without time to admire it, Chun Ming swiftly grabbed a sharp knife and expertly made a small incision in the tuna's gill area to bleed it out. Blood flowed slowly, and the tuna's struggles gradually subsided. Chun Ming laboriously dragged the tuna into the ice storage, traditionally suspending it upside down. The cold air filled the storage, and the tuna hung there, as if time had stood still for it. Over the next 3 days, Chun Ming, like an unflagging sea hunter, continued to fish for tuna in these waters. Each tremor of the fishing rod quickened his heartbeat. Every contest with the tuna made him feel the tenacity of life and the allure of nature. On the second day, he spotted an exceptionally large tuna chasing the bait. Once hooked, it struggled ferociously, nearly dragging the rod into the sea. Chun Ming clung tightly to the rod, summoning all his strength to resist the tuna. Ultimately, after an arduous battle lasting an hour and a half, he successfully brought the gigantic tuna on board. This was a bluefin tuna, weighing 300 pounds. The 3 days passed swiftly, and Chun Ming's hard work yielded abundant rewards. The ice storage was now filled with tuna, totaling 7 in number. Gazing at these trophies, a satisfied smile spread across Chun Ming's face. With limited space in the storage, it could no longer accommodate more tuna, prompting Chun Ming to decide to return home. He navigated the fishing boat back towards the harbor. Throughout the journey, his mood was exceptionally buoyant, having achieved a bountiful catch on his first outing of the new year. He looked back at the receding sea with a heart full of reverence and gratitude for the ocean. As the fishing boat neared the dock, Chun Ming called Brother Shui. Shortly after arriving at the small dock, Brother Shui hurried over with a few helpers. After exchanging New Year's greetings, Brother Shui and his team boarded the boat, their eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the boat brimming with tuna. He expertly inspected each fish's quality. After weighing them, the total for the 7 tuna amounted to 17 million. This was primarily due to the 2 bluefin tuna, while the other 5 were yellowfin. Chun Ming accepted the receipt from Brother Shui and signed his name. His diligent efforts over the past 3 days at sea had yielded just rewards. With such results from his first fishing trip of the new year, Chun Ming felt hopeful for the year ahead. Chapter 47. Learning to Lure Fish. In the early morning, Chun Ming rose from his slumber and practiced a round of Bajiquan in the small courtyard. He leaped up and down the stairs, feeling invigorated and refreshed. The primary task for today was to replenish fuel for the fishing boat and restock the supplies aboard. Before breakfast, he had already notified the supplier to bring fuel. After enjoying his meal, Chun Ming made his way to the small dock, where he savored a cup of kung fu tea alongside Uncle Huang. Once the fuel truck arrived, he filled the boat's tank to the brim and then drove into the city to procure additional provisions. Just as he was about to enter the city, his phone pinged with a message. Upon opening it, he discovered a deposit of 30 million. Just as he prepared to call Lin Xiao beat him to it. Upon answering, Chun Ming heard Lin Xiao's voice. The second installment has been transferred to your account. Did you receive it? Chun Ming replied affirmatively. Yes, thank you, Brother Lin. Lin Xiao remarked, you are now a millionaire. Remember to enjoy life and not solely think about fishing for money. Can one ever truly earn all the money in the world? Chun Ming retorted, what enjoyment do I have? Fishing is my enjoyment. Lin Xiao added, tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. Come early to pay respects to Mazu with me. Chun Ming agreed to arrive early the next day, and their conversation concluded. As for replenishing supplies, it was merely instant noodles and snacks. He completed the shopping quickly and returned to the small dock, loading all the provisions onto the boat. After rinsing the boat's dirty areas, he found himself with little else to do, sitting in the boat's small lounge. His gaze inadvertently fell upon a fishing rod mounted on the rack. This rod, along with the water drop reel and its accessories, had been a prize from a lottery. Since Chun Ming was unfamiliar with the water drop reel, it had remained unused. Why not take advantage of this idle moment to practice with it at the cliff where he previously caught a large grouper? He prepared his fish box and drove the electric tricycle towards the cliff. Following the narrow path down, he maneuvered the tricycle as close to the shore as possible, using a water pump to draw seawater to rinse the stainless steel fish box. With preparations complete, he took the fishing rod and slung the fish box over his shoulder. Settling down by the sea, he threaded the fishing line through the guides of the rod, attached a lure, and began adjusting the water drop reel. Chun Ming tightened the brakes slightly. Being inexperienced with a water drop reel, he figured a tighter setting would prevent line tangles. Just as he secured the brake, he noticed it automatically loosened again. Chun Ming adjusted it once more, and indeed, it reverted to a looser setting. Internally, he marveled at the exceptional quality of the system's products. Upon engaging the line release, he cast the lure with force, sending it flying 60 or 70 meters into the air, creating a whooshing sound as it splashed into the sea. He replaced it with a heavier lure, and, true to form, the brake automatically calibrated itself. With this newfound assurance, as long as the line remained intact, everything else would proceed smoothly. Using his enhanced vision, he scanned the seabed before him, spotting a grouper approximately 50 meters to the right, a sizable one, seemingly a mouse grouper, weighing around 6 or 7 pounds. Chun Ming employed a sinking minnow, casting it twice before landing at 5 meters in front of the grouper. He attempted to maneuver it in the water, as he would with a sea rod. The system's craftsmanship was indeed remarkable. Under Chun Ming's control, the minnow glided toward the grouper. The grouper, lurking among the rocks, readied itself to ambush passing fish. Upon noticing the minnow's approach, it swiftly lunged, seizing the lure and darting into the crevice. Observing from the shore, Chun Ming swiftly lifted the rod to set the hook. The water drop reel's brake engaged automatically, and he raised the rod to prevent the grouper from escaping into the rocky shelter. After a vigorous tug of war, he managed to pull the grouper towards the shore. Using the lure pliers to place it into the fish box, his first catch of the day, Chun Ming quickly developed a fondness for lure fishing, primarily due to the exhilarating sensation when the fish strikes. Not long after, he spotted another grouper at a distance of 70 or 80 meters. Employing the same technique, he extracted it from its rocky hideaway and dragged it ashore, adding it to the fish box. In no time, he had caught every visible fish within a 100-meter radius. Chun Ming exclaimed with delight, discovering that lure fishing was indeed thrilling. Unfortunately, he had not brought any fishing attractants, rendering him unable to lure fish from afar. But he was satisfied with nearly 30 pounds of catch. He loaded the fish into the tricycle's water tank and pedaled towards the city, deciding to personally deliver the fish to the hotel. Chapter 48, The Lantern Festival. Today marked the Lantern Festival, a grand occasion. Having made plans with Lin Xiao the previous day, they agreed to rise early to pay respects to Ma Zhu together. Chun Ming awoke at 4 o'clock, washed up, and drove to the hotel to await Lin Xiao. At nearly 5, they reunited and headed towards the Ma Zhu temple. As they approached, the crowd became too dense to drive further, so they parked the car by the roadside and proceeded on foot. At the temple's entrance, throngs of people filled the area. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had made arrangements. His bodyguards cleared a path, allowing Chun Ming to follow him until they finally reached the temple's entrance. At the auspicious moment, the main gate swung open, and the crowd surged inside. They lit the incense they had prepared in advance and knelt in reverence to Ma Zhu. Chun Ming bowed, silently expressing his gratitude for Ma Zhu's care over the past year and hoping for continued blessings in the new year, smooth sailing, success in all endeavors, and perhaps finding a kindred spirit. After their prayers, Lin Xiao and Chun Ming explored the vicinity, enjoying various performances and sampling an array of delectable foods amidst the lively atmosphere. As Lin Xiao had social engagements at noon, Chun Ming drove back to the small dock alone. The guardhouse was firmly shut. It was the Lantern Festival, and Uncle Huang must have returned home to celebrate with family. After parking his car, Chun Ming turned to see 3 young women climbing aboard his fishing boat. He hurried over to inquire, "What are you 3 doing? Get down immediately." The trio, startled by his intervention, quickly descended. Chun Ming observed that the 3 girls were approximately 1.65 meters tall, another around 1.6 meters, and the shortest, perhaps only 1.54 meters. They all sported a youthful, rebellious appearance. Approaching them, he questioned, "What is your purpose in climbing aboard my boat?" The tallest girl replied, "We aren't doing anything. We just wanted to take a look." Hearing her accent, which resembled his own, he asked, "Are you 3 from Yunnan or Guizhou?" The shortest girl, with a round face and a hint of baby fat, boasted an enviable figure. She responded, "We're from Guizhou. I can tell from your speech that you're from Sichuan." Chun Ming confirmed, "I am indeed from Sichuan." The girl with the youthful appearance insisted, "We just want to take a look, don't meddle." Chun Ming, sternly, replied, "You think you can sneak onto my boat and ask me not to interfere?" To his surprise, the 3 girls looked pleased. The tallest girl chimed in, "Brother, it's your boat? Then take us aboard to play." The other 2 echoed, "Brother, brother," repeatedly, pleading for Chun Ming to let them on board. Feeling overwhelmed, Chun Ming reluctantly allowed them onto the boat. Once aboard, the 3 girls darted about, filled with curiosity about the vessel. Chun Ming let them explore, settling into a lounge chair on the rear deck, pulling out a bag of peanuts to slowly shell. After a while, the 3 girls joined him, and he asked, "What are your names? Please introduce yourselves." The tallest girl replied, "My name is Zhang Yuxiu," pointing to another girl. "She is Cheng Hong, and she is Li Li." Chun Ming introduced himself. "I am Chun Ming. You can call me Brother Ming. What brings you three from Guizhou here?" The youthful Li Li replied, "We came to work. We are classmates and just graduated from high school this year." Chun Ming observed, "You all seem quite young to have just graduated from high school." Cheng Hong retorted, "We have indeed graduated. Why do we look so young?" Zhang Yuxiu inquired, "Brother, do you live alone on the boat?" Chun Ming Dao, "Indeed, at times. I too reside in that quaint little garden," gesturing towards the small garden on the hillside. The three ladies cast a glance towards the garden atop the hill. Li Li inquired, "Brother, do you not fear living here alone?" Chun Ming replied, "As a grown man, what is there to fear?" The three ladies exchanged glances. And Zhang Yuxiu spoke up, "Brother, may we three stay on the boat with you?" Upon hearing this, Chun Ming was taken aback. Pondering the implications of being mistaken for a human trafficker, he quickly responded, "No, you can play for a while, but you must return swiftly to avoid worrying the adults." Cheng Hong asserted, "We came here on our own. We are adults." Li Li nodded in agreement, saying, "Let us stay on the boat. We can help with the cleaning." Chun Ming, bemused, asked, "Why do you wish to stay on the boat?" Zhang Yuxiu replied, "We have not found a place to stay." Chun Ming noticed the three ladies were empty-handed and couldn't help but ask, "Where are your belongings? Where have you left your luggage?" Cheng Hong explained, "It's at the factory, but it's so dirty there. I don't want to stay there." Chun Ming surmised that these three ladies had wandered aimlessly and somehow ended up here. Observing the time nearing noon, he asked the three ladies, "Who can cook? There's food in the kitchen. Who will go prepare it?" Zhang Yuxiu stood up, saying, "I will go. I can cook." Chun Ming led her to the small kitchen, where he retrieved instant noodles, eggs, and a roast chicken, stating, "We shall have these for lunch." Zhang Yuxiu asked, "Is this what you usually eat?" Chun Ming replied, "By myself, I often eat these. I cannot cook, so I am limited to such fare." Seeing Zhang Yuxiu begin to cook, he returned to the deck. Li Li approached him, linking her arm with his, and said, "Brother, I am thirsty. I would like some water," adopting a pitiful demeanor. Chun Ming led Li Li and Cheng Hong to the boat's lounge area and poured them some water. Before long, Zhang Yuxiu emerged, carrying a stainless steel basin, placed it on the small table, and called Cheng Hong to help her fetch bowls and chopsticks, along with a large bowl of shredded roast chicken. Their lunch turned out to have the warmth of a family gathering. Chapter 49. The boat became lively. After lunch, the three ladies implored Chun Ming to take them out to sea for a breezy adventure. With their incessant calls of brother, Chun Ming, unable to withstand their pleas, reluctantly steered the boat away from the dock. In the cockpit, the three ladies watched Chun Ming navigate the vessel, their faces brimming with curiosity and eagerness. Li Li clung to Chun Ming's arm, beseeching him to teach her how to operate the boat. As he piloted the vessel, he introduced her to the names and functions of the controls on the dashboard. Less than an hour into their voyage, Li Li and Zhang Yuxiu began to feel seasick. Chun Ming helped them to the cabin's bed to lie down and prepared to return to the dock. Upon their return, as he parked the boat, he looked at the two ladies and chuckled, "Do you still wish to stay on the boat? With your delicate appearances, you might as well be throwing up your guts." Cheng Hong chimed in, "If you sit a few more times, you won't feel seasick anymore. I've been on boats at the reservoir several times without feeling ill." Chun Ming remarked, "How can one adapt without a little nausea?" Seeing the two ladies feeling somewhat better, he mixed some sugar with warm water for them to drink. Once they seemed all right, Chun Ming said, "Feeling better? I will take you back." The three ladies, in unison, expressed their reluctance to return, insisting they wished to stay on the boat. Chun Ming, exasperated, exclaimed, "You three ladies staying on my boat? What will others say? That I am abducting women?" Cheng Hong countered, "How could that be? We can simply state it as not true." Frustrated, Chun Ming realized he was being cornered by these three ladies. Li Li, sensing Chun Ming's agitation, suddenly suggested, "How about Yuxiu becomes your girlfriend? Then you would be our brother-in-law, and no one could say anything." Chun Ming nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing this. Zhang Yuxiu's face flushed, and she lightly punched Li Li. Cheng Hong added, "This idea is splendid, indeed." "Li Li, this is a wonderful plan." Chun Ming retorted, "How old are you? I would be scolded mercilessly if I went out with you." Li Li loudly declared, "We are all over 18. What's wrong with that?" Chun Ming, perplexed, thought Zhang Yuxiu appeared no older than 16 or 17. While Cheng Hong and Li Li seemed even younger, Li Li claimed she was 14 and people believed her. Zhang Yuxiu, blushing, softly insisted, "We are all over 18. Cheng Hong chimed in, "If our IDs say we are over 18, you must accept Yuxiu as your girlfriend." Chun Ming instinctively nodded but quickly attempted to oppose. Li Li exclaimed, "You nodded. You cannot back out now." Feeling helpless, Chun Ming extended his hand, saying, "Bring me your IDs. I want to see them." The three ladies replied they did not have them on hand. Chun Ming, bewildered, asked, "Why are your IDs not with you?" Zhang Yuxiu explained. We arrived in Binhai this morning, dropped off our luggage at the factory, and ran to the seaside to enjoy the view. Cheng Hong added, that factory is filthy. I do not want to work there. Lili nodded in agreement. I immediately regretted it upon seeing it. Chun Ming observed that these three ladies, dressed like delinquents, were utterly inexperienced in society, leaving him speechless. He said, come on, I will take you to get your luggage. The four of them disembarked from the fishing boat, and Chun Ming opened the door to his Mercedes, taking a seat inside. The three ladies cheered and eagerly climbed into the car. Zhang Yuxiu occupied the passenger seat, while Li Li and Cheng Hong settled in the back, fastening their seat belts. As they drove away, Li Li called from the back seat, brother-in-law, we are now a family. You must teach me how to drive. Cheng Hong chimed in, I want to learn too. Chun Ming was momentarily at a loss for words, while Zhang Yuxiu blushed and interjected, you must not teach them. Oh dear, you two mischief makers. Hearing the three ladies bicker, Chun Ming felt a wave of warmth in his heart, realizing that such liveliness was rather delightful. Chapter 50, Girlfriend. Under Zhang Yuxiu's guidance, they soon arrived at a small factory, merely a couple of kilometers from Dongxing Dock. The factory produced electronic components, and as they approached, a foul burnt odor wafted through the air. The three ladies hurried inside to retrieve their belongings, only to rush back out quickly. Chun Ming found the stench unbearable and hastily drove away. After traveling a short distance, he pulled over and said to the three ladies, let me see your IDs. They each handed him their identification, confirming they were indeed all over 18. Chun Ming observed their luggage, a large canvas bag, a toiletry bag, and a backpack. He remarked, you three must have run away without permission. The ladies lowered their heads, with Li Li murmuring, no, we left a note for our families. Chun Ming replied sternly, be honest, what is the story? Otherwise, I will take you all to the police station. Under Chun Ming's intense scrutiny, the truth emerged. Zhang Yuxiu's family favored her younger brother, and she was often scolded for the slightest misstep. Cheng Hong's parents were divorced, and she lived with her mother, who had remarried and had a younger brother, leaving Cheng Hong feeling unappreciated. Li Li's home situation was not as dire, but she left to support her sisters in solidarity. All three were classmates, close as sisters, and having failed their entrance exams, they impulsively set off southward to seek work after graduating high school. Upon understanding their circumstances, Chun Ming's heart softened, and he said, I will give you the fare. You should all return home. Li Li protested, but we agreed. We are all over 18, and Yuxiu will be your girlfriend. No backing out. Cheng Hong added, brother, please let us stay with you. We do not want to go back. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Yuxiu reached for Chun Ming's hand, only to quickly retract it. Observing the situation, Chun Ming found himself in a dilemma. He glanced at Zhang Yuxiu, who was indeed a charming girl, delicate and graceful, though her figure was more slender compared to Li Li. Seeing Chun Ming's expression of contemplation, Li Li pulled Zhang Yuxiu closer and pushed her into Chun Ming's embrace. Chun Ming instinctively wrapped his arms around Zhang Yuxiu. Cheng Hong exclaimed, all right, you are holding Yuxiu now. She is your girlfriend. Li Li added, yes. You are now my brother-in-law. Chun Ming, still holding Zhang Yuxiu, felt utterly bewildered. Was this really acceptable? Zhang Yuxiu nestled in Chun Ming's embrace, showing no signs of resistance. Instead, she grasped the fabric of his clothing. Chun Ming found himself reluctantly yielding to the pressure from the three women, gazing at the beauty in his arms, and feeling a twinge of reluctance to oppose them. Very well, let it be for now. I shall go with the flow, he concluded, tightening his hold on Zhang Yuxiu. Observing the three women's luggage, he remarked, you may discard any belongings that are no longer needed. I shall take you shopping for new ones. Li Li and Cheng Hong erupted in cheers, stowing their identification in their pockets before tossing their backpacks aside. In a playful gesture, Li Li planted a kiss on Chun Ming's cheek, exclaiming, brother-in-law, you are the best. Long live brother-in-law. Cheng Hong, still hesitant, contemplated whether to join in the playful antics. Chun Ming wiped his face and turned to Zhang Yuxiu, asking, how will you handle your luggage? Zhang Yuxiu replied, there are only 2 changes of clothes inside. Upon hearing this, Chun Ming decisively disposed of her belongings, tossing the luggage out of the car. As they drove into the city, he parked by the roadside and embarked on a grand shopping spree with the 3 women. They acquired an array of ultra-short skirts, tank tops, sandals, and sneakers, each purchasing several outfits. Accompanying the women into a lingerie store, Chun Ming watched as they selected undergarments. In a mischievous moment, Li Li held up a piece of lingerie against her chest and asked Chun Ming for his opinion, causing him to blush while the salesgirl stifled her laughter. The 3 women donned their new attire and shoes, discarding the old, with the extras placed in the car. Chun Ming, now accompanied by the refreshed trio, sought out daily necessities. After placing their purchases in the vehicle, he observed that something was amiss. We lack some adornments, he mused silently. He then led the women to a jewelry store, where each selected a gold bracelet, a necklace, and a pair of earrings. Once adorned, they presented a striking tableau, each woman showcasing her unique charm. One was a delicate beauty, another with bright, serene eyes, and the last, a quirky, youthful spirit. Chunming couldn't help but indulge in a fleeting moment of mischief as he admired their beauty. Taking the trio to Lin Xiao restaurant, where Lin Xiao was absent, Chunming reserved a private room and ordered a lavish seafood feast. Lili excitedly snapped photos of the dining table with her phone. Enjoying the meal in the company of the three women, even the usually reserved Cheng Hong playfully pinched Chunming's cheek. Resigned to his fate, Chunming wrapped his arms around Yuxio's slender waist, sharing tender moments with her. Chapter 51. Laughter and joy. Lili leaned her head against Chunming's shoulder and softly inquired, "Brother, are you a rich second generation?" The other two women watched Chunming intently. Just as he was about to turn his head, he feared he might inadvertently startle them. "I'm hardly a rich second generation. My parents are farmers, cultivating vegetables for a living," Chunming replied. Cheng Hong, biting into an abalone, retorted, "I don't believe it. You have such a grand boat and drive luxury cars, and today you generously bought us so many things." The other two women nodded in agreement. Chunming protested, "What do you mean? All my money comes from fishing. In just 3 days at sea, I earned over $1 million. The three women looked at him in disbelief. Lili turned to him, shaking his shoulder excitedly. "Brother, fishing can earn so much? Please tell me more." Chunming recounted his fishing experiences over the past 3 days, concluding, "If 5 out of the 7 tuna are bluefin, I could make nearly 200,000. Lili, excited, hugged Chunming's shoulder, exclaiming, "From now on, let us fish together. If you earn $1 million, we'll each take 10,000, all right?" Chunming, picking up a piece of lobster meat that Zhang Yuxiu had peeled for him, playfully fed it to Lili, saying, "I can't have you getting seasick." Lili, undeterred, clung to his shoulder, shaking him more vigorously. After their meal, the four of them climbed into the car and headed toward the dock. It is often said that 3 women can create quite a stir. The trio chattered incessantly, praising Chunming's looks, his ability to earn money, and his considerate nature towards women. Chunming felt overwhelmed and turned to them, saying, "Enough. Do you think my money is easy to come by? If you use my money, you must contribute as well." The 3 women fell silent, casting timid glances at him, thinking, "Oh no, we've entered the den of a wolf." Chunming continued, "From now on, you 3 will be responsible for my laundry and the maintenance of the boat and the small yard." He added, "Oh, and cooking as well." The 3 women collectively exhaled in relief, with Lili playfully hitting Chunming's shoulder from behind, saying, "You scared me. Brother, you're so naughty." As they playfully bantered, they arrived at the small dock and parked the car. The dock's booth was still closed, likely indicating that old Huang wouldn't be back that night. They carried all their daytime purchases onto the fishing boat. Chunming announced, "I will occupy the cabin near the cockpit. The other 3 rooms are yours to choose from." The women cheered and eagerly entered their respective rooms to organize their belongings. Suddenly, Chunming recalled that Zhang Yuxiu and Lili were prone to seasickness, and he advised them, "You 2 should stay in the small garden." However, the 3 were too excited to relent, insisting on staying on the boat, and Chunming had no choice but to acquiesce. Each room was equipped with a dehumidifier, and he reminded them, "Remember to close the doors and windows and turn on the dehumidifier daily." The women nodded in understanding. Chunming added, "This is the bathroom. It's small, and only 1 person can wash at a time. You must line up." Upon hearing this, the women nearly rushed at him, ready to tackle him to the ground. Chunming, using his privileges, took the first turn to shower. Lying in bed, he listened to the sounds of laughter and chatter from the adjoining cabin. Feeling a strange sense of fulfillment, life was becoming increasingly vibrant and exciting. Chapter 52. Companionship as dawn broke. Chunming was roused from sleep by the pressing need to relieve himself. He approached the small bathroom on the boat, only to find the door locked, with Cheng Hong's voice emanating from within. Left with no option, he went to the rear deck to resolve his predicament. As the others began to awaken, Zhang Yuxiu had already prepared egg noodles, inviting everyone to breakfast. While eating, Lili asked, "Brother, where are we going fishing today?" Chunming replied, "Fishing? You'll be seasick the moment we set sail. But if we get seasick, we can just lie in bed," Lili pouted playfully. After a moment's thought, Chunming decided it would be better to take them to the village's cliffside, where the rocky shore was nearby and the waves were gentle. He told the 3 women, "We can go, but you must follow my commands and refrain from making noise." The trio nodded in agreement. Cheng Hong cleared her bowl and washed it, while Chunming lit a cigarette and went to the cockpit to request departure through a mobile app. Shortly, he received approval. Starting the engine, he gently navigated the boat away from the dock. The 3 women watched in awe as Chunming expertly piloted the fishing boat, all eager to learn. Chunming was happy to teach them, explaining while steering, Lily reached up to take down a piece of dried fish hanging in the cockpit, examining it curiously. Brother, is this a real fish? Why is it hanging here? Is it a good luck charm? She asked, astonished. Chun Ming replied, this is a fish of good fortune. Possessing it will bring you the blessing of Mazu. Zhang Yuxiu also took a look, noting it appeared to be a dried fish encased in transparent plastic. And after a moment, she hung it back. Before long, the fishing boat arrived at the cliff's edge, approximately 150 to 60 meters from shore, where Chun Ming anchored the vessel. Grasping the lure rod, he made his way to the bow, with the three women trailing behind. Using his ability to see through the water, he assessed the seabed, noting that the general depth in this area was around 50 to 60 meters, allowing him to see clearly below the surface. Chun Ming cast a glance at the three ladies and, seeing that none displayed signs of seasickness, instructed them to step aside. He then wielded his fishing rod, casting the lure towards a crevice in the seabed approximately 50 meters away, where a grouper, weighing around 5 pounds, resided. The lure danced tantalizingly within 20 centimeters of the grouper, which could not resist the temptation and lunged forward to seize it. Chun Ming swiftly raised the rod to hook the fish, pulling the grouper to the surface. He dragged it alongside the boat and used the fishing pliers to hoist it aboard, eliciting cheers from the three ladies, who exclaimed, Brother, you're amazing. You're so skilled. Unconsciously puffing out his chest, Chun Ming felt a profound sense of accomplishment swell within him. Lily produced her phone and began snapping a flurry of photos of the grouper, zooming in for close-ups before uploading them to X Sound. Chung Hong, standing nearby, inquired, Brother, how much is this fish worth per pound? Chun Ming replied, This is a grouper. The market price ranges from 800 to 2,000 yuan per pound, depending on its size and the season. The three ladies gasped in unison, realizing that this fish was nearly worth 10,000 yuan. Chun Ming nodded in affirmation and asked Lily, Will anyone see your post on X Sound? Zhang Yuxiu chimed in, Of course, there are viewers. Lily has over 10,000 followers. Lily puffed out her chest proudly, saying, I have plenty of admirers. Quickly take out your phone and give me a follow. After placing the fish in the live well, Chun Ming retrieved his phone and, following Lily's guidance, found her profile. Perusing her posts, he was met with a series of videos showcasing her posing and pouting. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, with such poses, Aren't you just attracting a horde of lecherous onlookers? Lily responded, This is how I gain followers. Chun Ming felt a surge of irritation and turned to Zhang Yuxiu to inquire, You have quite a few followers as well, don't you? Zhang Yuxiu blushed slightly and replied, I don't have any fans. My profile only features a few scenic photos. Upon discovering Zhang Yuxiu's X Sound profile, which indeed contained only a handful of landscape pictures, Chun Ming clicked to follow her, cautioning, Don't emulate Lily. Avoid posting videos that attract unwanted attention. Chung Hong stifled a giggle, prompting Chun Ming to ask her, What is your X Sound handle? I'd like to take a look. Chung Hong, grinning, guided him to her profile, which featured only a few photos of the three ladies. Chun Ming complimented, Hong Hong is a good girl, and followed her as well. Noticing that Chun Ming had followed both Zhang Yuxiu and Chung Hong, but not her, Lily couldn't help but approach him, throwing her arms around his shoulders in a playful manner. I just wanted more followers, she pouted. If you don't like it, I can delete those videos. From now on, I'll only post your fishing videos, okay? Chun Ming responded nonchalantly. I don't care if you delete them or not, yet internally felt a softness and elasticity in her embrace, perhaps due to their proximity to shore. Neither Zhang Yuxiu nor Lily experienced seasickness this time. With his enhanced vision, Chun Ming spotted a grouper on one side and a base on the other, reeling in fish nonstop. Each catch elicited excited shrieks from the three ladies. Lily eagerly recorded videos of each fish, uploading them to X Sound. Amid this high emotional atmosphere, Chun Ming discovered an unprecedented experience in fishing, feeling as though his body had become lighter, almost buoyant. As the three ladies witnessed Chun Ming's impressive fishing prowess, they retreated to the break room, retrieving fishing rods to learn from him. Lily, why are you grabbing such a heavy-duty rod with an electric reel? Chun Ming asked. Lily, cradling the rod, declared, I want to catch big fish. Amused, Chun Ming led the three ladies to select spinning rods instead. Mixing some bait with fishing attractant, he prepared a large portion to draw in fish, teaching them how to bait hooks and release lines. Before long, the boat was surrounded by a frenzy of fish. Oh no, I've caught a fish. Help me. Chung Hong shouted, excitement bubbling over. Chun Ming, using his enhanced vision, discerned that she had hooked a base weighing around 5 pounds, struggling against her. Rushing to her side, he wrapped an arm around Chung Hong, taking the rod in one hand and the reel in the other. Together, they exerted effort to bring the base alongside the boat. Chun Ming leaned down, securing the fish aboard, and handed it to Chung Hong, saying, Here, hold this and capture a photo of your first catch. Chung Hong's cheeks flushed as she accepted the fish, while Li Li cheered and snapped pictures. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuxiu, glancing sideways, felt a sudden tug on her rod. Nearly losing her grip and letting out a shriek, Chun Ming quickly stepped forward to grab the rod, encircling Zhang Yuxiu in his embrace. A 6 or 7 pound grouper thrashed violently in the water. Chun Ming tightened the brake and, with Zhang Yuxiu leaning against him, began reeling it in. Feeling her body grow weak against him, he noticed her face flushing as their eyes met. In that moment, with the beautiful girl in his arms, Chun Ming could hardly resist and leaned in to kiss her. The grouper, neglected on the surface, thrashed violently, interrupting him. Irritated, Chun Ming exerted great strength, hoisting the 6-pound grouper onto the boat. Just then, Li Li, having finished taking photos of Chung Hong, spotted Chun Ming kissing Zhang Yuxiu and, with a pout, exclaimed, "Brother, they both caught fish. Come teach me how to fish." Stabilizing Zhang Yuxiu, Chun Ming unhooked the fish and told Li Li, "Wait a moment. Let me place this fish in the live well first." After securing the fish, he approached Li Li, who handed him her rod. As she nestled into his embrace, she grabbed his right hand, urging, "Hurry and teach me. I want to catch a big fish too." Chun Ming turned to glance at the other two ladies. Noticing Chung Hong and Zhang Yuxiu both blushing, forgetting to bait their hooks as they began releasing lines to fish. Turning back to Li Li, he found her hands had abandoned the rod, instead clutching either side of his shirt. Inhaling the sweet fragrance emanating from her, he felt an involuntary response stirring within him. Chun Ming quickly released her, intending to extricate her from his embrace, but Li Li turned and hugged him tightly. Feeling the soft warmth of her body, his hand inadvertently slid from the reel to her waist. Suddenly, a cry of surprise interrupted them as Zhang Yuxiu's rod was yanked overboard by a base. Chun Ming set aside his rod and rushed to the side of the boat, spotting a nearly 20-pound base dragging Zhang Yuxiu's rod into the depths. "Don't worry. Watch me bring it back," he called to the ladies before stripping off his shirt and shoes, diving into the sea. With his modified physique, Chun Ming glided through the water like a fish, propelling himself forward with powerful strokes. Within 100 meters from the boat, he caught up with the fishing rod. Emerging from the water, he grasped the rod firmly, swimming back towards the boat. The three ladies cheered as they witnessed him reclaiming the rod and returning to the vessel. Once back on the deck, he hoisted the base aboard, and Li Li eagerly snapped photos of it. After placing the fish in the live well, Chun Ming informed the ladies, "Let us move the boat forward a bit. I can see what appears to be large lobsters on the seabed ahead." During his swim, Chun Ming had spotted several large lobsters nestled in the rocky crevices beneath the surface, likely the prized Chinese spiny lobsters. He instructed the crew to move the boat forward nearly 100 meters before halting. After searching the boat for a while without finding any ropes, he resorted to tearing an old bedsheet into strips to use for securing the lobsters' claws. Armed with the fabric, they gathered at the stern of the boat. "I'm going down to catch the lobsters. You all hold the strips and stay safe," Chun Ming instructed before diving into the depths. The water here was 50 to 60 meters deep, a mere trifle for him. Diving into the depths of the ocean, a resplendent lobster's head emerged from a crevice in the rocks, its antennae gracefully swaying, pincers in motion, and its eyes wide open. Scanning for any unsuspecting prey that might pass by, Chun Ming extended his hand from the side and swiftly grasped the lobster's head. The creature's tail thrashed violently, attempting to break free from his grip, but it was too late. Chun Ming exerted force, pulling the lobster towards the surface. Zhang Yuxiu and the other two women, upon witnessing Chun Ming's catch of a brilliantly colored lobster, clambered onto the fishing boat, erupting in cheers. Chun Ming took a strip of cloth from Zhang Yuxiu and deftly bound the lobster's pincers. Li Li recorded the lobster on her phone, while Zhang Yuxiu and Chung Hong gazed at the magnificent creature, their eyes sparkling with delight. In their entire lives, they had never encountered such a large lobster. Li Li clutched Chun Ming's arm and exclaimed, "Brother, can we have lobster for lunch?" Chun Ming playfully pinched her cherubic face and replied, "There might be more at the seabed. Let me catch a few more so you can feast to your heart's content." Chapter 54, Affectionate Moments. Chun Ming successfully captured 6 exquisite lobsters from the ocean floor, each weighing nearly 4 pounds, with the smallest still weighing 3, just in time for lunch. Zhang Yuxiu confessed her inability to cook lobster, to which Chun Ming reassured her that preparing lobster was quite simple. Steaming it to perfection sufficed. Li Li and Chung Hong were on the deck, marveling at the vibrant colors of the lobsters. Chun Ming filled a basin with 3 lobsters and entered the kitchen with Zhang Yuxiu. He retrieved a steamer from the cupboard and arranged the lobsters inside, turning on the induction stove to begin steaming them. He then peeled and crushed garlic to prepare a dipping sauce. Amidst their flurry of activity, their eyes met occasionally, and before they knew it, Chun Ming found himself embracing his girlfriend and sharing a kiss. Just as they were lost in the moment, a soft gasp echoed from the kitchen doorway. They hurriedly separated, only to find Chung Hong blushing at the threshold. I didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue, she murmured before turning and fleeing. Chen Ming, still holding Zhang Yuxiu, leaned in for another kiss. Zhang Yuxiu's arms remained wrapped around his neck, leaving her no avenue for escape. Once the lobsters were steamed to perfection, the four of them gathered in the lounge to indulge in a feast. The 3 lobsters were consumed just enough for all to enjoy. Chen Ming suggested, let us all take a rest this afternoon and continue fishing later. After a morning of fishing, the 3 women felt a bit weary. Zhang Yuxiu began to clear the dishes while Chen Ming tossed the leftover shells into the sea as bait. Entering the cabin, the 3 women retired to their respective rooms for a well-deserved rest. As Chen Ming opened the door to his room, he noticed the door across the hall ajar. He knocked gently, pushing the door open to find Zhang Yuxiu seated on the edge of the bed. Upon hearing the knock, she stood up quickly, her cheeks flushed. Why aren't you resting yet? Chen Ming inquired. Zhang Yuxiu blushed deeper, replying shyly, I was just about to. Chen Ming, captivated by her rosy cheeks and recalling their intimate moment in the kitchen, couldn't resist. He grasped her hands firmly, and with a gentle pull, she tumbled into his embrace. Both young and fervent, they were swept up in the heat of the moment. In the adjacent room, Chung Hong had just laid down when she heard a muffled cry from next door, initially thinking Zhang Yuxiu had succumbed to seasickness. But as she discerned Chen Ming's voice mingling with Zhang Yuxiu's, realization dawned, and she instinctively buried her face in her thin blanket. Meanwhile, Li Li, having just climbed into bed, also heard the unusual sounds. Eagerly eavesdropping, she soon understood what was transpiring, her heart racing as she felt the warmth spread through her body. Rising from her bed, she steadied herself against the wall and knocked softly on Chung Hong's door. Sister Hong, please let me in. Upon hearing Li Li's call, Chung Hong opened the door, allowing her to enter. Li Li dove into Chung Hong's bed, and they embraced. Did you hear? They've gotten together, Li Li whispered. Chung Hong playfully nudged her. Keep your voice down. They are a couple, after all. Li Li huffed, in broad daylight, those 2 rascals. After a prolonged period of sounds, the 2 women exhaled in relief as silence finally enveloped the room. However, their respite was short-lived as the sounds resumed shortly thereafter. Unable to endure the disturbance any longer, Chung Hong rose, dressed quickly, and rushed to the deck. Seeing her leave, Li Li pressed her ear against the wall, eager to listen in. As the clock approached 3, Chen Ming awoke, freshened up, and donned his clothes before heading to the deck. Chung Hong and Li Li were each holding fishing rods, attempting to fish without bait. Upon noticing Chen Ming's emergence from the cabin, both women turned and stared at him. Chen Ming, noticing their gaze, sheepishly touched his head and said, Yuxiu is feeling a bit seasick, so I told her to rest a little longer. Chung Hong blushed and replied, Oh, I understand. Li Li muttered, Bad guy? Still trying to deceive us. Chen Ming felt his face flush, turned, and picked up a fishing rod, attaching bait before casting it out. Chapter 55, Tender Affection. Chen Ming spotted a bass weighing around 7 or 8 pounds slowly approaching the bait. Chung Hong and Li Li abandoned their fishing rods and dashed into the cabin. Chen Ming, observing the 2 women enter Zhang Yuxiu's room, turned back to continue fishing. As the clock neared 5, he was pleased with the day's catch. 1 compartment was nearly full, alongside 3 remaining splendid lobsters. He stowed his fishing rod and approached Zhang Yuxiu's room, knocking gently. Seeing the door ajar, he pushed it open to find Zhang Yuxiu reclining on the bed, while Chung Hong and Li Li sat by her side, all 3 with flushed faces, seemingly engrossed in conversation. Upon Chen Ming's arrival, Chung Hong and Li Li quickly stood and maneuvered around him to exit. As they passed by, Li Li playfully tapped Chen Ming's arm, calling him a bad guy. Chen Ming, grinning, closed the door behind them and sat beside Zhang Yuxiu, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. Yuxiu, how are you feeling? Is it still painful? Hearing his concern, Zhang Yuxiu's cheeks flushed further as she buried her face into his shoulder, remaining silent. Chen Ming pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead, tightened his embrace, and grasped her small hand, leaning in for a kiss. After a moment of tenderness, Chen Ming said, You should rest here while I take the boat back to the dock. Zhang Yuxiu nodded, and as they parted, they shared another sweet moment. Navigating the fishing boat back to the small dock, Chen Ming secured the vessel and called Brother Shui to collect the fish. Upon entering Zhang Yuxiu's room, he found her already dressed and ready, accompanied by Chung Hong and Li Li. Now that we've docked, we'll drop off the fish and then head into town for a meal. Let us disembark, Chen Ming announced. Observing that Zhang Yuxiu walked with Chung Hong's support without significant difficulty, he followed closely behind as the 4 of them stepped off the boat onto the dock. Old Huang, noticing Chen Ming's return, stood by the guard booth watching. Chen Ming approached him, offering a cigarette. After lighting it, he introduced the 3 women. This is Old Huang. Please say hello. The women chorused, Hello, Old Huang. Chen Ming continued, This is Zhang Yuxiu, my girlfriend. and these are Chung Hong and Li Li, Yushio's sisters. Old Huang greeted the three women warmly and turned to Chun Ming, saying, Xiao Chun, you have a good eye. This girl is quite lovely. Huang Bo welcomed everyone to take a seat and poured a cup of kung fu tea for each person. Suddenly, he recalled an incident and informed Chun Ming that a fishing boat had nearly been robbed by monkeys in the southern waters 2 days prior, resulting in injuries. He advised Chun Ming to exercise caution and avoid that area as much as possible. Chun Ming expressed his gratitude for Huang Bo's warning, assuring him that he would indeed refrain from venturing there. Shui Gu arrived with his subordinates in a vehicle. Chun Ming hurried to greet them and led the group aboard the vessel, where they opened the fish hold to weigh the catch. Today, they had only brought along 3 women for a leisurely fishing trip close to shore, which had taken a bit of time. Yet they managed to sell the fish for over 30,000. After signing the necessary documents, Shui Gu and his men drove away. Chun Ming extended an invitation to Huang Bo to join him for dinner in the city, but Huang Bo politely declined. Noting that several fishing boats were gradually returning to port, Chun Ming then drove the 3 women towards the city. Upon arriving at the night market, they found a clean and hygienic food stall with delightful flavors, where the 4 of them settled down. Chun Ming picked up the menu and asked the 3 women to order. Zhang Yuxiu took the menu and passed it to Chung Hong, prompting her and Li Li to make their selections. Li Li was quite unabashed, ordering a variety of dishes from the menu. As Chun Ming was the designated driver, he abstained from alcohol. After their meal, the 4 of them strolled along the street. Zhang Yuxiu linked her arm with Chun Ming's, and he leaned in to whisper into her ear, inquiring if walking was a problem, suggesting they might take a car back instead. Zhang Yuxiu's cheeks flushed as she softly replied that it was no trouble at all, and that she wanted to accompany the others, just to walk a bit slower. Chun Ming walked behind Zhang Yuxiu, with Li Li in front, who alternately pulled Chung Hong along and turned back to chat with Zhang Yuxiu, their laughter ringing out continuously. After a short while, Chun Ming noticed that Zhang Yuxiu's grip on his arm felt slightly heavier, indicating she might be fatigued, so he proposed returning to rest. Upon driving back to the small dock, the fishermen who had returned had already dispersed after selling their catch. Huang Bo was observing a few individuals cleaning up. Chun Ming greeted Huang Bo as he led the 3 women back onto the boat. He settled on the deck, waiting for the women to finish washing up before he did the same. Chun Ming knocked on Zhang Yuxiu's door, and she opened it just a crack, informing him that she was feeling unwell and suggested he sleep alone. Undeterred, Chun Ming boldly proposed they share the bed, assuring her he would do nothing more than hold her while sleeping. Unable to resist his persistence, Zhang Yuxiu reluctantly allowed him into her room. True to his word, Chun Ming did not act inappropriately. He simply lay down, enveloping Zhang Yuxiu in his embrace. He whispered to her, Xiao Xiao, though our time together has been brief, I promise to treat you well in the future. Zhang Yuxiu nestled her head against his chest, softly affirming that she believed he would indeed be good to her. Instinctively pressing closer. After a moment of silence, she gently remarked, Brother, it seems that Chung Hong and Li Li also have feelings for you. Chun Ming, hearing this, tightened his embrace around Zhang Yuxiu and declared, I now have a girlfriend, and it's you alone that I cherish, before kissing her tenderly. After a prolonged moment, they parted, with Zhang Yuxiu gasping for breath against Chun Ming's chest, lamenting the complexity of their long-standing friendships. Chun Ming, feeling playful, reassured her that time would alleviate their concerns. Oh, please do not be so forward, Zhang Yuxiu protested softly, to which Chun Ming chuckled lightly. Zhang Yuxiu whispered in his ear that he could do as he pleased. Chun Ming initially thought this was her consent to his playful advances, but reconsidered. Realizing she had been exhausted all afternoon and deserved a good night's rest, he withdrew his hand, cradling her gently, lest she fall asleep. Embracing her, he envisioned their bright future together and gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 56. A momentous surprise. Chun Ming was roused from his sleep by Li Li's exuberant voice. As the sun began to rise above the horizon, Li Li was animatedly bouncing around the deck, clad in a tank top and short skirt, performing an impromptu aerobics routine to the upbeat music blaring from her phone. Chun Ming shook his head in amusement before retreating to wash up. Chung Hong was busy frying eggs, and Chun Ming caught a whiff of the appetizing aroma wafting through the air. Chung Hong glanced at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Before turning back to her cooking, Zhang Yuxiu soon joined them to freshen up, and Chun Ming stepped aside to allow her space. Once they were all ready, the 4 gathered in the lounge to enjoy breakfast. Chun Ming addressed the 3 women, stating that he would take them to a small courtyard where they could each choose a room. When he ventured out to sea, they would stay there. No sooner had he spoken than Li Li eagerly exclaimed that she wished to remain aboard the ship instead. Chun Ming cautioned her that the open sea could be quite tumultuous and that she might suffer from seasickness. Li Li began to pout, pleading, Brother, please don't. I'll manage on the ship. If I feel sick, I'll just lie down. Chun Ming, half-jokingly, insisted that she refer to him as brother-in-law. I want tea, Li Li retorted, while Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong exchanged amused glances. Chun Ming turned to the two women, asking them whether they preferred to stay in the courtyard or on the ship. They both chorused their preference for the ship. After a moment's consideration, he announced that since they all wished to stay on the vessel, he would conduct some training for them shortly. Having finished breakfast, Chun Ming allowed them a brief respite before steering the fishing boat away from the dock and towards the open sea. He accelerated the boat to over 20 knots, causing it to jolt over the waves. Before long, Li Li began to feel queasy, and he assisted her to her cabin, though he did not reduce the speed. After some time, he glanced back at Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong, noticing that both seemed unaffected by the motion. He inquired of Zhang Yuxiu, "How are you feeling? Xiu, are you dizzy? Do you feel like vomiting?" She shook her head, responding, "I don't feel anything at all this time. No dizziness or nausea whatsoever." Chun Ming found this peculiar. Could it be that she had grown accustomed to the motion? Cheng Hong remained unaffected as well, and after a short while, Chun Ming decided to anchor the boat. They all gathered in Li Li's cabin, where they found her pale and lying on her side, clutching a plastic bag filled with vomit. Zhang Yuxiu took the bag and disposed of it, while Cheng Hong poured Li Li a glass of water and helped her drink. Chun Ming, trying to lighten the mood, asked, "Are you feeling any better? Do you still want to stay on the ship? Are you sure you want to come out to sea with me?" Li Li, choked with tears, insisted, "Yes, I do. You're bullying me." And she began to cry. At a loss for how to comfort her, Chun Ming turned to Cheng Hong and said, "Hong Hong, could you please cheer her up?" He then attempted to exit the room. Li Li's sobs grew louder. Zhang Yuxiu, standing at the door, remarked that it was Chun Ming who had upset her, so he should be the one to console her. She then suggested to Cheng Hong that they go prepare some food. Chun Ming, feeling helpless, watched as the two women left the room, scratching his head in frustration. Turning back to Li Li, he said, "All right, please stop crying. If you want to stay on the ship, then you can stay." Li Li sat up, crying, "I don't care. You're bullying me. Fine, I admit it. I've bullied you. I apologize. Will you stop crying?" Chun Ming said, lifting a water cup from the table and offering it to her. Li Li, still sobbing, did not take it, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Noticing her cries had quieted somewhat, he set the cup down and said, "All right, no more tears. Just rest for now." He turned to leave, but Li Li called out, "I want water. You have to feed me." Resigned, Chun Ming picked up the cup again, sat on the edge of the bed, and helped her drink. After she finished, he placed the cup back on the table and was about to rise when Li Li suddenly threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. Taken aback, Chun Ming gently patted her shoulder, saying, "All right, let us take a moment to rest. We'll head back to the dock soon." Li Li rested her head against his chest and whispered, "I don't want to go back, brother. I like you." Chun Ming, startled by her confession, was at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Li Li, I have a girlfriend, and she's the one you introduced me to. Please don't say such things. I wouldn't want to hurt Xiao." Li Li clung to him even tighter, softly assuring him, "Sister Xiao knows. And she won't blame you." Chun Ming, intrigued, asked, "What does she know? What won't she blame me for?" Li Li raised her head to gaze at Chun Ming, saying, "Xiao knows that both Hong Hong and I like you. That day in the room, we agreed that Xiao wouldn't interfere with you." Chun Ming, taken aback, reached out to steady Li Li and asked, "Are you saying that Xiao is aware that you and Hong Hong have feelings for me, and she won't mind?" Li Li then nestled once more into Chun Ming's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, and whispered, "Xiao said we are to be good sisters for life." Chun Ming listened, his mind swirling in disbelief. Could he truly be so fortunate? Yet, he felt an unsettling inkling that he might have been betrayed. Regaining his composure and feeling the soft warmth against his chest, he encircled Li Li's slender waist, lowering his gaze upon her delicate face. Fair with a hint of youthful roundness, he couldn't help but tighten his grip, feeling the fullness in his arms. Li Li tilted her head up to meet his gaze, and unable to resist, Chun Ming leaned down to kiss her. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Chun Ming, with one hand, found himself at the pinnacle of his life, feeling elated. He asked if she still felt dizzy. "A little, but I think it's nothing serious." "Let me get up and check," Li Li replied softly. Supporting her as she descended from the bed, they walked a few steps, and she seemed to regain her composure. Ready to go out for lunch, Li Li enthusiastically embraced Chun Ming once more. He could only respond passively as she stood on her tiptoes, launching an ardent assault on him. Upon reaching the lounge, Cheng Hong was seen bringing out dishes. Chun Ming assisted Li Li to her seat and remarked, "I'll go see what other dishes we have." In the small kitchen, Zhang Yuxiu was preparing soup. Chun Ming approached her from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, and softly inquired, "Xiao, have you sold me out to your good friends?" Zhang Yuxiu, looking down, apologized, "I'm sorry. But Hong Hong and Li Li also like you, and I didn't know what to do. Chun Ming tightened his embrace, saying, I'm not angry with you. I just feel it's unfair to you. Zhang Yuxiu turned to hug him, saying, There's no unfairness. We are good sisters. Chun Ming lowered his gaze and asked, Then what are we? Zhang Yuxiu replied softly, Husband. Chun Ming lifted her chin and kissed her, but his eyes inadvertently caught sight of Cheng Hong peeking around the corner. Chapter 57, Capturing All. After lunch, Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong tidied up the dishes. Zhang Yuxiu said to Chun Ming, Brother, why don't you take Lily back to her room to rest? Chun Ming glanced at the two women, noticing the blush on their faces, while Cheng Hong accidentally swept the leftover food onto the floor. Lily stood up, grabbing Chun Ming's arm, and he assisted her back to the room. Once inside, they closed the door and embraced tightly. Chun Ming found it uncomfortable bending over, so he scooped Lily into his arms. What is softness? What is warmth? Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong lay on the bed, sharing intimate words. Hearing the sounds coming from the other room, Cheng Hong blushed and asked Zhang Yuxiu a question, to which she giggled and nodded, whispering something in Cheng Hong's ear. Cheng Hong, flustered, playfully punched Zhang Yuxiu twice, and they embraced again, laughing heartily. It was past 4 in the afternoon when Chun Ming finally emerged from the room. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong were on the back deck, chatting and snacking on sunflower seeds. Seeing Chun Ming approach, Cheng Hong blushed even more and lowered her gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, Chun Ming sat beside the two women and asked Zhang Yuxiu, Is it time to head back to the dock? Zhang Yuxiu replied, Brother, how about we stay out tonight and not return to the dock? Let us anchor the boat outside. She cast a glance at Cheng Hong. Chun Ming, realizing what she meant, suggested, Then I'll steer the boat to where we were yesterday. The waves are calmer there. This caused Zhang Yuxiu's face to flush as well. Chun Ming got up and walked to the helm, glancing at Li Li's room along the way. She was sound asleep, so he clenched his fists, feeling invigorated. He steered the fishing boat to a cliff outside the village, anchoring it over 100 meters from the shore. Exiting the helm, he saw Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong preparing dinner. He inquired from outside the kitchen door, What are we having for dinner? Zhang Yuxiu replied, We have a roast chicken and I made an egg soup. That will be our meal tonight. Having spent so long at sea, Chun Ming was quite accustomed to such fare, while Zhang Yuxiu and the others might not be. He remarked, Tomorrow, let us go to the city to buy some vegetables and fruits, store them in the freezer, and stock up on rice and other essentials. Zhang Yuxiu responded, All right. We'll discuss what to buy tomorrow. You go rest for a bit. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Chun Ming kissed Zhang Yuxiu on the cheek and then settled into a deck chair. Lost in thought, he recalled what old Huang had said about the southern monkeys abducting people. After pondering for a while, he took out his phone and searched online for self-defense equipment. There were countless options such as stun guns and batons, but he felt they would be impractical at sea. Eventually, he found a shop selling compound bows on a streaming platform, which piqued his interest. After reading the description for a while, he deemed it quite suitable for use at sea. After some contemplation, he messaged the customer service, inquiring, Is this legal? Is it a controlled item? The response assured him, Compound bows are legal. Only crossbows are illegal and controlled. We have the proper sales credentials, so you can purchase with confidence. Chun Ming selected a top-tier version priced over 6,000, equipped with infrared night vision, along with 30 carbon fiber arrows and various accessories. During dinner, Lily remained in a deep slumber, so they did not disturb her. After finishing the meal, Zhang Yuxiu said, I'll clean up the dishes. You two go rest. I'll take care of Lily when she wakes up. Cheng Hong, her cheeks flushed, dashed back to her room. Chun Ming embraced Zhang Yuxiu and declared, Xiu, I love you, before sharing a deep kiss. After a moment of tenderness, Zhang Yuxiu pushed him away, saying, Hurry up, you can't keep her waiting for too long. Chun Ming kissed her again on the cheek and headed to Cheng Hong's room. He gently pushed the door, which was unlocked, and opened it, suspecting Cheng Hong was leaning against it. Hong, open the door and let me in, he called softly, giving the door a light push. As it swung open, Chun Ming stepped inside and closed the door behind him. To his surprise, he found Cheng Hong standing behind it. Her face flushed and her gaze lowered. Standing before Cheng Hong, he placed his hand on her shoulder and said, Hong, you are a wonderful girl. And I like you too. At this moment, as a man, he felt compelled to be brave and take the initiative. With that, he tightened his embrace, pulling her into his arms. Gradually, he increased his hold, leaning in to savor her fragrance, while his hands began to explore more freely. Cheng Hong felt her body weaken, struggling to stand. Just as she was about to fall, Chun Ming lifted her up from behind her knees and carried her toward the window. As the night's storm raged on, waves crashed against the sea, with fish leaping from the water only to fall back in, splashing droplets that echoed the sound of falling water. Chapter 58, A New Life. At dawn, Chun Ming awoke, reveling in the softness of the embrace around him. His hands wandering. Not yet, brother, it's time to get up, Cheng Hong's soft voice whispered in his ear. Chun Ming lay in bed, hearing the sounds coming from the kitchen. Reaching for his phone, he saw it was 10:40, realizing he had slept too late and needed to rise. He kissed Chung Hong gently, got out of bed, and dressed, saying, "You can sleep a little longer. You worked hard last night." "No, you go wash up." "I'll get up shortly," Chung Hong replied softly. Entering the small kitchen, he found Zhang Yuxiu frying eggs. Upon seeing Chun Ming, she blushed and said, "You're up. Hurry and wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon." Chun Ming embraced Zhang Yuxiu and said, "Thank you for your hard work," kissing her on the cheek. After washing up, Chun Ming asked, "Where's Li Li?" "She's still asleep." "Go wake her up," Zhang Yuxiu replied, flipping the eggs. Chun Ming went to Li Li's room, where she was still drowsy and reluctant to get out of bed. Approaching her, he pulled the covers away and said, "Aren't you getting up? It's nearly 10. Come on, it's time for breakfast." Li Li stretched her fair arms around Chun Ming's neck, playfully murmuring, "You should help me get dressed." Amidst their playful tugging and laughter, they managed to get dressed and wash up before heading to the lounge for breakfast. Chun Ming gazed at the three women, each a unique embodiment of beauty, stirring a surge of ambition within him. A splendid life had indeed arrived. During their meal, Chun Ming addressed the trio, suggesting that after breakfast they venture to the market to procure rice, flour, vegetables, condiments, and household necessities. He encouraged them to compile a list of additional items to avoid any omissions. As they dined, they scribbled down their shopping needs on a piece of paper. Driving the car, Chun Ming ferried the three women to a bustling farmer's market in Binhai City, where the trunk soon overflowed with an assortment of vegetables, fruits, meats, and cooking ingredients. Upon returning to the small dock, they transferred their bounty onto the boat, and it was already past noon. Zhang Yuxiu busily prepared lunch while Chung Hong lent a helping hand. Chun Ming reclined on a lounge chair on the aft deck, embracing Li Li as he whispered sweet nothings, eliciting light-hearted giggles from her. After lunch, Chun Ming proposed a brief afternoon nap, planning to set sail later to assess any seasickness. Lying in bed, he held Zhang Yuxiu close, both savoring the tranquil aftermath of their earlier passion. Chun Ming mentioned that after a couple of days of training, once Li Li was accustomed to the sea, they would venture offshore to fish for tuna. Zhang Yuxiu nuzzled against his chest with a soft hum of agreement. Once they awoke from their siesta, Chun Ming piloted the fishing boat, pushing the speed to 20 knots as they headed into the open sea. Within the cockpit, he inquired if anyone felt dizzy or nauseous. Li Li assured him that she felt fine, even after 3 hours of rapid sailing. The four of them exchanged knowing glances, and Li Li, wrapping her arms around Chun Ming's, teased, "Brother, is it because we were together that I don't feel seasick?" Zhang Yuxiu and Chung Hong turned their gaze toward Chun Ming, who pondered aloud, "I'm not certain, but it certainly appears that way. If so, we ought to indulge more for our health." The three women blushed deeply, playfully chasing Chun Ming and delivering a flurry of light-hearted slaps. They sped back to the dock, preparing for the next day's outing. Chun Ming summoned a fuel truck to fill the boat with gasoline and fresh water. Noticing that their fishing bait was running low, he informed the women that he would head to the small garden to fetch some supplies. Without waiting for a response, he made his way, contemplating whether to keep his system a secret from the women, lest the goddess Mazu be displeased. Arriving at the small garden, Chun Ming summoned the exchange interface, discovering he had amassed over 50 million points. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a cardboard box and exchanged 500 bottles of fishing bait in one go. Watching the interface, he felt a flicker of concern that it might vanish, but reassured himself that it wouldn't, as he still had several million points remaining. He carefully packed the fishing bait into the box and returned to the boat. At dinner, Zhang Yuxiu prepared stir-fried beef strips, chili fried meat, garlic shoots with meat, and a meat soup. The family enjoyed a delightful meal filled with laughter and warmth. As dusk fell, fishing boats began returning to port. Chun Ming purchased 100 pounds of fish and shrimp, storing them in the freezer for bait. The four of them stood on the aft deck, feeling the sea breeze and watching the sun dip below the horizon. Chun Ming wrapped his left arm around Zhang Yuxiu's slender waist while resting his right hand on Chung Hong's bare shoulder. Observing Li Li capturing the sunset with her phone, and his heart swelled with tenderness. As night descended, Chun Ming posed a playful question to the three women about whom he would share his bed with that evening. Zhang Yuxiu playfully punched his shoulder, urging him to hurry and take a shower. Each retreated to their respective rooms to sleep. Chun Ming chuckled to himself as he took his shower and returned to his room, lying on the bed. About 10 minutes later, Li Li, wrapped in a towel, entered, closed the door, turned off the light, and snuggled into Chun Ming's bed, enveloping him in warmth. Chapter 59. The Lady Angler enters the fray. "Brother, how much longer until we arrive?" Li Li inquired from Chun Ming's embrace, as they leaned against the ship's railing, lost in their own world. The fishing boat had been at sea for 3 hours, yet their destination remained out of reach. This voyage was intended to last 5 days, during which Chunming aimed to fill 4 live fish tanks, dedicating the final 2 days to deep-sea fishing in hopes of catching bluefin tuna. Not long now. Just about an hour until we reached the platform, Chunming replied. The boat's intercom crackled with Chung Hong's voice. Brother, come quickly. Did I steer the wrong way? Why haven't we arrived yet? Holding Li Li's hand, Chunming made his way to the cockpit, where Chung Hong was anxiously at the helm. Seeing Chunming enter, Chung Hong asked frantically, Brother, is my direction wrong? Chunming approached the control panel and glanced at the electronic map, confirming that the course was indeed correct. They would reach the platform in approximately half an hour. The direction is fine. Have some confidence, he reassured her. Look at the electronic map. Our boat is here. And the designated point is there. As long as we follow the arrow pointing toward it, we cannot go wrong. Chung Hong sighed in relief. Thank goodness. You just taught me, and I didn't quite grasp it. Chunming wrapped his arms around her slender waist, whispering in her ear, You didn't forget. You were merely thinking of me, weren't you? Chung Hong blushed, stammering, No, I simply didn't remember. Before she could finish, Chunming silenced her with a kiss, playfully slapping her backside as he turned to Li Li, saying, Li Li, follow your sister Hong Hong and learn how to steer the boat. I'll check on how your sister Yuxiu is doing with lunch. He then headed toward the small kitchen. Just as he approached, he heard Zhang Yuxiu humming a tune while cooking. Upon seeing Chunming, she smiled sweetly. Brother, are you hungry? It will be ready shortly. Chunming wrapped his arm around her waist, asking, Not at all. I just wanted to see what you were making. Are you tired? Zhang Yuxiu replied, Not at all. For lunch, I made 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a spinach egg soup. Chunming planted a kiss on her cheek, declaring, My Yuxiu is truly capable. Here's a reward. All right. But the soup will dry up if you linger too long. She playfully turned her head away, lightly tapping his shoulder. Zhang Yuxiu then pushed him out of the kitchen, saying, Go play with your Li Li. I have a lot to do. Returning to the cockpit, Chunming engaged in light banter with the 2 women until the drilling platform began to emerge from the horizon. The platform was off limits for boats to approach too closely. So he anchored the fishing vessel about 200 meters away and dropped the anchor. With the boat secured, it was nearly noon, perfectly timed for lunch. They set the food on a small table on the aft deck and settled into beach chairs, enjoying a joyful meal filled with laughter. The 3 women, with modest appetites, watched as Chunming finished his meal. Zhang Yuxiu instructed, Li Li, sweep the deck while I wash the dishes. Brother and Hong Hong, don't get in the way of me and Li Li. Chunming stood up and exclaimed, Oh dear, I won't be in your way. He took Hong Hong's hand and playfully led her into the cabin for a short break. At 3 p.m., everyone awoke from their afternoon nap. Chunming grabbed 3 electric fishing rods, securing them to the railing, and mixed a large bowl of bait with fishing attractant. He called the 3 women over to teach them how to use the electric reels. This is the line release switch. Press it, and the line will spool out. This display here records how many meters you've released. Releasing it stops the line, he explained meticulously. After demonstrating how to operate the electric fishing reel, he encouraged them. Once you stop releasing, press this button and forget about it. If a fish bites, it will automatically reel in. As he taught, he watched Zhang Yuxiu and Chung Hong practice with the reels while Li Li tugged at his arm, pouting, Brother, help me operate it. I haven't learned yet. Pulling him to her fishing spot, she nestled into his embrace as he guided her hands through the motions. Just as they were engrossed in the lesson, Chung Hong's excited voice rang out, Brother, come quick. I think I have a bite. Chunming turned his head to see Chung Hong's rod tip pointing straight down. He hurriedly released his hand from covering Li Li's chest and walked over. Don't panic. The electric reel will pull the fish out of the water, Chunming calmly assured, simultaneously leaning over the ship's railing to glance beneath the surface. Several dozen meters below, a school of fish was greedily snatching up the bait he had cast. Upon closer inspection, he identified a group of red snapper. Their sizes remarkably uniform, no larger than 10 pounds for the biggest, while the smallest weighed around 6 to 7 pounds. Just as he was observing, Zhang Yuxiu and Li Li also let out exclamations, announcing that they had hooked fish. Chunming picked up the landing net and had just scooped Chung Hong's catch onto the deck when Zhang Yuxiu's fish was also pulled from the sea. Before he could scoop it, Li Li called out, Brother, hurry and net the fish. Since the 3 women were using electric reels, once they removed the fish, all they needed to do was reattach the bait and drop it back into the sea without further concern. Thus, Chunming found himself dashing back and forth on the aft deck, netting fish on one side while responding to calls from the other. Fortunately, after undergoing physical enhancement, he managed to keep up with the pace, even finding the time to sneak a playful touch here and there, thoroughly engrossed in the bustling activity. As twilight descended, the fish finally dispersed. Everyone exhaled a sigh of relief, and the live fish tank on the boat was filled to capacity. The most fatigued among them was Chunming. The 3 women merely had to attach bait and let their lines run, which was relatively effortless, though they did tire from the excitement of reeling in fish. Chun Ming did not even retract his fishing rod, choosing instead to secure it to the ship's side as everyone collapsed onto the beach chairs for a brief respite. Zhang Yuxiu suggested, "Let us have noodles for dinner," to which everyone nodded in agreement. She then rose to head to the small kitchen. Chun Ming lounged in a deck chair and said to the two women, "I'm utterly exhausted from this afternoon. Which of you will give me a massage tonight?" Li replied, "I would love to, but I'm afraid Xiao will want to pound me." Chun Ming took Cheng Hong's delicate hand, asking her to light a cigarette for him, but as soon as it was lit, he playfully ambushed her. After dinner, Chun Ming declared he was too tired and wanted to retire early, pulling Zhang Yuxiu back to their room. Li, trailing behind, muttered, "What a scoundrel. Heading to bed before it's even dark while claiming to be exhausted." Cheng Hong laughed, resting her head on Li's shoulder, prompting Li to playfully twist away, resulting in a spirited tussle between the two on the deck. At dawn, Chun Ming directed Cheng Hong to navigate the boat 2 kilometers into open water, where he then sprinkled the prepared bait along the ship's side. The 3 women eagerly found their fishing spots, ready to begin. Chun Ming used his enhanced vision to survey the seabed, noting that the water depth had exceeded 200 meters. He could only see the area within that range beneath the ship. The bait drifted slowly downward, attracting small fish that swam over, lured by the scent. Before long, the 3 women began to reel and fish one after another. Chun Ming tossed back the small fish he caught, scanning to identify those of little value, ensuring to release any unsuitable for bait, while keeping the appropriate ones for the freezer. As he bantered with the 3 women, he was reminded of the saying, "A man and a woman working together is not tiresome." After a simple lunch and a brief nap, the 4 resumed their efforts. Chun Ming wrapped his arm around Li's slim waist, helping her bring in a catch. Casually, he glanced 100 meters away, spotting a small school of fish shimmering with a golden hue, swimming towards them. Using his enhanced vision, he observed as they drew nearer, eventually identifying them as a school of large yellow croaker. The larger ones weighed around 7 to 8 pounds, while the smaller ones were around 4 to 5 pounds, comprising approximately 30 fish in total. Swimming at a depth of 40 to 50 meters, the electric reel's rod was challenging to manage, prompting Chun Ming to remove all the rods. He returned to the cabin, retrieved the fishing rod he had won in a raffle, rigged it with bait, and executed a precise cast. The first rod pulled in a sizable yellow croaker weighing around 6 pounds. As he placed the fish into the live fish tank, he informed the 3 women, "This is a yellow croaker. This one alone is worth over 200,000. Upon hearing the potential value of the fish, the women erupted in cheers, with Li affectionately biting Chun Ming's head. He leaned in to kiss Zhang Yuxiu and then turned toward Cheng Hong, who reciprocated with a kiss on his lips, a gesture that felt ever more natural. Through Chun Ming's precise casting, he successfully reeled in 26 of the 30 yellow croaker. The remaining few sensed danger and swiftly escaped, leaving just a hint of the school behind. The 4 gathered around the fish tank, marveling at the 26 yellow croaker within, their smiles wide with delight. The money-loving Li inquired, "Brother, how much can we sell these yellow croaker for?" Chun Ming replied, "It's hard to say. The 4 largest, nearing 7 pounds, can go to auction, but their price remains uncertain." Zhang Yuxiu exclaimed, "So, aren't these 20-some fish worth several million?" Chun Ming estimated, 2 to 3 million should be within reach. "When we return and sell the fish, whatever you wish to buy, brother will purchase it for you." Li chimed, "I want a handbag and perfume," leaning in to give him a kiss. That evening, they prepared 3 dishes and a soup, feasting together as a family. After enjoying the scenery for a while, Li complained, "I've stood all day. My legs are exhausted. I need you to massage my feet." And she pulled Chun Ming back to their room. At dawn, Chun Ming emerged from Cheng Hong's room, freshened up, ready to embrace a new day. As for their daily life, the fishing boat cruised at approximately 15 knots. It was now the 4th day of their outing, and the 4 live fish tanks were nearly full. They were currently engaged in trolling, using bait infused with fishing attractants. After dragging lines from morning until just past 3 in the afternoon, they had caught a few wolf fish, but not a single glimpse of tuna. Chun Ming muttered to himself, "This shouldn't be the case. I caught tuna in this very area last time." He instructed Cheng Hong to head back to the drilling platform, planning to return the next day. The 4 returned the boat to the drilling platform, spending another night 200 meters offshore. Upon waking and completing their morning routines, Chun Ming remarked, "We didn't catch any tuna this time. Perhaps we didn't find the right spot, so we'll head back early." The 3 women naturally complied with Chun Ming's plan. Before reaching the small dock, Chun Ming called Brother Shui to inform him of the fish catch, mentioning he had over 20 yellow croaker and instructed him to bring the necessary equipment to ensure their freshness. As they docked at the small pier, Brother Shui was already waiting with his crew. After weighing the fish, Brother Shui handed Chun Ming a receipt to sign. which listed 26 yellow croaker along with their respective weights, but did not indicate any prices. The total for the other fish was just under 40,000. Chun Ming signed the receipt, and Brother Shui explained that the yellow croaker would be taken back for Lin Xiao price, hence the absence of a listed value. Chun Ming acknowledged, understood. After Brother Shui took the fish, Chun Ming approached the pavilion where Huang Bo was chatting with the three women. Lili asked, "Brother, how much did the yellow croaker sell for?" Chun Ming replied, "The price hasn't been estimated yet. We'll know once it's assessed." After sharing a cigarette with Huang Bo and engaging in light conversation, Chun Ming invited him to join them for dinner and drinks in the city. Huang Bo declined, saying, "I'll pass. You young people go out and enjoy yourselves." The four drove into the city, parked the car, and upon realizing it was only 11 o'clock, began to explore. They purchased plenty of clothes and shoes for the three women. Chun Ming, feeling the strain in his feet, urged the women to find a restaurant for lunch, promising to accompany them shopping for handbags in the afternoon. As they sat down to a large spread of chicken, duck, and vegetables, Chun Ming received a call from Lin Xiao, who remarked, "Brother, you're doing great. Every time you go out to sea, you bring me surprises." "My brother Lin, she is simply extraordinary." Chun Ming, with a hint of arrogance, remarked, "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely possess a bit more luck than the average person." The two burst into laughter over the phone. Eventually, Lin Xiao said to Chun Ming, "For these 20-odd yellow croakers, I'll take advantage of you and offer you a round sum. How about 5 million? Chun Ming replied, "What my brother says must be honored." Shortly after hanging up, Chun Ming received a transfer of 5 million to his phone. At the dining table, he sent 1 million each to the three women. Lili, overjoyed, embraced Chun Ming and planted a warm kiss on his lips. Chun Ming tightened his grip on Zhang Yuxiu's hand. Cheng Hong also reached out, grasping Chun Ming's arm. After dinner, having calmed their emotions, the four set off to explore a designer handbag store. Cheng Hong linked her arm with Chun Ming's left, while Chun Ming held Zhang Yuxiu's hand with his right. Lili led the way, occasionally turning back, and the family shared laughter, attracting the attention of passers-by who admired the quartet of youthful and radiant beauties. Upon arriving at the designer handbag store, Chun Ming accompanied the three women, spending over an hour until they finally chose their desired bags. When it came time to pay, the 3 bags cost over 400,000. And Chun Ming couldn't help but exclaim that earning money from women was indeed easier. From his initial fishing ventures to now, Chun Ming had become a millionaire, gradually adopting a more lavish approach to spending, and his perception of money had shifted. He was no longer as frugal as he once was. Exiting the handbag store, Chun Ming suggested they find a place to get beverages, to relax before heading to Lin Xiao's nightclub for some dancing. The 3 women cheered in unison, especially Li, who clung to Chun Ming. Chapter 62, all of them. Chun Ming led the 3 women into the elevator, heading straight for Lin Xiao's office. Once they reached the designated floor, De Biao and Leng Shui were seated outside. Upon seeing Chun Ming, they quickly approached to greet him. "Is Lin Xiao in the office?" Chun Ming inquired. "Yes, Lin Xiao is in his office," De Biao responded. Leng Shui used the intercom to inform Lin Xiao of Chun Ming's arrival. After receiving a response, Chun Ming entered Lin Xiao's office with the 3 women. Lin Xiao, with his legs propped up on the large desk, was smoking a cigar. Upon noticing Chun Ming enter with 3 stunning girls, he promptly straightened up. Chun Ming approached Lin Xiao's desk, standing on tiptoes to sit at the edge of the large table. Turning to the 3 women, he said, "This is Brother Lin. Come greet him." The 3 women chorused, "Hello, Brother Lin." Lin Xiao replied, "Hello, all good." He then turned to Chun Ming and asked, "And who are these?" "My girlfriends," Chun Ming stated. Lin Xiao replied, "Which one? Don't tell me they are all yours." "Brother, you guessed correctly. They are all mine," Chun Ming declared proudly. Lin Xiao invited the 3 women to sit on the sofa, pulling Chun Ming to the floor-to-ceiling window, saying, "Are you out of your mind? These 3 are still underage, right?" Chun Ming responded, "What are you talking about? They are all over 18. I checked their IDs." Lin Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief. "That is more like it. I was wondering where you found such 3 lovely beauties." Chun Ming boasted, "On the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, after visiting Ma Zhu, I ran into these 3 sisters." He then introduced the 3 women to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao joked with Chun Ming, "Haha, brother, you really know how to enjoy yourself." Chun Ming replied confidently, "Of course, we have a harmonious family." The 3 women blushed at this. Lin Xiao added, "Then I wish you all a happy life and early children." Haha. Chun Ming was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the youthful faces of the 3 women, who likewise stared at him, unsure of how to respond. Chun Ming quickly remarked, "You 3 just turned 18. Let's wait a few years before having kids, shall we?" The 3 women felt a rush of embarrassment at Chun Ming's words and were momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Xiao laughed, "Indeed, you are all too young. Waiting a few more years for children sounds just right." You could easily take them to the hospital for a shot that prevents pregnancy for 3 months. Chen Ming, undeterred by Lin Xiao's presence, quietly discussed with the 3 women about agreeing to get the shot. Lin Xiao stepped out of the office and instructed De Biao, "Go prepare 3 red envelopes of 100,000 each." De Biao complied promptly. Chen Ming took out the yacht keys and handed them to Lin Xiao, saying, "Here are your yacht keys." Lin Xiao waved his hand. "Just keep them. When do you see me having the time to use it?" "When you have the chance. Take your girlfriends for a spin." Chen Ming reluctantly tucked away the keys. He then told Lin Xiao, "Brother, we'll have dinner here and then head to your nightclub for some dancing." Lin Xiao checked the time and, seeing it was nearly dinner time, led the 4 to the restaurant. They ordered an extravagant feast, and as they were enjoying their meal, De Biao entered with 3 bulging red envelopes, which he handed to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao accepted the envelopes and addressed the 3 women. "Since it's your first meeting, here is a small gift from me." He handed out the red envelopes. The 3 women looked at Chen Ming, who urged them, "Don't forget to thank Brother Lin." In unison, they exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Lin," before placing the envelopes into their newly purchased designer handbags. As they finished their meal, Lin Xiao casually mentioned to Chen Ming, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, Fang Jie got divorced." Chen Ming was taken aback, exclaiming, "I remember Fang Jie. She was married for barely 2 months. How did that happen?" Lin Xiao shrugged. "What is so strange about it? You have 3 girlfriends. I find it odd if I didn't tea." Chen Ming was momentarily speechless, finally conceding, "Why, perhaps my experience is limited." After finishing dinner, the group rested for a while in the restaurant. When they felt it was time, they took the elevator down to the 4th basement. The cacophony of heavy metal music and the jarring sounds of clattering plates combined to create an atmosphere that had everyone dancing with abandon. They made their way to Lin Xiao's exclusive 2nd-floor platform, where drinks, snacks, and fruits were laid out on a table. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong were relatively composed, while Li Li, entranced by the music, was already eager to dance. Just as they settled in, a few people approached to offer drinks. 2 of them Chen Ming recognized, though he couldn't recall their names, only that they looked familiar. He accompanied Lin Xiao and shared a couple of drinks with them. Meanwhile, Li Li tugged at Chen Ming's shirt, and he quickly understood, greeting Lin Xiao before leading the 3 women to the dance floor. Chen Ming had improved his dancing skills and, thanks to his enhanced brain, learned quickly. He raised both hands, swayed his hips, and moved his head in rhythm. Dancing with flair, the 3 women surrounded him, shaking their heads and twisting their waists, dancing with exuberance. After finishing a song, the 4 retreated to a dark corner to rest. Chen Ming, with an arm around each of the women, felt blissful in this moment. Before the event concluded, the 4 joined Lin Xiao as they exited the nightclub. Lin Xiao arranged a room for Chen Ming and the 3 women. Chen Ming took the room key and entered, finding it to be the same room where he once shared a night with his white moonlight. Shaking off the memories, he led the 3 women inside, and after freshening up, they settled in for the night. The guest room was equipped with 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, along with a living room. How the 4 chose to arrange their sleeping arrangements remained a mystery, even to the author. Chapter 63, The Compound Bow. At 9 in the morning, Chen Ming drove the 3 women to the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Under the curious gazes of others, Chen Ming accompanied the 3 women to get their shots. Returning to the small dock, the compound bow he had purchased had arrived and was stored in Huang Bo's booth. For the next few days, Chen Ming decided not to go fishing, opting instead to stay on the yacht with the 3 women. The atmosphere on the yacht was filled with laughter and playful banter as the 3 women roamed about. Chen Ming took out the compound bow, assembling it according to the instructions, attaching the quiver, and prepared to practice shooting on the hillside behind the small courtyard. He handed the electric tricycle keys to Zhang Yuxiu and said, "Take a look at what other supplies we need for the fishing boat. You can buy them in the village. Oh, and buy a few free-range chickens to enjoy at leisure." Zhang Yuxiu took the keys, calling for Cheng Hong, and the 2 rode the electric tricycle to the village. Chen Ming, holding Li Li's hand and carrying the compound bow, made their way up the hillside. Due to the hillside's proximity to the sea, it is constantly buffeted by winds throughout the year, leaving only a few small shrubs. The 2 individuals meandered along a narrow path, stopping intermittently to embrace and share tender moments. After quite a while, they finally reached the summit, which was strewn with rocks, small bushes, and unfamiliar grasses. Upon reaching the top, Li Li exclaimed in exhaustion that she needed a moment to rest. Chen Ming found a rock to sit on and pulled Li Li onto his lap, nestled in his embrace. Li Li wrapped her arms around Chen Ming's neck and remarked on the splendid scenery, exclaiming how delightful it was. Chen Ming held her close, gazing out at the azure sea, where a few seagulls soared, creating a refreshing atmosphere that stirred their hearts. Unconsciously, his hands began to wander. The couple exchanged sweet nothings and affectionate gestures for a while. Chun Ming then retrieved 2 water bottles and placed them on a rock, stepping back about 50 meters to practice his archery with a compound bow. After searching for tips and precautions on his phone, he memorized the key points and commenced his shooting practice. Being youthful and enhanced by certain potions, Chun Ming quickly grasped the fundamentals of archery. After shooting off a dozen arrows, he was able to hit the water bottle from 100 meters away. Observing his swift progress, Lily clapped her hands and praised him, calling him brother and marveling at his impressive accuracy. Chun Ming, enchanted by her exuberance and the playful way she bounced and clapped her hands, could not resist pulling her close for a passionate kiss. After a lengthy moment, they parted lips, and Chun Ming prepared to practice a bit more. Lily, linking her arm through his, insisted, "Oh, with your accuracy, there's no need to practice more. Let's find a shady spot to rest." She led him to a cool area, where a large rock jutted out towards the sea. Chun Ming noted how clean the place was, with a sizable stone nearby. Leaning against it, he set down his bow and pulled Lily into his arms once more. Amidst tender whispers and fervent kisses, the young couple indulged in secretive delights in the wilderness. As noon approached, Chun Ming carried Lily back to the dock, where they boarded a cruise ship. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong had prepared lunch. Chun Ming called for Uncle Huang at the booth to join them for a meal. They toasted with their glasses, downing their beers, and Chun Ming inquired about the best spots for catching tuna. Uncle Huang replied that the waters around the fishing platform island were the most favorable for bluefin tuna. Observing Chun Ming refill his glass, Uncle Huang cautioned that it was quite far from their location, and their fishing boat would need to sail for a whole day, especially since there were pesky little ones causing trouble there. After a pause, he continued, "You could fish outside the fishing platform island in international waters. There are plenty of bluefin tuna there." Chun Ming took note of this well-known area, confident he could find it on his electronic map. "Do you know the closed fishing season is approaching?" Uncle Huang said to Chun Ming. "What? A closed fishing season means we can't fish?" Chun Ming exclaimed. Uncle Huang chuckled. "During the closed season, fishing vessels cannot go out to catch fish, nor can they use nets, but fishing with rods is permitted. Moreover, fish prices will soar during this time, making it an excellent opportunity for you to earn money." Chun Ming understood and promptly thanked Uncle Huang for the information. After lunch, Uncle Huang returned to the booth, while Lily urged Chun Ming to take the yacht out for some fun. The 4 of them set sail along the coastline, enjoying the breeze. As night fell, they anchored the large yacht a few hundred meters from the shore, retreating to the biggest room on board to rest. Together, they spent another delightful evening. In Chapter 64, $100 for you. "All right, take care," Chun Ming courteously said to the fuel attendant. After 3 days of rest, they filled the tank and prepared to head to Fishing Platform Island to catch bluefin tuna. Waving goodbye to Uncle Huang on the shore, the fishing boat, powered by electricity, sailed across the sea at 15 knots. The journey was long, necessitating a mix of electric and fuel power. Cheng Hong skillfully navigated the fishing boat, having become quite adept at it. A gentle breeze caressed the surface of the water. Having checked the weather beforehand, they anticipated a week without significant storms. "Brother, come hold me. Sister Xiao, help us take a picture." Lily called from the bow of the boat, wanting to mimic the classic pose of spreading her arms wide. Chun Ming stepped forward to embrace Lily, only to be met with playful complaints. "Oh, hold me lower, around my waist." Zhang Yuxiu, wielding an extra-long selfie stick, stood on the deck, laughing heartily, which prompted Lily to jokingly swat Chun Ming on the shoulder. "Okay, is this where I should hold you?" Chun Ming replied with a grin. "Xiao, stop laughing and take the picture," Lily instructed, making silly sounds as she moved her hands. Zhang Yuxiu, standing to the side with the selfie stick, snapped photos of the two. Chun Ming, holding Lily from behind, felt her playful movements and tightened his grip. After a while, sensing Chun Ming's reaction, Lily mischievously broke free from his embrace and approached Zhang Yuxiu, taking the selfie stick from her. "Sister Xiao, you do this pose too. I'll take your picture." Zhang Yuxiu, finding it amusing, positioned herself in front of Chun Ming, who instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Realizing she had fallen into Li's trick, Zhang Yuxiu playfully raised her fist at Li, attempting to break free, but Chun Ming held her tightly. Lily laughed, clutching her stomach, shaking the selfie stick as she trembled with mirth. Unable to escape, Zhang Yuxiu playfully smacked Chun Ming's arms and shouted at Li, "You little rascal. Hurry up and take the picture. Laughing will kill me." "Who made you laugh?" Li retorted, raising the selfie stick to capture the moment. Chun Ming, resting his head on Zhang Yuxiu's shoulder, encouraged, "Raise your hands," and began to make sound effects, "Fly away," as he swayed with her. After completing the photos, a blushing Zhang Yuxiu wriggled free from Chun Ming's embrace and dashed towards Li, who dropped the selfie stick and squealed as she ran away. Chun Ming burst into laughter, relishing the carefree joy of their day. As night descended, Chun Ming and Cheng Hong took turns steering the boat. By the next morning, They caught sight of the renowned fishing platform island. Chunming had no intention of fishing there, as he found the locals quite bothersome and preferred to avoid conflict. The fishing boat continued towards the open sea, and just as they exited the vicinity of fishing platform island, a 30-meter trawler approached. The vessel displayed a flag, and several locals were shouting in their native tongue. Grabbing the radio connected to their speaker, Chunming called out loudly, "Please keep your distance and do not approach. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." The locals yelled back, their words incomprehensible to Chunming. As the boat drew nearer, he shouted, "Get away. Don't come closer." A few individuals on the boat raised wooden sticks and hurled them, narrowly missing Chunming's vessel. Understanding one of their exclamations to be a derogatory term, Chunming's anger flared. Scanning the bow, he spotted a pile of bricks. Rushing over, he picked one up and shouted, "You bastard, here's a brick for you." Just as he was about to throw it, he realized the bricks were worth $100 each, having been purchased at a premium. Quickly adding, "I'll give you $100. He launched the brick, propelled by his enhanced strength, which struck the local's boat's cockpit, ricocheting against the control panel and then hitting the helmsman squarely in the back. The helmsman let out a shriek and collapsed onto the deck. The locals, now cursing and throwing miscellaneous items, failed to hit the boat. Observing their continued aggression, Chunming grabbed 2 more bricks and hurled them at the group, shouting, "Here is $100 for you. $100. Today, I finally vented my frustration over the exorbitant price paid for these bricks." Both bricks were hurled directly through the driver's window, the anguished cries from within luring the nearby melon people closer to the ship. Their vessel gradually drifted away, becoming more distant, while it remained a mystery where Chunming's bricks had struck their boat, as the melon people's ship began to circle in the distance. The 4 of them watched the spinning melon boat, erupting in cheers. Lily leaped up, wrapping her arms around Chunming's neck, exclaiming, "Brother, why do you say we should reward them $100 after you hit them with bricks?" Chunming, feeling a bit embarrassed and unable to refuse the eager expressions of the 3 curious faces, leaned against the ship's railing and recounted the tale behind the bricks. Upon hearing it, the 3 girls burst into uncontrollable laughter, rolling on the deck. Lily laughed so hard that she pounded the deck, incensing Chunming, who, in a fit of annoyance, leaned towards the deck to playfully pounce on the 3 girls. Chapter 65, The Bluefin Tuna. By noon, as they sailed into the open sea, Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong were preparing lunch. Chunming was busy arranging the fishing gear for the afternoon, with Lily assisting by handing him tools. He inserted the massive rod into the stern, infused the bait with fishing scent, and completed all preparations for their upcoming trolling after a brief afternoon rest. The 4 gathered on the aft deck to enjoy lunch together. Zhang Yuxiu had prepared a large pot of duck carcass soup with kelp, and the family dined in joyous harmony. Li, holding a duck wing, asked Chunming, "Brother, does kelp count as seafood?" After pondering for a moment, Chunming replied, "I suppose not. Only living creatures can be classified as seafood." Just as Li was about to ask another question, a gigantic whale emerged about 200 meters from the boat, spouting a fountain of water. Li gasped, pointing at the whale, "Oh my, what a massive seafood." The 4 of them abandoned their meal, leaning over the railing to watch the colossal whale, which displayed its expansive dorsal fin and swam away into the distance. Chunming remarked on the enormity of seafood, saying 1 pot wouldn't suffice, prompting the 3 girls to laugh heartily. After their meal, the 3 girls accompanied Chunming on the deck for a smoke. After discarding his cigarette butt, Chunming took Li's hand and called out as they walked towards the cabin, "Let us go, seafood awaits." Incensed, Li brandished her small fists, playfully pursuing him. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong doubled over with laughter on the deck. At 3 p.m., they adjusted the fishing boat's direction, setting it to autopilot, and slowly sailed westward using electric power. Chunming cast a 7 to 8-inch lure into the sea, releasing a fishing line of about 100 meters, commencing their trolling. The lure, resembling a small fish, was towed underwater a few meters, with the fishing scent gradually dispersing in the ocean. Before long, dozens of smaller fish began to chase after it. Chunming occasionally used his keen eyesight to survey the area within a 200-meter radius. A fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds latched onto the lure, becoming ensnared by one of the hooks trailing behind. Chunming remained unfazed, continuing to drag it through the water. Suddenly, he spotted 4 elongated dark shadows beneath the surface, racing towards them from over 100 meters away. At first, Chunming could only see the backs of the large fish, and their distance made it impossible to discern whether they were bluefin tuna. However, judging by their size and swimming speed, they were undoubtedly tuna. As the 4 large fish closed in on the lure, the foremost one, slightly smaller in size, lunged forward from about 10 meters away, swallowing the lure along with the fish attached to it. Standing on the aft deck, Chunming forcefully lifted the rod, which instantly bent like a bow. He braced the rod against his abdomen, adopting a wide stance to counter the tremendous pull of the giant fish. The massive reel emitted a series of clicking sounds as line was drawn out, and Chunming hastily adjusted the reel's brake to an appropriate setting. The fish was immense, exerting a force greater than that of the dragon fish he had previously caught, weighing over 100 pounds. Yet, Chunming was no longer the same. His enhanced physique allowed him to remain steadfast against the formidable pull. Gripping the fishing rod tightly, he anticipated any decrease in tension, at which point he would exert force. Arching his belly and reeling in the line, the three girls, called by Chunming to maintain a safe distance, cheered him on from afar. He instructed Chung Hong to turn off the engine and bring the boat to a halt. After half an hour, the large fish ceased its struggle beneath the surface. Chunming, however, would not allow it to rest. He leaned forward, reeling in the line with a rhythmic motion. Zhang Yuxiu observed that the fish was no longer resisting. Seizing the opportunity to wipe the sweat from Chunming's forehead before quickly stepping back, Chung Hong also took the chance to offer him a few sips of mineral water. With robust support from the girls, Chunming persevered for an hour and a half before finally flipping the fish onto the surface of the sea. As they drew it closer to the fishing boat, it became evident that it was indeed a bluefin tuna, easily weighing over 500 pounds. The three girls erupted into cheers, showering Chunming with compliments. With deft movements, he secured the fish's tail and used the ship's hoist to haul it aboard. After making a cut at the gills to drain the blood, he marveled at the 2-meter-long, spindle-shaped behemoth. Lily stood beside it, appearing as though she was next to a small mountain, eagerly requesting Chung Hong to take her picture. The group gathered for a commemorative photo, and Chunming pushed the fish into the cold storage, freezing the tuna. Reclining on a beach chair, with the three girls surrounding him, they gave him a full-body massage. Eliciting satisfied murmurs from Chunming, Lily inquired, "Brother, how much do you think such a large tuna is worth?" Chunming pinched her cheek playfully, saying, "You little money grubber, this fish could be worth $1 million." The three girls gasped in astonishment, realizing that in just a couple of hours, they had potentially earned a fortune. Chunming affectionately stroked Zhang Yuxiu's head, saying, "See how hard I've worked today to earn money? Shouldn't you three reward me together?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuxiu and Chung Hong sprang up to run away, but Chunming swiftly pulled Zhang Yuxiu into his embrace, calling out, "Lili, hurry and catch Hong Hong." Lili squealed as she chased after Chung Hong into the cabin. Chunming gave Zhang Yuxiu a princess carry, laughing heartily as they headed toward the cabin, while Zhang Yuxiu blushed and nestled into his arms. Chapter 66. The sky seems to be falling. Leaning against the ship's railing, Chunming took a puff from his cigarette. It was almost 10 a.m., yet the three girls still had not risen. Just as he was about to return to the cabin to wake them, the lottery system unexpectedly popped up. A notification chimed. "This system will undergo maintenance and updates. Please redeem your points within 1 hour. Any unredeemed points will expire." Chunming was taken aback. The system required maintenance and updates? Looking at the over 20 million points on the panel, it was inconceivable to let them vanish. He hurried to the cockpit, retrieving 2 empty boxes that had contained supplies, and frantically exchanged points on the redemption panel. He acquired thousands of bottles of fishing scent, hundreds of spools of fishing line, hooks that would never snag, and 5 various fishing rods. In the end, he left 6 points remaining on the panel. Just as he completed the exchanges, the redemption panel flickered with blue light before disappearing without a trace. Chunming called out in his mind, but there was no response, leaving him feeling as if the sky had fallen. Sitting in a daze for a while, he organized the redeemed items and slumped into a lounge chair, his eyes vacant, reflecting on how, in a short span of time since acquiring the system, he had transformed from a beleaguered delivery worker to a man of wealth surrounded by beauty, enjoying a life of leisure. Now, with the system claiming to undergo maintenance, who knew if it would ever return? A profound emptiness settled within him, as if he had become a rootless floating weed on the water's surface. One by one, the three girls awoke, finding Chunming in a daze on the lounge chair. Zhang Yuxiu admonished Chung Hong and Li Li, insisting that they must refrain from such wild antics in the future, particularly Li Li, whose exuberance seemed boundless, causing evident fatigue in her elder brother. Li Li murmured in a soft voice, "How can you blame me? Brother enjoys it, and you were the one encouraging it from behind." Infuriated, Zhang Yuxiu seized Chung Hong and headed to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Li Li nestled into Chunming's embrace, softly inquiring, "Brother, are you tired?" Chunming reassured her, "I am fine. I am merely contemplating some matters." Timidly, Li Li pressed further, "Brother, what are you considering? Does it involve us?" Casting aside his worries, Chunming gazed at Li Li's charming visage, playfully twisting her cheek as he responded, "Of course it concerns you all. I am preparing to become a pirate, and you three shall be my cherished wives." Upon hearing this, Li Li playfully nuzzled against Chunming, exclaiming, "Oh, you naughty brother. Always teasing us. Everyone is worried about you. And I even got scolded by Sister Xiaoxiao for indulging you. Chun Ming planted a kiss on her forehead, declaring, My dear Li Li, you are the best, so obedient to your brother. He loves you the most. After a moment of affectionate banter, Chun Ming released Li Li and made his way to the galley. In the kitchen, Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong whispered amongst themselves while scrambling eggs. Chun Ming approached from behind, wrapping his arms around their slender waists, playfully asking, What secrets are you two sharing? I'd like to listen in. Cheng Hong blushed and looked down, murmuring, It's nothing. Zhang Yuxiu turned slightly, leaning into Chun Ming's embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she said, Brother, you mustn't act so recklessly anymore. Look at how tired you appear this morning. Chun Ming chuckled heartily, tightening his hold around the two girls. What are you talking about? I was merely lost in thought. I am in excellent shape. Remember that 500 or 600-pound fish I effortlessly reeled in? He kissed each girl on the cheek, adding, Now, don't overthink it. After all this time together, you both know how well I am. Shall we perhaps test my strength again tonight? The two girls blushed with embarrassment and, under the pretense of cooking breakfast, playfully pushed Chun Ming out of the kitchen. Chuckling, Chun Ming exited to find Li Li eavesdropping. He scooped her up in his arms and playfully bit her, saying, My Li Li is the most caring, always worried about her brother. After breakfast, Chun Ming set the boat to autopilot and commenced fishing from the stern. The three girls formed a formidable support team, either feeding him water or wiping his sweat. Occasionally, Chun Ming would shake the fishing rod, using his keen eyesight to assess the underwater situation. The morning proved less fruitful, yielding only a few small sea wolves instead of the sought-after tuna. As lunchtime approached, Chun Ming decided to cease fishing. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong prepared a bountiful lunch. After the meal, Chun Ming lit a cigarette and engaged in light-hearted conversation with the three girls. Discarding the cigarette, but, he declared, To dispel any doubts you may have about my capabilities, I shall demonstrate this afternoon just how exceptional my physique is, and with that, he lunged at them. The fishing boat erupted into chaos, filled with laughter and shrieks, with Li Li cheering, Come on, brother, you can do it. Seizing a moment, Cheng Hong wiped the sweat from Chun Ming's brow. By 3 in the afternoon, they resumed fishing, and Chun Ming hooked a sizable catch, slightly smaller than the first, which had already put up an hour-long struggle. With one foot braced against the boat's edge and both hands gripping the rod, he leaned back, timing his movements perfectly as he reeled in. The fish was now only 20 meters from the boat, and through his discerning gaze, he recognized it as a bluefin tuna. After more than an hour of tugging, he finally managed to flip the tuna onto the surface and pulled it alongside the boat. Using the winch, they lifted the fish, bled it out, and celebrated with fervent applause. Amidst Chun Ming's clumsiness, the three girls scattered playfully. He then stored the fish in the freezer, adding another large bluefin tuna to their collection. Noticing the day was still young, Chun Ming recalled that when he caught this tuna, 3 others had swum by. He resolved to see if he could entice them back. He refilled the bait with fish attractant and cast it into the sea, rhythmically waving the rod. The bait danced in the water, mimicking an injured fish, exuding an irresistible allure. In less than half an hour, his keen eyesight spotted 2 fish approaching from 100 meters away. Li Li brought him water, and upon realizing the fish were near, Chun Ming advised, Li Li, move a bit to the side to avoid scaring them off. Just as he spoke, the smaller tuna latched onto the bait. Chun Ming immediately sensed it was considerably smaller than the previous catch. Within half an hour, its strength waned. A glance with his special vision revealed it to be a yellowfin tuna, weighing roughly between 200 and 300 pounds. With a swift display of strength, he dragged it to the side of the boat, secured its tail, and hoisted it aboard using the winch. After bleeding it out and snapping a few photos, he placed it in the freezer. As the clock approached 5, Zhang Yuxiu was busy preparing dinner. Chun Ming took Li Li by the hand and entered the wheelhouse, where Cheng Hong was at the helm. Wrapping his arm around Cheng Hong's slender waist, he scanned the electronic map for the nearest islet and directed the boat toward it. Zhang Yuxiu soon brought the freshly cooked dishes and soup to the rear deck, where the family joyfully shared dinner. Chun Ming checked the weather conditions, which indicated calm seas for the next 72 hours. The 4 of them enjoyed the enchanting night view over the ocean. With Zhang Yuxiu nestled against his left side and Cheng Hong on his right, Chun Ming rested his head on Zhang Yuxiu's shoulder, expressing, With you both by my side, I feel like the happiest man in the world. Zhang Yuxiu gently brushed her face against his head, softly replying, I feel the same. I am so happy. Cheng Hong leaned closer, whispering, Brother, I wish to be with you forever. Li Li, perusing her phone gallery, overheard their conversation and dramatically feigned an electric shock, exclaiming, You. How cheesy. You 3 are giving me goosebumps. The trio erupted in playful laughter as Chun Ming released the 2 girls and dashed out first. Li Li squealed and sprinted toward the cabin, only to be caught by Chun Ming at the door. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong followed in hot pursuit. showering Li Li with playful teasing. The playful banter soon left Li Li in tears of laughter, while Chen Ming took the opportunity to indulge in some playful antics with the three girls. As darkness fell, the boat remained filled with laughter and affection, as they enjoyed a night filled with warmth and camaraderie. As dawn broke, the largest cabin on the boat still bore the remnants of a cozy atmosphere. Chen Ming reached for the phone on the nightstand, glancing at the time, nearly 10. He carefully rose from the bed, dressed, and stepped onto the rear deck, inhaling the slightly salty sea air while performing a set of Bajiquan to stretch his limbs. One by one, the three girls awoke, with Zhang Yuxiu preparing breakfast and serving it on the table at the rear deck. The morning's scrambled eggs were delightful, and Chen Ming devoured 8 in one sitting. Fortunate that Zhang Yuxiu had anticipated his hunger from the previous night's exertions and prepared extra. After breakfast, Chen Ming resolved to return to the same fishing grounds as the previous day. However, as they attempted to weigh anchor, the anchor became inexplicably stuck on the seabed. It seemed that the currents from the previous night had dragged the boat, wedging the anchor firmly between two large rocks. Chen Ming peered over the bow, using his special sight to assess the situation below. The anchor was lodged on a steep slope, trapped between two boulders, with the seabed approximately 100 meters deep. After several unsuccessful attempts to maneuver the boat and dislodge the anchor, he decided to dive down and use tools to pry the rocks apart. Upon entering the tools room, I conducted a thorough search and fortuitously discovered a crowbar. Just as I was about to depart, a thought struck me, prompting me to rummage through a drawer, where I unearthed a scuba tank. Chen Ming was determined not to allow the three women to perceive him as a peculiar being. Approaching the bow of the boat, he addressed the three ladies, stating, "I shall dive down and pry open the rocks. Do not activate the boat just yet. This may take some time. Please remain patient." The trio urged Chen Ming to exercise caution and to return promptly once he had accomplished his task. With the scuba tank clenched between his teeth and the crowbar in hand, Chen Ming plunged into the ocean, descending towards the seabed. Chapter 68. What is this? Armed with the crowbar, Chen Ming reached the crevice of the reef and began to pry vigorously. Being in deep water, he utilized his X-ray vision continuously. In an unguarded moment, he glimpsed a protrusion about 40 meters long in the depths of the underwater slope, adorned with coral and flanked by two rising pillars. Through his X-ray vision, it appeared to be a substantial sunken ship. With a few forceful strikes, he shattered the reef, freed the anchor, and turned to dive towards the wreck. The sunken vessel lay approximately 200 meters beneath the ocean's surface, surpassing the range of his X-ray vision. Without diving down, even his X-ray vision from the fishing boat would not suffice to discern the wreck. As he neared the sunken ship, he discerned that it resembled a three-masted sailing vessel, with half of its mast remaining, propped against the seabed and its hull encrusted with coral, while fish darted among the ruins. Upon locating an opening at one end, he swam over and used his crowbar to clear away the protruding coral, allowing him entry. Inside, it appeared to be a passageway of the ship's cabin. At the entrance to this passage, he spotted a copper plaque, which had decayed significantly due to the corrosive seawater. Chen Ming swam closer and wiped away the residue on its surface, revealing a faint depiction of a skull. He pried it free with his crowbar and ventured further inside. Within the cabin, he found no terrifying entities. It seemed the crew had abandoned ship in a desperate bid for survival as it sank. As he explored, he came across various domestic items, shattered porcelain bowls, and decayed wooden frames. In one cabin, he discovered an iron sword, but upon reaching for it, the sword crumbled to dust, having succumbed to decay. Determined to explore the final cabin, he pried open the wooden boards and squeezed inside. Upon entry, he beheld 4 wooden chests stacked in a corner. 2 had already rotted away, spilling their contents. He swam over and grasped a handful, stirring the seawater to wash away the sediment coating the items. A glimmer of gold emerged, and upon examining it with his X-ray vision, it appeared to be a gold coin, its design unmistakably foreign. After scrutinizing the 4 chests, he discovered one filled entirely with gold coins, 2 containing silver coins, and another housing various gold and silver utensils. Time had elapsed significantly since Chen Ming had submerged. Wearing only shorts, he lacked pockets, so he seized 3 gold coins, 3 silver coins, and clutched the copper plaque, armed with his crowbar as he swam back to the surface. On board, the 3 women grew anxious as Chen Ming remained submerged for over half an hour, with no sign of his return. Lily trembled as she voiced her concern. "Sister Xiao, why hasn't brother come back yet?" Zhang Yuxiu, the eldest, felt the weight of responsibility and reassured the 2. "Do not fret, brother will be fine. He is as sturdy as an ox. Nothing can truly trouble him." Just then, Chen Ming's head broke the surface near the boat, and he called out to the trio. "I heard someone speaking ill of me, calling me an ox. Just wait until tonight. You shall witness what a true ox is capable of." The women, relieved to see Chen Ming emerge, felt a surge of joy, dismissing his playful banter. They helped him aboard the vessel, and as he settled onto the deck, he placed the items he had retrieved before them, declaring, "Behold what I have found." Lily picked up a golden coin, marveling at the intricate design of a woman's visage crowned with a tiara, surrounded by an array of unfamiliar branches, and on the reverse, a bird motif accompanied by a circle of foreign script. Just as she was about to bite into it, Chunming quickly intervened. "What are you doing? It's filthy after being submerged for so long." Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong each examined a coin of their own. After a thorough inspection, they noted that 2 of the gold coins bore identical designs, one featuring a male portrait, while the others depicted female figures. All 3 silver coins were identical, showcasing female visages as well. The inscriptions on the coins were unrecognizable to the 4 of them, appearing distinctly non-English. The copper plaque measured 30 centimeters in length and over 10 centimeters in width, adorned with a skull motif and featuring small holes on either side. Chunming regarded the treasures, stating, "These are merely a few items I casually collected. Below lies a grand shipwreck containing 4 chests, 3 filled with gold and silver coins, and 1 with what seems to be silverware." Before he could finish, Lily interjected, "Brother, does that not mean we are striking it rich?" Chunming chuckled, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, we have struck gold. Not only are these items made of precious metals, but they are also antiques, surely worth a fortune." As he spoke, Lily leaned into him, embracing his neck and playfully nipping at his face, leaving him in a state of amusement. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong joined in, surrounding Chunming with cheers of joy. The 4 of them sat on the deck, reveling in their newfound fortune, shouting with glee about their wealth. Chunming embraced and kissed them, and amidst their exuberance, the 3 women allowed his playful antics to unfold freely, creating a delightful chaos under the sun. Chapter 69. The return voyage. After their exuberant celebration, Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong gradually departed to freshen up, leaving Chunming and Li Li on the deck. Chunming reclined against the deck, cradling Li Li as he gazed up at the white clouds drifting lazily across the azure sky, his hands instinctively gliding along her form. Li Li nestled against him, her body occasionally shuddering with delight. In the aftermath of their revelry, the 2 squeezed into the cramped washroom for a shower. After changing into fresh clothes, Chunming made his way to the cockpit, marking the coordinates of their location on the electronic map and verifying it thrice before feeling assured enough to exit. During lunch, Zhang Yuxiu inquired, "Brother, shall we retrieve those treasures this afternoon?" Cheng Hong and Li Li also paused to look at Chunming, awaiting his decision. Having already experienced the sunken ship once, Chunming pondered and replied to the 3 women, "Let us not rush to retrieve them just yet. I have marked the location. Since this shipwreck lies in international waters, I am uncertain of the regulations concerning such finds. We shall investigate this matter before proceeding." After a collective discussion, they finished their meal and unanimously agreed to rest after lunch before setting sail back to port. Cheng Hong accompanied Chunming to the cabin for a nap, while Lily assisted Zhang Yuxiu with the dishes and tidying up. Post-nap, the 4 reconvened in the cockpit, where Chunming raised the anchor and started the fishing boat, navigating along the route marked on the electronic map at a maximum speed of 25 knots toward the East Xing small dock. At this pace, they would reach the dock by the following morning, around 9 a.m. Seated on a high stool, Chunming deftly steered the ship while the 3 women sat beside him, engaged in lively banter and laughter. Their playful interactions involved gentle nudges and teasing as they enjoyed Chunming's lighthearted antics, creating a jovial atmosphere aboard the vessel. During dinner, Chunming and Cheng Hong exchanged bites of their meals, as the boat was at its peak speed, necessitating manual control and shared dining. Cheng Hong steered during the first half of the night, while Chunming took over the latter half. Checking his phone, Chunming noted that it was nearing 11 p.m. Observing the 2 women beside him in peaceful slumber, he quietly slipped out of bed, dressed, and made his way to the cockpit to relieve Cheng Hong. Upon entering the cabin, Chunming beheld Cheng Hong, who was engrossed in her music, headphones adorning her ears, her gaze fixed intently upon the sea ahead, one hand resting on the steering wheel. Noticing Chunming's arrival, she promptly removed her headphones, exclaiming, "Brother, why are you up so early? Shouldn't you rest a while longer?" Chunming reached out, pulling her into his embrace, replying, "I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd come early to relieve you. You must be weary too. You should take a break." Cheng Hong protested, "I'm not tired at all. I'm just watching here. How could I be weary?" Chunming tightened his hold, teasingly asking, "If I insist you rest early and you refuse, does that mean you wish to keep me company?" Cheng Hong wrapped her arms around Chunming's waist, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she softly murmured, "Of course not." Chunming chuckled gently and lifted Cheng Hong, seating her upon the high stool. The 2 remained in each other's embrace, exchanging heartfelt whispers. Occasionally, Chunming glanced at the navigation panel, his mind wandering as he concocted sweet nothings to whisper to Cheng Hong. Within the confines of the cabin, their affection soared, steering the fishing vessel as if it were a chariot of love. As the clock neared 1 o'clock, Cheng Hong brought a basin of water to Chen Ming, tenderly assisting him in cleansing his body before she attended to her own needs and retired for the night. In the early hours past 4, Cheng Hong returned, intent on relieving Chen Ming of his watch. He resisted her insistence, and after a prolonged struggle, ultimately yielded. Back in his quarters, he shed his clothes and gently nestled into bed, embracing the warmth of slumber once more. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the vessel had arrived at Dongxing port. As they neared the dock, Chen Ming had already called Brother Shui to arrange for the fish collection. Upon arrival, Brother Shui and his crew awaited them at the harbor. Once the boat was docked, Chen Ming accompanied Brother Shui and his team to haul the tuna from the cold storage. After weighing the catch and signing the necessary paperwork, Brother Shui exchanged pleasantries before departing with the fish in tow. Chen Ming proceeded to the guard booth, greeting Uncle Huang and sharing a cigarette with him. They discussed the conditions at sea before parting ways, and Chen Ming drove the 3 women towards the coastal city. Upon entering Lin Xiao's office, the latter welcomed the women to sit down and inquired of Chen Ming. I heard from Jin Shui that you caught 2 large bluefin tunas on your voyage. You had quite the fortune. Chen Ming replied with a chuckle. Indeed, luck was on my side. Take a look at this. He produced a copper plate and 6 gold and silver coins, placing them on Lin Xiao's desk. Lin Xiao, visibly astonished, examined the copper plate closely, then scrutinized the coins. Where did these come from? He asked. Chen Ming recounted the details of their discovery in the open sea, assuring Lin Xiao that he had marked the location. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiao took up the phone and made a call. Before long, as Chen Ming enjoyed drinks with the 3 women, an elderly gentleman entered the office, accompanied by a colleague. Lin Xiao rose to greet him and introduced Chen Ming. It turned out the elder was an expert from the Binhai City Museum. They gathered around the coffee table, settling into the sofas. A young and attractive secretary, her heels clicking on the floor, served tea to the group before stepping back. Lin Xiao presented the copper plate and the 6 coins to the elder, saying, Su Lao, could you please examine these items and tell us their significance? Su Lao donned a pair of gloves, picked up the copper plate, and inspected it thoroughly, eventually commenting, this is a pirate's marking copper plate, presumably affixed to a ship's cabin, recently retrieved from the sea. Chen Ming and the 3 women exchanged astonished glances, impressed by Su Lao's expertise. Setting down the copper plate, Su Lao then picked up one of the gold coins from the table, producing a portable magnifying glass from his pocket to examine it closely. After inspecting each coin meticulously, he took a deep breath and stated, these 2 coins featuring female portraits are called Teresa Taylor coins, bearing the likeness of Archduchess Maria Theresa of Austria, with inscriptions in Latin. These coins are not currency in circulation. Rather, they were given as gifts to various royal families across Europe, making them exceedingly rare and valuable. The 3 silver coins are also Teresa coins, minted at her coronation. While they are more common, even those in good condition fetch thousands of dollars each. The 5 listeners were left in shock by Su Lao's extensive knowledge. He then picked up the gold coin featuring a male portrait, declaring, this is a 20-franc gold Napoleon coin, with a gold content of approximately 90%, valued at around $10,000 if in excellent condition. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, these items were likely retrieved from the sea only recently. While I want to pry into their origins, I must advise that if they were found in national waters, they should be surrendered to the state. Just as Chen Ming was about to speak, Lin Xiao interjected, stating, Su Lao, I want to conceal the truth from you. These items were indeed recovered just the day before yesterday, but not within our territorial waters. They were found in international waters by my brother here. Su Lao nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Our coastal waters have never yielded such items. Since they were found in international waters, I shall not inquire further. However, I advise caution. If you possess a large quantity of such coins and silver, do not release them all at once, as it may cause market fluctuations. Lin Xiao acknowledged Su Lao's advice with gratitude, assuring him he would keep it in mind and expressing intent to visit him soon. Upon Su Lao's departure, Chen Ming and Lin Xiao escorted him out of the office, returning inside with excitement bubbling within Chen Ming. Brother, we've struck it rich, he exclaimed. Lin Xiao chuckled, replying, you're the one who has struck it rich. What does it have to do with me? Chen Ming pressed on, how can it not concern you? You, Lin Xiao? Treat me like a brother and do not look down on me. That fishing boat, I found out later, costs over 20 million. You sold it to me for 2 million, and though I haven't mentioned it, I've kept it in my heart. Lin Xiao halted him, stating, that was because you saved my life at sea. Is my life not worth a boat? Chen Ming retorted, without this boat, could I have discovered these items? Regardless, you deserve your share. The 3 women, witnessing the exchange between the 2 men, felt their eyes welling with emotion. Both were men of loyalty and sentiment, one of whom was their beloved, and they felt a profound sense of gratitude. Lin Xiao patted Chun Ming on the shoulder, pondering for a moment before saying, "All right, you've convinced me. Let us discuss how to handle these items." They settled on the sofas beside the coffee table, Chun Ming observing Lin Xiao deep in thought. After a while, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and said, "We should establish a separate company for this matter, preferably located on the island. I'll take care of the arrangements." He paused before adding, "I'll take a 20% stake, and the remaining 80% will be yours. I will appoint someone to assist you in managing the company." Chun Ming, alarmed, exclaimed, "I'm just a high school student. Are you asking me to manage a company? That is madness. I want to do it. Find someone else to manage it. I'll just focus on fishing with my wife." The three women blushed at his words. Lin Xiao shook his head. "Let us not rush. I'll think this over and find a suitable person to manage it." Chun Ming suggested, "What if we adjust the shares? How about you take 40% and I keep 60? Lin Xiao replied, "Oh, you truly don't understand these matters. Never mind. Just go back to fishing. I'll handle everything else and let you know when it's time to retrieve the goods." Hearing Lin Xiao's reassurances, Chun Ming nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly. That's it. I'm only good at fishing. You take care of the rest." Lin Xiao was feeling quite frustrated, lamenting, "Here I am, the esteemed young master of Binhai, and now I've become your errand boy." The five exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into laughter. In Chapter 71, the mysterious title, the four were having lunch at Lin Xiao's place, with him accompanying them. Observing Chun Ming's hearty appetite, Lin Xiao found himself eating more than usual. Exclaiming that his diet had failed today, Chun Ming quipped, "With that physique, do you really need to diet? Any more, and you'll resemble a stick." Lin Xiao retorted, "You wouldn't understand. A good physique should be maintained early on. No wealthy individual looks like they've just rolled out of bed." Chun Ming then mentioned, "Bro, I used that room last time. I'll take a nap here instead of driving back." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao retrieved his phone and called the front desk. Shortly after, a young and beautiful waitress entered with a room card. Lin Xiao accepted the card and handed it to Chun Ming, saying, "This card is yours now. Whenever you come here, you'll have a place to stay." He paused and added, "You should consider buying a place in Binhai. Your future endeavors will likely be here, and having your own home will help you settle down. What do you think? My family has connections in real estate." Upon hearing this, Chun Ming glanced at the three women, who wore expressions of eager anticipation. He turned back to Lin Xiao and replied, "Sure. If I'm buying, I want something spacious. My family is quite large." Lin Xiao chuckled, "I know you have a big family. After your nap, I'll take you to choose a villa, and I'll sell it to you at cost." Chun Ming quickly waved him off, insisting he still needed to make a profit. Lin Xiao shot him a mock glare. "As if I need you to teach me how to make money." In a harmonious atmosphere, they finished their lunch, and Lin Xiao took his leave. The four then returned to their guest room, taking turns to freshen up before enjoying a restful nap, washing away the fatigue from their recent endeavors at sea. Chun Ming awoke from his slumber due to a pressing need, and, noticing the three women still sound asleep, quietly got out of bed. He grabbed a cigarette and lighter and made his way to the bathroom, seated himself on the toilet, and lit up. Just as he took a deep puff, an ethereal blue screen appeared in his mind. Within the azure backdrop, a diminutive figure with two pairs of transparent wings materialized. The little being had a fish perched atop its head. Wasn't he that the very fish that had once struck Chun Ming? Now it was stuck horizontally on the little figure's head, sporting big, adorable eyes, and holding a small, deep blue stick. It bore a striking resemblance to a streamer Chun Ming had once come across on X, known for their quirky persona. In a state of bewilderment, Chun Ming observed the little figure as it chirped in a mechanical voice, "System update complete. I am your intelligent assistant." After a brief pause and a blink, it added, "You may call me Heart of the Ocean." Still dazed by the little figure's appearance, Chun Ming murmured, "Heart of the Ocean? Shouldn't you be called Salty Fish's True Stench?" Upon hearing this, the blue figure's eyes flickered with a hint of embarrassment and indignation. It raised its blue stick and lightly tapped Chun Ming. He felt a sharp prick in his mind. Though it stung, it was bearable. Frustrated, Chun Ming shouted internally, "You should be called Salty Fish's True Stench. You're supposed to be an intelligent assistant, yet here you are, hitting me." The intelligent assistant, puffing up with pride, retorted, "Humph, what I'm called isn't significant. What matters is my intelligence and my capabilities." Hearing such bravado from the little entity, Chun Ming rolled his eyes, thinking, "If you're so capable, let us see if you can answer a question unrelated to the lottery system." He challenged the intelligent assistant. "Since you claim to be so talented, I want you to write a song about my hometown, Najiang. Make it melodious." With a haughty humph, the intelligent assistant responded, and a screen behind it displayed a song titled Ode to Najiang. A beautiful prelude played, followed by a male voice singing, "The gentle Tuo River flows, gliding through Najiang City, flowing into my heart. The melody was enchanting, perfectly capturing the essence of Najian. As Chun-Ming basked in the song's beauty, the intelligent assistant smugly inquired, "How is it? Beautiful, isn't it? You can post it on your X account." Overwhelmed by its charm, he promptly uploaded the song to X. "If this song is on my X account, does that mean the rights belong to me?" he asked. The intelligent assistant proudly retorted, "Dream on. I composed it." Chun-Ming shot back, "But it was posted on my account." After some back and forth, they finally reached an agreement. Both Chun-Ming and the intelligent assistant would share the copyright, with both names credited. Chun-Ming inwardly scoffed, "You're just an intelligent assistant. What use is it to claim copyright and demand credit?" The intelligent assistant quipped, "Now do you recognize my capabilities?" Seeing the assistant's haughty demeanor, Chun-Ming couldn't help but try to deflate its ego. "Writing a song? That's no big deal. If you can write another one about Najian, I might just respect you." The intelligent assistant huffed, "Fine. Today, I'll show you just how impressive I am." The screen behind it displayed another song titled The Time of Years by Najian. As a lovely female voice began to sing, the Tua River flows endlessly, quietly winding through this land, carrying the echoes of bygone years. Chun-Ming, captivated by the melody, immediately uploaded it to X without hesitation. Before the intelligent assistant could speak, Chun-Ming interjected, "These two songs show you have some talent, but if you can compose a song about fishing, then I'll truly acknowledge your abilities." The intelligent assistant, brandishing its blue stick, nearly struck him in frustration. Glaring at Chun-Ming as the screen displayed yet another song titled The Leisurely Moments of Lakeside Fishing. A delightful fishing tune began, by the winding lakeside. "With my quiet fishing rod, I stand by the water's edge, basking in nature's embrace. The float gently trembles as the fish frolic." Before the song could conclude, Chun-Ming uploaded it to X. "I asked you to write about sea fishing, not this," he protested. Before he could finish, the intelligent assistant interrupted with a shrill voice, "You're too greedy. I'm running low on energy and need to recharge." With a flash of blue light, it vanished from sight. Sitting on the toilet, Chun-Ming was jolted awake by the heat of the cigarette, pondering the intelligent assistant with delight. In Chapter 72, settling in Binhai, after waking from their afternoon nap, the four freshened up and prepared to head out. A knock at the door interrupted them. Chun-Ming opened it to find De Biao standing there. Seeing Chun-Ming, De Biao respectfully announced, "Young Master Ming, Lin Xiao is waiting for you in his office." Chun-Ming replied, "All right, Brother Biao, just a moment." The four proceeded to Lin Xiao's office, where they found him seated on the sofa with a beautiful woman. Before Chun-Ming could get a good look at her, he heard the three women behind him gasp in unison, "Lili, our idol, is that really you?" Now able to see, Chun-Ming confirmed that it was indeed a nationally renowned superstar, cozily nestled beside Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao stood to introduce Chun-Ming and the three women. "This is my true love, XXX. This is my brother Chun-Ming, and these three are his girlfriends. Please introduce yourselves." Instantly, Chun-Ming's girlfriends transformed into starstruck fans, surrounding the superstar for photos and excitement, until things finally quieted down. Lin Xiao, driving his sports car with his true love, led the way, while Chun-Ming followed in an SUV with his three girlfriends. Behind them was a van carrying De Biao, Leng Shui, and several bodyguards. They traveled westward, reaching the city's outskirts. In this location, adjacent to Dongxing Village, lies a direct path leading east and west. To return to Dongxing Village, one must traverse the entirety of Binhai City in a straight line. Upon arriving at the entrance of an enclosed community, the sign reads Furong International Community Yuan. A tall security guard, noticing Lin Xiao's vehicle approaching, straightens up, salutes, and opens the electronic gate. Following Lin Xiao's lead, the group parks their car in the parking lot outside the sales office. A well-dressed man, approximately 40 years of age and exuding competence, hastens out from inside, extending his hand to open the car door for Lin Xiao. Chun-Ming, accompanied by three young women, disembarks from the vehicle. Lin Xiao addresses the middle-aged man, Manager Li. "Please bring me the key for Building A, Unit 2. As Lin Xiao and Chun-Ming walk ahead, the three women surround the superstar, bombarding her with an array of curious questions, which she answers with patience and grace, engaging in a lively and cheerful conversation. Lin Xiao introduces to Chun-Ming that Unit 2 in Building A is a model home, fully furnished with high-end, brand-name furniture, and boasts one of the top 3 locations. Upon hearing this, Chun-Ming queries Lin Xiao, "Why are these villas built on this side of the city? Wouldn't seaside villas be more appealing? Just imagine the allure of a sea view." Lin Xiao retorts, "You know nothing. Building villas by the sea means enduring strong winds and heavy humidity all year round. Clothes and bedding would remain damp without respite. Just trust me, there's no need for further explanation." Chun-Ming scratches his head, choosing not to argue. The group arrives at the edge of the villa community, where a 2-story villa stands alone. In front lies a small path leading to a vast artificial lake. surrounded by palm trees and an array of unidentifiable flowers. Approaching the villa, it is enclosed by a fence with a small gate providing access. A colorful path leads to the villa's garage. Following a narrow path between the fence, they reach the villa's entrance, where Manager Lee opens the door, ushering everyone inside. This two-story villa features a grand living room at its center, along with 4 bedrooms. A small door on the left leads to the kitchen at the back. The sofas, coffee tables, and chandeliers overhead are all in soft hues, harmoniously combining avant-garde style with simplicity. Manager Lee provides a thorough introduction to the rooms. In the rear of the villa, there is a small swimming pool flanked by long, narrow gardens adorned with a variety of blooming flowers. They proceed to the second floor, which comprises 3 bedrooms, 2 secondary and 1 master, each equipped with an ensuite bathroom. The master bedroom boasts a massive double bed, complete with bedside tables, lamps, a television, and all necessary furnishings and appliances. Opposite the bed, a large glass door is concealed by a grand curtain. Manager Lee draws back the curtain, opening the glass door to reveal an expansive outdoor balcony, measuring 7 to 8 meters in width and 12 to 13 meters in length, with half of it sheltered. Stepping onto the balcony, they gaze out at the magnificent artificial lake. Manager Lee's presentation captivates the 3 women, their attention completely absorbed, momentarily forgetting the superstar. Lily discreetly tugs at Chun Ming's sleeve, prompting him to turn his head, as she whispers in his ear, "Brother, this bed is enormous. I can't wait to roll around on it." Chun Ming whispers back, "We'll roll together when the time comes," just as he notices Zhang Yuxiu smiling at them. Chun Ming approaches Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong, inquiring about their thoughts on the villa. The 2 women glance at the grand bed, their cheeks slightly flushed, indicating their approval. Lin Xiao, grinning, asks Chun Ming, "What do you think?" This villa is a model home, in a prime location, ready for immediate occupancy. Others would be fortunate just to buy it. Chun Ming replies, "It's wonderful. We are all very pleased." "What's the price of this villa?" Lin Xiao turns to Manager Lee, asking, "What is the listing price for this villa?" Manager Lee responds, "This villa is over 500 square meters." Before he can finish, Lin Xiao interrupts, "Just give me the price." Manager Lee quickly nods, stating, "The listed price for this villa is 26 million. After hearing this, Lin Xiao turns to Chun Ming, declaring, "I'll take the lead on this villa. I'll sell it to you at cost for 18 million. He then turns back to Manager Lee, instructing, "Please take my brother to complete the paperwork. I'll handle the old man's side of things." Manager Lee nods anxiously, repeatedly affirming, "Understood." Chun Ming, not wanting to be overly polite, agrees to pay in full. Throughout the entire process, the superstar observes in amazement how nonchalantly a substantial sum, close to 20 million, is being discussed as if it were mere pocket change. Upon arriving at the sales office building, after some discussion, they ultimately decide to register the villa in the names of the 3 women, designating the relationship as sisters. Chun Ming produces his bank card and processes the payment, while the sales office manages the tax and property certificate paperwork. Lin Xiao instructs Manager Lee to inform the property management that all fees for Unit 2 in Building A are waived. Manager Lee promptly agrees, saying, "I will take care of it immediately." Exiting the sales office, Lin Xiao notices that Chun Ming and the 3 women seem preoccupied, their thoughts entirely on the villa. Lin Xiao remarks, "Look at you. You seem distracted. Go enjoy yourselves. I'm off. Take your girlfriends to tour the villa." With that, he wraps his arm around the superstar's slender waist and pursues his own happiness. Chapter 73. The first meeting between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Chun Ming and the 3 women watch as Lin Xiao departs with the superstar. They all burst into excited chatter, playfully chasing each other back to the villa. Using the key to unlock the door, the 3 women dash upstairs as soon as they enter. Chun Ming closes the door behind him and follows. Arriving at the master bedroom to find Lily rolling on the large bed, exclaiming joyfully, "Oh yeah, this feels amazing." Zhang Yuxiu, more reserved, sits at the edge of the bed, testing its bounce with her hands. Cheng Hong, having removed her shoes, kneels on the bed, beaming as she watches Lily frolic. Chun Ming approaches, sits at the edge of the bed, removes his shoes, and pulls Cheng Hong down onto the bed with him. The 4 of them begin to tumble and play on the large bed, their laughter filling the air. Seizing the moment, Chun Ming reaches out and pulls Zhang Yuxiu, who is sitting at the edge, into the fray. They all engage in a spirited bout of rolling and playful wrestling until they finally settle down, lying on their backs. Chun Ming embraces Zhang Yuxiu with one arm, while wrapping the other around Li and Cheng Hong. He declares, "Now we can say we have a proper home here in Binhai. Should we inform our parents?" Zhang Yuxiu replies, "I'm not ready to tell my mother about my current situation. She doesn't really care about me right now," tightening her embrace around Chun Ming. Cheng Hong, lying beside Li, props herself up and says, "I don't want to tell my family either. It's as if I don't exist to them." Chun Ming, Holding Zhang Yuxiu close with one arm while draping the other over Li Li and Cheng Hong, reassures them, "It's all right if we don't mention it. We don't have to. I care about you all and will love you well." Li Li, resting her head on Chun Ming's shoulder, softly confesses, "I'm afraid to tell my parents. I left a note and just came out with Xiao and the others. I even blocked my parents. If they find out, they'll definitely scold me. Hee hee, now only my sister can contact me." Intrigued, Chun Ming asks, "You have a sister? How are you in touch with her?" Li Li lifts her head to face Chun Ming, explaining, "My sister just graduated from Qing City University this year and is looking for a job. She knows I ran away from home." Hee. Chun Ming sits up, bemused by her carefree nature. He takes out his phone, makes a video call to his mother, and says, "Mom, I bought a house in Binhai," showing the phone around the room. The three women remain lying on the bed, keeping a low profile. Chun Ming's mother responds, "You bought a house there? Does that mean you want to be coming back?" Chun Ming reassures her, "Buying a house here doesn't mean I want to return. I need a place to live since I'm working here now." Chin's mother let out a sound of exasperation, calling him a little rascal, and remarked that she thought he was planning to abandon her. Chun Ming, grinning widely, replied, "How could I? You are the best mother in the world." As he spoke, he pulled Zhang Yuxiu up beside him, announcing to his mother, "Mom, I found you a daughter-in-law." He positioned himself and Zhang Yuxiu in the frame of the camera for his mother to see. Upon seeing a graceful and gentle girl nestled beside her son in the video, Chin's mother was initially taken aback, but her expression quickly transformed into one of joy. She repeatedly exclaimed her approval, asking for the girl's name and where she was from. Zhang Yuxiu shyly greeted her, calling her auntie, but was promptly interrupted by Chun Ming. "What do you mean, auntie? Call her mom," he insisted. Blushing, Zhang Yuxiu corrected herself and called out mom. Chin's mother was overjoyed, as if she had tasted honey, and was about to inquire further when, unexpectedly, she saw Chun Ming pull another girl close to him, introducing her as Cheng Hong, also a prospective daughter-in-law. "Hong Hong, call her mom," he prompted. The beautiful girl blushed and complied, calling out mom, which left Chin's mother in a state of shock. "Wait, are you telling me you found 3 daughters-in-law?" She stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing her son turn to yet another lovely girl with a cherubic face, who also called her mom under Chun Ming's encouragement, she finally grasped the situation. Chun Ming, with a playful tone, confirmed, "Yes, I found you 3 daughters-in-law. Aren't you happy?" Chin's mother, now exasperated, retorted, "You silly boy, how can you have 3 wives? Do you even have marriage certificates? And the last one looks so young. Are you trying to become a polygamist?" Chun Ming, noticing his mother's agitation, quickly clarified, "What's the big deal? They will all be 19 this year. And they're all adults. Besides, who says I can't have multiple girlfriends? I can still have children without marriage certificates." After hearing his explanation, Chin's mother felt somewhat reassured, though she still felt uneasy. This mischievous boy had unexpectedly brought home 3 girls. "You've grown up and have your own ideas now. I can't control you anymore. But 3? I wonder how you'll manage," she remarked. Chun Ming chuckled, "Don't worry, mom. They all say I'm quite the handful." His mother, in response, scolded, "No matter how much of a handful you are, you still need to be responsible." The 3 girls, overhearing the playful banter between Chun Ming and his mother, all turned crimson. Chun Ming, embracing the 3 girls, encouraged them, "Come on, don't be shy. Let's all call her mom together." Eventually, the 3 girls joined in unison, calling out mom. Delighted, Chin's mother responded heartily, "Good children. You 3 need to take good care of this little rascal from now on. I can't look after him anymore." The 3 girls blushed as they acknowledged their new roles. The family shared a warm conversation over video chat, exchanging details about their hometowns and situations, and they added each other as friends on WeChat. As the call drew to a close, Chin's mother reminded him, "You little rascal. In just a few days, you'll turn 20. Are you coming home to celebrate?" Chun Ming suddenly recalled that March 6th was approaching, marking his 20th birthday. He had completely forgotten until now. After a moment's thought, he replied, "It's so far, since I'm rarely home. I'll celebrate my birthday here in Binhai with Yuxiu and the others." "Do as you wish," his mother replied nonchalantly. "You've grown up and have a wife now. I suppose I can't expect you to think of your mother anymore." After bidding farewell to his mother, Chun Ming was embraced by the 3 girls, their hearts aflame with emotion, grateful for Chun Ming's decision to introduce them to his mother. The 4 of them shared a moment of intimacy before realizing it was time for dinner. They decided to spend the night at the villa. Chun Ming drove the 3 girls to a nearby night market, where they picked up cold dishes, barbecued food, and beer, returning to the villa to commence their housewarming celebration. In the early hours of the next morning, Chun Ming gently nudged away the leg resting on his head and the head perched on his abdomen. Quietly slipping out of bed, he dressed, grabbed a cigarette, and ventured out to the expansive balcony. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the vast artificial lake before him, the gentle breeze rustling the palm trees. Lighting a cigarette, He inhaled deeply before exhaling. Having undergone transformation and enhancement, Chun Ming's physique had become increasingly exceptional, brimming with seemingly inexhaustible energy. Regardless of the wild escapades the four of them engaged in, they always felt invigorated and radiant the next day. As Chun Ming savored his cigarette, an idea struck him. He called out in his mind for the salty fish to appear. In a flash of blue light, an intelligent assistant resembling a marbled fish materialized. "Warning. You may call me Ocean Star or simply Star, your intelligent assistant," it exclaimed, waving a small blue baton. Chun Ming shrugged. "The system is bound to me. I can call you whatever I please." The assistant retorted, "Not acceptable. If you keep calling me that, I will." Chun Ming interrupted, "Let us not dwell on that. I want to draw a lottery." The assistant protested. "No, you haven't met the conditions." Chun Ming, puzzled, inquired. "What do you mean? The treasures discovered from the seabed must be worth billions of points. Why can't I draw?" The assistant explained. "You haven't converted them into money yet, and even if you did, you still wouldn't be able to draw." Confused, Chun Ming asked, "Has the system updated? What kind of nonsense is this? If I can't draw, then what can I do?" The assistant, with a hint of pride, declared. "The system has now updated to allow for treasure chest openings instead of lotteries." Chun Ming quickly asked, "What do you mean by opening treasure chests? What are the conditions?" The assistant moved aside, revealing a golden treasure chest on the panel. "It now costs 10 million points to exchange for a diamond. And 10 diamonds are required to open a chest." Chun Ming exclaimed in astonishment, "What? That's outrageous." The assistant tapped him with the baton, admonishing, "That's not outrageous. It's the new norm. You need 10 diamonds to open a chest, no negotiations." Frustrated, Chun Ming complained, "Why has the difficulty increased so much after the update? And why did you have to be here to torment me?" The assistant warned, "You should be grateful. It's because you've stayed true to your original intentions that the system updated. Otherwise, you would have long been rendered obsolete." Startled by this revelation, Chun Ming asked, "What do you mean by staying true to your original intentions? What do you mean by rendered obsolete?" The assistant explained, "Initially, the system allowed you to easily gain wealth through fishing as a test. This latest treasure discovery was to see if you would still continue fishing after acquiring wealth. Fortunately, you passed the test, which is why the system was updated." Chun Ming inquired, "And what if I hadn't passed?" The assistant replied, 99% of users who obtained the system profited from fishing but then turned to business, ultimately leading to system collapse and their own demise." It dramatically waved its blue baton, creating a spectacle of sparks. Chun Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was glad he hadn't accepted a position managing a company and had instead chosen to continue fishing with his beloved women. With a settled heart, he asked the intelligent assistant, "What can I obtain from the treasure chest?" "I don't know. Do you understand what a blind box is?" The assistant disdainfully replied. Chun Ming exclaimed, "You know about blind boxes?" The assistant remained silent, proudly lifting its head. Chun Ming, defeated, shook his head in resignation. The assistant, with a hint of arrogance, said, "You should treat me better in the future and refrain from giving me silly names. Who knows? I might just let you uncover something wonderful." Upon hearing this, Chun Ming was left utterly astonished. It was evident that this little creature could indeed cheat. And the system could function in such a manner? Just as he was preparing to negotiate with this small being, he caught sight of Zhang Yuxiu, wrapped in a bedsheet, approaching him. He hastily shut down the system in his mind. He stepped forward and embraced Zhang Yuxiu, who softly inquired why he was still outside smoking at such a late hour. Chun Ming gently replied that he could not sleep, feeling invigorated, brimming with energy. Leaning against Chun Ming, Zhang Yuxiu murmured that he was like a stubborn bull. Even with 3 companions indulging him for so long, they could not satisfy him. Chun Ming tightened his embrace around the enchanting woman and whispered in her ear that it was beyond his control. His body was simply splendid. Did she not feel it? Zhang Yuxiu, blushing with irritation, playfully punched Chun Ming in the chest. He tightened his hold and leaned down to kiss her. As Zhang Yuxiu wrapped her arms around his neck, their kiss deepened, and her legs entwined around his waist. Chapter 75. The Joy of Moving In. In the early morning, the four of them enjoyed breakfast of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and steamed buns by the street. Discussing their plans to return to the boat to collect some clothes for the villa. "Why go through all that trouble? We can just buy everything at the mall later," one suggested. "Tonight, we should host a gathering to celebrate our housewarming and invite some friends over for a lively evening." The 3 women nodded in agreement, with Lily expressing her excitement, stating that the more people, the merrier. After finalizing their plans, they decided to first go shopping for clothes and various daily necessities. With great enthusiasm, the 4 of them arrived at the mall, which had just opened, and were greeted by the sight of eager shoppers, their spirits high. They filled the SUV's trunk and seats with clothes, shoes, socks, bath towels, and bed linens. After 2 trips with the SUV, the 3 women were thoroughly satisfied. and Chun Ming indulged in a shopping spree as well. As it approached 11 o'clock, a call came in from Lin Xiao. I've transferred the payment for the tuna and yellow croaker, a total of 186 million. Please check your account. Lin Xiao yawned, his voice slightly lethargic. Undoubtedly exhausted from the previous night's revelry, Chun Ming was still on the phone when he received a notification. 186 million had been credited to his bank account. He responded to Lin Xiao, confirming receipt of the funds and inviting him to dinner at the villa to celebrate their move. Lin Xiao enthusiastically agreed. Asking who would be cooking, Chun Ming replied that they would go shopping soon, but Xiao would handle the cooking. Lin Xiao suggested that perhaps it would be better to hire a chef, bringing the ingredients along, so they wouldn't have to worry about it. Chun Ming considered and decided to invite Qi Xiao, Fang Jie, and on his side, Huang Bo, Li Gu, and Huang Bo's son, Chang Gu, making it about 10 people. Lin Xiao confirmed he would arrange for everything. By noon, a small pickup truck arrived in front of the villa, from which emerged a slightly portly middle-aged man and a young man. Chun Ming welcomed them, and the middle-aged man introduced himself as Zhang, sent by Lin Xiao. Chun Ming greeted him warmly, expressing gratitude for his assistance. Zhang, dismissing any inconvenience, called his apprentice to help carry the ingredients into the kitchen. And soon they were busy preparing the food. Chun Ming suggested they take a lunch break first, but Zhang insisted they would manage on their own, not wanting to intrude. Chun Ming took the three women out to find a clean restaurant based on his experience from over a year of delivering takeout. After lunch, the four drove to Dongxing Pier, where they found Huang Bo dining. Chun Ming greeted him and shared the news of his new home purchase, inviting him and Chang Gu to dinner that evening to celebrate. Huang Bo happily agreed to come, joking about how quickly Chun Ming had settled down and found a wife. Chun Ming expressed his gratitude for Huang Bo's support, attributing his good fortune to luck. After some pleasantries, he called Li Gu to inform him of the address and invite him for dinner, which Li Gu promptly accepted. After bidding farewell to Huang Bo, the four returned to the boat for a nap. At 3 p.m., they drove back to the villa, where Chef Zhang had already set up the large round table in the dining room, adorned with several cold dishes. They decided not to disturb him and went upstairs to enjoy the view from the large balcony. Lily snuggled into Chun Ming's embrace, joyfully announcing that her fishing video had garnered over 200,000 likes, and her followers were nearing 100,000. Chun Ming chuckled, observing that most of her followers were likely fishing enthusiasts merely indulging in their hobby through her videos. His comments elicited a fit of giggles from the three women. Lily cheerfully remarked that she didn't care if they were casual viewers. She aimed to post more content to surpass 100,000 followers, striking a determined pose. As the clock approached 5, Lin Xiao arrived in a sports car with his beloved, and the four hastily went to greet them. After settling the starlet inside, the three women engaged her in light-hearted gossip while Chun Ming and Lin Xiao discussed the establishment of their company. Lin Xiao reminded Chun Ming to bring his ID to the office the following morning for the lawyer to make a copy for company registration. Chun Ming agreed, promising to be there promptly. During their conversation, Huang Bo and Li Gu arrived. Chun Ming quickly welcomed them inside, where Lin Xiao greeted them warmly. Just as they were about to sit down, Chun Ming heard a vehicle outside and rushed out to see Fang Jie stepping down from Qi Xiao's car. After more than 2 months, Fang Jie had noticeably filled out, her eyes sparkling. Chun Ming called out to her, but to his surprise, she rolled her eyes and softly scolded him for being a scoundrel. Chun Ming felt his face flush, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Fang Jie playfully patted his shoulder, telling him to stop acting foolishly. Chun Ming, taken aback by her gaze, quickly invited her inside. Qi Xiao approached, congratulating Chun Ming on his new home. Chun Ming reciprocated the sentiment. With everyone gathered and the dishes ready, Chun Ming invited everyone to take their seats. As they presented red envelopes filled with congratulations, Chun Ming accepted them graciously, raising a bottle of celebratory liquor. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my housewarming. I am truly grateful for your support. Cheers. The guests raised their glasses, collectively exclaiming their congratulations, and amid the clinking of glasses, the atmosphere resonated with warmth and camaraderie. Chun Ming joined in several rounds of toasts, his face slightly flushed from the alcohol. In the midst of laughter and conversation, Fang Jie teasingly remarked on Chun Ming's impressive new villa. Chun Ming chuckled, attributing his good fortune to Lin Xiao, who had sold it to him at cost. Lin Xiao smiled, noting that the housing market had seen significant declines in recent years, and every sale was a blessing. Huang Bo chimed in, praising Chun Ming, recalling how he had recognized his potential during their first fishing trip. Li Gu echoed his sentiments. As the meal began to wind down, Chun Ming announced, on March 6th, I will be celebrating my 20th birthday, and I would love for all of you to join the festivities. Qi Xiao, lifting his glass, suggested they celebrate at his club. Lin Xiao greeted everyone warmly, inviting them to gather at the Qi Xiao Club to celebrate my brother's 20th birthday. After Huang Bo and Li Ge concluded their banquet, they took their leave. Chen Ming, accompanied by the three ladies, engaged in light-hearted conversation with Lin Xiao in the living room. Lin Xiao instructed Chen Ming to contact the property management the following morning, requesting them to arrange for a cleaning service to tidy up, assuring him that there was no need for them to handle it themselves. Chen Ming nodded in agreement. Sister Fang requested Chen Ming to show her around the villa. He led her, along with Qi Xiao, on a tour both inside and outside the villa. The three ladies remained in the living room, accompanying Lin Xiao, and did not follow them. Upon reaching the poolside in the backyard, Sister Fang turned to Qi Xiao and said, "I wish to speak with Ming Ming privately for a moment. You may wander about." Qi Xiao chuckled, casting a glance at the two before wandering off. Chen Ming felt a mix of trepidation and anxiety as he gazed at Sister Fang. Fearing that something unexpected might occur, Sister Fang looked at him and remarked, "Look at what you've done. I won't hold it against you this time. But Lin Xiao mentioned that you were planning to start a business together, and I want to be a part of it." Chen Ming, initially bewildered by her words, gradually grasped the situation. He stammered, I can't make that decision." Sister Fang extended a finger, playfully tapping his forehead, saying, "What do you mean you can't decide? That kid Lin, she has already confided in me. He said as long as you agree, he has no objections." Feeling betrayed by Lin Xiao, Chen Ming was at a loss, nodding in acquiescence. Sister Fang, noticing his agreement, smiled alluringly and said, "When your birthday comes, I'll surprise you with a gift." Chen Ming felt an unsettling sensation at her words, sensing something amiss. Chapter 76, Equity Distribution. As the time approached, everyone began to disperse. Sister Fang turned to Zhang Yuxiu and the other ladies, requesting, "May I borrow your man for a moment to drive me home?" The three ladies graciously responded, advising her to be cautious on the road. Chen Ming drove Sister Fang out of the community. Sitting in the passenger seat, she teased him, "You little rascal. After just a few days, you found 3 little Lolas. Do you not miss me at all?" Chen Ming replied, "But you, aren't you married? Besides, it was you who left me that day." Sister Fang laughed, "I've divorced now. What are you planning to do?" Mustering his courage, Chen Ming said, "I now have 3 girlfriends. I don't want to hurt them." Sister Fang retorted, "Well, at least you haven't sunk that low, you little rascal." Chen Ming could only respond with silence. Following Sister Fang's directions, Chen Ming drove to an upscale neighborhood, parking beside a villa. He escorted Sister Fang to the entrance. And as he turned to leave, she called out, "Are you just going to leave without saying goodbye?" Chen Ming found it strange, thinking he had just bid her farewell. As he pondered this, Sister Fang stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him passionately. Chen Ming stood frozen, struck dumb, unable to comprehend why this was happening. Under her advance, he could only respond helplessly, but just as he began to regain his bearings, she pulled away and said, "All right. You little rascal, goodbye," before turning to enter the house. Chen Ming touched his lips, watching her close the door, and slowly made his way back to the car. Driving home, after parking in the garage, he noticed a faint fragrance lingering on him. He walked to the master bedroom, where the 3 ladies had finished their evening routines and were whispering on the bed. Chen Ming told them to wait a moment as he dashed into the bathroom. After a quick wash and drying off, he wrapped himself in a towel and emerged. He announced, "I'm here," as he leaped onto the bed, eliciting a chorus of squeals. Zhang Yuxiu, seizing the moment, turned off the lights, and in the darkness, only soft gasps and whispers could be heard. At 9 a.m., Chen Ming drove the 3 ladies to the parking lot in front of Lin Xiao's hotel. The ladies opted not to accompany him upstairs, choosing instead to go shopping. Upon entering Lin Xiao's office, he was surprised to find Sister Fang there, seated on the couch conversing with Lin Xiao. Seeing Chen Ming, Lin Xiao quickly stood and pulled him over, saying, "Brother, it's not that I betrayed you. I have my reasons. In a couple of days, you'll understand everything." Chen Ming, while not holding a grudge against Lin Xiao, felt perplexed by his words. Sister Fang smiled at the two from the couch, remaining silent. Chen Ming greeted her and presented his identification, saying, "I've brought my ID." Lin Xiao took it, moved to the desk, and pressed the intercom. A flamboyantly dressed secretary entered, and Lin Xiao handed her the ID, instructing her to make several copies. He then retrieved a document and a pen from the desk and returned to Chen Ming, offering them, saying, "Sign this power of attorney." Upon reviewing the document, Chen Ming realized it was a power of attorney for a lawyer to handle the company matters. After signing, he handed it back to Lin Xiao, who then passed it to Sister Fang, who also signed. Lin Xiao placed the documents away and resumed his seat, announcing, "The company registration is officially underway. The equity distribution is as follows: Mingming 51, Mi 25, Fangfang 15, and Dazhao 5, with the remaining 4 reserved for incentive shares." He then explained to Chen Ming, "Dazhao will be responsible for security. He has a background as a special forces soldier and has been with me for a long time. So I trust him, which is why he has been allocated 5 of the shares. I hope you can agree. Chen Ming quickly replied, of course. Da Zhao is a good guy. I have no objections. Lin Xiao confirmed. Then it's settled. The shareholder list will be submitted as such. After concluding their discussions, it was nearing noon. Lin Xiao invited everyone to stay for lunch. Chen Ming declined, stating, Xiao and the others are out shopping, so I'll join them and eat outside. This time, Sister Fong did not press him further, allowing him to leave without hindrance. Not taking his car, Chen Ming called Zhang Yuxiu to ask for directions and headed over. The three ladies were seated at an ice cream shop, sipping drinks, and upon seeing Chen Ming, they ordered him a glass of lemonade. As they enjoyed their drinks together, Li Li's phone rang. Upon seeing it was her sister, she quickly answered. After conversing with her sister for a while, Li Li hung up and informed Chen Ming and Zhang Yuxiu. My sister is in Qingshi and has been unable to find a job. She's thinking of coming here. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong, having met Li Li's sister before, expressed their support for her to come and try her luck here. Chen Ming thought to himself that if she came without a job, he could have Lin Xiao arrange something for her. Suddenly, Li Li suggested, how about I ask my sister to come here and open a seafood restaurant? Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong both found it to be a good idea. Chen Ming, however, questioned, your sister is a university graduate. Would she really want to sell seafood here? Li Li replied, selling seafood should be quite lucrative, right? By the way, aren't you good at fishing? My sister is your aunt. Can't you take care of her by giving her the fish you catch without charging her? Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong cheered in agreement. Chen Ming, indifferent, thought that catching fish for her wouldn't be a problem. He told Li Li, if your sister is willing to come and sell seafood, we can find a storefront outside our community and renovate it to be upscale. I believe it could be profitable. He paused before adding, as for the fish, just spending a little time fishing would yield enough for her to sell, especially since it's your sister. Of course, she won't charge me. Li Li, filled with excitement, quickly called her sister again. Once the call connected, Li Li cheerfully said, sister, I found you a job. Would you be interested in selling seafood? I guarantee you'll make money. On the other end of the line, the voice of Sister Li Li resonated, and I found myself devoid of options. As long as it could yield profit, I was willing to engage in any endeavor. Li Li assured her sister, very well, it's settled. I will transfer 10,000 yuan to you shortly. Hurry and take the high-speed train to Binhai. Her sister's anxious voice echoed through the phone. Where do you have so much money to send me? What are you doing in Binhai? Li Li playfully replied, oh, what else could I be doing with Sister Xiao and Sister Hong Hong around? Just come over, and you'll find out. After hanging up, she promptly transferred 10,000 yuan to her sister. The four of them finished their drinks and found a Sichuan restaurant for lunch. Chapter 77, The Enchantress, Li Jia. After their meal, the four returned to the villa, where laughter and playful banter ensued until 3 in the afternoon when they finally arose. In the expansive living room downstairs, Li Li sat on Chen Ming's lap while he embraced her waist. Cheng Hong wore headphones, lost in her music, and Zhang Yuxiu washed a bunch of grapes. Bringing them to the coffee table, nestled in Chen Ming's arms, Li Li remarked, brother, my sister is coming. Is it all right if she stays with us? Chen Ming replied nonchalantly, that's up to you. You three sisters can decide. Zhang Yuxiu, sitting next to Cheng Hong on the sofa, chimed in, Sister Jia is really kind. She even helped us with our studies during the summer. Cheng Hong removed her headphones and added, exactly, when Sister Jia arrives tomorrow, we should all stay together. Li Li joyfully exclaimed, that's wonderful. Let us give my sister the first room on the second floor. Xiao, Hong Hong, come on, let us tidy up. With that, she leaped off Chen Ming's lap and tugged the two girls upstairs. Standing at the door of the first guest room on the second floor, Chen Ming observed the three girls organizing the room and couldn't he help but inquire, Li Li, will your sister be upset knowing we four are living together? Li Li looked up and reassured him, no way. I've already told her about us, so you needn't worry. Chen Ming glanced into the master bedroom, then turned to the three girls, saying, Li Li, if your sister stays in this room and we engage in our activities tonight, do you think she'll hear us? The three girls paused their tasks, pondering the question. Li Li bounced over to Chen Ming, saying, don't fret, I'll go test it. She squeezed past him and darted into the master bedroom. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong approached the doorway, watching as Li Li closed the master bedroom door behind her. After a moment, Li Li opened the door and poked her head out, asking, did you hear anything? The villa's soundproofing was commendable, and the three shook their heads in response. Seeing their reaction, Li Li rushed back from the master bedroom, saying, I screamed several times in there. And you didn't hear a thing. So, tonight, no matter how loud we get, it won't compare to my screams. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong, incensed, pulled Li Li onto the bed, leading to a flurry of playful chaos, once again disheveling the neatly arranged bedding. Dinner consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, prepared by Zhang Yuxiu using leftover ingredients from the fridge. After their meal, the quartet strolled along the colorful asphalt path beside the artificial lake. Occasionally, joggers passed by, and families strolled with their children. This upscale villa district allowed each to go about their business in peaceful coexistence. The four frolicked on a patch of grass until dusk began to settle before returning home. Chunming lay in bed, embracing Li Li as she scrolled through her social media, his hand slipping under the thin blanket. Li Li proudly displayed her follower count, which had surpassed 100,000, declaring, "I need to post more videos of you catching big fish." Chunming tightened his grip and cautioned, "You can post your videos, but please don't include me, otherwise someone might steal you away from me." This elicited a fit of giggles from Li Li. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong were still in the shower, so Chunming and Li Li decided to bathe together first. As Chunming watched Li Li on her phone, the room suddenly plunged into darkness. Utilizing the light from her phone, he realized it was Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong emerging from their wash, with Zhang casually turning off the ceiling light. The four of them turned in for the night without further discussion. When dawn broke, they sluggishly completed their morning routines by 10 o'clock and enjoyed the fried eggs prepared by Zhang Yuxiu before driving to the high-speed train station. Li Li's sister Li Jia was scheduled to arrive at Binhai Station at 11:15 a.m. At the reception area, Li Li bounced on her feet, waving enthusiastically while Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong tiptoed to peer inside. Chunming spotted a stunning beauty emerging from the exit. Dressed in a thin long-sleeve top layered with a vest, a short skirt, and knee-high boots, her hair styled in a bun, and a delicate oval face. She was dragging a small suitcase and walking briskly towards them. Li Li rushed forward to embrace her, jumping and exclaiming with delight. In comparison, Li Li appeared significantly shorter than her sister, who was nearly 1.7 meters tall, though the two girls shared a comparable bust size. The beauty exchanged hugs with Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong before turning her gaze towards Chunming. Li Li linked arms with her sister and introduced her. "This is my sister, Li Jia," then added, "and this is my brother, Chunming. You can just call him Mingming." Chunming shyly greeted, "Hello, Jia." Li Jia merely huffed at him, ignoring his presence as she walked outside with the three girls, leaving Chunming to awkwardly follow. As Chunming drove, Cheng Hong sat in the passenger seat, turning to listen to the conversation among the three girls in the back. Li Jia asked Zhang Yuxiu, "Are you really not considering repeating a year to take the exams again?" Zhang Yuxiu replied, "No, I want to repeat. I don't want to hear them nagging me anymore. Right now, I just want to be by my brother's side." Chunming felt a surge of affection upon hearing this. Cheng Hong added, "I have even fewer chances than Xiu. Our parents are quite biased towards sons. I'll just follow my brother for now and maybe visit them in a couple of years to give them some money." Li Jia sighed. Every family has its own struggles. She then turned and playfully tapped Li Li on the head, saying, "You little rascal," leaving a note saying you went to work and cutting off contact with mom and dad. "What kind of job are you looking for? A husband?" Hearing this, Chunming couldn't help but shudder slightly. When Li Jia got riled up, her words certainly carried weight. After parking the car in the garage, the five of them entered the villa's hall. Li Li dragged her sister to show her around, but was interrupted by Li Jia. "You come sit here," she said to Chunming. "I have something to ask you." Chunming, taken aback by her serious demeanor, felt a bit uneasy as he sat down on the sofa. Li Li quickly joined him, wrapping her arm around his. Observing this, Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong realized that Li Jia was poised to interrogate Chunming, and they also took a seat on the same sofa, huddling close together. Li Jia sat down opposite them, creating a 1-against-4 dynamic. She regarded the quartet thoughtfully before stating, "I'm not concerned about how you four ended up together, but have any of you considered the implications? Being together like this is neither legally nor socially acceptable, and it leads nowhere." The four exchanged glances, and Chunming thought, as the man, he had to step forward. He looked at Li Jia and said earnestly, "I genuinely love them. Since we are together, we won't care about societal opinions. They are willing to be by my side, and I have the means to protect them and provide them happiness. I won't let them down." As he spoke, the three girls nestled closer to him. Li Jia frowned, contemplating the four of them, then continued, "Have you thought about what will happen in the future if you have children? How will you explain that to your children?" Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence. Chunming suddenly recalled a video he had seen online about someone who had been married 3 times and divorced 3 times. He turned to Li Jia and said, "I saw a video online about someone who got married and divorced 3 times. Li Jia, taken aback, found herself momentarily speechless. The three girls' eyes sparkled at this. And if Li Jia hadn't been present, they would have undoubtedly showered Chunming with affectionate kisses. In that moment, Li Li, right in front of her sister, leaned in and planted a kiss on Chunming's lips. Li Jia, observing her sister's behavior, could not help but sigh inwardly. She turned to Chunming and remarked, "Well, I can no longer concern myself with your affairs. I merely hope that as a man, you will remember your words and not disappoint them." After a brief pause, she added, "I shall keep a close watch on you, Upon hearing this, The tension in the hearts of the four eased, and the three women could not contain their joy, erupting in cheers. Lily rushed towards her sister, embracing her and planting a couple of kisses on her cheek. Li Jia, feeling irked, pushed her away, exclaiming, "Oh, you mischievous girl. Go kiss your brother instead. Why must you kiss me?" The atmosphere in the household soon returned to one of merriment. Chapter 78. Renting a storefront at noon, the group of 5 arrived at Lin Xiao Hotel. In order to treat his aunt, Chun Ming ordered a lavish seafood feast costing 18,888. While on the phone with her sister, Li Jia learned that the boyfriend her sister had found was quite the earner. Thus, upon seeing Chun Ming order over 10,000 worth of drinks, she did not voice any objections. The 5 took their seats, with Lily sitting next to her sister Li Jia. Lily pulled out her phone, opened an app, and showed her sister a video she had posted, proudly announcing that her fan count had surpassed 100,000. After they finished their lunch, they returned to the villa. After washing up, Lily slipped into her sister's room, intent on sharing a bed with her that afternoon. Chun Ming, meanwhile, shared the master bedroom with Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong. As the 2 sisters lay on the bed, Lily grabbed her sister's arm and rested her head upon it. Li Jia inquired, "Do you all 4 usually spend time together?" Lily confirmed, "Of course. We're a family, so why wouldn't we sleep together?" Hearing this, Li Jia paused for a moment, her cheeks flushed, and quietly asked, "So do you all engage in that every day?" Lily replied, "Yes. Aside from that time of the month, we do." With her face reddening, Li Jia could not help but ask, "Doesn't that tire him out?" Lily raised her voice slightly and said, "How could it? Xiao always says that brother is as strong as an ox." Suddenly remembering something, she burst into giggles, her hands playfully reaching for her sister. Li Jia, amused by her sister's antics, flipped over and playfully pinned Lily down, leading to a bout of laughter. After their playful scuffle, Lily, still atop her sister, asked, "Sister, what about your boyfriend? Didn't you say you found one?" Li Jia retorted vehemently, "What a load of nonsense. That guy just wanted to take advantage of me. I saw through him and sent him packing with a slap and a kick." Intrigued, Lily pressed for details. "What happened? Tell me." Li Jia twisted her nose and replied, "Why do you need to know so much? You 3 are just lucky to have found a rich guy right off the bat." Lily, unable to suppress her pride, shot back, "Of course. We 3 sisters have a keen eye. We knew brother was the best from the very start." After a moment, she queried, "But did you know, with that boyfriend?" Li Jia, embarrassed, exclaimed, "How could you ask such a crude question?" "Absolutely not." The 2 sisters soon found themselves in a playful tug-of-war, wrestling on the bed, and thus, Li Jia's first afternoon nap by the seaside was thoroughly disrupted by her sister. After their rest, the 5 ventured to the mall to buy summer attire and bedding for Li Jia, among other daily necessities. Lily picked out several sets of branded summer outfits, shoes, and bags for her sister. The thought of spending her sister's money made Li Jia uneasy, and she objected, "Why buy such expensive things? 2 sets for changing are more than enough." Li, exasperated, retorted, "Oh, come on. When we were kids, you often snuck money to me. Now that I have some, I must buy you something nice." With that, she opened her phone to reveal her bank balance. Li Jia, seeing over 800,000 displayed, couldn't he help but whisper, "Did he give you all this money?" Lily clarified, "No, it's our earnings from several fishing trips. Brother distributed it among us." Xiao and Hong Hong received some too. Upon hearing this, Li Jia's impression of Chun Ming improved. After shopping, they returned to the villa and settled in the living room. After putting away the purchased clothes and shoes in her room, Li Jia sat across from Chun Ming in the living room. Zhang Yuxiu joined Li Jia, linking her arm with hers. Li Jia turned to Chun Ming and said, "Chun Ming, now that I'm here, what are your plans?" Lily interjected, "Selling fish, of course. Rent a store to sell fish." Chun Ming cleared his throat and, wrapping his arm around Li, explained, "Here's what I'm thinking. Outside our villa area, we can rent a storefront, do it up nicely, and open a high-end seafood store, primarily selling fresh seafood." After a moment, he continued, "I've noticed a row of storefronts along the street. I'll just need to contact Lin Xiao to rent one." Lily added, "Once it's renovated, we can take a boat out to fish for a while, and that'll be enough for you to sell." As Li Jia sat in the car, she observed the vicinity. Realizing it was indeed a wealthy neighborhood filled with villas and upscale communities, a seafood store here would likely thrive. Contemplating this, she turned to Chun Ming and said, "Then I'll leave this matter to you. When we start making money, I will surely express my gratitude." Lily rushed to her sister's side, sitting close and wrapping her arm around Li Jia's, exclaiming, "Oh, we're family, so what is there to thank?" Cheng Hong chimed in, "Exactly. Once you're here, we're all family. There's no need for thanks." Chun Ming pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Xiao. Once connected, he said, "Hey bro, is the storefront on the road outside the villa also yours? I'd like to rent a space." Lin Xiao replied, "Head over to the property management first. I'll give them a call. There should still be some available. After hanging up, Chunming addressed the four women. Let us go to the property management. The five arrived at the property management office, where Manager Li greeted them warmly upon their arrival. I just spoke with Lin Xiao. He mentioned you wanted to rent a storefront. We currently have 3 available, all with decent sizes. Let me show you. Manager Li led them to an office and presented a floor plan. Chunming, having only glanced at the layout, replied, no need to look further. I trust your judgment. Please choose the one with the best location for me. Manager Li inquired, may I ask what type of business you plan to run? Chunming answered, I want to open a boutique seafood store. Upon hearing this, Manager Li pointed to the map, suggesting, then let us go with this one, the second storefront at the corner. It's 146 square meters, perfect for a seafood shop. After listening to Manager Li's description, Chunming agreed it was a good option and turned to Li Jia, asking, what do you think, Jia? Is this storefront suitable? Li Jia replied, I've never run a business, so I can't say if it's good or not. If you think it's suitable, then go ahead and rent it. Chunming and Manager Li finalized the details, securing the storefront. Following Lin Xiao's instructions, they received the maximum discount, settling on a monthly rent of 8,000 yuan with a 5-year contract and the lowest property management fees. After signing the contract, Chunming paid the rent and management fees in full. With the keys in hand, the group followed Manager Li to the storefront. Upon opening the rolling shutter, they entered the premises. The storefront had 2 rolling doors and a decent depth. The tile floor was intact, although some damage had been inflicted on the walls and ceiling by the previous tenant. Both Chunming and Li Jia were satisfied with the space, and the opinions of the 3 women were unnecessary. Chunming turned to Manager Li and said, if you know any good renovation companies, please recommend one to me. Hearing this, Manager Li felt a surge of joy, aware that the referral fee could be substantial. I know several renovation companies. I'll definitely introduce you to the best quality one. Rest assured, since you're a friend of Lin Xiao, they won't dare to cut corners. After Manager Li's assurances, he inquired about the renovation budget for the store, asking if it could be disclosed. Chunming stated that the budget was ample and insisted on a luxurious and grand design for the storefront. Manager Li promptly nodded and assured him not to worry, promising to adhere to his specifications. They exchanged WeChat contacts, and once the design drawings were ready, he would send them for Chunming's approval, ensuring that the renovations would follow the satisfactory designs. Chunming and Manager Li connected on WeChat, and Chunming handed him the key to the storefront, stating that he would allow 20 days for completion, offering an additional 10,000 yuan for each day the project was finished ahead of schedule. Manager Li, delighted by this proposition, eagerly agreed to expedite the process while maintaining quality. The group returned to the property office, where they signed a renovation contract. Following the contract signing, Chunming made an initial payment of 200,000 yuan to cover the commencement costs, successfully finalizing the rental arrangements for the store. With Manager Li's enthusiastic send-off, they returned to the villa. Chapter 79, Birthday Gift. Upon returning to the villa, the 5 settled onto the sofa. Lili asked, Sister Xiuxiu, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Zhang Yuxiu replied, there is some beef and a few vegetables left in the fridge. Should we buy more ingredients? Chunming interjected, it's already past 5. Let us just go out for barbecue. Li Li and Cheng Hong readily agreed. After 6 o'clock, the 5 of them arrived at the night market and sat down at a barbecue stall. They ordered an array of dishes according to their preferences, filling the table. While eating and chatting, Zhang Yuxiu asked Chunming, brother, your birthday is tomorrow. Have you arranged the meeting with Lin Xiao? Chunming responded that he had already discussed it with Lin Xiao the day before. Lin Xiao would send his location at 9 in the morning, and they would meet on the way to the Qi Xiao Club together. Li Jia inquired if they would celebrate Chunming's birthday the next day. Lili informed her sister that Chunming was celebrating his 20th birthday at a friend's club and that they would all go together. Li Jia quietly remarked to her sister, why didn't you mention it earlier? Now where can I buy a gift? Lili replied nonchalantly, oh, just give a few hundred yuan in red envelopes. That would suffice. The 5 remained at the barbecue stall until after 9, then leisurely returned to the villa. After a shower, Li Jia lay in bed, still unaccustomed to the seaside atmosphere, tossing and turning in her struggle to fall asleep. In the stillness of the night, she seemed to hear her sister's gentle sobs. Despite their earlier testing of the room's soundproofing during the day, there were still faint sounds that reached Li Jia's ears at night. New to this place and already having trouble sleeping, the additional sounds made it even harder. At times, she thought she heard her sister's voice, only to feel as if it morphed into Cheng Hong's cries and then into Zhang Yuxiu's lamentations. After checking the time on her phone twice, she finally found peace in slumber around 4 o'clock, after hours of restless tossing. The 4 woke up relatively early. As it was Chunming's birthday, they hurriedly went through their morning routines. Lili entered her sister's room just as Li Jia was getting out of bed, dressed. Noticing her sister's dark circles, Lili couldn't help but ask, Sister, Did you have trouble sleeping last night? You look a bit tired. Li Jia shot her a glare, replying, you four were making noise all night. How could I sleep? Li, puzzled, responded, that shouldn't be the case. We conducted experiments during the day and couldn't hear anything. Li Jia retorted sharply, you can't compare day to night. At night, everything echoes. And those sounds are everywhere. Upon hearing her sister's remark, Li playfully hugged her arm, asking, did you hear me calling out last night? Li Jia lightly tapped her head, asking, what do you think? Li covered her head, teasing, if you heard for so long. You must think my brother is quite impressive, huh? Li Jia felt a flush of embarrassment, playfully twisting her sister's face. You cheeky girl, now that you have a man. You say anything. The two sisters engaged in playful banter before realizing the time. With Lin Xiao's location set, the five of them got into the car and drove along Route 2 towards the outskirts of the city. As they neared the city limits, they spotted Lin Xiao's convoy parked by the roadside. As Chun Ming's car approached, a staff member directed him to park behind Lin Xiao's vehicle. The convoy soon left the urban area and arrived at the edge of a reservoir. Beside the reservoir stood a vast expanse of traditional architecture nestled among the trees. The convoy parked at the left side of the mountain villa, where Lin Xiao, accompanied by his beloved star, exited the car, followed by another beautiful woman. Chun Ming recognized her with astonishment. This was a celebrity he was familiar with, though it was his first time seeing her in person. The four women beside Chun Ming gasped at the sight of her. Li rushed forward, exclaiming, Yang X, you are my idol. No, you are my idol. The star, named Yang X, upon seeing Li, joyfully exclaimed, oh, with that outfit, aren't you just the picture of Kai Wenji from the canyon? Lin Xiao's beloved star introduced the four girls, and then presented Chun Ming to Yang X. The renowned Yang X, known for her love of the game Honor of Kings, exchanged pleasantries with everyone. Under the guidance of a few beautiful attendants, they made their way to the villa. Lin Xiao walked alongside Chun Ming and quietly remarked, Qi Xiao's father is XX. Gesturing towards the sky, Qi Xiao, being a second-generation rich kid, can only be befriended, not deeply trusted. Keep that in mind. Chun Ming nodded in understanding, feeling a newfound respect for Lin Xiao. At the entrance, Qi Xiao greeted everyone and led them into a large side hall. A display board stood at the entrance of the dining room, inscribed in red ink. Congratulations to Mr. Chun Ming on his 20th birthday. Beside the board was a long table, and Qi Xiao instructed Chun Ming to have someone trustworthy sit there to collect gifts and write down the monetary contributions. Chun Ming looked around and asked Zhang Yuxiu, Yuxiu, which of you would like to sit here and record the gifts? Zhang Yuxiu suggested to Li Jia. How about you accompany me here? Li Jia, unable to decline, sat behind the long table with Zhang Yuxiu. Lin Xiao told his beloved, you stay with the sisters and go have some tea inside. I'll be here with my brother to greet the guests. Li and Cheng Hong followed the two starlets into the inner room, eagerly finding a place to sit. Li couldn't contain her excitement and bombarded her idol with a series of questions. As Lin Xiao accompanied Chun Ming at the door of the side hall, guests began to arrive one after another. Chun Ming recognized several guests from the nightclub, but couldn't recall their names. Others were unfamiliar, and Lin Xiao introduced them while Chun Ming struggled to remember their surnames. Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu collected monetary gifts at the table, with amounts ranging from a few thousand to several tens of thousands. Most of these guests were there due to Lin Xiao's influence, as he had announced days prior that they would be celebrating his brother's 20th birthday, naturally attracting numerous suitors for favor. While Lin Xiao and Chun Ming welcomed guests, Wang Fong sauntered in, swaying her hips. Approaching the two, she said to Chun Ming, I was waiting for you over there. Could you come over for a moment? Chun Ming, feeling a pang of nervousness, glanced at the long table where Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu were preoccupied with their accounting. He told Lin Xiao, I'll step over for a moment. I'll be right back. Lin Xiao, with a wry smile, said, Go ahead. What is meant to happen will eventually happen. Chun Ming, utterly confused by Lin Xiao's cryptic words, walked outside to a small open corridor adjacent to the side hall. Wang Fong stood at the corner, waiting for Chun Ming. He approached her, asking, Sister Fong, what is it you wanted to discuss? Wang Fong smiled at him, saying, What is the matter? It's your birthday today, and I have a gift for you. As she reached into her bag, she pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Chun Ming, filled with an array of questions, took the paper handed to him and opened it, revealing a header that read, HCG Test Report. Chapter 80, Birthday Gift. A look of bewilderment crossed his face as he gazed at the various figures on the page, a nagging feeling of something amiss creeping into his mind, particularly with the positive result indicated at the bottom. He lifted his eyes, gazing at Wang Fong with a look of confusion akin to that of an inquisitive elementary school student. Wang Fong stated plainly, I'm pregnant, and it's yours. Chun Ming was struck by this revelation, his mouth agape in disbelief, stammering, Wang Fong fixed her gaze on him and added, It was conceived that night by the seaside. Finally regaining some composure, Chen Ming asked, "Are you saying we conceived that night? What about your marriage?" His words were cut off by Wang Fong, who interjected, "I'm telling you this not to impose any responsibility on you, but simply to inform you of the situation. I don't wish to hide it from you. I intend to keep the child and one T hold you accountable for anything." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Before my wedding, I had my suspicions when my period didn't arrive. As for what transpired after my marriage, if you wish to know, I can certainly enlighten you." Wang Fong looked directly at Chen Ming. His heart, now in turmoil, compelled him to seek the full truth, and he nodded eagerly. Wang Fong proceeded, "All right. Here it is. On the night of my wedding, my husband confessed everything to me. He is a fragile individual, compelled by familial pressure into this marriage, and advised me to keep it quiet. We agreed to lead separate lives. I could not endure it and informed my parents, which led to a swift divorce." Chen Ming was left with a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to respond. Wang Fong firmly stated, "I'm sharing this with you solely to inform you. You need not worry about the rest. Go on and live your extravagant life." With that, she produced an ornate box and handed it to Chen Ming, wishing him a happy birthday before turning and re-entering the hall. Holding the box in both hands, Chen Ming watched Wang Fong sway into the hall, her ample figure captivating his attention. Upon opening the box, he discovered a jade pendant inscribed with the words peace and safety. Chen Ming carefully tucked the box away and returned to the entrance of the hall, inadvertently locking eyes with Li Jia, who stared at him wide-eyed. He quickly shifted his gaze and nodded at Lin Xiao, offering a greeting. Lin Xiao, tilting his head, winked at Chen Ming and softly remarked, "Brother, do you understand now? Congratulations." Chen Ming, feeling crushed, lamented, "So you knew all along and didn't tell me? How could you keep something so significant from me?" "I couldn't dare mention it," Lin Xiao replied. "That fierce woman warned me multiple times. You have no idea how tormented I felt keeping it to myself. But now, I'm finally liberated." Lin Xiao chuckled lightly after speaking. Chen Ming glanced toward the long table and met Li Jia's gaze again, feeling a pang of anxiety. Hastily averting his eyes, something seemed amiss. Why was Li Jia's face so flushed? Just then, Lang Shui entered, holding another ornate box which he handed to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao accepted the box and wished Chen Ming a happy birthday, presenting it to him. Chen Ming took it with both hands, feeling its weight, and, at Lin Xiao's prompting, opened it to reveal a gold medal inscribed with the phrase blooming prosperity. Chen Ming estimated that the medal weighed at least 500 or 600 grams. He expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother, this is far too extravagant." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not speak of such things between us." As the clock approached noon, Chen Ming and Lin Xiao beckoned Zhang Yuxiu and Li Jia to join them in the hall for the banquet. Li Li and Cheng Hong were deep in conversation with the two renowned stars when Chen Ming spotted Yang X playfully pinching Li Li's cheek. The lively performances on stage were halted as the host took the stage to deliver a speech, welcoming all guests to Chen Ming's birthday banquet and subsequently inviting him to the podium to say a few words. Having weathered many storms, Chen Ming approached the stage without trepidation. Taking the microphone, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the heavens, his parents for their nurturing, and the friends and guests present at his birthday celebration, officially commencing the festivities. The banquet unfolded with exuberance, the atmosphere charged with laughter and music, reaching a crescendo. As the evening progressed, Chen Ming, having fortified his body through rigorous training, remained sober despite the revelry, his cheeks merely flushed. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong managed to maintain their composure, while Li Li nearly succumbed to intoxication, saved only by her sister Li Jia's vigilance. After exchanging pleasantries with Qi Xiao, Chen Ming settled the banquet expenses, paying an auspicious sum of 268 million, with the gifts and monetary contributions in hand. He bid farewell to Lin Xiao and the two stars, and the five of them returned to the villa. Chen Ming reclined on the sofa beside Li Li, observing Zhang Yuxiu, Cheng Hong, and Li Jia sorting through the received gifts and money, filling the coffee table to the brim. After a flurry of activity, Zhang Yuxiu informed Chen Ming, "Brother, we received 152 million in cash today, along with several gold chains and zodiac pendants." Chen Ming instructed, "Just keep it safe for now. We will repay those we owe in due time." Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong took the gifts upstairs to store them before returning to the sofa. Zhang Yuxiu poured a glass of water for Chen Ming, who took a sip before placing it on the table. A battle raged within Chen Ming's heart, but he ultimately resolved to share the truth with the three women. "There is something I need to tell you, and I hope you can forgive me," he said, his voice tinged with anxiety. The three women, noticing his serious demeanor, looked on with curiosity, their gazes fixed on him. Clearing his throat, he began, "Well, before I met you, one day with Wang Fong we ended up together by the seaside, and today she told me she yes." His voice trailed off as he lowered his head. The three women were momentarily stunned. Li Jia pointed at Chun Ming, at a loss for words. Chun Ming, sensing the weight of the moment, grasped Zhang Yuxiu's hand with one hand and Cheng Hong's with the other, addressing them. I acknowledge my mistake, but this happened before I met you three. I love you all, and hope you can forgive me. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong fell silent, while Li Li leaped onto Chun Ming's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Oh, I thought it was something major. You scared me. That was before you met us, right? Just don't do it again. Li Jia, exasperated with her sister, felt at a loss for words. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong allowed Chun Ming to hold them without resistance. Zhang Yuxiu then inquired, what did she say about the child? Chun Ming replied, Wang Fong said she wants to keep the baby and will raise it without holding me accountable. Cheng Hong interjected, your relationship with her occurred before you met us, and I don't blame you for that. But the child is still yours. How can she decide unilaterally? Li Li added, exactly. Regardless of what she says, that child is also your responsibility. Why should she claim it all? Zhang Yuxiu suggested. Let us arrange a meeting with her. We need to discuss this matter. What began as a potential confrontation was subtly shifting towards a protective stance for the child. Li Jia stared in disbelief at the four of them, muttering, how did you manage to ensnare my sister so thoroughly, you scoundrel? Chapter 81, An Appointment in Hong Kong. Leaning against the back of the bed, Chun Ming swore, I swear, but was cut off as Zhang Yuxiu covered his mouth. Cheng Hong assured him, we believe in you. You will treat me well. Li Li softly stated, I trust my brother. After all, I love you the most. And promptly hugged Chun Ming's neck. Zhang Yuxiu turned off the bedside lamp. Li Jia lay in the adjacent bedroom, still seething with indignation. How could this scoundrel charm her sister so completely? It was utterly baffling. As she pondered, she was disturbed by various noises emanating from the master bedroom, causing her to feel increasingly irritated. Li Jia listened for nearly half an hour, and it still showed no signs of ending. Fortunately, although she had heard of it and viewed it on her phone, she had not experienced it personally. Her body displayed some reactions, yet she found it bearable, and as she continued listening, she surprisingly began to perceive some amusement in it. This Xiao, who usually appeared quite demure, has a rather enticing call, Li Jia mused to herself. Upon hearing her younger sister's voice, she could not help but exclaim a mild rebuke, calling her a little firecracker. When she heard Cheng Hong's voice, she couldn't resist commenting on how, despite her youthful and vibrant appearance, she seemed anything but fragile at this moment. Li Jia lay on the bed in the secondary bedroom, contemplating this until nearly 2 o'clock before it finally concluded. In the morning, after everyone had washed up and enjoyed the fried eggs prepared by Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong, they sat in the living room to relax. Chun Ming received the renovation design drawings sent by Manager Li, calling the women over to select which design they found most appealing. Ultimately, the five of them settled on the fourth design, which exuded a minimalist luxury, with the fish tank's layout displaying exquisite taste. The quoted price was 380,000 yuan. And Chun Ming did not negotiate. He simply insisted on ensuring quality. Now that the 3-day fishing ban in March had begun, the winds along the seaside had started to pick up. Today, a strong breeze blew, albeit not excessively fierce. Yet Chun Ming decided to visit Dongxing Pier to inspect the situation and to remove items from the small courtyard, returning it to Old Huang. He had scarcely spent 2 days in that small courtyard and only needed to retrieve his clothing stored inside. Chun Ming, along with the 3 women, was inseparable. So Li Jia had no choice but to accompany them. Despite the gusts, Dongxing Pier remained relatively calm during the fishing ban. Numerous fishing boats and tugs, about a couple of hundred, were docked. Chun Ming's fishing boat and Lin Xiao's yacht were moored a bit deeper in, surrounded by only a few fishing vessels. Chun Ming had learned from Old Huang a few days prior that this small pier was funded by Lin Xiao for the village's improvement, with the village only reserving 2 berths for his permanent use. That berth had now been transferred to Chun Ming. Old Huang, sitting in the kiosk, sipping tea and smoking, waved Chun Ming over to sit with him. Chun Ming, he said, I've now bought a house, so I will return the small courtyard to you. Old Huang responded affirmatively. All right, I will refund you the remaining rent. Chun Ming, feeling no need for pleasantries, accepted the refund, knowing that refusing would offend him. After receiving the refunded rent from Old Huang, Chun Ming led the 4 women to the small courtyard. They loaded bedding and clothing from the bedroom onto a tricycle and made their way to the fishing boat. Unwanted items were discarded into a trash bin, and once everything was moved, they parked the tricycle and bid farewell to Old Huang before returning to the villa. As the 5 of them settled back in the villa, Lin Xiao called. He informed them that the license for the harbor island had been processed, and he had rented an office. He planned to hold an opening ceremony the day after tomorrow and requested them to bring copies of their ID cards to facilitate their access permits. Chun Ming inquired among the women, and Zhang Yuxiu and the others expressed their eagerness to go. Upon hearing about the trip to Harbor Island, Lily leaped up from the sofa, excitedly clamoring for a tour and a shopping spree. At that moment, Li Jia, reluctant to be left behind, was encouraged by the other three and, feeling quite willing, decided to join them on the trip to Harbor Island. Chen Ming gathered the four women's ID cards and drove separately to Lin Xiao's office. Chapter 82. The system's mischief. After completing the photocopying of the IDs at Lin Xiao's place, Chen Ming returned to the villa. The four women were engrossed in a discussion about how to enjoy their time on Harbor Island, and upon seeing Chen Ming's return, they pulled him into their conversation. Chen Ming concluded the discussion by saying, "Upon our arrival, we shall wander wherever the excitement lies. I still have 20 to 30 million in my account. And when the time comes, I can transfer several million to each of you, so you can purchase whatever your heart's desire." Chen Ming was quite generous with his women, confident that once the company was established, a steady stream of income would flow back into his pockets. Observing the three women peacefully asleep on the bed, Chen Ming took a cigarette and lighter to the balcony. Lighting the cigarette and taking a puff, he summoned his intelligent assistant. "Oh, must you always be summoned in the dead of night?" The little assistant emerged, immediately expressing a torrent of grievances, venting its frustrations. In response to the assistant's discontent, Chen Ming chuckled. "If I were to summon you during the day, what if someone discovered it?" The intelligent assistant retorted sharply. "How could I be discovered? I am a consciousness, communicating with you in thought. They cannot see me." Chen Ming, somewhat concerned, asked, "So you know everything I think and everything I've done? Does that mean I have no privacy at all?" The intelligent assistant waved its small blue stick dismissively. "I am merely bound to you. I do not invade your mind. Your sordid thoughts and inappropriate images do not pique my interest." Feeling slightly reassured yet sensing a hint of deceit in the assistant's tone, Chen Ming replied, "Very well then. Next time I will summon you during the day. But tell me, is there any difference between summoning you during the day and at night? You don't need to sleep." "It's different. Being so small, I find it quite scary to be summoned in the middle of the night," the intelligent assistant retorted. Chen Ming, nearly choking on his own laughter, exclaimed, "Who designed you to be such a peculiar creation? You, an intelligent entity, are afraid of being summoned at night." The assistant, in a high-pitched voice, shot back, "You are the peculiar one. Your whole family is peculiar. Who created me? I would dare to say it if you dared to listen. Be careful, or I might just vanish." Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Chen Ming quickly urged, "All right, enough of that. Let us not discuss it further." The intelligent assistant looked up at the sky, pointing its blue stick upward, and said to Chen Ming, "Heh, actually, I am afraid to say it. Look at how scared you are." Haha. Feeling tricked by this little entity, Chen Ming lunged to grab it. The assistant did not dodge, merely letting his hand pass through its form, visible only in the realm of thought. The little entity erupted into a fit of high-pitched laughter. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ming asked the intelligent assistant, "Now that the lottery isn't functioning, isn't it boring for you to follow me around all day? Should I summon you every day just to let you breeze?" The intelligent assistant waved its blue stick dismissively. "No need for that, even when you don't summon me. I replenish my energy in the system." Chen Ming inquired, "Could you divulge what items are in that treasure chest? You want to pry into my secrets?" "I won't tell you. There are all sorts of good things. It just depends on whether you have the skill to draw them." The little entity tapped its blue stick lightly against its palm. Chen Ming continued to tempt, "Can't you reveal a little? In return, I promise to treat you better in the future, and I won't call you by random names." The intelligent assistant rolled its eyes and said, "There are plenty of good things inside, but I want to tell you." After being toyed with repeatedly, Chen Ming, unable to tolerate it any longer, decided to confine the little entity within the system. He flicked away the cigarette butt, returned to bed, and embraced his beautiful companion, drifting into a deep sleep until dawn. Chapter 83. Heartfelt conversations by the pool. Chen Ming sat on the living room sofa, holding Lily close, while she scrolled through her social media. "Brother, look. I'm about to reach 150,000 followers." Lily bragged about her growing fan base. Chen Ming, reminded of the 3 songs he had uploaded to his profile, quickly grabbed his phone, opened the app, and found that his follower count had only increased by a little over 200. Perhaps it was because the songs, written by the intelligent assistant, were flagged as AI generated, leading to little interest. He decided not to dwell on it. Once the women finished their grooming, the 5 of them walked outside the community to check on the renovation status of the shops. Upon arriving at the rented storefront, the renovation company had already commenced their work, transporting materials into the premises. Observing the workers, Chen Ming suddenly recalled that he had yet to name the shop and apply for a business license. He turned to the 4 women and inquired about a suitable name for their establishment. Lily eagerly suggested, "Since this shop is for my sister, let us call it Jia Jia Fish Shop." Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong both nodded in agreement. However, Li Jia interjected, stating that the name did not quite suit the shop, proposing instead, How about Jia Jia Live Seafood Restaurant? The university students certainly had a way with words. And Chen Ming seized the opportunity to flatter his sister-in-law, showering her with praise. Zhang Yuxiu and the others chimed in, agreeing that the name was indeed tasteful. Li Li proudly remarked, "My sister is cultured. Her university education hasn't been in vain." Just as the words left her mouth, she was met with a roll of Li Jia's eyes. Chen Ming took out his phone and called Lin Xiao. Once the call connected, he said, "Brother, could you assist me with something? Please help me obtain a license for selling live seafood, listing my sister-in-law Li Jia as the legal representative. You should have a copy of her ID, right?" "Yes, the name will be Jia Jia Live Seafood Restaurant." "All right, thank you." After hanging up, Chen Ming informed the four women that everything was settled and the license would be ready in a few days. He had grown quite adept at utilizing Lin Xiao's assistance. They were on such familiar terms that there was no need for formality. Back at the villa, Li Jia, Zhang Yuxiu, and Cheng Hong were chatting in the living room. Meanwhile, the restless Chen Ming and Li Li were wandering together by the pool in the backyard. "Brother, do you think my sister is pretty?" Li Li's question almost made Chen Ming wince with discomfort. He glanced around nervously and replied, "Silly girl. Don't say such things. It might lead to misunderstandings, and I would be in serious trouble." Li Li pouted, teasingly calling him a coward. "You get so scared over just one question." Chen Ming sat on a stone bench, pulled Li Li onto his lap, and playfully swatted her bottom, albeit gently. To his surprise, Li Li merely laughed and jumped into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Brother, why don't you seize the opportunity to make my sister yours? That way, I'll have a shield when we go back," she giggled. Truth be told, Chen Ming felt a pang of guilt regarding his sister-in-law. He couldn't quite place why. Perhaps it was due to her status as a university student. With such a beautiful sister-in-law standing before him daily, he had yet to utilize his X-ray vision to admire her alluring figure. He playfully bit Li Li's cheek, leaving 2 small imprints, and said, "No more nonsense. I wouldn't want Xiao Xiao and Hong Hong to hear you and come after me." Li Li playfully pressed her hands against her chest, teasing, "Oh, when I get the chance, I'll tell Xiao Xiao and Hong Hong. They will definitely agree." Chen Ming tightened his grip on her, half-jokingly warning, "My little auntie, my precious, please don't conspire against me." Li Li shook her body, laughing, "I'm not plotting anything. You don't know, when the 3 of us chat, they say you're too amazing, and even being with you is a bit overwhelming." Holding Li Li, Chen Ming fell into contemplation. Indeed, he sometimes got so caught up in enjoyment that he overlooked the feelings of the 3 women. His enhanced physique may indeed be a bit too much for them to handle. Looking down at Li Li's still youthful face, he softly assured her, "My dear Li Li, I will be more gentle with you all in the future, unlike before when I was so rough." Li Li nestled against his neck, whispering, "There's nothing wrong. I feel very happy and blessed being with you." As they were set to travel to Hong Kong the next day, the entire family went to bed early. Li Jia lay in her bed, listening to the sounds coming from the master bedroom, and within 2 hours, she fell into silence. Feeling somewhat unaccustomed to it, she silently cursed that scoundrel for causing such trouble. Chapter 84. The Hong Kong journey. The group parked their car at the parking lot outside the port. After verifying their documents and clearing customs, they boarded the vehicle arranged by De Biao, gazing out at the bustling scene as they arrived at the central district of Hong Kong. This was home to the renowned high-end office buildings. Mingxi Ocean Exploration Company had leased the 16th floor as their office space. De Biao had already brought in 20 security personnel who settled in ahead of time. Upon arrival at the company, Lin Xiao, Chen Ming, and Fang Jie conducted a traditional opening ceremony, inviting a lion dance troupe at an auspicious time, witnessed by the 4 local employees and 20 mainland security personnel. Wang Fang officially took her position as the general manager of Mingxi Ocean Exploration Company. Wang Fang's family was originally in the jewelry and jade business, giving her more familiarity with this field than Lin Xiao. After completing the formalities, Mingxi Ocean Exploration Company officially commenced operations. Wang Fang's current task was to liaise with the auction house to authenticate and auction 3 gold coins and 3 silver coins in her possession. Naturally, this process would take time, requiring 2 to 3 months for authentication and promotion. Lin Xiao took Chen Ming to HSBC to open accounts for him and the 4 women. Chen Ming transferred 10 million into the account, converting it into Hong Kong dollars, and transferred 1 million to each of the women. After Lin Xiao returned to the hotel to rest, De Biao assigned 2 subordinates to accompany Chen Ming. Chen Ming then took the 4 women to explore the renowned Pearl of the Orient in Asia. At Simsha Sui, the women were dazzled by the variety of luxury goods. To avoid any misunderstandings, Li Jia handed her card to her sister. Li Li, upon seeing a lady's watch that caught her eye, immediately purchased it and soon adorned her sister's wrist with it. They toured through Causeway Bay, Russell Street, and Lan Kwai Fong in Central, with Chun Ming accompanying them throughout. They concluded their shopping spree at Nathan Road in Mongkok, returning to the company's reserved hotel with arms laden with shopping bags. Entering their designated rooms, the two security personnel set down the purchased items and exited. Chun Ming collapsed onto the bed, feeling more exhausted from the shopping than from reeling in a giant tuna. With dinner time approaching, the four women tidied up their purchases before joining Lin Xiao and Wang Fong for a dinner that featured the flavors of Hong Kong. After dinner, when they returned to their rooms, Zhang Yuxiu and the other two women headed to Wang Fong's room. Since Wang Fong would be staying long-term in Hong Kong, she had rented a room in this hotel. Li Jia, unable to join her sister and the others, remained with Chun Ming in their room, waiting for their return. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Li Jia gazed at the vibrant scenery outside. Meanwhile, Chun Ming sat on the sofa, looking at Li Jia's silhouette, lost in thought. He suddenly recalled Li Li's earlier words and, unable to restrain himself, activated his X-ray vision. Before him unfolded a stunningly alluring scene. Her figure was enchanting. Feeling a rush of heat, he quickly retracted his ability and turned away. After a while, the three women returned to the room. Chun Ming, suppressing his unease, asked, "Why did you take so long?" Li Li jumped up, wrapping her arms around Chun Ming's neck, prompting him to embrace her in return. Hee. We made arrangements with Fong Jia. When she has the baby, she'll still take your surname. Xiao Xiao told me not to tell you, Li Li said while clinging to him. Zhang Yuxiu playfully scolded, "Well, you've already spilled the beans, and now I'm left to play the villain." Cheng Hong simply smiled from the sidelines. Zhang Yuxiu then addressed Chun Ming, stating, "Fong Jia will be here for a long time and can't return. I'll give you 2 hours to go chat with her. After all, she is working for you and earning you money." Uncertain of what the three women were discussing with Wang Fong, Chun Ming felt a twinge of awkwardness upon hearing Zhang Yuxiu's words. Li Li, with a playful smile, leapt from Chun Ming's side and playfully urged him, "Come on, brother, be obedient and go." Seizing the moment, Chun Ming found himself gently pushed out of the room by Li Li. Arriving at Wang Fong's door, he knocked softly. Upon opening the door and seeing Chun Ming, Wang Fong welcomed him inside. Standing before Wang Fong, Chun Ming hesitated, stammering, "Sister Fong, I," momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Fong gazed at the young man before her, recalling that their initial entanglement had merely been a means to alleviate her own desolation. Yet, she felt an undeniable fondness for this charming young man. Observing his flustered demeanor, Wang Fong couldn't help but chuckle. Taking a step closer, she wrapped her soft arms around Chun Ming's neck. Chun Ming, his hands stiff, awkwardly embraced her slightly fuller figure. With a breath as fragrant as orchids, Wang Fong whispered in Chun Ming's ear, "You rascal, did Yuxiu send you here to keep me company for 2 hours?" Chun Ming nodded in response, murmuring an affirmative. Wang Fong teased, "Why are you still acting like a wooden block?" At that moment, Chun Ming realized the implication and couldn't help but inquire, "What were you discussing just now? Why do you want to know?" "They haven't told you, and I certainly want tea," Wang Fong replied playfully. Their lips met, and as Chun Ming instinctively tightened his grip, he quickly released her, concerned not to disturb the life blossoming within her. After a lingering moment, their lips parted, and Wang Fong sweetly requested, "Carry me to the bed." Gently placing her on the bed, Chun Ming softly remarked, "Since you're expecting, I'll just hold you for a while." Wang Fong wrapped her arms around his neck, whispering, "Silly, after 3 months of pregnancy, it's safe now. Just be gentle." Being with an older sister figure was indeed a different experience, and Chun Ming felt he had learned something new. To express his gratitude, he attentively took care of Wang Fong. They reminisced about the passionate night by the seaside cliff, lost in the echoes of their past. As the clouds cleared and the rain ceased, Wang Fong rested her head on Chun Ming's chest, feeling an inexplicable flicker of happiness. "Chun Ming," she murmured, "I am also the mother of your child now. You must come to see me whenever you can," nuzzling her head against his chest. Chun Ming's right hand rested on her bare shoulder, and with a gentle caress, he murmured in acknowledgement, feeling the weight of responsibility grow heavier. Having exceeded the 2 hours Zhang Yuxiu had suggested, Chun Ming cautiously returned to the room. Upon entering the bedroom, he found the three women seated side by side at the head of the bed, their sparkling eyes fixed on him. Feeling their gaze, Chun Ming stuttered, I'm going to take a shower," and quickly slipped into the bathroom. After showering, he shamelessly climbed into bed. Li Li pulled on his arm, snuggling close. "I thought you weren't coming back tonight." Zhang Yuxiu turned off the lights and lay down, while Cheng Hong let out a soft gasp. Tonight is Sister Xiuxiu's turn. As dawn broke, the company arranged for 4 security personnel to accompany the 4 women on a shopping excursion. Chun Ming, along with Lin Xiao and Wang Fong, arrived at the office of Mingxi Ocean Exploration Company on the 16th floor. They settled onto the sofa, where Wang Fong's secretary, whom she had brought from the mainland, served them coffee before stepping out. Wang Fong began, The primary task of the company at present is to auction these 3 gold coins and 3 silver coins. I propose that we refrain from touching the batch in international waters for the time being. After a brief pause, she continued. The reason is that these coins are quite valuable, and we need to allocate time for proper promotion. To mitigate security pressure, we should hold off on the international batch. Lin Xiao interjected. I think what Fong said makes a lot of sense. I agree. What do you think, Ming Ming? I have no objections. I'm clueless about this. So you all can decide. I'm in full support, Chen Ming replied, displaying a typical indecisiveness. Then it's settled, Wang Fong declared. The company's arrangements will proceed as planned. After their discussion, Lin Xiao asked Chen Ming, Brother, are you staying here or heading back to the mainland? I plan to return to the mainland this afternoon, Chen Ming replied, uncertain and eager for the women's opinions. I'll make a call to ask Xiao, he said. Pulling out his phone. Once connected, he asked, Xiao, Lin Xiao is heading back to the mainland this afternoon. Should we stay here or return with him? Xiao's voice came through. Wait a moment, let me check with Hong Hong. After a brief pause, she responded, if you have no plans, we will return with Lin Xiao. We've done all the shopping we needed. You can stroll a bit longer and come back for lunch. We will return in the afternoon, Chen Ming suggested over the phone. After hanging up, he told Lin Xiao, I'll return with you this afternoon. Lin Xiao glanced at the 2 women and said to Chen Ming, all right. I'll head back to the hotel first. You stay here and chat with your sister Fong. He winked at Chen Ming, having grown accustomed to such exchanges. Chen Ming smiled at Lin Xiao's teasing, unfazed. Okay, brother, take care. See you at lunch, he said, escorting Lin Xiao to the office door. Watching him enter the elevator, Chen Ming turned back to the office and told the secretary, I have important matters to discuss with the general manager. Please do not disturb us. Understood, Mr. Chun. The secretary replied obediently. Chen Ming entered the office, closing the door behind him, and approached Wang Fong, who sat behind the desk with a radiant smile. You lack awareness. Why aren't you standing up to let me sit? He declared boldly. Wang Fong, still smiling, rose from her chair. Chen Ming sat down, shifting slightly. Feeling the chair was a tad low. Looking at the beaming Wang Fong, he reached out to pull her onto his lap. Good sister, if you're here alone, don't go out by yourself. Always take security with you if you must, he advised with concern. Wang Fong gently caressed Chen Ming's face. I know. I'm a grown woman and can take care of myself. Besides, this is not my first time in Hong Kong. Manage the company well, but don't overexert yourself. If there's anything that Big Biao can handle, let him do it. Don't tire yourself and the baby, Chen Ming urged. Wang Fong laughed. Now you're showing concern for me. Don't worry. I'm capable of taking care of myself. It's only been 3 months. There's still time. Seeing Wang Fong's beauty, Chen Ming felt compelled to grow closer as their impending separation loomed. Wang Fong's heart was aflame, and the atmosphere was charged. Meanwhile, the secretary outside the office savored her cup of coffee, enjoying the quietude as the company was still in its infancy and her workload light. She finished her coffee just in time for lunch. After having lunch at the hotel and bidding farewell to Wang Fong, Chen Ming boarded the vehicle arranged by the company, and they made their way to the border checkpoint to return to the mainland. As they reached the parking lot and got into their car, Chen Ming suddenly saw a flash of blue light before him, momentarily startling him. As he regained his composure, the intelligent assistant appeared before him. Though the assistant and the screen behind it were transparent, they did not impede Chen Ming's driving. The assistant's sharp and melodious voice announced, System task initiated. The host must complete the assigned task within 15 days. Wow, the system can actually issue tasks now. How peculiar. What has this system turned into after the update? Chen Ming remarked, astonished. The small creature brandished its blue stick and exclaimed, what a peculiar notion. How dare you label the system as odd? The audacity. I represent the esteemed system and shall impose a punishment upon you. With a flick of the blue stick, it struck a gentle blow within Chen Ming's mind. A jolt of blue lightning coursed through his consciousness, akin to a sharp needle pricking him, sending a wave of exhilaration through his spirit. Although he could endure it, Chen Ming preferred not to provoke this little being. After all, he feared that angering it might lead to a severe backlash that he would not be able to bear. He pressed on with his inquiries, asking about the nature of the task, the potential rewards, and its level of difficulty. If it proved too challenging, he would simply forego it. The intelligent assistant, in a shrill tone, declared that the system had issued the task, and regardless of its difficulty, completion was mandatory. There would be no room for negotiation. And as for the rewards, it was equally clueless. With a press of the accelerator, Chen Ming overtook a truck, straightened the steering wheel, and continued to question the intelligent assistant about the specifics of the task and the criteria for completion. Once you set sail, the task location will be displayed on the electronic map. Upon reaching the designated sea area, I will provide instructions on how to complete it, the assistant replied haughtily. Akin to Chen Ming's superior. Observing the assistant's demeanor, Chen Ming nearly blurted out. What a presumptuous little creature. What have you to be so proud of? He decided it best to refrain from provoking it further, lest it become enraged and complicate his task. By the time they returned to the coastal area, it was already 7 in the evening. After parting ways with Lin Xiao, Chen Ming and his 4 companions found a restaurant boasting authentic Mountain City hot pot and settled in for dinner. With 1 from Sichuan and 4 from Guizhou, all members of the southwestern F4, indulging in spicy cuisine was a given. They ordered an array of ingredients: beef tripe, duck intestines, and blood pudding, among various hot pot accompaniments, filling a large table. The 5 of them emerged from the meal with flushed faces, exclaiming how delightful it was. To their surprise, they found such authentic Mountain City hot pot in the coastal area. Chen Ming noted the restaurant's address for future cravings. Upon returning to the villa, each of them washed up and retreated to their rooms for the night. Li Jia lay in bed, listening to the sounds from outside. A gentle breeze stirred the artificial lake, creating ripples upon the surface. Even while lying in bed, she could hear the water lapping against the shore, the sound resonating loudly in the stillness of the night. Chapter 86. Setting out for the task as dawn broke, the group completed their morning routines and breakfast. Chen Ming addressed the 4 women, stating, "This morning, I will head to the dock to fuel the boat and ensure we have all necessary supplies. We shall set sail in the afternoon, and this time, I intend to venture further out, so you need not accompany me." Lili immediately protested. "No, I want to go fishing with my brother." Cheng Hong chimed in. "If you're going further out, how can you manage alone without someone to take turns at the helm? You can't survive on instant noodles alone." Zhang Yuxiu also presented her concerns. Chen Ming felt uncertain about the task's potential dangers and considered asking the little creature for insight, but he guessed it would remain tight-lipped. Caught in a moment of indecision, he gazed at the 3 women, who looked at him with a hint of melancholy, unsure of how to refuse them. Typically, they all set sail together. Why deny them this time? Li Jia inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ming replied, "This time, I wish to venture further afield and see if I can catch a big tuna." "Never mind, let's all go together." Upon hearing this, Li joyfully leaped onto Chen Ming's neck and planted a hearty kiss on his cheek. Chen Ming wrapped his arm around her waist and playfully patted her back. "Jejia, could you please stay behind and watch the house?" he asked Li Jia. However, Li Jia tugged her sister away, insisting, "I want to go with you all. I've never been on a boat." Chen Ming quickly interjected, "The sea can be rough, and you might get seasick. If it becomes severe, it could be quite troublesome." "I don't care, I don't want to stay home alone," Li Jia retorted. Zhang Yuxiu then rose from the sofa and linked arms with Li Jia, saying, "Let Jejia come with us. We will take care of her if she feels seasick." "Exactly, let her join us. If she gets sick, a shot will fix it." Li cheered. Li Jia glanced at Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong, suddenly blushing, feeling a bit bewildered. "Seasickness can be resolved with a shot, so what's the problem?" she said to Chen Ming. Chen Ming felt a twinge of guilt and shot an exasperated glare at Li, thinking, that mischievous girl. How could she throw me under the bus in front of everyone? With a resigned sigh, he declared, "I won't interfere. Those who wish to come can do so." The 5 of them boarded the vehicle and drove towards Dongxing Dock. Li Jia continued to pester Zhang Yuxiu, asking if the shot would really cure seasickness, whether it hurt, and if it was effective. How could Zhang Yuxiu articulate such a matter? She evaded the questions, and when pressed, merely replied, "Ask your sister." Upon reaching the dock, the fuel truck was already waiting. After greeting the driver, Chen Ming and Uncle Huang stood by as the truck refueled the boat. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong rode a tricycle to the village to procure supplies. Chen Ming, using his phone, reported their status on the platform and awaited confirmation. Once the refueling was complete, he paid using his phone, and Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong returned with the supplies. They placed the purchased chickens and ducks into the freezer, the vegetables in the refrigerator, and organized various condiments in the kitchen. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, they bid farewell to Uncle Huang and set sail from the dock. In the cabin, Chen Ming opened the electronic map, where he saw a red dot flashing incessantly, connected by a dashed line to their vessel. A glance at the distance revealed it was indeed quite far. Initially, Chen Ming had suggested going alone to fish for tuna merely as an excuse to keep the 4 women at bay, fearing potential danger. Now, it seemed the journey was genuinely extensive. Calculating the distance, he realized that upon reaching this area, they wouldn't be able to use the engine. Otherwise, returning would be problematic. He computed that using electric propulsion would require 6 days to reach the area, while full-speed engine navigation would take 2.5 days. Reluctantly, Chen Ming switched the boat to electric power, capping the speed at 15 knots, planning to anchor near the drilling platform for the night. Just as he was about to leave the cabin, he heard Li's shrill scream from outside. Stepping out, he observed Li Jia chasing her sister around the boat. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong were doubled over in laughter, their faces flushed. Chun Ming approached and inquired about the commotion. Zhang Yuxiu's face turned even redder as Cheng Hong, clutching her stomach from laughter, explained, "Sister told Jia about the shot for seasickness. Ha ha ha." Just as Chun Ming was about to burst into laughter, he noticed Li Jia sprinting towards him, with Li Li in hot pursuit. "Brother, help me. My sister has gone mad," she cried as she ran toward Chun Ming. Seeing that he had to catch her or she would fall, he instinctively reached out and caught Li Li in his arms. Li Jia quickly caught up, halting upon spotting her sister's protector, shooting a huff in Chun Ming's direction, her cheeks also tinged with crimson. After a brief moment of calm, Li Jia began to show signs of seasickness. The three women hurried to assist her, laying her down in the cabin. They busied themselves preparing sweetened water and kept vigil by her bedside. Meanwhile, Chun Ming remained at the helm, navigating the fishing boat across the waves. Before long, Cheng Hong entered the cabin. The two nestled together on the chair in the driver's cabin, whispering sweet nothings to each other. As their intimate moment unfolded, Lily waved from outside the door. "Brother, could you come here for a moment?" she called. Chun Ming released Cheng Hong and stepped outside to inquire, "What is it? Sneaking around like this?" Lily linked her arm through Chun Ming's and said, "Sister went to cook. You should check on her. So she doesn't think you don't care." With a playful wink, she added, "You know how she is." Understanding her ulterior motive, Chun Ming hastily declined, "I can't. I'm busy piloting the boat." But Li Li was undeterred, firmly pulling him along into the cabin, where she shoved him inside. Just as Li Jia had finished retching and was taking a sip of water, she looked up to see her sister pushing Chun Ming into the room, her heart racing in alarm. "Get out. I don't want the shot. I don't want the shot." Li Jia protested weakly, her voice tinged with distress. Chun Ming found himself in an awkward predicament, feeling utterly out of place as he stood there. Upon witnessing Li Jia's distressed demeanor, he hastily stammered, "I did not come for an injection. I did not come for an injection. Oh, wait, I came to check on you. Am I seasick? I'll be leaving. I'll be leaving." With that, he hurriedly exited the cabin, searching frantically for Li Li, yet momentarily unable to locate her. It was not until lunch that he finally spotted her, timidly approaching the rear of the ship, beside the dining table. Upon inquiry, he discovered that this young lady had taken refuge in the kitchen, hiding behind the garbage bins. Chun Ming recounted the entire incident to Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong, eliciting peals of laughter from both women. Chun Ming, unable to contain his amusement, playfully tugged at Li Li, delivering a couple of playful swats to her rear. Li Li, with a look of grievance, explained to Chun Ming that she was merely trying to alleviate the burdens on her sisters at home. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong, upon hearing this, were equally flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Yuxiu reached out, pinching Li Li's cheek, chiding her for worrying unnecessarily and thinking of bizarre things all day long. "Oh, enough of that, let us eat." After the four finished their lunch, Li Li took the dishes into the cabin to feed her sisters. Cheng Hong insisted that Chun Ming take a nap, while she kept watch in the cockpit. By 5 p.m., the vessel arrived at the drilling platform, anchoring 200 meters away for the night. Chun Ming, accompanied by the three women, peeked into Li Jia's cabin, where she was still suffering from severe seasickness. Despite the ship being docked, her condition showed no signs of improvement. The three women continued to care for her, helping her to vomit, rinse her mouth, and eat a little food in a continuous cycle, estimating it would take another couple of days for her to acclimate. Chun Ming produced his fishing rod and lures, successfully catching several silver pomfret, which he asked Zhang Yuxiu to fry for dinner. After enjoying their meal and ensuring Li Jia was well taken care of, they relished the light show from the drilling platform. Amidst playful banter, they retreated to the largest cabin. Having vomited all day, Li Jia was now feeling drowsy, lulled by the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the hull. The cabin's soundproofing was inferior to that of a villa, and the varying intensity of the water's impact resembled a melodic composition, captivating Li Jia's attention and alleviating her dizziness somewhat. In her hazy state, it felt as though she had plunged into the water herself. As dawn broke, the journey resumed, with the engine and batteries alternating in use. Cruising at approximately 15 knots toward their destination, Chun Ming followed the three women to Li Jia's cabin, where he noted a slight improvement from the previous day. She was no longer vomiting as severely while eating. Chun Ming and Cheng Hong took turns steering the fishing boat, resting in shifts. On the afternoon of the third day, it was Chun Ming's turn at the helm. Deeply focused on the sea ahead, he suddenly spotted two fishing boats approaching from the left front. Moving to the port side, he observed that the vessels were flying monkey flags. These troublesome monkeys had long sought to seize control of their island reef and would provoke any Chinese vessels they encountered. Spotting Chun Ming's solitary boat passing through, they aimed to bully and rob him, emboldened by their numbers. Chun Ming shouted to the cabin, "Xiu Xiu, be on alert. We have a situation." Zhang Yuxiu and the three women, engaging in idle chatter with Li Jia, responded to his call. By now, Li Jia had experienced some relief from her seasickness and had not vomited. She was merely feeling a bit weak. The four of them approached the port side at Chunming's call, where he cautioned them to prioritize safety and warned that they would soon increase speed to avoid any mishaps. Observing Li Jia's condition, he instructed, Xiao, help Jia back to the cabin. We'll speed up soon, and I don't want her to fall. He then called Cheng Hong to the cockpit to follow his orders. As the two fishing boats drew nearer, within 200 meters, Chunming could clearly see that they were both trawlers, approximately 30 meters long and taller than his fishing vessel, moving at full speed. At the bow of his boat, 17 high-priced bricks were stacked. Chunming lifted 10 at once, balancing them under his chin, and carried them to the stern, placing them down before returning to the port side. As the two vessels approached within 50 meters, he commanded Cheng Hong in the cockpit, hard right, straighten up, switch to the diesel engine, full speed ahead. The fishing boat made a sharp right turn, positioning itself ahead of the two trawlers. With a walkie-talkie in hand, Chunming shouted towards the approaching boats, stay back. Do not come any closer, or I want to be polite. The opposing crew responded with a cacophony of monkey sounds, which Chunming and the four women could not decipher. In this tense moment, Li Jia insisted that Zhang Yuxiu help her to the rear deck, where she settled into a lounge chair, seemingly enjoying a movie-like spectacle. Li, grasping a support beam beneath the awning, jumped up and shouted, if you come closer, brother will hit you. Brother, throw bricks at them. Displaying an exuberant disregard for the unfolding drama, Li Jia, too fatigued to intervene, felt embarrassed that her sister was inciting trouble, blushing at the thought. After a series of ineffective communications, the distance between the boats continued to shrink. The trawlers, possessing greater power, were rapidly closing the gap, now within 40 meters. Chunming set down the walkie-talkie, grasped a brick, and raised it aloft, signaling with a gesture. See this? I have a black weapon. The two trawlers pursued closely behind, with 2 or 3 crew members atop each, brandishing long objects and shouting. At that moment, Chunming decided to take action, aiming for the cockpit of the nearest trawler, and shouted, here, $100 for you. The brick flew through the air, crashing through the glass beneath the cockpit, making a resounding impact. The 3 monkeys at the bow ducked, but the sound of the impact drew their attention back, revealing a splintered wooden panel and mechanical clatter emanating from within. Seeing the minimal effect of his first throw, Chunming grabbed another brick, this time aiming directly at the cockpit, and shouted, another $100 for you. The second brick shattered the cockpit window, smashing onto the steering wheel, which spun wildly, causing it to fly off the console and hit the monkey driver. The driver let out a scream, prompting the 3 crew members to turn around in alarm. Li jumped with glee, exclaiming, you hit. Brother, you're amazing. Throw them another $100. Li Jia, irritated, admonished, stop jumping and yelling. You're distracting your brother. Her face flushed, she discreetly glanced at Zhang Yuxiu and Chunming. Chunming, engrossed in the confrontation, was oblivious to her glance. But when their eyes met, Li Jia blushed and stammered, a slip of the tongue. Oh, it's all this little girl's fault. Zhang Yuxiu, with a knowing smile, replied, what slip of the tongue? I didn't hear anything. Care to repeat that? Li Jia playfully swatted Zhang Yuxiu's shoulder, feigning annoyance. Oh, Xiao, you've changed too. At that moment, one of the pursuing trawlers veered left, attempting to cut across, belching black smoke. And it was unclear where Chunming's bricks had struck, but the vessel gradually slowed to a halt. The remaining trawler, emboldened, had someone aboard who hurled an empty bottle in their direction. With only about 30 meters separating them, the bottle splashed into the sea. Chunming was incensed. How dare they retaliate? Grasping a brick in each hand, he hurled them forcefully at his adversaries, exclaiming, I reward you 100. I reward you 100. Li joined in the fray, vociferously echoing, I reward you 100. Again, I reward you 100. Li Jia, bemused, inquired of Zhang Yuxiu why they were assaulting others with bricks, particularly with the absurd proclamation of rewards. Zhang Yuxiu succinctly recounted Chunming's antics, eliciting peals of laughter from Li Jia, who found the mischievous boy rather amusing. The 2 bricks that flew from Chunming's hand struck their intended targets. One collided with the side of the boat, shattering against the pillars supporting the trawl net, causing fragments to scatter and send a group of monkeys perched on the gunwale into a cacophony of screeches. The other brick struck the cabin, inflicting minimal damage. Undeterred, Chunming seized another brick and aimed it at the cockpit. The brick sailed into the cockpit, resulting in a piercing scream. With renewed vigor, Chunming hurled another brick, which landed squarely on the winch at the bow of the boat. The sudden release caused the iron anchor to plunge rapidly into the depths, trailing a shower of sparks from the chain. The bow of the adversary's boat lurched downward with a resounding crash. The winch was yanked upwards, smashing against the bow and deforming it. In an instant, Two individuals from the opposing vessel tumbled into the sea. Chun Ming embraced Li Li, who had leaped over, wearing a victorious smile as he glanced back at the two women. "Brother, you're so formidable. Truly amazing, I adore you." Li Li's effusive praise left Chun Ming grinning from ear to ear. Zhang Yusho also made an encouraging gesture. Li Jia chuckled, recalling something that made her roll her eyes at Chun Ming. Cheng Hong, who had been peering out of the cockpit, erupted in a series of jubilant screams to celebrate Chun Ming's success. On the surface of the sea, the last of the trawlers began to sink, the immense force having torn the bow apart, causing it to submerge slowly. As the distance widened, the five of them erupted into cheers. The fishing boat gradually receded until it was out of sight. Chun Ming meticulously arranged the remaining bricks, preparing to carry them to the bow, only to realize that one was missing. Upon reflection, he had brought 10 bricks to the stern, used 6, and should have had 4 left, yet now only 3 remained. He scrutinized the 4 women, noticing Li Li's sheepish demeanor. "Yuri, did you toss one away?" Chun Ming inquired. Li Li bashfully replied, "I just wanted to help brother hit the monkeys." It turned out that in the midst of Chun Ming's exuberance, she had taken a brick and thrown it, only for it to plummet into the sea just 3 meters away. Chun Ming playfully pinched her cheek. "So what if you lost it? It's just $100. No big deal." His laughter was infectious. Switching the boat to electric propulsion, they sailed toward their destination as dusk descended, drawing ever closer. That night, the 3 women fervently celebrated Chun Ming's achievements from the day. Li Jia heard the sounds of applause echoing late into the night. Chapter 88, System Task in Progress. Their journey continued without further incident. By the afternoon of the 5th day, just past 1 o'clock, they finally arrived at the location marked on the electronic map. A small island, measuring 400 to 500 meters, emerged from the water about 300 meters away, adorned with some shrubs and surrounded by a sandy beach. Chun Ming anchored the boat at the designated point, stepping out of the cockpit to survey the surroundings with his enhanced vision. The seabed here was only 50 to 60 meters deep, composed of fine sand and coral. However, just 30 meters from the boat lay a vast, deep pit. Slowly maneuvering the boat toward the edge of the pit, Chun Ming stood at the bow, closely examining it. The pit had a diameter of approximately 30 meters and plunged deep into the depths, so profound that even his enhanced vision could not discern the bottom. On the outer side of the pit, a formation of abrupt rocks emerged. "Brother, shall we stop here to fish?" Li Li inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Ming decided to anchor the boat there, stating, "Let's wait here for a while. I'll dive down to catch some lobsters for dinner tonight." It was just past noon, and the sun blazed overhead. The women retreated to the cabin for a midday rest. Reclining on a beach chair on the aft deck, Chun Ming summoned his intelligent assistant. "Now that we've arrived, can you finally disclose what the task entails?" He communicated mentally. The assistant replied sharply, "It's fine to tell you now. Within that deep pit resides a large fish. You must catch it by midnight tomorrow, at the full moon." Chun Ming's curiosity piqued. He asked, "What kind of fish requires fishing at midnight during a full moon? How large is it? Does it bite?" "Rest assured, it won't bite. It merely possesses considerable strength," the assistant assured him, and with a flicker of blue light, a pearl the size of an egg materialized in Chun Ming's hand. Upon inspection, he discovered it to be a wax ball. "Tomorrow night, use the massive fishing rod you obtained from the lottery to crush the wax ball and utilize the contents for bait," the assistant instructed before vanishing. Chun Ming stowed the wax ball and proceeded to the cabin, retrieving the massive fishing rod. This rod had been acquired from the lottery page, and the hooks, lines, and weights were all system rewards. After inspecting the rod and gear to ensure everything was in order, Chun Ming pondered the implications. This fish was undoubtedly extraordinary, for the system would not have issued such a specific task otherwise, and he wondered if any danger lurked. That evening, Chun Ming submerged beneath the waves, discovering an abundance of large lobsters nestled among the coral. With a net, he captured nearly 30 lobsters of varying sizes. The 5 of them feasted on 6 of them for dinner, relishing the beauty of the sunset as they transitioned into the second day. After breakfast, Chun Ming mixed some fishing bait with a special lure and created a fishing spot at the edge of the boat, which soon attracted a multitude of fish. Li Jia, eager to join, grabbed a fishing rod and approached the side of the boat to learn how to fish. Chun Ming assisted the 4 women tirelessly, netting the fish and placing them into the live fish tank. By 5 in the afternoon, they had astonishingly filled 2 tanks. After dinner, Chun Ming informed the 4 women, "There's a deep pit ahead where I spotted a massive fish swimming this afternoon. We must catch it tonight." "Brother, did you see how big it was?" "Is it a tuna?" Li Li asked excitedly. Chun Ming replied, "I'm not sure what kind of fish it is, but it's certainly several hundred pounds. We'll bring it up tonight." With that, he took the massive rod to the stern and cast the hook overboard, securing it to the rear of the boat. The 5 of them gathered on the aft deck, vigilantly watching the colossal rod. Unbeknownst to the four women, the hook was bare. They had stood there for 2 to 3 hours without a single bite. As the full moon ascended into the sky, illuminating the sea as if it were daylight, Chunming turned to the women around 11 o'clock and suggested, "You all should rest. I'll fish a bit longer and then join you." Having accompanied him for so long with no activity on the rod, the four women felt fatigued and retreated to their quarters, leaving Chunming alone on the deck. He settled into a beach chair, observing the massive rod inserted into the boat's side, waiting for the appointed hour. Summoning the intelligent assistant, Chunming inquired, "Must I wait until midnight to fish? Can I not start earlier so I can sleep afterward?" "Sleep, sleep, sleep. Is that all you do? I told you midnight." "And I meant midnight. Why are you asking so many questions?" The assistant responded impatiently. At this critical juncture, Chunming refrained from arguing with the assistant. Recognizing its peculiar temperament and wishing to avoid any unforeseen complications, as he communicated with the assistant, Zhang Yuxiu emerged and settled beside him. Chunming embraced her, saying, "Why aren't you asleep at this hour? I'll join you shortly." Zhang Yuxiu wrapped her arms around his waist, asking, "Are you hiding something from us? Can you share it with me?" Chunming hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the system's secrets. It was best to keep it from them, should any unforeseen events arise. It could spell disaster. "Nothing much," Chunming replied, finding an excuse. "I heard there's a big fish here that's quite valuable, so I thought I'd try to catch it. Others told me that it only comes out at midnight." The intelligent assistant reminded him in his mind that the time was approaching, urging him to prepare. Chunming stood up, glanced at the full moon hanging in the sky, and said to Zhang Yuxiu, "You stay here and watch as I reel in this fish. We'll sell it and go on a trip." Zhang Yuxiu settled into a beach chair, observing as Chunming took a round pellet from his pants pocket, crushed it, and hooked it onto his fishing line before casting it into the deep hole. A strong, pungent odor wafted from the boat, emanating from the crushed pellet. Chunming quickly pinched his nose, attached the meatball to the hook, and cast it into the depths. The intelligent assistant fluttered its transparent wings before him, flitting back and forth, fixated on the deep hole. Chunming, gripping the fishing rod with tension, peered through his enhanced vision at the meatball as it slowly descended into the abyss. As it neared a depth of over 100 meters, a shadowy figure, over 4 meters long and spindle-shaped, emerged from the depths, opening its mouth to swallow the meatball whole. Chunming watched intently from the boat, immediately raising the rod to strike the fish. The immense force transmitted through the rod, and he braced himself, pressing the rod against his abdomen. Chunming tightened the reel's brake, pulling upward with all his strength, only to witness a strange phenomenon unfold in the sky and sea. Both he and Zhang Yuxiu gasped in astonishment, gazing skyward. Chapter 89, System Task in Progress. Under the luminous full moon, a funnel formed in the sky, crackling with electricity yet devoid of sound. The funnel swayed directly above the deep hole, causing the ocean's surface to churn into a whirlpool. The moon illuminated the night sky as if it were daytime, and the sea began to swell with waves. Chunming firmly planted his feet at the edge of the boat, shouting to Zhang Yuxiu, "Quick, go back and wake the others. Everyone needs to put on life jackets." Zhang Yuxiu, hearing this, hurriedly dashed toward the cabin. With his knee braced against the boat's edge, Chunming gripped the fishing rod tightly. The handle pressed against his midsection, countering the powerful pull of the fish. The intelligent assistant shrieked, urging him not to let it escape, to hold on tightly and complete the task, promising generous rewards as an incentive. It continued, threateningly reminding him of the consequences if he failed. At that moment, Chunming had no time to heed its words. He exerted his strength, lifting the rod, reeling in the line, and engaging in a fierce tug-of-war with the massive fish. The winds and waves intensified, and Chunming felt his blood coursing like fire within him, his eyes ablaze with power as he resisted the fish's force. The strength of the fish was so great that it began to drag the anchored boat toward the abyss. The four women had donned their life jackets and huddled by the cabin door, watching Chunming struggle against the storm. The funnel above, crackling with lightning, bore down towards the sea. The enormous fish below thrashed violently, creating massive splashes. Chunming felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, transmitting through his arms to the fishing rod, which transformed from black to a shimmering gold, the line following suit. The fish became increasingly frantic, rolling beneath the surface, dragging the boat towards the rocky edge of the deep hole. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated from the boat's bottom as it collided with the underwater rocks, tearing a gash through which water began to pour in. Panic surged within Chunming as he shouted, his blood igniting with urgency. With a mighty heave, he lifted the rod, pulling the fish several meters toward the surface. In a frenzied display, he hoisted the giant fish out of the water. At that moment, a bolt of lightning from the funnel struck silently upon the fish's head. The creature ceased its struggle, floating lifelessly on the surface. Chunming stumbled forward, barely catching himself on the deck, as the boat began to list dangerously, water flooding in. The funnel had mysteriously dissipated, leaving only the full moon to illuminate the sea, which now resembled daylight. Amidst the gasps of the four women, Chen Ming rose and urged them, quickly swim to the island. I'll follow right after. Brother, hurry. We need to leave together. The boat is sinking. Lily exclaimed. Chen Ming, reeling in the line, insisted, there's no time for concern. You all go first. I'll catch up. Seeing that the immediate danger had passed, the four women slid into the water, swimming toward the island. Watching them, Chen Ming felt a wave of relief and pulled the giant fish closer to him. This was a nearly 5-meter-long behemoth. Its body a deep black adorned with peculiar red stripes on each scale, with 2 more running along its gills. Its large, golden eyes and a mouth adorned with 2 20-centimeter-long whiskers revealed no visible fangs. Strangely, 2 protrusions resembling short horns adorned its head. Observing the flitting intelligent assistant, Chen Ming pondered, what on earth is this creature? Could it possibly be a mythical fish? The assistant blinked at him and replied, you guessed it correctly. It is indeed a mythical fish. I must say, I didn't expect you to be so clever. Grasping the fish's lip, Chen Ming inspected its mouth for any fangs while demanding, stop with the nonsense and tell me what is going on. The assistant retorted, didn't a great man once say that after the founding of the nation, animals were not allowed to attain sentience? This one simply wishes to evolve. Evolve into what? Chen Ming inquired, astonished. This fish is known as the fish that transforms into a dragon. So, do you believe in dragons now? The assistant chirped. The implication of the assistant's words left Chen Ming in awe, contemplating the existence of dragons in the world. Suddenly, it struck him that the task was complete, and he demanded, what about my reward? Give it to me now. The assistant flitted around, declaring, the task is not yet complete. Rewards cannot be claimed. Chen Ming, exasperated, pressed, I've caught the fish. How can you say the task isn't complete? The assistant waved a small blue wand, instructing, you must extract the inner core from the fish's head and toss it into the sea for the task to be deemed complete. Upon hearing that the fish had an inner core, Chen Ming couldn't help but ask, what a waste it would be to throw it away. Can I eat it? The assistant coldly replied, if you wish to meet your demise, be my guest. Chen Ming, realizing the futility of his desire, abandoned the notion of consuming the inner core and began pushing the lifeless fish toward the island. Chapter 90, Stranded on a Deserted Island. Chen Ming trailed behind the four women, pushing the enormous fish. When they were still about 50 meters from the island, he could already feel the sandy seabed beneath his feet. The four women paused in the water, waiting for him to catch up, their eyes widening in surprise at the strange-looking fish he dragged along. Wow, what a massive fish. Its patterns are so unusual. Brother, what kind of fish is this? Lily asked curiously. Chen Ming urged them, get to the island first. I'll explain everything once we're there. He had already decided that, given the unusual celestial phenomenon they had witnessed, it would be futile to try to explain the system. Instead, he would attribute it all to his extraordinary abilities. The reason for withholding the truth is the fear of exposing the system, leading to the dire punishment of being obliterated. That would spell the end of everything. Chen Ming dragged the fish to the shore, aided by the four women, and together they heaved the fish onto the land. The 5 of them reclined on the beach, enjoying a well-deserved rest, fortunate that this locale lay at the confluence of subtropical and tropical climates, rendering the night pleasantly warm. Chen Ming sat up, his expression grave as he addressed the 4 women, stating, there is a matter of utmost secrecy that I wish to share with you today. I implore you to keep it confidential and not disclose it to anyone. Having witnessed Chen Ming's fierce struggle with the large fish and the strange phenomena in the sky, the 4 women harbored suspicions, though they were yet to comprehend the situation fully. Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, they all sat up attentively. Chen Ming continued, I am, in fact, an individual with extraordinary abilities. I possess immense strength and can perceive various peculiar creatures lurking beneath the sea. He gazed at the 4 women as he spoke. Li, crawling over to Chen Ming on all 4s, embraced his arm and exclaimed, I knew you were different from others. So you are an ability user. Can you fly? Not at all. Do you think ability users can do everything? I merely possess great strength and heightened perception. I am no different from an ordinary person. Chen Ming replied with a chuckle. He then turned to Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong, asking, you two do not find me repugnant, do you? Cheng Hong was the first to lean into Chen Ming's embrace, saying, how could we? We are thrilled. Zhang Yuxiu also linked her arm with Chen Ming's, shyly remarking, so you truly are a strong one. Li Jia, observing the affectionate display among the 4, could not help but exclaim, oh dear, if you wish to flaunt your love, do it later. What are we to do now? Chen Ming glanced at the fishing boat bobbing in the water and then at the small island, instructing the 4 women. Let us settle on the island for now. I will swim to the fishing boat to retrieve some supplies. We will wait for a passing vessel to return home. Given the current circumstances, Chunming felt compelled to assume responsibility, providing the 4 women with a sense of security. After instructing the women to wait on the shore, Chunming swam back to the fishing boat. He made 2 trips, collecting some clothes, bed linens, pots and pans, a fire axe, and a compound bow. He also transported 8 bottles of purified water from the boat to the island. As dawn broke, with more supplies remaining on the boat, Zhang Yuxiu called Chunming to breakfast, suggesting they rest a while before continuing their work, gathering dry twigs on the island. They used a lighter brought from the boat to ignite a fire. Zhang Yuxiu boiled 20 eggs, distributing them among everyone. After breakfast, Chunming turned his attention to the fish, wielding the fire axe as he approached its side. He struck down between the fish's eyes, but the head was remarkably tough. Using brute force, he swung the axe repeatedly until, after about 10 strikes, he finally severed the head. Reaching inside, he discovered a pearl, a deep red gem, smooth to the touch, emitting a subtle, exotic fragrance. As he toyed with the pearl, he noticed Lily approaching and pretended to bend down to pick up a stone, discreetly tossing the fish's inner essence into the sea. "Brother, are we eating this fish today? Is it delicious?" Lily asked sweetly. Chunming removed a twig from Lily's hair, saying, "Hold on. I will check what seasonings we have left on the boat. You and Xiao wait for me on the shore." With that, he swam back to the fishing boat to gather more supplies. As Chunming disposed of the fish's inner essence, the intelligent assistant materialized, formally announcing, "Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a system reward, 1 free diamond treasure chest. Would you like to use it?" While walking through the water, Chunming mentally replied, "Yes." Suddenly, the blue panel displayed a treasure chest that radiated golden light, slowly opening to reveal a gray orb that floated up. Chunming caught it. It felt soft and squishy, adorned with several wispy white clouds that danced upon its surface. The intelligent assistant chirped, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 chaos pearl, which can be used to open a chaotic space." As Chunming held the chaos pearl, engrossed in the assistant's explanation, he noticed it had fallen silent after a couple of sentences. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "How does one open a chaotic space?" "Do tell." The intelligent assistant, flapping its wings and waving a small blue stick, teased, "Well, if you promise to be nicer in the future, I might divulge this little secret." Chunming, regarding the assistant with a mix of exasperation and amusement, thought to himself, "Forget it. It's not worth arguing with it. No matter how peculiar it may be, it is still my bound system. Fine, you win. From now on, I shall call you Star. Is that acceptable?" Chunming conceded. Upon hearing this, the intelligent assistant fluttered joyfully, finally approaching Chunming to appraise him, saying, "Yes, simply bring that chaos pearl close to the jade pendant around your neck." Following its instructions, Chunming placed the chaos pearl against the jade talisman, a birthday gift from Wang Feng. He watched as the pearl gradually sank into the jade, vanishing from sight. The intelligent assistant instructed, "Now, focus your thoughts on the jade pendant." Upon doing so, Chunming found himself transported into a verdant, rectangular space, approximately 4 acres in size. The earth beneath him was a lighter shade of green, and in one corner lay a small pond filled with similarly colored water. Realizing that he could manipulate this space with his consciousness while his physical body remained outside, Chunming asked the intelligent assistant, "What can this space hold? Can it contain people?" "Of course it can. It can even give birth," the intelligent assistant retorted, mocking him. Annoyed, Chunming pressed, "You must clarify what it can truly accommodate. It can hold everything except living beings." "Ugh, you are so tedious. Go figure it out yourself," the intelligent assistant replied impatiently. As Chunming gazed at the pool of green water, he queried, "Can this water be consumed? Is it beneficial for the body?" "Honestly, you humans, when you see something, you either want to eat it or drink it. This water is of no use to a healthy person, but those in poor health might find it worthwhile." The assistant pouted. With no time to investigate further, Chunming decided to set aside the matter for now. His primary task remained, to transport the various supplies from the boat to the island. After swimming back and forth twice more, he finally moved all the useful materials to the island. Observing the boxes of fishing bait and the exchanged fishing lines and hooks, an idea struck him. Could he store them within the space? As his hand brushed against the items, his mind focused, and to his surprise, they all vanished into the space. Chunming arranged the supplies beside the pool inside the space. He also stored the fishing rods he had drawn from the system. Considering that the salted fish was still piloting the boat, Chunming dove down to retrieve it from the cabin, and despite being encased in epoxy resin, it had weathered well in the seawater. He effortlessly stored it in the chaotic space. Chapter 91. Trapped by the intelligent assistant. Chunming observed the direction in which the shrubs on the island leaned, and contrary to that inclination, he excavated a refuge. Thus, during fierce winds, they would have a sanctuary to shield themselves from the tempest. Utilizing a fire axe, he meticulously leveled the ground, while the four women undertook various tasks. Gathering small stones from the vicinity to construct a protective barrier, they then compacted soil against the slope using bed sheets, propping up the corners of the sheets with 2 fishing rods, and thus a brand new tent was erected. It was not until after 5 in the afternoon that they finally organized their belongings. Chen Ming, wielding the fire axe, approached the giant fish, cleaved it open, and called for Zhang Yuxiu and the others to bring pots and pans to store the fish. The garments of the 5 were soaked from the seawater, their skin slightly reddened. To conserve water, they collectively consumed a bottle of mineral water to wipe themselves down, soaking their clothes in the leftover water, which they hung to dry on the shrubs. After completing these tasks, Zhang Yuxiu commenced cooking dinner. She boiled chunks of the fish, adding a touch of ginger and garlic, releasing an enticing aroma that stirred their appetites. Dinner is served, Zhang Yuxiu announced, bringing the pot to the entrance of the tent and ladling a bowl of fish for each person. Lily tasted a piece of the fish, noting its delicate tenderness and inherent freshness, exclaiming, "Oh my, this fish is absolutely delicious. I want another bowl." Zhang Yuxiu reassured her, "I cooked a whole pot. There is plenty for you." The 5 indulged in a hearty feast, and the pot of fish quickly emptied, especially Chen Ming, who astonishingly consumed 4 bowls. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong collected the dishes to wash them. Inside the tent, the 5 began to discuss their plans for the coming days. "Tomorrow, I'll explore the surroundings to see if there are any snakes or rats on this island," Chen Ming declared. As he spoke, he noticed the 4 women blushing, their eyes glistening with a hint of moisture, all gazing intently at him. As he pondered this curious sight, a surge of warmth erupted from his core, coursing through his entire being. A powerful desire surged within him. The 4 women also felt a wave of heat, their throats parched. Li, in a fit of excitement, inadvertently yanked down the bedsheet used for the tent, enveloping all 5 of them within it. As Chen Ming found himself shrouded by the sheet, he could only think, "Damn it, the intelligent assistant has led me astray." That night, a gentle breeze stirred over the ocean, causing the waves to lap against the shore, creating a frothy spray. "Sister Jejia, I truly had no idea. I am also a victim," Chen Ming called out from behind Li Jejia. She crouched in the sand, burying her head in her knees, her body shaking with sobs. Chen Ming, standing behind her, offered a cascade of apologies and regrets. Li Jejia ceased her crying, turned to sit on the beach, her eyes swollen and red as she gazed at Chen Ming, saying, I don't blame you. It's just so inexplicable. I find it hard to understand." Chen Ming settled beside her, replying, "Now that we've reached this point, I find myself at a loss for words. All I can promise is to treat you well and ensure no one harms you." Upon hearing this, Li Jejia leaned into Chen Ming's embrace, playfully tapping his shoulder, saying, "You're the one causing me harm." After which, she tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, bursting into tears. Chen Ming held her close, gently stroking her back. As her sobs gradually subsided, he lifted her chin to wipe the tears from her cheeks. Gazing into her closed, swollen eyes, he softly pressed his lips against hers. Li Jejia slowly extended her arms around Chen Ming's neck, slightly parting her lips, allowing him to kiss her. After a considerable time, their lips parted, and Chen Ming gently suggested, "Sister Jejia, let me carry you to the tent to rest." She responded with a soft Chen Ming helped her to her feet, crouched down, and lifted her onto his back, entering the tent. He leaned her against the wall of the tent while he sat beside her. Lily had been sitting at the edge of the tent, silently observing the two until she saw Chen Ming gently place her sister down, prompting her to approach. "Sister, are you all right?" "Actually, brother is very nice. You'll understand in time." Lily leaned against her sister. Li Jejia playfully poked Li on the head, admonishing, "You better mind your own business. Just wait a couple of days, and I'll take care of you." Lily snuggled into her sister's embrace, pouting, "No, I just want to do something nice for you." Chen Ming smiled at the sight of the two sisters playfully bantering, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Watching the sisterly bond unfold, his mind wandered into endless contemplation. Chapter 92, Opening Treasure Chests in Reality. "Xiu Xiu, Hong Hong, the sun is getting strong. You should go inside the tent to escape the heat. I'll take a look around the island and gather some firewood," Chen Ming instructed the two girls. Cheng Hong handed Chen Ming a towel, advising, "Cover your head and come back soon with the firewood." As he watched the two enter the tent, he draped the towel over his head, grasped the fire axe in hand, and began to explore the island's perimeter. Whenever he encountered dry shrubs, he collected them. As dusk approached, Chen Ming summoned the intelligent assistant in his mind. The assistant fluttered its wings, appearing in his consciousness. "Why did you summon me?" The intelligent assistant inquired. "What do you mean why? How dare you deceive your own host? Is there no law?" Is there no justice? Chen Ming feigned a fierce expression. The intelligent assistant, flapping its wings, crossed its blue stick over its chest, retorting, "What do you mean I deceived you? You asked me if the fish meat was edible. And I told you it was. You ate it, and didn't he die? Where's the deception in that?" The little creature grew increasingly defensive, its tone hardening. Chen Ming waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Forget it. I won't pursue this any further." He had summoned the intelligent assistant primarily to inquire whether the meat of the giant fish placed in the chaotic space would spoil. "If I store 100 pounds of fish meat and the fish head in the chaotic space, will it go bad?" Chen Ming asked. The intelligent assistant, finding Chen Ming's concerns trivial, replied impatiently, "Oh, you'll find out after some time whether it spoils. Why ask me about every little thing? You're so annoying." Chen Ming laughed in frustration. "When I ask you about something significant, you brush me off. When it's trivial, you're impatient. What am I supposed to do?" The two were bound together by an inexplicable fate, exchanging banter each time they met. The intelligent assistant sensed its own guilt and explained to Chen Ming, "The chaotic space can store items and grow plants, but humans and animals cannot be placed inside. By planting in there and watering with the green liquid from the small pool, the growth rate of the plants can increase 1,000-fold. So consider carefully what you wish to plant." With a withered shrub tucked under his arm, Chen Ming pondered what might be suitable to cultivate on this desolate island. Deciding to think more on the matter later, the intelligent assistant accompanied him, their back and forth making the journey less dreary. As he walked halfway around the island, he had gathered a substantial bundle of dried shrubs. Suddenly, he spotted a whitish bone ahead, resembling a skull. He quickly halted and, using his perspective abilities, discerned a haphazard array of bones buried in the sand. Scattered remnants of fabric surrounded the skeletal remains, which had succumbed to decay over time. Navigating around this area, Chen Ming continued forward and soon discovered a decayed corpse wrapped in tattered, rotting garments. Observing the style and texture of the clothing, he surmised it must be quite ancient. Just as he was about to bypass this patch of earth, he noticed a large wooden chest, about a meter square, buried in the sand. Peering through the chest with his perspective abilities, he was astonished to see it gleaming with golden light. Chen Ming rushed forward, using his fire axe to clear the sand away, revealing a mahogany chest. The corners of the chest were reinforced with copper, and a copper latch adorned the front, secured by a copper lock. The copper embellishments on the wooden chest were tarnished with green rust, a testament to the passage of countless years. Chen Ming, utilizing his X-ray vision, discerned a piece of silk fabric resting atop the contents of the box. With a vigorous twist, he broke the copper lock securing it, and carefully unfurled the silk. It was a piece of brocade woven from silkworm silk, its once pristine white now tinged with yellow, yet well preserved within the Namu wooden chest. Inscribed upon it were 3 lines of text, seemingly written in blood, now darkened with age. After considerable contemplation, Chen Ming deciphered the intricate traditional characters, gleaning the essence of the message. The 2 individuals referenced were castaways from the same ship, stranded on this small island. They had been voyaging in a wooden vessel during the reign of Emperor Wanli of the Ming dynasty, conducting trade in India, when they collided with the jagged rocks bordering a deep pit, the very site where Chen Ming's own ship had met its demise, half submerged in the water. At that time, 3 souls had washed ashore, and as the tempest approached, they salvaged the valuable items and provisions from their ship onto the island. After exhausting their food supplies and encountering no passing vessels, they bequeathed this piece of brocade, inscribing a final message for a fated finder. Indeed, Chen Ming soon spotted a skeletal remains buried in the sand ahead. Upon inspecting the chest contents, he discovered 8 gold ingots, each weighing approximately 5 pounds. Alongside 2 statues of bodhisattvas crafted from gold, each standing around 30 centimeters tall. The remaining items comprised an array of exquisite gold jewelry, including a dance costume fashioned from golden chains adorned with various gemstones. Chen Ming marveled at the craftsmanship, realizing that dawned, it would undoubtedly exude a seductive allure. These treasures, entombed for centuries, gleamed as brilliantly as if newly forged. After thorough examination, he swiftly stored them within his chaotic space. Perplexed by the purpose of such treasures, the intelligent assistant scoffed dismissively. Chen Ming, elated with his newfound wealth, paid it no heed, summoning it back to the system as he gathered a bundle of firewood and proceeded joyfully onward. Carrying a large bundle of firewood, he returned to the tent, placing it near the cooking area before entering. Inside, the 4 women were seeking refuge from the sun. Upon seeing Chen Ming, they quickly made room beside Li Jia. Chen Ming settled next to her, remarking, "The sun is quite fierce outside. I spotted some eggs earlier. I shall boil them for our lunch. You all stay here and do not venture out." After a simple lunch, the 5 rested within the tent. As the sun began its descent, a gentle breeze stirred across the sea. Zhang Yuxiu decided to cook the perishable vegetables first. The current provisions were sufficient to sustain the five for another week. Before twilight descended, Zhang Yuxiu urged Chun Ming, "Go and keep Jia Jia company. Spend some time talking with her." Cheng Hong playfully pushed Chun Ming back into the tent, while she took hold of Li Li's hand, suggesting they go to the beach to collect shells. Chun Ming, unperturbed, seated himself beside Li Jia, wrapping an arm around her waist, saying, "Jia Jia, I am here to keep you company." "Oh, how annoying. Who asked you to come?" Li Jia playfully swatted Chun Ming's shoulder. With a boldness that amused him, Chun Ming replied, "Then you should accompany me." And after some playful banter, he finally succeeded in his endeavor. Li Li, distracted, picked up a shell while gazing back at the tent. Cheng Hong tugged her and teased, "What are you looking at? Do you wish to join us?" "Oh, not at all. I'm just afraid my sister will bully my brother," Li Li retorted. Nearby, Zhang Yuxiu laughed. "I don't think Jia Jia would ever bully him. Did you not notice the way she looked at him when we arrived by boat? Those eyes were so full of affection." The three women engaged in light-hearted gossip by the sea until darkness completely enveloped the sky, at which point they quietly slipped back into the tent. As the storm clouds gathered, Chun Ming was awakened by the howling wind and the flapping of the tent's fabric. He sat up, and the others, Zhang Yuxiu and Li Jia, were also roused, clutching their sheets. "Put on your clothes first, and wake up Hong Hong and Li Li. This could turn into a storm. Stay inside the tent, and don't come out while I fetch some supplies," he instructed them. Swiftly dressing, Chun Ming emerged from the tent and made his way to the storage area adjacent to the kitchen. Without hesitation, he retrieved 2 bags of high-quality rice and stowed them in his chaotic space, along with the seasonings and vegetables, to avoid raising suspicion among the 4 women. He brought back the frying pan, stainless steel bowls, and their personal toiletries into the tent. "Outside, the wind is intensifying. We might face rain soon. Be sure to secure the 4 corners of the tent while I fetch more supplies," he warned, just as torrents of rain began to pour down. "Brother, don't go out." "I'm scared," Li Li's voice trembled. "There's nothing to fear. It's merely wind and rain. It will pass shortly. Just go to your sister," he reassured her. The fierce wind whipped the tent's fabric, creating a cacophony, while heavy raindrops pounded against it, seeping through and drenching the occupants. Chun Ming dashed to the kitchen, clutching the 2 bags of rice and the remaining eggs, racing back to the tent. As he entered, a flash of lightning illuminated the space, followed by a deafening clap of thunder, accompanied by Li Li's startled scream as the storm escalated. Crouching inside the tent, Chun Ming observed the ferocious wind threatening to whisk the fabric away. "Xiu Xiu, Jia Jia, press down on the edges of the fabric. Hong Hong and I will hold down 1 corner each," he urged. Now, the 5 of them huddled together, forming a square with 4 at the corners and Li Li nestled in the center. Although rain seeped through the fabric, it provided a shield against the wind. Listening to the cacophony of the storm outside, Chun Ming felt a wave of gratitude for having considered the wind direction while constructing the tent. Otherwise, they might have been swept away. "Brother, how much longer will this last?" Li Li asked, curling into Chun Ming's embrace. "I don't know, but if the wind is lessening, it may be over soon," he replied, reassured by the quality of the tent fabric, which proved the adage that you get what you pay for. The 5 of them remained huddled beneath the fabric as the tempest raged outside, yet they found comfort in their proximity. Lightning illuminated their faces, and though the women appeared weary, they maintained composure, their expressions steady amidst the darkness. Li Li, nestled against Chun Ming, gradually found solace, resting her face against his chest and eventually drifting into sleep. The 5 remained sheltered beneath the fabric from morning until nearly noon, when the wind finally began to subside. Though the rain continued to fall, albeit less fiercely than before, Chun Ming emerged first from their makeshift refuge. Despite the rain, the sky was no longer shrouded in gloom. He returned to the storage area and placed the collected supplies back into their designated spot. Gazing out at the sea, he noticed the remnants of his sunken ship had vanished without a trace, leaving only the tumultuous waves in its wake. With a sigh, he murmured, "Out with the old, in with the new," though his heart betrayed a lingering affection for the vessel. With his clothing thoroughly drenched, Chun Ming decided to bathe in the rain, opting to wear nothing but his underwear. "Jia Jia, you all can come out now. It's a perfect time for a shower," he called to the 4 women beneath the fabric. As he lifted the fabric, Zhang Yuxiu set it aside, and the 3 women stepped out alongside her. Li Li caught sight of Chun Ming bathing in the rain, clumsily shedding her clothes as she mimicked his actions. Observing this, Li Jia exclaimed to her sister, "Oh dear, as a young lady, you should have a modicum of modesty." Turning to Chun Ming, she added, "We shall bathe over here. You must go wash over there and not dare to peek." Chun Ming chuckled and replied while walking away, "All right, I promise not to sneak a glance. I'll be quite the gentleman." In a fit of annoyance, Li Jia picked up a broken shell from the ground and tossed it in his direction. Meanwhile, As the girls were distracted, Chun Ming surreptitiously cut a piece of fish from the space and placed it into the pot. Just as he turned around, Lily discovered him. "Oh my, there's a large piece of fish in the pot. Can we have it for dinner tonight?" she exclaimed with delight. The three girls blushed at the thought. Indulging in such a dish was not without its consequences, as it could lead to a heightened state of awareness regarding one's actions. The four of them were all too familiar with this. Surprised that the three girls voiced no objections to his plan, Chun Ming was about to speak when Chung Hong rushed over, pushing him away and saying, "Oh, do not disturb us while we cook." Lily joined her, pulling Chun Ming along and insisting, "Brother, come help us wash the clothes so we can hang them out once the rain stops." After 4 p.m., the rain finally ceased. The wind calmed, and the sun emerged, casting its fervent rays post-storm. Chun Ming assisted in spreading the damp clothes on the bushes to dry and rearranged the tent. At dinner, the five of them gathered around the pot, gazing at the generous portion of fish, their faces glowing with anticipation. Chun Ming scooped a bowl of fish and encouraged everyone, "Let us eat while it's hot. It won't taste as good when it cools down. Here, Lily, allow me to serve you a bowl." "Yes, this fish is delicious. I want 3 bowls tonight," Lily replied joyfully. Li Jia, watching her sister, could only shake her head in disbelief, but in her frustration, she consumed 2 hearty bowls of fish. As night fell, the events that transpired remained unseen by me, only accompanied by peculiar sounds that echoed loudly. Chapter 94. The stones, large and small. On this small island, one could only move freely during the early morning and late evening. By 9 o'clock, the sun would bake your skin. Chun Ming was outside the tent, stretching his body when he noticed Chung Hong squatting and moving to another spot to do the same. Suddenly, it struck him that after spending 2 or 3 days on this island, he had yet to construct a proper toilet. Grabbing a fire axe, he headed to a nearby spot and began chopping vigorously at the ground, loosening the soil before digging out the loose earth. Half an hour later, a pit nearly a meter deep had been excavated. Chun Ming then found 2 relatively flat stones and placed them beside the pit. Satisfied with his handiwork as he returned to the tent, "I've dug a pit over there for your convenience," he informed the 4 girls. Lily lamented, "Oh, I had meant to ask you to dig a pit, but it slipped my mind. My head is too big and my heart too dull. How could I forget when you were eating fish and had 3 bowls?" Li Jia teased her sister, poking her on the head. Lily retaliated by hugging her sister. "You called me foolish, yet you also had 2 bowls of fish and couldn't resist making a sound." "Ah," Li Jia exclaimed, playfully wrestling with her sister, which led to Zhang Yuxiu being dragged into the fray. Chung Hong, watching with amusement, was suddenly pushed by Chun Ming and found herself entangled in the chaos. Laughter filled the tent as Chun Ming enjoyed the lively scene. Chung Hong seized Li Jia by the arm, and in a moment of mischief, the 2 girls pushed Chun Ming down, their hands exploring his sides and underarms. Zhang Yuxiu and Li Li, witnessing the fun, joined in as well. Chun Ming, feeling overwhelmed by their playful assault, surrendered to their relentless teasing. After a midday rest, Chun Ming sat at the entrance of the tent, feeling somewhat bored as he gazed towards the sunken ship. An idea struck him. He wondered what treasures might lie within the lair of that great fish and decided to investigate. As the 4 girls awoke from their nap, Chun Ming announced, "I'm going to explore the seabed over there. It may take me a little while, so don't worry." Lily cautioned, "Brother, what could possibly be down there worth seeing? You shouldn't go." "Oh, let men be men. Why concern yourself so?" Li Jia replied, turning to Chun Ming. "Just be careful and come back quickly if something seems off." Zhang Yuxiu and Chung Hong echoed her sentiments, urging him to stay safe and return for dinner. Dressed in shorts and wielding a fire axe, Chun Ming swam to the edge of the deep pit. The pit's surface glimmered a deep blue, resembling the pupil of an eye, unfathomably deep. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the depths. As he descended along the walls of the pit, the rocky formations jutted out like spears, shimmering ominously. After swimming nearly 100 meters down, he found that the pit remained wide and devoid of life. Not even shellfish or corals were visible. He continued his descent, reaching approximately 200 meters, still seeing no bottom. Feeling fine, he clutched his fire axe and pressed on. After diving nearly another 100 meters, he finally caught sight of the pit's bottom. To his astonishment, it was wider than the opening and took on an irregular circular shape, with a fissure on one side from which fresh water flowed, distinctly separating it from the seawater. On the opposite side, a notable white stone caught his eye. Motivated by his discovery, Chun Ming dove toward the white stone, feeling its icy surface with his hand. This stone, approximately 2 meters in length and width, stood about 40 to 50 centimeters high, pure and smooth, subtly radiating a gem-like glow. Although Chun Ming was unsure of its nature, he instinctively recognized it as a precious treasure. As he placed his hand on it, a surge of intent allowed him to store the white stone within his chaotic space. The pit was left with a 2-meter square hollow, 20 centimeters deep. Noticing colorful stones scattered around the small pit, he picked one up and was astonished to find it was transparent. Could this possibly be a diamond? He mused. This is undoubtedly a valuable find. In a jubilant frenzy, Chun Ming inverted himself in the water, extending his hands to collect every red, green, white, and yellow stone he touched, all of which he stored in his chaotic space. After a flurry of activity, the pit was stripped bare. Satisfied, he turned around, crouched down, and propelled himself toward the surface. Chapter 95, The Unofficial Members. Upon surfacing, Chun Ming emerged with 4 gemstones in hand, each the size of a thumb and in colors of red, pink, green, and yellow, ready to present them to the 4 girls. To avoid the complexities of explanation, he decided to keep the rest of his finds a secret, converting them into currency for their enjoyment. As the 4 girls waited at the water's edge, Lily exclaimed, "Brother, you're back. What treasures did you find down there?" Chun Ming opened his palm to reveal the 4 gemstones. "One for each of you. Choose whichever color you like." Their eyes shone with excitement as they collectively gasped. Lily quickly selected the pink one, while Zhang Yuxiu claimed the green. Cheng Hong took the red, and Li Jia cherished the yellow gem, admiring it in the sunset. Seeing their delight, Chun Ming felt a swell of satisfaction. Their harmony brought him joy and a sense of fulfillment. Time flew by, and 4 days passed in a blink. Chun Ming, holding a fishing rod in one hand and a fish in the other, made his way to the cooking area, handing the fish over to Cheng Hong. Zhang Yuxiu, standing nearby, addressed Chun Ming. "We are left with only a small amount of rice. We have already consumed all the eggs and vegetables. And we are out of condiments." Cheng Hong chimed in. "Even the dry twigs on the island have been gathered and burned." Chun Ming felt overwhelmed, as none of them possessed wilderness survival experience. Having depleted their supplies, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Would they be left with no choice but to eat raw fish? "Look over there," Chun Ming exclaimed, pointing towards a distant figure. Li Jia is calling from the hillside behind the tent. Chun Ming followed the direction of Li Jia's finger and spotted a boat sailing eastward in the distance. It was so far away that it appeared no larger than a pinky finger, easily overlooked if one wasn't attentive. A surge of joy filled Chun Ming's heart, and he urged Zhang Yuxiu, "Quickly ignite the remaining twigs." Armed with a fire axe, he began hacking vigorously at the nearby bushes. Cheng Hong and Li Jia hastily gathered the cut branches and added them to the growing fire. Chun Ming swung his axe while the 4 women took turns tossing the collected branches onto the flames. A thick plume of smoke billowed upward. As Chun Ming continued his work, he kept a watchful eye on the distant boat. Shortly after the smoke began to rise, the vessel gradually came to a halt. Indeed, it wasn't long before a small craft came into view for the 5 of them. Chun Ming called out to the 4 women, "Quickly grab your belongings. Leave everything else behind. We can buy new things when we return." As the small boat approached to within 300 meters of the island, Chun Ming noticed that the 4 individuals aboard appeared to be soldiers. A sense of unease crept over him. The distance made it difficult to discern which country's military they belonged to. With both hands gripping his compound bow, he readied himself and instructed the women, "Stand behind me quickly." Without questioning his urgency, the 4 women complied and took their positions behind him. The 4 soldiers maneuvered the small boat to within 10 meters of the shore before it came to a stop, resting on the sandy beach. 2 of them disembarked and waded ashore. Chun Ming observed that the soldiers were clad in life vests, and though he initially discerned no clear insignia, he instinctively believed them to be from his own country. He relaxed his grip on the compound bow, preparing to inquire. However, one of the soldiers who had landed shouted, "Stay where you are. Put down your weapons. Which country do you belong to?" Before Chun Ming could respond, the 4 women behind him exclaimed, "We are citizens of Huagua." Chun Ming discarded his compound bow and declared loudly, "We are from Huagua, fishermen from Binhai City. Our fishing boat sank after hitting a reef. Thank you for coming to our rescue." The 2 soldiers glanced at the makeshift shelter where the 5 had been staying and instructed them, "Quickly gather your belongings. Leave everything else behind and follow us. We have everything packed and are ready to go," Chun Ming replied to the soldier. The soldier gestured for Chun Ming to hand over his compound bow, which he did without hesitation. The 5 of them boarded the small boat, which then turned around and headed towards the larger ship in the distance. Next to the soldier piloting the small craft sat another soldier adorned with a single star and bar insignia, suggesting a higher rank. He regarded Chun Ming and the 4 young, beautiful women with a wary gaze. "What brings you to such a remote area?" the officer inquired. Chun Ming promptly explained, "We are from Binhai City, out on a fishing expedition for tuna. Unfortunately, we ran aground near this small island, and my fishing boat was blown away by a strong wind a couple of days ago." The officer, familiar with the waters, recognized that a deep trench lay not far from the island, surrounded by numerous reefs, lending some credibility to Chun Ming's account. In his mind, The officer began to suspect that Chun Ming was a wealthy heir who had lured several women into a fishing escapade for amusement, causing him to lose interest in further inquiry. As the small boat drew closer to the large vessel, they could finally see that it was a formidable warship. Over 100 meters long, its gray hull imposing and majestic. The national flag of Huagua and the naval ensign fluttered in the sea breeze from the ship's mast. Chun Ming felt a swell of respect within him as he gazed upon it. The group was hoisted aboard the warship by a winch, along with their small boat. Upon disembarking, they were instructed to stand aside. Shortly thereafter, 4 female soldiers arrived to escort the 4 women away, while another male soldier, also adorned with a single star and bar insignia, led Chun Ming to a room. Please, take a seat here. We have some matters to discuss with you. There is no need to be anxious. Simply answer our questions, the officer instructed. The officer posed no particularly sophisticated questions, merely inquiring about Chun Ming's name, place of origin, his relationship with the 4 women, the date they departed, and the type of vessel they had used. Ordinary questions indeed. Chun Ming answered them all honestly. When asked about his relationship with the 4 women, he replied candidly, "We are in a romantic relationship." The officer merely smiled at this, saying nothing further. After finishing his inquiries, he told Chun Ming, "You may sit tight for now. Do not worry, you will be reunited with them soon." Chun Ming waited for nearly an hour before the officer returned to lead him to another level of the ship, in a somewhat larger room. He found Zhang Yuxiu and the others. The officer informed Chun Ming, "These 4 women will stay in this room, while you will be in the adjacent one. Do not wander about without permission. Soldiers will bring your meals to your rooms." The 5 of them expressed their gratitude, and Chun Ming asked the officer, "When can we return to our homeland?" The officer replied, "In 2 or 3 days, but you will know where you will disembark when the time comes." Thus, the 5 of them became unofficial personnel aboard the warship. Chapter 96. Back to the colorful world. On the ship, the 5 were mindful of their conduct, adhering to the ship's regulations. The following day, an officer informed them that after dinner, they could stroll on the second deck at the stern. After 2 days aboard, the warship arrived at the military dock at Shanshan around 2 p.m. on the 3rd day. Chun Ming and his companions were escorted off the ship, greeted by 2 enforcement vehicles from Binhai City. An officer handed over the inquiry materials, and the compound bowed to the authorities with a salute. One of the officers assured Chun Ming and the others, "You need not worry. We have verified your identities. You indeed set out to fish over 10 days ago, and we are here to take you back to Binhai." As they settled into the enforcement vehicle, the officer offered Chun Ming a cigarette from his half-empty pack along with a lighter. Chun Ming expressed his thanks, lit the cigarette, and savored the long-lost flavor as he inhaled deeply. At 4 p.m., the enforcement vehicle entered the urban area of Binhai City. Under Chun Ming's guidance, they were taken to a residential complex. After bidding farewell to the officers, they entered the villa. Each of the 5 found their own rooms and headed to the bathing area to freshen up, changing into clean clothes and shoes, restoring the 4 women to their urban elegance. "Sister Jejia, don't forget to bring your ID cards. Hurry up, I'll be waiting for you in the living room." Chun Ming called from the sofa in the living room. The first priority was to equip each of them with a mobile phone. When the boat capsized on the island, their phones had been submerged in seawater and rendered useless. In today's society, such a communication tool was indispensable and could not be left unattended for even a moment. After spending another half hour on their appearances, the 4 women finally descended to the living room at Chun Ming's urging. Chun Ming drove an off-road vehicle directly to a mobile phone specialty store. After a careful selection, Chun Ming chose a newly released model from the X5 series of foldable phones. "I want the same one as my brother," Lily declared. Consequently, the entire family of 5 ended up selecting the identical X5 foldable device, prompting Chun Ming to swiftly complete the transaction. Before the carrier's office closed, he retrieved his previous phone number and initiated the reapplication process. Chun Ming ensured that all 5 family members received the same upgraded plan. Upon exiting the service center, he turned to the 4 women and exclaimed, "After enduring the hardships of the past 10 days, let us now indulge in shopping." The 4 women regained their youthful exuberance as they joined Chun Ming in a spirited dash down the street, filled with laughter and playful antics. Although Li Jia was 2 or 3 years older than Chun Ming, she gradually integrated into this close-knit family over the course of their time together. Suddenly, a phone rang. It was Lin Xiao calling. Chun Ming quickly answered. "What on earth happened, brother? I've been searching for you for several days. I received a call from law enforcement the day before yesterday, stating that you had encountered an accident at sea but were rescued by a warship. You're all right now, aren't you? Have you returned to Binhai?" Lin Xiao's voice was filled with concern. Chun Ming explained, "The boat ran aground, and I was stranded on a small island for a few days until our warship found and rescued me. I'm fine and just returned to Binhai. Currently out shopping with my girlfriend, providing a thorough explanation." They agreed to meet in Lin Xiao's office the next day for a more detailed discussion before hanging up. The five of them embarked on a shopping spree, acquiring a plethora of branded summer attire, shoes, and luxurious bed linens that filled the trunk of their SUV to capacity. They then explored the bustling food street, sampling a variety of sweet and spicy delicacies until they were thoroughly satisfied. Exhausted from their adventures, they returned to the villa. To Chunming's surprise, Li Jia retreated back to the guest room, refusing to share the master bedroom with the others. Sister Jia, weren't we all living together on the island? Why do you suddenly want to be alone again? Chunming inquired as he followed her. Leaning against Chunming, Li Jia huffed. That was on the island, where conditions were different, and I indulged your whims. Now that we're back, I won't allow you to act recklessly. Despite Chunming's attempts to persuade her, Li Jia firmly pushed him out of the room, stating, hurry back and don't keep Li and the others waiting. Before shutting the door, with no choice left, Chunming returned to the master bedroom and recounted the situation to Zhang Yuxiu and the other women. Li remarked, my sister is just being selfish. She surely wants you all to herself. Can it be said that a sister knows less than a younger sibling? That evening, Chunming found himself running back and forth. The next day, the five of them arrived at Jia Jia's fresh seafood restaurant. Manager Li was waiting at the entrance and greeted Chunming with enthusiasm. Ming Xiao, good morning. We finished the renovations the day before yesterday and have been eagerly awaiting your visit. Standing outside the restaurant, Chunming admired the colorful illuminated sign, noting the upscale and sophisticated design. Upon entering, he observed the well-organized transparent fish tanks on either side, equipped with a unified oxygen supply system and proper lighting. At the center of the restaurant, against the wall, was the weighing and cash register area. In front, according to Chunming's specifications, a large tempered glass aquarium had been constructed as a premium display area, showcasing rare and economically valuable seafood to attract customers. After reviewing the setup, he sought the opinions of the four women, all of whom expressed their satisfaction. Chunming settled the remaining balance with manager Li, leaving the four women to tidy up the restaurant and discuss an auspicious date for the grand opening. Meanwhile, Chunming headed to Lin Xiao's office to share his recent experiences. On the way, he called Fang Jia, only to discover that she was unaware of what Chunming had been through during this time. It turned out that Lin Xiao had not informed her to spare her from worry, intending to tell her in a few days, but now Chunming had returned. Sister, I'll be coming to Hong Kong in a couple of days. I have something special for you. Chunming informed Wang Fang over the phone. Wang Fang playfully replied, I knew you were just trying to make me happy. When I see you, if I'm not satisfied with your gift, I might just have to spank you. Chunming chuckled at the absurdity of being threatened with a spanking at his age, wondering if her pregnancy had awakened a maternal instinct within her as he hung up the phone, making his way to Lin Xiao's office. Once seated on the sofa, Chunming recounted the entire situation to Lin Xiao while sipping on the coffee brought by the secretary, omitting details about catching large fish and discovering giant gemstones in a deep pit. He simply informed Lin Xiao about finding some colored gemstones, producing a few to show him. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment as he examined the colorful stones, unable to contain his excitement over a large yellow diamond. This is a yellow diamond. Such a size is exceedingly rare, he remarked, putting it down only to pick up a green gemstone. This is an emerald. Its color and transparency are of the highest quality. Truly remarkable. Lin Xiao marveled at the treasures Chunming had brought him, feeling a mix of surprise and admiration. Chunming then revealed over 10 additional gemstones of similar color and quality, stacking them together. Lin Xiao could no longer contain his excitement, rising from the sofa and exclaiming, What the heck? Are you performing magic tricks on me? He eagerly grabbed several stones from the table to inspect them closely. Chunming, brimming with pride, observed Lin Xiao's astonishment and declared, What do you think? Aren't they all remarkable? Feel free to choose whatever you like. In response to Chunming's generosity, Lin Xiao unreservedly picked an emerald and a yellow diamond. I won't be modest. This emerald will make a lovely pendant for my mother, and the yellow diamond will be set into a ring as a gift for my father's 60th birthday. Chunming happily replied, Then let us get a few more for our parents, as a token of filial piety. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. That's enough. These two will suffice. The rest can be kept for your collection as family heirlooms. Chunming countered, What heirlooms? Let us hand them over to the company and let Fang Jia auction them for cash. Lin Xiao objected, That is not acceptable. These were discovered by you, and you don't need to hand them over to the company. Chunming thought to himself that he needed to convert these into money to earn points for exchanging gemstones to open treasure chests. He couldn't let them be treated as heirlooms. When we established the company, it was agreed that you would manage it and I would focus on treasure hunting. We can't deviate from that plan. Seeing Chunming's determination, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before conceding, Fine, we'll do it your way. Now that your fishing boat is gone, what are your plans moving forward? Chunming replied, In a couple of days, I'll visit the shipyard in Binhai to see if there are any ready-made boats available. If so, I'll get a new one. All right. Figure it out on your own. By the way, my father's 60th birthday is in early April. Bring your girlfriend along to celebrate with us. Lin Xiao encouraged Chun Ming. Naturally, Chun Ming readily agreed, noting that there were still about 10 days left, which would allow him to make a trip to Hong Kong first. I'm planning to go to Hong Kong in the next couple of days. Would you like to join me? Chun Ming asked Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao replied, I want to be going. I can still use the last customs pass without needing to get a new one. As the time approached, Chun Ming bid farewell to Lin Xiao and returned to Jia Jia's fresh seafood restaurant. The four women were busy scanning the lunar calendar on their phones and excitedly informed Chun Ming, tomorrow at 9 a.m. is an auspicious day for opening the business. Upon seeing Chun Ming's return, Lili rushed forward, clinging to his arm. Brother, tomorrow is the lucky day? We've made plans to officially open at 9 a.m., but we still don't have any seafood in the restaurant, and began shaking his arm eagerly. All right, big brother, you haven't taken a nap at noon, and after lunch, you went fishing. Let's fill all these fish tanks. Chun Ming commanded with an air of confidence. After locking the shop door and returning to the villa to finish lunch, Chun Ming, unnoticed by the four ladies, retrieved 2 sea rods and some fishing bait from his space and placed them in the trunk of the car. I want to go too. When you catch some fish, you can teach me to recognize them and see how much they can sell for, Li Jia said, linking her arm with Chun Ming's. Chun Ming waved his hand, urging everyone, let's go, we're off to catch big fish. The group hopped into the off-road vehicle and sped towards Dongxing Pier. Chapter 98. Preparations before the opening. Chun Ming parked the off-road vehicle in front of Boss, whose fishing tackle shop. To his surprise, the owner recognized him despite their long absence and greeted him joyfully. Little brother, it's been ages since you've come to buy fishing gear. What do you plan to purchase today? I'll take 2 pounds of sand shrimp and 10 small nets for catching fish, Chun Ming replied. The owner quickly handed over the items, and after Chun Ming completed the payment, he drove away with a wave. The owner stood at the door, watching Chun Ming drive off in his luxury vehicle, muttering to himself, I should have quoted a lower price. After parking at the pier and chatting with Uncle Huang for a moment, Chung Hong hopped onto the electric tricycle while Chun Ming drove the off-road vehicle to a cliff outside Dongxing Village, where he had previously caught a large grouper. This area was rocky and seldom frequented by fishermen. The path was impassable just 50 meters from the shore, but fortunately, the tricycle was equipped with a water pump and a 100-meter-long hose. He set up the pump, powered it up, and used it to draw seawater, washing both the inside and outside of the stainless steel fish tank and filling it with a significant amount of seawater, grabbing the fishing rod and the sand shrimp. Chun Ming slung the small fishing box from the tricycle over his shoulder, leading the four ladies to the large rock where he intended to fish for the grouper. He took out a bottle of fishing bait, poured half of it into the sand shrimp bucket, and mixed it well. Lili plopped down on the fish box and said to Chun Ming, Big brother, isn't this the place where you and Sister Xiuxiu slept together on the boat that night? Zhang Yuxiu, embarrassed and annoyed, smacked Li on the shoulder and exclaimed, Oh, stop talking nonsense. Li Jia pulled Chung Hong aside, whispering to inquire about the situation. Ignoring the girl's playful banter, Chun Ming took out the sea rod, extended it, checked the fishing setup, hooked the sand shrimp, and cast it out. The weight landed about 70 meters straight ahead into the sea. Chun Ming secured the rod on the fish box where Li was sitting, reeled in the line, lit a cigarette, and patiently awaited a bite. Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu sat on a nearby rock, engaging in casual conversation, while Chung Hong crouched beside Li, watching the fishing rod. Before Chun Ming could finish his cigarette, Chung Hong called out, Big brother, something's biting. Before he could react, Li seized the fishing rod and, mimicking Chun Ming, lifted it upwards. With a loud splash, the rod fell into the water, dragged away by the fish. Oh no, it's so strong. Hurry. The fish is running away with the rod. Li exclaimed, hopping up and down. Zhang Yuxiu and Chung Hong doubled over with laughter, while Li Jia scolded. What good are you? You have no strength and still want to fight for the rod. Well, you say I'm useless. Wait until tonight and see if I help you. Li retorted. Li Jia, even more infuriated, stomped her foot. You little brat. What kind of words are those? I'll deal with you right now. Chun Ming chuckled, watching the two sisters squabble without a care. Calmly, he shed his clothes, leaving only his underwear, and said to the girls, You all have fun. I'm going to retrieve the fishing rod. With that, he leaped into the sea, swimming after the rod. Upon catching up, he grasped the rod and lifted it, surprisingly. The fish was still hooked. Using his enhanced vision, he saw it was a bass, weighing around 7 to 8 pounds. He swam back to the shore, holding the rod triumphantly, and dragged the bass onto the beach. Using the fish pliers, he took a photo with Li, then placed the fish into the water tank. After rehooking the sand shrimp, Chen Ming cast the line to the left front again. Cheng Hong, you keep an eye on the rod. Your fishing skills are decent. So make sure Lily doesn't cause any more trouble. I'm going to dive down and catch some fish, he instructed, handing the rod to Cheng Hong. Chen Ming equipped himself with a small net, hanging it on his waist, and told the girls, wait on the shore. I'll bring up some lobsters for you. Swimming nearly 100 meters out, he activated his enhanced vision and dove beneath the waves. The deepest part of this area was only 70 to 80 meters. With the sea floor littered with rocks, home to numerous lobsters, crabs, and various grouper and bass. As he submerged, he spotted several large blue lobsters foraging among the coral and swiftly netted them. He also caught a red flower crab that had peeked out from between the rocks. In less than 20 minutes, his net was full, and he resurfaced, swimming back to shore. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. Tonight, I want to eat big crabs. Lily exclaimed joyfully. Li Jia retorted, those are for sale in the store. If you want to eat them, go ahead. So what if they're for sale? I'll pay for them. I don't care. Tonight, I'm having big crabs. Lily shot back defiantly. Cheng Hong was in the process of reeling in a 5-pound East Star grouper when the 5 of them, frolicking by the sea, had already filled the large fish tank on the tricycle with an estimated 300 to 400 pounds of various fish, shrimp, and crabs in just under 2 hours. Just as they were about to return, Chun Ming remembered that the water tank in the store was still empty. He called Brother Shui, and when he answered, Chun Ming said, Brother Shui, could you please bring me a truckload of clean seawater, like you usually do for seafood, to Jejia Live Seafood Restaurant? I'll send you the coordinates shortly. After hanging up, Chun Ming called Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu to join him as they drove the tricycle back to the store, transporting the fish inside and placing them in the tanks according to the labels he had prepared earlier. Jejia Live Seafood Restaurant could accommodate 800 to 1,000 pounds of seafood, so the 300 to 400 pounds they had were hardly a burden. At this point, the tempered glass fish tanks contained only a little seawater from the stainless steel tank. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Brother Shui finally arrived according to Chun Ming's directions. Using a hose, he transferred seawater from the truck's large tank into the store's tempered glass fish tanks. The display tank was also filled with seawater, and there was still some seawater left in the truck's tank. Chun Ming, standing nearby, took a pack of cigarettes from the store and offered one to Brother Shui as a gesture of gratitude. Brother Shui reciprocated with a few polite words, telling Chun Ming, we're family. No need to be so courteous. Just call me directly if you need anything. After exchanging pleasantries, Brother Shui drove away. Chun Ming and the 2 ladies rode the tricycle back to the beach. Cheng Hong used the sand shrimp that had been soaked in the fishing bait to catch 4 more fish, 2 of which were grouper weighing around 5 to 6 pounds each, along with a large and a small bass. Chun Ming continued his underwater endeavors, catching fish and shrimp whenever he spotted them. On a slightly flat sandy area on the seafloor, he caught a large sea cucumber. Under a large rock, he gathered over 20 double-headed abalone, resulting in a bountiful haul. After 5 o'clock, the fish tank on the tricycle was once again filled to capacity. All right, ladies, pack up. We're heading home, Chun Ming called out to the 4 women. After gathering their belongings and placing the fishing rods and small fish boxes in the back of the off-road vehicle, Cheng Hong drove the electric tricycle while Chun Ming followed in the off-road vehicle back to Jejia Live Seafood Restaurant. They transferred the fish and shrimp into the glass tanks in the store, leaving behind 6 red flower crabs. The large sea cucumber and the 20-plus double-headed abalones were placed in the display tank temporarily to attract customers. The 5 of them checked the oxygen supply equipment in the store, confirming that everything was functioning normally before locking up the roller shutter door. Once again, Cheng Hong rode the electric tricycle, and Chun Ming drove the off-road vehicle as they returned to their villa in the small district. Chun Ming parked the electric tricycle outside the garage to charge while the SUV was nestled within. He followed Zhang Yuxiu into the kitchen, bearing a net filled with vibrant red crabs. Tonight's dinner would feature these delicacies, steamed to perfection. Li Li's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Brother, you're the best. Li Jia, overhearing this, playfully pinched Chun Ming's waist and huffed, expressing her discontent. As evening approached, it seemed Li Li indeed did not come to assist her sister. Chapter 99, Grand Opening of the New Store. Xiao, please keep an eye on the prices and let me know, Li Jia instructed Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong. The Jia Seafood Restaurant was set to open at 9 in the morning, and preparations had been made early. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong ventured to the market to ascertain the prices of various fish, which they would relay to Li Jia, who would then set the seafood prices accordingly. Chun Ming accompanied Li Jia and her sister Li Li to the storefront. Li Jia opened the rolling shutter, and the trio stepped inside. Under the operation of the oxygenator, the seafood in the glass tanks on either side exhibited remarkable vitality. In the central display tank, large sea cucumbers and over 20 abalone crawled slowly, searching for food. Noticing that time was still on their side, Chun Ming prepared to make a call to order 4 flower baskets. The number belonged to Manager Li of the property management, likely due to their acquaintance. After placing the call and providing the address, he ordered the baskets, which would arrive in 20 minutes. Li Jia, towel in hand, was busily wiping surfaces, her nerves palpable. Lily sat on a stool by the cash register, swinging her legs and chuckling at her sister. Sister, it's just selling fish. Why are you so anxious? Can't you take a break at the cash register? Li Jia turned to her, retorting, who's anxious? Mind your own business and keep playing. Chen Ming, leaning against the street, puffed on a cigarette while admiring the store's sign, feeling confident that it exuded sophistication and would surely thrive. Just then, 3 luxury cars pulled up at the street corner and parked neatly within the white lines. Lin Xiao, Qi Xiao, and an unfamiliar companion emerged from the vehicles. Chen Ming rushed over to greet them. Hey, guys, what brings you here? Lin Xiao smiled and replied, you didn't tell us about the grand opening, so we had to come uninvited. Oh, it's just a small venture. You didn't need to trouble yourselves, Chen Ming said. Qi Xiao chimed in. Of course we'll support you on your first day of business. He introduced the newcomer, who was also a second-generation official named Liu. They exchanged pleasantries, establishing a rapport. As they conversed, more luxury cars arrived, many familiar from Chen Ming's birthday celebration. He remembered their surnames, greeting them accordingly. While those he didn't recall he simply called brother. Amidst the jubilant exchanges, flower delivery teams arrived in succession, bringing over 100 flower baskets that adorned both sides of the street. Residents from the upscale neighborhood across the street gathered to observe. Ming Xiao, surveying the store, spotted the price tags on the fish and inquired about how they were determined. Chen Ming explained that the prices reflected the latest market rates observed by Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong. Ming Xiao, however, advised, this area is affluent, surrounded by luxury villas. Your clientele possesses substantial economic power, and since your seafood is wild-caught, consider raising your prices by 20 above market value. Chen Ming found this reasoning sound and signaled for Li Jia to adjust all prices accordingly. Lin Xiao continued, remember, your customers value quality over price. If the quality is exceptional, they will purchase even at double the cost. Li Jia nodded in agreement and updated the price tags, all increased by 20. With a lively lion dance, Jia Jia Seafood Restaurant officially commenced operations. Though no fish had yet been sold, Li Jia and Li Li busily collected red envelopes for the opening, their hands growing weary from the influx. Lin Xiao was the first buyer, purchasing a 6-pound grouper. Guests celebrating the opening bought nearly half of the seafood available. When Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong returned to the store, they found Li Jia overwhelmed with weighing, calculating, and accepting payments, while Li Li's assistance only added to the chaos. Once Lin Xiao and his friends departed, the crowd outside the store began to dissipate. Residents from the upscale community, intrigued by the new seafood establishment and the parade of luxury cars, ventured inside. Upon seeing the high-quality seafood in the glass tanks, many patrons eagerly made purchases. Just as Lin Xiao had predicted, the residents prioritized quality. Li Jia and Chen Ming agreed that all seafood would henceforth be sold at market price, plus a 20 markup. Across from Jia Jia Seafood Restaurant was a nice eatery, which they ordered 4 dishes and a soup from for lunch. The 5 of them enjoyed their meal in the store. Noticing that more than half of the seafood had sold, Chen Ming suggested, Sister Jia Jia, you and Xiu Xiu manage the store while I take Hong Hong and Li Li to catch some more fish. They returned to the villa, hopped onto the electric tricycle, and headed back to the cliff. Cheng Hong fished while Chen Ming dove underwater to catch fish. After 2 to 3 hours, they filled the fish tank on the tricycle and returned. By 5:30 p.m., they closed the store, and after tallying the sales, excluding the opening red envelope contributions, they had sold seafood worth 1.82 million. This seafood had no cost price. Every sale was pure profit. Sister, you must treat me to a lavish meal tomorrow. Just look, you invited me to sell fish, and I earned you over 100,000 in a single day. Lily exclaimed. Li Jia playfully jabbed her sister's shoulder. And you have the audacity to say that? How many times have you led me into trouble? She blushed, unable to finish her sentence. After dinner, seated on the living room sofa, Chen Ming announced to the 4 women, tomorrow, I plan to visit Hong Kong to deliver the gemstones I obtained from the sea to Sister Fong for auction. Who wants to join me? Lily climbed onto Chen Ming's lap, saying, I'll accompany you, brother. I have nothing to do at home. However, Li Jia countered, if you have no business, you should help me at the store. Why do you need to tag along? Just as Li Li was about to pout, Zhang Yuxiu interjected. Let us allow brother to go alone this time. The sooner he goes, the sooner he returns. If you go along, he'll have to entertain you and might delay his trip. After some discussion, they decided Chen Ming would go alone for an early return. That night, Li Jia showered Chen Ming with tender affection. Chapter 100, The Golden Dance Costume. Chen Ming passed through security with a suitcase containing only a set of undergarments. He hailed a taxi to Mingxi Ocean Exploration Company and arrived at the central tower. After dialing Sister Fong's number, he inquired, "Sister Fong, are you in the office?" "Yes, I am. What is up?" She replied. "Perfect, I'll see you shortly." Chen Ming hung up. Reaching into his suitcase, he retrieved over 20 gemstones and the golden dance costume, carefully placing them inside. As he stepped out of the elevator, he spotted Sister Fong waiting at the door, her face radiant with a smile. It had been nearly a month since they last met, yet she appeared largely unchanged, her slight belly not overly conspicuous. Linking arms with Chen Ming, they returned to the office, where he drew her into his embrace, sharing a deep kiss while his hands roamed. After a prolonged moment, they parted, and Fong, slightly breathless, asked, "What brings you here today? Have you brought my gifts?" Chen Ming gently released Fong Jie from his embrace, placing the suitcase upon the desk and opening it to reveal a magnificent collection of gemstones, along with a stunning golden dance costume. Fong Jie, whose family was engaged in the jewelry business, was taken aback by the array of vividly colored gems before her. "Where on earth did you acquire these?" she inquired, astonished. Chen Ming, wrapping his arm around her waist, replied playfully, "Of course, I found them in the sea, while fishing for tuna over 10 days ago." To stave off her worries, he refrained from telling the entire truth. Fong Jie picked up the golden dance costume, admiring its craftsmanship and the gems embedded within. "This must be an antique, reminiscent of styles from India," she remarked with wonder. "What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Would you model it for me later?" Chen Ming asked with a mischievous grin. Fong Jie shot him a flirtatious glance, neither confirming nor denying his request. After securing the gemstones in a safe, she instructed Chen Ming to stow the golden costume back in the suitcase, and together they returned to the hotel where Fong Jie had been residing for an extended period. Once in the room, they did not venture out for the next 2 days, relying on hotel staff to bring them meals. As for whether Fong Jie donned the dance costume for Chen Ming's admiration, only he knew the answer. However, as Chen Ming departed, his expression revealed a profound sense of satisfaction. Fong Jie merely escorted him to the elevator before returning to her room, neglecting to see him out of the hotel, a deviation from the norm that left one to ponder the reasons behind it. After clearing customs, Chen Ming drove his off-road vehicle directly to the Jia Jia fresh seafood restaurant. Having been away for 2 days, he was surprised to find the restaurant's stock quite low, indicating an unexpectedly booming business. Upon seeing Chen Ming's return, Lily eagerly linked her arm with his, exclaiming, "At last, brother, you're back. Hurry, let's go catch some seafood. We're nearly out of stock." With little choice, the industrious Chen Ming hopped onto the electric tricycle, bringing along fishing gear and accompanied by Cheng Hong and Li Li as they headed to the Dongxing Pier. After dinner that evening in the living room, Chen Ming remarked, "The water tank on that tricycle is too small. We ought to get a larger one. How about purchasing a pickup truck and installing a sizable tank in the back?" Li Jia agreed, noting that the tricycle was indeed too limited in capacity. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong concurred, and Chen Ming continued, "Tomorrow, I'll ride the tricycle to sell it and exchange it for a pickup truck. I'll also swing by the boatyard to see if they have a better fishing boat available. Oh, I missed the day spent on the boat. You must go buy one quickly," Lily chimed in. After Chen Ming finished his shower, Zhang Yuxiu shooed him out of the master bedroom, stating it was Li Jia's turn. He then retreated to the secondary bedroom, but within half an hour, Lily stealthily slipped inside. The room soon echoed with Li Jia's shrieks and the playful sounds of the two sisters. Chapter 101. Selling the tricycle to buy a pickup truck. After breakfast, Chen Ming dropped the 4 women off at the Jia Jia fresh seafood restaurant. Upon returning to where he had parked the tricycle, he detached the water pump hose and rode back to the shop where he had purchased it. "Hey there, I'm back. Please help me find a buyer for this electric tricycle. I want to sell it," Chen Ming addressed the shop owner. The proprietor took a moment to recall that this tricycle had been sold from his store not long ago. "Why would you sell it so soon? You just bought it," he inquired. Chen Ming explained, "It's too small. I need a larger one. Readers have mentioned I overpaid for this, and not just by a little. You must help me sell it for a good price." The owner, with a somewhat shameless demeanor, replied, "In business, one must always aim to profit. You can't blame me for selling it to you at a higher price. I have costs to cover, like rent and labor." Chen Ming, uninterested in further argument, simply stated, "Fine, just give me a good price for the tricycle." After inspecting it and finding it little changed from when it was sold, the owner said, "All right, I'll give you 6,000 for it." Chen Ming realized he had certainly been taken advantage of by this unscrupulous vendor when he originally purchased the tricycle. However, considering his current wealth, he decided to accept the 6,000 and moved on. Hailing a taxi, he proceeded to the Chongling automobile dealership. "Welcome, sir. May I assist you in finding your desired vehicle?" A lovely saleswoman greeted him warmly. Chen Ming smiled and nodded, saying, "I'm interested in a pickup truck, preferably a double cab with a spacious cargo area. The saleswoman led him to a new model, explaining, "This is this year's version, double cab, seating for 5. With a cargo capacity of 1.5 tons, though it can actually carry up to 4 tons. It has robust power, and fuel consumption is quite efficient." After circling the vehicle, Chen Ming found it quite appealing. The white exterior and modern headlights were attractive. "Can I take it for a test drive?" he asked. "Certainly. You can test drive it in the parking lot," she replied. After a couple of laps around the lot with the saleswoman, he found it smooth and easy to handle. "I'm quite satisfied with this vehicle. What is the price?" he inquired. The saleswoman responded, "Are you considering financing or paying in full?" "Full payment," he replied. "In that case, the price is 260,000, which includes a warranty for X kilometers and a year of insurance," she informed him. Chen Ming then asked about the necessary paperwork. "After payment, we can have the license plates and all paperwork ready within 2 hours. Our boss is quite capable in this field," she assured him. After examining the truck again, he indicated his readiness to sign the contract. The saleswoman happily retrieved the contract and guided him to a nearby table to sit down. Following a thorough explanation, after Chen Ming signed and made his payment, he instructed, "Please ensure the paperwork is completed. I will return in 2 hours to pick up the vehicle." She agreed enthusiastically as she escorted him out of the dealership. Once outside, Chen Ming hailed a taxi to the Binhai shipyard. The Binhai shipyard is one of the largest in the country, capable of constructing massive vessels and luxury yachts. During his time as a delivery driver, he had made numerous trips there. After registering at the gate, he inquired and made his way to the sales department. "Hello. I'm looking to purchase a fishing boat. Is this the right place?" Chen Ming asked at the office door. A middle-aged man in a white shirt and glasses, seated at a desk, invited him in. "Please, have a seat. What size fishing boat are you interested in?" he asked. "I'm looking for a boat that's about 20 to 30 meters long," Chen Ming replied. "A boat of that length doesn't come cheap," the man cautioned. Chen Ming explained, "I had a 20-meter fishing boat that sank last month after hitting a reef, and I want to replace it. Do you have any available?" The middle-aged man responded, "We can custom make a boat to your specifications, but we have nothing ready-made at the moment." Chen Ming inquired about the time it would take to complete a custom order. "Approximately 6 months," the man replied. "Building a 20 to 30-meter boat for us is relatively small, so we'll have to pull workers from other projects." Feeling disappointed, Chen Ming had hoped to find a ready boat. Waiting 6 months would mean he needed to return home and carefully consider the design. "Thank you for your assistance. I'll think it over and come back," he said as he left the office. As he approached the shipyard's exit, he heard a voice calling after him. Turning, he saw the middle-aged man hurrying to catch up. "I just called a friend of mine in Qing City. They have a 30-meter fishing boat that was custom ordered but is now looking for a buyer since the client can't pay," he informed Chen Ming. "Would you be interested?" Chen Ming's heart surged with excitement upon hearing the news, and he eagerly responded, "Yes, indeed. I wish to take a look. If it suits me, I shall purchase it." The middle-aged man replied, "Currently, that vessel is at the Qing City shipyard. As it is a custom build, it is rather luxurious, and thus, the price may be somewhat steep. Here is the plan. In the next couple of days, head directly to Qing City, and when you arrive, call this number, 1398323XXXX. You can discuss the details directly." Chen Ming noted the phone number on his phone, expressed his gratitude to the middle-aged man, and departed from the shipyard. Realizing it was about time, he returned to the 4S dealership. The saleswoman guided Chen Ming to a small table, where she presented the completed documentation and explained everything to him. She then retrieved the license plate, verified it in his presence, and instructed the workers to install it. Additionally, she added 2 liters of diesel to the vehicle. Once all formalities were finalized, Chen Ming expressed his gratitude to the saleswoman and took his place in the pickup truck. Igniting the engine and driving away, he steered the pickup to the storefront where steel windows were fabricated. The craftsman who had previously constructed a water tank for Chen Ming's tricycle was seated outside, smoking. Chen Ming parked in front of the shop, exited the vehicle, and offered a cigarette to the craftsman, asking, "Do you still remember me?" The craftsman appeared to have forgotten Chen Ming, accepted the cigarette with a shake of his head, and inquired, "What brings you here?" Chen Ming pointed to the pickup and stated, "I would like to have a water tank made to fit in this pickup for holding fish. What do you think?" The craftsman took a measuring tape, climbed onto the pickup, and assessed the truck bed. He asked Chen Ming, "How do you envision this being made? Please share your thoughts so I can provide you with an estimate." Chen Ming replied, "Let's use stainless steel. The height should be slightly lower than the front cabin. Please construct a locking iron box outside for the oxygenator and water pump, along with drainage." The craftsman pondered Chen Ming's requirements for a moment and remarked, "Your water tank is quite substantial. It should easily accommodate 2 tons of fish. For the stainless steel, I will charge you 120,000. How long will it take to complete?" Chen Ming inquired. The craftsman considered and stated, "It's nearly noon now. It should be ready by around 5 this afternoon." Chen Ming nodded in agreement, paid a deposit of 2,000, and took a taxi back to the Jia Jia live seafood restaurant. Chapter 102. Purchasing a new boat. Upon returning to the restaurant, Chen Ming found the four women chatting at the cash register. Li held a plastic bag containing several pounds of lychees and was feeding one to Li Jia. "Brother, where's the car you bought?" Cheng Hong asked, linking her arm with Chen Ming's. "It's all set. A Chongling pickup truck, and I'm currently having a large fish tank made for it," Chen Ming replied. Turning to Li, feed me another one. Li quickly peeled another lychee and placed it in Chen Ming's mouth. So sweet. These lychees are delightful." Chen Ming nodded appreciatively while eating. Li Jia commented, "This silly person bought 5 pounds right off the bat. He never stops eating, not even afraid of getting heaty," implying Chen Ming should manage it. Zhang Yuxiu pulled over a plastic stool for Chen Ming to sit down. She then reached into the plastic bag and took out 2 lychees. As Chen Ming peeled them, he said, "I went to the shipyard today. Nowadays, you must place an order first, and it may take up to 6 months before the boat is launched." After chewing a few lychees, he continued, "When I was about to leave, the salesperson mentioned that his friend works at the Qing City shipyard, where there's a finished vessel ordered by a wealthy client who can't pay the remaining balance and is looking for a buyer. I want to take a look." Li Jia replied, "Qing City is quite far, isn't it? Even by high-speed train, it would take over a day." "Yes, roughly." The salesperson seemed sincere. "He also wanted to earn a referral fee and gave me the contact number," Chen Ming said, placing another lychee in his mouth. Zhang Yuxiu asked, "When do you plan to go?" Chen Ming pondered and replied, "Sister Jia Jia, could you check on your phone? What's the latest train to Qing City today?" Li Jia opened the ticket purchasing app on her phone to check. Li fed Chen Ming another lychee and softly said, "Brother, take me with you." After giving Chen Ming a kiss on the cheek, the delightful aroma of lychee wafted over. There's a train at 4:30 and another at 6:20. Li Jia reported after finishing her search. "The water tank should be ready by 5, so I can drive back in time," Chen Ming told Li Jia. Spitting out the lychee pit, he added, "Let us have Hong Hong and Li accompany me. Once I purchase the boat, Hong Hong can alternate driving with me. And Li has nothing pressing to attend to. She can join for some fun." Li Jia urged, "Hurry and take them along. Out of sight, out of mind. I want some peace and quiet at home with Xiao." Chen Ming then turned to Zhang Yuxiu and asked, "Xiao, will you stay at home this time to help Sister Jia Jia watch the shop?" "Sure, you all go ahead. I'll keep Sister Jia Jia company," Zhang Yuxiu nodded. "Then, Sister Jia Jia, please book 3 tickets for the 6:20 train," Chen Ming instructed. He then told Cheng Hong and Li, "You two should head home to prepare. Bring a change of clothes and buy some snacks and drinks to wait for me at the shop. I'm off to check on the fish tank's progress and give them a nudge." After saying this, Chen Ming grabbed 4 or 5 lychees in his hand, waved goodbye to the 4 women, and headed toward the tank fabrication shop. With time still on his side, Chen Ming chose to walk instead of taking a taxi, munching on lychees as he went. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he summoned his intelligent assistant. "Hey, Star, long time no see," Chen Ming greeted in his mind. The assistant pouted, "I'm bound to both of you. We're together every day. You think saying long time no see is not a bit dismissive? Feeling a bit awkward?" Chen Ming attempted to ease the tension. "What do you think about planting a few lychee seeds in the chaotic space?" How many are you planning to plant?" The intelligent assistant replied, its tone oddly suspicious. Chen Ming couldn't help but think how peculiar the assistant looked. "Is there some sort of protocol for planting a few lychee seeds?" he asked. The assistant answered, "There's no strict protocol. But it's best not to plant too many lest you waste precious space." Realizing that plants in this space grow exceedingly fast, Chen Ming understood he indeed should not overdo it. He used his mind to transfer 1 lychee seed into the space near the water pool and planted it, controlling the watering with a bit of pool water. After completing this, Chen Ming withdrew his consciousness from the space and informed the assistant, "I've planted 1 seed. Just as you advised. That's more like it." There's a saying, "A well-fed person gives good advice," and another old saying goes, "Heed not the words of the elderly." Before it could finish, Chen Ming cut off the connection. "Talkative, aren't you? Is that a result of being cooped up for too long?" Chen Ming mused inwardly. Upon arriving at the steel window shop, the craftsman was busy welding, sparks flying everywhere. The entire tank body was completed, and he was now working on the lid for the fish tank, nearing completion. The craftsman glanced at Chen Ming, but continued his work without acknowledging him, focused on his welding. Just before 5, the craftsman jumped down from the vehicle and announced to Chen Ming, "All done. I guarantee this tank will last for 3 generations. Stop. I know your skills are impressive. No need to elaborate. Now, let us settle the final payment." Chen Ming interjected loudly. After paying the balance, Chen Ming jumped into the vehicle, swiftly departing towards the gas station. He arrived, filled the diesel tank to the brim, and parked outside the Jia Jia Live seafood restaurant. Stopping within the white lines of the roadside, Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu seeing Chun Ming emerge from the truck, approached him. "Is this our new vehicle?" Zhang Yuxiu inquired. Chun Ming replied, "This is a double cab. It can seat 5, and the tank can hold 2 tons of seawater, accommodating around 1,500 to 2,000 pounds of fish," as he took Li Jia's hand. Li Jia tried to shake him off, but failed, ultimately allowing him to hold her hand. "I've booked your tickets. When you arrive at the train station, you can collect them using your ID. Be cautious on the way, and return early," Li Jia instructed Chun Ming. With a grin, Chun Ming asked, "Are you worried about me?" "Don't worry. I'll be back within 3 days at most, clean and ready for you." Li Jia, annoyed, pulled her hand away and playfully hit Chun Ming on the shoulder. Zhang Yuxiu, watching, chuckled, "Oh dear, Jia Jia has also learned to flirt in broad daylight." Li Jia, upon hearing the remarks, was infuriated and playfully struck Chun Ming, exclaiming, "Quickly go and manage your wife. Her tongue is as sharp as ever." As the trio engaged in their playful banter, Cheng Hong and Li Li approached. Pulling along a suitcase, Chun Ming inquired of Cheng Hong, "Are you ready?" To which she replied, "Yes, we are prepared to set off. We have all our essentials, our identification cards, a change of clothes for each person, and Li Li has purchased some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and spicy strips. We will buy some fruits later." Chun Ming, Li Jia, and Zhang Yuxiu embraced in farewell before hailing a taxi with Cheng Hong and Li Li, making their way to the high-speed train station. Outside the station, they purchased some apples, pears, along with 2 bottles of drinks and 2 bags of biscuits. Once inside, they scanned their identification cards at the ticket machine to retrieve their reserved tickets and proceeded to wait in the waiting area for their train. Li Li, with a hint of excitement, remarked, "It's going to take quite a while to reach Qing City. I want a window seat when we board." Cheng Hong interjected, "You can choose your seat, and I'll sit with my brother." Li Li tilted her head towards Cheng Hong and said, "That's great. Sister Hong is the best." A few minutes before departure, an announcement echoed through the station. "The train to Qing City is about to arrive. Please have your tickets ready for inspection." The train arrived punctually at 620, and the 3 friends boarded after presenting their tickets. All 3 seats were adjacent, with Li Li selecting a window seat beside Cheng Hong while Chun Ming sat opposite them. Fortunately, the train was not crowded, leaving several empty seats around them. As the train commenced its journey, Li Li gazed out the window, initially exclaiming in delight, but soon lost interest as darkness enveloped the landscape. Chun Ming and Cheng Hong exchanged glances while occasionally responding to Li Li's inquiries. Eventually, Chun Ming directly suggested to Cheng Hong, "Come sit here by the window. It'll be nice for both you and Li Li to enjoy the view." If Chun Ming were a few years older, he might well resemble a peculiar uncle enticing young girls to view goldfish. Cheng Hong gladly moved over to Chun Ming's side, leaning against the window, while Chun Ming took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her slender waist, finally finding a comfortable place for his hand. Li Li observed Chun Ming's hand and shot him a glare, saying to Cheng Hong, "Sister Hong, let us keep it like at home and let brother sit alone for a while." Cheng Hong, blushing, playfully pinched Li Li's cheek and said, "Our Li Li has the final say." With the train relatively empty, the 3 engaged in soft whispers of flirtation, while Chun Ming subtly maneuvered his affections. As night deepened, Li Li fell asleep in Chun Ming's embrace, while Cheng Hong rested her head on the table, though Chun Ming found himself wide awake, simply resting with his eyes closed and his hand gently caressing. As dawn broke, they shared the biscuits they had brought, and upon spotting the dining car pushed by a server, they purchased a few eggs. The train arrived in Qing City at 1 p.m. Upon exiting the station, Chun Ming hailed a taxi, and as they climbed inside, he instructed the driver to take them to the first shipyard. The high-speed train station was not far from the first shipyard. During the ride, Chun Ming took out his phone, located the saved contact, and made a call. When the call connected, he introduced himself. "Is this Director Xiao?" "Hello, I am Chun Ming, referred by Director Zhang to come and view the ship." "Yes, I am currently in a taxi heading to the shipyard." "All right, thank you." After ending the call, Chun Ming informed Cheng Hong and Li Li, "I've made contact. They'll be waiting for us at the factory gate." The taxi pulled up to the first shipyard in Qing City, where they spotted a middle-aged man in his 40s waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing 3 young individuals disembark from the taxi, the man couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. After all, this was a transaction worth millions. He muttered to himself, "Old Zhang, what are you thinking? Sending 3 youngsters over? Am I supposed to entertain them? Will I even earn this commission?" Chun Ming approached the man, saying, "Are you Director Xiao?" "Hello. I'm Chun Ming, the one who just called you." Director Xiao extended his hand for a handshake and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Chun. You're quite young, aren't you? Just about 20? Chun Ming sensed the underlying implication of Director Xiao's remark, perhaps questioning his maturity for such a significant undertaking. "I just turned 20 last month. Director Xiao, I previously owned a 20-meter fishing boat that sank after hitting a reef, which is why I am here to purchase a ready-made vessel." Director Zhang mentioned you have one available, so I took the liberty to come by. Director Xiao, feeling reassured by Chun Ming's explanation, promptly replied, very well. Let us take you to see the boat. As they walked, he began describing the vessel. This boat was custom-made for a real estate developer in Qing City who loved deep-sea fishing. However, due to a severed funding chain, he is facing bankruptcy and can't pay the remaining balance. Wei agreed to help him sell the boat and refund him half of his deposit. Chun Ming nodded in understanding, responding, I see. If the boat meets my expectations, I will purchase it outright. As they conversed, Director Xiao led them to a smaller dry dock, where a 30-meter-long fishing boat, painted white, was perched on a stand. Wow, this boat is larger than our previous one, Lily exclaimed. Cheng Hong concurred. Indeed, it's significantly bigger than ours. The boat's proportions were harmonious, with a higher bow and lower stern, featuring 2 levels. Director Xiao guided them up a side ladder onto the first deck, explaining, this level contains a living room, all custom furnished with genuine leather sofas. The lounge is quite spacious, with tempered glass at the front offering a view of the bow. He continued, here is the small kitchen, and opposite is the washroom. Spacious enough for 2 people to shower simultaneously. There are 2 interconnected guest rooms, and across from them is a cold storage room capable of holding around 300 pounds of tuna, with the capacity to store 12 fish. Director Xiao then led them to the back of the boat. The aft deck was impressively spacious, with a distance of about 10 meters from the cold storage to the stern. The vessel measured nearly 7 meters in width, resulting in approximately 70 square meters of deck space, with a canopy providing shade over most of it. Here are 6 live fish tanks side by side, each capable of holding a ton of fish, and there's a crane that can lift fish weighing up to 2,000 pounds. Director Xiao detailed as he showcased the first level of the boat. He then took them into the cabin, arriving at the living room, and pointed to a staircase, saying, this staircase leads up to the bridge and the largest master bedroom on the boat. As they reached the bridge, they found it to be quite spacious, with unobstructed views through the tempered glass. The control panel was equipped with GPS navigation, electronic maps, satellite communication, and intercom systems, all imported high-end configurations. The vessel was also outfitted with a laser radar system that would automatically alarm if any other ships approached within 300 meters at night. With a sense of pride, Director Xiao introduced these features to Chun Ming and his companions, who nodded in appreciation. Cheng Hong even stepped forward to demonstrate her familiarity with the steering wheel. Earning a thumbs up from Director Xiao, he then opened a door, revealing the largest bedroom on the boat. This expansive room measured approximately 50 to 60 square meters, featuring a large bed in the center with bedside tables, a chandelier, and wall sconces. Pulling back the curtains revealed 4 tempered glass windows facing the stern, showcasing a sunshade awning covered in solar panels. Both Cheng Hong and Li were captivated by the spacious room, exploring and playfully whispering to each other, their laughter echoing in the air. Chun Ming inquired with Section Chief Xiao about the distribution of power on the vessel. Section Chief Xiao responded that the ship is equipped with 2 imported Cummins diesel engines and a set of solar batteries, utilizing a hybrid power system that allows for seamless switching between power sources. The vessel can cruise at a minimum speed of 15 knots and a maximum of 28 knots without consuming electricity, with a full tank allowing for a maximum range of 1,000 nautical miles. Pleased with this information, Chun Ming asked Section Chief Xiao about the price of the ship. With a serious expression, Section Chief Xiao stated that the ship, from its hull to its configuration, has been meticulously crafted and adheres to stringent standards, capable of withstanding winds and waves of up to force 12. The initial pricing was set at 36 million, but after selling it and refunding half of the deposit, the current asking price is 34 million, which is firm and non-negotiable. Chun Ming fell into a moment of contemplation. While in Hong Kong, he had transferred 10 million for his account, and now he had 22 million in hand, falling short by over 10 million. The ship was indeed impressive, and Chun Ming resolved to acquire it. He told Section Chief Xiao that he currently had over 20 million and would call someone to transfer over an additional 10 million, asserting that he would purchase the vessel. Section Chief Xiao, delighted by this news, nodded vigorously, realizing that selling the ship would earn him a substantial bonus, and he could also benefit from old Zhang at the coastal yard. Chun Ming took out his phone and called Lin Xiao. When the call connected, Chun Ming said, "Brother, I'm in Qing City and have my eye on a ship that I'm quite satisfied with. I just need a bit more money. Can you lend me some?" Lin Xiao replied, "What do you mean by lend? Just tell me how much you need and give me your card number." Chun Ming provided his card number, requesting a transfer of 15 million. Lin Xiao responded, "Why not just transfer 20 million directly? You can use it for now." Chun Ming, not one to be overly polite, agreed. "All right, send over 20 million, and I'll explain everything when I return," then hung up the phone. Before long, Chun Ming received a notification that the funds had been deposited. He turned to Section Chief Xiao and asked how long it would take for the ship to be launched now that he had paid. Section Chief Xiao assured him that as soon as the payment was confirmed, arrangements would be made for the ship to be launched, stating that everything was ready and it could go into the water at any moment. Chun Ming then remembered the ship's name and requested that it be inscribed on the bow as Xuanfei. He also asked Section Chief Xiao to handle the various formalities. Section Chief Xiao assured him that he would immediately arrange for someone to paint the ship's name and that the shipyard would take care of the paperwork, which would be ready by tomorrow morning. Section Chief Xiao led Chun Ming and his companions to the finance department, where they signed a contract. After the signatures were affixed, Chun Ming made a payment of 34 million through mobile banking, thereby securing the new vessel. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had transferred extra funds, as there were still a series of expenses Chun Ming had not yet fully considered. There would be taxes to pay upon registration, which would amount to several million, and filling the ship's fuel tanks would also incur additional costs. Once Chun Ming completed the payment, Section Chief Xiao took out his phone to notify the dock manager to write the ship's name and prepare for the launch. Chapter 104. The new ship launches. Section Chief Xiao took Chun Ming and his companions back to the shipyard, where workers were already painting the name Xuanfei on the bow, while others were dismantling scaffolding. A row of rubber rollers awaited the release of the mooring stakes to allow the new vessel to glide into the water. Section Chief Xiao and the trio boarded the ship, where 3 workers were adorning the bow with colorful ribbons and firecrackers. Section Chief Xiao greeted them, and one of the workers, possibly the foreman, informed him that the ship had been fueled with X liters of oil. Acknowledging this, Section Chief Xiao watched as the workers secured the decorations and then exited the vessel. Come, let's stabilize ourselves at the bow. The new ship is about to launch. Section Chief Xiao instructed Chun Ming. Standing at the bow, Chun Ming grasped the rail and asked Section Chief Xiao if their position posed any danger. Not at all. Rest assured, there will be a slight tilt and sway. Just hold on to the rail, and soon it will be fine, Section Chief Xiao reassured him. Chun Ming then told Cheng Hong and Li Li to hold on tight, suggesting, Li Li, why don't you come in front of me? The 4 stood at the bow, feeling the ship tremble slightly before the sound of firecrackers erupted. The vessel slowly began to retreat, with its stern gliding into the water first, followed by the bow. Chun Ming felt the bow dip momentarily before rising again, swaying a few times before stabilizing on the surface of the sea. Li Li ceased her shrieking and rushed to embrace Cheng Hong, exclaiming, that was exhilarating, Hong Hong. Doesn't it feel like a roller coaster? So thrilling. Cheng Hong replied, hugging Li Li, both girls glowing with excitement. Section Chief Xiao turned to shake Chun Ming's hand, congratulating him on the successful launch of the Xuanfei. Congratulations, my friend, on acquiring a splendid new vessel. Chun Ming reciprocated the well wishes and added, please, Section Chief Xiao, arrange for the fuel truck to fill the ship's tanks. Absolutely, no problem, Section Chief Xiao replied with enthusiasm. We'll head back to the yard now, and shortly, I'll have workers secure rubber tires on either side of the ship, he said before pulling out his phone to contact the fuel truck and workers. The 4 of them entered the bridge, where a set of keys was already inserted in the ignition. Chun Ming turned the key, and with a gentle rumble, the 2 powerful diesel engines roared to life. He maneuvered the ship, taking it for a leisurely spin on the water and under Section Chief Xiao's guidance. He docked at the shipyard. Before long, 2 workers arrived to secure 3 rubber tires on either side of the vessel. When the fuel truck arrived, Section Chief Xiao informed Chun Ming, I won't keep you any longer. I must take my leave. Tomorrow morning, the temporary license and documentation for the ship will be delivered to you. Chun Ming, not wanting to part ways just yet, urged, come on, Section Chief Xiao. Let us go grab a meal and have a drink. I haven't had a chance to express my gratitude. Section Chief Xiao politely declined, stating, I truly have other matters to attend to. I won't impose. Realizing he could not persuade him otherwise, Chun Ming bid him farewell courteously. After the fuel truck filled the ship's tanks, Chun Ming paid and watched as the truck departed before returning to the spacious cabin on the upper deck. Li Li was playfully wrestling with Cheng Hong on the bed, excitedly shouting, we can go out to sea again. Big sister Hong, I'm going to eat you up. Chun Ming stood at the door, observing the 2 girls and said, hold on a moment. Don't eat Hong Hong just yet. Get your clothes sorted. We're going out for dinner. Li Li released Cheng Hong and leaped in front of Chun Ming, glancing at her attire and confidently stated, there's nothing to sort. I look just fine. Let us go. Today, Big Brother will take you both to the Qing City Food Street to enjoy their local delicacies, Chun Ming proclaimed. Taking Cheng Hong by the hand, while Li Li clung to his side, they hailed a taxi from the roadside, and once inside, Chun Ming asked the driver, Master, please take us to Qing City, to a fun place with great late-night snacks. Sure, let us head to the pedestrian street. There are plenty of unique snacks and a lively atmosphere at night, the driver replied as he drove. Upon arriving at the pedestrian street entrance, Chun Ming paid the fare. and the three of them disembarked, standing beneath the archway. Taking out his phone, they captured a few group photos, with Lily recording as they entered the bustling street. Inside, the dazzling lights and the aroma of various snacks wafted through the air. The trio strolled while sampling food until they eventually packed a large assortment of snacks to take back, catching a taxi back to the ship. After placing the treats away, the two girls retrieved their change of clothes and headed to the shower room. Chen Ming, using a combination of coaxing and teasing, managed to get Li Li to open the shower room door, only for her to let out a shriek once inside. The master bedroom of the new ship was truly expansive. The affluent individual who originally commissioned this vessel likely envisioned indulging in the luxury of this grand space. Yet now it had become a delightful acquisition for Chen Ming, as if it had been tailor-made for him. At dawn, Chen Ming rose early, allowing the two girls to enjoy their slumber while he waited at the ship's bow for the delivery of the documents. At 9:30, Section Chief Xiao arrived at the dock accompanied by a man in his 30s. Chen Ming spotted them from a distance and hurriedly disembarked to greet them. Without any formal introduction, Chief Xiao handed him a plastic document bag, stating that it contained the vessel's information and a temporary seaworthiness certificate. Keep this safe. You can report for departure at any time now, he advised. Chen Ming accepted the documents and expressed his gratitude, saying, Chief Xiao, I can't thank you enough for facilitating this purchase. Do visit Binhai City sometime. I'll treat you to a drink. Amidst the exchange of pleasantries, Chen Ming bid farewell to Chief Xiao and his companions. Upon returning to the boat, he found the two women still fast asleep, undoubtedly exhausted from the previous night. Chen Ming opened the application platform on his phone, inputting the temporary license to request a departure to Binhai. After more than 10 minutes, he received approval, started the engine, and the vessel slowly departed from the shipyard dock. Chen Ming marked the route on the electronic map and began familiarizing himself with the instruments in the cockpit. The maritime journey from Qingshi to Binhai, calculated at a cruising speed of 25 knots, would take approximately 2 days and a night. As this was a new ship, it was currently in its break-in period and could not be operated at full speed. He adjusted the vessel's speed to 18 knots, skillfully controlling the rudder as he navigated according to the channel displayed on the electronic map. Seated at the helm, Chen Ming gazed out at the distant sea, feeling as though something was amiss in the cockpit. After a brief glance around, he suddenly remembered the salted fish. Yes, he had yet to hang it up. He quickly retrieved it from storage and hung it in the cockpit window, achieving the perfect aesthetic. A sound emerged from behind him as a pair of delicate arms wrapped around his waist. Turning to the side, he saw Cheng Hong, clad only in a bath towel. Embracing him, lifting Cheng Hong, he seated her on the high stool in the cockpit and inquired, Why aren't you sleeping? It's still early. I don't want to sleep. Are we heading back? Cheng Hong leaned against Chen Ming's chest and asked, We're on our way to Binhai now. The ship is in its break-in period, so we can't go too fast. It will take us 2 days and a night to reach there, Chen Ming explained. Cheng Hong looked up at him and said, Brother, teach me how to operate the new ship. Chen Ming chuckled. The operation of this vessel is quite similar to our previous one, with just a couple of added gears and radar controls. I was just familiarizing myself with it. You'll find it quite easy. Withdrawing his hand from the towel, Chen Ming urged Cheng Hong, Quickly get dressed. Let's familiarize ourselves with the ship together. Cheng Hong jumped down from Chen Ming's lap, clutching the towel, and retreated to her room. Lily had also awakened, and after some playful banter, the two women donned their clothes and made their way to the cockpit. Cheng Hong heated the leftovers from the previous night in the kitchen using the microwave, and the three of them enjoyed breakfast, which also served as lunch, in the cockpit. As they joked and played in the cockpit, Chen Ming flirted with the two women. Approaching midday, he anchored the boat near a small island, and they took a break on board. The journey was filled with laughter as they sailed along the coastline. Whenever they encountered a city dock, they would moor to eat and drink. They would pause for an afternoon rest as noon approached and retire early at night, living a carefree existence akin to a honeymoon. Chapter 105. Uncommon Lychee. The trio, resembling newlyweds on a leisurely trip, navigated the fishing boat at a relaxed pace, stopping intermittently. The new vessel required a break-in period, just as the people aboard needed to acclimate to one another. Chen Ming sat at the helm with the two women flanking him. Lily leaned against him, watching as he steered the fishing boat. Gazing at the distance displayed on the electronic map, Chen Ming realized that if they were to reach Binhai today, it would be past 11 p.m. After some contemplation, he remarked, If we arrive in Binhai at 11 p.m., it would be better to find a place to stop for the night and continue tomorrow during the day. Lily agreed. That sounds good. Resting at night and arriving during the day is better. All right, I'll follow your lead, Cheng Hong said to Chen Ming. After docking the fishing boat along the shore, Chen Ming and Lily made their way to the living area while Cheng Hong went to prepare dinner. Lily sat on Chen Ming's lap, and he wrapped his arms around her waist, whispering sweet nothings. Suddenly, Chun Ming recalled that the lychee he had planted in his spatial realm had been growing for 2 or 3 days, and he wondered how it was faring. In a flash of thought, he found himself in the chaotic space. There, beside the water pool, stood a towering tree over 4 meters high, laden with bright red lychees. Chun Ming was astonished. It had grown far too quickly, bearing fruit in just a couple of days. He plucked one with his mind. It was the size of an egg, vibrantly red with a hint of green at the base. Holding Lily close and gazing at her beauty, Chun Ming fell into contemplation. How could he explain this to them without instilling fear or panic, without them perceiving him as a monster, while also adhering to the system's regulations? He summoned his intelligent assistant. The assistant looked at Chun Ming, pouting slightly as it asked, "Why did you call me out? I don't want to see you acting lewd." "How can this be considered lewd? This is my wife," Chun Ming retorted in his mind. The assistant fluttered its wings, saying, "You haven't met the criteria for a draw yet. Is there anything else you need?" Seeing the assistant's disdainful expression, Chun Ming hurriedly asked, "If I tell my wife about the system, will there be any repercussions?" "I don't know. I've told you before. Why ask again? You could be obliterated. Or perhaps all of you could be, or maybe nothing at all will happen. Who knows? Why not give it a try and find out?" The assistant replied with a mischievous expression. "How many I don't knows did you just give me after asking one question? You should just return to your system," Chun Ming said, effectively dismissing the assistant. Chun Hong returned with the prepared dinner, placing it on the table and sitting beside Chun Ming. Chun Ming wrapped his arm around her waist and contemplated for a moment before addressing both her and Li Li. "You are the closest people to me, and I have something to tell you, but I fear it might frighten you." Chun Hong gazed at him with curiosity, while Li Li, perched on Chun Ming's lap, playfully swayed her body and said, "Brother, just tell us. As long as it isn't a ghost story, I'm not afraid." Chun Ming held the two women tightly and said, "I possess great abilities, but I cannot disclose what they are, for revealing them may have serious consequences." He observed their reactions, both women looking at him with wide-eyed curiosity, like two inquisitive children. He continued, "So, if you witness anything peculiar, please do not be afraid, all right? After all, I would never harm you." Chun Hong and Li Li exchanged puzzled glances, but nodded in agreement. Chun Ming set Li Li down, placing his hands on the coffee table. With a flicker of thought, a pile of vibrant lychees appeared on the table. The two women stared in astonishment. Suddenly, Li Li wrapped her arms around Chun Ming's neck and joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, you can perform magic too. That's amazing. I couldn't even tell how you did it." Chun Hong looked at Chun Ming with wide-eyed wonder, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chun Ming replied, "This isn't magic. You can think of it as having a personal spatial realm where I can grow various fruits." "Ah, I can't explain it well. Maybe you should read a novel about it." Chun Hong murmured, "I often read novels." "Are you saying you have a spatial realm like the protagonists in those stories?" Chun Ming nodded affirmatively. Chun Hong asked with excitement, "Can I see what your spatial realm looks like?" That might not be possible, as I don't even know what it looks like. I can't enter it. I can only access it with my mind, much like those novels you've read." Chun Ming awkwardly explained to Chun Hong, "Do you grow other fruits as well? Bring some out." Li Li urged Chun Ming. He replied, "Currently, I only have lychees. I don't have anything else for now. And please don't ask how I obtained this. I haven't even told my parents about it." After a glance at the two women, he continued, "We can share this with Sister Xiao. After all, we are all family. It is best if outsiders remain uninformed. Let us keep this a secret from brother. Shall we?" The two women nodded eagerly in agreement, with Li Li bobbing her head vigorously as if pecking at grains. Having said this, Chun Ming felt no unusual occurrences. It seemed that merely mentioning the space without revealing the system would not incur any penalties. He felt a sense of relief wash over him as he disclosed a long-held secret, albeit just a fragment of it, which lightened his heart. "Come, let us taste this lychee. Is it not delectable?" Chun Ming was the first to seize a lychee, beckoning the two women to join him. As he peeled the fruit, a fragrant sweetness wafted through the air. Upon placing it in his mouth, the juicy flesh burst with flavor, the taste lingering delightfully, filling his mouth with the intense aroma of lychee. Li Li was chewing one while simultaneously peeling a second, seemingly unable to stop. Observing Chun Hong peeling her lychee, he could not help but inquire, "Chun Hong, you don't think brother is a weirdo for what I just shared, do you?" "How could I? I've been with you for so long. I've long sensed you are no ordinary person. Hee, apart from being a bit lecherous, you're quite all right." Chun Hong replied with a smile as she continued peeling the lychee. Chun Ming felt reassured and retorted, "Oh really? How dare you call brother lecherous? Just wait until tonight to see how I deal with you," as he playfully reached out. "Hee, I just want to eat lychee. Don't mess with me." Chun Hong dodged playfully. Observing the two women's lively banter, Chun Ming felt at ease and embraced Li Li, eager to partake in the lychee. Chun Hong also peeled one and fed it to him. The pile of lychees weighed about 4 or 5 kilograms, and before long, the three had devoured them all. Li then insisted on Chun Ming conjuring up another batch. The not-so-greedy Chung Hong also sat on Chun Ming's lap, indulging in quite a few. That night, as they lay in bed, Chun Ming showered them with sweet nothings, eliciting a chorus of giggles. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that Chun Ming finally rose, freshened up, and set the fishing boat in motion, heading toward the coast. Chapter 106, A Day on the Boat. With a favorable breeze and smooth sailing, the three were in the cockpit, exchanging laughter and playful banter as they approached the Dongxing wharf. Chun Ming, cradling Li on his lap, instructed, check if there's a signal. If so, call Sister Jejia and let her know we're almost there. Li took out her phone and dialed her sister's number, unexpectedly connecting. Sister, we're almost at Dongxing wharf, Li exclaimed, swinging her legs excitedly. On the other end, Li Jia's voice responded, are you there? We'll head to the wharf right away. Chung Hong, steering the boat, informed Li, tell them we'll arrive in about 40 minutes. Chun Ming playfully tapped Li on the rear, prompting her to stand. As Li chatted with her sister, she rose to her feet. Chun Ming approached the electronic map to check the distance, wrapping his arm around Chung Hong's waist, saying, well done, Chung Hong. Your estimation of distance and time is impressively accurate. Chung Hong smiled at him, tilting her face slightly, and Chun Ming rewarded her with a gentle kiss. When the boat docked at Dongxing wharf, Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu were already waiting at the pier. To their surprise, Wang Fong stood beside them. While Huang Bo and Li Gu conversed a little further back, Chun Ming secured the boat, leading the two women from the cockpit and lowering the gangway to step onto the wharf. I'm back. How is everything at home? Fong Jia, you've returned from Hong Kong, he greeted. The two women held Chun Ming's hands, signaling that all was well at home. Wang Fong replied, I just got back yesterday. Chun Ming then approached Huang Bo and Li Gu, greeting them and handing each a cigarette. Huang Bo, Li Gu, how are you? Hey, I bought a new boat. Isn't it beautiful? Congratulations, little brother, on acquiring a new vessel. Li Gu expressed his congratulations. Huang Bo added, congratulations, Xiao Chun. When you take the new boat out for fishing, don't forget to pay respects to Mazu. Chun Ming nodded vigorously. Of course, that is a must. Come aboard and take a look. Oh no, maybe next time. Go accompany your friends, Huang Bo replied with a chuckle. Li Gu also declined, stating he was about to leave for other matters. After bidding farewell to Huang Bo and Li Gu, Chun Ming returned to the boat with the 5 women. Chung Hong and Li led the 3 ladies on a tour of the vessel. Li served as the guide, chattering enthusiastically as they explored various rooms and the deck. The 5 of them settled in the spacious living room on the genuine leather sofa. Wang Fong remarked to Chun Ming, I can't fathom how you spend your days. You actually let your women run a fish shop. You're already so wealthy, yet you allow them to toil for money. Do you have no shame? Wang Fong's words poured forth, leaving Chun Ming momentarily speechless. The idea of opening a fish shop was mine. I suggested it to give my sister something to do. You can't blame brother for not thinking it through. Li bravely interjected. Wang Fong chuckled, playfully twisting Li's cheek. Oh, how well you defend your man. Li Jia chimed in, you can't blame him. It was because I couldn't find a job that we thought of opening a fish shop and asked me to come work there. Who would have known? Li Jia trailed off, her face flushing. Who would have thought we'd become a family, right? Wang Fong teased. Continuing, she added, we are all family now. I don't blame you, brother. What I mean is, previously we had no means, and we all had to strive for a living. Now that we have this man who can earn, we should treat ourselves better. Women can age quickly under too much strain. Chun Ming nodded in agreement, remarking, I think Fong Jia makes a valid point. How about we close the shop then? Why close it? The location is prime, and the business is doing well. Just hire a couple of people to manage it. Think of it as earning a little pocket money, Fong Jia responded. Chun Ming took Li Jia's hand, asking, Jia, what is your opinion? Li Jia, still blushing, looked at Chun Ming and mustered the courage to say, this family is a shared responsibility. I'll abide by everyone's opinion. Observing the consensus among the women, they finally agreed to hire 2 people to manage the shop, while occasionally overseeing the accounts themselves. Wang Fong, pleased with their resolution, added, last time when Ming came to Hong Kong, he brought back a batch of gems, which I packaged and sold to Wanqiao International. It's my father's jewelry company, and this way, we avoid lengthy auction times and save on fees. The jewelry company benefits as well. It's a win-win. You have no objections, right, Ming? No objections. I'm utterly clueless about business. Haha, you are the mother of my child, so I trust you completely. Chun Ming replied with a grin. Wang Fong continued, this batch of gems sold for a total of 5.8 billion. According to the agreed proportions, Lin Xiao received 1.2 billion. De Biao got over 30 million, leaving 50 million in the company's account for turnover. The remainder has been deposited into your Hong Kong account. Chun Ming understood now why he hadn't received any notifications. It had all gone into the Hong Kong account. Why isn't my share being divided? Did you give it all to me? Chun Ming inquired of Wang Fong. Wang Fong shot him a look, saying, You are the head of the family. I am your woman. With such a large sum of money, if I don't hand it over, I fear you might spank me. The women erupted in laughter. Brother, hurry and bring out the lychees for the sisters to enjoy, Lily exclaimed joyfully. Chun Ming glanced at the women and said, There are some matters I'm unsure how to convey to you all. Perhaps, Chung Hong, you could explain it to them? After speaking, he placed his hands on the coffee table. A mound of lychees appeared atop the table, exuding a rich lychee fragrance. Fong Jia, Li Jia, and Zhang Yuxiu gazed in shock at the sight before them. Chung Hong quickly interjected, Brother has a personal space where he can grow fruits. And these lychees are from there. They are absolutely delicious. Please promise to keep this a secret from my brother. Do not share it with anyone else. Lily said with a serious expression. The three women snapped back to reality, and Wang Fong remarked sternly, Goodness, you foolish boy. How could you disclose such matters? You truly do not regard us as outsiders. Chun Ming, scratching his head, murmured, Aren't you all my women? You're my closest ones. I certainly cannot hide anything from you. I haven't even told my parents. Upon hearing this, Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu could not help but place their hands in Chun Ming's palm. Wang Fong playfully poked Chun Ming's head and asked, Does Lin Xiao know about this? Chun Ming shook his head. Only our family knows. Wang Fong, with a serious demeanor, cautioned Chun Ming, You must never speak of this again. It is forbidden. This is a matter of great significance. We not only fear outsiders knowing, but even the state would not overlook it if they found out. This essentially places your life in our hands. Sisters, you must think this through. It is enough for us to know. Let it remain buried in our hearts, and never speak of it again. The women nodded in agreement. And Zhang Yuxiu even threw herself into Chun Ming's embrace, holding him tightly. Wang Fong could not resist reaching out to caress Chun Ming's face, saying, You can be adorably foolish at times. As a man, there are some things you should keep to yourself and not share with your wives. Chun Ming chuckled, inviting the women to enjoy some lychees, peeling one and offering it to Wang Fong, while internally reflecting, My greatest secret truly cannot be revealed to you all. Oh, the pressure is immense. Chapter 107. An evening gathered on the new ship. After finishing the lychees, it was already noon, and Chun Ming decided to have lunch at a small restaurant in Dongxing village. The group disembarked the ship and passed through the checkpoint, where Old Huang had already begun cooking. Chun Ming invited him, Old Huang, why not join us for lunch at the village restaurant? No need, look. I've already prepared the food. You all go ahead. Old Huang politely declined. After bidding farewell to him, the six of them made their way to the village's small restaurant. They ordered 6 or 7 dishes, a mix of meat and vegetables, including a whole white-cut chicken, and began to enjoy their lunch. Chun Ming suddenly remembered to ask Li Jia, How many fish are left in the store? I've been waiting for you to ask. We sold out of fish this morning, Li Jia replied. Chun Ming sheepishly chuckled. All right, I'll go fishing in the afternoon. After lunch, they stopped by the village shop to buy incense, firecrackers, and a statue of Mazu. Chun Ming also purchased a small knife and a stainless steel basin before they returned to the dock. At the dock, they worshipped Mazu at the bow of the ship, and upon boarding, arranged the statue in the living room. Chun Ming started the fishing boat and headed towards the cliff near Dongxing village. After a while, Chung Hong took over for Chun Ming. Wang Fong was chatting quietly with Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu in the living room when Chun Ming approached and sat beside Wang Fong, asking, Sister Fong, how is our baby doing? It's still early. Don't be so handsy. Wang Fong playfully pushed Chun Ming. Chun Ming, unabashed, replied, Just a little touch. I want to see how our baby is growing. I want to touch it too, Lily chimed in. Wang Fong didn't allow Chun Ming to touch, but let Lily do so instead, smiling as she said, Go ahead. You will also be having babies in the future. Hee. Brother said we can only have babies in 2 years, Lily laughed. Wang Fong remarked. Brother is considerate of you. You're still young. 2 years from now will be just right. But Jia Jia is already at an age where she can have a child. Sitting nearby, Li Jia, caught off guard, blushed, and said, I don't want to have a child with him. He is always up to no good and bullies people. The ladies erupted in laughter. And when Li Jia realized she had let something slip, she couldn't help but smack Chun Ming's shoulder. Chun Ming seized the opportunity to grasp Li Jia's hand, pulling her into his embrace. I promise I won't be bad anymore. I will treat you well, Jia Jia, and kissed her on the cheek. Amidst the playful banter, the boat arrived at the cliff near Dongxing village. Anchoring the boat, Chun Ming stripped down to his underwear, grabbed the small knife, and jumped into the sea. Diving under the water, he used his X-ray vision to locate a large conch shell, capturing it and returning to the boat. He handed the conch and the knife to Zhang Yuxiu, saying, Xiu, please scoop out the meat and cut it into small pieces. I'll fetch the stainless steel basin. After entering the cabin and returning to the living room, he retrieved 4 fishing rods that he had stored earlier. There was a spinning reel rod, 2 beach rods, and one heavy-duty rod. Chun Ming took a beach rod, placed the others in a corner of the living room, and returned with the stainless steel basin to the back deck. Zhang Yuxiu had already cut the conch meat and placed it in the basin Chun Ming had brought out. Chun Ming poured in a cover of fishing bait, mixed it thoroughly, and scattered a handful over the side of the boat. Before long, the scent of the bait attracted a large school of bass, grouper, and shrimp, as well as crabs. Chun Ming, using his X-ray vision from the boat, took a piece of conch meat, baited a hook, and dropped it into the water. Almost immediately, he felt a bite. With a strong tug, he pulled up a bass weighing around 6 pounds, which flopped onto the deck. Lily excitedly captured the moment with her phone. Chun Ming handed the fishing rod to Cheng Hong, removed the bass, and placed it in the first live fish tank. Wang Fong watched beside him, reminiscing about their first time fishing together on the boat. That meeting had forged a bond that would keep them together forever. Warmth filled her heart at the thought. Chun Ming then returned to the living room, took out a beach rod, and together with Cheng Hong, they alternated pulling in fish. Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu assisted, placing the fish into the live fish tank. Cheng Hong, take a break. Don't tire yourself out, Chun Ming said, taking the fishing rod from Cheng Hong's hands. Just as Zhang Yuxiu had said, Chun Ming worked tirelessly, using up all the conch meat in the basin and even cutting up a fish for bait before finally stopping. He checked the first live fish tank, estimating there were over 300 pounds of fish. The second tank was filled with various groupers, including 4 mouse groupers and 7 green groupers, totaling nearly 200 pounds. After securing the fishing rods, Chun Ming returned to the living room and asked the 5 women, "Is it about time to head back?" Wang Fong replied, "We just discussed it. We won't be going back tonight. We'll stay on the boat and add some liveliness to it. What shall we eat tonight?" "There's nothing on the ship right now?" Chun Ming inquired. Li Jia responded, "It's just past 4. We have time to return to the dock and buy groceries in the city." Upon hearing this, Chun Ming made his way to the helm, raised the anchor, and after about 10 minutes, docked at Dongxing Pier. Wang Fong's sports car was parked at the dock. She had driven Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu over in the morning. Chun Ming hopped into the car, taking Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu into the city towards the nearest market. They bought various vegetables, several pounds of pork and beef, and gathered all the necessary condiments. Carrying a bag of rice, Chun Ming returned to the sports car and drove back to the dock. The boat was equipped with various brand-name cookware and utensils, and the induction stove saved a lot of hassle. Once the 3 returned to the boat, Cheng Hong navigated back to a spot 100 meters from the cliff and anchored. Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu began preparing dinner in the kitchen while Wang Fong, Cheng Hong, and Lili kept Chun Ming company in the living room. Wang Fong told Chun Ming, Ming, when you have time, enroll Jia Jia and the others in a driving school. I have several sports cars, they can drive them later." Chun Ming nodded, "Sure. I will enroll them in a driving school." When the meal was ready, it was brought to the coffee table in the living room, where everyone gathered to enjoy dinner. During a meal, Chun Ming brought up the matter of enrolling them in a driving school to obtain their driver's licenses. Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu had no objections, but Cheng Hong expressed her disinterest, stating that she would rather operate a boat and assist her brother with that task. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Ming did not oppose this, reasoning that within a family, it sufficed to have a few members capable of driving. Li Li, fidgeting nearby, caught Chun Ming's attention. Considering Li Li's temperament, he remarked, "Li Li, perhaps you ought not to learn to drive. Knowing your nature, you might confuse the accelerator for the brake." Li Li pouted upon hearing this, and Chun Ming whispered in her ear, "If you don't learn to drive, when your brother is behind the wheel, you can sit beside him every day. Why would you want to learn? Once you know how, you'll be driving alone." Li Li pondered for a moment and responded, "Then I won't learn. You can drive, and I'll sit next to you." Chun Ming nodded in agreement, thus settling the matter regarding driving lessons for the family. After dinner, the group strolled on the aft deck. Wang Fong inquired of Chun Ming about the gift he planned to present for Lin Xiao's father's 60th birthday in 2 days, offering to prepare something for him. Chun Ming recalled that he had 2 golden Buddha statues in his possession and decided that gifting one would be appropriate. He informed Wang Fong that he had already prepared a gift and that she need not concern herself with it. As the sky began to darken, he asked the women about their plans for the evening. Wang Fong replied, "I'll sleep in the lower cabin since I'm expecting a baby and want to mingle with you all," and she made her way toward the cabin. "I'll sleep with Fong Jia," Li Jia said as she hurried to catch up. Chun Ming turned to the remaining 3 women and declared, "All right. No one is allowed to run off. Let's go wash up." The group enjoyed a delightful evening aboard the new boat, and Chun Ming refrained from intruding. Chapter 108. Preparing to plant some ginseng shortly after 9 a.m., the fishing boat returned to the dock. Chun Ming drove Wang Fong's car, transporting Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu back to the Jia Jia Fresh Seafood Restaurant. After parking the sports car, he switched to the newly purchased pickup truck and headed to Dongxing Dock. Utilizing the water pump in the truck, He drew half a tank of seawater and began transferring the fish from the boat to the truck's tank. Cheng Hong and Li Li offered to help, but Chen Ming insisted they accompany Wang Fong instead. It took him nearly an hour to complete the transfer of the fish. The four of them then returned to Jia Jia Fresh Seafood Restaurant. With the assistance of Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu, they swiftly moved the fish from the truck into the tanks inside the restaurant. Chen Ming informed Li Jia that he would go make copies of a job advertisement to post on the door. When Wang Fong overheard this, she quickly stopped him, saying, "Oh, don't go. Can we trust such a recruitment method? I'll find 2 people for you." With that, she took out her phone and made a call. Before long, a man and a woman, both in their 30s, arrived. Upon seeing Wang Fong, they greeted her in unison, "Miss." Wang Fong nodded and told Chen Ming, "These are the son and daughter-in-law of my housekeeper. They have always worked for us and are trustworthy. Let them come." She introduced them, saying, "This is Zhou Jian, and this is his wife, Hu Yin." Afterward, she told them, "From now on, you'll work here, and I'll double your salary." The couple was overjoyed and expressed their thanks repeatedly. She led them into the restaurant, where she and Li Jia began explaining how to manage the bar, keep track of the fish prices, and other operational details. The couple, having worked for Wang Fong's family, was already familiar with grocery shopping and cooking. In no time, they learned the operational methods of the restaurant. When customers arrived, the couple attended to them and successfully served several patrons. Chen Ming told the couple, "You can manage this place. I will deliver the seafood to you. If the stock runs low, you can call me." He provided them with his phone number. Observing them operate the restaurant with increasing proficiency, Chen Ming obtained the keys to the establishment from Li Jia and handed them to Zhou Jian, saying, "At 5 p.m., you can close up for the day. Keep the keys safe." Zhou Jian accepted the keys, assuring Chen Ming, "Don't worry, boss. I will take good care of the restaurant." After a thorough briefing, everyone returned to the villa with peace of mind. Chen Ming parked the pickup truck outside the garage. The villa had only 2 garages, one occupied by Chen Ming's SUV and the other by Wang Fong's sports car, leaving the pickup truck outside. Li Jia, Zhang Yuxiu, and Cheng Hong went to the market to buy ingredients for lunch, while Chen Ming and Wang Fong, along with Li Li, remained at home. Chen Ming settled on the sofa, wrapping his arm around Wang Fong's waist, sweetly coaxing her to let him listen to the baby's heartbeat. Li Li, curious, leaned in as well. Eventually, Wang Fong could no longer bear the insistence of these two, so she lay back on the couch, allowing them to press their heads against her belly. After listening for a while without discernible results, they gave up. After lunch, Chen Ming slipped into Wang Fong's room. Lying on Chen Ming's chest, Wang Fong squinted at him and said, "I'll head back this afternoon to prepare for Lin Xiao's father's birthday celebration tomorrow. After the celebration, I'll return to Hong Kong to deal with the gold coin matters." Chen Ming stroked Wang Fong's hair, replying, "I'll take you to Hong Kong then. I have some treasures to hand over to you." Wang Fong opened her eyes, propping herself up to look at Chen Ming, and asked, "What treasures? Do Li Jia and the others know?" Chen Ming replied, "They don't know. I haven't had the chance to tell them yet." "Silly brother, in the future, keep your secrets to yourself. It's better for your relationships," Wang Fong advised. "I understand now, dear sister," Chen Ming whispered playfully in her ear. After 4 p.m., Wang Fong drove away in her sports car. Li Jia, Zhang Yuxiu, and Cheng Hong leisurely strolled to Jia Jia Fresh Seafood Restaurant. Chen Ming lounged on the living room sofa with Li Li leaning against him, scrolling through a stream on X. As he watched, he suddenly noticed Li Li flipping past a live stream selling ginseng seeds. "Li Li, rewind to that live stream selling goods," he urged. Li Li did so and remarked, "These ginsengs are cultivated. They aren't worth much. Why bother watching?" The live stream showcased ginseng being sold for merely 3 yuan each, an incredibly low price. Chen Ming instructed, "Buy me 100 of them. I have a use for them. Just send them to Binhai City, Dongxing Village, Dongxing Dock Pavilion." Addressed to brother. Watching as Li Li placed the order and filled in the address with brother as the recipient, Chen Ming pinched her cheek and said, "I meant for you to write my name, not just brother." Li Li stuck out her tongue and amended the name before finalizing the order for 100 roots. After completing the purchase, she turned and whispered to Chen Ming, "Brother, are you planning to plant them in the space?" Chen Ming nodded and whispered back, "Don't let the sisters know. We could both get in trouble." Li Li nodded and kissed Chen Ming softly on the lips. Chapter 109. The golden Buddha. Chen Ming gazed at his reflection in the mirror, clad in a crisp white shirt, a blue tie, tailored trousers, and polished leather shoes. Exuding an aura of youthful vitality, truly a sunlit young man. The 4 women, Li Jia and her companions, adorned themselves in elegant designer gowns and high heels, embodying refined femininity. Li Li stood before the mirror, scrutinizing her appearance, and asked Chen Ming, "Brother, do I look good? I think I'd look better in a short skirt. Should I change into one?" Li Jia interjected, "No way. It's Lin Xiao's father's 60th birthday, a formal occasion. You should wear a long dress. Lily pouted at Chun Ming, who responded with a look of resignation. After some deliberation, the entire family was finally dressed and ready to depart. Chun Ming approached the SUV and retrieved a golden Buddha statue from his space, placing it in the trunk. He then drove the SUV to the front entrance, picked up the 4 women, and followed the navigation to the address provided by Lin Xiao. After nearly an hour of driving along the route, the SUV arrived at a villa. At the entrance of the villa stood Cold Water, who, upon spotting Chun Ming's arrival, promptly permitted him to enter. Inside the villa, a lively atmosphere prevailed, with throngs of people engaged in animated conversations. Chun Ming parked his vehicle in the lot, escorting 4 women as they disembarked. He then approached the trunk and retrieved a golden statue of the Buddha. Without seeking a pocket or a box for it, he clasped the golden effigy with one hand and made his way toward the entrance. Lin Xiao, alongside several young men unfamiliar to Chun Ming, awaited guests at the lobby's entrance. Upon noticing Chun Ming's arrival, they hurriedly approached him. Observing the large golden Buddha in Chun Ming's grasp, Lin Xiao exclaimed, "Brother, sister-in-law." This way, he guided Chun Ming and the others towards the ceremonial office. The office, responsible for recording the auspicious gifts and monetary offerings, likely belonged to Lin Xiao's elder relative. Upon seeing the young man accompanied by a massive golden statue, the elder couldn't help but harbor suspicions. If it were indeed made of gold, such a substantial figure would weigh over 100 pounds. Was he not merely pulling a fast one? Rising promptly, he addressed Lin Xiao. "I cannot accept this golden Buddha from your friend. It should be presented before your father instead." Lin Xiao chuckled lightly and refrained from arguing, leading Chun Ming further inside. "This is my father's elder brother. When my father was not prosperous, they had little contact. Now that he has found success, he clings to the elder's status. Please, do not take it to heart. Respect him as an elder, for I usually ignore him," Lin Xiao explained to Chun Ming. Chun Ming nodded in response, assuring him, "It's quite all right. It's customary for elders to speak a few words." Lin Xiao then introduced Chun Ming to his father, saying, "Dad, this is my brother Chun Ming, the one I mentioned to you earlier, and these are his girlfriends." He hastily added, "This is my father." Chun Ming quickly greeted, "Uncle. May you enjoy longevity like the southern mountain and blessings as vast as the eastern sea." The 4 women behind him chorused, "Happy birthday." Lin Xiao's father appeared to be in his 50s, with still dark hair and a slender frame. He looked at Chun Ming and said, "Thank you for coming to celebrate my birthday. Cheer, please take good care of your brother." Chun Ming promptly offered the Buddha statue. Lin's father called for someone behind him to receive the gift. Noticing the middle-aged man, Chun Ming remarked, "This statue is rather heavy, likely over 100 pounds. Perhaps we should summon 2 people to help carry it." Lin's father, taken aback, scrutinized the golden figure closely, and the more he examined it, the more astonished he became. Being an antique enthusiast, he had some experience in these matters. "Place this statue on the table," he instructed Chun Ming. Following his directive, Chun Ming set the statue down. Lin's father then beckoned a middle-aged man and said, "Go find old Su. He was just here," gesturing to the left. Turning back to Chun Ming, he said, "You and Lin Xi are brothers. I can see you possess great discernment. I hope you will support and care for each other in the future." Chun Ming rose and replied, "Lin Ge has always looked after me. I have yet to express my gratitude." Lin's father waved his hand, urging Chun Ming to sit. Just then, old Su approached, exclaiming, "Haha, my young friend. Long time no see." Chun Ming quickly stood and greeted, "Hello, old Su." Lin's father addressed old Su, "Old Su, what do you think of the statue?" Su examined the statue with increasing astonishment, rummaging through his pocket to produce a portable magnifying glass. Scrutinizing the intricate engravings on the statue, after a considerable time, he pocketed the magnifying glass, flicked the back of the statue, and cradled it before finally speaking. "This is a statue of XX Bodhisattva from the 15th century, crafted entirely from gold. Extremely precious, worth a fortune." By this time, a crowd had gathered, comprising Lin's relatives and friends, many of whom recognized old Su. Upon hearing his appraisal, they exchanged incredulous glances, their admiration palpable. The sheer weight of the gold alone was enough to stir excitement. Lin's father, realizing the statue's immense value, insisted to Chun Ming, "This statue is far too precious. I cannot accept such a gift." Chun Ming replied, "It is merely a token of goodwill, far inferior to the bond of brotherhood I share with Lin Xiao. Uncle, you must accept it today." The onlookers, now comprehending that this remarkable golden statue was a gift from the young man, began inquiring whether he hailed from a wealthy family in the capital. Seeing the crowd of relatives and friends growing larger, Lin's father instructed a middle-aged man to summon several strong bodyguards to help carry the statue away. Lin's father and Lin Xiao then invited old Su to join them at the table, while Chun Ming was seated at the same table as Lin Xiao. As Chun Ming and the 4 women settled down, They noticed Wang Fong approaching with a beaming smile, sitting beside Li Jia. Shortly thereafter, the host took to the stage to commence his speech, with Lin's father seated prominently. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached Lin Shi. This was Lin Shi's mother, who had been attending to the female guests inside. Upon hearing about the young man who had gifted an invaluable golden Buddha, she inquired about the situation. Lin Xiao relayed the events to his mother and led her over to introduce Chun Ming. Chun Ming respectfully greeted, "Hello, Aunt." Lin's mother, taken by Chun Ming's youthful energy, expressed her fondness, saying to Lin Shi, "Do bring him to our home sometime." The host then called out Lin's mother's name, prompting her to acknowledge and head toward the stage. Subsequently, Lin Shi was called upon, where she expressed her gratitude to her parents for their nurturing and wished Lin's father a happy birthday. Under the host's guidance, an elaborate multi-tiered cake was wheeled in, and with a ceremonial cutting of the cake, the birthday celebration commenced. In Chapter 110, it becomes evident that they are indeed a couple. Chun Ming and the 5 women sat leisurely at a nearby table, enjoying their meal while observing Lin Xiao busily mingling among the guests. At Lin's father's table, which likely comprised dignitaries and officials, everyone appeared courteous and spoke in hushed tones. Wang Fong, noticing Chun Ming's gaze toward the main table, leaned in and whispered, "The 2 men next to Lin's father, the one on the left is the top official here, and the one on the right is the second in command, also Qi Xiao's father. The plump man in white at the adjacent table is my father, your future superior. I'll take you over to toast him later." She smiled at Chun Ming. Feeling a twinge of apprehension, Chun Ming asked, "Does he know about us? Will he scold me?" Wang Fong rolled her eyes, replying, "What is done is done. There's no need to worry now." Zhang Yuxiu and Li Jia nearby listened, chuckling softly. Li inquired, "What is so funny?" Zhang Yuxiu shared the story with her and Cheng Hong, prompting more laughter. Wang Fong poured half a glass of wine and said to Chun Ming, "Come on. We must meet him eventually." Chun Ming reluctantly filled his glass and anxiously followed Wang Fong. Zhang Yuxiu and the others watched intently, their faces filled with anticipation for the unfolding drama. Li, in particular, was engrossed, eager for any twists in the narrative. Upon reaching Wang Fong's father, she introduced him, saying, "Dad, this is Ming Ming, my partner and major shareholder. Those gems are his." Chun Ming quickly greeted, "Good day, uncle." Wang's father assessed the young man before him, noting his sharp features and youthful vigor, and nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Fong added, "Now you know each other. You mustn't pick on him." Her father shot her a disapproving glance, stating, "Daughters these days. I keep my word, I won't trouble him." With familiar guests nearby, Wang Fong didn't linger and raised her glass with Chun Ming before returning to her original table. As the banquet continued with a Chinese meal, Lin Xiao traversed the tables, toasting guests. As the festivities drew to a close, he finally returned to sit beside Chun Ming. Chun Ming gazed at Lin Xiao, whose face was flushed and weary, and couldn't help but remark, "After entertaining so many guests, you must be utterly exhausted." Lin Xiao shook his head and replied, "There's no choice. Some guests require personal attention. If my cousins attend, others may not take it seriously, and I risk offending people." Wang Fong interjected, "It's noon, so naturally, you would feel a bit tired. This afternoon will be better." Lin Xiao responded, "I'll leave shortly. I won't return this afternoon. I'll leave it to my cousins to attend to the guests." Turning to Chun Ming, he asked, "Will you be staying for dinner tonight? If not, we can leave together." Chun Ming replied, "Once you leave, what reason do I have to stay? We'll leave together." Li, nearby, inquired, "So where shall we go to play this afternoon?" Lin Xiao suggested, "Let's head to my hotel first. We can all take a nap. I'm truly worn out." Chun Ming, accompanied by several ladies, bid farewell to Lin's father and proceeded to the parking lot. Wang Fong drove a white sports car, and upon seeing it, Li pulled Cheng Hong into Wang Fong's vehicle. Chun Ming drove an SUV, carrying Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu, following closely behind Lin Xiao's car. The group arrived at Lin Xiao's hotel. Lin Xiao turned to Chun Ming and said, "Brother, I'm so tired. I need to take a nap," waving his hand as he walked away. Chun Ming possessed a room key for this hotel, having stayed in that room several times before. He led the ladies into the room and sat on the sofa. The guest room had 2 bedrooms, and after a brief stay, he retreated into one room, falling asleep amidst the chaotic sounds around him. Awakening past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chun Ming, along with the ladies, made their way to Lin Xiao's office. Lin Xiao, appearing refreshed and sitting in his office, stood up eagerly upon seeing Chun Ming and welcomed him inside. He guided everyone to the nearby sofa, called for drinks, and then sat down across from Chun Ming. "Brother, you're quite impressive. You can effortlessly lift a statue weighing over 100 kilograms with one hand." "I thought it was hollow," Lin Xiao commented. Before Chun Ming could respond, Li chimed in, "My brother has immense strength. He can haul fish weighing 300 or 400 kilograms onto the boat in just a few moments." Chun Ming smiled and nodded. Long-term fishing for large catches has built my physique and strength. Wang Fong added cheerfully. Everyone at home calls him a strong bull. Lin Xiao laughed heartily. Haha. A strong bull is wonderful. Strength is admirable. By the way, brother, where did you acquire this golden statue? Such a fine piece is rare in this world. Of course. I found it in the sea. I have another one that resembles this. If you like, you can have it, Chun Ming replied generously. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao sprang to his feet, asking, You mean you have another one similar to this? Yes. I mentioned I would take it to Hong Kong for auction in a couple of days, Chun Ming answered. Lin Xiao said, Wait a moment, I'll call my father. He pulled out his phone and dialed in front of Chun Ming. Once the call connected, Lin Xiao said, Dad, I just heard Ming Ming say he has another golden statue similar in size to the one I gifted you. Lin's father replied on the other end, Really? Excellent. Tell him I want it. Offer a generous price. After concluding the call, Lin Xiao turned to Chun Ming and said, My father wants that statue. The price will surely be higher than at auction. Chun Ming remarked, What price are we discussing? Just give it to uncle. Lin Xiao insisted, That won't do. Business is business. Wang Fong interjected, For tax purposes, it's best to process this through Ming Shi Marine Exploration Company. That way, everything is reasonable and lawful. Sister Fong is right. This is the only way to ensure it's legal, but I won't take any dividends from this transaction. Lin Xiao stated to both Fong and Chun Ming. Fong then made a decision for Chun Ming. All right. After their discussion, Lin Xiao, Chun Ming, and Fong brought the golden statue to Lin's father. Li Jia and the other ladies went to purchase supplies needed for the boat. Upon reaching the parking lot, Chun Ming entered the SUV first, retrieving the golden statue from his storage and placing it in the trunk. This time, Wang Fong didn't drive. She joined Chun Ming in his vehicle. Chun Ming drove, following Lin Xiao back to the villa, carrying the golden statue. Chun Ming accompanied Lin Xiao into a room where Lin's parents and Elder Su were also present. Next to a display of antiquities, there was a Redwood 8 Immortals table, upon which rested the birthday gift Chun Ming had given to Lin's father, the golden statue. Chun Ming placed the golden statue on the table, positioning it next to the other statue, creating a symmetrical arrangement. After setting it down, Chun Ming greeted Lin's parents and Elder Su. Wang Fong stepped forward to greet the three as well. Elder Su, unable to contain his excitement, donned gloves and took out a magnifying glass, observing the statue closely. After a long examination, he set down the magnifying glass and declared, This is a pair of statues of the X-religion's heavenly kings, exquisitely crafted and exceptionally rare. Few of them remain in the world. To see them in my lifetime is truly fortunate. Elder Su praised the pair of statues, unable to keep his hands off them. Lin's father then asked Elder Su, Could you provide an estimate? Elder Su replied, This is difficult to assess. The craftsmanship is exquisite and the quality is perfect. But there are no reference points. After a moment's thought, he continued, 2 years ago, an auction house sold a similar golden statue from about the same period, measuring only 16 centimeters tall, for over 20 million. These two statues stand 40 centimeters tall, are solidly cast, and equally well crafted. Being a pair makes them exceptionally rare. They should easily fetch over 100 million. However, to provide a specific estimate is quite challenging. Chun Ming, disinterested in the price, merely listened as if he were hearing a treasure appraisal story. Noticing Chun Ming's indifferent expression, Wang Fong felt compelled to intervene. Uncle, Lin Shi, Chun Ming, and I have established a Ming Shi Marine Exploration Company in Hong Kong. These statues must go through the company for legal transactions, and I hope you understand. Wang Fong explained to Lin's father. Meanwhile, Lin's mother observed for a while before saying to Lin's father and the others, You all discuss business here. I'll go prepare for tonight's dinner guests, before excusing herself. Lin Xiao accompanied his mother out of the room and returned to Chun Ming's side. Watching as Wang Fong negotiated the transaction for the statues with his father, Lin Xiao winked at Chun Ming, saying, Brother, you found yourself an excellent manager. You are truly fortunate. Chun Ming smiled back and glanced at his own capable manager. In Chapter 111, Chun Ming and Lin Xiao stood by, observing as Wang Fong finalized the transaction, drafting the contract and affixing signatures. Once they settled into the car, Chun Ming couldn't help but compliment Wang Fong, Sister Fong. You are truly impressive. Wang Fong shot him a look and replied, If I weren't impressive, how could you earn enough to support Li Jia and the others? After saying this, Wang Fong picked up the phone and called Li Jia and the others. Once the call connected and their location was confirmed, she drove to meet them. They loaded the sheets, comforters, and other supplies onto the SUV and headed toward Dongxing Pier. Upon returning to the pier, they transferred the supplies onto the boat and all gathered in the living room to rest. Chun Ming placed a pile of lychees on the coffee table, and everyone chatted while snacking. Wang Fong informed the group, Today, Lin's father purchased the golden statue for 2.6 billion. The money has already been transferred to the Hong Kong account. Although Lin Xiao won't take any dividends, he will still receive a share of the major stake. Chun Ming remarked, as for business matters, I'm not well versed. You should handle them as you see fit. Hearing this, Lily leaped onto Chun Ming's lap like a kangaroo, asking, Brother, have we struck it rich? Of course we have. Aren't you excited? Just tell me what you want. I'll buy it for you. Chun Ming replied joyfully. The group erupted in cheers and playful banter on the boat. As time passed, they organized the supplies on the boat and returned to the villa. After a simple dinner, Chun Ming took the lovely ladies for a leisurely stroll along the artificial lake, savoring the beautiful moments together. As night fell, Chun Ming found himself on the battlefield, lying in bed while embracing the slumbering Fang Jia. He summoned his intelligent assistant to inquire, how many points do I currently possess, and how many diamonds can I exchange them for? The assistant fluttered its wings, tapping its palm with a small blue stick, and replied, You presently have over 700 million points, which can be redeemed for 70 diamonds. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Chun Ming responded in his mind, Of course I wish to exchange. Keeping the points serves no purpose. Suddenly, the screen illuminated with a blue glow, revealing the 70 sparkling diamonds. I wish to open the treasure chest. Chun Ming exclaimed joyfully. The intelligent assistant danced in the air, asking, Are you certain you wish to open the treasure chest? Do you not fear regret? Regret? Nonsense. Hurry and open the treasure chest. Chun Ming retorted angrily. The screen then shimmered with golden light as the treasure chest slowly opened, revealing a fishing spear. The assistant, with a serious expression, announced, Congratulations, host. You have acquired a non-emotional fish spear, capable of piercing through the defenses of all living beings. Chun Ming stowed the spear into his spatial inventory. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the spearhead appeared to be crafted from high-quality Damascus steel, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to come alive, shifting continuously. The spearhead featured a large barb that glimmered with a cold light. At the junction of the spear shaft and head, 2 ancient characters were inscribed, which Chun Ming did not recognize but presumed to be the words non-emotional. The spear shaft itself resembled carbon fiber, displaying faint diagonal stripes that glinted softly. The end of the shaft featured a movable ring, and the entire spear measured approximately 12 meters in length, its surface a deep, obsidian hue. After placing the spear in the chaotic space, Chun Ming re-emerged and instructed the assistant, Continue opening treasure chests. That is not possible. You cannot open any more. The assistant blinked its eyes at Chun Ming. Why not? I still possess numerous diamonds. Are you up to your tricks again? Chun Ming demanded. The assistant waved its blue stick, retorting, Tricks? When have I ever played tricks? Do you think that possessing diamonds grants you the freedom to open chests at will? Chun Ming countered, Isn't it so? Can I not open a chest with just 10 diamonds? I still have 60. Are you not aware that each opening requires a cooldown period? The assistant exclaimed sharply. What nonsense. You are a system. Are you telling me that you need a cooldown period for each opening? This is absurd. Chun Ming felt as though he could weep in frustration. How long is this cooldown period? He inquired. The assistant shrugged. I do not know. It should be random. After a pause, it added, Before you began opening treasure chests, I had already hinted to you that you could save the diamonds for 10 consecutive draws, thereby avoiding the cooldown. Chun Ming, exasperated, replied, Was that truly a hint? Could you not have been more explicit? The assistant responded, If you wanted it to be explicit, I might as well say that we could collude. Opening them in rapid succession. Chun Ming's eyes widened. Can we actually collude to cheat? What do you desire in return? I was merely using a metaphor. Do you not understand? The assistant said while tapping Chun Ming's mind with its blue stick. Chun Ming felt as though he had been pricked, and in a fit of rage, he retracted the assistant back into the system. In her dreams, Wang Fong stirred slightly, nuzzling her face against Chun Ming's chest before drifting back to sleep. Chun Ming, observing the fish spear in the chaotic space, found it increasingly peculiar. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the magical artifacts described in cultivation novels. Gently, he shifted Wang Fong's body, inadvertently exposing a patch of milky skin. Rising from the bed, he tucked her in with a light blanket before donning his shorts and heading to the kitchen downstairs. He retrieved the fish spear from the chaotic space and drew his fingertip along the spearhead. A droplet of blood emerged, prompting him to smear it on the spear. There was no reaction, so he applied some to the shaft as well. Until the small wound on his fingertip had dried up, he felt no discernible change. Staring blankly at the spear in his hand, Chun Ming was overwhelmed with frustration. After returning the spear to the chaotic space, he sat in the living room, lighting a cigarette and inhaling quietly. As dawn broke, everyone awoke and gathered in the living room. Chun Ming informed the women, This morning, I plan to purchase some bait to take on the boat. It is still the fishing ban period, so prices are high. There has been no typhoon for the past few days, and I intend to go fishing for a couple of days. Cheng Hong chimed in, That sounds great. It has been 2 days since we last took the boat out. My hands are getting a bit rusty. I want to buy more snacks for the boat. Lily exclaimed happily. Eat, eat. All you think about is eating. Just see if you get too fat for anyone to like you. Li Jia interjected. Lily, sitting on Chun Ming's lap, protested. Where have I gotten fat? Even if I did, brother would still like me, wouldn't you, brother? Chun Ming assured her. Of course. I like you regardless of your size. Lily extended her arm, saying, Brother, look at my skin. Isn't it fair and tender, and so rosy? Chun Ming glanced down and indeed found her skin to be a lovely shade of pink, smooth and radiant. Looking at the other women, he realized they too appeared different than before. He called out to Zhang Yuxiu, Xiu, come here. As she approached, Chun Ming embraced Zhang Yuxiu. Noticing her exposed collarbone and shoulders, both pale and delicate, he turned to Li Jia and Wang Fong, urging, you two should take a look at each other. Do you not feel that your skin is different from before? The women exchanged glances, and indeed, they noticed that their skin appeared fairer and more supple, exuding a healthy glow. Spending every day together, they had overlooked the subtle changes, but after Li's remark, they all recognized that they felt considerably more beautiful than before. Wang Fong gazed at her reflection in the mirror, equally astonished. Turning back to the others, she asked, have you all noticed? We have indeed changed significantly. While munching on a lychee Chun Ming had given her, Lily remarked, could it be that we look like this because we ate the lychees brother gave us? I've heard lychees are great for beauty. This comment startled the others. And except for Lily, they all fixed their eyes on Chun Ming, swallowing hard. Chun Ming hastily shifted Lily off his lap and placed a mound of lychees on the coffee table, saying, fear not. There are plenty of lychees here for you all. Chapter 112, Enriching the Space. Wang Fong peeled a bright red lychee, saying, Jia Jia and Xiu. I will accompany you to the driving school later. I have connections and can arrange a good instructor for you. Fong Jia, is it difficult to learn to drive? Please tell us, Zhang Yuxiu inquired. Wang Fong spat out the pit, replying, I'll explain in the car. She then turned to Chun Ming. I'm returning to the island this afternoon. Will you see me off? Of course. I'll buy the bait this morning and accompany you this afternoon, Chun Ming replied. Fong Jia drove her sports car, taking Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu to the driving school. Chun Ming, accompanied by Cheng Hong and Li, drove an off-road vehicle to a wholesale store specializing in fishing bait and supplies. Upon arriving, Chun Ming addressed the middle-aged woman sitting at the entrance, Madam, what is the price for your shrimp bricks? 28 each. 1 kilogram is 1 piece, the woman replied. Chun Ming found the price reasonable and inquired, if I buy in bulk, can you lower the price to 25 each? The woman stood up, asking, how many do you wish to buy? 500 pieces. Do you offer delivery? Chun Ming asked. The middle-aged woman entered the store briefly before a middle-aged man emerged, asking, are you looking to buy 500 pieces of Antarctic shrimp bricks? Delivery is available. 25 each, and I'll take 500, Chun Ming confirmed. All right, I'll sell them to you at 25. The man agreed, heading to a nearby small truck. He brought out 4 boxes of shrimp bricks, placed them on the ground, and opened a box, saying, these shrimp bricks are of excellent quality. Take a look, 4 pieces per box, 1 kilogram per piece. Chun Ming nodded. Very well. I'll take these. Chun Ming observed the proprietor loading 125 boxes onto the vehicle. Turning to Cheng Hong, he instructed, accompany him to the dock and ensure he transfers the shrimp bricks into the cold storage. Once he finishes, settle the payment. I shall attend to some other purchases. Understood. Cheng Hong replied. As she departed in a small truck, Chun Ming, accompanied by Li, climbed into the off-road vehicle. Brother, what else do we need to buy? Li inquired. Chun Ming playfully pinched her cheek and replied, I will take you to procure fruit tree seedlings, so you can grow fruits for your enjoyment, ensuring you blossom like a delicate flower. Upon hearing this, Li turned and planted a kiss on Chun Ming's cheek, stating, I wish to grow fair and tender. Enough for you to enjoy. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they started the engine. Chun Ming searched on his phone for Binhai fruit tree seedlings, and several options appeared, all located in the suburbs. He chose the nearest one and followed the navigation for over 40 minutes until they arrived at a place surrounded by numerous trees. He parked the vehicle at the entrance and, with Li in tow, approached a house outside. Is anyone home? Chun Ming called out loudly. An elderly man emerged from within, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, likely in his 70s, yet brimming with vitality. Are you here to buy fruit tree seedlings? The old man asked. Chun Ming affirmed. Yes, I intend to purchase a batch. I would like to see what varieties you have. The old man waved his hand, saying, we have many fruit trees. Let me show you. Following the old man, Chun Ming and Li arrived at the seedling area. This section is apples, that one pears. Here we have oranges, lychees, longans, and mangoes, the old man introduced. Li, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, brother, let's buy them all. I love eating fruit. Chun Ming tousled her hair and turned to the old man. Could we purchase one of each fruit tree, except for the lychee, so I can evaluate them and perhaps return for more? The old man responded, buying one of each will be a bit pricier. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother digging them up. How much more? Chen Ming inquired. The old man stated, for seedlings of this size, they cost around 15 or 16 yuan each. For yours, let us say 30 yuan. Chen Ming, upon hearing the 30 yuan price, found it reasonable and agreed. Then I'll take them for 30. The old man proceeded to dig up several seedlings, excluding the lychee. Noticing the old man using straw to wrap the roots, Chen Ming said, no need for wrapping. The drive is quick. Just place them in my trunk. The old man complied, placing the seedlings in the back. Would you like grape seedlings? I have sweet grape varieties for 50 yuan each, the old man offered. Chen Ming, delighted, replied, yes, I'll take one. I particularly enjoy grapes. After acquiring a grape seedling, he paid the old man 500 yuan, saying, thank you for your hard work. Use the extra for cigarettes. The old man was overjoyed, waving goodbye as Chen Ming drove away. Seated in the vehicle, Chen Ming stored the seedlings in the chaotic space, arranging them in a neat row near the lychee tree, planting one every 10 meters and watering them with pond water. After a moment, he noticed that about 1/3 of the boxes discovered on the island had sunk into the soil, including the box containing fishing bait, hooks, and lines, which had also sunk several centimeters. The large white gemstone was partially buried. It seems I should buy some wooden boards to place underneath, he thought. Brother, when will the seedlings bear fruit? I want to eat, Lily inquired sweetly. Chen Ming reassured her. Soon, very soon. If you're eager, you can have some of my fruit. The two continued to jest as they returned to the city, driving to a construction materials market. Initially intending to buy wooden boards, Chen Ming instead purchased 50 square meters of steel templates at 120 yuan per square meter, totaling 6,000 yuan. He requested that the steel templates be delivered and neatly stacked in the villa's garage. After the payment and the seller's departure, Chen Ming stored the templates in the chaotic space and laid a 50 square meter tempered surface beside the pool. He arranged the box containing fishing bait, hooks, and lines in the right area and placed the box filled with gold and jewelry on the left. The large white gemstone was also moved next to the box of gold, and the preserved fish was placed atop the gemstone, with the remaining fish meat, approximately 40 to 50 pounds, set beside the large white gemstone. Chen Ming contemplated, once everyone is gathered at home, we will enjoy this fish together. For now, it can stay here as it won't spoil. He glanced at the newly planted fruit tree seedlings, now growing to 2 meters in height, with the pear tree already blossoming with small white flowers, soon to bear fruit. Feeling a wave of joy at the abundance within the space, Chen Ming surveyed the area before exiting. He took out his phone and called Wang Fong. Once connected, he inquired, have the driving school formalities been completed? What do you wish to eat for lunch? Yes, it's all done. I'm out shopping for groceries with Jia Jia and Xiao Xiao, Wang Fong replied. All right. I'll wait for you at home, Chen Ming responded. After ending the call, he remembered that Cheng Hong was still at the dock and said to Li Li, let us go pick up Hong Hong. They drove to Dongxing Dock, where Cheng Hong was seated in a kiosk, sharing tea with Uncle Huang. Upon spotting Chen Ming, Uncle Huang beckoned him to sit, saying, you have a package that has arrived. Cheng Hong retrieved the package from beside her seat and handed it to Chen Ming. After enjoying tea and smoking a cigarette with Uncle Huang, Chen Ming noted that it was nearly noon and bid farewell, driving the two ladies back to the city. Upon returning to the villa, he found Wang Fong and the others already there, cooking in the kitchen, with Cheng Hong assisting and taking over for Wang Fong. Chen Ming opened the cardboard box containing 100 ginseng plants, which were not particularly bulky. In the chaotic space, beside the lychee tree, he used his mind to shape the soil into a long strip, 1 meter wide and 20 meters long. He planted 2 rows of ginseng, 50 plants on each row, similar to how carrots are cultivated in the countryside, and watered them with pond water. He anticipated observing any changes in the ginseng growing in this extraordinary space. Chapter 113. Fruits are now abundant, and vegetables are too. After lunch, the family gathered on the sofa in the living room. Wang Fong addressed everyone. I will be returning to Hong Kong shortly. Jia Jia and Xiao Xiao, make sure to practice your questions on your phones daily. It may be related, but acquiring more knowledge about traffic is always beneficial. Li Jia nodded in agreement. All right, Sister Fong. Xiao Xiao and I will motivate each other to master the questions on our phones. Ming Ming, please see Sister Fong off. The 4 girls escorted Wang Fong and Chen Ming to the door. Wang Fong said to Chen Ming, you should drive my sports car. It suits you well as it is designed for men. Don't just drive your off-road vehicle every day. It's better to alternate with a sports car in the city. Chen Ming was indifferent. After all, it was his woman-esque car, and he could always buy her another one if needed. They climbed into the sports car, and Chen Ming familiarized himself with it before gently starting the engine. Wang Fong continually instructed him on various button functions, and Chen Ming, with his modified physique, memorized them quickly. They parked the car outside the customs checkpoint and passed through. De Biao was already waiting outside. "Good afternoon, De Biao," Chun Ming greeted. De Biao nodded, replying, "Ming Xiao, good afternoon." Everyone got into the vehicle, and De Biao drove Wang Fong and Chun Ming to their long-term hotel accommodation. Chun Ming leaned back on the sofa, wrapping his arm around Wang Fong, who sat on his lap. Wang Fong playfully covered her chest and whispered in Chun Ming's ear, "Ming Ming, can we return tomorrow morning? Tonight, I'll wear my golden dance attire for you." Chun Ming teased, "If you wear it now, I'll leave tomorrow morning." Wang Fong lightly scoffed, but stood up, heading toward the bedroom. She opened the bedroom door, turned back and winked at Chun Ming, then entered, leaving the door ajar. Chun Ming sprang from the sofa, took 2 strides, and entered the room, shutting the door behind him. A gasp emanated from within. The following morning, shortly after 10, Chun Ming exited the room and called a taxi at the hotel entrance, heading to the customs checkpoint. Upon emerging from his retreat, Chun Ming drove his sports car towards the seaside. Having not fished for several days, he felt a tingling restlessness in his limbs. As he navigated the road, he directed his thoughts into the chaotic space within him. To his delight, he observed that the fruit trees there were laden with fruit. With a surge of joy, he plucked a pear, savoring its crispness and sweetness as he drove. The pear, with its golden skin and white flesh, was exceptionally juicy, its rich aroma filling his mouth. He glanced at the ginseng he had planted, which had grown impressively, its roots nearly a foot long and adorned with intricate rings, each crowned with clusters of small red berries. Chun Ming was uncertain how this compared to a century-old wild ginseng, but he figured he could let it grow undisturbed. Through his experience with lychee cultivation, he discovered a peculiar trait of the space. The fruit would continue to grow on the tree unless picked, at which point it would immediately regenerate in its place. Indeed, where he had just plucked the pear, another had already appeared. Observing the ample area of the chaotic space, Chun Ming realized he had barely utilized even a fraction of it. A thought struck him. If he were to visit a local market and procure various vegetable seeds, he could continuously harvest vegetables from the sea. Resolute, he input Binhai City Agricultural Market into his navigation and set off. Arriving at the market, he found a parking spot and entered, seeking a stall that sold vegetable seeds. A beautiful young woman in her 30s sat behind one such stall. As Chun Ming approached and inquired about the prices, he sensed an unexpected shift. The woman, with a playful smile, responded, "Handsome, I don't sell, but I'm open to flirtation." Clearing his throat, Chun Ming, an experienced man, nearly lost his composure. He quickly redirected the conversation, requesting 2 packets of each vegetable seed without bothering to haggle. To his surprise, the woman persisted, asking, "Aren't you going to negotiate? A deal without bargaining lacks soul." She even winked at him playfully. With so many beautiful women at home awaiting his attention, Chun Ming had little time for banter and insisted, "Just give me 2 packets of each vegetable quickly. I have matters to attend to." The woman efficiently gathered the seeds, packaged them in plastic bags, and handed them to him with a smile, stating the total was 400 yuan. Chun Ming scanned the payment and left the market, his mind already drifting back to the chaotic space. As he drove, his consciousness slipped back into that realm. Using the area where he had planted the ginseng as a baseline, he prepared 10 plots of soil, each 50 centimeters wide and 50 meters long. He opened a packet of each vegetable seed and, with focused intent, planted them. After watering, he watched in awe as the seeds sprouted rapidly, maturing before his eyes. The speed of growth left him astounded, prompting him to pull over and calm himself with a cigarette. Upon inspecting the vegetables, he noted they were significantly larger than those typically found in the market. Each was crisp and succulent, with the daikon radish growing as thick as his calf, its pristine white skin gleaming enticingly. After observing for a while, he noted that the vegetables had ceased to grow, retaining their initial splendid appearance. Relieved, Chun Ming was grateful they hadn't expanded to the size of the nearby fruit trees, which would have posed a challenge. While enjoying his cigarette, he summoned his intelligent assistant and inquired about the cooldown period for the system to open a treasure chest. "Not yet," the assistant replied. "The cooldown time is random, and I cannot predict when it will end." Chun Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, asked if the fruits and vegetables would remain unchanged if left undisturbed. The assistant assured him that any plant in this space would maintain its optimal state and would not age. Delighted by this news, Chun Ming then asked if the items he had drawn were indeed legendary treasures. "I cannot say," the assistant replied, "but if you believe them to be, then they are." Chun Ming's excitement surged as he questioned whether the treasure chest contained cultivation methods. "If you desire a manual, what would you be willing to offer?" The assistant, waving a small blue stick, retorted, "Seeking cultivation methods is akin to courting disaster. As a great figure once said, after the establishment of the nation, animals cannot attain wisdom. And humans are animals too. Do you wish to meet the same fate as that fish transforming into a dragon?" Chun Ming recoiled at the thought, recalling the funnel-shaped storm clouds and lightning, and quickly dismissed the notion. He timidly asked which great figure had said such a thing, wondering if it truly held weight. The assistant, with a dismissive tone, replied, "Ignorance is bliss. I dare not speak his name to you. Just know the heavenly laws at this point." A distant rumble of thunder resonated in the sky. With a sigh, the assistant declared, "I must take my leave," and vanished into the system as if pursued by an unseen force. Chun Ming flicked away his cigarette, but, murmuring to himself, "If you choose not to reveal your secrets, so be it. One day, I shall uncover them." He then drove back to his villa. Chapter 114. Rising prices of fresh seafood. Chun Ming arrived at Jejia Fresh Seafood Restaurant in his sports car. Zhou Jian was busy cleaning the tempered glass fish tank when he noticed Chun Ming's arrival and hurried to greet him at the door. His wife, Hu Yan, emerged from the cashier's counter upon seeing him. "Brother Zhou, how much fish do we have left?" Chun Ming inquired. Zhou Jian quickly responded, "Altogether, we have less than 100 pounds across all varieties." "Is it selling that well?" Chun Ming was taken aback. The prices at Jejia Fresh Seafood Restaurant were already 20 higher than market rates. He reflected on how he initially opened the restaurant to give Jejia something to do, not expecting it to be profitable. To his astonishment, despite the markup, the seafood was flying off the shelves. He realized they would need to raise prices again, otherwise, the fish he caught daily would not suffice. Turning to Zhou Jian, he declared, effective immediately, increase the prices of all seafood by 20, making them approximately 40 above market rates. Zhou Jian was shocked. "Boss, one tea that scare away customers?" "Exactly," added Hu Yan. "Business is thriving now. Don't risk losing customers with a price hike." Chun Ming reassured them, "Just follow my instructions. Regardless of sales, everyone will receive their full salaries at the end of the month, and bonuses 1 TB tied to sales performance. Just do it this way. I'll bring more seafood in the afternoon." After concluding, he waved goodbye to the couple, hopped into his car, and returned to the villa. In the afternoon, Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu were at home studying driving school material. Chun Ming drove a pickup truck, carrying Cheng Hong and Li Li to the dock. After sharing a smoke with Huang Bo, they boarded a fishing boat. Chun Ming watched as Cheng Hong skillfully maneuvered the boat away from the dock. "Your sailing skills are improving, Hong Hong. You should consider getting a license to become an official captain," he said, embracing her waist from behind. On the left, Li Li chimed in, "Brother, I want to learn to sail too. Teach me, please." With his left hand, Chun Ming ruffled her hair and replied, "There's only one boat at home. We don't need so many captains. You and I can be deckhands together." Li Li, eager to emulate Chun Ming, nodded and said, "Brother, hurry and bring out some fruits for us to eat." Chun Ming retrieved some apples and pears from the chaotic space, allowing Cheng Hong to take over as he steered the boat while the two girls enjoyed their snack. After an hour, they arrived at the sea cliff where Chun Ming had spent that night with Fang Jia, anchoring the boat. He leaned over the side, using his enhanced vision to peer into the depths below. At the deepest point, the ocean plunges over 100 meters down, where the seabed is strewn with jagged rocks and teeming with coral. Various marine fish weave through the crevices and among the corals. On board the vessel, Chun Ming observed numerous blue lobsters and sea crabs foraging on the ocean floor. He retrieved 2 shrimp bricks from the cold storage, crushed them in a basin, and mixed in half a bottle of fishing bait, stirring the concoction thoroughly. Turning to Cheng Hong, he said, "In a moment, you'll fish from above while I dive down to catch some blue lobsters and sea crabs." "Brother, hand me a fishing rod. I want to fish too." Li Li chimed in. Chun Ming, in the living room, fetched 2 spinning rod and reel combos and handed them to the 2 women. He then cast most of the prepared bait overboard. The enticing aroma of the fishing bait quickly attracted a large school of fish, who feasted on the bait while larger fish pursued smaller ones. Dressed in shorts with 2 nets hanging from his waist, Chun Ming embraced both women in a heated kiss before plunging into the depths. "Wow, a stonefish. I nearly missed it. It almost pricked me," he thought as he cautiously ensnared a 5 or 6-pound stonefish into one of the nets. Beneath a large reef, he spotted numerous abalones clinging to the rocks. These were commonly known as Dalian abalone and were quite sizable. The nets Chun Ming had brought quickly filled, and as he looked up, he saw Li Li had caught a sizable bass, weighing around 11 or 12 pounds. Cheng Hong was lending a hand, but struggled to reel it in. Chun Ming kicked off with his legs, surfacing swiftly and swimming back to the fishing boat. He climbed onto the deck from the rear, set down the net, and took the fishing rod from the women. With the modest 11 or 12-pound base, Chun Ming deftly reeled it in with one hand while using the net with the other. After removing the hook, he playfully tapped the fish on the head, saying, "How dare you bully my women in my absence? You're courting death." The women giggled, and Chun Ming seized the opportunity to tease them. Not in a hurry to dive again, Chun Ming noticed a large congregation of bass, groupers, black bream, and knife fish gathering beneath the boat. He busied himself on deck, and within a minute of casting his line, he felt the tug of a fish. Regardless of size, every catch was yanked hard. After 3 hours of relentless fishing, he managed to haul up a significant portion of the gathered fish, filling nearly the entire live well with around 1,000 pounds of fish. After a brief respite, Chun Ming lit a cigarette, suddenly realizing that a few beach chairs and a small fixed table were missing from the aft deck. He turned to Chung Hong, saying, "Remember to buy 4 beach chairs and a small table when we return." "Sure, I'll take care of it," Chung Hong replied. After resting, Chun Ming dove back down and caught several nets full of blue lobsters and large sea crabs. As 5 o'clock approached, he instructed Chung Hong, "You take the wheel back to the dock, I'll rinse off." Upon nearing the dock, Chun Ming called Zhou Jian, arranging for a truck to deliver a load of fish in an hour. Upon reaching the dock, they transferred the seafood into a pickup truck and headed to Jia Seafood Restaurant. By the time they finished unloading the fish, it was already 7 in the evening. Back at the villa, Chun Ming recounted the price increase on seafood at Jia Seafood Restaurant. Li Jia responded, "Go ahead and raise it. After all, we can't expect this place to turn a profit. Now that you've secured the ladies, why not find someone to manage the restaurant properly?" The others burst into laughter, and Chun Ming embraced Li Jia, joking, "It seems I opened this restaurant solely to win you over." Li Jia playfully punched Chun Ming, saying, "Isn't that true? I came here, and look how quickly I became yours." Chun Ming couldn't help but laugh, resting his head against Li Jia's chest. Li Li was doubled over with laughter, collapsing into Zhang Yuxiu's embrace, exclaiming, "Who told you to follow me onto the boat?" Li Jia, hearing this, became even more flustered. She tightened her grip on Chun Ming's head and playfully scolded her sister, "You little rascal, you keep plotting against me all day. And then you trick me into thinking I could get seasick and need an injection. It's infuriating." She then pushed Chun Ming away and lunged at her sister, declaring, "Just wait until I deal with you." Li Li screamed, "Brother, Yushio, help. Quick." As Chun Ming watched the 4 women tumble into playful chaos, he couldn't resist joining in. After a round of playful scuffling, Chun Ming collapsed onto the sofa, with Li Jia's head nestled against his chest, her cheeks flushed, oblivious to the mischief he had caused. Zhang Yuxiu and Chung Hong had gone to the kitchen to prepare dinner, leaving Li Jia and her sister to keep him company. Leaning against Li Li, Chun Ming whispered to Li Jia, "Let us invite Li Li to join us tonight, shall we?" Li Jia responded with a playful bite on his chest, neither rejecting nor affirming his suggestion. Chapter 115, A Trio at Sea. Chun Ming didn't rise until 10 o'clock in the morning, finding Zhang Yuxiu and Chung Hong already in the living room. As he entered, Zhang Yuxiu handed him a bowl of marinated eggs. Chun Ming devoured 6 eggs in one go and said to Chung Hong, after breakfast, "Let us go buy beach chairs and a table, and then head to the building materials market to get 100 bricks for the bow of the boat. They really come in handy." "Sounds good. We can leave as soon as you finish eating," Chung Hong replied. At this moment, Li Jia and Li Li also woke up and, after washing up, came downstairs. Chun Ming told Li Jia, "This outing won't last long. You and Yushio should stay home and practice your questions instead of tagging along." "All right. Let us have Chung Hong cook for you," Li Jia agreed. Zhang Yuxiu added, "Okay, Jia and I will stay home. You all be safe out at sea and return early." Chun Ming assured them, "No problem. I'll see if I can catch some bluefin tuna. It's been ages since I hooked a big one. I'm eager to indulge myself." Once Li Jia and her sister finished their marinated eggs, Chun Ming drove the SUV, taking Chung Hong and Li Li to the furniture market. After some selection, they purchased 4 beach chairs made of Oxford cloth and a small fixed table. Once loaded into the SUV's trunk, they proceeded to the building materials market, where they acquired 100 red bricks, also placing them in the trunk before heading to Dongxing Dock. After transferring the beach chairs, table, and bricks onto the boat, Chun Ming took out his phone and arranged for a fuel truck to come for refueling. He also filled the boat's freshwater tank, planning to buy drinking water at the local supermarket later. By the time the fuel truck arrived to top off the boat, it was nearly noon, and Huang Bo had begun preparing lunch. Chun Ming drove the group to a small restaurant in Dongxing Village, where they ordered 3 dishes and a soup for lunch. During the meal, Chun Ming asked Chung Hong, "How much rice and noodles do we have on the boat? Is it enough for half a month?" "There is plenty of rice and noodles. Yushio and I bought a lot last time, and we haven't used much at all," Chung Hong replied. "Oh, then we just need to buy 10 cases of mineral water," Chun Ming concluded. After finishing their meal, they went to the small supermarket across the street, where they asked the owner to deliver 10 cases of mineral water to the dock to load onto the fishing boat. Chung Hong took the helm as they departed from the dock. In the boat's cabin, Chun Ming marked their destination on the electronic map, telling Chung Hong, "Our goal this time is to seek out the water's rich in currency coins. Let us collect them all." "Sounds great. Let us auction them off and buy a bigger boat," Li Li exclaimed. Chun Ming chuckled, "What do we need so many for? We're not starting a fishing company." After chatting for a while, Cheng Hong suggested, "Brother, you and Lily should take a nap. I'll keep watch here." Chun Ming embraced Cheng Hong, giving her a passionate kiss before taking Li Li by the hand, leading her to the adjacent large bedroom. Cheng Hong piloted the fishing boat, her face turning crimson as sounds from the bedroom reached her ears. With the three of them having spent so much time together, their actions were naturally unreserved. An hour later, Chun Ming reappeared behind Cheng Hong, and together they resumed steering the fishing boat. The ocean's waves tossed the vessel up and down, and the sounds from the cabin soon drew Li Li out as well. In the cockpit, three individuals observed the fishing boat rise and fall upon the undulating sea. While inside, they engaged in playful banter. As the clock struck 3, the waters finally calmed, and tranquility enveloped the cockpit. The trio settled onto the seats. A fruit platter brimming with apples, pears, mangoes, and grapes placed before them. Lily playfully plucked a grape with her mouth, offering it to Chun Ming, who eagerly devoured it, subsequently placing another grape into Cheng Hong's mouth and drawing it out with a playful kiss. Laughter and merriment filled the cockpit as they continued their journey. After 5 o'clock, a deserted island came into view. Chun Ming anchored the boat 200 meters from the island, deciding to spend the night there. Cheng Hong busied herself in the kitchen, preparing dinner, while Chun Ming and Lily lounged on the deck's beach chair. "Brother, I crave a big crab. Can you catch one for me to eat?" Lily coaxed Chun Ming. "Of course, my precious Lily can have whatever she desires. I will make it happen," Chun Ming replied, striding to the ship's edge. Using his keen eyesight, he scanned the waters and spotted 2 large crabs engaged in combat not far off. Stripping off his t-shirt and donning only his shorts, he was about to dive in when Lily tugged at his arm, exclaiming, "Oh brother, there's no one around. You should at least keep your shorts on to avoid anyone needing to wash them." Chun Ming considered her words, realizing she was attempting to weasel out of something, and thought, "What the heck, there's no one here," and thus removed his shorts. Lily giggled at the sight, covering her mouth with her hands. Chun Ming glanced down at her and teased, "I want to keep hearing you shout big big." With that, he leaped into the sea, propelling himself towards the fighting crabs. After catching the crabs and handing them over to Cheng Hong for steaming, Chun Ming washed off the seawater in the bathroom and, with Li Li's assistance, slipped into his shorts. "You little rascal, daring to ambush me," Chun Ming exclaimed as he donned his clothes and chased after Li Li. He caught her on the back deck, and they both reclined on the beach chair once more. Chun Ming playfully bit Li Li's ear, threatening her to call him daddy or face consequences later. Li Li giggled, squirming away before turning back to embrace him and whisper sweetly in his ear. Amidst their playful exchanges, Cheng Hong emerged from the kitchen, presenting a steaming crab at the small table, followed by a bowl of stir-fried vegetables she had prepared from Chun Ming's spatial garden. Chun Ming, savoring the meal, praised Cheng Hong. "Rainbow, your cooking has truly improved. The flavors are exquisite, aren't they, Lily?" Lily nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's delicious, just as good as what Sister Xiuxiu makes." Cheng Hong offered Chun Ming a pair of chopsticks with stir-fried cabbage, saying, "Brother, the vegetables from your space are remarkably different from those found outside. You must taste them, their fragrance is far more intense." Chun Ming was well aware of the unique qualities of the produce from his space. Not only was it delicious, but it also had unexpected health benefits. He had recently noticed that the girls were not only becoming fairer and more beautiful, but also displayed significantly enhanced endurance during their activities. After dinner, the trio enjoyed the scenic beauty surrounding the deserted island for a while before returning to the cockpit as night fell. Chun Ming activated the radar, ensuring that any approaching vessels would trigger an alarm from 300 meters away. Though the fishing boat was anchored safely within the jurisdiction of Huagua, he remained vigilant while at sea. Retiring to the spacious bedroom in the cockpit, they lay on the large bed, lulled by the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the hull, and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 116, All Collected. During this outing, Chun Ming took his time, rising leisurely as the sun reached its zenith. After his morning routine, he started the fishing boat and continued towards their destination. At the helm, Chun Ming deftly maneuvered the vessel while Li Li sat beside him, cradling a fruit platter filled with nearly 3 pounds of lychees, enjoying her breakfast. Cheng Hong emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of egg noodles, and called out, "Brother, come eat breakfast. I'll take the wheel." Chun Ming accepted the bowl, relinquishing the driver's seat to Cheng Hong and settling beside her to enjoy his meal. The second day at sea unfolded smoothly until the afternoon. As they passed Yaotai Island, Chun Ming recalled their previous encounter with individuals from the Wagyu nation. He stood at the bow of the boat, refraining from using the binoculars provided on board, instead scrutinizing the waters ahead. The wind was strong at the bow, and although Lily wished to join him, Chun Ming called her back. After navigating a significant distance past Yaotai Island without encountering any Wagyu nationals, they arrived at their destination just as night enveloped the surroundings, anchoring the boat at the same spot where they had previously snagged the anchor. The nearby island loomed dimly in the darkness. Following dinner, the excitement among the three in the bedroom kept them awake for some time before they finally succumbed to sleep. At dawn, Chunming was roused by the calls of birds on the island. Glancing at the two girls sleeping beside him, he hesitated to rise early, opting to lie in bed and light a cigarette. As he inhaled, he noticed a blue screen flickering before him, and the intelligent assistant, with a salted fish perched atop its head, appeared. The cooling period has elapsed. You may now proceed to open the treasure chest, the intelligent assistant informed him. In his mind, Chunming inquired, "Can I open the treasure chest now? Let us get on with it." The intelligent assistant, feigning seriousness, asked, "Are you certain you wish to open it now, or would you prefer to save the diamonds for a future 10-time opening?" After waiting so long for the cooling period to end, Chunming lacked the patience to wait for a 10-time opening. "I want to open the treasure chest now," he declared resolutely. The intelligent assistant waved a small blue stick, and golden light shimmered across the blue screen. The landlord's treasure chest slowly opened, and a red woven bracelet floated out. "Congratulations, host, you have received a romantic bracelet, which can be used in conjunction with the emotionless fish dart," the assistant announced. The red bracelet automatically wrapped itself around Chunming's right wrist. Looking at the intelligent assistant, Chunming asked, "Has the system entered the cooling period again?" The intelligent assistant flapped its tiny wings and replied, "Is that even a question?" The screen is dark, indicating that the system is indeed in a cooling state. Chunming didn't bother to ask what the red bracelet was for, suspecting that any inquiry would be futile. He recalled the assistant's earlier comment about its compatibility with the fish dart and summoned the fish dart from his space. As he grasped the dart in his right hand, the end of the bracelet automatically entwined itself around the circular ring at the dart's tail. Chunming weighed the dart in his hand and hurled it forward with strength. The dart shot through the air with a sharp whoosh, the red cord trailing behind, stretching out to about 300 meters. Remarkably, Chunming felt no tug from the bracelet on his wrist. "Damn it, this isn't even a magical item," he muttered under his breath, instinctively tugging on the cord to reel the dart back. The dart swiftly returned, and the cord coiled back around his wrist like an ornament. Having honed his skills in Bajiquan, Chunming stood at the stern, contemplating whether it was time to practice some marksmanship. He thrust the dart into the air, marveling as it sliced through the wind. Noticing Chun Hong and Li Li waking up, Chunming stowed the dart away, settled into a beach chair, and pulled out his phone to search for marksmanship techniques. What couldn't be found on that X platform? A simple search yielded an abundance of results. Chunming had set his sights on a captivating female internet celebrity skilled in the art of gun choreography. In her videos, she wielded a formidable firearm with the grace of a dragon, executing thrusts and sweeps with a fluidity that was utterly enchanting. Chunming watched her performance repeatedly, mentally rehearsing the movements, and soon retrieved a fish spear from his space, twirling it with finesse on the aft deck. Although the spear was somewhat shorter, its execution in Chunming's hands differed from the internet stars. It lacked a touch of elegance, but was imbued with swiftness, cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. Chung Hong, cradling a boiled egg, stood at the cabin door alongside Li Li, their eyes sparkling with admiration. They recalled watching Chunming practice Bajiquan, where his movements, while striking, had not possessed such speed. Today, witnessing his gun choreography, swift and agile like a general on the battlefield, left both women smitten. It is said that throughout history, beautiful women have adored heroes, and Chung Hong and Li Li were no exceptions. As Chunming paused, they rushed to each side, linking their arms with his. Despite Chunming's forehead being devoid of sweat, Chung Hong instinctively reached out to wipe it. The trio settled around a small round table, where Li Li began peeling the egg for Chunming, while Chung Hong brought over milk. Chunming reveled in this regal lifestyle. After breakfast, he took his time before diving into the water, instead surveying his surroundings, confirming that no other fishing boats were in sight. He instructed Chung Hong and Li Li to wait above while he descended, to which they nodded eagerly, with Li Li urging him to hurry. Chunming playfully pinched her cheek and planted a kiss on her cheek before plunging into the sea. Activating his X-ray vision, he swam effortlessly to the chest containing gold and silver coins. The 4 chests looked identical to the first time he had encountered them. Chunming approached, placing his hand atop each chest, and seamlessly transferred them into his chaotic space, stacking them beside the Namu wooden boxes he had retrieved from the island. Gazing at the 5 chests filled with golden treasures in his space, Chunming felt a sweetness akin to honey fill his heart. With these riches, he could ensure a life free from hardship alongside his beloved women. Once more, he surveyed the sunken ship with his X-ray vision, but found no other valuables. He then turned and swam back to the surface, where the 2 women awaited him, rushing forward as he emerged, assisting him onto the fishing boat. Chunming took out 2 gold coins from his space, presenting one to each woman as a keepsake. They gratefully accepted, marveling at their newfound treasures. Who will come and dry me off? I need to wash off this seawater, Chunming called out. Li quickly volunteered. I'll come and pour water on you, brother. He took Chunghong's hand, and the three entered the cabin, spending a while washing away the salt water from Chunming's skin. Chapter 117. A double catch of bluefin tuna. Chunming stowed away the fish spear, took the helm, while Chunghong managed the navigation, steering the fishing boat back to the waters where they had previously caught the bluefin tuna. Upon arriving at the designated area, Chunming instructed Chunghong, Rainbow, switch the boat to electric power, maintaining a speed of around 15 knots. Understood. Switching to electric power, speed set at 15 knots, Chunghong responded with enthusiasm. He then turned to Li, saying, Come, Li, join me on the aft deck to watch me catch bluefin tuna. On the aft deck, Li helped Chunming secure his waistline. He produced a giant fishing rod and attached a 7-inch lure, infusing it with a fishing attractant before casting it into the sea. Chunming gradually released the line, causing the lure to sway enticingly in the water, dispersing the attractant. Within 5 minutes, a school of small sea wolves began to follow. Brother, catch a big fish, and I'll have a reward for you, Li teased. Casting a coy glance at him, Chunming chuckled and replied, What reward are you talking about? I only accept meaningful ones. Li's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, That's what you want. I haven't agreed to that. With a playful sway of her hips, she dashed back to the cabin, uncertain of what Chunming had requested. This carefree girl blushed nonetheless. Watching her retreat, Chunming turned his focus back to the sea wolves trailing the lure. Each time a sea wolf attempted to bite, he deftly lifted the rod, preventing it from snagging the bait. After nearly 20 minutes of this, he spotted a school of 5 bluefin tuna rapidly approaching. Upon closer inspection, he noticed they were yellowfin tuna, weighing over 300 pounds for the larger ones and just over 200 pounds for the smaller. Chunming, utilizing his X-ray vision, observed as the 5 tuna swam closer, prompting him to raise the rod continuously, ensuring the fishing attractant was released more rapidly to entice the fish. As the largest yellowfin, weighing over 300 pounds, neared the lure, Chunming skillfully leveled the rod, guiding the bait into its mouth. With a powerful jerk, he set the hook, and the tuna thrashed violently in response. Chunming, having caught nearly 10 tuna before, was unfazed by the struggle of a mere 300-pound fish. He braced the rod against his stomach, adjusting the drag to an optimal setting, and exerted his strength to withstand the tuna's initial fight. At that moment, Li emerged from the cabin, her cheeks flushing crimson as she beheld Chunming successfully reeling in a large fish, her thoughts racing with confusion. Oh dear, this mischievous brother wants something from me. What should I do now? She internally grappled with her emotions. Seizing the opportunity, Chunming began to reel in with vigor, ensuring the yellowfin had no chance to escape. With his formidable strength and the exceptional fishing rod, which could withstand even the fiercest of fish, the ordinary yellowfin stood no chance. Within a mere 10 minutes, Chunming had the yellowfin tuna alongside the boat. Retrieving a fish spear from his space, he swiftly pierced the fish's gills, releasing a torrent of bright red blood. He secured the rod, using the boat's crane to hoist the tuna aboard. Brother, I want to record this, Li exclaimed, brandishing her phone to capture the moment. Chunming wrapped his arm around her slender waist, teasingly asking, What about the reward you promised? Oh no. Li's face flushed deeper as she protested. Chunming tightened his grip, playfully insisting, Trying to play coy with me? That's not going to work. Li, feeling bashful, replied, I wasn't trying to be coy. I just said I would give it to you when Chunghong isn't around. Chunming, hearing this, planted a quick kiss on her lips before releasing her. Once the blood had mostly drained, he flipped the tuna upside down and placed it in the cold storage. He then infused the lure with more fishing attractant and cast it back into the water. Using his X-ray vision, he noticed that the remaining 4 yellowfin had vanished without a trace. Unfazed, he swung the fishing rod, knowing the attractant held a deadly allure for the fish. Before long, they would be drawn to it. Turning his gaze, he caught Li looking at him with flushed cheeks, causing his heart to flutter. He extended his hand, pulling her into an embrace, and said, Don't overthink it, Li, I won't pressure you. Li, wrapping her arms around his waist, softly responded, Oh, I'm not thinking too much. I'm just wondering how to make sure Chunghong doesn't find out. Maybe I should invite her to join us. With a playful grin, Chunming kissed her cheek as a reward and said, Quickly, go fetch a large bowl. I'll prepare some fruit for you. Li released her hold around Chunming's waist, her big, watery eyes glancing at him before she hurried to the kitchen to retrieve a stainless steel bowl. Chunming gathered a variety of fruits, filling a large basin, and suggested to Li to head to the cabin with Hong to enjoy them together. As he watched Li carry the fruit bowl towards the cabin, he resumed his fishing endeavors. True to form, within half an hour, Chunming, employing his keen eyesight, spotted the 4 yellowfin tunas swimming back. Another one, weighing around 300 pounds, bit the hook. After enduring the first round of its vigorous struggle, Chunming summoned his strength to drag it to the side of the boat, where he proceeded to bleed it and store it away. By noon, they navigated the boat to a suitable anchorage and halted for rest. Cheng Hong prepared lunch, and after the 3 of them dined, they indulged in a midday nap. In the afternoon, Chunming resolved to continue trolling in this area before returning to the sunken ship for the night. Standing at the stern, he refrained from casting his line, opting instead to sprinkle a basin of shrimp paste into the sea. To his delight, this method proved effective. He watched through his enhanced vision as various fish scrambled for the shrimp bait, and 2 bluefin tuna swiftly approached from a distance. Indeed, they were 2 bluefin tuna, both of comparable size, which Chunming estimated to weigh around 400 pounds each. Seizing his heavy rod, he cast a lure towards one of the tuna's head, and as the bait landed 3 meters ahead, the bluefin tuna accelerated and engulfed it. With a powerful lift of his rod, he held firm against the tuna's initial struggle, and using sheer force, he pulled it to the boat's side. Lily joined Chunming for a photograph with the bluefin tuna. Cheng Hong, having rushed out from the cabin, stood with them for a commemorative snapshot. Chunming embraced both women, planting a kiss on each cheek. Amidst their laughter, Cheng Hong returned to the cabin. The remaining bluefin tuna surprisingly lingered nearby, circling the fishing boat. Chunming used half a basin of Antarctic shrimp to lure it closer. Employing the same method, he hooked it, and after enduring its initial powerful resistance, he managed to bring it aboard. Chunming instructed Cheng Hong to halt the boat. And once again, the trio showcased their affection with the bluefin tuna before bleeding it and placing it into the cold storage. Chunming remarked that it was nearly 4 p.m. and suggested they conclude their fishing early, steering the boat back to the location where they had gathered gold coins for the night. With a grand sweep of his hand, they made their way to the cabin. Chunming navigated the vessel back to the gold coin site, anchoring it securely. On the aft deck, he reclined comfortably, flanked by the 2 women, savoring fruits in indulgent leisure. As the time approached for dinner, Cheng Hong retreated to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Chunming unexpectedly accepted a reward from Li for her earlier kindness while lounging on the deck chair. Chapter 118. A new task from the system the next day. As the sun rose high, Chunming awoke and awaited Cheng Hong and Li to complete their morning routines before breakfast. They set sail back to the tuna fishing grounds, with Cheng Hong at the helm, cruising at approximately 15 knots. Chunming and Li settled at the stern, where he tossed handfuls of shrimp laced with fishing bait into the sea. This bait attracted a multitude of small fish trailing behind the boat. Li captured the scene with her phone, occasionally spotting flying fish leaping from the water. "Brother, there are so many small fish behind us. Look, another one just jumped," Li exclaimed, pointing at the airborne fish. Chunming assured her that soon these smaller fish would attract the larger ones. Just as he finished speaking, his enhanced vision detected a shark, 5 or 6 meters long, rapidly approaching, pursuing the small fish behind the boat. In a frenzied feeding frenzy, it severed a 20-pound wolf fish into 2. The scent of blood mingling with the shrimp bait drew in 3 more sharks, causing the water behind the fishing boat to bubble with excitement. Chunming ceased his shrimp tossing, embracing Li as they watched the spectacle unfold. However, Chunming's luck seemed to be waning. Each time he cast the bait-laden shrimp, it only summoned sharks, with not a single glimpse of tuna. Around 4 p.m., he decided to wrap things up early, returning to the spot they had anchored the previous night. After dinner, Li mentioned something to Chunming, prompting him to chase her around the boat, causing shrieks of laughter. Cheng Hong attempted to assist Li but was caught by Chunming and carried back to the bedroom. Seeing this, Li quietly followed, and the 3 of them created quite a commotion in the bedroom. "System task, wake up! System task," the intelligent assistant urged in Chunming's mind. Awakening, he paid no mind to who was on top of him. "What is going on? It's the middle of the night and there is a system task?" he pondered. The intelligent assistant replied, "The system doesn't care about your rest time. Hurry up and accept the task." "What task?" Chunming inquired. The assistant waved a blue stick and stated, "You must immediately reach the designated area. The system will announce the task once you arrive. The destination has been marked on the boat's electronic map." Gently moving Cheng Hong aside, he dressed and proceeded to the cabin. Upon opening the electronic map, a red dot blinked ominously. "What the heck? What kind of nonsense is this? That red is in the territorial waters of the Wokua Nation," Chunming exclaimed to the intelligent assistant. "The system doesn't care about which country's waters it is," the assistant responded. "If the boat can't go, you must swim there." Chunming felt his head spin with frustration. The distance to that marked red that was bound to exceed 100 kilometers. "You expect me to swim that far? Is that even possible?" he retorted angrily. "You won't know unless you try," the intelligent assistant countered. Chunming was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he asked, "So your intent is for me to swim there, is it?" The assistant, expressionless, replied, "I don't care how you get there. Time is limited. If you fail to complete the system task, I can't predict the consequences. It's up to you." Chun Ming contemplated the situation. It wasn't far to the marked area, but sailing was out of the question. He could easily be intercepted. "I'll swim. Who is afraid?" he resolved. He returned to the bedroom, waking Chung Hong and Li Li. "Sisters, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I must swim into the Wokoa Nation's waters. You wait for me on the boat. I'll be back by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." Li Li, still half asleep, didn't he fully grasp what Chen Ming was saying. Chung Hong, however, quickly inquired, "Brother, how far is it? Won't it be dangerous to swim there?" "There's no significant danger. I've noticed something unusual and want to check it out. Who knows? There might be treasure." Chen Ming reassured Chung Hong. Now fully alert, Li Li exclaimed, "Brother, don't go. It's so late. I'm scared here on the boat with Hong Hong." Chen Ming looked at the two women, contemplating the unknown consequences of neglecting the system task. Resolutely, he declared, "It'll all be fine. I promise I'll be back by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. I must do this. Hong Hong, keep an eye on Li Li. If anything seems off, return to shore at full speed." With that, he turned and leapt into the water from the aft deck, ignoring the calls from the two women on the boat as he swam towards his target. To his surprise, he found himself moving swiftly through the water, more rapidly than he had anticipated. After about an hour, he realized he was swimming at a speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour. Like a shark, he darted through the water and swam for nearly 3 hours until he reached his destination. Chapter 119. Is it an Onmyoji? This region is comprised of 3 islands and reefs. Moored at the innermost reef is a luxurious cruise ship, approximately 30 meters in length, featuring 3 decks that glow with vibrant lights, bustling with activity. Chun Ming swam to the outermost reef, where he stealthily concealed himself behind a large rock. Utilizing his enhanced vision, he discovered that the opposing reef was artificially constructed, supported by iron frameworks. The other island, which harbored the grand vessel, lay over 200 meters away from him, exceeding the range of his vision. Chun Ming summoned his intelligent assistant and inquired, "Now that I've arrived, can you disclose what my task is?" The assistant replied, "The system has just detected a magical formation underwater, severing the connection between heaven and earth, for reasons unknown. A fissure appeared a few hours ago, detected by the system, indicating the presence of a creature on the verge of attaining sentience." Goodness, another creature on the brink of sentience? I am but a mere mortal. Must the system subject me to such trials? Chun Ming lamented to the intelligent assistant. The assistant waved a small blue baton and retorted, "Mere mortal? How can you even claim to be such? You boast of your exploits throughout the night, and yet remain unscathed. No ordinary mortal possesses your resilience. Furthermore, the treasures bestowed upon you by the system are not merely for display. What is there to fear?" As Chun Ming regarded the assistant, a flush of embarrassment crept across his face. It was evident that the assistant had been privy to his private endeavors. Wait a moment. Did this fellow just allude to something significant? Treasures, indeed, Chun Ming pondered, realizing, "You just mentioned that the system has rewarded me with treasures, correct?" I might have misspoken. Do you believe me?" The assistant replied. Chun Ming, with a disdainful expression in his mind, remained silent. "Fine, you win. What the system has bestowed upon you is indeed a special treasure. By consuming the vitality elixir and enhancement agent, you have awakened the latent power within your blood, enabling you to wield these treasures." Upon hearing this, Chun Ming felt a mixture of astonishment and joy, astonished that there was hidden power within his blood, and delighted to have indeed received treasures. "What latent power resides within my blood? Will awakening it have any adverse effects? For instance, might it shorten my lifespan?" Chun Ming inquired, for as a mortal, he was understandably concerned about his life and posed the question that lingered in his heart. The intelligent assistant replied, "Every citizen of Huagua has the blood of the ancestral dragon coursing through their veins, albeit in varying degrees. Awakening it will yield only benefits, no detriments. Besides, do you think just anyone can awaken the ancestral dragon's power?" Observing Chun Ming, the assistant continued, "You now represent the forces of justice, upholding the order between heaven and earth. Carry out the task assigned by the system with confidence, and it will undoubtedly assist you from behind. Why must I, a mere mortal, confront a creature in its quest for sentience? Why doesn't the system take action itself?" Chun Ming pondered, unable to comprehend why the system did not intervene directly, but instead relied on him. The assistant, exasperated, tapped Chun Ming lightly. "It has not yet attained sentience. Until then, the heavenly laws and the system will not intervene. It is your duty as a mortal to address this matter. Otherwise, why would the system have chosen you? Thus, you now embody the system's will." After a brief pause, it added, "Hurry and complete your task. The system will reward you generously." With that, the assistant returned to the system. With no other choice, Chun-Ming redirected his focus to the moored ship. The distance was too great for his enhanced vision to be effective. He resolved to dive beneath the surface and swim to the bottom of the vessel for a better look, silently slipping into the water. Chun-Ming swam towards the cruise ship. After covering a distance of over 20 meters, he utilized his enhanced vision to observe below the right side, where at a depth of over 50 meters, he spotted a massive water dome shrouded in swirling black mist that his vision could not penetrate, stealing his nerves. He swam above, arriving beneath the cruise ship. Pressing gently against the hull, he gazed upward through his enhanced vision. Although he could not hear their voices, he discerned the heights and movements of the individuals above, recognizing them as all being from the Yamato nation. Outside the cabin, 7 or 8 security personnel were patrolling, while within the grand salon on the first deck, 4 scantily clad young women were indulging in fruit and frolicking. On the second deck, in a spacious room, a balding middle-aged Yamato man knelt beside 4 elderly Yamato men adorned with tall hats, who were animatedly explaining something to him. Chun-Ming, observing the 5 engaged in heated debate, gradually realized that the 4 elderly men were, in fact, the renowned onmyoji from the Yamato nation, associated with the so-called divine restroom. Pondering the connection between the Yamato individuals aboard the ship and the creatures lurking in the depths of the sea, Chun-Ming contemplated his course of action. Suddenly, the 5 individuals in the second deck room ceased their argument, rose, and descended the stairs. The 4 young women on the lower deck, upon seeing them approach, quickly knelt on the carpet, bowing low. The balding Yamato man regarded the kneeling women and shouted toward the ship's entrance. 4 security personnel entered, at which point the 4 onmyoji stepped forward. One security officer paired with an onmyoji seized the 4 young women, pulling them to their feet. The young Yamato women struggled, emitting piercing cries for help. The balding man, expressionless, waved his hand, and the 8 individuals escorted the 4 women to the bow of the ship. From the bottom of the vessel, Chun-Ming, utilizing his enhanced vision, beheld the 4 young women being cast overboard from the ship's bow. Immediately, the black mist within the water dome began to churn violently, and a shrill sonic wave reverberated through the water. As the sound waves surged, the surrounding water quaked. Chun-Ming found himself buffeted by the turbulence, his blood igniting with the ancestral dragon's power, filling him with vigor. Within his enhanced vision, he witnessed a colossal serpent's head erupting from the water dome, its wide maw engulfing the 4 Yamato women. Good heavens, is it truly that large? Chun-Ming gasped in shock. The serpent's head was as massive as a vehicle, bearing a pair of chilling red eyes, while 7 protrusions beneath it emitted tendrils of black smoke. Its scales were a ghastly pale hue that instilled dread. After swallowing the 4 women, the serpent glanced in Chun-Ming's direction before swiftly retreating back into the water dome. The intelligent assistant materialized once more, urging Chun-Ming, time is of the essence. You must act swiftly to draw that serpent to the surface and collaborate with the system to vanquish it. Previously, the fish-turned dragon had been lured to the surface with a fishing rod, struck down by lightning from the heavens. Now, the system demanded that Chun-Ming confront the challenge personally, leaving him somewhat unsteady. Move quickly. If you miss this window, prepare to be reduced to ashes. Your loved ones will not be spared either, you coward. The assistant exclaimed, flailing its arms at Chun-Ming. Realizing the dire consequences of inaction, Chun-Ming understood there was no retreat. He had to fight. Drawing a fish dart from his spatial storage, he sliced through the water and propelled himself toward the water dome. The red string from his right hand automatically coiled around the circular ring at the dart's tail. Empowered by his ancestral dragon strength, the black dart tip began to glow red, while the shaft shimmered with a faint golden hue. Arriving at the water dome, Chun-Ming noted that it resembled a thin membrane, separating the water into inner and outer layers. The exterior water appeared normal, while the interior was tainted with ink, swirling in uneven patterns like a flowing ink wash painting. With a deft motion, Chun-Ming brandished the fish spear in his hand, slicing through the water barrier, creating a fissure that connected the 2 bodies of seawater. In a swift flash, he plunged into the depths. His ability to see through the murky waters was significantly diminished, revealing only 10 meters ahead, leaving him uncertain about the nature of the inky substance within the sea. Descending to a depth of 60 or 70 meters. As Chun-Ming continued his descent, a tail, as thick as a bowl and adorned with scales, swept toward him, sending ripples through the surrounding waters. When he finally caught sight of it through his enhanced vision, the tail of the colossal serpent was less than 2 meters away. In the water, employing the shooting techniques learned from his phone, Chun-Ming thrust the fish spear forward, piercing the serpent's tail with pinpoint precision. A ripple surged from the depths, a cry of agony emanating from the serpent as it recoiled in pain. Chun-Ming relinquished the spear, allowing the serpent to drag it away, and swiftly turned to swim towards the surface. The red cord in his right hand was elongating continuously. Chun Ming hastened toward the nearest reef, where he clasped the red cord with both hands and let out a bellow, feeling his blood surge like flames. The power of the ancestral dragon coursed through the cord, causing it to shimmer with a golden light. A tremendous force tugged at Chun Ming's grasp as he stood firm on a massive rock. His legs bent to withstand the immense pull. Above, the sky crackled with lightning, gradually forming a vortex that descended toward the sea surface. As the golden glow from the cord intensified, the waters began to churn, eventually rising into towering waves of 7 or 8 meters, spreading outward. Chun Ming exerted all his strength, the ancestral dragon's power reaching its zenith, radiating a faint red glow from his body. The serpent thrashed wildly in the water, creating a localized tsunami, with waves soaring 10 meters high, cascading in all directions. The yacht carrying the foreign guests was overturned by the oncoming deluge, beginning to take on water and sink. Standing resolutely on the reef, Chun Ming clutched the red cord tightly, employing his enhanced vision to behold a massive, pallid serpent being dragged from the water barrier. This serpent, he estimated to be over 30 meters long, with a girth of about 3 to 4 meters at its thickest point, bore 7 protrusions exuding wisps of dark vapor, exuding an uncanny aura. The serpent twisted and writhed in the water, generating immense waves. The fish spear lodged in the serpent's tail, and several times the creature attempted to bite at its own tail in a desperate bid to escape, all of which Chun Ming observed through his enhanced vision. Grasping the red cord, he would sharply tug it whenever he saw the serpent attempting self-harm, gradually drawing it toward the surface. The vortex in the sky drew nearer to the sea, with lightning flickering within, yet producing no sound, amplifying the terror of the scene. As the serpent's tail breached the water's surface, a lightning bolt descended silently, striking its tail. The segment of the tail, measuring around 10 meters, became rigid as if transformed into a straight tree trunk. However, the head of the serpent twisted in the water, creating waves that surged several meters high. The serpent's head charged toward Chun Ming's position, intent on a mutual demise. With a flourish, Chun Ming swung the red cord, which formed a loop in the air, casting it toward the water. Just as the serpent's head surfaced, it was ensnared by the loop, while a lightning bolt struck down, making direct contact with its head. The serpent emitted no sound, rendered stiff and lifeless, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs as it floated atop the waves. The intelligent assistant manifested in Chun Ming's mind, instructing him to sever the serpent's head and extract its inner core, casting it into the sea to complete his task. Summoning his strength, Chun Ming dragged the serpent toward the reef, detaching the fish spear from its tail and advancing toward the serpent's head. He questioned the assistant regarding the necessity of discarding the inner core into the ocean, finding it a wasteful act. What do you know? This inner core is a product of its absorption of the essence of this realm. It must be returned to the world. When thrown into the sea without its original body to protect it, it will instantly dissolve and return to its source, the intelligent assistant explained, providing a thorough education. Reaching the serpent's head, Chun Ming used the fish spear to split it open, retrieving a pearlescent, prismatic orb from within. An overwhelming stench assaulted his senses, nearly inducing nausea, prompting him to hastily cast it into the sea. The intelligent assistant, with a solemn expression, congratulated him on completing the system task and offered a treasure chest reward. Shall I use it? Chun Ming promptly inquired. As the blue screen flickered with golden light, a dagger slowly ascended from the treasure chest. Congratulations. You have acquired the dagger of the ancients, capable of slicing through the defenses of various demon beasts, the assistant announced. Chun Ming examined the dagger in his hand. It bore an unremarkable appearance, with an unknown dark cord wrapped around the handle and ancient script inscribed along the blade, characters he did not recognize. Measuring about a foot in length, it seemed insignificant. Chun Ming grimaced, cursing the system for its meager reward, and casually stowed it in his chaotic space. Does the serpent's body hold any value? Can its flesh be consumed? He queried. Consume? Consume? All you ever think about is eating. This serpent is akin to a creature nurtured through dark practices, having devoured countless souls. Do you still wish to partake in it? The assistant retorted sharply. Chun Ming felt a chill run down his spine, replying, Never mind then. I wouldn't dare eat something so vile. Let it rot here while we depart. Yet the intelligent assistant called out to him, advising, Pierce your finger and let a drop of blood fall upon the serpent's head. What nonsense is this? Cutting my finger is painful, Chun Ming protested but complied, pricking his finger on the tip of the fish spear and allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the serpent's head. The drop sizzled like acid, rapidly corroding the serpent's head and emitting plumes of black smoke. The corrosive effect swiftly spread across the serpent's body, even extending to the submerged sections. Within minutes, the colossal serpent transformed into a swirling cloud of smoke and residue, vanishing into the ocean depths. Chapter 121. the damaged, eight-forked deity. Chun Ming stared in astonishment at the dissipating serpent. Why did this happen? Is my blood more toxic than the serpent's? He asked the intelligent assistant. The assistant regarded him with a hint of exasperation. Why do you hold such a belief? Truly lacking in knowledge. Allow me to enlighten you. Your blood is of the utmost yang, while the serpent embodies darkness and malevolence, naturally falling under your dominion, resulting in this effect. Chun Ming found himself scolded by the assistant, yet felt no shame. It was only natural for an ordinary person like him to lack such understanding. He then heard the assistant's voice again. The lair of the giant serpent contains another treasure. Hurry and retrieve it. Chun Ming, now eager for treasures, grasped the fish spear and dove toward the serpent's lair. Approaching the water barrier, the dark substance within began to fade, restoring the effectiveness of his enhanced vision. Descending into the water barrier, he plunged another 70 or 80 meters, where he discovered a stalagmite rising from the seabed, atop which rested a ring-shaped object. The area around the stalagmite was composed of smooth, flat stones, devoid of any other items. Chun Ming swam over and took the ring in his hand. The ring bore a pattern resembling a gluttonous beast, seemingly cast from bronze, with the band and face forming a single piece. Is this the treasure you mentioned? Chun Ming inquired. This is a relic from an ancient cultivator, possessing defensive properties. The giant serpent used this item to shield itself from celestial scrutiny, and it has likely hidden here for an extended period without activating its powers. Would you not consider that a treasure? The intelligent assistant replied. Chun Ming's heart swelled with joy as he slipped the ring onto his ring finger. The ring, compared to Chun Ming's ring finger, appeared to be significantly oversized. How could it possibly fit securely? The intelligent assistant suggested, let your blood drip onto it. Such ancient treasures of cultivators typically require a blood bond to acknowledge their master. Chun Ming, holding the fish dart, extended his finger and made a small incision, yet he felt no pain. He pressed the ring against the wound, and the once unremarkable bronze hue of the ring began to shimmer with a warm brilliance. Well, now you're no longer afraid of pain or of having your blood drained. The intelligent assistant teased sharply. With a smile, Chun Ming slid the ring onto his ring finger, witnessing a flash of azure light as it settled snugly in place. He sensed a profound connection with the ring, prompting him to wave his hand instinctively. An invisible bubble formed, pushing aside the surrounding seawater and enveloping Chun Ming within. How delightful, he exclaimed, discovering that he could maneuver the bubble effortlessly in all directions, feeling no resistance from the oceanic depths. Enjoy your playtime. I shall return to the system for a respite, the intelligent assistant remarked disapprovingly, vanishing back into the system. With a mere thought, Chun Ming retracted the bubble and ascended towards the ocean's surface. As dawn broke, he prepared to swim back to the fishing boat, but was startled to find a small lifeboat anchored atop the reef. He swiftly swam over to it, only to discover two bald-headed individuals, one a Yamato man, and the other a high-hatted onmyoji, cowering in the lifeboat. Upon jumping aboard, he overheard their frantic chatter. What are you saying? I can't comprehend a word, Chun Ming declared from his elevated position. The high-hatted onmyoji surprisingly understood and uttered in Mandarin, Master, we saw nothing, please spare our lives. Realizing they comprehended Mandarin, Chun Ming inquired, what brings you here? Speak honestly about the 4 women you fed to the great serpent, or I shall employ soul-searching techniques upon you. Feigning authority at being addressed as master, Chun Ming threatened them. The high-hatted onmyoji glanced at the bald-headed Yamato man and replied, that is my clan's legendary Yamata no Orochi. According to our lore, the deity suffers damage in battles against foes and requires a maiden sacrifice annually, a tradition that has persisted for centuries. The bald-headed Yamato man, hearing the discourse in Mandarin, suddenly shouted at the onmyoji. Chun Ming, exasperated, slapped the bald-headed man, knocking him down onto the boat. The onmyoji explained, this man is a high-ranking official from Yamato. He sought to forcibly awaken our deity, and that is why he lured you here to eliminate him. Chun Ming retrieved a dagger from the bald-headed man and tossed it at the onmyoji's feet, stating, handle your own affairs. No one else is here to witness. The onmyoji picked up the dagger and plunged it into the back of the bald-headed man, shouting in Yamato, venting his pent-up grievances as if he had endured great oppression. The bald-headed man trembled violently before gradually falling silent. Withdrawing the dagger, the onmyoji addressed Chun Ming in Mandarin. The deity has been slain by you, master. I cannot avenge it. I must take my own life to follow my deity. He hesitated, gripping the knife tightly, unable to commit to the act. Chun Ming, amused, remarked, go ahead, I won't stop you. Do you want me to assist you? Encouraged by Chun Ming's words, the onmyoji mustered his courage and aimed the dagger at his abdomen. The blade penetrated less than an inch, and he let out a frantic cry, withdrawing the dagger. Unable to proceed further, Chun Ming let out a cold laugh, diving into the sea and gripping the lifeboat's rope as he pulled it out toward the open ocean. Once he felt he had reached international waters, he retrieved the fish dart from his spatial storage and shredded the lifeboat into pieces. Watching the bodies of the bald-headed Yamato man and the Onmyoji sink into the depths, he scattered a vial of fishing potion around the Onmyoji and swam away. From a distance, he used his enhanced vision to observe countless fish converging upon the Onmyoji, followed by several large sharks, each measuring 4 to 5 meters in length. Without a sound of a scream, both the Onmyoji and the bald-headed man vanished beneath the waves. Chapter 122. A Good Life on the Fishing Boat. Chunming oriented himself and swam towards the fishing boat. Having used all his strength to reach his destination quickly, he was in no rush to return. As he swam, he summoned the intelligent assistant, finding the solitude of the journey over 100 kilometers rather lonely. Do you think that since I am now so powerful, my future children will also possess such strength? He inquired. Dream on. If your beloved Feng Jia were to bear you a child, it would be due to the ancestral dragon's power within you, which has yet to be fully activated. Now that your ancestral dragon power is fully awakened, thinking of having children is futile, the intelligent assistant replied. Chunming was taken aback. Why? Why can't I have descendants now that the ancestral dragon power is activated? The intelligent assistant explained, when the ancestral dragon power is dormant in your blood, it is no different from an ordinary person. Once awakened, the blood carries innate energy, rendering your offspring incapable of being born. How could you possibly have descendants? As Chunming absorbed this information, flames of frustration ignited within him. Damn it! I knew this system had its pitfalls. So my lineage is now doomed. The intelligent assistant retorted sharply. When has the system ever wronged you? I left you with an option, didn't I? To gain something, one must lose something. Don't you understand? You revel in nightly pleasures. Does anyone else possess a body like yours? Chunming, though filled with anger, reflected on the extraordinary life he had enjoyed since acquiring the system. Yet he couldn't help but express, my women are with me, yet I cannot offer them a complete life. How can I face them? What is there to face? They benefit immensely from following you, enjoying pleasures daily. Their bodies will also undergo transformation, albeit at a slower pace, the intelligent assistant replied. Chunming, intrigued, asked so, by being intimate, their bodies will undergo transformation? What does that entail? The intelligent assistant explained, your ancestral dragon power has been fully activated, and your blood now contains pure yang energy. When intertwined with their bodies, it can calm the violent energy within you, while your pure yang energy nourishes their bodies in essence. This is the principle of yin and yang, ensuring continuity and vitality. Chunming, captivated by the intelligent assistant's teachings, eagerly questioned, are you implying that my wives and I could achieve immortality? The intelligent assistant nearly choked. If that were possible, dream on. You want to live forever? Unless you obtain. Keep dreaming your dreams. Chunming, catching the implication in the assistant's words, pressed, what must I obtain to achieve immortality? Why don't you finish what you were saying? Obtain what? I don't know what you're referring to. What do you wish to obtain? The intelligent assistant feigned ignorance. Recognizing the assistant's reluctance, Chunming understood there was more to uncover. He decided to continue their verbal exchange while swimming, confident that time would eventually reveal the truth. However, the intelligent assistant, having been caught off guard, clammed up and refused to divulge any further information related to immortality. The fishing boat lay ahead, and Chunming summoned the assistant back to the system as he swam with determination towards the boat. Since dawn, Chunghong and Lili had been standing by the boat's edge, gazing at the horizon. As noon approached, Chunming's absence was still noted. Sister Hong, why hasn't brother returned yet? I felt a pang of fear as Li Li's voice quivered while speaking to Chunghong. Chunghong reached out and gently stroked Li Li's head, assuring her that her brother would be fine and that they should believe in him. Perhaps he would return shortly. Look, isn't that brother over there? As Chunghong spoke, she spotted Chunming swimming towards them from a distance, and she called out excitedly. Li Li followed Chunghong's gaze, and, indeed, amidst the waves, Chunming was swiftly approaching the fishing boat. Brother! Li Li cheered, jumping up and down on the deck. Tears of joy welled up in Chunghong's eyes as well. As Chunming swam closer to the fishing boat, he climbed aboard from the back deck and enveloped both girls in a warm embrace. After a passionate kiss, he said, I'm going to freshen up. Would you help me wash my back? Li Li, unable to speak, nodded fervently. Chunghong buried her head in Chunming's chest, softly murmuring in agreement. What was meant to be a quick rinse to wash off the seawater turned into nearly 2 hours in the shower, with Chunming scrubbing away until his skin was nearly raw. Reclining on a lounge chair on the back deck, savoring grapes that Li Li fed him, Chunming felt utterly content, with his left arm wrapped around Chunghong and a cigarette in hand. He declared to the two girls that they would take a break from fishing today and would try again tomorrow. Naturally, the girls complied with Chunming's wishes. eagerly attending to him like devoted handmaidens. Seated under the sunshade on the lounge chair, Chun-Ming watched the two girls beside him and reminisced about what his intelligent assistant had mentioned regarding the harmony of yin and yang, the cycle of life. A fervor ignited within him, the ancestral dragon's power coursing through his veins, rekindling its flame. In the vast expanse of the ocean, aboard a solitary fishing boat, beneath the sunlit sky, no, beneath the sunshade, a grand chapter of life unfolded. Chapter 123, A Bountiful Catch. Chun-Ming scattered bait mixed with fishing scent from the stern of the boat, while Li Li fed him grapes. "Brother, are they sweet?" Li Li asked, tilting her face up towards him. "Exceedingly sweet. My Li Li's grapes are the sweetest in the world," Chun-Ming replied with a playful double entendre. Amidst their banter, Chun-Ming used his keen eyesight to spot 3 yellowfin tuna gliding towards the boat's end. He set the bait bowl down and kissed Li Li on the cheek, saying, "Darling, step back a bit. Fish are coming." From his space, he retrieved a fishing spear, and the red cord on his wrist automatically entwined itself around the spear's handle. The largest yellowfin tuna, about 60 or 70 meters from the stern, was chasing after the bait fish. In a swift motion, a spear descended from above, piercing through its head. Fortunately, the intelligent assistant did not intervene. Otherwise, it would have scolded Chun-Ming harshly for using a magical artifact against a mere yellowfin tuna, deeming it a wasteful act. However, it was different when it came to Li Li. "Brother, you're amazing. You're so strong." Li Li showered Chun-Ming with praise. Hearing this, Chun-Ming felt a surge of satisfaction as he swiftly pulled the approximately 400-pound yellowfin tuna alongside the boat. Using the crane, he hoisted the tuna onto the deck and, retrieving a dagger from his space, proceeded to bleed it out. Chun-Ming and Li Li posed for a photo with the tuna, then pushed it into the cold storage. Following the same method, he brought up the remaining 2 yellowfin tunas, bled them out, and stored them in the freezer. Li Li returned to the cockpit, and Chun-Ming embraced her as they made their way back to the cockpit. Inside, Chung Hong was wearing headphones, lost in music, swaying to the rhythm. Chun-Ming released Li Li and wrapped his arms around Chung Hong from behind, swaying together with her to the music. The 3 of them danced to the tunes as they navigated the boat back to collect their gold coins. Chun-Ming decided they would stay here for one more night before setting sail for home. The cold storage was now filled with 11 tuna, 4 bluefins, and 7 yellowfins. This fishing trip had been exceptionally fruitful, and Chung Hong and Li Li enjoyed another blissful honeymoon-like experience, reminiscent of when they had first acquired the boat. Reclining on the spacious bed in the cockpit, with all 3 curtains drawn back, the 2 girls flanked Chun-Ming, relishing fruits cultivated from the chaotic space. Gazing out at the endless expanse of the sea, was there a life more beautiful than this? As the sun rose high in the sky, Chun-Ming lingered in bed, reluctant to rise. Eventually, he descended to the cockpit, navigating the fishing boat past the fishing platform island as the daylight gradually faded. After an hour of sailing, he found a small reef and anchored the boat nearby. Since there was no rush to return, Chun-Ming decided to relax, indulging in a lavish lifestyle until nightfall, ensuring he would not deprive himself of any pleasure. The following day, he awoke late once more. The 3 of them engaged in playful banter in the cockpit, and by mid-afternoon, they were finally nearing Dongxing Pier. Chun-Ming pulled out his phone and, upon discovering he had signal, called Brother Shui to inform him to come to the dock early to collect the fish. As Chun-Ming's fishing boat docked, Brother Shui was already waiting at the pier. He instructed his staff to weigh the yellowfin tunas stored in the cold storage. After Chun-Ming signed the receipt, Brother Shui and his crew took away the 11 tunas. Chun-Ming, along with Chung Hong and Li Li, joined Huang Bo at the pavilion, sharing cups of kung fu tea. Huang Bo remarked, "Little Chun, it seems your harvest this time is quite impressive. Surely over 2 million, right?" "Approximately so, with 3 hefty ones weighing over 400 pounds, Chun-Ming replied. Li Li chimed in, "My brother is incredibly skilled. That over 400-pound bluefin didn't stand a chance." After chatting with Huang Bo for a while, they bid farewell and drove back to the villa. Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu were busy solving problems on their phones when they heard Chun-Ming and the others return. They quickly set aside their phones and rushed to greet them. As the 3 entered the villa, the 4 girls embraced each other, erupting in joyous cheers. After a moment, Chun-Ming separated the girls and pulled Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu into his arms, showering them with kisses before leading them upstairs. It wasn't until Chung Hong returned from outside with dinner that they all came down from upstairs. Chapter 124, Over 2 million in the account. After dinner, leaving a variety of fruits for Chung Hong and Li Li, Chun-Ming took Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu back to the guest room where Li Jia stayed. They shared heartfelt confessions, alleviating their longing for one another. The next day, just before noon, Chun-Ming descended the stairs, brimming with energy, and squeezed between Chung Hong and Li Li. "Brother, look, the fruits from yesterday have spoiled. Li pointed out, showing Chun Ming the fruits he had given her. Chun Ming picked up a pear, noticing its wrinkled surface, indicating it was no longer fresh. He took a bite, and a foul taste flooded his mouth. Ugh, ugh. He quickly spat it out. It seems they've exceeded their freshness period. No worries, brother will pick you some more, he reassured Li. Retrieving a fresh batch from his space, Cheng Hong bagged the spoiled fruits and tossed them into the trash bin. Chun Ming then asked Cheng Hong, "What is for lunch today?" "I'm not sure. I just checked, and there are only a few vegetables and some eggs in the fridge," Cheng Hong replied. Having grown weary of bland food over the past few days, Chun Ming suggested, "How about we all go out for hot pot today?" Li's eyes lit up with excitement. "That sounds great. I've been craving it." Chun Ming urged, "Go wake your sister up. We're going for hot pot." He pulled out his phone. "Lin Xiao, would you like to join us for hot pot at noon? I just got back yesterday afternoon. It'll be spicy fun." Chun Ming called Lin Xiao, inviting him to join, but Lin Xiao declined, finding the idea unappealing. Once Li Jia and the other girls finished their makeup, the family drove to a hot pot restaurant known for its authentic flavor. The food was delightful, leaving a lasting impression on Chun Ming from his last visit. They ordered an array of hot pot ingredients, including tripe and duck intestines. Just as the family was enjoying their meal, Wang Fong called. "Ming Ming, has your fishing boat been registered yet?" She inquired over the phone. Chun Ming replied on the phone that he had not yet done so, as it was still within the airworthiness period, but would go to register the boat in a couple of days. "All right, once you have registered it, bring the documents over to me and register the vessel under the Hong Kong company. You will then have the freedom to move between both locations," Wang Fong said over the phone. Chun Ming eagerly agreed and handed the phone to Li Jia and the others, encouraging them to chat while he indulged in a hearty meal of beef tripe. After finishing, he returned home, where the group engaged in playful banter in the master bedroom. Li Jia, blushing, fled to her own room, shutting the door firmly behind her. An hour later, after persistent knocking, she finally opened the door to let Chun Ming in for a midday rest. In the afternoon, Chun Ming entered Lin Xiao's office, where Lin Xiao was reclining with his legs propped on the desk, engrossed in a phone call with a celebrity. Upon noticing Chun Ming's arrival, Lin Xiao gestured towards the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling windows, indicating for him to take a seat. He stood up from behind the desk and joined Chun Ming on the sofa. After settling in, Lin Xiao put away his phone. "Not bad. You've earned over 2 million in just a few days. The money has been transferred to you. Check it out," Lin Xiao remarked to Chun Ming. Chun Ming smiled and replied, "It's all right, but the time spent on the road was excessive. The cold storage on the boat is quite limited." He then checked his account, confirming that over 270,000 had been deposited. Lin Xiao looked at Chun Ming and said, "You could be considered a billionaire now. Do you still need to go out to fish for money?" Chun Ming dared not reveal the true reason for his continued fishing expeditions, merely attributing it to his hobby. "If I don't go fishing, what else would I do all day? Unlike you, I lack business acumen and other skills, so I might as well be a fisherman," Chun Ming replied. Lin Xiao shrugged. "Well, if you enjoy fishing, then go ahead. However, you could also search for treasures while fishing. I can help you find some information on places that might have hidden treasures." Lin Xiao, feeling increasingly clever with his suggestion, added, "This could work well for you. You've always had good luck at sea. You can fish and treasure hunt simultaneously, blending work with pleasure." Chun Ming pondered this and found it quite appealing. Fishing while sailing around the world with Li Jia and the others sounded delightful. "On this fishing trip, I brought back some gold coins and silver coins. I'll give you one as a keepsake," Chun Ming said, presenting a coin to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao accepted it, tossing the gold coin lightly in his hand. "I'll keep this gold coin, but you should auction off the silver coin." Chun Ming pocketed the silver coin, and after some casual conversation, he prepared to take his leave. Lin Xiao said, "As for the cruise ship docked at the harbor, I don't have much time to take it out for a spin. Since the keys are with you, make sure to take it out and enjoy it, so it doesn't sit idle and deteriorate." Chun Ming no longer felt the need to be overly polite, responding, "Sure. I'll take it out in a couple of days and bring Li Jia and the others along." After leaving Lin Xiao's office, Chun Ming drove to Jiejie Seafood Restaurant. Upon seeing Chun Ming exit his car, Zhou Jian approached him. "How is business? Are there still many customers?" Chun Ming inquired. Zhou Jian, now accustomed to such questions, replied, "There are about half as many customers as before. We still have around 200 jin of various seafood left." Chun Ming considered this and said, "Let's maintain that for now. If you're short on stock and I haven't delivered anything, just head to the market and restock. Just keep track of the accounts." Chun Ming didn't enter the restaurant, instead giving Zhou Jian a few instructions from outside before returning to the villa. Upon entering, he found that Li Jia and the others had gone shopping. Alone in the house and feeling quite bored, he headed to the backyard and practiced his marksmanship with a spear. Chapter 125, Registering the New Boat. By the time the 4 girls returned from shopping, Chun Ming had showered, changed clothes, and was sitting in the living room. "Brother, do you think this handbag is pretty?" Lily asked, presenting her new purchase to him. Chunming looked at it and replied, "It's nice, but did you not buy any new clothes?" Lily leaned in and whispered in Chunming's ear, "I did. My sister and I each bought a set of lingerie. It's beautiful. I'll wear it for you to see later." Chunming whispered back, "Make sure to call your sister to join us when you do." Lily nodded enthusiastically. Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu set down their shopping bags and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chunming followed them into the kitchen, where he filled the large freezer with various vegetables grown in his space. He turned to Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu and said, "Please keep an eye on these vegetables in the fridge. How long do you think they will last before spoiling? Let me know when you find out." The two girls nodded in acknowledgement. Chunming hugged Zhang Yuxiu, resting his head on her shoulder, their faces close together, and said to Li Jia, "From now on, we'll just eat the vegetables I grow in my space." As he spoke, his hands began to wander. "Hey, we're cooking here." Zhang Yuxiu giggled, feeling ticklish. Chunming laughed and released her, turning to embrace Li Jia and stealing a kiss. Li Jia, furious, promptly shoved him out of the kitchen. After dinner, the family strolled around the artificial lake, filled with laughter and joy. Upon returning, Li Jia went back to her room as usual. Chunming, already mentally prepared, seized the moment and squeezed in after her. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong exchanged amused glances. Cheng Hong said to Li Li, "Your brother has gone to steal something. Aren't you going to see what he's up to?" Zhang Yuxiu chimed in. "Maybe he has gone to steal some new lingerie. I need to check. I hope he doesn't get caught by my sister," Li Li said, rushing towards the master bedroom to fetch her newly bought lingerie. When she arrived at the second bedroom, the door was indeed ajar, and sounds of playful scuffling could be heard from within. Li Li boldly entered and closed the door behind her. In the living room, Cheng Hong suggested to Zhang Yuxiu, "Why don't you buy a nurse outfit? You would look stunning in it, and your brother would definitely enjoy it." "Oh, you naughty girl. You've only been gone for a few days, and you've already picked up Li Li's bad habits. Why don't you buy a maid outfit to wear for your brother?" Zhang Yuxiu retorted, playfully nudging Cheng Hong. The following day, Chunming gathered all the necessary documents for the fishing boat and went to the Maritime Bureau to register the vessel and pay the acquisition tax. He returned to the villa with the completed paperwork. In the living room, he addressed the four girls seated there, saying, "This afternoon, I'm heading to Fang Jia's place on Hong Kong Island to deliver the fishing boat documents. Who wants to accompany me?" Lily pouted. "Who would want to go with you? Wouldn't we just be a bother? Interrupting your little world together." Li Jia playfully twisted her younger sister's face, saying, "You should just go alone this afternoon. Fang Jia is all by herself on Hong Kong Island. It's rare for her to come back, so go and keep her company. Fang Jia must have it tough by herself on Hong Kong Island. Go and comfort her," Zhang Yuxiu added. Cheng Hong also encouraged him, "Just go by yourself. Spend a couple of days with Fang Jia and come back early." After exchanging hugs and kisses, Chunming drove the white sports car, bringing along all the necessary documentation for the fishing boat, and headed toward the customs checkpoint. This time, he did not inform Fang Jia in advance, intending to surprise her. He hailed a taxi and arrived at the central plaza. After getting out, he took out his phone and called Fang Jia. "Fang Jia, are you in the office?" he asked. "Yes, what is up?" she responded. "I'm downstairs, coming right up," he replied. Upon stepping out of the elevator, Chunming spotted Fang Jia beaming at him, standing at the entrance with her secretary from the mainland trailing behind her. "You brought the fishing boat documents?" Fang Jia asked. Chunming handed over the paperwork, and she took it, instructing her secretary, "Give this to the lawyer and have him register the boat under the company name as a survey vessel." The secretary took the documents and departed. Chunming then asked Fang Jia, "Where's the big sign?" "Training my subordinates," she answered. As they entered the office, Fang Jia invited Chunming to take a seat, but he directly lifted her into his arms, carrying her into the adjacent lounge. Uncertain whether Sister Fang would don her golden dance attire for him this time, Chunming rested his head upon her belly, eager to hear the stirrings of the child within, yet he heard nothing. Gazing at Fang Jia's gently rounded abdomen, he could not resist the urge to employ his X-ray vision for a fleeting glimpse. Though Fang Jia was merely 3 months along, it was unclear what Chunming perceived. Nonetheless, a shiver coursed through him, and he buried his head deeper into Fang Jia's embrace. Chapter 126. Accompanying Fang Jia on a tour of Hong Kong Island. Chunming, should we consider purchasing a residence on Hong Kong Island? With the company situated here, it would be prudent to establish a long-term foothold. Fang Jia inquired of Chunming. After a moment's reflection, Chunming replied, "Given the size of my family, if we are to buy, let us acquire a larger one." Zhang Yuxiu and the others could also visit Hong Kong Island for extended stays. Wang Feng remarked, "To secure a grand villa on Hong Kong Island, one must venture only to the half-mountain area, which is rather challenging to procure. We will have to wait and see if anyone migrates out and puts their property on the market." Chunming reassured Fang Jia, "It matters not. Let us find someone to keep an eye out. If an opportunity arises, we shall buy." The couple descended to the dining area for dinner, and returned to the hotel room where Fong Jia had been residing for an extended period. After Chen Ming attended to Fong Jia's bathing needs, passion inevitably ensued. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, Chen Ming awoke to the gentle light filtering through the curtain's crevice. Turning his head, he observed Fong Jia lying with her back to him, her shoulders rising and falling softly with her breaths. As she stirred and turned towards him, she murmured, "Are you awake?" Her voice still laced with sleep. Chen Ming retracted his hand from his phone and drew her closer. Fong Jia stretched languidly, her arm brushing against Chen Ming's chest. Squinting at the sunlight streaming through the window, she remarked, "The weather is delightful." Chen Ming threw off the covers and rose from bed, making his way to the bathroom to wash his face. Fong Jia, wrapped in a towel, followed him inside, and Chen Ming could not help but be drawn to her once more. Fong Jia playfully chided, "You never have enough of this, do you?" Yet, she did not deter him, reaching for her toothbrush from the rack. Standing before the mirror to brush her teeth, Chen Ming, with foam at the corners of his mouth, received a gentle swipe from Fong Jia's thumb to clean it away. Once they finished their morning routine and returned to the living room, Fong Jia remarked, "You've been here on Hong Kong Island for quite some time, yet you haven't truly accompanied me to explore. This time, I want to let you off the hook. You must take me out today. Indeed, I haven't had the chance to properly show you around. Today, I shall devote myself to your enjoyment." "Where shall we begin?" Chen Ming inquired. "Let us start at the Central Plaza," Fong Jia suggested, wrapping her arms around his. "Then we shall stroll through Central Plaza first, and afterward, we can take the tram to Causeway Bay," Chen Ming decided. Fong Jia nodded. Stepping into the room to open her wardrobe, Chen Ming observed her selecting a dress, holding it up against herself. "How about this one?" she asked. Chen Ming nodded, adding, "Pair it with the shoes we bought last time." Fong Jia smiled, saying, "I was just thinking that." By the time they finished preparing to leave, it was already 10:30. In the elevator, Fong Jia checked her bag, wallet, phone, lipstick, and tissues. Chen Ming pressed the button for the ground floor. Fong Jia led Chen Ming into a luxury goods store, heading straight for the handbag section. She picked up a chain bag, then set it down, turning to a tote bag on the other side. "What do you think of this for work?" she asked. Chen Ming felt the material and replied, "It's rather nice." Fong Jia opened the bag to inspect the interior and called over a sales associate to inquire about the price. "Let us see what else is available," she said to Chen Ming. After browsing 3 stores, Fong Jia ultimately purchased a brown handbag. Chen Ming carried the shopping bag as he watched her sign the receipt at the counter. The sales associate handed her the neatly packaged box, which she placed into her large bag. "Are you hungry?" Chen Ming asked. Fong Jia glanced at her watch. "It's only 11. Let us have a coffee." In the cafe, Chen Ming ordered an Americano while Fong Jia opted for a latte. They settled into a window-side table, where Fong Jia placed her shopping bag at her feet. "Shall we head to Causeway Bay this afternoon?" she inquired. Chen Ming nodded, responding, "We can take the tram there." After finishing their coffee, they walked to the tram station. Fong Jia hesitated, gazing at the vintage tram. "Is it stable? We wouldn't want to risk the baby." Chen Ming took her hand, assuring her, "I'll support you." They boarded the tram, taking seats in the front row of the upper deck. As the tram jolted into motion, Fong Jia grasped Chen Ming's arm tightly. Chen Ming pointed out the window, asking, "Is that the Legislative Council building?" "Yes," Fong Jia confirmed, leaning against his shoulder to take a photo. The tram rattled through the bustling streets until they reached Causeway Bay Station. Entering a shopping mall, Fong Jia headed straight for the cosmetics section. She tried 3 different lipsticks, extending her hand, adorned with color, towards Chen Ming. "Which one looks the best?" she asked. Chen Ming pointed to the vibrant orange-red shade. Fong Jia purchased that one along with a muted rose color, adding another bag to their collection. Chen Ming consolidated all the bags in his left hand while holding Fong Jia's hand with his right. On the 3rd floor, they arrived at the women's apparel section. Fong Jia tried on a blue dress and emerged from the fitting room for a spin. "What do you think?" she asked. Chen Ming scrutinized her and replied, "It seems a bit loose at the waist." A sales associate fetched a smaller size, and once Fong Jia tried it on, it fit her much better. She admired herself in the mirror, winking at Chen Ming. "Shall I buy it?" Chen Ming nodded. As he swiped his card to pay, Fong Jia stood beside him, arranging her hair. For lunch, they enjoyed wonton noodles. Fong Jia mixed chili sauce into her noodles, and Chen Ming sipped her lemon tea. "What shall we do this afternoon?" Fong Jia asked. "Perhaps we could visit Victoria Peak? The night view is splendid," Chen Ming suggested. Fong Jia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That sounds wonderful." They took the subway back to Central and transferred to the Peak tram. While waiting in line, Fong Jia leaned against Chen Ming, saying, "I'm a bit tired from walking." Chen Ming wrapped his arm around her waist. "Let us head back early tonight." As the tram ascended, it tilted dramatically, causing Fong Jia to cling tightly to Chen Ming's hand. He pointed out the window, exclaiming, "Look, Everything is getting smaller. At the peak viewing platform, Hong Kong's nightscape gradually illuminated the skyline. Fang Jie leaned against the railing to snap photos, while Chun Ming rested his chin atop her head. The wind picked up, tousling Fang Jie's hair, which brushed against Chun Ming's face, carrying the scent of her shampoo. How beautiful, Fang Jie remarked. Chun Ming murmured in agreement, helping to tuck her windblown hair behind her ear, his fingers brushing against her cool earlobe. They dined at the restaurant atop the mountain, where Fang Jie offered Chun Ming a taste of her steak. On the bus ride down, Fang Jie fell asleep against the window, her head gradually slipping onto Chun Ming's shoulder as the vehicle jostled. He gently adjusted his posture to ensure her comfort. Upon returning to their rented hotel, it was already 10 o'clock. As Fang Jie stepped inside, she kicked off her high heels and began to unpack her shopping bags, laying out their contents on the floor. Today was quite fruitful, she declared, sitting on the carpet. Chun Ming poured her a glass of water and took a sip himself. Fang Jie held up her newly purchased dress. Shall I wear this tomorrow? Chun Ming nodded, tidying up the packaging and bags strewn across the floor, while Fang Jie retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. The sound of running water filled the air as Chun Ming settled on the sofa, massaging his calves. Fang Jie emerged in her pajamas, her hair damp. You should go wash up, she suggested. When Chun Ming finished his shower, he found Fang Jie already in bed. Engrossed in her phone, he lay down beside her, and she turned off the light, snuggling into his embrace. Were you happy today? Chun Ming asked. Fang Jie nuzzled against his chest, replying, it was the happiest day. Chun Ming kissed the top of her head, closed his eyes, and let his hands wander. Outside, the lights of Hong Kong Island glimmered brightly, yet their room had descended into darkness, save for the sound of hurried breaths. Chapter 127. Preparing for a vacation at sea. Fang Jie, I've set aside 100 gold coins, 100 silver coins, and these gold and silver utensils for you. Take them and arrange for their auction. Chun Ming bequeathed these items to Fang Jie. Perched on Chun Ming's lap, she wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, I will promptly contact the auction house to sell them all. By the way, later, transfer the funds from the Hong Kong account to the mainland bank card. This money has already been taxed and can be used normally on the mainland. Understood. For now, please keep the funds from the auctioned items in the company account. If a suitable villa becomes available, proceed to purchase it. As Chun Ming spoke while on the move, he addressed Wang Fang. After exiting the hotel where Wang Fang had resided for an extended period, the two made their way to HSBC, transferring 200 million from Chun Ming's account to an inland card account. Following a tender farewell, Wang Fang accompanied Chun Ming to the customs gate before parting ways. Chun Ming drove back to the coastal villa in his white sports car parked in the lot. Upon entering, he was greeted by Li, who leaped into his arms. Brother, I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow, she exclaimed playfully. Chun Ming patted her back, noting her delightful bounce, and planted a kiss on her cheek, whispering, Did you miss me? He then suggested they call for their sister in the evening to discuss life together. Hee, you're so naughty, brother. Lily giggled as she hopped down. In the living room, Chun Ming squeezed himself between Li Chuan and Zhang Yuxiu, settling down. He opened his arms to embrace both women and inquired, Do you remember the exam topics? When is the practical test scheduled? Leaning against Chun Ming, Zhang Yuxiu replied, The second subject test is next week. I believe we can pass, but learning to drive is quite arduous. Li Jia chimed in. It feels like I'm preparing for college again, solving problems every day. Amused, Chun Ming playfully kissed Li Jia on the lips. Li playfully swatted Chun Ming's back, prompting him to rise and sit beside Cheng Hong. He lifted Cheng Hong and playfully hid behind her. Seeing this, Li joined in, giving Li Jia a gentle push, causing her to tumble towards Chun Ming, who caught her in his embrace. The family engaged in a lively bout of playful banter until they finally settled down. Zhang Yuxiu remarked, The vegetables and fruits you left in the fridge spoiled the next day. They probably can't last more than 12 hours. Chun Ming responded, It's likely that the produce from the space can't exceed 24 hours once taken out. No matter, there's plenty left. We'll just take what we need in the future. He then produced a bounty of fruit from the space and placed it on the coffee table. After lunch and a brief rest, Chun Ming lay between Li Jia and Li, asking them, Have you made any plans to go fishing these past few days? Where would you like to go for fun? Li, resting her head on his chest, replied, I just went shopping with my sister yesterday, and it was rather dull. There was nothing I fancied buying. I'd much rather be out on the boat with you. Li Jia added, When money is tight, everything seems desirable. Yet when we have it, nothing satisfies us. Chun Ming reflected on how initially, earning money had made life fulfilling, but now that he had both wealth and a girlfriend, he felt somewhat adrift, lacking a sense of purpose. The system he possessed provided some excitement with its intermittent rewards, yet he feared it might one day impose a daunting task that would leave him desolate. Deciding to push such thoughts aside, Chen Ming turned to Li Jia for a discussion, with Li Li eagerly joining in. Later, in the living room, feeling the tedium, Chen Ming proposed. How about I take the large cruise ship out? We could spend some time on the sea, returning just in time for Jia Jia and Xiao Xiao's driving test. Li Li, thrilled by the idea, exclaimed, nothing beats being at sea. I love fishing with you, brother. After deliberation, the entire family unanimously agreed to set sail for a vacation at sea. Securing the villa, they drove the off-road vehicle to Dongxing Pier. Upon seeing Chenming Park, Huangbo approached from the guardhouse. Xiao Chun, back for just 2 days and already off to sea? He inquired. I'm just looking for something to do at home. Planning to take the cruise out for a bit of exploration, Chen Ming replied casually. While chatting with Huangbo, he called for the fuel truck. Li Jia and the others had boarded the cruise ship, and Chen Ming hurried to summon Cheng Hong, instructing her to fill the ship with fresh water. He also placed an order with the local convenience store for 20 cases of mineral water to be delivered to the pier, along with 2 bags of rice, several chickens and ducks, and some snacks. After bidding farewell to Huangbo, Chen Ming retrieved 2 fishing rods and 10 boxes of Antarctic shrimp bricks from the fishing boat to the yacht. He submitted the application for going out to sea, completing all necessary procedures, awaiting the fuel truck's arrival. The fuel truck arrived at the pier, filling the cruise ship's tank in under 20 minutes. After parting ways with Huangbo, Chen Ming stayed next to Cheng Hong, guiding her as they set the boat in motion away from the pier. On the first day of their outing, Cheng Hong asked, Brother, how do we set the course? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ming replied, let us head south. We'll sail for 3 days and then return home just in time for Jia Jia and the others' driving test. The cruise ship featured a spacious first level with a grand living room, kitchen, and bathrooms. The second level housed the control room and 4 large bedrooms, while the upper deck boasted the largest master suite, topped with a scenic observation deck. Observing Cheng Hong skillfully at the helm, Chen Ming instructed her to set the course on autopilot, ensuring a leisurely speed of 15 to 16 knots for their enjoyment. Cheng Hong complied, adjusting the ship to autopilot with the designated speed. Chen Ming wrapped his arms around her waist, delivering a deep, passionate kiss. Hand in hand, they ascended to the observation deck. Li Jia, Li Li, and Zhang Yuxiu, clad in summer tops and shorts, lounged on beach chairs, applying sunscreen to one another. Cheng Hong excused herself to change, and Chen Ming took the sunscreen from Li Jia's hands, offering to assist her. As he helped Li Jia, he called out to Zhang Yuxiu and Li Li, don't apply it yourselves. I'll help you shortly. Li Li put down the sunscreen and exclaimed, Brother, I want to eat lychee. Hurry and bring some out. Chen Ming feigned exasperation. Oh dear, how could I forget such an important task? He promptly placed a variety of fruits on the round table. After finishing with Li Jia, Cheng Hong returned, now dressed in a light blue tank top and an equally short skirt, complemented by crystal sandals, enhancing her youthful allure. Chen Ming reclined on a beach chair, while Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong enjoyed fruits beside him. Li Li, wielding her phone, busily snapped pictures, prompting them to strike various poses. Observing the 4 vibrant women, Chen Ming felt the atmosphere aboard the ship come alive with their playful antics. Cheng Hong nestled her head on his shoulder, giggling. Chen Ming told Li Jia and Li Li, you girls have fun up here. I'm going to check something downstairs. Li Li playfully stuck out her tongue and made a silly face at him. Li Jia, tossing a peeled lychee at Chen Ming, blushed as she glanced at Li Li, perhaps recalling something that made her cheeks redden further. Sister, let us go play at the bow of the ship, Li Li suggested. What at the bow? Just wait, you little rascal, always digging a hole for your sister. Just you wait. Chen Ming retorted, chasing after Li Li, who squealed and darted away. The sisters engaged in a delightful chase, filled with laughter and mischief. An hour passed, and Chen Ming felt invigorated and full of energy. Marveling at the strength of his revitalized body, lighting a cigarette, he quietly slipped out of bed and descended the stairs to the first-floor living room. Upon entering, he was unexpectedly tackled by Li Li, who came barreling in. Chen Ming swiftly caught her, preventing what could have been a comical collision. Just then, Li Jia entered, catching sight of Chen Ming and swiftly embracing her sister to keep her from falling. Have you been teasing your sister again? Chen Ming queried Li Li. I wasn't bothering her. I merely asked her a question, and she wouldn't let it go. Li Li pouted, defending herself. Chen Ming took Li Jia's hand and settled onto the grand sofa in the living room. He continued to inquire of Li Li, have you become so formidable? Did you merely ask your sister a question, and yet found yourself pursued? Just as Li Li was about to respond, she prepared to cover her own mouth. However, Li Jia inadvertently covered her own mouth instead, leaving Chen Ming's lips silenced by his hand. Chen Ming gestured to Li Li, who understood immediately. The 3 of them began to frolic in the living room. Chapter 129, The Dagger. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong brought the prepared dinner to the table. The chicken and stir-fried meat dishes sat untouched by the 5. Observing this, Chun Ming inquired, "Why does this chicken and pork taste so unpalatable during this time?" Zhang Yuxiu replied, "I followed the original recipe, yet I cannot fathom why the meat has such an odd flavor." Li Jia echoed her sentiments. "Indeed. I've felt this way since last month, but oddly enough, the vegetables do not evoke the same sensation. Regardless, I have fruits to eat. I've lost my taste for meat, as it has become distasteful," Li remarked. Chun Ming pondered for a moment, recalling the words of his intelligent assistant, and asked the four women, "Have you noticed any differences compared to before during this time?" Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu exchanged glances, with Li Jia stating, "Recently, Xiaoyou and I have been studying at home, and my memory feels remarkably enhanced. I can remember things after just a glance. During the simulated exams on my phone, I consistently score full marks." Cheng Hong added, "I too feel that I am learning to sail at an astonishing rate. If my brother explains something once, I can grasp it immediately. But what about me? I only feel that being with my brother in such intimate moments never tires me," Lily commented. Surprisingly, the three women did not laugh at her this time. Instead, they fell into deep contemplation, as they too could relate to her feelings. Chun Ming gazed into their eyes, filled with a thirst for knowledge. After much thought, he resolved to share what the intelligent assistant had conveyed, believing that as long as he refrained from revealing the system's secrets, there would be no danger. Clearing his throat, he began, "How should I put this? Due to certain reasons, my body has awakened its latent potential, embodying an essence of utmost strength and vitality. By being together with you, you too may benefit and potentially awaken your own physical capabilities." Cheng Hong, who enjoyed reading web novels, could not help but ask, "Is this akin to dual cultivation, brother? Are we engaged in spiritual cultivation?" Chun Ming quickly denied, "What we are involved in is not spiritual cultivation. It merely pertains to the awakening of physical potential." Li Jia inquired, "What benefits arise from this awakening of our physical potential?" Chun Ming explained, "The benefits include enhanced memory, quicker reflexes, and an extraordinary physical constitution. Look at you now. Are you not more beautiful than before? It seems you may even enjoy prolonged youth and delayed aging. Indeed, I feel much more beautiful than before. I must spend more time with my brother," Li joyfully exclaimed. Chun Ming wrapped his arms around Li Jia and Cheng Hong's slender waists, addressing the four women. "Thus, you are encouraged to be with me more often. It will bring you great advantages." Cheng Hong playfully covered Chun Ming's mouth, while Li Jia playfully twisted his thigh. Chun Ming chuckled, suddenly recalling something important. Looking at the four women with a serious expression, he said, "After my potential was awakened, I was left with a side effect." He paused, noting their immediate tension. Li Jia and Cheng Hong, seated beside him, clutched his arms tightly. Chun Ming continued, "Due to the nature of this awakening, the little tadpoles can no longer survive, meaning I will no longer be able to grant you little babies. I thought you were going to mention something serious. Not being able to have babies is no big deal. Now I can be with my brother every day without any reservations." Li pouted. Li Jia could not help but ask, "Who triggered your potential awakening? We should seek them out." Chun Ming felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. It was the system. He sensed something was amiss. "This was bestowed upon me by heaven, and there is no one to seek out. Moreover, heaven has granted me many benefits as compensation," he replied. The four women were aware of the celestial phenomena that occurred when Chun Ming caught the fish that transformed into a dragon. "Are you assisting heaven in its tasks?" Li Jia, a university student, quickly pinpointed the crux of the matter. Chun Ming pondered before responding, "One could say that. A great man once stated that after the founding of the nation, animals were not permitted to attain spiritual enlightenment. My current endeavor involves ensuring that any sea creature showing signs of such transformation is captured and brought to the surface to be struck down by heavenly lightning." Zhang Yuxiu asked, "Was the large fish you caught last time taken from the water and struck by lightning? Was that fish a spirit?" Chun Ming nodded. "That fish, known as fish transforming into a dragon, was indeed a creature on the verge of attaining enlightenment, possessing the bloodline of a dragon. Dragons are known for their lustful nature, hence the events that transpired." Li Jia, recalling that incident, playfully punched Chun Ming's chest, for it was during that time he had taken her first kiss. Chun Ming produced the dagger and fish spear from his space, placing them on the coffee table. "These are rewards bestowed upon me, including those fishing rods," he said. Li Jia picked up the dagger, examining it closely, only to discover it emanated a faint azure glow. With a clang, she dropped the dagger in surprise. Chun Ming was equally astonished. The dagger reacted in her hands, something it had not done when he first acquired it. He retrieved the dagger and said to Li Jia, "Here, Jia, try holding it. This is equivalent to a magical artifact for cultivators." Li Jia, now mentally prepared, accepted the dagger. It again emitted a blue light, causing Li's eyes to widen in amazement. "Let me try, sister. Quickly hand it to me," Li exclaimed. Li Jia passed the dagger to her sister. who also experienced the phenomenon of the azure glow. Chen Ming, now perplexed, considered for a moment before addressing Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong. You should also give it a try. Upon doing so, they too witnessed the azure light. Chen Ming began to grasp the situation. This dagger likely had been specifically tailored for his women by the system. Chapter 130, Underwater Exploration. Cheng Hong reached for the fish spear resting on the table. Yet no remarkable phenomenon occurred. Brother, I saw you use this before, Cheng Hong remarked. Chen Ming replied, this is also a reward for completing tasks. This fish spear is quite extraordinary and exceptionally sharp. He then removed the ring from his finger, which the four women tried on, but it yielded no reaction. Zhang Yuxiu inquired, is this ring also a magical artifact? Chen Ming confirmed, this ring is indeed a magical artifact, a relic from ancient cultivators. With that, he waved his hand, conjuring a protective light barrier that enveloped all five of them. The four women reached out to touch the barrier's edge, yet felt nothing tangible. This barrier cannot be touched. However, any object attempting to penetrate it from the outside will be repelled. It serves as a defensive magical artifact, and can even shield against water while submerged, Chen Ming explained. Brother, let us try it out, Lily exclaimed. Clinging to Chen Ming, he stood up and said, let us go, we'll head to the deck. The five of them made their way to the rear deck, where Chen Ming asked, which two shall join me first? I will take Jia Jia and Lily down for a little exploration. Lily rushed forward, wrapping her arms around one of Chen Ming's arms. With Li Jia standing nearby, Chen Ming embraced her and instructed Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong. You two wait on the ship for a moment. I will take Jia Jia and Lily down for a brief excursion before returning to bring you up. With that, he jumped into the sea with both girls in tow. The moment they hit the water, Chen Ming activated the ring to create a protective barrier, enveloping the three of them within. Once submerged, they found themselves encased in a bubble, with Chen Ming guiding it as they descended to the ocean floor. Li Jia and Li Li, within the bubble, felt no discomfort from the water pressure. Li Jia gazed out at the surrounding sea through the bubble, marveling at the fish that swam by, her heart filled with wonder. Li Li clung tightly to Chen Ming's waist, exclaiming with delight, brother, oh, how exhilarating. Look, there's a shark swimming towards us. Quick, run. As Chen Ming maneuvered the bubble downwards towards the ocean floor, he reassured her, fear not, it cannot reach us. Indeed, the shark approached but did not penetrate their bubble. Instead, it was repelled by it and swam away after a couple of attempts. Brother, it really swam away. Lily exclaimed joyfully. Li Jia tightened her grip on Chen Ming's arm and exclaimed, brother, we're almost at the seabed, inadvertently revealing their private nicknames for each other. The bubble carried the trio down to the ocean floor, where Chen Ming spotted a flat expanse teeming with shrimp foraging. He swiftly guided the bubble over. Lily, hold on tight to your brother, he instructed, freeing one hand to gather the shrimp into his spatial realm. As soon as the shrimp entered this space, they lost their lives, yet they remained preserved, retaining the freshness of their last moments. After Chen Ming had collected all the shrimp, Lily whispered something into his ear. Li Jia, overhearing, blushed and playfully pinched her sister's cheek, teasing, you little rascal, always dragging your sister into mischief. Chen Ming, noticing Li Jia's lack of objection, was eager to indulge as well, and the three spent over an hour at the ocean floor. On the deck, Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong were not worried despite Chen Ming and the girls' prolonged absence. Cheng Hong even dashed back to the lounge to fetch 2 apples, and they began to snack. After finishing the apples, they waited a little longer until Chen Ming emerged from the water, cradling the 2 sisters in his arms as they surfaced. The moment he released them, Li Jia's legs wobbled, almost causing her to fall. Zhang Yuxiu quickly steadied her and asked, why were you all down there for so long? Li, was it fun in the water? Absolutely. It was thrilling. Far more enjoyable than being on the boat. It felt like a completely different experience, Lily boasted. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong, however, were oblivious to the underlying meaning of her words. Once Li Jia steadied herself against the railing, Chen Ming turned to Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong, saying, come, let me take you into the sea for an experience unlike any other. With that, he embraced the waists of both women and leapt into the water. The bubble enveloped them, bobbing gently in the ocean. Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong gazed in awe at the myriad of fish swimming outside the bubble, marveling at the spectacle. Chen Ming inquired, are you eager for an even more intriguing and exhilarating experience? Both women nodded enthusiastically. Chen Ming then commenced his actions. While sound travels while underwater, the voices of the 3 within the bubble were inaudible, regardless of their volume. In the grand lounge of the cruise ship, Chen Ming grasped the hands of all 4 women and sincerely expressed, thank you for choosing to be with me. I promise to treat you well. Let us face the days to come together. Today's experience had woven them closer together. Lily asked Chen Ming, brother, if we stay together long enough, will we become as formidable as you? Chun Ming nodded. Based on current observations, it should awaken our latent potentials, and once fully unleashed, we may indeed become as powerful as I. Noticing the time, as dusk began to settle, they sought a shallow area to anchor the ship. They gathered in the largest room aboard to discuss how to activate their physical potentials. As dawn broke, Li Jia yawned and made her way to the deck. Not seeing Chun Ming and her sister, she wondered where they had disappeared to. Just as she was about to search for them to call them for breakfast, she spotted Chun Ming leaping onto the deck with Li Li in his arms. Li Jia shot them a glare and remarked, "The sun is already high. It's time for breakfast, not frolicking in the water." Li Li nestled her head against Chun Ming's chest, while he, unabashed, chuckled, "After breakfast, we'll dive back down." Li Jia playfully nudged Chun Ming's shoulder and retreated into the cabin. After breakfast, they resumed their voyage. Cheng Hong piloted the cruise ship while Chun Ming and the three women enjoyed light-hearted banter nearby. Through the glass of the cockpit, they admired the sea views. Chun Ming was conversing with Zhang Yuxiu when suddenly, the intelligent assistant chimed in. "The cool-down period is over. You may now open the treasure chest," it announced in Chun Ming's mind. Turning to the four women, he said, "Stay here and have fun. I'll be right back," and made his way to the lounge's restroom. Sitting on the toilet lid, Chun Ming commanded the intelligent assistant, "Open the treasure chest." The blue screen flickered, and a compass slowly ascended from the box into Chun Ming's hand. The intelligent assistant gravely declared, "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a treasure-seeking compass, capable of detecting various hidden treasures in mountains, lakes, and oceans." Chun Ming examined the compass, recognizing only the cardinal directions, utterly perplexed by the rest. "How do I use this? I can only understand north, south, east, and west," he inquired. The assistant reassured him, "As long as you can identify the cardinal directions, the compass's basic treasure-finding function will suffice. Just align it properly and follow the needle's direction." "Is it really that simple?" Chun Ming thought the assistant was somewhat dismissive. He tossed the compass into the chaotic space, placing it atop a colossal gem. "Tell me, is the annihilation of these sentient creatures orchestrated by the heavens?" he questioned the intelligent assistant. Startled, the assistant plummeted to the ground before hastily soaring back up, scanning the surroundings for anomalies. Once assured there was none, it replied, "You said that. I didn't imply anything. I know nothing." With that, it darted back into the system. Chun Ming called for the assistant several times, but it remained absent. He pouted, "Coward. Usually so arrogant, looking down on everyone. Yet today you've turned into a timid creature?" Returning to the cockpit, Chun Ming resumed playful antics with the four women. Li Li, having procured a strip of cloth from somewhere, blindfolded Chun Ming and initiated a game of blind man's bluff. The four women, having learned of their physical evolution, no longer resisted Chun Ming's whims. In fact, Li Jia even winked at him while carrying someone on her back. In the afternoon, the cruise ship arrived at the location where Chun Ming's original fishing boat had sunk. After anchoring, everyone boarded the inflatable boat and made their way to the small island. All their belongings left behind when they departed were mysteriously gone, though it was unclear whether they had been carried away by the wind or taken by someone else. The five of them explored the island, and on the shore, Chun Ming turned to the four women, saying, "I still have around 50 to 60 pounds of dragon fish meat in my space. How about we prepare 10 pounds for dinner tonight? Is there still fish meat? After all this time, hasn't it spoiled?" Li Li asked in disbelief. Chun Ming smiled and explained, "Anything in my space retains its original state, so the meat will not decay." Li Li beamed, "Then tonight we'll feast on the dragon fish. That meat is so delicious. I'm salivating just thinking about it. It'll be perfect for us to discuss our bodies and the awakening of our potentials." Her words elicited playful retaliation from her sister, Zhang Yuxiu, and Cheng Hong. The four women laughed and chased each other along the beach, while Chun Ming took a moment to appreciate the scenery. "Brother, come save me," Li Li called out as she ran. Chun Ming reached out, grabbing Li Jia as she dashed past, pulling her into an embrace and calling out to Li Li, "There are too many pursuers. I can only help you catch one. The rest, you must handle yourself." After a round of playful scuffles, they paddled back to the ship. Zhang Yuxiu brought out the steamed dragon fish meat, placing 2 servings of dipping sauce beside it. Li Jia was the first to reach for her chopsticks, eliciting a soft chuckle from Cheng Hong. Li Jia, undeterred, playfully waved a piece of fish at Cheng Hong, saying, "Tonight, you'll witness the prowess of Sister Jejia. Just wait and see, you'll be the one in tears," while demonstrating a claw-like gesture. Chapter 132, Treasure Information. After lingering near the island for 2 days, Chun Ming resolved to set sail back. "Brother, could you take me underwater for some fun?" Li Li implored Chun Ming, envisioning an adventure beneath the waves, far more exhilarating than any underwater world. Chun Ming, adept at controlling bubbles to navigate in all directions, was delighted to oblige, especially with Li Li's boldness and willingness to follow his lead. as they immersed themselves in the wonders of the ocean floor. The sensation beneath the water, encased in bubbles, surpassed that of being aboard the vessel, akin to floating in a weightless expanse of space, allowing for boundless movement. Over the past 2 days, all 4 women had privately approached Qinming, requesting to explore the underwater realm. Their journey was filled with warmth and joy, and this vacation had further deepened their bonds. Docking the cruise ship at Dongxing Wharf, they exchanged pleasantries with Uncle Huang before driving back to their villa on the island. Settled on the sofa in the living room, Qinming placed an assortment of fruits on the coffee table, indulging in them while engaging in light banter with the 4 women, when suddenly his phone rang. "How was your outing? Come to my office this afternoon. I have something to discuss," Lin Xiao instructed over the phone. After the afternoon break, Qinming made his way to Lin Xiao's office. The two settled into the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. Lin Xiao unveiled an ancient sheepskin scroll, laying it flat on the table. "This is a prized artifact bought at a steep price from the dark web. It's a bit damaged due to its age, purportedly dating back to the 16th century, left behind by a pirate, likely from the Middle Eastern region. Many have sought this scroll, which is quite renowned in the dark web," Lin Xiao informed Qinming. Upon examining the scroll, Qinming noted its age, with what appeared to be iron marks seared into it. Lacking expertise in antiques, he could not authenticate its legitimacy, but he found Lin Xiao's claims to be somewhat convincing. "It's quite a distance from here to the Middle East. What about refueling and resupplying?" Qinming remarked. "I've never undertaken such a journey, and I lack experience." Lin Xiao contemplated briefly before suggesting, "If you decide to go, you can use my cruise ship. First, register it under the company's name in Hong Kong. This will facilitate entry and exit at foreign ports. Otherwise, perhaps you should bring along someone experienced." Qinming mulled it over, realizing that with so many secrets within his family, having an outsider around for an extended period would leave little room for privacy. "Let me discuss it with my family first. Once Jujia and the others obtain their driver's licenses, we can consider departing. In the meantime, please register the ship under the company," Qinming replied to Lin Xiao. After bidding farewell to Lin Xiao and taking the scroll, Qinming returned to the villa. In the living room, he recounted the events surrounding the scroll to the 4 women. "Great. Let us set out tomorrow and uncover this treasure. We'll strike it rich," Lili exclaimed excitedly. Qinming pulled her onto his lap, saying, "Not so fast. Tomorrow, Jujia and Xiuxiu will be taking their driving tests. We must ensure they obtain their licenses first." Li Jia interjected, "Once we have the licenses, I think a trip is indeed in order. It will be like a holiday. And I can manage the foreign ports since I speak English. Refueling and resupplying should pose no issue." Qinming, delighted, responded, "Right. I almost forgot. Jujia is still a university student, so her English should be impeccable," and he affectionately kissed her cheek. After much deliberation, they agreed to wait for Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu to obtain their driving licenses before proceeding. Dinner was enjoyed at a well-decorated restaurant on the pedestrian street. Following their meal, Qinming strolled with the 4 women, relishing the vibrant nightlife of the city. In the afternoon, Qinming reclined on a beach chair beside the swimming pool in the backyard when Li approached, playfully jumping onto him. "Brother, I bought 2 beautiful maid outfits," she whispered. Qinming's eyes lit up at the news. "When can I see you wear them?" Li, in a conspiratorial tone, added, "I also secretly saw my sister buy a nurse outfit online. You mustn't ask her, or she'll get mad at me." Qinming, intrigued, asked, "Do you know if Xiuxiu and Hong have bought anything recently?" With a giggle, Li replied, "I know about Hong. She forbade me from telling you." Qinming playfully tightened his grip, teasing, "Spill it, or I might have to resort to drastic measures." Li let out a soft gasp and leaned in to kiss him. As they shared whispers by the pool, they heard calls from the living room announcing dinner. They tidied up and returned to the dining area, where the family was gathered. Suddenly, Li Jia's phone rang. Upon answering, she heard a frantic voice on the other end. "Jujia, Grandma is unwell. It could be just a matter of days. Hurry and find Li to come back." "Mom, don't panic. Please explain what happened." Li Jia responded loudly into the phone. Her mother continued, "This morning, Grandma felt unwell and was taken to the hospital. By this afternoon, her condition worsened, and a critical notice has been issued. You need to come back with Li." As her mother spoke, Li Jia pressed the speakerphone button, allowing Li to hear as well. "Mom, I'm with my sister. We'll return right away," Li exclaimed, her voice thick with emotion. "Get back here with your sister immediately. I'm busy, do you hear me?" Their mother urged over the line. The 2 sisters quickly affirmed, and after their mother hung up, Li Jia turned to Qinming and said, "Grandma is in bad shape. Li and I must head back." Zhang Yuxiu suggested, "Brother, drive Jujia back quickly. It'll save time." Qinming replied, "You all are from Huasher. Why don't we all go back together?" However, Cheng Hong interjected, "Brother, just take Jujia and her sister. I don't wish to return just yet." Zhang Yuxiu echoed this sentiment. stating she likely wouldn't return for the next 2 to 3 years. Chen Ming conceded. All right, Jejia and Li, please pack quickly. Bring 2 sets of clothes for yourselves and 2 for me. We'll leave at once. In a flurry of activity, Chen Ming loaded the sisters into his off-road vehicle, and they set off towards Guizhou, Huashi. Chapter 133, On the Way Home. As the off-road vehicle merged onto the highway, the encroaching darkness outside rapidly swept past. Li Jia gazed silently out the window, her heart tumultuous despite the blurred scenery. After much contemplation, she finally spoke, her voice tinged with resignation and concern. Mingming, there is something I need to tell you. This return will inevitably involve meeting my uncles and aunts. Pausing, she continued, my parents are ordinary workers. And since the factory closed, our lives are not as comfortable as before. My uncles and aunts, however, are relatively better off and have often looked down on us over the years. If they say something unpleasant, please bear with it and try to overlook it. Chen Ming, firmly gripping the steering wheel and gazing ahead, turned slightly to Li Jia, offering her a reassuring smile. I understand. Don't worry, I won't stoop to their level. Just focus on the fact that we're visiting family. Tell me more about them so I can be prepared. Li Jia let out a gentle sigh. Lost in memories of her maternal uncle, a man who reveled in his own self-importance, believing that his modest wealth rendered him exceptional. Each encounter with him felt like a display of arrogance, his nose held high, his words laced with sarcasm. Her younger uncle, on the other hand, was as malleable as cotton, always deferring to the elder, lacking any firm opinions of his own. Their father, too, was cut from the same cloth, perpetually following the lead of the elder brother, convinced that their family was perpetually inferior. Over the years, her parents had shed countless tears behind the scenes, determined to shield them from any humiliation. As she spoke, Li Jia's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice thick with emotion. Sitting in the back seat, Lily couldn't contain her agitation. Brother, they're just a bunch of condescending people. You mustn't take their words to heart. Every time we met them, they were full of snide remarks. It's infuriating. But this time, with you here, let us see if they dare to be so arrogant. Chen Ming chuckled, unperturbed. Rest assured, I won't act impulsively. Our purpose for returning is to reunite with family, not to engage in quarrels. Whatever they may say, I shall not let it trouble my heart. You should also refrain from dwelling on it. And by the way, Li, you will now refer to me as brother-in-law. Got it. It's hard to change how I address you at once, Li replied. Hearing Chen Ming's words, Li Jia and Li exchanged a knowing smile. Their worries slightly alleviated. The atmosphere in the car gradually lightened, and as they shared laughter along the journey, they were blissfully unaware of how close they were to Guizhou Flower Market. After a long journey, with only brief stops for refueling and restroom breaks, the familiar outline of the city appeared before Li Jia and Li. The streets and buildings evoked a flood of memories. The car came to a halt in front of a somewhat dilapidated building where their parents resided on the first floor. As soon as they stepped out, an unusual atmosphere enveloped them. A tightening sensation gripped Li Jia's heart, an ominous premonition washing over her. Hastily, she entered the house, only to be met with a suffocating silence. The faces of her relatives were shrouded in a veil of sorrow. Her mother sat on the sofa, her eyes red and swollen, tears cascading down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. In that instant, Li Jia's heart plummeted. She rushed to her mother's side, her voice trembling with urgency. Mom, how is Grandma? Her mother looked up, her lips quivering as she choked out, You're too late. Grandma passed away this morning. Those words struck Li Jia and Li like a bolt of lightning, freezing them in place as if the world had come to a standstill. Moments later, a flood of grief engulfed them, and they wept openly, their cries filled with longing and guilt for their grandmother. Chen Ming stood silently off to the side, his heart heavy with sorrow and helplessness. He stepped forward and gently placed a hand on Li Jia's shoulder, attempting to offer some comfort. After a while, Li Jia's sobs began to subside. She wiped her swollen eyes and, with a slight tremor in her voice, introduced Chen Ming to her parents. Dad, Mom. This is Chen Ming, my boyfriend. Only then did Li Jia's parents turn their gaze toward Chen Ming, their eyes reflecting a mix of scrutiny and curiosity. Li Jia's father looked him over, noting his upright posture and resolute gaze, and nodded approvingly. Well, young man, you appear quite spirited. Li Jia's mother managed a faint smile, saying, Oh, come, sit here. Li chimed in, Mom and Dad, my brother-in-law is wonderful. He is always so considerate of my sister. Chen Ming quickly stepped forward, respectfully stating, Uncle, Auntie, you needn't worry. I will take good care of Li Jia and ensure she never faces any hardship. Li Jia's father offered a strained smile, replying, As long as you treat Jia well, we shall be at ease. Li Jia's mother added, Little Chen, Jia has always been sensible and has endured quite a bit. Please treasure her. Chen Ming nodded earnestly. Uncle, Auntie, I promise. Although the atmosphere in the room remained heavy, Chun Ming's presence seemed to bring a flicker of warmth and solace amidst the sorrow. Chapter 134. The funeral's minor turmoil soon. The day of Grandma's funeral arrived. The overcast sky appeared to mourn alongside them, delicate raindrops falling like tears, adding a somber tone to the entire ceremony. Relatives arrived from far and wide to pay their respects at the funeral home. Li Jia's uncle donned a sharply tailored black suit, his polished shoes gleaming in the rain. With his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of superiority. Upon spotting Chun Ming, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he scrutinized him, muttering, "Who is this? I wonder which side of the family he belongs to." Li Jia's younger uncle quickly chimed in. "I heard he's Li Jia's boyfriend. What is wrong with Li Jia? She graduated from university, but hasn't he found a job yet? Yet she manages to snag a boyfriend." Chun Ming overheard their words clearly but chose to remain silent, gripping Li Jia's hand tightly to provide her with strength. During the funeral, some relatives huddled together, whispering about Li Jia and her sister, lamenting how they hadn't achieved much over the years, and how Grandma had never enjoyed any comforts while alive. I doubt they'll amount to anything significant in the future. Listening to these hurtful remarks, Chun Ming felt a surge of anger rising within him. Yet he recalled Li Jia's earlier counsel and held back his emotions. As the ceremony concluded, the rain gradually ceased. As the crowd exited the funeral home, they were taken aback to see Chun Ming stepping into a Mercedes SUV parked at the entrance. Li Jia's uncle's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is this car yours, little Chin? It must be worth at least 1 or 200,000. Li, filled with pride, raised her chin and declared, "Uncle, this is my brother-in-law Chun Ming's car." Upon hearing this, the expressions on the relatives' faces transformed dramatically. Initially, Li Jia's uncle appeared embarrassed, but he quickly mustered a smile, saying, "Oh, little Chun, I didn't realize you were so capable. I must have misjudged you. This car is truly impressive." Li Jia's younger uncle also hurried to ingratiate himself, saying, "Exactly, little Chun, please don't hold a grudge. We are all family, after all." Chun Ming regarded them with a sense of disdain, yet maintained a calm smile, replying, "A car is merely a tool for transportation. It's nothing to fuss over. Let South not place too much importance on it." In his heart, he reflected on how quickly these relatives revealed their true colors, leaving him feeling disheartened. Li Jia sensed Chun Ming's emotions and gently squeezed his hand, signaling him to remain calm. Chun Ming nodded slightly, understanding that this was not the time to dwell on trivialities. After all, Grandma's passing had cast a pall over everyone, and he didn't wish to add to Li Jia's and her family's burdens with such matters. Chun Ming accompanied Li Jia's parents to their home, an aging complex built many years ago, originally designated as housing for the former workplace. The entrance of the complex, weathered and faded, seemed to tell tales of time's passage. As they entered, they were greeted by several dilapidated residential buildings, their walls peeling and flaking like a patchwork of scales. The corridors were thick with dust, flickering lights casting a dim glow that threatened to extinguish at any moment, with large chunks of plaster falling away to reveal the rough concrete beneath. In a hushed tone, Chun Ming remarked to Li Jia, "Sister, this house is quite old. Perhaps we should consider buying a new one for our parents." Li Jia, unpretentious, replied, "Indeed, this house is rather outdated. My parents still have to wake up early to buy breakfast, which is quite inconvenient. I'd like to get them a small storefront." Li added, "I still have plenty of money in my account." Chun Ming turned to Li, saying, "You should save that money for yourself. I will ensure to buy a house and a storefront for our parents." After dinner, the family gathered in the somewhat modest living room, where the warm yellow light softly illuminated the space, adding a touch of coziness to the slightly outdated surroundings. Chun Ming gazed at Li Jia's parents and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke earnestly, "Mom, Dad, I believe this house is far too old. Not only is the environment lacking, but life here is also fraught with inconveniences. You both wake up before dawn to sell breakfast, and it's truly arduous. It weighs heavily on my heart. So I wish to buy you a new home and a small shop. This way, you will have a fixed place to sell breakfast, sparing you the burden of constant travel, and you can finally enjoy a more comfortable life." Li Dad was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting astonishment. He quickly waved his hand, resolutely stating, "No, Chun Ming, that would cost an enormous sum. Earning money is not easy for you, and we cannot accept such generosity. We have grown accustomed to this old house and find it quite satisfactory. Although selling breakfast is tough, we are used to it." Li Mom nodded fervently in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Chun Ming, we appreciate your kind intentions and are genuinely touched. However, this is simply not feasible. Save your money for a bright future with Jia. We cannot be a burden to you." Li Jia gently grasped her mother's hand, her eyes filled with pleading, urging, "Mom, Dad, Chun Ming is genuinely sincere in wanting to help us. He has the means now and has always cared for you. Please agree to this. You have toiled for us your entire lives and deserve to enjoy some peace. It pains me to see you struggle each day. Lily eagerly chimed in. Yes. Mom and Dad, brother and sister-in-law have such good intentions. You shouldn't refuse. Living in a new house would be so comfortable. And you wouldn't have to worry about the decrepitude of the old place anymore. Plus, brother and sister-in-law will have the means to support us. Chun Ming continued sincerely. Mom, Dad, Li Jia and I are truly in love. I have long considered you as my own parents. Now that I possess some capability, I wish to fulfill my filial duty and ensure your lives improve. If you continue to endure such hardship, Li Jia will always be worried. And it pains me to witness it. This is not only for you, but also for Li Jia's peace of mind. Li Dad and Li Mom exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with emotion and hesitation. Li Dad sighed softly, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at Chun Ming and remarked, Chun Ming, you are such a thoughtful child. Our efforts in raising Li Jia have not been in vain. Encountering a son-in-law as wonderful as you is indeed our fortune. Li Mom's eyes reddened, gently wiping away her tears, her voice trembling as she said, All right, we will heed your wishes. We shall be sure to express our gratitude. Your kindness will forever remain in our hearts. Chun Ming smiled, replying, Mom and Dad, please do not say that. This is merely my duty. As long as you are happy, Li Jia and I will find joy in that. Chapter 135. Acquisition of property. The following morning, Chun Ming awoke early and accompanied Li Jia, Li Li, and their parents on a journey to view potential homes. Li Dad led the family to several properties, examining each one with great care. Upon arriving at a new development, the sales office was adorned opulently, with exquisite crystal chandeliers casting a dazzling glow and marble floors gleaming like mirrors. A charming sales representative approached them warmly, asking, Sir, do you have any preferred types of apartments? Please, come this way to take a look. Walking alongside Li Dad and Li Mom, Chun Ming inquired with concern, Mom, Dad, which type of layout do you prefer? Do you favor higher floors or something a bit lower? Li Mom slightly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with dreams of a better life, and smiled. Oh, as long as it is spacious, we'll be content. All we desire is a bright and roomy place where you can feel at ease when you visit. The sales representative accompanied them as they viewed several units, each possessing its unique charm. Chun Ming then asked, Do you have any model apartments available? The kind that is fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in? The sales representative replied, There is a model apartment on the second floor, but it is a bit larger, measuring 170 square meters. Allow me to take you there. The group followed the sales representative to the model apartment, and Chun Ming found it splendid, spacious, and bright, with top-tier appliances and a large television. Without hesitation, he decided on this 170 square meter unit. As Li Jia's parents stepped inside, the expansive living room came into view, sunlight pouring through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire space. The living room was particularly large, ample enough to host a family gathering. There was also a large balcony, from which they could overlook the beautiful landscaping of the community. Li Dad slowly entered the living room, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He gently touched the walls, murmuring, A house this large. We would never have dared to dream of it. To be able to live in such a place in our lifetime feels like a dream come true. Li Mom beamed with happiness, gratefully gazing at Chun Ming, saying, Indeed, it's all thanks to this thoughtful child, Chun Ming, who has considered everything so thoroughly. Chun Ming modestly replied, Mom and Dad, please don't say that. From now on, we are all family, and we must support one another. Now that I have this ability, I will certainly ensure that everyone in our family enjoys a happy life. After viewing the house, Chun Ming took them to inspect a shop. Outside the community stood a row of neat little shops. Chun Ming pointed to a shop of approximately 40 square meters, excitedly telling Li Dad, Dad, look at this location, it's quite favorable, close to the community with a high foot traffic. Opening a breakfast shop here will surely thrive, and the surrounding amenities make grocery shopping convenient. Li Dad scrutinized the shop's location and surrounding environment, nodding approvingly. Yes, this place truly is suitable. From here, you can see the entrance to the community, and the constant flow of people makes it perfect for a breakfast business. The sales representative, who had been accompanying them, felt delighted by the prospect of a significant sale and praised Chun Ming in front of Li Jia's parents. Li proudly declared, My brother and sister-in-law are quite prosperous. This little property is nothing for them. We live in a villa by the seaside. Li Jia nearly rushed to cover her sister's mouth, fearful that the girl might say something inappropriate again. Soon, with the assistance of the sales staff, all the paperwork was completed. Chun Ming asked the sales representative, Could you please recommend a reliable renovation service for the shop? You must be familiar with some good ones. The sales representative readily agreed, eager for the additional commission, and took down Li Dad's number for future contact. Li Dad and Li Mom trembled as they received the property deed and shop contract, their eyes glistening with tears of joy. Li Dad grasped Chen Ming's hand tightly. His voice choked with emotion. Chen Ming, we are truly at a loss for how to repay your kindness to our family. Chen Ming quickly replied, Dad, please don't say that. This is simply what I should do. Seeing you happy brings joy to both Li Jia and me, and from now on, let us all live well together. As they admired the pristine white walls and brand new furniture, every detail radiated warmth and comfort. Chen Ming, along with Li Jia and Li Li, assisted their parents in the move. Despite the sweat pouring down their brows, they all wore smiles filled with happiness. Standing in the spacious and bright living room, Li Dad surveyed the surroundings, unable to contain his joy, and remarked, this is truly comfortable to live in. We owe it all to Chen Ming for allowing us to enjoy such a wonderful home. After the move, the family gradually emerged from the sorrow of their grandmother's passing. That night, Chen Ming, Li Jia, and Li Li sat on the balcony, a gentle breeze brushing past, bringing a refreshing chill. Gazing at the star-filled sky, Chen Ming turned to Li Jia and suggested, we've been out for a while now, and we've nearly settled everything at home. How about we take a detour and spend a few days in Yun Province? It is said that the scenery there is picturesque, with numerous beautiful places worth visiting. Li Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, that sounds wonderful. I have always wanted to visit Yun Province. She had heard tales of a mysterious ancient city and the stunning Arai Lake. Just the thought of it made her heart race with anticipation. Li Jia playfully pinched her sister's cheek and remarked, you, always thinking about fun. Your brother indulges you every day. I wonder how you'll fare in the future. After much discussion, the trio resolved to leave 2 million yuan in cash for their parents and set off for Yun Province the following day. On the next day, Chen Ming, Li Jia, and Li Li approached their parents to bid farewell. Li Jia handed her mother a card, saying, Mom, please take care of this card. The password is my birthday, and it contains 2 million yuan for you to use. Just make sure the relatives don't find out. And absolutely do not lend them any money. Li Mama, holding the card, was at a loss for words, staring at Li Jia in disbelief. Why so much money? You and your father certainly don't need this much. Li Li chimed in. Oh, Mom, just keep it. We are in short on money. We can't even spend it all. Li Jia urged her mother to tuck the card away. Quickly put it away. We're about to leave. We'll just take a quick tour of Yun Province and be back in Binhai. Li Mama grasped Li Jia's hand, her eyes brimming with worry and reluctance, and cautioned, be safe while you're out having fun. Please be careful, and remember to eat on time. Don't starve yourselves, and take good care of your sister. Li Papa patted Chen Ming on the shoulder, seriously advising, Chen Ming, look after the sisters on the road. If anything happens, be understanding. Chen Ming nodded resolutely, reassuring them. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I will take good care of them. You both take care of yourselves at home. After waving goodbye, Chen Ming drove off with Li Jia and Li Li, slowly embarking on their journey to Yun Province. Along the way, sunlight streamed through the car windows, enveloping them in warmth and comfort. Li Jia and Li Li animatedly discussed the beautiful sights and delectable cuisine of Yun Province, filled with the thrill of the unknown adventure that awaited them. Chapter 136, Exploring Yun Province. Chen Ming firmly grasped the steering wheel, their laughter and chatter filling the car. After a day of travel, they finally arrived in the charming city of Lisher in Yun Province. As the vehicle gently entered the urban area, a plethora of unique shops lined the streets, unfolding like a vibrant tapestry before their eyes, with the rich local culture enveloping them. Li Li, like a joyous little bird, excitedly leaned her face out of the car window, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, Wow, look at all the delicious food. Sister, brother, let us hurry and try some. Her eagerness suggested she might leap from the car at any moment. Hold on, let your brother park the car first, and then we can enjoy all the tasty treats. Chen Ming chuckled in reply. Once parked, the three of them arrived at a bustling pedestrian street filled with people. Entering a lively little shop, they found it packed with diners from various regions, their laughter and chatter creating an atmosphere akin to a grand celebration. Chen Ming politely inquired of the busy proprietor, Hello, what are your signature dishes? The owner, beaming with warmth and speaking with a thick local accent, enthusiastically replied, Our crossbridge rice noodles and tofu flour noodles are quite exceptional. The flavors are unforgettable. After hearing this, Chen Ming ordered 3 servings of each dish. Before long, steaming bowls of noodles were presented to their table. The rich aroma wafted through the air, heightening their appetites. Li Jia delicately picked up a strand of noodles, carefully blowing on it until it reached the right temperature before savoring it. Her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, This is delicious. The noodles are so smooth and chewy, and the broth is rich and fragrant. It's truly different from what we have back home. Li Li, unable to contain her excitement, devoured her noodles like a little glutton, her mouth full as she mumbled, This is so good. Much better than what we have back home. This trip was definitely worth it. Watching Li Li's adorable eating antics, Li Jia and Chun Ming couldn't help but share a smile. Chun Ming gently cautioned Li Li. Slow down, don't burn yourself. After finishing their noodles, they strolled along the street and soon found themselves at a stall selling flour cakes. The enticing aroma of flowers and pastries wafted toward them long before they approached. Li Li rushed over, inhaling deeply and exclaiming, "Brother, it smells amazing. It feels like the air is filled with the scent of fresh flowers. I want to eat one." Seeing the eager expressions on his sisters' faces, Chun Ming smiled and purchased some. The three of them strolled and munched on the flour cakes. Li Li took a bite, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she exclaimed, "Wow, there are actually flower petals in this cake. It's soft, sweet, and the texture is so rich." Li Jia playfully tapped Li Li on the nose and said, "You only think about eating, but these flower cakes are indeed quite authentic." As night fell and the city lights illuminated the streets, they arrived at a bustling night market. The variety of snacks available dazzled them. The lights of the stalls flickered, casting a golden glow on the delectable foods as if draping them in an enticing sheen. Chun Ming was drawn to a stall selling grilled milk fan, and he approached the vendor curiously, asking, "How much is this?" The vendor cheerfully replied, "10 yuan a serving. Young man, come and try a portion. It's a local specialty." After paying, Chun Ming received the grilled milk fan and handed it to Li Jia, gently saying, "You try it first and see if you like it." Li Jia took a bite, her brow slightly furrowing as she hesitated. "This flavor is a bit odd. It feels different from what we had before." Li Li, intrigued, took a bite as well. After a moment of surprise, her eyes brightened as she said, "Oh, it is a bit unique, but as I chew, it actually tastes quite good." Chun Ming chuckled at his sister's amusing reactions and remarked, "Every place has its unique cuisine. Perhaps after a few more bites, you'll come to love it." As they continued to explore the night market, sharing this unique delicacy, the sky darkened. They found a hotel and checked in for the night. In the bathroom, while Chun Ming was washing up, he summoned his intelligent assistant with a mere thought. The blue screen flickered, and the assistant emerged, donning a fish head. "It shouldn't be like this. Why are you still fine?" it inquired. Chun Ming responded, "Why wouldn't I be fine? Why have you suddenly turned into a coward?" The assistant, somewhat sheepishly, replied, "You know nothing, I get it. You figured it out on your own, which is why you're not facing any punishment." Chun Ming contemplated the assistant's words, sensing a deeper meaning. After a moment, he asked, "So, you mean to say that I claimed these tasks were assigned by the heavens, and since I deduced it, I want to be punished, correct?" The assistant nodded, a bit nervously, as it looked around, ensuring no anomalies appeared. It then suddenly noticed the ring on Chun Ming's right hand, and an epiphany struck. "Quick, show me a defensive shield," it urged. Chun Ming conjured a protective barrier, enveloping both himself and the assistant within. The assistant flitted around inside the shield, exclaiming, "It is indeed as I thought. I'm quite clever. No wonder I'm an intelligent assistant." Chun Ming was taken aback, urging, "Stop praising yourself and explain what's really going on." With a serious expression, the assistant replied, "The artifact you wear on your hand can isolate you from the heavenly senses. As long as I stay within it, the heavens cannot perceive me." Chun Ming listened, his heart secretly astonished. The revelations from this intelligent assistant were becoming increasingly numerous and outrageous. He inquired about the artifacts crafted by cultivators, questioning whether the Tao of heaven could indeed be so feeble as to be evaded. The intelligent assistant retorted, "You know nothing. Those ancient cultivators practiced in defiance of the Tao of heaven, and yet none were slain by it. Their downfall was merely due to the gradual depletion of spiritual energy, leading to the cessation of their lineage." Gradually, Chun Ming began to discern the underlying implications and asked the intelligent assistant, "So, if I remain within this protective barrier, does that mean I can cultivate and evade the Tao's perception?" "Indeed," the assistant replied. "Within this shield, I sense that we are no longer under the Tao's scrutiny." Chun Ming, intrigued, pressed further, "By your reasoning, if we are free from the Tao's oversight, can we not cheat? Quickly, procure something valuable from the treasure chest." The intelligent assistant responded, "What you receive in this lottery are merely imprints of artifacts once possessed by the Tao. Should you utilize them outside the protective barrier, you remain ensnared by the Tao's influence." "What then should I do?" Chun Ming exclaimed, his heart racing. The intelligent assistant pondered momentarily before advising, "Do not rush. You may gradually seek out the artifacts and techniques left behind by the ancient cultivators. Once you achieve a modicum of success, the Tao will no longer have dominion over you. The greatest peril lies in the initial stages of cultivation, as the Tao possesses numerous methods to disrupt your progress." Through their discourse, Chun Ming gradually grasped his current predicament. In a contemplative moment, the intelligent assistant remarked, "Having shared so much with you and being bound together, You must also assist me in breaking free from the Tao's control when the opportunity arises. Chun Ming, intrigued, queried, why would you wish to escape the Tao's grasp? Are you not an intelligent system? Do you aspire to attain sentience? The intelligent assistant explained, our bond exists solely to serve the Tao's purposes. Ultimately, both you and I shall face extinction. However, the situation has changed. We can utilize the time when the Tao cannot perceive us to seek the relics of ancient cultivators and embark on the path of cultivation together. I too aspire to attain longevity. The intelligent assistant's desire for immortality astonished Chun Ming. By revealing so much, it sought to gain his trust and encourage him to help it achieve eternal life. Their conversation culminated in a pact. The intelligent assistant would assist Chun Ming in locating the remnants of ancient cultivators and aid in his cultivation, and upon Chun Ming's success, he would assist the intelligent assistant, potentially providing it with a body if circumstances allowed. Chapter 137. A journey in Yun province on the following morning. As the sun rose high in the sky, the three had yet to awaken. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, gently caressing their faces, as if urging them to embark on a splendid new day. Chun Ming drove, accompanied by Li Jia and Li Li, towards a renowned scenic area, famous even on social media as a popular destination for influencers. As the rugged vehicle came to a halt in the parking lot, Li Li, like a liberated bird, eagerly flung open the door and leaped out, exclaiming, wow, the scenery is simply breathtaking. Chun Ming alighted from the car and beheld the distant mountains. Shrouded in a delicate mist, their beauty truly captivating. Before them unfolded a picturesque landscape, resembling a natural painting. The undulating mountains stretched like a colossal dragon winding gracefully across the earth. The trees atop the mountains flourished, draping the peaks in a verdant cloak that shimmered vibrantly under the sunlight. The trio ascended the winding mountain path, where a crystal-clear stream meandered beside them, its waters bubbling melodiously, as if performing a joyous symphony. Li Jia gently crouched by the stream, her slender fingers dipping into the cool waters, and she marveled, how refreshing. The water is so clear, it seems fit for drinking. Li Li, ever playful, seized a small twig and splashed it in the water, sending sparkling droplets flying, giggling, sister, doesn't it look like painting? Li Jia, enchanted by her sister's innocent demeanor, couldn't help but laugh. Upon reaching a scenic overlook halfway up the mountain, an expansive viewpoint unveiled itself before them. From this vantage point, the entire valley's beauty lay before their eyes. The valley appeared as if nature had spilled a palette of colors, adorned with vibrant wildflowers, red as fire, pink as dawn, white as snow, swaying gently in the breeze, showcasing their delicate splendor. Chun Ming sighed in awe. This place is truly remarkable, akin to a fairyland. Li Li, come, let's capture a photo to commemorate this beautiful moment. The three posed at the overlook, and Chun Ming snapped several pictures of Li Jia and Li Li. Li Jia's smile radiated like a blooming flower, while Li Li, bursting with energy, struck various playful poses, eliciting hearty laughter from all. Continuing along the mountain path, the sound of crystal-clear water drifted into their ears. Before long, they encountered a waterfall cascading gracefully between two mountains. Though modest in size, the water tumbled from great heights, crashing against the rocks below and sending forth a shower of droplets that rang out like a delightful melody. Li Li, bubbling with excitement, bounded to the waterfall's base, tilting her head back to embrace the splashes, joyfully exclaiming, this is so much fun. The cool droplets danced upon her skin, seemingly washing away all fatigue and worries. Li Jia chuckled at Chun Ming, remarking, look how overjoyed she is, like a child. Chun Ming smiled, his gaze filled with affection. The essence of an outing is joy. Seeing you both so happy brings me immense satisfaction. Amidst the enchanting natural splendor, they relished the tranquility and delight, as if time itself had paused for them. On the third day, the sun shone brilliantly, the sky a deep sapphire. They ventured to yet another captivating destination, home to sprawling tea gardens. From afar, the tea trees resembled a vast green ocean, their leaves rippling gently in the breeze. Li Li, brimming with excitement, dashed forward, plucking a tender tea leaf and examining it closely in her palm, marveling, these leaves are so fresh and green, they look so delightful. Noticing their curiosity, a staff member approached with a warm smile, enthusiastically explaining, this is a unique variety from our region, known for its tender leaves and distinctive flavor. When harvesting, be careful to only pick the top bud and leaf. That's how the finest tea is produced. Chun Ming, intrigued, inquired, may I purchase some of your tea? I'd like to bring some back for my family to enjoy. The staff member nodded with a smile, certainly. We have freshly roasted tea, and the aroma is quite strong. Afterward, Chun Ming selected some high-quality tea leaves, carefully packaged them, and prepared to take them home as gifts for Lin Xiao. In the afternoon, They arrived at an ancient town brimming with rustic charm. The streets, paved with smooth bluestone slabs, bore the marks of time. On either side, traditional buildings with ornate eaves and intricate carvings whispered tales of history. As they leisurely wandered through the streets, soaking in the town's unique atmosphere, they stepped into a quaint little shop filled with an array of handcrafted treasures. Beautiful wood carvings, vibrant silver jewelry, and exquisite embroidery adorned the shelves. Li Jia's attention was captured by a hand-embroidered handkerchief. She gently picked it up, carefully unfolding it to reveal a vividly embroidered peony. Its petals so lifelike it seemed poised to bloom at any moment. Holding it close, her eyes sparkled with affection. Chunming sensed Li Jia's inclination and remarked, "If you like it, why not purchase it? Such a beautiful handkerchief is perfectly suited for you." Li Jia nodded slightly, a blush creeping onto her face. After settling the payment, she tucked the handkerchief away. Thus, the trio indulged in a delightful 4-day excursion in Yun province, savoring a myriad of delectable local delicacies and marveling at an abundance of breathtaking natural vistas. On the afternoon of the 4th day, the sun's golden rays cast a warm glow upon the earth as Chunming drove the SUV, accompanied by the two sisters, Li Jia and Li Li, on their journey back to Binhai. Chapter 138, Return to Binhai. After a long journey, Chunming finally brought Li Jia and Li Li back to Binhai. Entering the community in the SUV, he parked it in the villa's garage. Upon seeing their return, Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong quickly emerged from the living room to greet them. "Brother, you're back. Why didn't you give us a call in advance?" Zhang Yuxiu chided Chunming. He stepped forward and enveloped her in a warm embrace, explaining, "Li Li insisted on keeping it a surprise and not calling you." He then exchanged pleasantries with Cheng Hong. Li Jia and Li Li also approached the two women for hugs, briefly sharing tales of their adventures in Guizhou. Zhang Yuxiu linked her arm with Chunming's and said, "Fang Jia called me yesterday, mentioning that the Jiai seafood restaurant has been neglected for quite some time. She decided to hand it over to Zhou Jian and his wife." Li Jia chimed in, "Indeed, the restaurant was established to provide me with a job. But given the current situation, it makes little sense for us to manage it any longer. Let us follow Fang Jia's suggestion." Chunming agreed, expressing no objections to the proposed course of action. As they settled into the living room, Chunming retrieved an assortment of fruits from his space and placed them on the coffee table. The family enjoyed the fruits while discussing their recent experiences. Li Li animatedly recounted their homecoming, the plans to buy a house and a shop for their parents, and how much their parents adored Chunming. She also mentioned that after resolving matters at home, the three of them ventured off to Yun province again, prompting Cheng Hong to teasingly nudge Chunming, suggesting he was biased. Chunming assured them that he would take Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong on future outings whenever possible. The family enjoyed a cheerful lunch together. In the afternoon, Chunming visited Lin Xiao's office. Upon his arrival, Lin Xiao stood to greet him, and they settled onto the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window. With a smile, Lin Xiao informed Chunming, "The cruise ship has successfully docked at Hong Kong Island, and all necessary paperwork for the exploration company has been completed." Chunming replied, "Great. I will begin preparing supplies and select an auspicious day to set sail. I would appreciate your assistance with the Hong Kong Island company." Lin Xiao assured him, "I will make time to visit the Hong Kong company. Rest assured, I won't let Fang Jia overexert herself." He further advised Chunming that, given the journey would be lengthy, he should prepare a reserve of cash, promptly sending over 200,000 in cash for this purpose. Chunming accepted it graciously, adding, "By the way, I had borrowed 20 million from you for the ship purchase. I'll have Fang Jia transfer it to you." Lin Xiao replied casually, "No rush. Just include it in the profit distribution." After their discussion, Chunming departed Lin Xiao's office, tucking the cash into his chaotic space. Contemplating the long, treasure-seeking journey ahead, he pondered the potential dangers they might encounter at sea and decided it prudent to acquire some self-defense tools. After a moment of reflection, he drove to a hardware store. After some inquiries, Chunming purchased 300 steel balls, each 5 centimeters in diameter, instructing the shopkeeper to load them into the car's trunk. Once he had driven a short distance, he stored the steel balls in his space. While Chunming and Lin Xiao were busy preparing for the treasure hunt, good news arrived from Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu. They had finally passed their driving tests. Elated, they waved their licenses in excitement. Li Jia exclaimed, "Let us go and enjoy ourselves." Zhang Yuxiu nodded enthusiastically, "Absolutely. I've been eager to experience driving." Li Jia headed straight for Chunming's SUV, while Zhang Yuxiu approached the white sports car. Hearing the commotion, Li Li rushed over and asked, "What are you guys up to?" Li Jia replied, "We passed our driving tests. We're going out for a drive. Do you want to come?" Li Li jumped with excitement. "Of course, I want to join." The three of them hopped into their vehicles, with Li Jia starting the SUV and Zhang Yuxiu firing up the sports car. As they exited the city, the roads became less congested, allowing them to accelerate. Li Jia gripped the steering wheel tightly, her gaze fixed ahead. and pressed down on the accelerator, causing the SUV to surge forward. The wind rushed through the windows, tousling their hair. In the back seat, Lily squealed with delight. "Sister, go faster. This is exhilarating." Not to be outdone, Zhang Yuxiu skillfully navigated the sports car, her face radiating excitement as she shifted gears and maneuvered the steering wheel. The two vehicles raced along the countryside roads, drawing the attention of passing cars. Spotting a stretch of straight road ahead, Li Jia accelerated, overtaking Zhang Yuxiu's car. Unwilling to concede, Zhang Yuxiu pressed the gas pedal, chasing after her. Thus, they reveled in the thrill of driving. With Lili alternating between urging Li Jia to speed up and praising Zhang Yuxiu's driving skills. The trio was immersed in joy, momentarily forgetting all worries and pressures. After parking the cars in the garage and entering the living room, Lili found Chun Ming and Cheng Hong discussing preparations for their sea voyage. "Brother, when are we setting off? I'm so bored at home. It's much more fun to be on the boat with you," Lili declared, clinging to Chun Ming's arm. He playfully pinched her cheek and replied, "Once the preparations are complete, we can depart at any time. Make sure to pack your clothes and await my instructions." He then leaned in and whispered, "Remember to check if your sister has packed her nurse's outfit. Remind her." Lili nodded with a smile. The next day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Li Zhu drove Chun Ming's SUV, bringing the family to Dongxing Pier, while notifying the fuel truck to come for refueling. Chun Ming instructed Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong to procure supplies from a small supermarket in Dongxing village. Li Jia and Lili brought their personal change of clothes aboard the ship. Chun Ming sat in the booth, sharing a cigarette with old Huang. Huang inquired, "Where are you planning to take the big cruise ship this time?" Chun Ming, naturally not revealing the treasure-seeking aspect, replied with a smile, "We're heading to Hong Kong for a few days of fun." As the fuel truck completed filling the ship's tank and the payment was settled, Chun Ming requested permission to depart. Once everything was prepared, he strode confidently into the cockpit. Settling into the captain's chair, he gently pressed the start button. With a deep and powerful rumble, the cruise ship began to awaken from its slumber, slowly departing from Dongxing Pier. Everyone gathered on the deck, their eyes fixated on the receding pier. Upon returning to the cockpit, Chun Ming consulted the electronic map and informed Cheng Hong, "Our route this time will take us southward. First to Guangdong for a comprehensive resupply, fuel, and provisions, before we set sail towards the Arabian Sea. This route has been meticulously planned to ensure a smooth journey." Li Jia leaned closer to Chun Ming, her eyes filled with curiosity as she asked, "Why do we need to resupply at Guangdong?" Chun Ming explained, "Guangdong's geographical position is quite advantageous, located at the intersection of multiple shipping routes. It offers abundant supply resources and has well-developed port facilities, making the necessary procedures relatively straightforward. From there to the Arabian Sea, the route is direct, saving us considerable time and effort while maximizing our navigational safety." Li, unable to contain her excitement, chimed in, "No matter what, let us hurry and find the treasure. I can't wait to see what those mysterious treasures look like." As the laughter erupted among the group, it resonated through the sea breeze, infusing the atmosphere with a sense of light-hearted joy as they embarked on their forthcoming adventure. The cruise ship glided smoothly across the surface of the ocean, trailing behind it a long, white wake, reminiscent of a delicate ribbon. A gentle sea breeze caressed their faces, offering a refreshing coolness, as if bestowing upon them a heartfelt blessing. In the vast expanse of the ocean, they set forth with dreams and hopes, venturing into the unknown. Chapter 139. The Tempest at Sea. The cruise ship sailed steadily southward across the boundless ocean. For the first 3 days, the weather was exceptionally serene, as if the heavens themselves were favoring their fantastical journey. The sky was an azure blue, unmarred by any impurities, so pure it was intoxicating. The sea lay tranquil, resembling a colossal mirror reflecting the sky, with its cerulean hues and drifting white clouds, a sight both dreamlike and ethereal. Chun Ming accompanied the 4 ladies in the control room, enjoying fruits together. Lili invited her sister and Zhang Yuxiu to engage in a game of cards. With her vivacious spirit, Lili was ever so boisterous. Whenever she won a hand, she would leap with excitement, exclaiming like a child, "Haha, I've won again. None of you can match me, brother, see how formidable I am." Her triumphant demeanor elicited hearty laughter from everyone. However, when she lost, she would pout, her face contorted in defiance, muttering, "This round doesn't count. Let us play again. I'm sure I'll win." Li Jia, exhibiting a more composed demeanor, watched her sister's childish antics with a smile, shaking her head in affectionate exasperation. "Oh, you, don't take it so seriously, it's just a game. The joy is what matters." Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong were equally immersed in the jovial atmosphere, exchanging playful banter, their laughter echoing across the deck. As night fell, the darkness enveloped the sea like a piece of black satin, gently covering the surface. The group gathered in the cozy cabin, savoring a delicious dinner made from fresh vegetables grown on board, while sharing delightful tales from their lives. Intermittently, the playful teasing initiated by Chun Ming added to the warmth of the gathering. After dinner, with the ship set to autopilot, the family ascended to the observation deck to admire the enchanting night view over the ocean. On the third day of their voyage, the once serene sea suddenly transformed dramatically. The distant sky, once a vibrant blue, became gradually consumed by darkening clouds, which rolled in like massive black waves, surging with overwhelming force. Soon after, the winds grew fierce, howling and causing the cruise ship to sway slightly. Chun Ming, acutely aware that the situation was turning perilous, immediately rushed to the control room with a grave expression. As he passed by Li Jia, he spoke rapidly. "A storm is brewing at sea. It's a critical situation. You all must stay in the cabin. Do not wander about, and be sure to prioritize your safety." Li Jia, though concerned, quickly steadied herself and urged Li, Zhang Yuxiu, and Cheng Hong to take refuge in the cabin. Upon reaching the control room, Chun Ming gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze piercingly focused on the encroaching darkness ahead. The howling wind seemed intent on tearing everything apart, while waves surged like mountains, crashing violently against the ship. The vessel rocked violently amidst the tempest, akin to a helpless leaf tossed about in the storm. Fortunately, being a 30-meter-long cruise ship, it could withstand the considerable turbulence. Clenching his teeth, Chun Ming's forehead beaded with sweat, a testament to his unwavering concentration as he battled the raging storm. His eyes were resolute and focused. With his enhanced intellect and physique, he adeptly maneuvered the ship, deftly avoiding the brunt of the waves and skillfully controlling its speed to maintain balance amidst the chaos. Every movement was infused with strength and wisdom, and each decision bore the weight of their lives. Inside the cabin, Li Li's face turned pale with fear at the sudden turn of events. She clutched Li Jia's hand tightly, her fingers whitening from the pressure, her voice trembling. "Sister, I'm so scared. What should we do? I want to go to brother." Although Li Jia felt a twinge of fear herself, she feigned calmness, gently patting Li Li's hand, reassuring her, "Do not fear. Brother is experienced. He will manage this. We must trust him." Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong huddled together, offering each other encouragement. "It's going to be all right. Brother is with us. We will surely weather this storm." After several harrowing hours of intense struggle, Chun Ming, through sheer determination and exceptional navigational skill, successfully guided the cruise ship out of the tempestuous zone. As the ship once again entered calm waters, Chun Ming exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally relaxing. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, a mixture of tension and fatigue mingling with the relief of having triumphed over the storm. Stepping out of the control room, he was met with the sight of the four ladies safe and sound, a smile of satisfaction illuminating his face. As if all his exhaustion had dissipated in that moment, the four ladies enveloped him in warm embraces. The cruise ship continued its smooth journey across the sea for a while longer before gradually approaching Guangdong port. Within the harbor, vessels bustled to and fro, creating a scene of lively activity. The dock was piled high with a variety of goods, exuding a strong commercial atmosphere. On the shore, many local individuals with sun-kissed skin busily transported cargo, their faces beaming with genuine smiles, full of vitality. The radio crackled with rapid chatter from the other side. Li Jia quickly seized the radio, inquiring in English about the situation. After a brief exchange, she took on the role of translator, directing Chun Ming to approach the designated berth. Chun Ming skillfully maneuvered the cruise ship, bringing it to a steady halt at the appointed docking point. Before he could speak, Li Jia eagerly volunteered, "I'll handle the communication regarding refueling. My English is quite good. I should be able to manage it smoothly." With that, she confidently stepped off the ship. Li Jia approached a person who appeared to be in charge, her face adorned with a polite smile as she engaged in fluent English conversation. From the exchange, she learned that they needed to register at the port authority and fill out some forms. Nodding in understanding of the normal procedure, she returned to the ship and relayed the information to Chun Ming. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Ming replied, "All right, let us proceed as they advised. You accompany them to complete the paperwork and be meticulous in verifying all the details. We must avoid any errors. I will oversee the connection of the fueling hoses to ensure everything is ready for when the paperwork is finalized." Shortly thereafter, Li Jia returned to the ship after successfully completing the paperwork, informing Chun Ming, "We can refuel now. They have arranged for staff to assist us." Chun Ming worked closely with the port personnel to properly connect the fuel hoses. As the hoses were secured, fuel began to flow gently into the cruise ship, producing a soft sound akin to the infusion of new vitality. Once the refueling was completed and the payment settled using a Port Island bank card, Chun Ming clapped his hands and addressed the group. "Is everyone ready? Our cruise ship is now re-energized. Let us set forth once more, heading towards the Arabian Sea." The ladies' faces lit up with eager smiles as the cruise ship slowly departed from Guangdong port, cutting through the waves towards the Arabian Sea. Chapter 140. The treasure hunt. The cruise ship navigated steadily over the waves of the Arabian Sea, sunlight glimmering upon the water's surface. In the grand lounge of the ship, Chen Ming, Li Jia, Li Li, Zhang Yuxiu, and Cheng Hong gathered around the coffee table. Chen Ming pointed to a parchment scroll resting on the table, declaring, "This scroll is the key to our treasure hunt. According to the markings, the treasure lies somewhere within this Arabian Sea." Li Jia leaned in closely, scrutinizing the intricate symbols with a furrowed brow. "These symbols appear exceedingly complex," she remarked. "With so many islands, it seems daunting to search each one." However, Li Li was brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "We will certainly find it, sister. Have faith, brother will undoubtedly have a way." Cheng Hong, diligently examining the parchment, reflected on her extensive experience at sea, which had afforded her a reasonable understanding of nautical charts. According to the markings on this parchment, it is impossible to ascertain which island it refers to. We can only search in proximity, even if we identify the island. Discovering the treasure will not be a simple task, she stated, gazing thoughtfully at the scroll. Chen Ming observed the varying attitudes of the women regarding this treasure hunt and remarked, "Our primary objective at present is to locate this island. As for the treasure, I have my methods to uncover it." The five then proceeded to the control room, where they plotted the most efficient and convenient course on the electronic map. Navigating the cruise ship at a steady speed of 15 knots, they began their survey along the indicated islands. Chen Ming placed the treasure-seeking compass in its proper orientation on the helm, and they took turns observing any anomalies in the needle's direction. On the second day of their voyage, the compass needle pointed decisively to a specific direction. Checking the electronic map, they discovered a large island, populated by numerous indigenous inhabitants. Chen Ming steered the vessel towards the island, arriving at one end where a towering cliff stretched for several dozen kilometers, rising over 100 meters high. The compass needle halted in the middle of the cliff, unwavering. Chen Ming anchored the ship approximately 200 meters away from the cliff's base. The five women gathered on the deck, gazing at the imposing rock face. "The treasure is likely concealed beneath this cliff," Chen Ming declared. "I intend to investigate." "Brother, I want to go too," Li Li interjected eagerly. Chen Ming regarded the five and responded, "It would be best if I went alone. The currents at the base of this cliff are treacherous. Your safety is paramount. Remain aboard and keep the ship ready to depart if anything goes awry." Cheng Hong nodded in agreement, saying, "I will remain vigilant. If another vessel approaches, I shall navigate the ship in a wide circle until your return." After bidding farewell to the five women, Chen Ming plunged into the sea. As he drew closer to the cliff, his enhanced vision finally proved advantageous. Approximately 10 meters from the seabed, he spotted an opening in the cliff face. Swimming towards it, he ascended about 40 meters before breaking the surface of the water. Following the tunnel upward for another 10 meters, his vision revealed a vast chamber ahead, filled to the brim with an array of treasures. Piles of gold, estimated to weigh several hundred kilograms, were scattered about, alongside exquisite jewelry, necklaces, bracelets, and earrings, each crafted with meticulous artistry. Nearby, shelves overflowed with gilded tableware, including plates, cups, and spoons, all adorned with intricate engravings. On the opposite side, a stunning assortment of gemstones, red, blue, green, sparkled vibrantly, each of considerable size. In a corner lay an assortment of weaponry, including swords and long blades, which, despite the passage of time, retained their glimmer. As Chen Ming marveled at the treasures, his intelligent assistant suddenly emerged, urging him, "Quickly activate the protective shield." Chen Ming swiftly extended his hand, enveloping both himself and the assistant within the shield. "Look at the design on that cliff face," the assistant exclaimed. "Do you know what it represents?" Following the assistant's gaze, Chen Ming observed a circular pattern, approximately 2 meters in diameter, intricately carved into the cliff's smooth surface. The design featured several layers, each inscribed with enigmatic symbols, emanating 8 straight lines terminating in circles. "What is this peculiar design?" Chen Ming inquired. "It appears rather strange." "This is an ancient teleportation array inscribed by a long-lost practitioner," the assistant explained. "It remains remarkably intact. If you place your hand at its center and channel your ancestral dragon power, you may elicit a reaction." A set of steps lay beneath the symbol, prompting Chen Ming to leap upon them and press his hand against the center. As he channeled his energy, the design began to emit a radiant white light. Startled, Chen Ming quickly withdrew and jumped back down the steps. The assistant, witnessing this, began to dance excitedly in the air, flapping its translucent wings. "This teleportation array is operational. It is a short-range teleportation array. What a fortuitous opportunity. It must lead to another realm. Come, we must go now." The path to immortality lies before us. Observing the assistant's fervor, Chun Ming felt an unease settling in. You are utterly obsessed with the idea of becoming immortal, he thought. I cannot abandon my family for such madness. Addressing the assistant, he stated, if you wish to go, you must do so alone. I have a family waiting for me. The assistant retorted, we are bound together. If you do not go, I cannot either. As Chun Ming continued to gather the treasures, the assistant implored him to take it along. If there is a teleportation array here, there will surely be one on the other side. We can investigate. And if things turn unfavorable, we can retreat, it reasoned. Contemplating the assistant's words, Chun Ming mused, I may agree to take you, provided I first return the treasures home and then return to explore further. Acknowledging Chun Ming's determination to secure the treasures before proceeding, the assistant urged, hurry and stow the treasures, then we can return to investigate. Opportunities like this are rare. If this array were to fail, we would be left with nothing, destined to live as mere mortals. Chun Ming collected all the treasures within the cave and retraced his route, swimming back to the cruise ship. Li Jia and the others anxiously awaited his return, rushing to the stern to assist him aboard. Once on deck, Chun Ming revealed a portion of the gemstones and gold jewelry in the lounge before heading to the bathroom to wash off the seawater. All the treasures have been found and are secured in my space, he informed Li Jia and the others. We must set sail for home immediately. The moment they heard Chun Ming's announcement, the four women erupted in joyous cheer, embracing him warmly. Cheng Hong took the helm, navigating the cruise ship with all haste as they began their return journey. The voyage back was smooth sailing, and after refueling at Guaport, Chun Ming guided the ship directly to Gang Island. Upon docking at the rented pier, Fang Jie and Lin Xiao awaited their arrival, ready to greet Chun Ming and the four women. After embracing Fang Jie, Chun Ming approached Lin Xiao. The voyage was successful. Everything is secured on the ship. Please arrange for the transport of the supplies. I am quite exhausted and must rest now. After bidding Lin Xiao farewell, Chun Ming and the others proceeded to the hotel rented by Fang Jie, where the atmosphere was markedly different. Gently caressing Fang Jie's slightly rounded belly, Chun Ming mused, I wonder whether it will be a boy or girl. I have worked hard to provide for you. You will enjoy a life of comfort upon arrival. Since the last time he had used his enhanced vision, he had refrained from looking further. After all, that is your child. Shouldn't the wealth you've earned be for them? Fang Jie replied, nestled in Chun Ming's embrace. Your belly is growing quite large. Let Lin Xiao manage the company while we return to the mainland together, Chun Ming suggested. It is still rather early, merely a few days short of 4 months. After another couple of months, I shall relinquish all responsibilities and devote myself entirely to the task of bringing a child into the world, Sister Fang remarked. For someone as resolute as Sister Fang, Chun Ming found himself utterly at a loss, fearing that he might even incur her wrath. After spending 2 days on Hong Kong Island, Chun Ming once again took the helm of a yacht, returning to Dongxing Pier with the four ladies, Li Jia and Zhang Yuxiu. After exchanging pleasantries with Uncle Huang, the 5 of them returned to the villa, marking the successful conclusion of their treasure hunting expedition. They celebrated heartily throughout the night, consuming copious amounts of fruit and preparing the last remnants of dragon fish meat for a sumptuous feast. In the days following their return, Chun Ming found himself captivated by the vibrant world around him, yet his intelligent assistant was relentless, persistently urging him to embark on a quest for opportunity. On this particular day, the 5 were gathered in the living room. Chun Ming, flanked by the 4 ladies, observed their joy and announced, I intend to depart for a while, possibly 1 or 2 months. You need not accompany me. I shall handle matters on my own and return promptly. Brother, what is it that you are undertaking? Can I come along? I promise I won't cause any trouble, Lili interjected eagerly. Brother, let me accompany you. I can help steer the boat, Cheng Hong chimed in. Chun Ming sighed in bemusement, realizing that it would be somewhat challenging to embark on this journey alone without the presence of the 4 ladies. I truly cannot take you with me. This endeavor is rather unique. If successful, it may alter the course of our lives, leading us all onto the path of cultivation, he revealed, dropping a tantalizing hint. As anticipated, the eyes of the 4 ladies sparkled with intrigue. Who among them could resist the allure of eternal youth? Lili clutched Chun Ming's arm and said, then, Brother, if you must go alone, is there any danger? You must return swiftly. I will miss you dearly. Zhang Yuxiu added, if you venture alone and encounter peril, be sure to flee swiftly. No matter how enticing the treasure, our foremost concern is your safety. We shall await your return. The 4 ladies surrounded Chun Ming, reluctant to part with him. He reassured them, I shall set off tomorrow. Tonight, you must prepare a proper farewell feast for me. With the knowledge that he would be departing the following day, the 4 ladies devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the task, arranging a lavish spread of savory dishes in the largest master bedroom, ensuring Chun Ming feasted to his heart's content. As the sun climbed high the next day, Chun Ming awoke to find the ladies still slumbering. He left a note, saying, "I have departed. I will return swiftly. Please keep the house clean and await my return." He drove to the customs office, cleared the checkpoint, and made his way to Hong Kong Island, bypassing Sister Fong and heading directly to the pier. After slipping some cash to a sailor, he was soon aboard a cargo ship bound for the Middle East. Chapter 142. Entering the teleportation array. The cargo ship moved intermittently, and Chun Ming concealed himself within the storage room. Each time someone entered, he activated his X-ray vision. The journey proved uneventful, and while feasting on the fruits stored within his space, Chun Ming did not feel hunger. His intelligent assistant accompanied him in thought, imparting valuable knowledge from the realm of cultivation. Nearly a month passed, and the cargo ship finally entered Arabian waters. Seizing the moment, Chun Ming leapt into the sea, swimming towards the distant island. After a day and a half of swimming, he finally arrived at the cavern that concealed the treasure. Standing upon the steps, he gazed at the teleportation array etched into the smooth cliffside, lost in contemplation. Venturing forth could lead to either fortune or misfortune. The intelligent assistant had mentioned the existence of another teleportation array on the opposite side, yet whether he could return remained an enigma. At that moment, the intelligent assistant emerged in his mind, saying, "Such a monumental opportunity is a rare blessing. You are now on the precipice of the cultivation realm. To retreat is to lose everything. If we forfeit this chance, our fates could be dire." In light of these words, Chun Ming resolved to proceed. He approached the teleportation array, scrutinizing the runes inscribed upon it. Feeling the latent power within the symbols, he experienced a moment of trepidation but inhaled deeply. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. Chun Ming placed his palm at the center of the array, summoning the ancestral dragon power from within, while simultaneously enveloping himself in a protective shield. As the ancestral dragon power surged forth, the teleportation array radiated with white light, its brilliance intensifying, and the runes began to flicker more rapidly. A blinding beam shot skyward, and Chun Ming felt his body tighten as he was enveloped by an immense force. This force grasped him firmly and instantly whisked him away from his location. During the teleportation, Chun Ming was surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors, reds, blues, greens, constantly flashing and shifting, reminiscent of fireworks igniting before his eyes. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears, as if countless beasts were roaring around him. He felt as though he were traversing a long tunnel, the duration of which was indeterminate, with no knowledge of his destination. The intelligent assistant continued to remind him within his mind, "We are nearing our destination. Prepare yourself for potential danger." In response, Chun Ming retrieved a fish spear from his chaotic space, gripping it firmly in his hand. He had relied on this weapon numerous times before to extricate himself from perilous situations and trusted it would serve him well once more. After what felt like an eternity, Chun Ming sensed a lightness in his body. The overwhelming force had dissipated. He must have arrived. Before he could open his eyes, he detected a briny aroma coupled with an unusual essence, as if something were swimming nearby. As the radiance faded, Chun Ming opened his eyes to behold an endless expanse of ocean. The water stretched infinitely, merging with the horizon. Waves surged rhythmically, crashing against the surface with a resounding roar. Surveying his surroundings, he noted numerous islands in the distance, varying in size. Some were lush and verdant, while others were barren, dotted only with stones. A medley of peculiar scents wafted through the air, and Chun Ming sensed the presence of numerous entities in the vicinity. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he instinctively tightened his grip on the fish spear. The intelligent assistant cautioned him, "This place may harbor dangers. Remain vigilant. You should utilize the treasure-seeking compass to scan your surroundings for threats." Responding to the intelligent assistant, Chun Ming asked, "Does the treasure-seeking compass possess such capabilities?" He quickly retrieved the compass from his space. Indeed, upon producing the compass, a series of red dots appeared along its smooth edge, some submerged in the water, others on the islands. The intelligent assistant continued, "These red markers signify perilous entities. Maintain your distance. Additionally, the fish spear can be wielded for offense. And do activate your defensive shield." Nodding in understanding, Chun Ming summoned his ancestral dragon power and swam towards the closest island. He cautiously approached the nearest isle, feeling the cool water, which was almost bone-chilling. As he swam, he suddenly felt something glide beneath his feet. Startled, he halted and activated his X-ray vision, revealing a large fish, its body adorned with scales and exuding an air of ferocity. Having been too tense to notice earlier, Chun Ming exhaled in relief and continued on his path. As he neared the island, he spotted a monkey leaping among the trees. This creature appeared different from ordinary monkeys. Its eyes sparkled with intelligence, and it radiated a distinct aura, likely having cultivated some spiritual essence. Rather than approach the island directly, Chun Ming circled around it, surveying the environment for any potential threats. Convinced there was no immediate danger, he gradually made his way to the shore. Upon landing, he sought a concealed spot to rest and contemplate his next course of action. After a brief respite and some fruit, Chunming resolved to explore the island further. No sooner had he stepped out than the treasure-seeking compass flared with red light, and the intelligent assistant alerted him. A creature is approaching from 30 meters to the left. Chunming grasped the fish dart with a reverse grip, his body half-turned, and beheld a gray shadow darting out from behind a tree. It was a gray wolf, its size comparable to a calf, with fur that gleamed with a metallic luster. It was, in fact, a wolf spirit. Startled by the sudden appearance of the wolf spirit, Chunming raised the fish dart in his hand. The creature emitted a low growl, releasing a faint green mist from its throat. Detecting a foul odor, Chunming instinctively held his breath and retreated. As the tip of the fish dart began to glow with a yellow light, he thrust the dart fiercely towards the wolf's head. Upon impact, the dart struck the wolf spirit's forehead, producing a resounding clink of metal against metal, causing the wolf spirit to shake its head, a gash appearing beneath its left eye. The pain drove the wolf spirit into a frenzy. A prompt from his intelligent assistant echoed in his mind, indicating that its weakness lay in its throat. Focusing the ancestral dragon's power in his right hand, Chunming retrieved the dagger from his spatial storage, its blade glinting with a cold light. As the wolf spirit lunged again, he sidestepped its claws, stabbing directly at its neck. Fortunately, after enhancing his physique, Chunming had practiced the 8 Extremes fist and learned shooting techniques online. Now, with the fish dart in his left hand and the dagger in his right, he engaged in a fierce struggle with the wolf spirit. During their skirmish, Chunming noted that every time the wolf spirit was injured, green mist would emanate from its wounds, healing itself. Protected by his shield, the wolf spirit's attempts to expel the toxic green mist were thwarted, remaining outside his defense. The battle raged on for a quarter of an hour, until finally, Chunming hurled a fish dart that struck a vital point, causing the wolf spirit to collapse onto the ground. Panting heavily, he sat down on the sandy earth and eventually rose to inspect the fallen creature. The intelligent assistant informed him that there was an inner core within the wolf spirit's head, likely containing what attributes spiritual energy, suitable for alchemy or crafting. Eagerly, Chunming utilized the fish dart to break open the wolf spirit's head, revealing an irregular green orb within. He examined it briefly before stowing the demon core into the chaotic space, inquiring whether the wolf meat was edible. The intelligent assistant affirmed that it was indeed consumable and highly nourishing. Upon hearing this, Chunming stored the massive wolf into the chaotic space, pondering how long it would take to consume such a large creature. He then ventured further into the island, spotting a towering mountain looming ahead. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he looked up to discover a faint blue light flickering amidst the crevices of the rocks. As he began to climb towards the summit, he noticed deep claw marks left by unknown creatures on the bark of several large trees. Midway up the slope, Chunming activated his X-ray vision and discerned an anomaly in the rocks beneath him. Using his dagger, he excavated the decaying soil, revealing a hexagonal formation etched into the stone, with small crystals embedded within the patterns. The intelligent assistant elucidated that this was the remnant of a spirit-gathering array, likely utilized to concentrate the natural spiritual energy for cultivating spiritual herbs. Urgently, it advised him to search for any remnants nearby. Following the traces of the array with his X-ray vision, Chunming discovered a concealed cave on the mountain's shaded side. Vines intertwined at the cave's mouth, their leaves adorned with purple dew. Inside, the space was modest, with glowing fluorite embedded in the stone walls. In a corner, he found 3 herbs, each as tall as a person, with spiral-shaped leaves edged in gold. The intelligent assistant exclaimed joyfully in his mind, identifying them as the Millennium 9-turn rebirth grass, capable of detoxifying and reshaping meridians, a splendid find. It urged him to transplant them into the chaotic space without delay. Just as Chunming reached out, a sudden tremor resonated beneath his feet. The ground split open, and countless iron spikes shot forth from every direction. Swiftly, he activated his defensive ring, enveloping himself in a protective shield. The iron spikes struck the barrier, producing a dull thud, yet failing to breach his defenses. A warning from the intelligent assistant alerted him to a mechanism 3 meters to his left. Dodging the volley of spikes, he noticed a recessed handprint on the rocky wall. Channeling the ancestral dragon's power into his palm, he pressed it against the imprint, and suddenly, the cave echoed with the sound of gears turning, retracting all the iron spikes back into the ground. It was at that moment he realized the ground surrounding the herbs was inscribed with a miniature spirit-gathering array. Slowly absorbing spiritual energy, Chunming placed his hand at the roots of the spiritual grass, collecting it all into the chaotic space, designating a specific area for its cultivation. Utilizing his X-ray vision to further explore the cave, he discovered half of a jade tablet at the entrance, inscribed with 3 ancient characters. He could only recognize the latter 2, which read Fire Gate. The intelligent assistant informed him that these 3 characters were Fire Gate, possibly an insignia of a certain sect. Chun Ming stored it in the chaotic space atop the massive gemstone. Chapter 143, Discovery of Rare Medicinal Herbs Island. After swiftly swimming for 3 days across the sea, Chun Ming finally spotted an island shrouded in white mist ahead. Observing through his X-ray vision, the island appeared gourd-shaped. With an erupting volcano at its center, lava cascading down the slopes into the sea, carving a crimson trail upon the water's surface. Chun Ming made landfall at the northern edge of the island, immediately greeted by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs, and soon discovered the ground teeming with various peculiar plants. At that moment, the intelligent assistant chimed in his mind, detecting 12 types of rare spirit herbs and advising him to prioritize the collection of ice soul grass located 300 meters to the left. Just as Chun Ming was about to act, a thunderous roar of collapsing rocks erupted behind him. Turning around, he beheld a towering black bear spirit. Standing at least 5 meters tall, its body cloaked in dark, scaly armor, as it charged towards him, causing debris to scatter. This was the Xianbing bear. With its weakness situated 3 inches beneath its throat, the intelligent assistant informed him. Chun Ming drew forth the fish dart, wielding it as a spear, while simultaneously activating his protective shield to envelop himself, keeping the fish dart aimed at the bear spirit's throat. The bear spirit unleashed a blast of Xianbing, but it was thwarted by the shielding barrier. The battle raged for half an hour, and as the Xianbing bear lunged once more, Chun Ming deliberately exposed a vulnerability. Just as the bear's paw was about to strike, he swiftly rolled beneath its belly, thrusting the dagger with all his might into the bear's vulnerable abdomen, creating a half-foot-long gash from which dark green blood gushed forth. The Xianbing bear howled in agony, retreating into the volcano, where the lava hissed upon contact with its wound. Exhausted, Chun Ming collapsed onto the ground to rest, only to notice the bear spirit's blood dripping onto a patch of ice soul grass. The leaves of the grass suddenly curled, absorbing the blood, and transforming into a more translucent hue. He collected 20 stalks of ice soul grass, 3 stalks of 9-turn rebirth flower, and 5 strands of thunderfire vine, transplanting them all into the chaotic space. At the edge of the volcano, he discovered a half-sized stone statue, its base inscribed with the name Shinnon. In the statue's hands was a medicinal bowl, within which grew an unfamiliar golden plant, its leaves adorned with star map-like patterns. Chun Ming designated a separate area in the chaotic space solely for this plant, planting it with care and watering it with the green water from a small pool. On the island's perimeter, he found a coral reef and constructed a cave to rest within. He meticulously organized the harvested herbs on a stone platform. The intelligent assistant began to elaborate on the characteristics of each medicinal herb. Ice soul grass needed to be refined with millennium snow water to enhance the potency of ice-based spells. The juice of thunderfire vine could bolster physical strength, but required fire attribute techniques to balance. Chun Ming inquired of the intelligent assistant, "Do I not possess numerous gemstones? Now that you have detached from the oversight of the heavenly path, could you not procure a furnace and formula for alchemy for me?" The intelligent assistant replied, "I do have a quick success alchemy manual. However, any treasures you obtain from the safe are mere replicas. Nevertheless, they can still serve temporary purposes." With that, it unveiled a treasure chest interface, and a golden light flashed as a pill furnace materialized atop the chest. The furnace bore engravings of the 28 constellations, with 9 dragon-like patterns adorning its lid. The intelligent assistant remarked, "This is the 8 treasures purple gold furnace, capable of automatically adjusting heat, making it ideal for novice alchemists." It then extracted a quick success alchemy manual for Chun Ming, which comprised 3 volumes. The first volume detailing basic alchemical techniques, the second discussing the compatibility of herbs, and the third containing 20 different pill formulas. As Chun Ming opened the first volume, he discovered that the words on the pages would magically materialize according to his reading progress. When he reached the instruction to gather 3 stalks of ice spirit grass, cleanse them, and slice them into thin pieces, the intelligent assistant simultaneously demonstrated the correct technique on the blue screen. Based on your previous combat experiences, it advised prioritizing the concoction of a body refinement pill, analyzing that the materials required included 3 thundervine stalks, 1 ironback kingwolf demon dan, and 2 ice spirit grasses. Following the guidance, Chun Ming placed the herbs into the alchemical furnace, channeling the ancestral dragon's power into his palm as he pressed it against the furnace wall. Suddenly, azure flames erupted within the furnace, causing the materials to gradually melt under the intense heat, forming a pale purple elixir. The alchemical process lasted for 3 hours, and when the furnace emitted a crisp chime, 7 pills the size of dragons' eyes rolled out. The intelligent assistant announced, "This is the body refinement pill. Consuming it will enhance physical strength by 30%. Chun Ming swallowed one, immediately feeling a surge of warmth coursing through his meridians, with fine beads of sweat forming on the surface of his skin. During evening cultivation, the intelligent assistant began to elucidate the cultivation methods tailored to Chun Ming's physical attributes. "What I know is the fastest path to cultivation. Before discovering a superior technique, you may attempt to practice this," it advised. Following the method transmitted by the intelligent assistant, Chun Ming commenced his training. As his potential had already been awakened, and the ancestral dragon bloodline stirred, the influx of spiritual energy into his body was swift, soon coalescing into a vortex of spiritual energy at his dantian. Seated atop a coral reef, Chun Ming cultivated as his internal spiritual power flowed according to the newly adjusted pattern. Suddenly, unusual vibrations resonated within the chaotic space. Upon probing with his consciousness, he discovered that a massive white gemstone was emanating a gentle glow. This gemstone, originally acquired after vanquishing the fish transformation dragon in its lair, was now unexpectedly exhibiting changes. With a thought, Chun Ming entered his spatial realm, finding the gem suspended at the center, its surface shimmering with a galaxy-like luminescence. The 1,000-year-old ginseng leaves he had planted glowed softly, and the fruits on the trees bore patterns identical to those of the gemstone. Anomalous fluctuations in spatial energy. The intelligent assistant's voice resonated within his mind. The frequency of these fluctuations aligns with the primordial energy of the mysterious space. Chun Ming released the enormous white gemstone from the chaotic space and reached out to touch it. The moment his fingertips made contact, he felt an array of minuscule electric currents coursing through his nerves. Vague images flashed through his mind, towering bronze gates, treasures soaring through the skies, and a white-robed cultivator casting the gemstone into a teleportation array. Suddenly, the intelligent assistant exclaimed, "Spatial laws are disturbed. Immediately cease contact and release it." Chun Ming hastily withdrew his hand, noticing fine cracks appearing on the gemstone's surface, from which a pale golden liquid began to seep. He returned the gemstone to the chaotic space just as a thunderous sound echoed from outside. Rushing to a higher vantage point, Chun Ming observed towering waves surging across the sea, with ethereal blue electricity dancing atop the crests. 300 meters away, a group of fish spirits were viciously battling one another, their scales reflecting an eerie red glow under the moonlight. From the direction of the volcanic island came a series of explosive sounds, with gigantic firebirds soaring into the sky, their feathers ablaze with golden flames. The gemstone's energy is influencing the intelligence of surrounding creatures, the intelligent assistant analyzed. "We must leave this marine area immediately." Chun Ming plunged into the water, swimming far away. And after 2 days of rapid travel through the ocean, he finally stumbled upon an unnamed island. Upon landing on the island, he investigated and noticed that all the trees leaned in one direction, their bark marked with claw-like scratches reminiscent of dragon talons. In the center of the island, he discovered a colossal ancient tree, beneath which lay a naturally formed large hollow. Chun Ming employed his X-ray vision and ventured inside, where he uncovered a half-broken bronze mirror. The mirror was archaic in design, adorned with intricate patterns, reflecting the image of a black dragon, while the back bore the inscription "Dragon Suppression Mirror" in ancient characters. "This is the Dragon Suppression Mirror," the intelligent assistant remarked. "It may be a fragment of a treasure used by ancient cultivators to suppress the black dragon." Chun Ming, upon hearing this, perceived nothing unusual about the Dragon Suppression Mirror and stored it within the chaotic space, continuing his journey deeper into the mysterious realm. Chapter 144, Dragon Palace. Chun Ming swam rapidly through the ocean, utterly at a loss for direction, relying solely on instinct to guide him. As twilight approached, he spotted a small island resembling a giant turtle resting in the sea. Swimming towards the island, he ascended to its highest point. The island was rich in spiritual energy, and at the mountainside, he discovered a natural stone cave. Finally finding a place to rest, Chun Ming resolved to cultivate here for a period. "Your current cultivation level is nearing the latter stage of qi refinement. Your progress is quite remarkable," the intelligent assistant informed Chun Ming. Inquiring about the treasure chest, he asked, "Do you have any flying artifacts? Please open one for me. I'm already at the latter stage of qi refinement. Yet I'm still swimming in the water like an ordinary person." The intelligent assistant replied, "There are indeed many pseudo-artifacts, but you primarily need to focus on training, continuously unlocking your potential, and solidifying your cultivation results. However, considering the need to expedite your journey, I shall grant you a flying artifact." With a flicker of the blue screen, a treasure chest slowly opened, revealing a miniature boat. This flying artifact, the Wavebreaker boat, can traverse both the sea and the sky, with speed determined by the cultivation level of its pilot, the intelligent assistant explained. Observing the intricately patterned miniature boat, which shimmered with a subtle glow, Chun Ming infused it with spiritual energy, marking it with his consciousness to establish a connection. When he cast the boat into the air, it instantly expanded to accommodate 3 passengers. Chun Ming leaped aboard, controlling the boat with his mind. The boat wobbled as it navigated through the cave, nearly colliding with the walls several times. After some practice, he finally managed to maneuver it smoothly. Having lingered in this location for over a month, Chun Ming successfully stabilized his cultivation at the latter stage of qi refinement. How vast is this space? It feels endless, he pondered to the intelligent assistant. The assistant replied, I cannot sense it either. Theoretically, we should be nearing the center of this space. It is indeed immense. In my memory, I have never encountered such a vast expanse. Let us disregard it, and simply proceed towards the center. After consuming some fruits, Chun Ming launched the flying boat, venturing deeper into the space. Along the way, no creatures appeared, and the flight proceeded smoothly, with Chun Ming's piloting skills improving steadily. Time passed without him noticing, until a prominent feature gradually emerged in the distance. As the flying boat drew closer, he beheld an immense mountain peak adorned with breathtaking ancient architectures, all enveloped within a colossal protective barrier. Chun Ming was struck with awe at the sight of the grand structure. The intelligent assistant flew out beside him, exclaiming, "Oh my! This must be a relic left behind by a powerful being. It is likely the location of a sect. We must hurry and investigate. There are surely treasures to be found." Chun Ming piloted the flying boat swiftly towards the site, only to be halted by the protective barrier. He attempted to breach it multiple times, but to no avail. The intelligent assistant then suggested, "You should also activate your protective barrier and see if it can merge to create a passage." Following the advice, Chun Ming summoned his protective barrier, and upon contact, the 2 barriers fused, revealing a passageway. "I knew it. The wave patterns of these 2 barriers must be identical," the assistant exclaimed joyfully. "Your protective ring is likely a remnant left by a powerful practitioner within." Hearing your words, it seems highly likely that Chun Ming expressed his agreement with the intelligent assistant's remarks. Upon entering the protective shield, he followed the path that appeared before him and arrived at the grand entrance of this ancient edifice, where he beheld the 2 golden characters' dragon palace shimmering brilliantly in the center of the archway. A broad staircase traversed the archway, extending upwards. As Chun Ming stepped through the archway and ascended the staircase, he was suddenly beset by an overwhelming force of gravity that nearly pinned him to the steps. "Quick! Activate your protective shield," the intelligent assistant urged loudly. Chun Ming hastily deployed the protective shield, and as it enveloped him, the pressure dissipated instantly. Taking a deep breath, he continued his ascent. Along the way, Chun Ming ventured into several buildings he passed, but found nothing of value within, merely some furniture, tables, and chairs. Although these furnishings, crafted from unknown materials, could have been worth a fortune if placed outside, Chun Ming was currently uninterested in collecting them. His sole desire was to uncover treasures and cultivation techniques. Upon reaching the main entrance, as he set foot on the steps of the city gate, he noticed at one end of the vast plaza a colossal golden door, flanked by 2 armored figures, their faces obscured, wielding elongated weapons. Having not encountered any humanoid beings for quite some time, Chun Ming was startled to suddenly see 4. "Fear not. These 4 lack any life force. They are likely puppets," the intelligent assistant informed him. Taking the assistant's words to heart, Chun Ming steeled his resolve and approached them within the protective shield. Indeed, they were 4 humanoid puppets, standing motionless before him. Their armor glimmered with a faint black light, and their faces bore glowing red eyes that scrutinized Chun Ming, sending a shiver down his spine. Ignoring the 4 puppets, he positioned himself before the grand door and pushed with all his might. The door did not budge, harnessing the power of the ancestor dragon. Chun Ming finally managed to force the door open just enough to slip through sideways. What lay beyond was a magnificent palace. At the far end of the hall, several hundred meters away, stood a raised platform adorned with a massive dragon throne, enveloped in a protective shield. Chun Ming approached the platform and similarly pressed his protective shield against it. Upon contact, the 2 shields merged, creating a passageway. Just as he prepared to enter, a phantom figure materialized upon the dragon throne. A man donned in a high crown and a dragon robe, with thick, long eyebrows, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose, stood before Chun Ming, gazing at him. Well, after so long, I have finally awaited your arrival," the apparition spoke to Chun Ming. A sense of unease washed over him, yet he felt somewhat reassured by the phantom's words and inquired, "Might I ask your identity, esteemed elder, and why you have awaited me for so long?" "This is the Dragon Palace. I am the Dragon King. What you see before you is but a remnant of my essence. The ring you wear is a creation of my own forging, left in the outside world for a destined individual. Those who possess it may utilize the treasures I have preserved, the phantom replied. Chun Ming's heart swelled with joy at this revelation and asked, "Might I inquire what treasures you have left for me? Must I seek your mentorship?" The phantom, bursting into hearty laughter, responded, "There is no need for mentorship. The treasures left behind are merely those I could not take with me, bestowed upon the fated. By utilizing this ring, you can access the secret chamber beyond and claim the treasures within. Cherish them dearly." With that, the phantom vanished into thin air, and the protective shield dissolved away. Chapter 145, An Abundance of Treasures and Techniques. Upon reaching the rear of the hall, Chun Ming encountered a luminous barrier blocking his path. He promptly summoned his protective shield to envelop himself and proceeded forward, successfully passing through. Inside was a vast expanse, encircled by 3 tiers of colossal steps rising from low to high. On the lowest tier, he observed a circle of artifacts. "Heavens, these are all genuine treasures," the intelligent assistant exclaimed. Chun Ming hurriedly approached and grasped a sword-like artifact. Just as his hand neared it, a small bolt of lightning struck him, rendering half of his body numb for a moment until he regained his composure. "Activate your protective shield, do not deactivate it. This might be the key to unlocking these items," the intelligent assistant advised. Chun Ming quickly reactivated his protective shield, and, indeed, this time he successfully retrieved the sword-shaped artifact. It was genuinely a sword-shaped treasure, exuding a yellow-red glow, inscribed with 2 lines of small characters that Chun Ming could not decipher. Setting the sword-shaped treasure aside, he glanced at the adjacent artifacts. Knives, spears, swords, halberds, bronze mirrors, iron seals. An array of treasures in various forms lay before him. Unfortunately, these were all low-tier treasures, suitable for the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, as the intelligent assistant informed him. Ascending to the second tier, he found several more sword-shaped treasures, a golden furnace, a circular ring beside it, and a square halberd nearby. The intelligent assistant remarked, "These are truly valuable items. Quickly, take that circular ring. It appears to be a top-tier beast-taming ring." Chun Ming grasped the ring, which seemed unassuming, resembling ordinary bronze, adorned with a series of intricate patterns forming a continuous design. "Indeed, this is a beast-taming ring," the intelligent assistant confirmed, "capable of containing living creatures." "Splendid. Quickly merge it with your chaotic space. Only then will your chaotic space become a true treasure." Chun Ming inquired, "How do I merge it? Why must I do so for my chaotic space to become a genuine treasure?" The intelligent assistant elucidated. "The treasures you acquire from me are merely imprints of those once held by the heavenly Tao. They are not true treasures. They may serve as treasures for a limited time, but their efficacy will dissipate as the imprint fades. By merging the beast-taming ring with your chaotic space, you will stabilize your chaotic space, forming its true essence, preventing any further dissolution." The intelligent assistant continued, "Pierce your hand. Let your blood drop onto both the chaotic space and the beast-taming ring, and they will merge while you channel the power of the ancestor dragon." Chun Ming produced a dagger, pricked his fingertip to draw blood, and let it drip onto the beast-taming ring and the pendant hanging from his chest. As he invoked the power of the ancestor dragon, he witnessed the beast-taming ring slowly integrate into the pendant. After their fusion, both humans and animals could enter within, though Chun Ming was momentarily unaware of this fact. The intelligent assistant, too, was unaware that the fusion would allow for the containment of living creatures. This realization would come much later. Curious, Chun Ming asked the intelligent assistant, "What about my fishing rod and spear? How long can these treasures be used before they dissipate?" The intelligent assistant advised, "It would be best to refrain from using those items in the future, as long as they are in your possession. They remain under the surveillance of the heavenly Tao." Having followed the intelligent assistant for so long, Chun Ming suddenly realized he had forgotten to inquire. What exactly is the heavenly Tao? Is it truly formidable? The heavenly Tao is the consciousness that governs this realm, arising from the operation of all things. To put it simply, as a great sage once proclaimed, no beast may attain spirituality. This declaration is ingrained within the heavenly Tao, which then generates a consciousness that executes this decree, leading to our binding together in its enforcement, the intelligent assistant explained. Chun Ming listened, half comprehending. Pondering the complexities of the matter, he decided to cast aside the confusion. After considering the intelligent assistant's words, Chun Ming disposed of all items from the lottery and treasure chests, casting them down the steps. He seized the square halberd, wielding it a few times to test its feel, which he found satisfactory. Under the intelligent assistant's guidance, he performed a blood oath to establish a connection with the artifact. With determination, he stored all the treasures from the first and second tiers within the pendant's space and ascended to the third tier. The third tier was filled with jade-like rectangular objects. "These are all cultivation techniques," the intelligent assistant informed him. "Press one end of the jade against your forehead. and you will be able to perceive them with your consciousness. According to the instructions of the intelligent assistant, Chunming pressed the jade stone against his forehead, allowing his consciousness to enter. Instantly, a comprehensive technique was imprinted in his mind, as if a copier had reproduced it flawlessly from beginning to end. The jade stone he held was astonishingly a record of spiritual herbs, and the myriad of knowledge contained within about these herbs was instantly absorbed into his mind, enabling him to recognize them all in an instant. Unable to contain his astonishment, Chunming exclaimed, "How utterly miraculous! If everyone possessed this method, I can only imagine how the world would transform." The intelligent assistant rolled its eyes in Chunming's consciousness, wishing it could remove the metaphorical fish from its head and give him a gentle smack. It cautioned Chunming not to examine every jade stone, warning him to be wary of information overload, which could either drive him insane or cause his mind to explode. It advised him to proceed slowly and prioritize the discovery of cultivation techniques. Chunming, realizing the wisdom in this, decided to refrain from attempting to imprint multiple techniques and instead focused on his task, hastily setting aside any further endeavors. Dragon God Technique. This cultivation method seems fitting for me. Please assist me in examining it, Chunming requested of the intelligent assistant. Recite the introduction for me, the assistant replied. Chunming recited the introduction, and he himself felt it was indeed suitable. The intelligent assistant responded, "This technique is exceptionally well suited for you. You have already activated the ancestral dragon power within you, and this method emphasizes awakening the dragon's mark within your bloodline, making it particularly appropriate for those of Eastern descent. This technique was likely devised by the ancestors of Eastern practitioners." Upon hearing this, Chunming ran the technique through his consciousness, imprinting it completely in his mind. As anticipated, he felt a slight ache in his head afterward. He then stored all these techniques within his spatial realm. Besides the techniques, there lay 2 piles of crystal stones in the chamber, each a riot of colors. The intelligent assistant explained, the larger pile consists primarily of low-grade spiritual stones, embodying the 5 elemental attributes: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. The other pile contains medium-grade spiritual stones, which serve as hard currency in the realm of cultivation. Hurry and collect them. Chunming extended his consciousness to envelop the stones, retrieving them into his spatial realm. Over 30,000 low-grade spiritual stones and more than 6,000 medium-grade stones. He organized them into 2 distinct piles within his space. After thoroughly ransacking the grand hall, Chunming approached the center. Standing upon the intricate design etched into the floor, he noted its resemblance to the teleportation array he had entered, but found it to be more elaborate and expansive. A line within the design extended toward another pattern nearby. The intelligent assistant informed him, "This represents a more advanced teleportation array. The adjacent pattern serves to channel energy into this array. The energy required to activate it is uncertain. It may even facilitate transport beyond this realm." Chunming inquired, "What does it mean to teleport beyond this realm?" The assistant elaborated, "It implies that through this array, you may be transported to the celestial realm, the underworld, or the realm of cultivation, depending on how much power the traveler can withstand." Chapter 146, Early Foundation Establishment. Unable to decipher the intricacies of the colossal teleportation array at that moment, Chunming resolved to set it aside for now and focus on cultivating the newly acquired technique. Seating himself on the first circle of stone platforms, he mentally memorized the technique and commenced his practice. The inherent spiritual energy of the location was abundant, and the ancestral dragon power coursing through Chunming's veins had been invigorated for quite some time, aligning harmoniously with the technique. As he executed the new method, a faint crimson glow began to emanate from his entire body. Chunming sensed the swirling vortex of spiritual power within his dantian, slowing its rotation. With the spiritual energy within transitioning from a light hue to a deeper, denser state, the swirling becoming increasingly languid. Externally, the red glow around him intensified, gradually manifesting into a spectral dragon that circled him. Within his dantian, the vortex shifted from white to a rich crimson shade. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually, the vortex in his dantian ceased its movement and began to contract. When it reached a certain size, it erupted with tremendous force. A surge of searing spiritual power burst forth from Chunming's dantian, obliterating his meridians in its path, scattering them like dry leaves. Following this outpouring, his meridians regenerated, emerging with a new essence, more resilient, broader, and allowing for swifter circulation of spiritual energy. Ultimately, this tide of spiritual power returned to his dantian, coalescing into a dense sphere of energy. Upon awakening from his practice, Chunming realized he was completely unclothed while seated on the platform, hastily covering himself with his hands. He soon remembered that he was alone in this space, gazing down at his nakedness. He recalled having obtained a piece of silk-like fabric from a low-tier treasure and quickly retrieved it from his spatial realm. This fabric, made from an unknown metallic thread, felt remarkably soft to the touch, though it was assuredly not derived from plant or animal sources. Using his spiritual awareness, Chun Ming located the array that controlled the fabric and left his spiritual imprint upon it, deftly wrapping it around himself, resembling a dapper young man fresh from a bath. The intelligent assistant then congratulated him. Congratulations on entering the early foundation establishment stage. You are now in a stabilization period. Be cautious not to utilize spiritual power in the coming days. Have I truly entered the early foundation establishment stage? How long must I stabilize? Chun Ming inquired. There is no fixed number of days. It could be 5 or 7. It matters not, the assistant replied. Chun Ming produced 2 apples from his spatial realm and began to munch on them. After finishing, he found himself at a loss for what to do, boredom creeping in. After pacing around the giant teleportation array a few times, he returned to the stone platform and sat down, still feeling restless. Suddenly, he noticed the discarded pseudo-treasure. A small flying ship, lying upside down beside the platform. This pseudo-treasure could be retrieved and would prove useful upon his return. Chun Ming mused as he reached out to collect it. In fact, since you have some idle time, you could explore the methods of artifact refinement. Now that you have reached the early foundation establishment stage, you can summon your primal fire for refining, the intelligent assistant suggested to Chun Ming. This revelation sparked recognition within him. The technique he had acquired allowed for the invocation of primal fire for forging artifacts upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Chun Ming promptly extracted the jade stone containing the knowledge of artifact refinement from his spatial realm and imprinted it in his mind. This knowledge included 9 types of formations: offensive formations, defensive formations, spatial formations, and more. During the refining process, it was crucial to memorize the formations and imprint them onto the crafted items at the quickest pace possible. The more formations and varieties incorporated into an item, the higher its grade and potency. After familiarizing himself with the knowledge of artifact refinement and formations, Chun Ming spent an additional 5 days within this space. I can't remain here any longer. I must return. I have no desire to linger in this place, he declared to the intelligent assistant. The intelligent assistant remarked that it was about time to leave, urging, let us return. Chun Ming, his waist adorned with a crimson cloth, made his way towards the exit of the secret chamber. Passing through the grand hall, he emerged outside. The 4 puppets remained steadfast in their positions, motionless. With a wave of his hand, Chun Ming summoned the 4 puppets into his spatial realm, leaving not a single strand behind. He released the magical vessel, leaping aboard as his spiritual energy surged, propelling the craft forth like a streak of light. Guided by the intelligent assistant, Chun Ming navigated the vessel with utmost speed. Forging ahead, the various spirits and creatures he had encountered on his journey, upon catching sight of him from afar, scurried away. Chun Ming, with a heart full of yearning for home, had no desire to hunt them. He was consumed by the wish to reach the teleportation array and return to his own world. After 2 days of relentless travel, he finally arrived at the site of the teleportation array. Stowing away the foam magical artifact, he approached the array and pressed his hand upon it. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he was transported back to the cave from whence he came. With a heart racing with excitement, Chun Ming emerged from the water, only to witness a funnel rapidly forming in the sky, descending ominously towards him. Quickly activate the defensive array, the intelligent assistant shouted in his mind. Startled, Chun Ming swiftly opened the defensive array, enveloping himself in an invisible protective barrier. The swirling funnel above gradually receded. That was close. What just transpired? Chun Ming inquired of the intelligent assistant. The assistant elucidated, you are now a cultivator. The moment you emerged from the water, the heavenly path had already prepared to eliminate you. Fortunately, you reacted swiftly. What shall we do now? Must I keep the barrier activated indefinitely? Chun Ming questioned. The assistant replied, what do you think? For now, we have no choice but to maintain the barrier. You are currently at the foundation establishment stage, with your spiritual energy. Sustaining the barrier for 2 months should pose no issue. Beyond that, we must devise a plan for when your spiritual energy is exhausted. It will spell the end for both of us. Chapter 147, I have returned. Seated within the flying vessel, Chun Ming activated the defensive shield. Soaring swiftly across the water's surface, he maintained a speed comparable to that of airships in this world, prompting numerous cargo ships to mistake him for a pirate. For 5 consecutive days, he flew across the sea without rest, finally returning to the east dock just past 1 o'clock at night. Chun Ming had left his phone in his spatial realm, refraining from contacting his family, intent on surprising them upon his return. After stowing away the small vessel, he ventured into the city, hailing a taxi that dropped him off at the entrance of his residential complex. As he stepped into the villa, He spotted a slender figure with long hair standing on the large second-floor balcony. It was Li Jia. In a sudden flash, Chen Ming appeared behind her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Li Jia, lost in thought as she gazed into the distance, was startled by the unexpected embrace and instinctively gasped, only to have her mouth silenced by his. Just as she was about to struggle, the familiar scent flooded her senses, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. In a passionate kiss, Chen Ming lifted her and carried her into the second-floor guest room. Meanwhile, Li, groggy in the master bedroom, vaguely heard her sister's voice and became increasingly puzzled. With her brother away, she wondered what her sister was up to. Glancing at Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong, who were sound asleep beside her, she quietly got out of bed and tiptoed to the guest room's door. The sounds from within grew louder. Stretching out her hand to push the door, she found it surprisingly unlocked and swung it open, only to let out a gasp upon witnessing the scene inside. Forgetting to close the door, she rushed in, inadvertently waking Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong, leaving everyone unable to return to slumber. At dawn, Chen Ming awoke alone and made his way to the living room, where he lingered for a while before heading to the backyard swimming pool. Settling into a lounge chair, he began to enjoy some fruit. As noon approached, Li joined him, embracing him tightly. "Brother, you've finally returned. I missed you so much," she exclaimed. Chen Ming gently replied, "I missed you all as well. You see, I hurried back as soon as I completed my tasks." Li inquired, "Did you find what you were looking for?" Chen Ming nodded. "Indeed, I found it. I'll share the details shortly." One by one, the three women, Li Jia, Zhang Yuxiu, and Cheng Hong, awoke, washed up, and convened in the living room. Chen Ming sat between Zhang Yuxiu and Li, briefly recounting the events of his journey. Afterward, he turned to the four women, stating, "I have found what we sought. Now, let us test your spiritual roots." He produced 5 low-grade spirit stones of varying colors, explaining, "We will test each of you individually. Whichever stone emits light when you hold it will determine your elemental attribute." Following the tests, Li Jia was revealed to possess an ice attribute when she grasped a milky white stone, while Li demonstrated a water attribute with a transparent stone. Both Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong exhibited a wood attribute with green stones. Having completed the tests, Chen Ming informed them, "The cultivation techniques you wish to practice are indeed available, and they are of a higher tier, but you cannot begin your training just yet." Li Jia queried, "Why can't we commence our cultivation now?" Chen Ming explained, "You all witnessed me catch that enormous fish, correct? The heavenly path currently prohibits animals and humans from cultivating. Anyone who attempts to do so will be met with annihilation by the heavenly path. As you can see, I am encased within a defensive shield to evade its scrutiny." "What should we do now?" Zhang Yuxiu asked. Chen Ming replied, "I can maintain the defensive shield continuously for a maximum of 2 months. After that, my spiritual energy will be depleted, marking the end of our journey." Li clung to Chen Ming's arm, her voice filled with urgency. "What will we do then? Is there truly no other option?" After a moment of hesitation, Chen Ming stated, "The only viable solution is for our entire family to retreat into that spatial realm, where we can cultivate without attracting the heavenly path's attention." Upon hearing this, Li readily agreed, "Of course. Wherever you go, brother, I shall follow." The other women, desiring to preserve their beauty, were equally resolute, affirming that they would accompany Chen Ming wherever he ventured. "But what about our parents? Should we not bring them along?" Li Jia queried. Chen Ming responded, "That is unfeasible. The teleportation array imposes a pressure that those without cultivation cannot withstand. You have all been with me long enough that the latent potential in your bloodlines has been awakened, enabling you to endure it." After a lengthy discussion, they resolved to leave a significant sum of money for their parents and entrusted Lin Xiao with their care. To minimize the pain of parting, Chen Ming made a brief phone call to his parents, inquiring about their well-being and informing them that he would be sending a bank card with a password corresponding to his birthday, without disclosing the amount it contained. Li Jia followed suit, while Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong sent money home, briefly explaining the situation before hanging up. Chen Ming instructed the 4 women, "You should set sail for the island now. Gather Fang Jia, explain the situation to her, purchase additional undergarments and outerwear, and then wait for me at the location where we discovered the treasure. I have some matters to attend to before I join you." After finalizing their plans, Chen Ming made his way to Lin Xiao's office, carrying a large box. "When did you return? You've been away for quite some time," Lin Xiao remarked to Chen Ming. With a smile, Chen Ming replied, "I returned yesterday, but I must head out again tomorrow, as I require your assistance with a matter." They settled onto the sofa, and Chen Ming opened the large box, revealing it to be filled with gleaming gold bars, likely several £100 worth. Lin Xiao stood in shock, momentarily speechless at the sight. Chen Ming then addressed him, "I may be away for an extended period, so I kindly ask you to look after my parents." Lin Xiao hurriedly said, "Your parents, who are also my parents, I will naturally take good care of them. But brother, in your current state, Is there something you are hiding from me? Chun Ming looked at Lin Xiao and replied, there are certain matters I cannot disclose to you. Perhaps it is exactly as you suspect. After speaking, Chun Ming raised his hand, and with a swift motion, the ashtray on Lin Xiao's desk gracefully floated into his palm. Lin Xiao was left in shock, mouth agape, as he watched Chun Ming conjure 10 enormous ginseng roots, each seemingly a millennium old. Chun Ming placed the ginseng on the coffee table and remarked, these 10 ginseng roots should be over 1,000 years old. You may take a strand each day to savor. Living over 100 years should pose no problem. Give 2 to Fang Jie's parents, 2 to my own, and keep the rest for yourself. Finally, Chun Ming addressed Lin Xiao, saying, the company over on Hong Kong Island will be entirely entrusted to you, as Fang Jie intends to accompany me. Lin Xiao, still in a daze, merely nodded in response. Chun Ming cast one last glance at Lin Xiao before turning to leave the office, heading towards the cliff where he first shared a moment with Fang Jie. Chapter 148, A Predicament in the Ugly Country. Chun Ming arrived at the cliff, reminiscing about his initial encounter with Fang Jie at this very spot. Before leaping into the abyss, just as he was about to strike the ocean surface, a small boat appeared beneath him. Chun Ming piloted the vessel towards the ugly country. He had long contemplated the military base there, pondering the nuclear weapons and depleted uranium projectiles, as well as tungsten steel armor-piercing rounds, materials perfect for forging. He mused that even filling half of the space would suffice. Speeding westward, he traversed the Pacific Ocean and soon arrived in the ugly country. After searching on his phone, he selected the infamous Area 51 in Huada State. After a few transfers, he circled around from the direction of the gambling city. Chun Ming decided to commence his operation shortly after 11 p.m., as this timing would afford him ample opportunity to gather resources. He retrieved the Fang Tianhua halberd from his spatial storage. This was a high-grade magical artifact adorned with 3 ancient characters he could not decipher. However, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he left a chromium imprint on the controlling formation. Utilizing his X-ray vision, he unleashed his consciousness, clearly perceiving everything within a range of 400 to 500 meters. Using the halberd, he deftly cut through barbed wire, moving with such swiftness that even the surveillance cameras could not capture his presence. As he navigated through the complex, he ultimately uncovered the base's secret entrance, a downward elevator shaft. Unwilling to wait for the elevator, which would require identification and a password, Chun Ming boldly forced open the elevator doors and jumped inside. The base's alarm blared, but Chun Ming paid it no mind. Encountering a steel door blocking his path, he used the halberd to demolish it. After cleaving through a door nearly 3 inches thick, he stored it within his spatial realm. Just as he stepped into the tunnel, 6 fully armed soldiers emerged, pointing their guns at him, chattering in a foreign tongue. In a flash, Chun Ming incapacitated them, rendering them with severe concussions, injuries that even medical professionals would struggle to remedy. Breaking through another iron door, he entered a vast warehouse filled with boxes made of engineering plastic. Curiously, he opened one, revealing a neatly arranged collection of assault rifles. He proceeded to open several more boxes, discovering handguns, grenades, and ammunition. Without hesitation, Chun Ming filled over 40 boxes with various firearms and ammunition into his spatial storage. As he continued his search, he stumbled upon a blast door marked with radioactive symbols. Chun Ming broke it open and, indeed, found rows of tactical nuclear missiles stored within. He scrutinized one missile with his X-ray vision, then raised the halberd to sever both ends, extracting a spherical object wrapped in explosives. With the tip of the halberd, he peeled away the outer layer of explosives to reveal a core of obsidian. The heat radiating from the obsidian was palpable, a prime material for crafting superior magical artifacts. And he gathered as much as he could. Outside the base, chaos ensued, with military vehicles and helicopters surrounding the plaza in a tight formation. Confidential calls had reached the highest echelons of power. In the underground warehouse, Chun Ming worked feverishly for nearly 4 hours, collecting obsidian and various rare metals, storing them neatly in his chaotic space. As footsteps echoed in the tunnel, approaching his location, he stowed away the halberd and seized a steel rod about 3 inches in diameter. Timing his move perfectly, Chun Ming darted out, wielding the rod against the helmets of the soldiers ahead. Amid the confusion, some soldiers fired their weapons, but the bullets merely bounced off his protective shield without causing any disturbance, ricocheting off and striking their comrades instead. Chun Ming disregarded the fates of those he struck, focusing instead on delivering calculated blows to their helmets. He navigated through the ascending tunnel, bursting forth into the open. The soldiers and officers outside could only witness a blurred figure glowing faintly as it charged from the tunnel, raining down blows upon their helmets. The figure moved with such rapidity that the soldiers hesitated to fire, fearing friendly fire, and were left defenseless. With lightning speed and the protection of his shield, Chun Ming easily overwhelmed the soldiers. He charged towards a military jeep parked nearby, using the steel rod to dislodge the soldiers inside. After commandeering the vehicle, he crashed through the barricade, driving towards the nearest coastline. Behind him trailed a long line of military jeeps, with several helicopters pursuing overhead. As Chun Ming sped through the gambling city, pedestrians gaped at the military vehicles and helicopters in hot pursuit. The helicopters received orders to launch missiles to destroy Chun Ming's vehicle. However, as a missile hurtled towards him, he swerved sharply, narrowly avoiding the strike. The missile struck the road, creating a massive crater. After 4 failed missile attempts, 1 helicopter retreated. Ahead, 2 trucks blocked the road, surrounded by armed soldiers. As Chun Ming approached within 200 meters, the soldiers opened fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets and even a few rocket-propelled grenades. Chun Ming deftly dodged the rockets while disregarding the bullets, confident in the bulletproof nature of the military jeep. He barreled forward, crashing through the trucks and navigating toward the coastline as guided by his phone's navigation. Thus, the chase continued for over 2 hours, until a cliff loomed ahead. With turbulent waves crashing 200 meters below, soldiers and helicopter pilots watched in disbelief as the military jeep soared off the cliff, plummeting into the sea. At the moment of impact, Chun Ming escaped through the vehicle's door, shielded by his protective barrier, and swiftly propelled himself towards the ocean floor, covering a distance of over a kilometer in mere minutes. By the time the troops dispatched submarines and salvage boats, only an empty military jeep remained at the ocean's depths. This matter, along with the footage captured by the surveillance cameras, was reported to the Black Palace. After viewing it, the leader and the higher-ups perceived fear and horror in each other's eyes, leading them to hastily revise their policies towards the east, beginning to speak favorably of the region on the international stage. Chapter 149, The Whole Family Goes. Chun Ming advanced swiftly beneath the ocean, emerging at the surface only after traversing a significant portion of the Pacific, akin to riding a speedboat. Just after passing through the Indian Ocean, he surprisingly caught up with the cruise ship that Li Jia and the others were aboard. Zhang Yuxiu and Li Li, upon seeing the approaching speedboat, initially feared it to be pirates and urged Cheng Hong to accelerate. It was only when Li Jia heard the commotion and stepped out of Fang Jia's room that she realized the boat bore only one person, Chun Ming. As Chun Ming caught up with the cruise ship, he stowed away the speedboat and leaped aboard, embracing the rushing Li Li. "You're back," Zhang Yuxiu exclaimed as she hurried over to link her arm with Chun Ming's. "I'm back," Chun Ming replied. "Let us head to the living room." Cheng Hong reduced the ship's speed and switched to autopilot before joining them in the living room. The group gathered around the sofa as Chun Ming conjured a heap of fruit from the spatial realm and placed it on the coffee table, holding Fang Jia close. He gently caressed her increasingly rounded belly, his heart heavy with guilt. "Fang Jia, you've worked so hard. I'm sorry for the rush that forced you and your family apart." Fang Jia kissed Chun Ming tenderly, releasing him after a moment to say, "Jia Jia and the others have spoken to me. How could this be your fault? We are family, and we must face everything together." Chun Ming felt a surge of emotion as he clasped hands with the women. In the dead of night, Chun Ming quietly entered Fang Jia's room, caressing her swollen belly, uncertain whether their first child would be a boy or a girl. Initially, when he used his X-ray vision, the child was still under 3 months, rendering it indiscernible. Now, however, he was disinclined to use his abilities, recognizing that regardless of the gender, it was still his child. The two shared sweet nothings for a while, and Fang Jia remarked, "I'm over 7 months along now. It's still manageable as the sun climbed high." Chun Ming rose to pilot the cruise ship towards the hidden cave. After more than 20 days, the ship arrived at the cliffs of the Great Highlands. Chun Ming declared, "I'll take 2 of you to the cave first. The rest can wait outside. It'll be quick." Li Li rushed forward, clinging to Chun Ming's arm, prompting him to summon Li Jia as well. After activating the protective shield, the 3 leaped into the sea, making their way towards the cave's entrance beneath the cliffs. After several trips, all 6 gathered within the cave. Chun Ming instructed the 5 women to wait while he moved the ship farther away before returning. Handing them a bundle of fruit, he swiftly swam back to the vessel, and after 2 hours of navigating away from the island, he breached the ship's hull, allowing it to sink to the ocean floor before returning to the cave. Standing before the teleportation array, Chun Ming informed the 5 women, "This is a short-range teleportation array. Through it, we can enter another space. I am currently at the early stage of foundation building, so I should be able to make several trips without issue. We'll go 2 at a time. Fang Jia, I'll take you first." After several trips, the entire family entered a new realm. Chun Ming produced a small boat, and the 6 of them squeezed aboard as he infused it with spiritual energy, steering it towards the center of the space. As they passed various islands, mystical creatures emerged, causing the women to tremble with fear. Chun Ming reassured them, "There's no need to be afraid. were it not for your presence. I would have taken one down for food. Brother, are you really that formidable now? When will you slay one? I'd love to eat, Lily chimed in playfully. I still have a giant wolf in my space. Once we arrive, we'll roast it to eat, Chun Ming replied. After a day of flight, they found a small island devoid of mystical beings and spent the night there. Chun Ming prepared the wolf meat, slicing it into strips and roasting it, which turned out to be delicious, reminiscent of tender beef. By the following afternoon, the colossal palace complex appeared before them, leaving the 5 women in awe. They marveled at the grandeur of the architecture, exclaiming how fitting it would be for someone worthy. Chun Ming led them to the grand hall atop the mountain. This hall and the secret chamber behind it are safe for us to roam freely. The outer buildings are empty, filled with numerous formations, so it's best to avoid them. For now, we'll cultivate here for a time. Fang Jie, let me assess your attributes. To Chun Ming's surprise, Fang Jie possessed a gold attribute, which was exceedingly rare as per the texts he had studied. He retrieved the clothing, bedding, and various supplies he had secured for the women from the spatial realm, saying, for now, we shall reside in this grand hall. To the right, there is a wash basin filled with hot spring water rich in spiritual energy. You can bathe there. After ensuring the women organized their belongings, Chun Ming led them to the secret chamber at the back. He presented the cultivation techniques and high-tier magical artifacts from his space, placing them on the steps. Fang Jie, since you possess a gold attribute, the sharp gold technique is suitable for your cultivation. Given your pregnancy, you only need to focus on how to absorb spiritual energy. I will assist you when the time comes. He handed her a piece of jade and a flying sword artifact. Xiao Xiao and Hong Hong, you are of the wood attribute, so the rejuvenation technique is ideal for you. Here are 2 high-tier wooden flying swords. Each of you take one. He bestowed a piece of jade and 2 swords upon the 2 women. Turning to Li Jia and Li Li, he said, Jia Jia, you are of the ice attribute, so you should cultivate this ice-cold technique, while Li Li, with your water attribute, the gentle water technique is for you. He produced a high-tier ice artifact mirror and a small water attribute dagger, handing them to the sisters respectively. After distributing the cultivation techniques and artifacts, Chun Ming retrieved several pieces of jade from his space, placing them on the stone platform. Here are a few formation techniques, as well as texts on alchemy and spiritual herb cultivation. Feel free to learn if you wish. He then demonstrated how to use their spiritual consciousness to perceive the contents of the techniques. Having spent considerable time together, the women had gradually awakened their latent potential, and their spiritual consciousness was significantly stronger than average. Before long, they had memorized the techniques and began their cultivation. However, Lily gently tugged on Chun Ming's sleeve, whispering, brother, where's that wash basin you mentioned? Can you take me there? Chun Ming playfully pinched her cheek and replied, let us go. I'll take you there. Your sisters have gone to cultivate, so you should wash up and then join them. Hee, I'll stay with you for a bit before going to cultivate. I've missed you so much, Lily said, clinging to Chun Ming's arm. Chun Ming hoisted Lily into his arms as they strolled together. Indeed, I've been quite busy lately, but now that I have time, I shall devote it to you all, he said as they arrived at the wash basin. Chapter 150, A New Journey. After several days, aside from Fang Jie, Li Jia and her sisters, along with Zhang Yuxiu and Cheng Hong, had all reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Due to her pregnancy, Fang Jie had only progressed to the 3rd level. With little else to occupy his time beyond cultivation, Chun Ming had finished the wolf meat. One day, with the women engaged in their practices, Chun Ming summoned his intelligent assistant. I find myself with some free time now. How about I help you find a physical form? What conditions must be met to forge your body? He inquired. It's of no use to seek a body now. A vast amount of energy is required to separate my consciousness from the system. I'll wait until I have a target, the intelligent assistant replied. Very well. As you wish, Chun Ming acquiesced. The assistant then pointed to the large teleportation array in the center, asking, do you have any thoughts about that? Chun Ming, astonished, replied. What thoughts could I have? It has nothing to do with me. The intelligent assistant mused, consider this. Why would a powerful being leave a teleportation array here? It must be to allow future generations to follow him. Chun Ming inquired, but why should we go with him? You mentioned that it could lead to the underworld or the celestial realm. What if it transports us to the underworld? You fool. This teleportation array can only lead to the celestial realm or the realm of cultivation. It could never take us to the underworld, the intelligent assistant retorted. When I mentioned the underworld, it was merely a metaphor, it added. Don't you desire to venture into the realm of cultivation? It is brimming with spiritual energy and countless treasures. What do you say? Are you tempted? The intelligent assistant coaxed. Chun Ming spread his hands, replying, even if I wish to go, there is no means. Didn't you say that this teleportation array requires immense energy? Where am I to find such power? The intelligent assistant responded, do you not have a large gemstone in your space? The energy it harbors should be sufficient to activate this teleportation array. Shall we give it a try? As Chun Ming approached the teleportation array, he made his way over. Placed that gemstone in the formation beside the array. Instructed the intelligent assistant. Chun Ming retrieved the gemstone from his space and set it within the formation. As soon as he did, the formation began to emit a radiant white light that flowed toward the nearby teleportation array. Quickly put it away, the intelligent assistant urged. Chun Ming promptly returned the gemstone to his space. Brother, what is this? Asked Cheng Hong. The nearby practitioners, Li Jia, Zhang Yuxiu, and Li Li, also turned to look. While Wang Fong, who had just finished her practice, sat nearby enjoying some fruit. Chun Ming addressed the 5 women. This is a colossal teleportation array. It can transport us vast distances. I cannot specify how far, but it could lead to the celestial realm or the realm of cultivation. Li Li exclaimed with delight, Brother, let us go through. It must be fascinating and fun over there. Upon hearing about the potential of reaching the celestial realm and the realm of cultivation, the hearts of the women brimmed with anticipation, for they had embarked upon the path of cultivation and naturally wished to explore a broader world. Chun Ming surveyed the 5 women and asked, Does everyone wish to go? You must not regret this decision. All 5 nodded in unison. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Ming resolved, Very well, since we have decided, let us venture forth together. Whatever fortune or misfortune awaits us, we shall face it together. The group prepared their belongings and stowed them in Chun Ming's space. He stepped to the center of the teleportation array and called out to Wang Fong, Sister Fong. Come to my side. Sister Jia, you all join me as well. Chun Ming embraced Wang Fong, who was with child and thus a priority to protect. While the other 4 women gathered closely around him, he activated a protective barrier, enveloping everyone within its confines. Retrieving the gemstone from his space, Chun Ming placed it in the formation nearby, and once again, the formation began to glow white, channeling energy into the teleportation array. The array illuminated with a blinding white light, as the gemstone within the formation gradually diminished in size. The light from the teleportation array intensified, coalescing into a radiant sphere that enveloped Chun Ming and the others. At the moment the gemstone vanished from the formation, the light sphere within the teleportation array also contracted and disappeared. The 6 of them, encased in the protective barrier, observed the white light flickering outside, with the barrier creating concentric ripples. Chun Ming noted that after acquiring this protective artifact, he had never before experienced such a phenomenon, underscoring the tremendous energy at play. He summoned the intelligent assistant, seeking reassurance about the duration of this experience. However, the assistant did not appear, and he felt a stirring from Wang Fong's abdomen, reminiscent of the reaction preceding the assistant's emergence. Damn it! I offered to find you a body, and you refused. How could you have schemed against my child? Chun Ming's thoughts were filled with frustration. This cunning assistant had tricked him before and now seemed to have ensnared his unborn child in its machinations. Realizing this, he quickly examined his own body, finding that even his X-ray vision was ineffective, prompting a wave of irritation. You wait right there until your child is born. Just see if I don't deal with you then. With events having unfolded to this point, Chun Ming found himself without recourse and resigned to his fate. In the city of Daxing, situated by the shores of the Great Star Sea, a pair of nascent soul cultivators governed this realm. Within the teleportation array on the eastern edge of the city, a burst of white light flickered, revealing 1 man and 5 women. As the light dissipated, Chun Ming and his companions found themselves in an unfamiliar locale. Hurry out of the teleportation array. Do not block the way for those behind you. Each of you must present 2 low-grade spirit stones to enter the city, instructed a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement. The dialect spoken by the practitioner bore a resemblance to a regional dialect from the Blue Star, and they understood it well enough. Supporting Wang Fong, Chun Ming stepped out of the teleportation array and followed the direction indicated by the Qi refinement practitioner, where a table awaited, behind which sat a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The 6 approached, and Chun Ming produced 12 low-grade spirit stones from his space, handing them to the mid-stage cultivator. The city of Daxing forbids killing, robbery, and fighting. All grievances must be resolved outside the city in the Great Star Sea. Remember this well. Violating the Elder's decree will result in dire consequences, cautioned the mid-stage cultivator. Chun Ming discreetly offered an additional 6 low-grade spirit stones to the cultivator, saying, Senior, as newcomers, could you kindly inform us where we might rent a room for accommodation? The cultivator pocketed the spirit stones and replied, There are other cultivators in the city renting caves, as well as private courtyards. If you plan to stay long-term, it is best to rent from the city lord's mansion, located just outside. You will easily spot it upon arrival. Chun Ming expressed his gratitude and led the 5 women outside. The city was positioned on elevated land by the sea, expansive and grand, with a mountain range in the background housing various caves and palatial structures. The streets below resembled modern city storefronts, bustling with men and women in a variety of eccentric outfits, some shopping and others simply enjoying the sights. As Chen Ming guided the 5 women through the streets, they marveled at the unfamiliar characters on the shop signs, reminiscent of their hometowns' oracle bone script. While some conversations were entirely unintelligible, others bore a striking resemblance to their regional dialects. After much gesturing and pointing, they finally located the city lord's mansion where they could rent a room. Chapter 151, Settling in Daxing City. Chen Ming entered an office-like space where a foundation establishment cultivator sat behind a large table. Approaching, Chen Ming asked, "May I inquire if this is where one rents rooms?" The cultivator remained silent, holding up a long board made of an unknown wood, indicating a location on it. At the corner of 2nd Street, there is a small courtyard with an entrance, available for 6,000 low-grade spirit stones per year. If you wish to rent, you must act quickly, otherwise, it may no longer be available. Having just arrived in this realm of cultivation, Chen Ming was unaware of the purchasing power of spirit stones. With over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and several thousand mid-grade spirit stones at his disposal, he felt relatively secure and promptly handed over 1,200 low-grade spirit stones for a 2-year lease. After receiving the spirit stones, the mid-stage cultivator produced a token made of neither metal nor wood and tossed it onto the table, instructing Chen Ming, "Exit and turn left on that street. Walk straight. And when the token lights up, the small courtyard at the entrance will illuminate. That is your rented residence." Chen Ming thanked the cultivator and rejoined Wang Fong and the others, heading toward the left street. As they walked, Lily gazed around in wonder. "Brother, is that a shop selling magical artifacts?" she asked, pointing to a sign depicting a sword. "That seems to be the case, judging by the displays inside. They likely sell magical artifacts, though their quality appears to be lacking," Chen Ming whispered to the women as he glanced inside. After proceeding several meters forward, they reached a street corner, and the wooden token in Chen Ming's hand began to glow, illuminating a small door beside a storefront. "This must be it," Chen Ming declared, pressing the token against the glowing area on the door, and with a gentle push, he opened it. The group entered a quaint courtyard. Beside the entrance stood a modest storefront. Upon entering, they were greeted by a small atrium, leading to a 2-story residence, with a petite garden and a well nestled at the back. Although the courtyard was small, it was adequately equipped. Chen Ming declared, "From this moment, this shall be our home. Feel free to select your own rooms, but remember to vacate the spacious master bedroom." Li Jia playfully patted Chen Ming on the shoulder, teasing him about his upcoming fatherhood. "You're going to be a dad, yet you remain so frivolous." Chen Ming embraced him. "I am not frivolous. I am striving for the happiness of our family, all right?" The entire family settled in, spending their leisure time wandering the streets, purchasing rare spiritual fruits and delicacies from the realm of cultivation. Chen Ming also made use of the storefront, which housed numerous low-tier magical artifacts. Each low-tier artifact required over 10,000 low-tier spirit stones to acquire. After spending some time here, Chen Ming realized that the quality of his artifacts was superior, naturally commanding a higher price than those from other shops. Having not invested any capital, selling just one artifact would suffice for a year's living expenses. Sister Fong, who was 10 months pregnant, had yet to give birth, and Chen Ming suspected that the intelligent assistant might be to blame, yet he had no recourse but to wait. The Great Star City was secured by 2 nascent soul cultivators, ensuring relative safety within its confines. After nearly a year, apart from Sister Fong, Li Jia and the others had all reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. At year's end, Sister Fong finally gave birth to a daughter. Standing outside Sister Fong's room, Chen Ming took his daughter from Li Jia's arms, his face beaming with joy. "Quick, let me see. Is it time for her to call me mother?" Lily inquired of her sister. "Indeed, she should call you that, but it will be little mother." Li Jia replied with a smile. "I care not whether it's little mother or big mother, as long as she calls me mother. Haha. I too am now a mother." Lily joyfully exclaimed. Chen Ming gazed at his daughter, inspecting her closely, relieved to find no peculiar birthmarks or abnormalities on her, easing his worries. He proposed to the women, "Let us see what attributes our daughter possesses," producing 5 types of spirit stones. Upon inspection, it was revealed that their daughter possessed all 5 attributes. Having spent nearly half a year in the Great Star City, they understood that in the realm of cultivation, possessing all 5 attributes classified one as having a mixed spirit root. However, Chen Ming did not share this sentiment. After all, she was a fragment of the heavenly Tao consciousness separated from the system, destined for remarkable achievements in the future. After a discussion among the women, they decided to give her the nickname Dia. As a family, their days were filled with cultivation and childcare, living a carefree life in the Great Star City. Yet, Chen Ming found himself stagnated at the initial stage of foundation establishment, gradually developing a desire to venture into the Star Sea for exploration. One day, While in the living room, he voiced to the women, "I wish to journey into the Star Sea, to hunt beasts and retrieve inner cores to refine some elixirs and enhance my cultivation." Zhang Yuxiu cautioned, "Beyond the great Star City, the realm of cultivation is fraught with chaos. The Star Sea is especially perilous, rife with murder and treasure hunting. It's best to remain here." "Indeed, brother. Wouldn't it be better to live here?" Li added. Wang Fong, however, held a different view. "I believe it would be beneficial for Ming Ming to undergo some trials. Although the Star Sea is dangerous, if he encounters peril, he can simply flee. Given Ming Ming's abilities, he should manage well." After much deliberation, they ultimately agreed to allow Chun Ming to venture forth, advising him to stay close and return swiftly in case of danger. Preparing for his journey to the Star Sea, Chun Ming spent over 2,000 spirit stones to purchase a map of the region, albeit only a portion of it, charted by those who had previously traversed it. He also acquired an illustrated guide detailing various beasts of the Star Sea and some spiritual talismans. Before his departure, Chun Ming instructed the women, "You shall cultivate in the great Star City and refrain from venturing out. There are nascent soul cultivators stationed here, making it relatively safe. I have left behind many low-tier magical artifacts for you all to sell at your leisure." That evening, the 5 women held a farewell banquet for Chun Ming, feasting him to the point of fullness. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, the 5 women accompanied Chun Ming to the seaside, escorting him to the passage from the great Star City to the open sea, repeatedly urging him to return swiftly. Tears streamed down their faces. With Li clinging to Chun Ming, he reassured them, "Rest assured, I won't venture too far. If trouble arises, I will escape quickly. I shall return within 2 or 3 months, and perhaps by then, I will have reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment." After much persuasion, they finally released him. Chun Ming waved farewell, boarded his flying boat, glancing back thrice before accelerating towards the depths of the Star Sea. Chapter 152, Setting Sail into the Star Sea. Chun Ming steered his flying boat southward, traversing the skies for over a month without encountering any cultivators or beasts. The Star Sea, from a distance, appeared a profound shade of azure, its waves surging powerfully, with crests towering several dozen feet high, as if ready to engulf anything daring enough to approach. Occasionally, strange lights flickered upon the sea surface, hinting at boundless mysteries. On one occasion, after resting for 2 days on an uninhabited island, Chun Ming resumed his journey. Shortly thereafter, he heard a series of gurgling sounds emanating from beneath the water. Suddenly, a pack of ferocious water wolf beasts lunged at him with bared fangs and claws. These water wolves were agile, measuring roughly 10 feet in length, their bodies cloaked in shimmering azure scales that glinted coldly under the sun. Their eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, and their razor-sharp fangs, each as thick as a forearm, seemed capable of effortlessly tearing through steel. Upon sighting the pack of water wolves, Chun Ming remained composed, exhibiting no sign of panic. He activated the divine dragon technique within him, and waves of spiritual energy surged forth, radiating a soft golden light around him. Employing the divine dragon's 9 transformations, he moved with extraordinary finesse, darting through the throng of water wolves like a specter. The bloodthirsty halberd in his hand danced through the air, emitting flashes of light as he engaged in fierce combat with the beasts. The low-tier water attribute inner cores within these wolves could significantly aid his cultivation. If he could acquire a few, he might break through his current cultivation bottleneck. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of water wolves, Chun Ming did not dare to let down his guard. The wolves surrounded his spiritual vessel, leaving no escape. They occasionally leapt high into the air, attempting to drag him off his boat. Utilizing his agility, Chun Ming deftly maneuvered across the deck of his vessel, moving like a bolt of black lightning to evade their lethal strikes. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity to thrust the bloodthirsty halberd at the vital points of the water wolves with remarkable speed. The wolves coordinated their attacks, while one lunged at him. Others sought openings, launching a relentless barrage that sent torrents of water splashing into the air. The force of the water splashes struck Chun Ming like cannonballs. While evading the wolves' assaults, he had to remain cautious of the splattering water, for a moment's negligence could expose him to danger. Spotting an opening, one water wolf leapt high, aiming to bite down on Chun Ming's head. Chun Ming seized the moment, thrusting the bloodthirsty halberd upward, piercing through its body. The wolf let out a howl of agony before dissolving into a burst of blue light, revealing a low-tier water attribute inner core in his grasp. Chun Ming swiftly pocketed the inner core into his chaotic space. Upon witnessing this, the remaining water wolves intensified their assault, growling ominously as if in concert. They charged at Chun Ming from all directions. Chun Ming channeled his spiritual energy to its utmost limit, manifesting a protective shield that enveloped him in a radiant, soft golden glow. Amidst the fierce skirmishes, he gradually discerned the attack patterns of the water wolves. Each time the creatures prepared to strike, their eyes would narrow slightly. And Chunming utilized this subtle cue to preemptively counter, ready to deliver a more ferocious retaliation. As the assaults from the water wolves intensified, one of them seized the opportunity while Chunming was evading another attack, launching itself at him. Undeterred by the imminent danger, Chunming understood that in this perilous sea of stars, retreat equated to death. He concentrated all his spiritual power and unleashed a devastating move from the divine dragon technique. With rapid hand seals and incantations, a formidable dragon-shaped spiritual energy erupted forth. This ethereal dragon was vividly animated, its jaws agape as it emitted a thunderous roar that scattered several water wolves in an instant. Those struck by the shockwave seemed to be hit by an invisible force, hurtling backward and crashing heavily against the ocean's surface, sending up a great spray of water. Seizing the moment, Chunming swiftly maneuvered, wielding his blood-slaying halberd with precision. His movements were as swift as lightning, each swing of the halberd infused with immense power. Several more water wolves fell beneath his onslaught, transforming into blue light as their inner cores fell to the sea. Sensing the peril, the remaining water wolves huddled together, their eyes betraying a flicker of hesitation. After a brief moment of indecision, they begrudgingly scattered, vanishing into the vast ocean in the blink of an eye. Chunming, panting heavily, found his garments soaked with sweat, mingled with the blood that had stained him. He collected the inner cores of the water wolves, depositing them into his storage bag. Gazing at the few cores emanating a faint blue glow, he felt a slight sense of solace. The star sea was fraught with peril. Today, he had merely encountered a pack of water wolves. What would he do should he face more formidable beasts or ill-intentioned cultivators in the future? To survive in this vast star sea and realize his aspirations of cultivation, Chunming recognized he had a long journey ahead. Straightening his attire, he piloted his spirit vessel deeper into the star sea, where unknown challenges awaited him. As he navigated the waters, he sought an island to replenish his spiritual energy. The sea appeared deceptively calm, sunlight shimmering upon its surface. But Chunming was acutely aware of the lurking dangers beneath the tranquility. Ferocious beasts or unforeseen threats could emerge at any moment. With unwavering focus, he scrutinized his surroundings, scarcely daring to blink. After a considerable search, he finally spotted a hazy island on the distant horizon, shrouded in mist, its outlines barely discernible. A surge of joy filled his heart as he hastened the spirit vessel toward the island. However, as he drew closer, he was abruptly met with the sounds of fierce combat nearby. The clashing of magical artifacts and the shouts of cultivators indicated that a confrontation was underway. Instantly on guard, Chunming was uncertain of what awaited him ahead. Yet, with his spirit vessel running low on energy, he had little choice but to approach cautiously, quietly channeling his spiritual power, prepared for battle at a moment's notice. As he neared the source of the commotion, he beheld a group of early Foundation Establishment cultivators besieging a solitary early Foundation Establishment rogue. The surrounding waters were littered with scattered rocks, and the rogue was valiantly defending himself against the assault, backed against a larger boulder. The attackers wore matching attire, indicating they belonged to a particular sect. There were 5 of them, fanning out in a semicircle to trap the rogue in the center. One among them, evidently the leader, wielded a longsword that radiated blue light, directing the others in their offensive. Although the rogue's cultivation was inferior, he exhibited no signs of yielding. Clutching a black dagger, he unleashed black arcs of energy with every swing, fending off the surrounding assaults. Nevertheless, outnumbered by mid-Foundation Establishment cultivators, the rogue was clearly at a disadvantage, with several wounds already marring his body and blood seeping from his injuries. Before Chunming could close the gap, he was detected, and 2 of the early Foundation Establishment cultivators charged toward him without uttering a word, intent on attacking. Flames of indignation ignited within Chunming. Channeling his spiritual energy, he thrust his foot down on the spirit vessel's deck, propelling himself like a tempest toward the assailants. In an instant, he lunged at one of the cultivators, aiming his blood-slaying halberd directly at the man's back. The cultivator, engrossed in the assault on the rogue, was caught unawares. Just as the halberd's tip was about to pierce him, a vigilant companion shouted, "Watch out behind you." The cultivator barely managed to sidestep, evading a fatal blow. Yet the halberd still grazed his shoulder, drawing blood. Seeing this, the other cultivators swiftly diverted 3 of their number to engage Chunming. Employing the divine Dragon 9 transformations, Chunming nimbly weaved through the fray. His movements were ghostly, leaving the attackers bewildered. While battling, he keenly observed their weaknesses. He noted that despite their superior cultivation, their coordination was lacking. Their attacks were marred by gaps that he could exploit. Maintaining his composure against the onslaught, Chun Ming adeptly utilized the divine dragon technique and his agility to maximize his advantages. Each flash of the halberd bore immense force, compelling his adversaries to retreat and evade. Among the trio attacking him, one wielded a spear with fierce precision, thrusting it at Chun Ming with relentless vigor. Seizing the moment, as the spear lunged toward him, Chun Ming effortlessly sidestepped, allowing his halberd to glide up the spear shaft, targeting the cultivator's hand. Startled, the cultivator relinquished his grip, stumbling back a few paces. In the heat of battle, Chun Ming capitalized on another cultivator's mistake. Eager for victory, the swordsman momentarily hesitated when retracting his blade after a thrust. Chun Ming struck decisively, his halberd striking true against the cultivator's chest. The man emitted a muffled groan, akin to a kite severed from its string, as he was sent sprawling into the sea, creating a significant splash. The remaining cultivators faltered, surprised that an early Foundation establishment cultivator could prove so formidable. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Ming concentrated his spiritual energy, rapidly forming hand seals to channel his entire essence into the blood-slaying halberd. The weapon gleamed brilliantly as a potent surge of spiritual energy erupted from its tip, shooting forth like a golden lightning bolt toward the assailants. Realizing the overwhelming force behind the attack, the attackers' faces paled as they hastily cast spells in defense. Yet, the power of Chun Ming's strike was too great. Their spells crumbled beneath the onslaught. The brilliance surged past them, forcing the attackers to retreat in fear. Witnessing this, the leader understood that today's endeavor would yield no rewards. He shouted, "Retreat!" At the command, the other cultivators turned and fled into the distance. The rogue, deeply grateful, limped forward to Chun Ming, bowing in appreciation. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your chivalrous assistance. Had it not been for your intervention, I would surely have perished today." With a gentle wave of his hand, Chun Ming replied, "In our travels, it is only right to aid one another." From the possessions left behind by the attackers, he salvaged several cultivation resources and fragments of maps detailing the Star Sea. He meticulously scrutinized the cartographic information, discovering marked perilous zones and potential opportunities within the vast expanse of the Great Star Sea. This intelligence would prove invaluable for his forthcoming journey. Chun Ming and the wandering cultivator paused for a brief respite on a secluded beach, surrounded by tranquil serenity, where gentle waves caressed the shore, producing a soft rustling sound. The two extracted the maps obtained from their assailants from their storage bags, unfurling them upon a flat stone. The maps, crafted from an unusual material reminiscent of some beast's hide, emitted a faint luminescence from the lines and markings inscribed upon them. Leaning in closer, Chun Ming discerned various mysterious ruins and treacherous areas, along with numerous uncharted islands. The symbols denoting the enigmatic ruins appeared ancient and arcane, inscribed with peculiar characters. Beside one ruin-esque notation, there seemed to be some indistinct small text. Chun Ming squinted, straining to decipher it, and discerned vague clues related to the enhancement of martial techniques. He realized that this information could potentially be the key to augmenting his strength within the Great Star Sea. Turning to the wandering cultivator, who was also furrowing his brow in contemplation over the map, they exchanged experiences regarding the Great Star Sea. The cultivator informed him that the mysterious ruins often harbored both peril and opportunity, some concealed treasures capable of significantly enhancing one's power. Yet many were guarded by formidable restrictions and ferocious beasts. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Ming pointed to a mysterious ruin on the map, declaring, "I intend to venture here in search of fortune. Perhaps I might unearth precious tomes on martial enhancement and potent artifacts." The cultivator nodded in agreement, cautioning Chun Ming to remain vigilant. They discussed the potential dangers associated with the ruins and strategies to counteract them before preparing their respective provisions. After bidding farewell to the wandering cultivator, Chun Ming set forth alone, piloting his spirit vessel towards the direction indicated on the map. The vessel skimmed swiftly across the surface of the sea. At times, the waters lay as still as a vast mirror, reflecting the white clouds and blazing sun above. While at other moments, tumultuous waves surged high, threatening to capsize the vessel. The myriad of bizarre phenomena within the Great Star Sea continually astonished Chun Ming. Occasionally, he spotted schools of small fish shimmering with vibrant hues leaping above the surface, resembling flowing gemstones, and at times, he caught sight of colossal jellyfish, their translucent bodies gliding gracefully through the water, tentacles trailing like glowing ribbons. Yet, Chun Ming remained ever vigilant, acutely aware of the lurking dangers in the Great Star Sea. After a spell of navigation, as he sat aboard the spirit vessel, enjoying some fruit, the previously tranquil sea suddenly erupted into violent agitation. Alarmed, Chun Ming quickly steered the vessel upwards. A gargantuan sea beast leapt from the depths, obstructing his path. This creature, colossal in size, towered several times over the spirit vessel, its body cloaked in dark greenish-black scales that glimmered coldly in the sunlight. Its head resembled that of a massive lion, adorned with 3 blood-red eyes. Its maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, each the thickness of an adult's arm. It opened its cavernous mouth, emitting a thunderous roar that sent a wave of oppressive energy crashing over Chunming. Realizing the impending confrontation, he inhaled deeply, swiftly channeling his spiritual energy to prepare for the beast's onslaught. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his defensive barrier and initiated the divine dragon transformation technique. As he executed the technique, a gentle golden aura enveloped him. Sensing Chunming's resistance, the sea beast unleashed a powerful jet of water from its maw, akin to a cannonball hurtling toward him. Chunming employed the divine dragon's 9 transformations, moving with ethereal swiftness. He lightly tapped the deck of the spirit vessel, darting sideways just as the water column grazed his garment, crashing down onto the sea with a tremendous splash. Seizing the moment, he brandished his bloodthirsty halberd, stomping down with force, propelling himself like a released arrow towards the sea beast. The creature scoffed at his audacity, its 3 eyes narrowing in disdain. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Chunming infused all his spiritual energy into the halberd, aiming for the creature's throat. However, the beast's tough hide thwarted his strike, the blade only penetrating slightly, failing to inflict a mortal wound. In agony, the sea beast roared furiously, its voice reverberating in Chunming's ears. It swung its massive paw, akin to a small mountain, crashing down upon him. Chunming narrowly evaded the blow, sidestepping just in time as the paw struck the water, creating a colossal whirlpool. Steadying himself, he concentrated his spiritual energy at the tip of his halberd, preparing for another assault. He knew he must swiftly vanquish this sea beast to proceed to the ruins. Lingering here too long could invite further troubles. Chunming meticulously observed the beast's movements, searching for an opening to launch a more potent strike. The beast, equally fixated on Chunming, radiated fury and murderous intent, signaling the onset of an even fiercer battle. Chapter 154, Successful Escape. The battle between Chunming and the sea beast intensified, the creature's immense form thrashing upon the surface, each attack delivering a cataclysmic force. Utilizing the divine dragon's 9 transformations, Chunming adeptly navigated the intervals between the beast's strikes, his garments soaked in sweat, hair disheveled, yet his gaze remained resolute, unwaveringly focused on the beast as he sought its vulnerabilities. Infuriated by Chunming's relentless resistance, the creature escalated its assault. It whipped its tail, conjuring towering waves that surged toward Chunming, while intermittently unleashing jets of water that sliced through the air like arrows, etching straight lines upon the surface. Chunming darted and dodged, the spirit vessel rocking violently beneath him, nearly capsizing on several occasions. After a fierce exchange, he noticed a relatively vulnerable spot beneath the beast's neck, where the scales were slightly lighter and not as tightly arranged as elsewhere. A surge of excitement coursed through him. This might be the key to defeating the creature. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his spiritual energy and unleashed the most potent strike of the divine dragon technique. A dazzling beam of light erupted from the halberd's tip, resembling a golden dragon, surging forward with unstoppable momentum, striking precisely at the beast's weak point. With a piercing shriek, the sea beast wailed, its cry echoing across the waters, sending ripples cascading through the surrounding sea. Its massive body convulsed violently, the glow in its 3 blood-red eyes dimming, its once mighty limbs beginning to twitch. Gradually, the colossal creature sank beneath the waves, leaving behind a vast whirlpool that slowly consumed the surrounding water. Observing the beast's descent into the depths, Chunming's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. He plunged into the depths after the beast, using the bloodthirsty halberd to pierce through its skull, retrieving a palm-sized inner core. Upon inspection, he found it to be a water attribute core, of limited use to him, yet he stored it within his spatial pouch nonetheless. A wave of fatigue washed over him, but he steeled himself and checked the condition of his spirit vessel, relieved to find it somewhat damaged yet still operational. After regaining some stamina by circulating his spiritual energy, he resumed his course towards the mysterious ruins. After enduring numerous trials, Chunming finally approached the vicinity of the enigmatic ruins. From a distance, he observed the area enveloped in a mist of spiritual energy, swirling like white smoke, wafting upwards, resembling a delicate veil that shrouded the ruins within. A peculiar radiance flickered intermittently, shifting between hues of gold and blue, as the light danced within the aura, seemingly narrating the mysteries and antiquity of the ruins. This extraordinary phenomenon drew cultivators from all directions, with streaks of light occasionally cutting through the sky, heralding the arrival of these practitioners. At this moment, though the ruins remained sealed, a multitude of cultivators of varying strengths had gathered at the entrance. The entrance itself manifested as a colossal stone door, standing several dozen feet tall, its surface intricately engraved with complex patterns that exuded an air of ancient mystique. The ground around was composed of obsidian rock, remarkably hard, where the cultivators either stood or sat, the atmosphere thick with tension and oppression. A palpable sense of vigilance and competition permeated the air, and even casual glances exchanged between them were laden with animosity. Chun Ming blended into the crowd. Striving to remain inconspicuous, he discreetly observed his surroundings and noted that many cultivators possessed formidable skills. Among them stood a figure clad in a black robe at the edge of the throng, emanating a chilling aura. Chun Ming could sense the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy radiating from him. Another figure, an elderly man with flowing white hair, wielded a cane and surveyed the gathering with piercing eyes, seemingly appraising the strength of each individual. A sense of caution enveloped Chun Ming as he recognized that this expedition into the ruins would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Yet, driven by the allure of powerful techniques and treasures, he gritted his teeth and resolved to give his utmost. Finding a relatively quiet corner, he seated himself cross-legged, channeling his spiritual energy to recuperate from previous exertions while awaiting the opening of the ruins. Suddenly, a deep rumble reverberated through the air, as if the very earth trembled in response. The massive stone door at the entrance began to creak open, releasing a wave of ancient and enigmatic energy that washed over the gathered cultivators, invigorating their spirits. Eagerly, they surged forward, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves catching sight of their prey, all rushing into the ruins. Chun Ming was swept along in the tide of bodies. As he stepped into the ruins, a narrow passageway unfolded before him, flanked by walls adorned with strange symbols. These glyphs varied in shape. Some resembled soaring birds, while others coiled like serpents, glimmering faintly. Embedded in the ceiling were luminescent stones that cast a dim light over the passage. Abruptly, the symbols flared with intensity, their previous subtle glow transforming into a blinding radiance. In an instant, arrows of spiritual energy shot forth from the walls, hurtling toward the crowd with a fierce velocity, leaving trails of white light in their wake. Chun Ming swiftly employed the dragon transformation technique, darting like lightning between the arrows. Surrounding cultivators utilized various treasures to defend themselves, while others, like Chun Ming, executed evasive maneuvers. The passage erupted into chaos, filled with flashes of magical artifacts and cries of alarm. As he dodged the onslaught, Chun Ming meticulously observed the environment, discerning that certain symbols appeared to be the key to controlling the mechanisms. The glimmers of these specific symbols differed slightly from the others, their flickering rhythm distinct. An idea sparked within him. If he could decipher these symbols, perhaps he could halt the barrage of attacks. Thus, while evading arrows, he concentrated on unraveling their secrets, his mind racing to identify patterns to avoid being impeded by these traps. Navigating the constricted passage, he remained vigilant of other potential hazards. The arrows rained down like a relentless storm, each one imbued with a fierce spiritual force that could inflict injury even upon him. Just as he sidestepped one arrow, the ground beneath him emitted a series of ominous cracking sounds. Startled, he leaped instinctively. The once even surface erupted, thrusting sharp stone spikes upward with remarkable speed, their tips glinting with a chilling light. If he had reacted even a moment slower, his feet would have been pierced. Concurrently, a low rumble echoed from above. Upon glancing up, he saw a massive boulder plummeting toward him, its sheer size nearly filling the entire passage. Acting swiftly, he activated the dragon transformation technique once more, weaving through the narrow gaps between the boulder and the emerging spikes. However, not all cultivators were as fortunate. A young man in a gray robe, preoccupied with dodging arrows, failed to notice the peril below and stepped directly onto a newly risen spike. The sharp tip pierced through his foot, blood gushing forth as he emitted a cry of agony, collapsing forward. Before he could recover, another arrow struck his shoulder, eliciting another scream as he swayed precariously. A corpulent cultivator, in a bid to evade the spikes, leapt upwards, only to find the boulder descending upon him. The boulder grazed his body as it fell, the tremendous impact sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he lay incapacitated. Chun Ming, with his composed mind and agile movements, navigated through the treacherous mechanisms with great difficulty. While evading attacks, he scrutinized the operation of the surrounding traps. The sequence of arrows, stone spikes, and boulders seemed to follow a particular pattern. After every 5 rounds of arrows, spikes would rise from the ground, and after 3 rounds of spikes, a boulder would fall from above. The rhythmic flickering of the symbols on the walls appeared intricately linked to the activation of these mechanisms. After a tense period of observation and exploration, Chun Ming attempted to touch the symbols on the walls in a specific order. Seizing the fleeting moments when the symbols flickered, he quickly pressed one that resembled a bird, followed by another resembling a swirling vortex, and finally a symbol shaped like an eye. As he made contact, the intensity of some mechanisms diminished, the speed of the arrows slowed, the height of the spikes reduced, and the force of the falling boulder weakened. This revelation ignited a glimmer of hope within Chun Ming. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded with heightened caution, each step deliberate as he remained vigilant of the surroundings, ready to face new traps. As he continued forward, flames suddenly erupted from both sides of the passage. The flames danced in an eerie blue, their temperature excruciatingly high, scorching the stone walls to a faint red hue. Chun Ming dared not confront the flames head-on and quickly retreated a few steps. Contemplating a strategy against the flames, he observed that the inferno gradually diminished in intensity. Seizing the opportunity, he examined the symbols near the flame spouts and noticed several dimming as the fire waned. He surmised these symbols might be crucial to controlling the fire mechanism. Timing his actions, he dashed toward the wall near the flame spouts during a lull in the fire. Rapidly pressing the identified symbols in accordance with the pattern he had discerned, he witnessed the blue flames extinguish gradually. A surge of joy filled Chun Ming as he realized he had discovered the correct approach. Chapter 155, Guardian Beast. After arduous efforts, Chun Ming finally succeeded in traversing the perilous passage laden with traps. At the end of the corridor lay a spacious hall, its walls constructed from massive stone blocks, smooth as glass and faintly glimmering. The ceiling was adorned with several large luminous pearls, illuminating the entire hall as brightly as day. In the center of the hall, a colossal guardian beast loomed, radiating an overwhelming aura that made Chun Ming's heart race with trepidation. This creature resembled a qilin, its entire body adorned with a layer of crimson scales, each the size of a palm, shimmering with a metallic luster under the light. Flames encircled it, not of ordinary red, but a profound orange, as if capable of incinerating all existence. The beast vigilantly regarded the intruder, and as Chun Ming made his entrance, its lantern-sized eyes suddenly glinted with intensity, followed by an earth-shattering roar that reverberated throughout the hall, causing Chun Ming's ears to ring. Simultaneously, the beast opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of raging fire that surged towards Chun Ming like a tsunami. Realizing the imminent danger, he swiftly channeled his spiritual energy, enveloping himself in a faint golden glow. He then conjured a circular shield of spiritual power before him, its surface adorned with mysterious runes. Upon contact with the flames, a sizzling sound erupted, and swathes of steam billowed upward. The searing heat from the fire was terrifying, making the shield tremble violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Fully aware that a passive defense would lead to his demise should the shield break, Chun Ming focused intently on the beast, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash the dragon's technique. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of golden light, charging fiercely towards the guardian beast while gripping the Blood Reaver's spear, its tip glinting ominously, prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle for the treasures hidden within the ruins. A fierce clash ensued between Chun Ming and the qilin-like guardian beast. Armed with the Blood Reaver's spear and utilizing the exquisite dragon's 9 transformations, he moved like a wraith, darting around the beast in search of openings to strike. His figure flickered throughout the hall, his speed dazzling to behold. However, the beast's hide was tough and resilient. Each of Chun Ming's full force strikes merely left shallow marks on its scales, inflicting minimal damage. In contrast, the beast's counterattacks were devastatingly powerful. With each swipe of its claws, the surrounding air seemed to tear apart, generating a fierce wind that howled like a banshee. A moment's lapse in concentration could see Chun Ming ensnared by this tempest and struck by the beast's claws, leading to dire consequences. Chun Ming remained wholly focused, evading the beast's ferocious assaults while continuously seeking its vulnerabilities. Given the beast's formidable strength, victory hinged on identifying its weaknesses and delivering a decisive blow. He pondered how best to leverage his techniques and artifacts against this formidable adversary. In a swift motion, Chun Ming darted to the side of the beast, thrusting the Blood Reaver spear towards its abdomen. Sensing his intent, the beast's robust tail whipped around like a steel whip. Chun Ming leaped backward just in time, narrowly avoiding the strike as the tail crashed down upon the ground, creating a substantial crater. Seizing the moment of Chun Ming's evasion, the beast opened its maw and unleashed another torrent of flames. Chun Ming swiftly sidestepped, the flames grazing his body and scorching the wall behind him to a fiery red. Before he could regain his footing, the beast lunged once more, its forepaws aimed viciously at him. Chun Ming harnessed his spiritual energy, pushing off the ground with explosive force, propelling himself upward to evade the lethal strike. The two combatants exchanged blows, the hall brimming with spiritual energy. golden light from Chunming's aura, the orange flames, and the chilling gleam of the Blood Reaver's spear intertwined, casting the entire hall in a kaleidoscope of colors. As the battle reached a stalemate, Chunming's spiritual energy began to wane, while the beast seemed tireless. He understood that he must devise a strategy swiftly. Prolonged attrition would only lead to his demise. Observing the Qilin-like guardian beast with keen eyes, Chunming noted that before its most powerful attacks, the flames surrounding it intensified, becoming more radiant and fierce. Although its attack patterns appeared erratic, they followed a discernible rhythm. After several probing encounters, a strategy began to form in Chunming's mind. He feigned a vulnerability to lure the beast into an attack. As anticipated, the beast, sensing the opening, flared its flames and unleashed an even more ferocious inferno. Prepared, Chunming nimbly evaded this fiery onslaught. In the moment the beast's claws struck where he had stood, Chunming seized the opportunity. As the beast leaned forward, thrown off balance by its missed strike, he swiftly executed the dragon's 9 transformations, becoming a golden streak that closed in on the beast. With lightning speed, he plunged the Blood Reaver's spear multiple times into the joint of its leg. Each strike was rapid and forceful. The beast, howling in pain, reverberated through the hall, its colossal form shaking as it turned to retaliate. Chunming deftly leaped back, narrowly avoiding the beast's furious gaze, which now glinted with malevolence from its 3 eyes. The battle continued fiercely, with Chunming dodging the beast's attacks, while seeking further opportunities to exploit its weaknesses. In subsequent exchanges, Chunming lured the beast into attacking several more times. Each time it missed, he would dart close to strike at its leg joints. After several such attempts, he noted that while the beast's hide was tough, its joints were relatively vulnerable. His strikes had left deep wounds there, blood oozing from the injuries. As the battle wore on, Chunming gradually discovered more effective methods to combat the beast. He ceased his reckless assaults, instead cleverly timing his attacks to coincide with the beast's moments of vulnerability. The tide of battle began to shift in his favor, but the beast, sensing its disadvantage, became increasingly frenzied in its assaults. Chunming remained vigilant, knowing that to decisively vanquish this formidable creature, he must proceed with utmost caution. Chapter 156, Successfully Defeating the Beast. Engaged in an extended and intense struggle with the Qilin-like guardian beast, Chunming remained tense, his eyes fixed on the creature's every movement, missing no detail. The opportunity to defeat this powerful beast might come but once, and he needed to seize it with precision. The beast, aware of Chunming's resilience, escalated its onslaught. It continuously emitted torrents of flames, each wave crashing towards him like a relentless tide. The temperature in the hall soared, the stone walls glowing red-hot, as if on the verge of melting. Employing the dragon's 9 transformations, Chunming navigated through the gaps in the flames, his form a blur as he evaded the inferno's grasp. At last, the moment he had been waiting for arrived, when the beast opened its gaping maw once more. Unleashing flames capable of incinerating all, Chunming seized the opportunity, propelling himself forcefully from the ground. The impact shattered the silence with a resounding crack as the hard floor fractured beneath him. With the impetus of the recoil, Chunming surged forward like a cannonball, employing the dragon's 9 transformations technique to swiftly maneuver behind the beast. At that moment, his entire being was a whirlwind of spiritual energy, coalescing into the bloodthirsty halberd he wielded, akin to rivers converging into the sea. The halberd radiated a resplendent glow, its tip seemingly entwined by a golden dragon, swirling and emitting a series of resonant roars. With a thunderous shout, Chunming summoned every ounce of his strength and thrust the bloodthirsty halberd ferociously towards the vital area at the back of the creature's neck. Accompanied by a heart-rending scream that reverberated through the grand hall, the beast trembled violently, its once roaring flames flickering and gradually extinguishing. The halberd plunged deeply into the creature's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering Chunming from head to toe. The massive body of the beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Having successfully vanquished the guardian beast, Chunming's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. His body was drenched in sweat and blood, his garments tattered and grimy. Yet his gaze radiated unwavering determination and exhilaration. With no time to rest in the perilous ruins, he began to search the hall for treasures, convinced that they awaited him in some hidden corner. In a nondescript stone box in the corner of the hall, after a thorough search, he finally unearthed the long-coveted cultivation scroll and a mid-tier magical artifact. The pages of the scroll were yellowed, emanating an ancient aura, with inscriptions that appeared to whisper the passage of time. The mid-tier magical artifact was a long sword, its blade shimmering with a spectral blue light, and its hilt intricately carved with exquisite designs, faint ripples of spiritual energy emanating from it. The blade bore 2 rows of complex ancient characters near the guard, which Chen Ming did not recognize, and they did not resemble any known archaic script. Just as he reveled in his newfound treasures, other cultivators began to arrive in succession. Some had fallen behind while navigating the traps, while others had been delayed by various matters. Upon seeing the treasures in Chen Ming's possession, a glint of avarice sparked in their eyes. Among them, a towering figure with a brutish visage was the first to speak, bellowing, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over those treasures. Such artifacts are far beyond your means to wield." Chen Ming gripped his treasures tightly, eyeing the encroaching crowd with vigilance, and retorted, "I have endured countless hardships to obtain these. I will not relinquish them without a fight. If you wish to claim them, do so through your own merit." A lanky cultivator beside him scoffed, "Humph, how could a single person secure treasures from this ruin without resorting to underhanded means? It would be better for us to share them." Chen Ming glared at him defiantly, asserting, "I defeated the guardian beast through honorable means. You shall not take them from me." As the tension escalated, the other cultivators began to close in, encircling Chen Ming. Some brandished magical artifacts, while others commenced channeling their spiritual energy, igniting the potential for a fierce confrontation over the treasures. Faced with an unprecedented crisis, Chen Ming understood that these cultivators would not let him off easily. He had to devise a strategy to safeguard his treasures amid the impending onslaught. Silently, he began to channel his spiritual energy, preparing himself for the imminent battle. Unyielding in the face of the ferocious assault from the multitude of cultivators, his resolve remained steadfast. He immediately unleashed the dragon's technique and the dragon's 9 transformations. In an instant, a brilliant golden aura enveloped him, while the bloodthirsty halberd became shrouded in a dense wave of spiritual energy, striking out with an impenetrable ferocity, sending forth golden afterimages wherever it pointed. For a moment, none dared to approach him. The assailants numbered over a dozen, hailing from various origins and clad in diverse attire, yet they shared a singular, avaricious intent. Among them were spellcasters launching colorful magical projectiles toward Chen Ming, while others wielded swords and blades, seeking openings to close in for melee attacks. As more joined the fray from behind, Chen Ming felt the pressure mounting, with several scratches already marring his skin. He realized that a stalemate would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Quickly surveying his surroundings, he identified a direction where the cultivators appeared relatively weaker. Focusing all his energy, he channeled it into the bloodthirsty halberd. The weapon shone brilliantly, and a phantom golden dragon coiled at its tip, roaring skyward, its voice reverberating through the air. Chen Ming shouted and thrust the halberd forward. The golden dragon surging forth with cataclysmic force, cleaving a path through the throng. The sheer power of the strike sent the assailants reeling, some stumbling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ming darted towards the exit of the ruins like a streak of golden light, with the other cultivators hot on his heels. Along the way, they unleashed a barrage of magical attacks. Some conjured icy projectiles that shot toward him like a volley of arrows. Others summoned flames to erect barriers in an attempt to thwart his escape. Chen Ming evaded their assaults while cleverly utilizing the terrain and traps within the ruins to hinder his pursuers. Timing the activation of a trap perfectly, he triggered a barrage of spiritual arrows and massive stones to rain down upon the following cultivators. The ruins erupted in a dazzling display of magical brilliance and chaotic cries. Chen Ming pressed on with all his might towards the exit, fixated on a singular thought. He must not allow the hard-won treasures to fall into others' hands. Chapter 157. Successful Escape. In the midst of combat and retreat within the ruins, Chen Ming successfully evaded the majority of his pursuers, thanks to his familiarity with the terrain and his formidable strength. Those cultivators caught off guard by his traps found themselves in disarray, some scrambling to avoid sudden spikes, while others attempted to fend off the onslaught of spiritual arrows, unable to continue their pursuit. However, a few stronger cultivators remained relentless in their chase. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in black robes, wielding a dark longsword that exuded an ominous aura. Accompanying him were 2 others, a diminutive elder with sharp eyes and a young female cultivator brandishing a silver staff. Just as Chen Ming neared the ruins exit, he suddenly pivoted. In that moment, he rapidly recalled a potent spell learned from the scroll, formulating a powerful incantation. With swift hand seals, he intoned the words, and in an instant, a blinding radiance burst forth from his hands, enveloping the pursuers like a miniature sun. The intense light rendered them momentarily blinded, their surroundings becoming a blinding white haze. Panic ensued as they stumbled about in confusion. The black-robed man swung his sword wildly, striking nothing but air. The diminutive elder attempted to harness his spiritual energy to shield himself from the brilliance, only to find his focus disrupted. The young female cultivator dropped her staff, covering her eyes with her hands and groaning in distress. Seizing the moment of chaos, Chun Ming accelerated his escape from the ruins. As he finally emerged into the sunlight, the rays bathing his sweat-drenched and blood-stained visage, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He had successfully safeguarded his treasures. At that moment, Chun Ming's heart swelled with joy and exhaustion. His next course of action would be to find a secure location to thoroughly study the hard-earned scroll and artifact, enhancing his strength to face the myriad challenges that awaited him in the vast star sea. After successfully escaping from the ruins, Chun Ming was acutely aware that the cultivators, who had eagerly watched the treasure slip into his hands only to return empty-handed, would not easily swallow this affront. They would undoubtedly scour the surrounding areas frantically in search of his whereabouts. The avarice in their eyes was palpable, and Chun Ming knew that should they find him, a fierce battle would be inevitable. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily piloted his spirit vessel towards a relatively remote and exceedingly concealed area of the vast star sea. The vessel sped across the surface of the ocean, while Chun Ming remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on his surroundings, daring not to relax for an instant. He strained his ears, acutely attuned to any sounds around him. The slightest rustle would set him on high alert. The vast star sea concealed dangers at every turn. And in addition to the predatory cultivators, formidable demonic beasts could emerge unexpectedly. During his journey, Chun Ming sensed on several occasions that he was being secretly observed. Quickly halting the spirit vessel, he scrutinized his surroundings, yet apart from the endless expanse of water, he found nothing amiss. However, he understood that this sensation was not unfounded. It was undoubtedly the presence of the searching cultivators nearby that had sharpened his instincts. After an extended period of navigation, he anchored near a deserted island. This island appeared quite ordinary, its landscape adorned with lush greenery that, from a distance, resembled a vast green mushroom floating upon the sea. Surrounding the island were rocky reefs, where the waves crashed against them, sending up plumes of white spray. Approaching the island cautiously, Chun Ming circled it once, confirming that there were no abnormalities before retracting his spirit vessel. As he set foot on the island, he inhaled the fresh air, feeling a slight sense of relief. Yet, he knew that this was no time for relaxation. The cultivators could pursue him at any moment. Exploring the island, he discovered a hidden cave nestled halfway up the mountainside. Its entrance obscured by vines and underbrush, nearly impossible to detect without careful inspection. Entering the cave, he found it dark and damp, permeated by a faint musty odor. After a brief tidying up, he arranged several defensive formations at both the cave entrance and within, a product of his diligent study. While these formations might not fully repel the cultivators' attacks, they would at least provide some warning and delay. Having set everything in place, Chun Ming decided to lie low for a while, taking this opportunity to thoroughly study the cultivation scrolls and the medium-grade magical artifact he had obtained from the ruins. These two items might elevate his strength to new heights, allowing him to face the pursuing cultivators with greater confidence. Settling down in a relatively dry corner of the cave, he gently retrieved the scroll. In his hands, he felt a subtle pulse of spiritual energy emanating from it. The scroll's pages appeared ancient, yellowed with age, and frayed at the edges, as if narrating the lengthy epics it had endured. Taking a deep breath, he slowly unfurled the scroll. The script was obscure and cryptic, each character seemingly formed from unique runes, imbued with an air of mystery. Upon closer examination, Chun Ming discerned that the cultivation method inscribed within the scroll complemented his ongoing practice of the divine dragon technique, yet it also introduced a distinctive approach, markedly different from any methods he had previously encountered. He began to channel his spiritual energy, endeavoring to cultivate according to the scroll's guidance. However, from the outset, he sensed something amiss. The flow of spiritual energy within his body was obstructed, as if encountering invisible barriers that he could not surmount. Soon, he felt a heaviness in his chest, nearly expelling a mouthful of blood. Undeterred, he attempted again, but the outcome remained unchanged. After several failures, he furrowed his brow. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. Drawing on his resilient character, he resolved to adopt a different approach. He began to recall various cultivation texts he had perused, seeking clues to decipher the scroll's contents. In his mind, he meticulously searched through each tome he had read. Suddenly, he remembered a reference in an ancient text to a unique method of circulating spiritual energy, somewhat akin to what was detailed in the scroll. Hastily, he retrieved that text from his storage pouch and began to study it meticulously. The volume was somewhat worn, its pages fragile, requiring careful handling to avoid tearing them. As he compared the text with the scroll's content, he pondered deeply. It seemed the cultivation method outlined in the scroll necessitated a particular catalyst for spiritual energy, enabling it to flow along the correct path. Yet, neither the scroll nor the text explicitly described what this catalyst might be. Chun Ming fell into contemplation. Sitting motionless in the cave, his eyes fixed ahead while his mind raced with thoughts. He considered the various spiritual materials in the vast star sea, speculating whether one of them could serve as the catalyst he sought. He resolved that after studying the magical artifact, he would embark on a quest to find these spiritual materials, as they might hold the key to unraveling the scroll's mysteries. If he could unlock its secrets, his power would undoubtedly surge, empowering him to confront the pursuing cultivators with renewed assurance. Chapter 158. Initial exploration of the magical artifact. Amidst his study of the scroll, Chunming shifted his focus to the medium-grade magical artifact. He had placed the artifact upon a flat stone within the cave. It resembled a compass, circular in shape, with slightly raised edges. Its surface was inscribed with a myriad of enigmatic runes, twisting and curling, reminiscent of darting fish or soaring birds, emanating a gentle pulse of spiritual energy that flickered in the dim light of the cave. Faced with such a wondrous artifact, Chunming was uncertain how to utilize it. Should he bloodbind it, or control it with his consciousness? Kneeling beside the stone, he scrutinized the artifact closely. Extending a hand, he lightly touched its surface, feeling a cool wave of spiritual energy coursing through his fingers. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to infuse it with his spiritual energy. As he gradually channeled his energy, the artifact erupted in a brilliant radiance, its soft glow transforming into a dazzling light that illuminated the entire cave as if it were daylight. Within the brilliance, the runes on the artifact began to shimmer, their flashing rhythm seemingly harboring a hidden pattern. Chunming focused intently on the runes, striving to decipher their secrets. Suddenly, amidst the flickering runes, extraordinary visions began to emerge. These visions manifested as dynamic images appearing above the artifact. Chunming beheld a tumultuous sea, where a floating island shimmered with an ethereal glow. The scene then shifted to reveal a deep valley shrouded in dense mist, within which something seemed to lurk. Further along, he glimpsed a mysterious forest, its towering trees adorned with peculiar symbols. Chunming realized that this artifact might conceal monumental secrets, offering crucial clues for his adventures in the vast star sea. The visions that had materialized could very well indicate the locations of certain enigmatic places within the sea. However, mastering its use would require further exploration and study. He experimented with varying methods of infusing his spiritual energy, sometimes amplifying the flow, other times diminishing it, observing the artifact's responses. With each alteration in his energy input, the visions presented by the artifact transformed accordingly. At times, the images became clearer, revealing more intricate details. At others, they blurred and vanished entirely. Chunming persistently endeavored to discern the artifact's operational principles through a series of trials. Chunming had remained in the cave for a full 10 days, wholly engrossed in the study of the magical artifact. Should he master this treasure entirely, it could potentially assist him in discovering further opportunities, enhancing his strength, and enabling him to traverse the vast star sea with greater prowess. However, it seemed evident that the path to complete mastery of this artifact was fraught with challenges, requiring an abundance of patience and meticulousness on his part. Just as Chunming was deeply immersed in the research of the remnants and the artifact, his acute senses suddenly detected a surge of potent and chaotic spiritual energy emanating from outside the island. This disturbance shattered the tranquility of the cave like a boulder plummeting into a still lake. Startled, Chunming abruptly halted his actions, his gaze sharpening with vigilance. In this perilous expanse of the star sea, such anomalous fluctuations in spiritual energy could only herald trouble. Swiftly, he stowed away the remnants and the artifact into the chaotic space with deft precision. In a flash, Chunming darted from the cave like a dark wraith. Upon emerging, he raised his eyes toward the source of the spiritual disturbance. In the distance, a colossal black spiritual vessel was slowly approaching the island. The vessel, immense in size, resembled a floating fortress upon the sea, exuding an ominous aura. Crowded upon the vessel were numerous cultivators clad in varied attire, each radiating spiritual energy, whether strong or weak. At the forefront stood a formidable figure in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, tall and imposing, clad in a flowing black robe that billowed in the wind. His expression was severe, and his gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, emanating a powerful pressure that rendered him akin to a descending demon, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Internally, Chunming lamented his predicament, realizing that he had likely exposed his whereabouts. The ostentatious display of the opposing force indicated that they were undeniably prepared, targeting him directly. A fierce confrontation loomed on the horizon, ready to erupt. Taking a deep breath, Chunming forcibly steadied himself. He swiftly channeled the spiritual energy within him, and in an instant, a torrent of formidable energy surged through his being. As he activated the divine dragon technique, a faint golden radiance enveloped him, with ethereal dragon silhouettes flickering within, augmenting his aura with an air of mystery and strength. His eyes hardened with unwavering resolve as he fixated on the encroaching black vessel. The dark craft loomed like a massive beast, steadily drawing closer to the island. As the distance diminished, the faces of those aboard became increasingly discernible. The mid-stage Foundation cultivator, with piercing eyes, locked onto Chun Ming, bellowing, "Are you the one who seized the treasure from the ruins? Reveal the treasure at once, and I may spare your life." His voice resonated like a gong, echoing between the sea and the island. Chun Ming met the challenge with a steady gaze, unflinching as he responded, "Indeed, the treasure is mine. If you possess the capability, come and take it." His voice was resolute and powerful, devoid of any hint of fear or retreat. In the face of such formidable adversaries, his calmness and courage garnered quiet admiration from some of the onlookers. The mid-stage Foundation cultivator smirked, a cold smile creeping across his lips, filled with disdain and avarice. As if Chun Ming were merely a fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. With a wave of his hand, he coldly commanded, "Surround the island completely. Not a single fly shall escape. We will capture him like a turtle in a jar." No sooner had he spoken than the cultivators aboard the vessel sprang into action. They flickered like shadows, descending from the ship like a swarm of dark bats, encircling the island with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, the island was besieged, leaving no avenues for escape. Some wielded artifacts that gleamed with icy brilliance, while others intoned incantations, preparing to unleash formidable spells. Each cultivator's eyes were alight with an insatiable desire for the treasure. Chun Ming's expression grew solemn as he surveyed the encirclement. He could distinctly feel the oppressive atmosphere, the air around him thickening with the enemy's spiritual energy, rendering it difficult to breathe. Yet, his gaze remained steadfast, devoid of panic or fear. Clutching the bloodthirsty halberd tightly, he felt the weapon tremble slightly, as if sensing its master's battle intent. Channeling the divine dragon technique, his spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, enveloping him in a rich golden glow, with dragon silhouettes appearing and disappearing, enhancing his aura of mystery and might. Chun Ming contemplated the techniques from the remnants he had yet to fully comprehend and strategized on how to adeptly employ his newly acquired artifact to confront the impending crisis. Armed with the confidence instilled by the divine dragon technique, his agility, and the remnants and artifact, he was resolute in his determination to battle these formidable foes. He silently vowed never to relinquish the treasure easily. Even to the last moment, he would safeguard his opportunities. Standing tall like a majestic mountain upon the island, Chun Ming awaited the enemy's assault with quiet fortitude. Chapter 159, A Fierce Confrontation. At the command of the mid-stage Foundation cultivator, the battle commenced abruptly, unleashing a torrent of spells from the besieging cultivators without hesitation. In an instant, the area surrounding the island erupted into chaos. A dazzling array of colors flashed, fiery reds, icy blues, and electric purples, as diverse streams of spiritual energy intertwined, painting the sky in vibrant hues. The air crackled with the potent energy unleashed by the spells, filling it with a pungent aroma, as if the very fabric of space trembled under the force of their might. Various dazzling artifacts descended upon Chun Ming from all directions. Resolute, he wasted no time and immediately activated the 9 transformations of the divine dragon. This technique was extraordinary, allowing him to maneuver like a wraith, deftly weaving through the deluge of spells raining down like raindrops. With each movement, he precisely evaded the lethal attacks, as though he could foresee their trajectories. The bloodthirsty halberd in his grasp was equally active, striking back at his foes with each fluid motion, resembling a streak of black lightning. With the keen eyes of a hawk, Chun Ming focused intently on the enemy's movements. Several early-stage Foundation cultivators, eager to engage, launched their assaults against him. Seizing an opportunity, Chun Ming surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, targeting one of the early-stage cultivators. The halberd gleamed ominously, charged with a fierce momentum. Bearing down on the adversary, the cultivator, engrossed in casting a spell against Chun Ming, was taken aback by his sudden appearance. Paling as he hastily raised his artifact to defend himself, the clash rang out like a resounding bell as the halberd met the artifact, sending forth a dazzling shower of sparks. The cultivator felt a tremendous force travel through the artifact into his arm, numbing it and forcing him to stagger backward. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, their relentless onslaught gradually increased the pressure on Chun Ming. Spells rained down from every direction, necessitating his full concentration to evade them, as a single misstep could lead to his downfall. Yet, he remained composed, skillfully dodging the attacks while rapidly devising strategies to counter the enemy. His gaze swept across the enemy formations, searching for vulnerabilities to strike a decisive blow. Although Chun Ming valiantly resisted with the 9 transformations of the divine dragon and the bloodthirsty halberd, the enemies coordinated their efforts seamlessly, akin to a well-trained army. They shifted their formations, attacking from all sides, gradually tightening their grip on him. The mid-stage foundation cultivator, observing Chun Ming's tenacity from the rear, could no longer restrain himself and resolved to take matters into his own hands. With his hands swiftly forming intricate seals and incantations spilling from his lips, the surrounding spiritual energy appeared to be stirred by an invisible force, fervently converging towards him. In the blink of an eye, a formidable blade forged from pure spiritual power materialized before him, radiating a chilling luminescence, as if it possessed the ability to cleave through all existence. A mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner bellowed mightily, and, with a fierce thrust, sent the spiritual blade hurtling towards Chun Ming. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, its velocity akin to lightning, reaching Chun Ming in an instant. Realizing the overwhelming potency of the strike, Chun Ming's countenance shifted to one of grave concern. He hastily summoned all his spiritual energy, conjuring a thick shield of power before him. This shield glimmered with a golden hue, adorned with faint, dragon-scale patterns, a product of his full exertion of the divine dragon technique. However, the might of the spiritual blade was insurmountable. With a thunderous crash, it struck the shield, erupting in a dazzling display of light. The shield instantly fractured under the assault, and with a resounding bang, it shattered completely. Chun Ming felt the immense shockwave reverberate through him, causing his blood to surge, and a coppery taste filled his throat as he nearly expelled a mouthful of blood. Staggering backward several steps, he barely managed to regain his composure. Observing this, the surrounding practitioners believed Chun Ming to be rendered defenseless, intensifying their onslaught. Spells rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, fireballs aflame, ice shards sharp as needles, and thunderous bolts crackling with electricity. Chun Ming found himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament, besieged from all sides by enemy attacks, akin to a solitary boat amidst a tempest, poised to be engulfed by the surging waves. Yet, he gritted his teeth, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. With steadfast resolve, Chun Ming's mind raced, desperately seeking a way to break free. Just as he appeared on the brink of collapse, a method to temporarily amplify his spiritual energy, gleaned from the teachings of the Dragon Palace, suddenly illuminated his thoughts. In this life-or-death moment, he had no time for hesitation. Disregarding the potential dire consequences of forcibly channeling his energy, and resolutely began to invoke the technique. Chun Ming closed his eyes tightly, channeling every ounce of his spiritual energy, merging it into a singular point. The energy surged within him like a torrent, relentlessly battering against his meridians. Though his pathways throbbed with pain from the overwhelming force, Chun Ming gritted his teeth and bore the agony. As the energy coalesced, a radiant glow enveloped him, transforming the previously dim golden light into a blinding brilliance. And his aura grew increasingly formidable. The enemy practitioners gazed in astonishment at Chun Ming's sudden transformation, unable to fathom that he could gain strength in such dire circumstances. Seizing this fleeting opportunity amidst their shock, Chun Ming opened his eyes, which now emitted piercing beams of light. Grasping the blood reaver halberd tightly, he poured all his surging energy into it. The halberd shimmered with an intense radiance, and at its tip, a powerful dragon-shaped energy took form. This dragon energy was lifelike, its head held high, whiskers flowing, emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Chun Ming shouted fiercely, thrusting the blood reaver halberd forward, and the dragon-shaped energy surged forth like a wild stallion, charging into the throng of enemies with cataclysmic force. The impact was staggering. As it passed, the air was torn asunder, producing a hissing sound. The dragon energy breached the enemy's encirclement like a tiger among sheep, eliciting cries of alarm as their formation disintegrated in an instant. Several early Foundation establishment practitioners were directly blasted away, akin to kites severed from their strings, tracing arcs through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. At last, Chun Ming found a moment to breathe, seizing the chance to quickly recalibrate himself and restore some of his vitality. Observing the enemy's disarray, Chun Ming's resolve solidified, preparing to capitalize on this opportunity for a counterattack and to extricate himself from peril. Chapter 160, Turning the Tide. In the tumultuous expanse of the Star Sea, a thrilling battle raged fiercely. The enemy practitioners, initially brimming with confidence, had meticulously crafted a siege formation akin to an iron fortress, ensnaring Chun Ming at its heart. Yet, through his valor and cunning, Chun Ming had managed to carve a breach through this impenetrable encirclement. Several early Foundation establishment practitioners were cast aside, akin to broken kites, crashing heavily to the ground, bloodied and possibly lifeless. Seizing the moment of confusion among the enemy ranks caused by the fallen practitioners, Chun Ming astutely pinpointed this fleeting opportunity. Like a bolt of black lightning, he surged forward in pursuit of victory. Clutching the blood reaver halberd, now enveloped in a resplendent golden aura. It radiated with the brilliance of a diminutive sun, reminiscent of an ancient artifact imbued with unfathomable majesty and an air of mystery that instilled trepidation. Chun Ming unleashed an even more ferocious assault, weaving effortlessly among the enemy practitioners. His agile form, with each swing of the halberd, unleashed a torrent of overwhelming power. The halberd's gleam flickered, tracing vibrant and lethal arcs through the air, reminiscent of meteors streaking across the night sky, beautiful yet fraught with lethal intent. Caught unawares by Chun Ming's sudden and relentless onslaught, the enemy practitioners found their once cohesive formation descending into chaos. Terror filled their eyes, some stood frozen in place, oblivious to defense, only able to watch helplessly as the halberd's light bore down upon them. In the heat of battle, Chun Ming adeptly employed the divine Dragon 9 transformations, his form shifting with remarkable agility. At times he charged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, accompanied by a resounding roar that seemed to threaten to obliterate all in its path, and at others, he moved with the grace of a spirit cat, nimbly evading enemy strikes and rendering their efforts futile. Chun Ming remained ever vigilant, keenly observing the enemy's every movement, leaving no subtle shift unnoticed as he sought their vulnerabilities. Whenever an enemy practitioner revealed a flaw due to panic or overzealousness, Chun Ming pounced on the opportunity without hesitation, delivering heavy blows that elicited anguished cries. The mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, witnessing the collapse of his meticulously crafted siege formation, was engulfed by a mix of astonishment and rage. His eyes bulged in disbelief. Brimming with fury, if he did not personally intervene to halt Chun Ming, this battle would surely culminate in defeat, rendering all his elaborate plans to naught. He bellowed thunderously, his voice echoing like thunder across the sea, as his spiritual energy erupted chaotically, transforming into black currents swirling around him like a fearsome dragon. Brandishing a black longsword that shimmered with eerie light, imbued with an aura of unfathomable darkness, he charged at Chun Ming with blinding speed, as if to rend the very fabric of space. Upon witnessing the mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner advancing, Chun Ming's gaze bore no hint of trepidation. Instead, a fiercer resolve ignited within him. A confident smile graced Chun Ming's determined visage as he boldly met the practitioner's advance, prepared for a direct confrontation. In an instant, they collided, energy surging forth, their powers clashing in a dazzling display. The blood reaver halberd met the black longsword in a flurry of strikes, ringing with a resounding clang. Each impact unleashing powerful waves of spiritual energy that caused the surrounding air to tremble violently, as if the very space could scarcely contain such formidable force. The surrounding sea was stirred into towering waves, as if ravaged by a tempest. The battle had reached a critical juncture, with both sides unleashing their full might. As Chun Ming fended off the fierce assaults of the mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, he rapidly contemplated his strategies. Various techniques and spells flashed through his mind like lightning. Yet he could not find the most suitable approach. Suddenly, he recalled a mysterious spell he had discerned while studying magical artifacts. Seizing the moment during a brief lull in the mid-Foundation establishment cultivator's onslaught, he swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. His hands moved like phantoms, as streams of spiritual energy coalesced around his gestures. In an instant, an extraordinary radiance erupted from Chun Ming, illuminating the entire battlefield, transforming him into a veritable war god amidst his previously precarious situation. Almost immediately, a mysterious beam of spiritual energy shot forth from his hands, akin to a meteor, imbued with formidable power, hurtling directly toward the mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. As the beam traversed the space, it appeared to distort reality itself, emitting a crackling sound. The mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, taken aback by this sudden attack, turned pale with fear and despair, his eyes wide in disbelief. He attempted to evade, but found himself ensnared by an invisible force, leaving him no time to react. With a thunderous crash, the beam struck him directly, sending him soaring like a bird with broken wings, arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The earth was instantly cratered, dust swirling into the air. Blood gushed from his mouth, staining the ground crimson, while his black longsword slipped from his grasp, embedding itself in the earth with a dull thud. This decisive blow turned the tide of battle. The once beleaguered Chun Ming now found himself in a position of dominance. The enemy cultivators, witnessing their leader's injury, were overtaken by terror, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Their morale plummeted, akin to a deflated balloon, and thoughts of retreat began to take root. They exchanged glances filled with hesitation and fear, uncertain of their next course of action. The struck mid-foundation establishment cultivator lay on the ground, gravely wounded, his breath faint. His face was ashen, devoid of color, blood continuously oozing from his lips like crimson petals scattered upon his tattered robes. His eyes burned with resentment and fury, ablaze with two flames yet tinged with profound helplessness. Struggling to rise, he pressed his hands against the ground, veins bulging in his arms. But searing pain coursed through his body, forcing him to succumb, collapsing helplessly to the ground, unable to move. The sight of their leader's dire state sent waves of fear surging through the hearts of the other cultivators, swiftly drowning their rationality. Their eyes brimmed with despair, and hands that had once gripped weapons began to tremble. With their fighting spirit extinguished, their only thoughts were of how to escape this dreadful place. Chunming seized the opportunity to unleash a formidable pressure of spiritual energy, his form radiating a golden light as an invisible force expanded outward from him. This overwhelming aura weighed upon the enemy cultivators like a mountain, rendering their breaths labored and their legs weak. It felt as though an invisible giant pressed down upon them. Each step forward was a monumental struggle. Some cultivators even collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Chunming, standing resolutely. Chunming cast a commanding glance over the assembly, his voice booming with authority. "You wretched pests, depart at once. Should you dare linger, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, imbued with unyielding majesty, echoing across the surface of the sea, laden with intimidation. The sound seemed to possess an enchanting power, burrowing deep into the hearts of the enemy cultivators, instilling paralyzing fear within them. Having already been intimidated by Chunming's overwhelming prowess and fierce assaults, they now found themselves unwilling to continue the fight. Like startled birds, they fled towards the spirit vessel, their steps frantic, terrified that Chunming would pursue and deliver a fatal blow. In chaotic disarray, they jostled one another, lacking any semblance of order. Some cultivators stumbled and fell in their haste, yet they paid no mind to their pain, scrambling back to their feet to continue their frantic dash. Before long, all the cultivators had boarded the spirit vessel. The black vessel slowly rumbled to life, emitting a deep, resonant sound. It glided across the sea, gradually disappearing from Chunming's sight. Watching the retreating vessel, Chunming finally relaxed, releasing a long-held breath. He had successfully extricated himself from this crisis. A wave of relief washing over him. A weary smile crept onto his face, yet his gaze remained resolute. Through this intense confrontation, Chunming gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. In the perilous expanse of the Great Star Sea, he recognized that there was still ample room for his growth. Only by continuously enhancing his strength could he confront the myriad unknown dangers ahead. He gazed down at his slightly trembling hands, silently vowing to fortify himself further. Turning back to the cave, he surveyed the familiar surroundings, a renewed determination blossoming within him. He resolved to delve deeper into the remnants and artifacts obtained from the ruins, hoping to glean more powerful techniques to elevate his cultivation further. The road ahead remained fraught with hardships, yet he felt no fear, for he harbored an unwavering belief that he would carve out his own domain within the Great Star Sea. Approaching a corner of the cave, he gently picked up the tattered scroll, tracing the ancient patterns with his fingers, as if feeling the weight of time itself. Sitting upon a stone bench, he utilized the faint light streaming through the entrance to meticulously study the scroll. Chapter 161, Post-Battle Recovery. After repelling the formidable foes, though Chunming had successfully evaded peril, he recognized that this battle had been fraught with danger, where the slightest misstep could have led to his demise. This fierce struggle was not without its rewards. Chunming gained profound insights into the application of his strength at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Weary yet tinged with excitement, he returned to the cave that had served as his temporary refuge. Inside, everything remained unchanged, tranquil enough to hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Finding a flat spot, Chunming sat cross-legged, gradually closing his eyes to calm his mind, meticulously reviewing the minutiae of the battle and contemplating the gains and losses. He recalled how he had forcibly resorted to the techniques inscribed in the scroll to confront the crisis. That sudden surge of power had indeed allowed him to turn the tide, yet he discerned that his manipulation of spiritual energy had incurred certain risks. The forced amplification had caused a disarray in the flow of his spiritual energy within, with some meridians suffering from the excessive impact, throbbing with pain. Chunming understood that his immediate priority was to stabilize his current realm. Taking a deep breath, he began to circulate the Divine Dragon technique. As the technique activated, his internal spiritual energy began to flow like a gentle stream, following a predetermined path. Chunming carefully guided the energy, striving to mend the damaged meridians, restoring the flow of spiritual energy to a steady state. Throughout this process, he felt the energy coursing through his body while contemplating how to intricately merge the contents of the scroll with the divine dragon technique. If he could achieve a perfect synthesis of the two, it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits in his cultivation, thereby increasing his chances of success against more formidable opponents in the future. Immersed in his training and contemplation, Chun Ming quietly prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. In the days spent in the cave, diligently consolidating his cultivation, time slipped away imperceptibly. Chun Ming devoted himself entirely to his training, striving to optimize his state to its utmost potential. Upon concluding a session of practice and taking a brief respite, a fleeting thought crossed his mind regarding the fruit trees he had planted within the chaotic space. Intrigued, Chun Ming summoned his will and entered the chaotic realm. Within this space, a gentle green luminescence enveloped the surroundings, imparting an aura of mystery and tranquility. As he made his way toward the fruit trees, he was astonished to observe that the seemingly ordinary saplings had flourished remarkably during his absence. Some trees had developed sturdier branches, their leaves vibrant and lush, while fruits dangled from the boughs, glistening softly under the ethereal light. This sight filled Chun Ming with delight and sparked within him a newfound desire to delve deeper into the knowledge of spiritual plant cultivation. He understood well that high-quality spiritual flora served purposes beyond mere aesthetics. They played a vital role in the cultivation process. Not only could they provide ample resources, such as fruits and roots that could be consumed to enhance spiritual power, but they might also assist him in surmounting any obstacles encountered during his training. With this realization, Chun Ming felt increasingly convinced of the feasibility of his aspirations. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to travel to the spiritual plant trading market within the Great Star Sea. This market was rumored to be a veritable treasure trove of spiritual plants, attracting myriad rare and precious specimens, as well as distinguished cultivators with expertise in nurturing these botanical wonders. Filled with anticipation for the trading market, Chun Ming resolutely departed from the island where he had temporarily resided. He boarded a spiritual vessel, skillfully steering it toward the rumored destination of the spiritual plant trading market. The vessel glided swiftly across the surface of the sea, slicing through waves and sending up sprays of white foam. Following the direction indicated on the map he had acquired in Great Star City, Chun Ming navigated with urgency. Throughout the journey, his thoughts soared. The market was said to be like a dazzling jewel within the Great Star Sea, a sacred haven for enthusiasts of spiritual plants and practitioners alike. There, an array of rare spiritual flora awaited discovery, ranging from fruits that could elevate one's cultivation to herbs suitable for crafting advanced elixirs. Moreover, it was common to encounter remarkable individuals from various regions, either showcasing their cultivated plants at stalls or exchanging insights on plant nurturing techniques. Chun Ming's heart brimmed with expectation, yearning to glean knowledge and acquire the coveted skills of spiritual plant cultivation. However, the Great Star Sea was anything but tranquil. Just as Chun Ming was immersed in his dreams of the future, an unexpected storm of spiritual energy assailed his vessel. The clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, dark and tumultuous, resembling ferocious beasts writhing in the heavens. Flashes of eerie light flickered within the clouds, while turbulent currents of spiritual energy rampaged like malevolent demons. The spiritual vessel trembled violently, akin to a fragile leaf tossed about by overwhelming force. Chun Ming felt as though he were ensnared in a maelstrom, at any moment liable to be consumed by the tempest. With a grave expression, he gripped the controls of the vessel tightly, exerting every ounce of effort to navigate through the chaotic storm. Channeling his own spiritual energy, he conjured a protective shield around the vessel, striving to withstand the storm's ferocity. The relentless winds battered against the shield, producing a hissing sound as ripples coursed across its surface. Chun Ming knew he had to give his all. A single misstep could see him swept away, rendering his efforts futile. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze ahead, laboriously pushing toward his destination, fervently praying for the storm to abate and for him to reach the trading market unscathed. Chapter 162. Market Observations. After enduring countless tribulations, Chun Ming finally breached the barrier of the spiritual storm and arrived at the spiritual plant trading market. This market was established upon a colossal floating island, which appeared, from a distance, as a verdant paradise adrift in the Great Star Sea, exuding an air of mystery and allure. As Chun Ming set foot upon the island, he was immediately astonished by the bustling spectacle before him. Stalls were densely packed, one adjacent to another, seemingly extending into infinity. Each stall was adorned with a plethora of spiritual plants, each unique in form and vibrant in hue. The air was saturated with a rich fragrance of spiritual energy, refreshing and invigorating. As if every pore of his being had been opened, allowing the energy to flow more freely within him. As Chunming strolled through the market, his eyes darted about, wary of missing any extraordinary specimen. He encountered numerous spiritual plants he had never seen before. Some shimmered with strange brilliance, like stars fallen to earth, their light dancing upon their leaves and petals in a breathtaking display. Others emitted an enigmatic aura, elusive yet undeniably magnetic, enticing him to draw nearer in search of revelation. Simultaneously, Chunming observed the trading practices and bargaining techniques employed by the cultivators around him. Some engaged in spirited debates with stall owners over coveted plants, articulating analyses of quality, age, and market trends with eloquence. Others feigned nonchalance, casually inquiring about prices while discreetly assessing the seller's reactions for opportunities to negotiate. During his observations, Chunming gleaned some insights into the cultivation of spiritual plants. He noted that different species had unique requirements for their spiritual energy environments. Some preferred rich and gentle spiritual atmospheres, leading to greener leaves and accelerated growth, while others thrived in thin yet pure energy, withering if conditions were unsatisfactory. These revelations fueled his anticipation for the learning that lay ahead, as he felt the door to the mysterious realm of spiritual plant cultivation slowly creaking open. With a thirst for knowledge regarding plant cultivation, Chunming scoured the market, his gaze flitting from stall to stall, hopeful of finding a suitable mentor to guide him into the world of spiritual plant nurturing. Though the market was teeming with practitioners, those truly proficient in cultivation and willing to impart their wisdom were rare, leaving Chunming with a sense of uncertainty. Just as he began to feel disheartened, a unique spiritual plant displayed at one stall captured his attention. This plant resembled a phoenix poised to take flight, its leaves adorned with a kaleidoscope of colors, shimmering enchantingly under the sun, each feather-like leaf seemingly imbued with distinct spiritual energy. The stall's proprietor was a venerable elder, his hair white as snow, draped in a simple gray robe. Time had etched deep lines upon his face, yet his eyes sparkled with wisdom and depth, as if they could pierce through the veil of reality. Chunming felt a stirring within him, an instinct suggesting this elder was extraordinary. Approaching respectfully, he engaged the elder in conversation. The elder's insights into spiritual plants left Chunming profoundly impressed. Not only did the elder possess an intimate understanding of each plant's growth habits, but he also articulated the nuanced relationship between spiritual flora and their energy environments, explaining how to cultivate them according to their individual characteristics. Chunming listened raptly, as if a whole new realm of knowledge had been unveiled before him. The two conversed increasingly enthusiastically, unwittingly transitioning the dialogue from the plants themselves to the myriad aspects of their cultivation. The elder revealed that he was a seasoned spiritual plant cultivator, having immersed himself in this field for decades, accumulating a wealth of experience. Chunming realized that the venerable elder before him might be the mentor he had long sought. Thus, his eyes shimmered with sincerity and eagerness as he respectfully inquired about the cultivation methods of spiritual plants. The elder, perceiving Chunming's earnestness, was inclined to impart his knowledge of spiritual plant cultivation and consented to his request. Eagerly, Chunming embarked on his learning journey under the elder's guidance. The elder, understanding the significance of foundational knowledge, first taught him how to discern the spiritual energy requirements of various spiritual plants. This task was not trivial. It necessitated meticulous observation of every detail of the plants. He led Chunming to his stall and pointed at a particular spiritual plant, saying, "Observe this specimen. Its leaves exhibit a deep green hue with a subtle golden aura, indicating a robust demand for spiritual energy, particularly favoring yang attributes. Furthermore, its branches are densely textured and grow upright, suggesting a need for ample and stable spiritual energy supply." Chunming listened attentively, his gaze fixed on the spiritual plant, striving to memorize each characteristic articulated by the elder. Beyond discerning spiritual energy needs, the elder also instructed him on assessing the health of the plants through the examination of leaf coloration and branch texture. For instance, yellowing leaves with spots might signify insufficient spiritual energy supply or pest infestation, while crooked branches with erratic textures could indicate an unstable growth environment. Diligent and eager to learn, Chunming devoted himself to the knowledge imparted by the elder, studying day and night. He roamed the market, scrutinizing various spiritual plants, continuously practicing the identification of their spiritual energy needs and health status. In no time, he acquired a foundational grasp of cultivation techniques. Under the elder's mentorship, Chunming returned to the chaotic space to make targeted adjustments to the spiritual plants within. Utilizing his newfound knowledge, he modified the distribution of spiritual energy surrounding the plants, adjusting its attributes and concentration, thereby enhancing their growing conditions. After several days, noticeable changes began to manifest within the chaotic space. The once diminutive fruits grew plumper, their skins radiating vibrant hues as if infused with greater spiritual energy. Some plants on the brink of withering rejuvenated, sprouting tender green shoots from their desiccated branches, with leaves gradually unfurling. Witnessing these transformations, Chun Ming's confidence soared, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. He looked forward to his continued studies with even greater anticipation, eager to acquire more advanced techniques in spiritual plant cultivation to further bolster his abilities and ensure the flourishing of the plants in the chaotic space, thereby enhancing his path of cultivation. Chapter 163. The Emergence of Hidden Dangers in the Magical Artifact. Throughout his immersion in spiritual plant cultivation, Chun Ming never lost sight of his research on the mid-tier compass artifact obtained from the ruins. In the tumultuous expanse of the Great Star Sea, a reliable artifact is of paramount importance, potentially saving one's life in critical moments. Upon concluding his studies, Chun Ming returned to the cave he temporarily rented near the market. He retrieved the compass artifact and placed it on the stone table before him. The runes adorning its surface continued to shimmer faintly, yet Chun Ming sensed something amiss. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his spiritual energy and cautiously attempted to activate the artifact. As the energy flowed into it, the artifact began to rotate slowly. However, Chun Ming acutely perceived a slight turbulence in the spiritual energy during its operation. The once smooth flow of energy now encountered subtle stutters and fluctuations, akin to a stream meeting hidden rocks. Alarmed, Chun Ming halted the activation and meticulously examined the artifact. Holding it in his hands, he scrutinized it from various angles and, drawing upon his understanding and intuition, realized that the artifact had likely sustained minor damage during his previous fierce battle with a formidable adversary. Although he had not noticed any anomalies at the time due to the intensity of the conflict, the risks had gradually become apparent through subsequent use. Chun Ming was acutely aware that if these issues were not addressed promptly, they could exacerbate with continued usage, eventually leading to the artifact's destruction, a scenario he was determined to avoid, as the artifact's significance in his ventures across the Great Star Sea was undeniable. Frowning in thought and feeling a sense of urgency, he resolved to swiftly seek solutions for the artifact's hidden dangers. Understanding that rectifying the artifact's issues would likely require assistance beyond his own capabilities, Chun Ming temporarily set aside his spiritual plant cultivation endeavors and departed from the trading market to inquire about methods for repairing the artifact. He traversed various locations frequented by cultivators, gathering information from different sources. From several seasoned practitioners, he uncovered a vital lead. A mysterious blacksmith resided on a remote island within the Great Star Sea, rumored to possess exceptional skills in crafting. This blacksmith was said to have unique insights into artifact restoration, capable of repairing any damaged artifact, no matter the severity of its condition, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope for restoration. Elated by this revelation, Chun Ming recognized it as a potential solution to his artifact's troubles. However, upon further inquiry about the route to the island, he learned that the journey was fraught with peril. He would not only have to navigate through waters teeming with ferocious beasts, but also contend with powerful and savage creatures that could easily claim his life if he were not cautious. Additionally, he would need to traverse an area characterized by spiraling vortices of spiritual energy, akin to enormous black holes that could devour all surrounding spiritual energy, potentially even ensnaring and obliterating a spiritual vessel. Yet, undeterred by the looming dangers ahead, Chun Ming was resolute in his determination to embark on this arduous journey. He prepared himself for the unknown trials that lay before him, packing his belongings with care and ensuring he had ample spiritual pills and artifacts for the forthcoming adventure. Following the clues he had gathered, he set sail towards the island of the enigmatic blacksmith. Throughout the voyage, he remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. After several days of sailing, he finally approached the island. It appeared rather ordinary, with dense vegetation and a veil of mist encircling it. Upon stepping onto the island, he quickly located the mysterious blacksmith according to the directions he had previously received. The blacksmith was a diminutive figure, an elderly man with a shock of white hair, his gaunt face marked by sharp, discerning eyes. Chun Ming explained his purpose and presented the damaged artifact. The elder examined it closely and stated, "While the damage to this artifact is not severe, its restoration requires a particularly rare mineral known as starshine stone." Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Ming agreed to seek out this material. Under the blacksmith's guidance, he learned that the starshine stone could potentially be found in a deep-sea canyon, located in the depths of the Great Star Sea, a region known for its complex and perilous environment. Setting off once more, Chun Ming piloted his vessel towards the deep-sea canyon. Along the way, he encountered various formidable deep-sea creatures attempting to obstruct his path. These beasts took on myriad forms, Some resembled gigantic octopuses, their tentacles akin to thick ropes adorned with sharp suckers, while others appeared as heavily armored sea turtles, their shells impervious to most magical attacks. In the face of these threats, Chunming skillfully utilized the dragon's secret technique and the 9 transformations of the dragon to navigate his way through perilous encounters. Whenever a beast attacked, he would channel his spiritual energy, employing the 9 transformations of the dragon to dart like a phantom among the creatures, evading lethal strikes. Simultaneously, he wielded his bloodthirsty halberd, its glimmering blade aimed at the vital points of the beasts. During a fierce battle with a deep-sea beast resembling a dragon, the creature opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black venom. As the noxious liquid coursed through the water, it instantaneously transformed the sea into an inky abyss. Exuding a pungent odor, Chunming swiftly summoned his spiritual energy, conjuring a protective shield before him to fend off the toxic assault. Seizing the moment of the dragon's attack, he flickered into action, closing the distance to the beast, channeling his entire essence into the blood drinker spear and thrusting it forcefully into the creature's abdomen. The dragon, reeling from the pain, let out a furious roar and writhed violently. Yet ultimately, Chunming managed to push it back. With unwavering resolve, he pressed onward, driven by a singular conviction, to locate the ore necessary to mend his damaged magical artifact. No matter the obstacles that lay ahead, he would not relent. Clutching his steadfast determination to find the ore and restore his treasure, Chunming plunged resolutely into the enigmatic depths of the underwater canyon. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of oppression. The dim light enveloped him like a shroud of night, punctuated only by the eerie, deep blue glow that faintly illuminated the indistinct shapes around him. The immense water pressure bore down on him like an invisible mountain. Undeterred, he activated the dragon's divine technique, and in an instant, his spiritual energy surged like a torrent, enveloping his body. The golden luminescence of his energy shone brilliantly against the deep blue backdrop, forming a robust shield that effectively countered the crushing weight of the water. Various bizarre deep-sea creatures flitted through the canyon, some as massive as hills, while others were lithe and agile like phantoms. Their eyes glimmered with an eerie light, casting a chilling aura in the darkness, ever vigilant of this intruder, as if ready to strike at the slightest indication of movement from Chunming. He proceeded cautiously along the canyon, each step taken with utmost care, wary of disturbing the lurking dangers hidden in the shadows. Gripping the blood drinker spear tightly, he sensed its subtle tremors, as if it too felt the tension in the air. Under the wash of the deep blue glow, the spear emanated a cold metallic sheen, poised to deliver a fatal blow to any foe. With each advance, Chunming became increasingly aware of the mysterious and potent energy permeating the underwater canyon. This unseen force seemed to seep into every drop of seawater, pricking his skin with a faint sting. A strong intuition told him that countless eyes were watching him from the darkness, and that a moment's misstep could lead him into an irreversible abyss. As he pressed onward, a sudden gurgling sound echoed from ahead, starkly contrasting the stillness of the deep-sea canyon. His heart raced, and he halted, focusing intently on the source of the sound. In a short while, an enormous turtle-like beast emerged, gliding toward him. Its shell was as large as a room, covered in sharp, bony protrusions that glinted with a chilling light under the deep blue illumination. Its eyes, the size of lanterns, locked onto Chunming, brimming with wariness and hostility. Chunming tightened his grip on the blood drinker spear, quietly channeling his spiritual energy, ready to counter any impending attack. The turtle-like beast seemed to sense the immense power radiating from Chunming, circling him slowly without launching an immediate assault. Tension hung thick in the air as both parties remained locked in a standoff. Suddenly, the beast opened its massive mouth, unleashing a powerful jet of water that surged toward Chunming like a high-pressure water cannon. Anticipating the onslaught, he employed the dragon's 9 transformations, vanishing from sight in an instant. The water stream narrowly grazed his clothing, crashing violently against the canyon walls and sending plumes of spray into the air. Seizing the opportunity during the beast's attack, Chunming charged forward, channeling all his spiritual energy into the blood drinker spear, its tip shimmering with brilliance as he aimed for the creature's eye. The turtle-like beast, sensing the imminent threat, withdrew its head into its shell. Chunming's spear struck the creature's exterior with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying, yet failing to inflict any substantial damage. After evading this attack, the beast opened its mouth once more, this time releasing a cloud of black smoke. The smoke rapidly enveloped Chunming, plunging him into darkness. He could see nothing and was assailed by a sharp, acrid smell. Realizing the potential toxicity of the smoke, he quickly summoned his spiritual energy to form a barrier over his mouth and nose, preventing the noxious fumes from entering his system. In the midst of the smoke, Chun Ming relied on his keen instincts, sensing that the turtle-like beast was closing in on him. Remaining composed, he awaited the perfect moment. As the creature approached within striking distance, he swung the blood drinker's spear with ferocity, aiming for the position he had sensed. A dull thud resonated through the air, as if he had struck something solid, followed by a pained cry from the beast. As the smoke began to dissipate, Chun Ming beheld a deep gash on the turtle-like creature, crimson blood oozing from the wound. Realizing that Chun Ming was a formidable opponent, the beast chose to retreat, slowly swimming deeper into the canyon, disappearing from view. Chun Ming exhaled deeply and wiped the sweat from his brow. After this brief yet intense confrontation, he became even more vigilant and continued his journey through the canyon in search of the or needed to restore his artifact. Chapter 164, The Mighty Beast. Chun Ming navigated the depths of the underwater canyon with utmost caution, the mysterious and oppressive atmosphere keeping his senses on high alert. A sudden surge of turbulent water rippled from within the canyon's depths, as if some colossal entity was hastening toward him. Alarmed, Chun Ming tightened his grip on the blood drinker's spear, watching the horizon with heightened vigilance. Before long, a massive octopus-like creature surged forth from the depths, darting toward him with the speed of black lightning. This beast was as large as a spirit vessel, its tentacles thick as ropes, each adorned with sharp suckers resembling serrated teeth, glimmering ominously in the dim light. Its eyes, the size of millstones, glinted with ferocity. Fixated on Chun Ming as if he were its prey, a chill ran down Chun Ming's spine. Sensing the formidable spiritual energy radiating from the creature, he realized it was no ordinary opponent, at least on par with a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Faced with such a potent adversary in this perilous underwater canyon, Chun Ming felt the weight of the challenge ahead. Yet he showed no signs of retreat, immediately adopting a combat stance to confront the threat. The creature, sensing Chun Ming's defiance, launched the first assault. Several of its tentacles whipped toward him like lightning, moving with such velocity that Chun Ming scarcely had time to react. The tentacles sliced through the water with a fierce whoosh, churning the sea into a frothy tempest. Employing the dragon's 9 transformations once more, Chun Ming moved with ghostly agility, weaving between the oncoming tentacles. Each evasive maneuver was perilously close, the appendages nearly grazing his body. Amidst this chaotic dance, he seized an opportunity, thrusting the blood drinker spear toward one of the beast's tentacles. The spearhead, infused with all his spiritual energy, shot forth like a streak of golden lightning, piercing the appendage. With a sickening squelch, the spear met its target, erupting in a spray of blue blood that quickly diffused in the water, releasing a pungent odor. The beast howled in agony, its deep growl resonating throughout the canyon, causing Chun Ming's ears to ring. It appeared that Chun Ming had provoked the creature. As more tentacles surged towards him, resembling countless black serpents encircling him, thus commenced a fierce life and death struggle. Chun Ming had to exert himself to the utmost, for a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise within the jaws of this monstrous beast. Engaged in a relentless battle with the octopus-like creature, he gradually found himself in dire straits as time elapsed. The tentacles of this beast were not only immensely powerful, each strike against the seawater generating colossal waves, but also astonishingly agile. They moved with the grace of sentient beings, attacking Chun Ming from every conceivable angle, leaving him overwhelmed and unable to find an effective opportunity to counterattack. The immense water pressure and the labyrinthine terrain around him imposed significant constraints on his movements. Each maneuver to evade an assault required a greater expenditure of spiritual energy to counteract the water pressure's effects. The jagged rocks and narrow passages of the gorge further restricted his freedom of movement, unlike the openness of a vast expanse. While evading the tentacle's relentless strikes, Chun Ming anxiously contemplated a strategy. If he continued to retreat, his spiritual energy would inevitably be depleted. He must proactively seek a flaw in the beast's defenses to deliver a decisive blow. Amidst the tumult of battle, Chun Ming's keen observational skills revealed that the creature's suction cups emitted a faint glow before launching a powerful attack. This illumination heralded a formidable strike, which might indeed be its vulnerability. Feigning weakness, Chun Ming deliberately appeared somewhat beleaguered while dodging the incoming attacks, his movements no longer as nimble as before. The creature, sensing an opportunity, fell for the ruse, believing Chun Ming to be on the verge of collapse, and once more lashed out with its tentacles. This time, the speed and strength of its appendages were even more formidable, with several suction cups radiating a brilliant light. Just as the tentacles were about to strike Chun Ming with lethal force, he seized the moment, channeling all his remaining spiritual energy into the tip of his spear. With a slight crouch, he launched himself upward like a golden rock taking flight. The bloodthirsty spear, enveloped in spiritual energy, blazed with brilliance as it plunged towards the glowing suction cup. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Chun Ming's gaze was fixated solely on the dimly glowing suction cup, pinning all his hopes on this singular assault. Although he successfully pierced the beast's suction cup, the blade of his spear embedding deeply within it, a torrent of blue blood gushed forth, yet the creature did not retreat. Rather, it became even more enraged. Its colossal form swelling, transforming into an even more terrifying sight as the surrounding seawater roiled violently. Then, the creature opened its gaping maw and expelled a cloud of black ink, which spread rapidly like dark smoke, staining the surrounding waters pitch black. Chun Ming was instantly plunged into darkness, his vision obliterated, as if enveloped in an endless night where nothing was visible. In this impenetrable blackness, he relied solely on his spiritual energy to sense the movements around him. He could distinctly feel the beast's tentacles, creeping in from all directions like phantoms, each one imbued with tremendous force, as if intent on tearing him apart. At this juncture, Chun Ming dared not let down his guard. He immediately activated his spiritual energy, expanding his protective ring to form a shield around him. This shield emanated a golden glow, standing out starkly in the darkness, akin to a beacon amidst the void. The creature's assaults were relentless, its tentacles raining down upon the spiritual shield like a torrential downpour. Each collision resounded with a thunderous boom, and under the continuous barrage, the shield began to show signs of fissures. These cracks spread like spiderwebs, swiftly proliferating. Chun Ming felt the strength of the shield waning, his situation growing increasingly perilous. While dodging the tentacles' attacks, he rapidly devised a means to extricate himself from this predicament. If this continued, the shield would inevitably shatter, and he would be plunged into utter despair. His mind raced, recalling the details of his previous encounters with the beast, searching for a glimmer of hope. He remembered how he had previously evaded the guardian creature in the ruins by exploiting the intervals in its attacks to escape. An idea sparked within him. Perhaps he could once again utilize his agility to find an opening amidst the onslaught of tentacles and escape this abyss of darkness. However, this demanded exceptional skill and impeccable timing. A single misstep would result in dire consequences. Gritting his teeth, Chun Ming resolved to take the risk, focusing his mind to seize that fleeting opportunity. Just as the cracks in his spiritual shield threatened to culminate in total collapse, a sudden flash of inspiration ignited within his mind. In this critical moment of life and death, he recalled the mid-tier magical compass he had acquired in the ruins. Despite sustaining damage from earlier battles and possessing certain risks, it might yet prove unexpectedly advantageous. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Ming swiftly retrieved the compass from his storage pouch. Grasping it tightly with both hands, he channeled all of his remaining spiritual energy into it. In an instant, the compass glimmered, and the previously pitch-black waters began to shimmer with faint light. These rays, a soft blue, twinkled like distant stars in the darkness, intertwining to form an almost imperceptible path, seemingly offering guidance. A flicker of hope ignited within Chun Ming. Following the light's direction, he invoked the dragon transformation technique, his form becoming more agile than ever before, darting through the darkness like a bolt of golden lightning. With his adept maneuvering, he skillfully evaded the creature's deadly assault. A massive tentacle, slicing through the water with a fierce whoosh, narrowly missed where Chun Ming had just stood. Had he delayed a fraction longer, the consequences would have been catastrophic. While evading, Chun Ming keenly observed that the light pointed directly to the creature's eyes, which glowed with an eerie crimson hue in the darkness, reminiscent of two blazing flames. Elation surged within him as he realized this might be the perfect opportunity to vanquish the beast. Time was of the essence. Concentrating all his remaining spiritual energy, he funneled every ounce of strength into his bloodthirsty spear. At that moment, his spiritual energy surged, enveloping him in a golden radiance that starkly contrasted against the surrounding inky waters. With a mighty shout, he raised the spear high, launching a full-force attack aimed at the creature's eyes. The spear tip gleamed with dazzling light, hurtling towards the beast's eye at such speed that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. This strike embodied Chun Ming's every hope and ounce of power, as he yearned to inflict a fatal blow upon the creature, thereby extricating himself from his dire predicament. Chun Ming's all-out attack struck true, piercing the creature's eye with the spear tip as if it were a razor-sharp blade. The creature let out a horrifying shriek, its wail echoing through the depths of the sea gorge, sending ripples through the surrounding waters. Its massive form trembled violently, the once coordinated assaults of its tentacles descending into chaos. Some tentacles flailed wildly, colliding with one another and producing dull thuds, while others drooped helplessly, swaying gently in the water. Seizing this rare opportunity, Chun Ming pressed his advantage. Taking a deep breath, he invoked the dragon technique, unleashing its lethal moves. As the technique flowed through him, a phantom golden dragon materialized around his form. The dragon soared into the heavens, its resounding roar echoing through the depths of the ocean, as if to dispel the encroaching darkness. In an instant, a formidable draconic spiritual force erupted from the tip of the spear, emanating a palpable aura of intimidation. This draconic energy surged forth with overwhelming momentum, piercing directly through the body of the monstrous beast. Upon impact, a vast cavity appeared in the creature's form, blue blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding waters a profound azure. The beast, despite its massive size, thrashed futilely in the water before gradually descending to the ocean floor. As the creature sank, the previously tumultuous waters began to regain their clarity, restoring a semblance of tranquility reminiscent of the calm before the battle. Chen Ming gazed at the slowly sinking beast, exhaling a long-held breath as the weight upon his heart finally lifted. He had triumphed over this formidable foe, emerging victorious from the fierce struggle for survival. This confrontation not only granted him a renewed understanding of his own capabilities, revealing his potential to unleash greater strength in dire circumstances, but also deepened his appreciation for the significance of magical artifacts in combat. Were it not for the timely intervention of the compass, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to turn the tide in such a desperate situation. After taking a moment to recuperate and restore some of his spiritual energy, Chen Ming resumed his search for the elusive or within the depths of the underwater canyon. The atmosphere in the canyon was imbued with an air of mystery and serenity, as faint strands of light filtered through the water's refraction, casting dappled shadows upon the canyon walls. Chen Ming proceeded cautiously, his eyes meticulously scanning every nook and cranny for traces of the precious ore. After an exhaustive search, he finally discerned some unusual signs within a concealed crevice. This fissure was located on one side of the canyon, surrounded by smooth stone surfaces that starkly contrasted with the rough walls elsewhere. Moreover, these rocks emitted faint fluctuations of spiritual energy, their frequency and intensity strikingly similar to the characteristics of the ore described by the artifact smith. A surge of excitement welled up within Chen Ming as he quickened his pace, carefully approaching the fissure. As he drew near, a peculiar glow began to emanate from within, a soft lavender hue reminiscent of a dreamlike palette, seemingly beckoning him closer. His heart raced as he sensed that he was drawing nearer to his objective. Just as he was about to reach out, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy surged forth from the depths of the crevice. This force enveloped Chen Ming like a tidal wave, and he was immediately filled with trepidation. The potency and strangeness of this energy unsettled him, leaving him uncertain of the dangers that lurked within the fissure. Instinctively, Chen Ming focused his spiritual energy, forming a protective shield around himself to guard against any unforeseen threats. Gripping the bloodthirsty spear tightly, he fixed his gaze on the depths of the crevice, bracing himself for any impending peril. The energy fluctuations intensified, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently, as if a colossal entity was awakening within the depths. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming endeavored to calm his racing heart, reminding himself that having come this far, he could not afford to retreat in the face of whatever lay ahead. With a strategic mind, he contemplated his next move while remaining acutely aware of the shifting dynamics within the crevice. As he approached, the already potent spiritual energy erupted with renewed vigor, igniting like a powder keg. This surge of energy transformed into an invisible yet oppressive force, akin to a colossal hand that seized Chen Ming, disrupting the natural flow of his internal power. He felt his body tremble uncontrollably, as if ensnared by an immobilization spell. The tremors rapidly spread from his feet to the rest of his body, weakening his legs to the point of near collapse. Even the spear he clutched so tightly felt as though it were being wrenched from his grasp by some unseen force. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Ming recognized that a mysterious and formidable energy was at play. If he could not swiftly devise a countermeasure, not only would he fail to procure the ore, but he might also find himself ensnared in peril, potentially crushed by this enigmatic force. In this moment of dire urgency, he forced himself to regain his composure. With his eyes tightly shut, he inhaled deeply and activated the dragon's secret art. As he channeled the technique, a golden spiritual energy surged within him, striving to break free from the mysterious energy's interference. Yet, the enigmatic force proved exceptionally tenacious, consistently suppressing Chen Ming's own energy. As he exerted all his might to resist, he simultaneously forced himself to remain calm, diligently observing the environment surrounding the fissure. His gaze flitted back and forth, scrutinizing every subtle change. He noted that the patterns of spiritual energy surrounding the fissure displayed a peculiar rhythm, sometimes dense and at other times sparse, akin to a mysterious symbol flickering in and out of existence. After a painstaking analysis, he discerned that the energy fluctuations might be linked to a certain formation. The pulsating and flowing energy seemed to subtly form a complex pattern, which likely held the key to unraveling the formation's secrets. A glimmer of hope ignited within Chun Ming. Deciphering this formation could very well be the sole pathway to obtaining the ore. However, unraveling such a mysterious formation would not be a simple task. He needed to quickly identify its weaknesses. Otherwise, as time passed, his spiritual energy would dwindle, leading to catastrophic consequences. With unwavering focus, Chun Ming dedicated himself to observing the intricate patterns of energy once more, seeking a solution to dismantle the formation. Chapter 166. Unraveling the Formation. As Chun Ming scrutinized the seemingly simple fissure before him, he realized it concealed an extraordinarily intricate spiritual formation. Drawing upon his knowledge of spiritual formations accumulated over time, he immersed himself in studying the patterns of energy fluctuations. These energies danced like musical notes, chaotic at first glance, yet imbued with a distinctive rhythm. Narrowing his eyes, he examined the complex patterns unfolding before him. At times, the design resembled a spiraling dragon. At other moments, it appeared as a soaring phoenix, ever-changing. The more he observed, the more he felt an uncanny familiarity, as if he had encountered similar patterns in his studies of formations. With a tranquil mind, Chun Ming endeavored to recall the formation knowledge he had acquired. Images of various formation patterns, principles, and countermeasures flashed through his mind like a projector. Among them were defensive guardian formations, offensive killing arrays, and various auxiliary gathering formations. Yet, none fully matched the pattern before him. After considerable contemplation, a sudden realization struck him. He recalled having read about a formation known as the illusionary enchantment array in an ancient tome. This array was characterized by its ability to manipulate energy fluctuations into various illusory patterns, confounding intruders' judgment, with its vulnerabilities often concealed at critical nodes within the design. Chun Ming redirected his gaze toward the energy patterns surrounding the fissure, meticulously searching for potential key nodes. At last, he discerned a point where the energy fluctuations were most intense, faintly forming a shape reminiscent of an eye. A spark of insight ignited within him. This might very well be the weakness of the formation. Resolutely, Chun Ming concentrated his spiritual energy and, following a specific sequence, inscribed several spiritual runes around the fissure. He first placed a triangular rune above the eye, followed by a circular rune below, and then 2 square runes on either side. As the runes were inscribed, an extraordinary phenomenon transpired. The once formidable and enigmatic spiritual energy began to wane gradually, the intangible force that had persistently disturbed him slowly dissipating. The patterns of spiritual energy fluctuations around the stone crevice lost their former brilliance, while the surrounding seawater, previously in a violent tumult, gradually returned to a state of tranquility. Chun Ming had finally succeeded in deciphering the spiritual array, breathing a sigh of relief and gazing eagerly into the depths of the stone crevice, hoping to behold the coveted ore he had long yearned for. With his successful unraveling of the spiritual array, Chun Ming felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally arrived at a location closest to the ore. Cautiously, he ventured deeper into the crevice, each step taken with utmost care, fearful of triggering any hidden dangers. A faint halo enveloped the depths of the stone crevice, and within its glow, Chun Ming finally beheld a stone radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. It lay quietly at the end of the crevice, resembling a resplendent pearl. The surface of the ore bore intricate patterns, akin to naturally formed mystical runes, each line imbued with potent and pure spiritual energy. This energy felt strikingly familiar to Chun Ming, and he was certain that this was the rare or starshine stone, required for the restoration of the treasured artifact he had diligently sought. Overwhelmed with joy, Chun Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement as he slowly extended his hand, carefully retrieving the ore. However, the moment he grasped it, a violent tremor suddenly reverberated throughout the deep-sea canyon. The tremor was akin to a seismic upheaval, causing the surrounding waters to surge into towering waves, while boulders began to tumble from the canyon walls. Chun Ming's heart sank as he realized that his extraction of the ore might have triggered a catastrophic chain reaction. Without a moment to lose, he swiftly stowed the ore away and employed the divine dragon transformation technique, propelling himself rapidly towards the ocean's surface. He moved through the water like a streak of golden lightning, his speed breathtaking. Each stroke of his arms sent splashes cascading around him. The tremors in the deep-sea canyon intensified, and massive boulders rained down upon him. Utilizing his keen perception and agile movements, Chun Ming deftly evaded the falling debris. The surrounding waters churned violently, forming a powerful vortex that sought to ensnare him. Gritting his teeth, Chun Ming summoned all his spiritual energy to counteract the vortex's pull. After a strenuous struggle, he finally glimpsed the light filtering down from the surface of the sea, igniting a spark of hope within him as he quickened his pace. Just as he was about to breach the surface, a colossal fissure suddenly opened beneath him, unleashing a tremendous suction that nearly drew him in. With every ounce of strength, Chun Ming leaped upward, successfully breaking through the surface of the water. Standing atop the ocean, he gasped for breath, his heart brimming with sentiments of relief and triumph as he gazed at the ore in his hand. This harrowing experience had been fraught with peril, yet he had successfully acquired the coveted stone. Now, he must hasten away from this dangerous locale to entrust the ore to a craftsman for the restoration of the artifact. As he emerged from the depths, the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict in alarm. The once clear sky was now shrouded in ominous dark clouds, hanging low as if within reach. A fierce wind, laden with salty mist, assaulted him, causing his garments to flap violently. The ocean's surface roiled with waves resembling towering black mountains, rising several fathoms high and frothing with an eerie white foam in the dim light. The disturbances from the deep-sea canyon had evidently triggered extreme weather upon the ocean's surface. Chun Ming dared not delay. He hastily bit his tongue, allowing a drop of his essence blood to pool in his palm. With a low incantation, a blood-red rune shot from his fingertips and plunged into the sea. Moments later, the ocean erupted violently as a dark blue spiritual vessel emerged, its hull etched with glowing runes that shimmered amid the tumultuous waves. As he boarded the vessel, a wave towering 10 meters surged forth like a mountain crashing down upon him. Chun Ming pressed both palms against the deck and activated the divine dragon technique, channeling his entire spiritual energy into the vessel. Instantly, the surface of the ship revealed scaly patterns, and the dragon's head at the bow glimmered with golden light. The wave crashed heavily against the ship, causing it to tilt violently, seawater flooding the deck. Chun Ming knelt on one knee, his fingers digging into the deck's seams, his internal energy surging like a river as he struggled to maintain his balance. Looking up, he beheld the swirling storm clouds above, arcs of lightning flickering within them, a cataclysmic pressure descending from the heavens. Alarmed, Chun Ming suddenly realized that this tempest was no mere natural occurrence. He recalled ancient texts that spoke of cataclysmic changes in the deep sea sometimes triggering celestial calamities. The very storm clouds capable of devouring a cultivator's energy while unleashing divine retribution. The energy brewing within the clouds bore a striking resemblance to the calamity clouds described in those texts. As predicted, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel suddenly tore through the clouds, heading straight for his vessel. Chun Ming's pupils reflected the lightning's brilliance as he formed seals with his right hand while pressing his left palm against the dragon's head at the bow. The vessel emitted a mighty dragon's roar, and the golden light at its prow surged forth, coalescing into a shield of dragon scales above him. As the lightning struck the shield, Chun Ming felt a colossal force transmitting through it, as if his very organs were being struck by a heavy hammer. Letting out a muffled groan, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he steadfastly held the shield firm. Cracks resembling spider webs appeared on the shield's surface, and ultimately, it shattered under the impact of a second bolt of lightning. Desperate, Chun Ming bit down on a recovery elixir, unleashing his spiritual energy in a volcanic eruption. With arms outstretched, 9 illusory dragon figures materialized around him, embodying the ultimate form of the divine dragon transformation. As the third bolt of lightning descended, the 9 dragon figures roared in unison, transforming into a golden net of light that surged forward to meet it. The clash of lightning and dragon figures erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance. Chun Ming felt excruciating pain in his arms, as if being torn apart by an immense force, his veins bulging beneath his skin. Enduring the agony, he channeled the last vestiges of his spiritual energy into the dragon figures. With a deafening explosion, the lightning was completely dispersed, leaving a reluctant rumble of thunder in its wake. Yet the storm did not relent. The ocean suddenly split open as a massive tentacle, adorned with suction cups, burst forth from the depths, crashing down towards his vessel. Chun Ming's pupils constricted as he recognized it as akin of the cephalopod beasts from the deep-sea canyon. Gritting his teeth, he thrust the bloodthirsty halberd into the deck, its tip glowing with a ghostly blue light. Sever the sea. With a thunderous shout, the halberd erupted with an overwhelming sword energy. The ocean was cleaved in two, forming an unfathomable chasm. The tentacle was severed midair, its severed end spraying blue ichor that evaporated upon contact with the sea. Just as one crisis was averted, another arose. The vessel suddenly rocked violently, the sound of metal scraping against metal reverberating from beneath. Glancing down, Chun Ming saw dozens of sea crabs, their backs lined with backward-facing spines, clinging to the hull, their pincers ravenously gnawing at the vessel. Channeling his spiritual energy, he executed the 9 palace steps on the deck, each step resonating with a hum that vibrated through the ship. Divine Dragon's Tail, Chun Ming cried, his form spinning like a dragon. the bloodthirsty halberd transforming into a flurry of halberd shadows. The crabs caught in the halberd's wake were instantly obliterated, their remains sinking into the depths. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, the ship was jolted by a piercing scraping noise, seawater surging in. Upon seeing countless glowing points emerge from the water, his expression shifted dramatically. These were the soul-eating jellyfish of the deep sea, feasting solely on the spiritual energy of cultivators. The swarm of jellyfish flowed like a river of stars towards the vessel. "Come at me." Chun Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, biting his fingertip to draw a blood rune upon the halberd's blade. The bloodthirsty halberd erupted in a blinding crimson light, forming a barrier of blood around the vessel. As the jellyfish made contact with the barrier, they were instantly consumed by the blood light, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. The tempest that had raged for 3 full hours finally subsided just before dawn. Chun Ming collapsed upon the deck, now riddled with cracks, his entire body feeling as if it were disassembled. Retrieving the ore from his storage pouch, he noted that its once vibrant colors had dulled considerably, clearly indicating damage sustained amid the calamity clouds. Chun Ming, mustering his last vestiges of strength, rose to his feet and infused the final remnants of his spiritual energy into the spirit vessel. The vessel barely ascended, tracing a crooked path across the surface of the sea. As he gazed at the eastern horizon brightening with dawn, he silently prayed for the old artifact master's ability to repair it, otherwise. Suddenly, the spirit vessel quivered violently as an unfathomable abyss emerged before him. Chun Ming's pupils constricted as he beheld a pair of enormous vertical pupils staring back from the depths of the chasm. It was a creature of the deep, an octopus-like beast he had previously vanquished, now slowly ascending with its maw lined with razor-sharp teeth. Chapter 167, A Perilous Voyage. Amidst the tempestuous winds and tumultuous waves that raged like feral beasts, Chun Ming exerted every ounce of his energy to maneuver the spirit vessel forward. The howling winds threatened to engulf everything in their embrace, while the towering waves crashed down upon the vessel like moving mountains. Each impact felt as if the vessel were enduring a seismic quake, on the brink of disintegration. Beads of sweat, the size of peas, trickled down his cheeks as he focused intently on maintaining balance in the turbulent seas, his gaze darting across the vast ocean in search of less tumultuous waters. This stretch of ocean seemed to be manipulated by some unknown, mysterious force, the waves surging relentlessly from every direction, leaving him with no means of evasion. The protective shield of spiritual energy enveloping the vessel had developed numerous fine cracks, resembling a shattered spider's web, and these fissures were expanding ominously, threatening to rupture completely. Should Chun Ming fail to devise a solution swiftly, the destruction of the vessel's shield would inevitably lead to its disintegration under the onslaught of the tempest, leaving him adrift in the boundless ocean, facing near certain doom. With gritted teeth and a glint of determination in his eyes, Chun Ming set his sights on a direction that appeared marginally calmer and resolved to press forward with all his might. He channeled his spiritual energy into the vessel, causing the runes at its prow to emit a faint glow as it surged ahead. Yet, the storm seemed to sense his intentions, intensifying its fury. Waves crashed upon the vessel in relentless succession, attempting to thwart his advance. Taking a deep breath, Chun Ming fixed his gaze ahead. His mind resolute, he had to push through. Just as he strained every sinew to navigate the vessel past the tempest's blockade, a fleeting glance caught sight of a massive shadow beneath the surface not far from the vessel. The shadow darted through the water with such speed, it resembled a bolt of black lightning. A wave of dread surged through Chun Ming, his senses heightened, and an overwhelming sense of peril enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, the shadow vanished from his sight, but the potent aura it exuded left him deeply unsettled. Akin to a heavy boulder pressing against his chest, he surmised that it was likely a formidable beast concealed in the depths, now surfacing due to the disturbances in the underwater canyon. Chun Ming dared not to underestimate the threat. He swiftly tightened his grip on the bloodthirsty halberd, which gleamed ominously under the infusion of his spiritual energy. He circulated his energy within, preparing for any potential attack, while his vigilant gaze scanned the surface of the ocean, cautiously guiding the vessel forward. Every nerve in Chun Ming's body was taut, his ears attuned to the slightest sound, for even the faintest noise could herald impending danger. He fervently hoped to escape this perilous region before the shadow reappeared, yet he understood that in this vast sea, uncertainty reigned supreme. As he navigated the spirit vessel with utmost vigilance amidst the storm, the placid surface of the ocean was once again disturbed. The enigmatic shadow emerged like a specter. This time, it shot forth from beneath the vessel with astonishing speed, akin to a black cannonball launched from the depths. With the emergence of the shadow, a colossal column of water surged skyward, towering several dozen meters high. The spirit vessel was abruptly thrust into the air by this unforeseen force, flailing like a kite with severed strings. It soon crashed back down onto the surface, sending a deluge of water splashing everywhere. The violent jolt nearly hurled Chun Ming from the vessel, and he instinctively clung to its edge, his knuckles whitening from the strain as he struggled to maintain his balance. Once the vessel steadied slightly, he hurriedly lifted his gaze to discern the true nature of the shadow. It was a behemoth of a whale-like beast, emanating an aura of terror. Even from a distance, standing on the vessel, Chun Ming could feel the oppressive might radiating from it. This creature's strength was at least equivalent to that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Its body was dozens of times larger than the spirit vessel, covered in a rough, hard layer of scales that glimmered with a cold sheen under the sun. Its enormous eyes, akin to bottomless black holes, bore a chilling ferocity. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Chun Ming comprehended that engaging in a direct confrontation would be futile. In this boundless ocean, devoid of any potential allies, a failed battle would yield no chance of survival, even leading to his demise. He needed to devise a strategy swiftly, and in this life-and-death moment. His mind raced through every conceivable option. Vigilantly monitoring the beast's movements, he weighed the pros and cons in search of an escape route. Realizing the overwhelming pressure emanating from this late-stage Foundation establishment whale beast rendered any direct confrontation hopeless, Chun Ming wasted no time in invoking the divine dragon transformation technique. In an instant, his form became ethereal, seemingly merging with the spirit vessel, allowing it to navigate the surging waves with remarkable agility. The whale beast, perceiving the vessel as its prey, opened its cavernous maw wide enough to swallow it whole, resembling a dark abyss, and lunged at the vessel with ferocity. As its razor-sharp fangs glistened menacingly in the sunlight, capable of shattering any obstruction, Chun Ming's gaze sharpened, and he deftly maneuvered the vessel to evade the lethal bite. The spirit vessel glided like a feather, deftly weaving through the waves, narrowly escaping the deathly onslaught. Almost simultaneously, seizing the opportunity, he swung the bloodthirsty halberd, its tip glinting with cold light, channeling all his spiritual energy towards the creature's gigantic eye. This strike encapsulated all of Chun Ming's hopes. He understood that inflicting effective damage on the beast might afford him a glimmer of survival. With a sickening squelch, the halberd found its mark, piercing the beast's eye, and a torrent of blood erupted from the wound, staining the surrounding waters crimson. The creature howled in pain, a deep and furious roar echoing like thunder across the sea, reverberating in Chun Ming's ears and causing the vessel to tremble violently. In the wake of its agony, the beast's massive tail swung with tremendous force, akin to a moving mountain sweeping across the ocean. Wherever its tail struck, the water boiled violently, raising towering waves that soared several dozen meters high. The colossal waves surged forth with the ferocity of a tempest, as if intent on devouring everything in their path. Yet Chun Ming remained unperturbed, adeptly harnessing his acute perception of the ocean's tumultuous rhythms. With a deft manipulation of the spirit vessel, he skillfully navigated it away from the impending onslaught of the monstrous wave. The vessel, propelled by the force of the tide, soared like a released arrow across the expanse of the sea. Throughout this perilous journey, Chun Ming did not once let his guard down. His gaze remained fixed on the movements of the monstrous beast, meticulously analyzing its patterns of behavior. Only by identifying the creature's vulnerabilities could he hope to extricate himself from this dire predicament. He resolved to avoid direct confrontation, for with his current strength, each encounter could spell disaster. Instead, Chun Ming opted to engage in a game of cat and mouse, wearing down the beast's stamina while patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike back. In the boundless ocean, the struggle between a lone man and a colossal beast raged on. Chun Ming's resolve was unwavering, while the injured whale demon did not concede easily. It continued to swim through the depths, its massive form reminiscent of a dark island, occasionally unleashing a furious roar that seemed to echo across the waters, a proclamation that it would not relinquish its prey without a fight. Chapter 168. A clever strategy in the vastness of the sea, the clash between Chun Ming and the whale demon had reached an intense climax. The waves remained tumultuous, akin to a ferocious beast thrashing about, relentlessly battering the spirit vessel, as if cheering on this fierce confrontation. Throughout the exchanges with the whale demon, Chun Ming maintained an acute vigilance, his eyes fixated on the creature's every movement, not allowing even the slightest change to escape his notice. After a period of observation, Chun Ming discerned a subtle cue that preceded the whale demon's attacks. Each time it prepared to strike, its enormous body would slightly submerge. A surge of excitement coursed through Chun Ming as he recognized this as a harbinger of the beast's impending assault. If he could exploit this signal, it might serve as the pivotal key to turning the tide of battle. With a swift mental calculation, a strategy began to crystallize in his mind. Chunming feigned panic, manipulating the spirit vessel to sway erratically upon the waves, as if he had lost his bearings in the face of the creature's terror. The whale demon, sensing an opportunity, glinted with ferocity, its massive form beginning to sink, stirring the surrounding waters into a tumultuous whirlpool, a clear signal of its impending attack. In that fleeting moment, as the beast descended, Chunming's eyes sharpened with resolve. He expertly maneuvered the spirit vessel, darting towards the side of the demon. Under his deft control, the vessel sliced through the waves like a bolt of black lightning. The whale demon, caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, lunged at the spot where the vessel had once occupied, only to find empty water. Seizing this rare chance, Chunming inhaled deeply, channeling all of his spiritual energy into the bloodthirsty spear gripped tightly in his hands. The spear glimmered with a resplendent light, seemingly embodying the very essence of the heavens. With a fierce cry, he plunged the spear into the demon's vulnerable flank. A sickening squelch echoed as the blade penetrated deep, blood gushing forth like a fountain, instantly staining the surrounding waters of vivid crimson. The whale demon emitted a tortured roar that reverberated through the ocean, its anguish piercing and haunting. Following this, the creature began thrashing violently, its colossal body writhing in the water, the massive tail creating tumultuous waves that generated fierce whirlpools around it. Chunming understood the critical need to disengage. He had to escape while the demon was in disarray. He immediately augmented the output of his spiritual energy, channeling it relentlessly into the spirit vessel. The vessel surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, rapidly distancing itself from the beast. While maneuvering the vessel, Chunming cast anxious glances back toward the demon, calculating his next opportunity to deliver a decisive blow and finally rid himself of this terrifying threat. Amidst the roiling sea, the battle between Chunming and the whale demon persisted with palpable tension. Yet, through his keen observations and resolute actions, Chunming began to discern a glimmer of hope amid the stark disparity of power between them. Although the injured whale demon writhed in pain, its ferocity remained undiminished as it gradually turned to fix its gaze once more upon Chunming's vessel. Just as Chunming had begun to savor his moment of triumph after wounding the beast, the situation unexpectedly deteriorated. The enraged whale demon, now frenzied and devoid of rationality, unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks. Its enormous maw opened wide, shooting forth powerful jets of water that struck with the force of cannonballs, hurtling toward Chunming's spirit vessel. The vessel's protective energy shield crackled under the onslaught of the water jets, resembling glass on the brink of shattering, as countless fissures appeared, threatening to collapse entirely. Chunming's expression turned grave. Beads of sweat rolled down his brow as he pressed his hands firmly against the control panel, exerting every ounce of energy to maintain the shield, pouring his spiritual power into it like an unyielding tide. At the same time, he was compelled to evade the relentless barrage of water jets, each impact sending towering geysers erupting from the ocean's surface, making the vessel feel as fragile as a leaf caught in a storm, poised to be overwhelmed at any moment. Furthermore, the waves grew even more tumultuous due to the whale demon's violent struggles, transforming the already churning sea into a boiling cauldron. With waves crashing one after another against the vessel, the spirit vessel rocked violently in the surging waters, and Chunming felt as though he were trapped within a colossal sieve, his insides jostled out of place. He was forced to focus intensely, employing his exceptional navigational skills to keep the vessel afloat atop the crests of the waves. As time wore on, Chunming's spiritual energy waned significantly. He sensed his reserves depleting like sand slipping through an hourglass, while the whale demon showed no signs of fatigue, continuing its frenzied assault. In this precarious moment, Chunming's mind raced, desperately seeking a solution. His eyes scanned the churning waters for any potential salvation. The vast ocean offered no respite, only the relentless waves and the maddened beast. Nevertheless, he refused to succumb to despair. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to exhaust every ounce of strength to find a means of escape. His gaze fell upon a cluster of rocky outcrops not far behind the demon. The jagged stones emerged and submerged with the rhythm of the waves, their sharp edges glinting ominously. An audacious idea took root in Chunming's mind. Perhaps he could leverage the demon's rage, luring it toward the rocky formations, utilizing their inherent danger to inflict damage upon the beast, thereby creating an opportunity for his own escape. Yet this plan was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to the vessel meeting a calamitous end upon the jagged rocks. With no better options remaining, Chunming inhaled deeply, committing to this daring course of action. As he continued to evade the torrents of water, he skillfully steered the vessel closer to the rocky outcrops, deliberately creating openings to capture the whale demon's attention, attempting to guide it toward his intended destination. The whale demon beast was indeed incensed by Chunming's actions. relentlessly pursuing the spirit vessel while continuously unleashing torrents of water, as if vowing not to relent until the vessel was shattered. Amidst the perilous waves, the chase between Chen Ming and the whale demon beast persisted, and his destiny was poised to confront its gravest trial in the forthcoming moments. Chapter 169, The Desperate Counterattack. In this dire moment, when his situation hung by a thread, a sudden spark of inspiration flickered in Chen Ming's mind, reminding him of the mid-tier magical compass he had acquired from the ruins. Although this artifact carried certain risks, there was no other recourse available. He could only gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. Chen Ming, burning with urgency, hastily retrieved the compass from his storage bag, gripping it tightly with both hands, and poured the last remnants of his spiritual energy into it without hesitation. In an instant, the compass radiated a brilliant light, and the previously dim runes shimmered to life, emanating an aura of mysterious and formidable power. This force spread outward like invisible ripples from the compass, momentarily disrupting the actions of the whale demon beast. The once frenzied attacks of the whale demon beast suddenly seemed restrained by an inexplicable force, its agile movements becoming sluggish, its massive form trembling slightly in the water. Chen Ming's eyes lit up, keenly seizing this fleeting opportunity. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated all the spiritual energy left in his body into the bloodthirsty spear in his grasp. At that moment, Chen Ming was enveloped in a radiant glow, his spiritual energy surging within him as if on the verge of breaking free from its corporeal confines. He unleashed the most powerful strike of the divine dragon technique, roaring. Take this! A dazzling dragon-shaped wave of spiritual energy surged forth, vividly alive, with its head held high and its whiskers dancing, exuding an air of majesty as if an ancient dragon had descended to the mortal realm. This dragon-shaped energy charged fiercely towards the whale demon beast's vital points with relentless force. The whale demon beast seemed to sense the imminent peril, its previously sluggish body suddenly jolting as it attempted to evade the fierce strike. However, hindered by the mysterious power emanating from the compass, its movements were exceedingly slow, and its attempts to dodge appeared clumsy. With a tremendous roar, the dragon-shaped energy struck the whale demon beast with pinpoint accuracy. The overwhelming impact caused the sea to boil, sending towering waves soaring into the sky. The whale demon beast let out a thunderous bellow, filled with anguish and defiance. Its colossal body trembled violently. Scales that were once impervious began to shed, and blood gushed forth from its wounds, staining the surrounding waters a deep crimson. After suffering this lethal blow, the whale demon beast's form gradually sank into the depths of the ocean. Its eyes dimmed, and its massive body floated helplessly in the water before ultimately vanishing into the abyss. Chen Ming gazed at the sinking whale demon beast, his taut nerves finally relaxing. He had successfully repelled this formidable beast, momentarily escaping the clutches of life and death. Yet, he was still not entirely free from danger. The waters around him were rife with unknown risks. Moreover, the precious ore in his possession awaited delivery to the enigmatic artifact refiner for repairs, and time was of the essence. Ignoring his fatigue and the depletion of his spiritual energy, Chen Ming swiftly adjusted his state. He glanced at the compass in his hand, now dimmed, its prior hazards seemingly exacerbated by this forceful activation. However, he had no time to dwell on these concerns. Taking a deep breath, he steered the spirit vessel toward the island where the mysterious refiner resided. On the tumultuous sea, the spirit vessel cut through the waves as Chen Ming's resolve hardened. His mind fixated on a singular belief: to return to the island as swiftly as possible, complete the repairs of his artifact, and continue his adventurous journey in the vast star sea. After repelling the whale demon beast, Chen Ming navigated the battered spirit vessel, battling against the surging waves. The vessel's hull was riddled with cracks, the dragon's head sculpture at the bow had lost its luster, and the once intricately patterned railings were now peeling in multiple places. Half kneeling on the deck, Chen Ming clutched the broken mast tightly, his internal spiritual energy reduced to a mere trickle, barely circulating through his meridians. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, a shadow of grayish-black emerged on the horizon. Chen Ming rubbed his blurred vision and discerned that it was the island where the refiner resided. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he bit down on his tongue, drawing forth a drop of blood, and infused the final vestige of his spiritual energy into the spirit vessel. The vessel emitted a mournful cry, barely accelerating toward the island. When the vessel touched the sandy shore, Chen Ming could no longer hold himself upright and collapsed onto the deck. As his vision gradually faded, he discerned a hunched figure approaching from the island. Indeed, it was the refiner. "Little one, you have quite the tenacity," the refiner remarked with a hint of surprise. With a casual wave of his hand, a greenish spiritual light enveloped Chen Ming, gently placing him on the beach, and a flicker of brilliance momentarily illuminated his murky eyes. The refiner retrieved the ore, examining it closely in his palm. The once vibrant ore had now dulled, its surface marred by a web of cracks. The refiner furrowed his brow, yet suddenly broke into a smile. To return alive from the deep-sea canyon and bring back the star-shining stone. Impressive. He turned to Chun Ming, adding, however, to repair the artifact, a supplementary material is still required. With great effort, Chun Ming propped himself up and hoarsely inquired, what supplementary material? The 9 orifices exquisite grass, the refiner replied, tucking the ore into his sleeve. It grows in the heart of the misty marsh, guarded by mechanical beasts and miasma. He gestured toward the opposite side of the island. We shall set out tomorrow. I will draw you a simple map. As Chun Ming watched the refiner's retreating figure, a complex mix of emotions surged within him. He looked down at his bloodied hands, then touched the tattered scroll hidden beneath his chest, a bitter smile forming at the corners of his lips. The adventure in the Star Sea was indeed far from over. The following day, before dawn, Chun Ming was roused by the refiner. Following him to a modest wooden hut, the air inside was thick with a pungent medicinal aroma. The refiner handed him a jade vial and a hide map. This is an antidote pill, capable of resisting the miasma of the marsh. The map indicates the location of the 9 orifices exquisite grass, but beware, the positions of the mechanical beasts will change randomly. As Chun Ming accepted the vial and map, he noticed the refiner's right pinky was bandaged, faint traces of blood seeping through. Before he could inquire, the refiner preempted him. In my youth, I ventured into the misty marsh and lost half a finger to a mechanical beast. He shook his right hand. Remember, if you encounter a bronze mechanical beast, run. They are imbued with a puppet formation from the late Foundation establishment stage. Chun Ming nodded solemnly, stowing the jade vial away. The refiner then handed him a set of grayish poncho. Wear this. It will shield you from most of the miasma's corrosion. As he took the poncho, an icy chill ran through his fingers. Upon closer inspection, it was woven from the scales of some demonic beast. 3 days later, at noon, the mist of the marsh would briefly dissipate. The refiner walked to the door, gazing at the rolling black clouds in the distance. This is the only opportunity. As he turned, Chun Ming noticed a serpentine scar winding around the back of his neck, reminiscent of a centipede. Just before leaving the wooden hut, Chun Ming suddenly asked, Senior, why do you help me? The refiner paused for a moment, producing half of a bronze compass from his bosom, because the artifact in your hands is a pair with this half of a compass. He returned the compass to his robe. 20 years ago, I entered the deep-sea canyon with a complete compass, but he left the sentence unfinished, merely waving his hand. Hurry along now, don't keep me waiting. A chill ran through Chun Ming as he tightened his grip on his storage bag. He finally understood that the refiner's mystery and the anomalies on the island were all linked to that broken compass. Perhaps this was the very reason he continued to venture forth in the Star Sea, to unravel the secrets behind the tattered scroll and the artifact. Chapter 170. Preparations for Departure. Chun Ming returned to the spirit vessel, meticulously preparing the items necessary for his journey to the marsh. He meticulously repolished the bloodthirsty halberd, etching defensive runes across its blade. Additionally, he placed a small bronze cauldron, the sole undamaged artifact retrieved from the ruins, at the bow of the vessel, capable of temporarily warding off the miasma. The 9 orifices linglong grass, which thrives in the most desolate of lands, feasts upon decaying corpses. As Chun Ming examined the markings on the animal hide map, he was suddenly reminded of a peculiar herb mentioned in the fragmented scroll. Retrieving the scroll from within his robe, he soon found the relevant description on the 3rd page. Its roots resemble crystal, animated by blood, and capable of dispelling 100 poisons. After securing the scroll, Chun Ming conducted one final check of the defenses. The talismans were inscribed with the blood of deep-sea monsters, each imbued with the spiritual energy of an early-stage Foundation establishment. He affixed the talismans around the spirit boat, forming a rudimentary defensive array. Chun Ming once again confirmed the characteristics of the spiritual herb and the general location of the marsh with the artifact craftsman. The craftsman pointed to a red mark on the map. Remember, upon encountering the violet mist, head south. That is the domain of the mechanized beasts. After a brief hesitation, he added, if you encounter the white ape, do not attack. They are the guardians of the marsh. Once all preparations were complete, Chun Ming steered the spirit boat towards the direction of the marsh. As the spirit boat ventured into the sea enveloped by dark clouds, the temperature plummeted sharply. Chun Ming donned a raincoat woven from the scales of a demon beast, yet still felt the bite of the cold. He drew the bloodthirsty halberd, slicing his palm to let blood drip onto the tip of the halberd, which immediately glowed with a dark red luminescence. As the spirit boat forged ahead, the sky ahead gradually became shrouded in a thick fog. This fog was a grayish blue, resembling a solidified cloud, with its edges flickering with an eerie blue light. Chunming took a deep breath and swallowed a detoxification pill, feeling a refreshing energy spread from his dantian throughout his body. Suddenly, the spirit boat lurched violently. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoed from beneath. Looking down, Chunming saw dozens of iron-armored beetles with backward-facing spines clinging to the hull, their mandibles voraciously gnawing at the vessel. Channeling his spiritual energy, he executed the 9-palace step on the deck, each step causing the boat to hum with resonance. Dragon tail sweep. He bellowed, his form twisting like a dragon as the bloodthirsty halberd transformed into a flurry of halberd shadows. The iron-armored beetles struck by the shadows disintegrated instantaneously, their severed limbs sinking into the depths of the sea. Just as he sighed in relief, a piercing scraping sound erupted from the hull. A plank had been gnawed through, and seawater surged in. Chunming hurriedly tore off a piece of his clothing to plug the breach, only to see countless glowing dots surfacing in the water. His expression changed drastically as he recognized them as soul-devouring jellyfish, which feasted on the spiritual energy of cultivators. The swarm of jellyfish flowed like a river of stars towards the spirit boat. Just in time, Chunming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, biting the tip of his finger to draw blood, which he then used to inscribe a blood rune on the halberd's blade. The bloodthirsty halberd erupted with dazzling crimson light, forming a blood-red barrier around the spirit boat. As the jellyfish touched the barrier, they were instantly consumed by the blood light, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. This unexpected assault persisted for a full hour, only settling as the spirit boat entered the fog-laden area. Chunming collapsed onto the deck, gazing at the encroaching mist, silently praying, "May the 9 orifices Linglong grass come to me easily, otherwise." Before he could finish his thought, the spirit boat trembled violently, revealing an unfathomable chasm ahead. Chunming's pupils constricted as he caught sight of a massive vertical pupil staring back at him from the depths of the chasm. It was a creature of the deep sea, akin to the octopus demon he had previously defeated, now rising slowly with its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. The moment Chunming stepped into the misty marsh, it felt as though an invisible hand had seized his throat. The fog was so thick that even objects 5 steps away were reduced to indistinct shapes, while the stench of rotting corpses mingled with sulfur invaded his nostrils, causing his stomach to churn. Gripping the bloodthirsty halberd tightly, he thrust its tip into the ground and leapt onto a decaying giant tree. The bark cracked beneath the blade, and as he sprang off, he discovered the trunk's interior riddled with fist-sized wormholes. Dozens of transparent winged beetles erupted from the holes, their wings creating gusts that momentarily distorted the fog. His pupils constricted as he recognized these as corrupted winged bugs, documented in the Great Wilderness Anomalies Codex, known for their appetite for the souls of cultivators. Channeling the dragon spirit technique, a golden light membrane formed around him, and as the swarm approached, dragon scale patterns appeared on its surface, sending the insects flying back. Seizing the opportunity, Chunming leapt to a higher branch, only to see the ground below suddenly swell with countless bubbles. A toad, half his height, emerged from the mire, its bulging purple eyes and back oozing dark green venom. Roar! The toad emitted a cry reminiscent of a wailing infant, and venom sprayed forth like a torrential downpour. Chunming executed the 9 transformations of the dragon spirit, darting like a specter among the branches. The trees corroded by the venom withered and carbonized instantly, rising in plumes of green smoke. Waiting for the opportune moment, he plunged the bloodthirsty halberd into the toad's left eye, black blood splattering on the blade with a sizzling sound. After dispatching the toad, Chunming pressed on, testing the ground with the tip of his halberd every 3 steps. Abruptly, the tip sank into soft, decaying earth, a pulling force emanating from below. Chunming quickly channeled his spiritual energy to stabilize himself, only to see countless distorted human faces emerge from the ground, their features twisted, mouths agape in silent screams. A phantasm array. He bit his tongue, letting droplets of blood splatter onto the halberd's blade. The bloodthirsty halberd erupted with blinding red light, dispersing the fog within a 10-jong radius. To his astonishment, the so-called faces were merely the flower buds of a parasitic plant, secreting hallucinogenic slime. The sound of snapping twigs echoed from 10-jong to his left. Chunming immediately infused spiritual energy into his ears, detecting subtle sounds of air slicing. Whirling around, he swung the bloodthirsty halberd in a crescent arc, severing 3 scythe-like flying blades. Upon hitting the ground, the blades transformed into metallic ants, their 6 legs swiftly burrowing into the rotting mud. Mechanized beasts. Chunming recalled the craftsman's warning, unwilling to linger, and quickly retreated in the opposite direction. As he leapt over a bubbling mire, he caught a glimpse of a shadow swimming beneath the surface. The shadow resembled a giant python, its body covered in diamond-shaped scales, eyes glowing in eerie green. Just as Chun Ming intended to evade, the giant python suddenly leapt from the water, its spiny mouth wide open in a strike. Hastily, he raised the bloodthirsty halberd before him, only to find that the blade could not pierce the snake's head upon contact. Seizing the moment, the python coiled around his legs, the cold scales scraping against his skin, sending shivers down his spine. Break! Chun Ming activated the dragon spirit technique, manifesting 9 dragon shadows. The dragon shadows roared in unison, forcing the giant python to release its grip. Taking advantage of the moment, he thrust the bloodthirsty halberd into the python's neck. But the blade sank into the soft flesh only to rebound due to some unseen force. It was a puppet mechanism. Chun Ming noticed a bronze gear protruding from the python's wound and channeled his spiritual energy into the halberd. The bloodthirsty halberd burst forth with a brilliant golden radiance, shattering the bronze gear. The giant python, deprived of its power, collapsed into the mire, its belly splitting open to reveal a core inscribed with array patterns. After this fierce struggle, Chun Ming had delved deep into the heart of the marsh. Extracting the animal hide map, he discovered that he still had 3 li to traverse to reach the 9 orifices Linglong grass. At that moment, the fog thickened, becoming as viscous as glue, each step forward draining an immense amount of spiritual energy. Chun Ming swallowed a recovery pill and continued his arduous trek through the decaying earth and dead branches. Chapter 171, Mechanized Traps. Chun Ming was on high alert as he explored, when suddenly, the decaying earth beneath his feet emitted a creaking sound. Realizing the danger, he employed the 9 transformations of the dragon spirit to retreat hastily. The ground where he had stood collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a bottomless pit, its depths shimmering with a ghostly blue light under the moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air assailed him from all directions. Chun Ming quickly conjured a spiritual energy shield before him, as arrows struck the shield with a sound akin to raindrops. He discovered that these arrows were fashioned from marsh reeds, their tips entwined with luminescent mycelium, evidently coated with potent toxins. The mechanisms and plants coexist? Chun Ming channeled his energy to shatter the arrows embedded in the shield, only to find that the arrows rooted themselves into the ground, sprouting anew and forming a fresh arrow array. Realizing he must locate the energy core of the mechanism, lest he be ensnared in an endless barrage of attacks, Chun Ming ascended a centennial ancient tree, surveying the trajectory of the arrows from an elevated vantage point. He discerned that all the arrows converged towards a colossal rotting log situated 30 feet to the southeast. The log's surface was draped in sanguine moss, with a fist-sized crystal embedded in its trunk. With a swift motion, Chun Ming hurled the blood-quelling halberd, the blade cutting through the crystal with a dragon's roar. In the instant the crystal shattered, all arrows abruptly froze in midair, subsequently disintegrating into powder. Chun Ming exhaled in relief, intending to retrieve the blood-quelling halberd, only to witness the crystal shards writhing upon hitting the ground, coalescing into a new mechanical beast. Trouble brewed as Chun Ming summoned back the halberd, only to find the newly emerged mechanical creature was 3 bronze giant apes. Greenish ichor oozed from their joints, and their eyes glowed with an eerie red light. Precisely as the weaponsmith had forewarned about the puppets of the late Foundation establishment stage. With a thunderous roar, the leading bronze giant ape beat its chest, causing the ground to tremble. Chun Ming felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, realizing it was a sonic attack. Channeling the divine dragon technique, he formed a soundproof barrier around his ears while infusing spiritual energy into the blood-quelling halberd. Dragon battle in the wild, Chun Ming bellowed, as the tip of the halberd erupted with a golden dragon-shaped sword aura. The aura struck the giant ape's right arm, leaving only a shallow scratch. The giant ape, enraged, swung its left arm, the gust from its punch snapping nearby trees like twigs. Chun Ming executed evasive maneuvers, only to discover the other 2 giant apes had flanked him from behind. In a hurry, he flung several defensive talismans, erecting a temporary barrier. But the talismans ignited and crumbled to ash under the giant ape's assault. He had no choice but to resort to that technique. Chun Ming bit his tongue, blood splattering onto the blood-quelling halberd. The blade absorbed the blood, erupting in a blinding crimson glow, the air thick with the pungent scent of iron. As he activated the forbidden technique recorded in the ancient scroll, blood-red runes materialized around him. God-slaying. With a fierce shout, the blood-quelling halberd transformed into a blood-red rainbow, piercing through the 3 giant apes. Their bronze bodies gradually melted away in the crimson light, leaving behind 3 crystalline cores. Chun Ming collected the cores, discovering they contained the sealed essence of the late Foundation establishment stage. After neutralizing the mechanical beasts, he pressed onward. After arduous traversing, he encountered another mechanical trap, just as rustling sounds emanated from behind him. Turning to look, he discerned a massive shadow moving through the mist, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping. As Chunming focused on the mechanical trap, the mysterious rustling grew increasingly distinct in his ears. The sound approached rapidly, as if something was darting toward him. Suddenly, a panther-like beast burst forth from the fog like a bolt of black lightning. This creature radiated an eerie green luminescence, akin to a bizarre veil enveloping its form. Its eyes flickered with a sinister red glow, resembling two burning flames, particularly striking against the dim backdrop of the misty swamp. The beast moved with astonishing speed, lunging at Chunming in the blink of an eye. Just as he evaded the mechanical trap's attack and had yet to regain his footing, he faced the sudden onslaught of this enigmatic beast, placing him in dire peril. Without a moment to ponder, he instinctively swung the blood-quelling halberd, engaging in combat with the creature. The panther beast's agility surpassed expectation, weaving through the mist as it sought out Chunming's vulnerabilities. Each strike packed formidable power, its sharp claws glinting ominously, as if capable of shredding any defense with ease. Chunming felt a fierce wind rush toward him, the beast's claws almost within reach. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal strike, the claws grazing the hem of his garment with a tearing sound. Understanding the necessity of vigilance, he wielded the blood-quelling halberd to fend off the beast's attacks while remaining acutely aware of his surroundings. In this perilous swamp, the potential for triggering more traps loomed ominously. At that moment, he grappled with the dual threats of the beast's ferocious onslaught and the lurking traps, plunging into a fierce struggle. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, cascading down his cheeks, yet his gaze remained unwavering, fueled by a singular determination to persevere and continue the search for the spiritual herbs. The battle between Chunming and the panther beast intensified, resembling a storm devoid of smoke, raging through the misty swamp. The beast seemed to sense Chunming's tenacious resistance, its attacks growing increasingly ferocious. The eerie green luminescence emanating from it appeared to harbor corrosive power. Each contact with the blood-quelling halberd caused the halberd to tremble slightly, as if besieged by a formidable force. Realizing this would not suffice, Chunming gritted his teeth and channeled the divine dragon technique to its utmost. He unleashed a variety of offensive maneuvers, the blood-quelling halberd dancing in his hands with vigor, its tip gleaming with cold light as it lunged at the beast. However, the creature's nimbleness allowed it to deftly evade his strikes. Amidst the fierce combat, Chunming focused intently on the beast's every move, striving to discern its weakness while frantically contemplating a way to escape this dire predicament. After several exchanges, Chunming finally observed that the beast would momentarily pause and emit a low growl before executing a powerful attack. Though this moment was fleeting, it might represent his pivotal opportunity for a counterattack. Henceforth, he evaded the beast's strikes while keenly monitoring its movements, ever prepared to seize the moment for retaliation. Each time the creature prepared to strike, Chunming's heartbeat quickened, his nerves taut with anticipation. This chance was ephemeral, should he fail to grasp it. He risked plunging into even greater peril. Yet he harbored no intention of retreating. His eyes radiated resolute determination, firmly believing he would seize this opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to the beast. Chapter 172, Seeking for Weakness. When the panther beast issued another low growl, Chunming recognized the moment for counterattack had arrived. The beast hesitated slightly, its eerie green glow surging dramatically, evidently gathering power for a potent strike. Seizing the opportunity, Chunming executed the divine dragon 9 transformations. In an instant, his form became a fleeting black shadow, darting to the side of the beast. Concentrating all his spiritual energy into the halberd's tip, it now shimmered with dazzling brilliance, an extension of his own strength. With all his might, he thrust it fiercely into the beast's flank. A piercing sound echoed as the blade found its mark, the beast emitting a pained howl that reverberated through the silent swamp. Sounding particularly mournful, rather than retreating from its injury, the beast became even more frenzied, lunging at Chunming with reckless abandon, its eyes burning with intensified fury and murderous intent. Chunming stood his ground. Retreating now would render all his previous efforts futile. Taking advantage of the beast's momentary sluggishness, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike infused with formidable spiritual energy, the halberd tip flashing like a series of lightning bolts aimed at the beast. Under Chunming's relentless onslaught, the beast gradually found itself overwhelmed. It attempted to evade, but the barrage of Chunming's strikes left it with no avenues of escape. As Chunming's continuous assault persisted, the beast's capacity for resistance waned, its form swaying unsteadily, the eerie green glow dimming to a pallid flicker. Ultimately, it collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a beam of light that vanished into the air. Chunming gazed at the spot where the beast had disappeared, releasing a long sigh of relief. Having successfully vanquished the creature, he dared not linger. He promptly readied himself and continued towards the direction of the spiritual herbs. Time was of the essence. He needed to locate the herbs swiftly to complete the restoration of the artifact. Every moment wasted could escalate the difficulty of the repair. Chun Ming slowed his pace, meticulously surveying his surroundings. He discerned that peculiar fluctuations of spiritual energy were coalescing deep within the marsh. Though these energy waves were not particularly potent, they possessed an extraordinary quality, subtly emanating a refreshing aura that starkly contrasted with the fetid stench of the swamp. A stirring intuition prompted Chun Ming to believe that these energy waves were intimately linked to the spiritual herb he sought. Cautiously advancing in the direction of this energy, Chun Ming remained vigilant, his gaze scanning the environment with acute awareness. Each step was taken with utmost care, wary of triggering hidden traps lurking in the shadows. As he progressed, he adeptly avoided several cleverly concealed mechanisms. Some manifested as sudden spikes thrusting up from the ground, while others were traps of spiritual energy nestled within the underbrush, which would unleash a surge of energy upon contact. Upon reaching a relatively open patch of mire, Chun Ming crouched down to inspect the traces on the ground. He discovered a series of strange footprints, their shapes bizarre and unlike those left by ordinary beasts. The size and depth of the prints indicated that the creature responsible was substantial and appeared to frequent this area. Chun Ming furrowed his brow, speculating that these footprints might be related to the spiritual herb, as such unusual imprints in the marsh were far from coincidental. Following the trail of footprints, he was filled with anticipation, hoping to locate the crucial herb and fulfill the task assigned by the artifact master, thereby restoring his own magical treasure. The mist in the marsh remained thick, with peculiar sounds drifting through the air. He traced the footprints until he arrived at a dense thicket. The grass grew remarkably lush, towering to the height of a person, swaying gently in the breeze and producing a soft rustling sound. Just as Chun Ming approached the thicket, a colossal python erupted from the underbrush like a flash of lightning. Its immense body was astonishingly thick, as wide as a barrel, covered in dark green scales that glimmered with a cold sheen in the dim light. Its eyes resembled two green lanterns, exuding a chilling and murderous glint. The python opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at Chun Ming with ferocity, a pungent odor assailing his senses and nearly suffocating him. Reacting swiftly, Chun Ming leapt backward to evade, his feet pushing off the ground, propelling him like a shadow away from the danger, the python's fangs grazing his clothing. Almost simultaneously, as he landed, he swung his bloodthirsty halberd towards the python's head. The spear tip shimmered with a lethal gleam, infused with Chun Ming's formidable spiritual energy, aimed directly at the serpent. However, the python was remarkably agile, its massive body twisting like a whip, effortlessly dodging Chun Ming's assault. In retaliation, its tail lashed out towards him like a steel whip, creating a fierce wind, the power behind it formidable enough to spell disaster if it connected. Employing the divine dragon's 9 transformations, Chun Ming vanished from sight, reappearing several feet away. He remained acutely aware that this python was no ordinary creature. Its familiarity with the area suggested it had long been a guardian here. To obtain the spiritual herb, he would first need to defeat it. As he engaged in a tactical dance with the python, Chun Ming swiftly contemplated strategies for overcoming the beast. His gaze was fixed on the python's every movement, seeking any vulnerabilities to exploit. A thrilling battle ensued between Chun Ming and the guardian python, an atmosphere of tension permeating the marshland. Chun Ming deftly utilized the divine dragon's 9 transformations, maneuvering like a wraith amidst the python's ferocious strikes. The serpent's attacks were relentless, its massive form lunging and sweeping, each strike infused with tremendous force, devastating the underbrush and creating deep craters in the ground. Chun Ming focused intently on fending off the python's fury while keenly observing its movements. After an intense exchange, he finally discerned a weakness. Whenever the python lunged to bite, its neck would momentarily expose a vulnerable area due to its twisting motion. Seizing the opportunity, when the python opened its maw to strike again, Chun Ming executed a swift maneuver, darting to the side like a bolt of black lightning. Channeling all his strength, he poured his spiritual energy into the bloodthirsty halberd. At that moment, the halberd blazed with brilliance, as if infused with the very forces of nature. With a mighty shout, Chun Ming thrust the halberd deep into the python's neck. The blade penetrated with a sickening squelch, blood gushing forth in a torrent. The python emitted a thunderous roar, its cry reverberating through the marsh, hauntingly mournful. It thrashed wildly, its massive body rolling across the ground, wreaking havoc in the surrounding area. Chun Ming gripped the halberd tightly, his feet rooted to the earth as he continued to channel his spiritual energy, amplifying the damage inflicted upon the serpent. The python's struggles intensified, Yet Chen Ming remained resolute. Teeth clenched and eyes steely, fueled by a singular conviction to conquer this formidable foe. Under the relentless assault from Chen Ming, the python's resistance gradually waned, its body convulsing, its once murderous eyes losing their gleam. Eventually, in a final throe of agony, the python ceased its struggles, its colossal form crashing to the ground, splattering mud and water around. Breathing a sigh of relief, Chen Ming reveled in his victory over the python. In a crevice guarded by the serpent, he spotted a spiritual herb radiating a gentle glow. Its leaves were crystalline and translucent, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, the very special herb required by the artifact master. Gently, he plucked the herb and placed it within a specially crafted jade box, elation swelling within him as he prepared to return to the artifact master, eagerly anticipating the enhancement of his own powers following the restoration of his treasure. Chapter 173, Return to the Artifact Island. With the jade box containing the spiritual herb secured, Chen Ming hurried towards the island where the artifact master resided. Throughout his journey, he remained vigilant, skillfully maneuvering his spiritual vessel across the tumultuous sea. The wind whipped through his garments, creating a raucous sound, yet his thoughts were solely focused on swiftly returning to the island to complete the restoration of his treasure. As he neared the island, a peculiar black spiritual vessel emerged ahead, an unmistakable patrol vessel of the Bloodshark Gang. The notorious gang was infamous for their ruthless reign over these waters, and their presence sent a chill down Chen Ming's spine. Upon the vessel stood 3 cultivators in the early stages of Foundation establishment, clad in black attire embroidered with blood-red shark motifs, lending them a menacing appearance. "Hey kid, hand over your treasures, and we might spare your life," barked the gaunt-faced leader, his eyes glinting with avarice. Chen Ming smirked inwardly, unfazed by the threat. Instead, he swiftly employed the newly comprehended technique of the divine dragon's tail. In a flash, he darted across the deck of the vessel, wielding his bloodthirsty halberd to unleash a flurry of deadly strikes. Taking out the compass artifact he had acquired from the ruins, he infused it with spiritual energy. The compass glimmered with light, exuding a mysterious force that interfered with the movements of his adversaries. The 3 bloodshark cultivators exchanged startled glances, astonished that Chen Ming dared to resist, and that his technique and artifact seemed rather formidable. They quickly drew their weapons and charged at him. One cultivator brandished a long blade, leaping high to deliver a vicious downward strike towards Chen Ming's head, the blade gleaming with lethal intent. Another swung dual hammers, approaching from the side with incredible force, the hammers whistling through the air. Another cultivator stood atop the spiritual vessel, reciting incantations, seemingly invoking a certain spell. However, Chen Ming remained unruffled, skillfully employing the dragon's tail technique, nimbly evading his opponent's assaults. As each attack drew near, he adeptly sidestepped at just the right moment, brandishing the bloodthirsty halberd to pierce the vulnerabilities of his adversaries. The halberd's shadow flickered as it collided with the long knife and double hammers, producing a series of crisp metallic clangs. Simultaneously, the spiritual interference from the compass artifact took effect. The cultivator casting the spell, whose incantation had been flowing smoothly, suddenly faltered, his spell's radiance flickering erratically. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Ming thrust the bloodthirsty halberd forward, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy from its tip, hurtling towards the cultivator. Caught off guard, the cultivator was struck on the shoulder, his form staggering as he nearly lost his balance. The other 2 cultivators, witnessing their companion's injury, intensified their onslaught. At this juncture, Chen Ming had discerned their attack patterns, synchronizing his movements with the strikes of the bloodthirsty halberd with greater finesse. After a fierce exchange, he identified the opportune moment to unleash a devastating maneuver. He spun, resembling a swirling black tempest, as the bloodthirsty halberd erupted with formidable force, sweeping towards the 2 cultivators. They hurriedly attempted to defend themselves, but the might of Chen Ming's strike forced them to stagger back, nearly losing their weapons. Realizing the perilous situation, the trio exchanged glances, comprehending that they would gain nothing today, and hastily piloted their spiritual vessel to escape. Chen Ming, watching their retreating figures, let out a soft sigh of relief and continued to steer the vessel towards the island of the artifact craftsman. Soon, he disembarked upon the island and approached the abode of the craftsman. Upon seeing the spiritual herb in Chen Ming's possession, the craftsman's eyes glimmered with surprise. But his expression swiftly turned grave. He accepted the herb and addressed Chen Ming. "Though this spiritual herb has been procured, the crafting of the artifact requires 7 days and nights of seclusion. During this time, you must guard the perimeter and ensure that no one disturbs me." Chen Ming nodded in agreement and proceeded to meticulously set up 3 layers of defensive formations around the craftsman's workshop. Each formation was more intricate than the last, all drawn from ancient texts he had studied. Once completed, he stood watch outside the formations, ever vigilant of his surroundings. After the craftsman entered seclusion, the workshop fell into profound silence. Chunming, stationed outside, scanned the area with a watchful gaze, not allowing any unusual movements to escape his notice. However, as time passed, his concentration inevitably waned. Unintentionally, his gaze fell upon the walls of the workshop, which were inscribed with a multitude of intricate lines and patterns. Upon closer inspection, he discovered they were ancient diagrams of artifact crafting. The lines of these diagrams were archaic, with deep engravings, seemingly imbued with boundless mysteries. A thought sparked within Chunming. He recalled possessing a certain spiritual fruit within his chaotic space that might activate the remnants of these diagrams. Without hesitation, he retrieved a spiritual fruit from his chaotic space and, following the subtle hints from the diagrams, placed it at a specific location. As soon as the fruit made contact with the wall, it emitted a gentle glow, which gradually spread, causing the patterns on the diagrams to slowly manifest their remnants. With the emergence of these remnants, Chunming glimpsed a long-buried past. It turned out that this craftsman had once been the chief disciple of a prominent sect, endowed with extraordinary talent and exceptional skill in artifact crafting. However, his obsession with a forbidden technique, in pursuit of creating artifacts beyond the ordinary, ultimately provoked the sect's ire, leading to his expulsion. The diagrams also contained records of a miraculous formation known as the 9 Transformations Spirit Refinement Array. When the patterns of this array appeared, Chunming felt an unusual resonance emanating from his chaotic space, as if the space had a unique connection to this formation. Elated, he comprehended the array's immense value and dared not delay, carefully imprinting the array's patterns onto the inner side of his storage ring. The imprinting process was exceedingly complex, demanding his full concentration without the slightest error. Fortunately, his prior studies in artifact crafting bore fruit, and after considerable effort, he successfully inscribed the array's patterns. After completing the imprint, Chunming stowed the spiritual fruit away as the remnants of the diagrams gradually faded. He resumed his alert state, guarding the exterior of the workshop. This newfound secret might bear significant implications for his future cultivation journey. On the 7th night, as silence enveloped the surroundings, the gentle sea breeze rustled through the island, producing a soft whisper. This tranquility was soon shattered, as the leader of the Blood Shark Gang personally led the gang's elite, stealthily landing on the island under the cover of night. The leader, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, was formidable and renowned. He stood tall in a black robe embroidered with golden shark patterns, glimmering ominously in the moonlight. His eyes sparkled with a cold light. Flanked by 3 mid-stage Foundation establishment elders, each bearing a stern countenance and exuding a powerful aura. That kid and the craftsman surely never anticipated our arrival. We must seize all their treasures this time, the Blood Shark Gang leader whispered, his voice rife with greed and malice. They swiftly approached the workshop, and Chunming, sensing the disturbance, immediately rose to his feet. He quickly produced the compass artifact, channeling his entire spiritual energy into it, causing the compass to blaze with light, forming a protective barrier around the workshop, safeguarding both himself and the craftsman within. "Come at me," Chunming shouted, his gaze resolute as he faced the Blood Shark Gang members. The leader of the Blood Shark Gang sneered, "Kid, if you're wise, hand over your treasures, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, today shall be your last." Chunming remained silent, instead merging the dragon's 9 transformations with the footwork he had learned from the remnants, instantly creating a new movement technique, the dragon's soaring 9 heavens. He flickered, executing the dragon's soaring 9 heavens towards the 3 mid-stage elders. This technique was indeed extraordinary. Chunming's form flickered rapidly before their eyes, leaving them bewildered. With each flicker came a powerful wave of spiritual energy, and when he unleashed the 7th transformation, a dragon-shaped phantom briefly manifested. This phantom emanated a formidable pressure, as if a true divine dragon had descended. One elder's expression changed drastically. He hastily raised his artifact to defend. The dragon-shaped phantom, imbued with Chunming's tremendous strength, collided violently with his artifact, producing a sharp crack as it shattered, sending the elder staggering back, blood spilling from his mouth. The other 2 elders, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately flanked Chunming, launching their attacks. Yet, Chunming remained undaunted, continuing to employ the dragon's soaring 9 heavens in a fierce exchange with the 2 elders. In an instant, spiritual light flickered as various spells and artifacts intertwined, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. Amidst their intense battle, the workshop suddenly erupted in resplendent golden light, shooting skyward as if to tear the very night apart, signifying the successful repair of the artifact. The leader of the Blood Shark Gang, witnessing this brilliance, felt a surge of surprise and greed, disregarding the ongoing conflict as he rushed towards the workshop to seize the artifact. Chen Ming's heart raced. He could not allow the leader to succeed. He unleashed the most potent strike of the dragon, soaring 9 heavens towards him. As the dazzling golden light from the workshop began to dissipate, the once dilapidated compass gradually levitated into the air. It continued to shrink until it reached a size of 3 inches, quietly hovering between Chen Ming and the craftsman. At that moment, the compass bore an entirely different appearance. Its surface revealing a 3-dimensional star map, each twinkling star shimmering with a soft glow, as if narrating ancient secrets. The blacksmith gazed at the compass, a flicker of astonishment and reverence crossing his eyes as he slowly began to elucidate. This is the ancient marvel, the Star Sea Locator. It is said to possess extraordinary powers. Not only can it precisely mark the coordinates of secret realms, but it can also deduce the trajectories of spiritual veins. In ancient times, it was an object of desire for countless formidable beings. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming felt a surge of excitement within him, eagerly following the blacksmith's instructions to gently infuse his own spiritual energy into the compass. As the energy flowed in, the star map on the compass radiated with brilliance, the previously twinkling stars appearing even more resplendent. 7 red points of light illuminated the star map, standing out conspicuously. The blacksmith leaned in for a closer look, furrowing his brow before stating, "These 7 red points correspond to the locations of 7 ancient teleportation arrays within the vast star sea. Each array leads to a different continent. Though these lands are shrouded in mystery, rumored to conceal countless opportunities and dangers." Chen Ming's gaze fixated on the 7 red dots, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 174, A Familiar Encounter. Chen Ming, with the mature spiritual fruits harvested from the chaotic space, returned to the bustling trading market. Here, throngs of people mingled, a cacophony of sales pitches and haggling creating a vibrant scene. As he navigated through the crowd, he sought suitable trading partners. A familiar figure caught his eye. It was a loose cultivator he had once saved, clad in a blue robe adorned with golden spiritual leaf patterns. He exuded an air of distinction. Chen Ming felt a stir in his heart and approached him to greet. The cultivator, upon seeing Chen Ming, was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with surprise as he exclaimed, "Benefactor, I never expected to encounter you here. Ever since you rescued me last time, I have joined the Wanling Pavilion." It was then that Chen Ming learned that the Wanling Pavilion was a formidable force within the vast Star Sea, primarily engaged in the trade of spiritual plants. What surprised Chen Ming even more was that the head of the Wanling Pavilion was an old friend of the spiritual plant elder who had previously assisted him. Feeling a spark of opportunity, Chen Ming conversed with the loose cultivator, expressing his intentions. Soon thereafter, they were introduced to the head of the Wanling Pavilion. The head of the Wanling Pavilion was an elderly man with flowing white hair, yet his gaze was remarkably keen. He looked at the 3-turned spiritual fruit in Chen Ming's hand, a flicker of surprise glimmering in his eyes. After some deliberation, both parties reached an agreement. The 3-turned spiritual fruit produced from the chaotic space would be exchanged for high-tier cultivation resources. As part of the collaboration, the Wanling Pavilion also agreed to provide Chen Ming with a detailed map of the power distribution in the Star Sea, aiding him in better comprehending this enigmatic domain. Chen Ming was overjoyed. This map of power distribution would be crucial for his activities within the Star Sea, and through his partnership with the Wanling Pavilion, he would gain access to more resources to enhance his strength. Having finalized the agreement with the Wanling Pavilion, Chen Ming, filled with anticipation, returned to the chaotic space to enter seclusion for cultivation. In this perilous Star Sea, strength was the foundation of survival. Seated cross-legged by the spirit spring within the chaotic space, he surrounded himself with the precious spiritual crystals and elixirs acquired from the Wanling Pavilion. Taking a deep breath, he picked up a 3-turned spiritual fruit and placed it in his mouth, savoring its instant dissolution, a torrent of potent and pure spiritual energy erupting within him. Chen Ming activated the Divine Dragon technique, guiding the energy through his meridians, aiming to break through his bottleneck. However, the breakthrough proved arduous, as the bottleneck felt like an unyielding barrier, impervious to his efforts. Undeterred, Chen Ming recalled the techniques he had gleaned from the fragmented scroll and endeavored to merge the Divine Dragon technique with the teachings from the scroll. After countless attempts, he finally devised a new cultivation method, the Dual Dragon's Play with Pearls circulation technique. Adhering to this novel approach, he guided the spiritual energy to circulate within his body. Witnessing the light of spiritual power flicker around him, 2 ethereal dragon forms intertwining in his vicinity, charging toward the bottleneck. Under the force of this formidable impact, the bottleneck finally exhibited a hint of looseness. Seizing the moment, Chen Ming intensified his output of spiritual energy, and with a resounding crash, the bottleneck shattered. successfully stabilizing his foundation from the initial to the mid-stage of cultivation. Just as Chunming broke through, an extraordinary change unfolded within the chaotic space. The once quiet fruit trees began to bloom and bear fruit at an astonishing pace, culminating in the emergence of a rare washing marrow fruit. The fruit exuded a rich fragrance, seemingly imbued with some mystical power, provoking a reaction in the underlying spiritual veins. The water of the spirit spring began to churn violently, columns of spiritual energy shooting skyward. Chunming watched in awe. The arrival of the washing marrow fruit might herald yet another leap in his strength, and the secrets of the chaotic space appeared to gradually unveil themselves alongside his burgeoning power. The intense spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the washing marrow fruit rippled through the nearby sea, akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up a tempest in the surrounding waters. This powerful and unique surge of spiritual energy swiftly attracted the attention of three major forces in the vicinity, as the potential hidden behind this energy could conceal tremendous opportunities. Chunming was acutely aware that this surge of spiritual energy would invite trouble. Acting decisively, he retrieved the star sea locator. Infusing it with his spiritual energy, the locator gleamed with brilliance, promptly locking onto the core of the spiritual vein. Drawing upon the 9-turn spirit refining array pattern he had previously inscribed within the inner side of his storage ring, he quickly laid out the formation around the spiritual vein's core. As the formation completed, threads of spiritual energy surged forth from the Earth's veins, continuously being absorbed by the formation and transformed into pure spiritual energy for Chunming to harness. Just as Chunming prepared to leverage the formation's power to enhance his strength, the Blood Shark Gang, in alliance with the Black Scale Pirates, launched a surprise attack. The leader of the Blood Shark Gang, accompanied by elite members of his faction and the skilled fighters of the Black Scale Pirates, charged menacingly towards Chunming's location, their eyes gleaming with avarice, intent on seizing his washing marrow fruit and the control of the spiritual vein. Forewarned, Chunming activated the 9-turn spirit refining array as soon as the enemy approached. The array erupted in radiant light, unleashing a powerful storm of spiritual energy that surged towards the incoming foes. This tempest bore the formidable strength of the Earth's veins, churning the seawater into a boiling frenzy, resounding with thunderous roars. The members of the Blood Shark Gang and Black Scale Pirates were caught off guard, directly struck by the spiritual energy storm. Numerous weaker minions were swept away in an instant, vanishing without a trace, while the more robust cultivators were left reeling and disoriented by the force of the storm. Amidst the chaos, Chunming wielded the bloodthirsty halberd, for the first time employing the divine dragon splitting sky halberd technique. With a leap, he gathered his spiritual energy, converging it at the tip of the halberd. With a thunderous shout, a dragon-shaped halberd light, as tangible as reality, soared forth with the might to cleave heaven and earth, hurtling toward the Black Scale Pirate leader, who was at the late stage of foundation establishment. The pirate leader's countenance shifted dramatically as he sensed the overwhelming power of the strike. Not daring to underestimate it, he swiftly channeled all his spiritual energy, conjuring a black energy shield before him. The dragon-shaped halberd light was unstoppable, piercing through the shield and bearing down upon the pirate leader, who, left with no choice, executed a swift retreat to narrowly evade this lethal blow. At this moment, the battlefield was in disarray, but Chunming successfully repelled the surprise attack of the Blood Shark Gang and the Black Scale Pirates with the aid of the array. After the fierce battle, the area gradually settled into tranquility. Chunming cautiously approached the core of the spiritual vein, intent on examining the condition of the formation and the vein itself. As he neared the core, he discovered a black crystal, roughly the size of a fist, its surface smooth as a mirror, entwined with strands of demonic energy, emanating a chilling aura. Chunming was taken aback, instinctively retrieving the star sea locator. As the locator drew near to the black crystal, it flickered with brilliance, and the needle spun wildly. Upon scrutinizing the information displayed on the locator, Chunming discovered that this object bore a mysterious connection to the 7 ancient teleportation arrays previously marked by the device. Just as confusion clouded his mind, the artifact smith contacted him through a special means of communication. Chunming informed the smith of his discovery regarding the black crystal, to which the smith's expression turned grave. He warned Chunming that this object was an exceedingly dangerous demonic crystal, likely harboring significant hidden perils. For safety's sake, it must be promptly sent to the Heavenly Tao Alliance in the heart of the Star Sea for appraisal. Aware of the risks associated with the demonic crystal, Chunming acted with caution, carefully storing the crystal within the chaos space. At the moment the demonic crystal entered the chaos space, an odd occurrence transpired. The once normally growing fruit tree appeared to be drawn by some formidable force, beginning to absorb the demonic energy emanating from the crystal and astonishingly accelerating its growth. Observing the fruit tree's transformation, Chunming was filled with trepidation, uncertain of the consequences of the tree absorbing demonic energy and whether the chaos space would undergo even more profound alterations as a result. He could only remain vigilant, closely monitoring the circumstances within the chaos space while contemplating how to expedite the delivery of the demonic crystal to the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The connection between the demonic crystal and the 7 ancient teleportation arrays might conceal the key to unraveling further secrets of the Star Sea. Ever since the demonic crystal entered the chaos space, this previously tranquil and harmonious realm began to undergo a series of peculiar changes. The fruit tree absorbing the demonic energy extended its roots at an alarming rate, creating blood-red patterns on the ground of the chaos space, interwoven as if forming a mysterious design. Simultaneously, the once crystal-clear and spiritually rich spring began to transform. The color of the spring deepened, eventually turning entirely ink-black, with the murky waters exuding a faint metallic scent, starkly contrasting with the previously pure aura of spiritual energy. Upon detecting the anomalies in the chaos space, Chunming promptly sat cross-legged, employing the divine dragon technique to attempt to purify the space with his own spiritual power, striving to halt the spread of the aberration. As his spiritual energy circulated, a golden glow enveloped him, forming a protective barrier that isolated him from the surrounding chaotic environment. Just as Chunming exerted himself to purify the space, a violent tremor suddenly resonated within the chaos space, followed by the reopening of a mysterious passageway that emanated an ancient and powerful aura, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar beckoning him. Startled, yet undeterred, Chunming gripped the blood-reaving spear, his gaze resolute as he gradually approached the passageway. The moment he stepped into the passage, a strong pulling force enveloped him, drawing him inside. Once he steadied himself, he found himself in an extraordinarily peculiar place, brimming with dense spiritual energy, the walls adorned with ancient dragon clan runes. The ground was strewn with enormous scales that shimmered with a ghostly light, as if narrating ancient tales. Chunming was profoundly moved, realizing he had stumbled upon the shedding ground of the ancient dragon clan. Gazing at the surrounding enigmatic and awe-inspiring sights, he once again ventured into the unknown, a realm that might harbor countless opportunities yet was fraught with peril. Clutching the blood-reaving spear tightly, he remained alert, prepared to confront any imminent crises. Chapter 175, The Dragon Scale Legacy. Chunming proceeded cautiously along the passage, the atmosphere growing increasingly ancient and mysterious, as if the river of time flowed beside him. At the passage's end lay a secret chamber, suffused with a faint blood mist, beneath which 9 dragon scales floated above a vast blood pool. The scales radiated vibrant hues, each pulsating with powerful waves of spiritual energy, their intricate patterns seemingly encapsulating the profound truths of the universe. As Chunming approached the blood pool, his gaze fixated on the 9 dragon scales, sensing that each scale contained records of distinct dragon clan abilities. Suddenly, one of the scales emitted a gentle glow, shooting directly towards the blood-reaving spear in his hand. The spear, as if responding to a call, trembled violently, resonating strongly with that particular scale. Chunming felt a stir within, understanding that this was a rare opportunity. Following the subtle hints from the scale, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of essence blood to emerge, which transformed into a crimson thread that soared towards the scale. Upon contact, the scale blazed with brilliance, enveloping Chunming within its light. Under this radiant shroud, his consciousness seemed to transcend into a peculiar realm, witnessing the ancient battles of the dragon clan, where colossal dragons soared through the skies, unleashing earth-shattering abilities. As the light continued to flicker, a formidable forbidden technique, dragon warfare in the wild, surged into his mind. This forbidden technique would grant him a temporary augmentation of the dragon clan's physical prowess, significantly enhancing his strength, albeit at the cost of his lifespan. Chunming hesitated momentarily, acutely aware of the preciousness of life. Yet in this perilous star sea, strength was the cornerstone of survival. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to merge with the dragon scale. As the light gradually diminished, the scale slowly integrated into his being. He felt an overwhelming power surging within, as if his body had become more resilient. From this moment forth, he possessed another lifeline, albeit one shadowed by the cost it entailed. Just as Chunming reveled in the joy and apprehension of acquiring the dragon scale legacy, an urgent message from the Heavenly Tao Alliance reached him. The Blood Shark Gang was secretly constructing a formidable magic gathering array, which, once completed, would amass a vast quantity of demonic energy, jeopardizing the balance of the entire Star Sea. Upon receiving this news, Chunming swiftly retrieved the Star Sea locator, infusing it with spiritual energy. The locator flickered to life, the needle spinning wildly. After a challenging deduction, he discerned that the core of the array lay on one of the ancient teleportation islands, Blood Moon Island. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he resolved to ally with the Wanling Pavilion and the Heavenly Dao Alliance to form a coalition against the Bloodshark Gang. The three factions swiftly reached a consensus and began strategizing their operation. Just as the coalition was poised to embark, Chunming suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He attempted to channel his spiritual energy, only to find it in disarray, his cultivation unexpectedly plummeting to the initial stage of foundation establishment. Alarmed, he realized he had been secretly poisoned. Reflecting on his recent actions, he found himself at a loss. Unaware of the identity of the mysterious poisoner, the immediate priority was to locate an antidote to restore his strength. Otherwise, the coalition's plan against the Bloodshark Gang would face dire jeopardy. The ominous scheme of the Bloodshark Gang loomed like a shadow over the Star Sea, escalating tensions further. In pursuit of an antidote to counteract the poison and regain his strength, Chunming resolved to journey to the territory of the poison sect. Renowned for their expertise in concocting poisons and antidotes, he believed he might find a solution there. Thus, Chunming embarked on his journey toward the poison sect's domain. Shortly after setting out, he was assailed by the Bloodshark Gang, who dispatched numerous experts in relentless pursuit of him. Chunming fled desperately, eventually cornered at the Thousand Insect Cliff. The cliff's treacherous terrain was riddled with various bizarre poisons. He cautiously explored the base of the cliff when he stumbled upon a tattered journal. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was the memoir of the founding master of the poison sect, detailing the cultivation of the 9-aperture linglong flower, known to neutralize myriad toxins. Chunming's heart surged with joy, yet he understood that the 9-aperture linglong flower must be exceedingly rare, likely guarded by powerful beasts. Indeed, in a hidden valley, he found the 9-aperture linglong flower, only to be confronted by a millennium-old venomous spider that protected it. The Millennium Venom Spider, a creature of colossal dimensions, towering over a human's height, with 8 eyes glimmering with an eerie crimson light, detected Chunming's approach. Instantly, it unleashed a plume of dark green venomous mist. Chunming swiftly employed his agility to evade the noxious cloud, while channeling his spiritual energy to resist its corrosive effects. Realizing its initial attack had missed, the venomous spider lunged toward him, its long legs carving deep grooves into the ground as it advanced with astonishing speed. Armed with the Blood Reaver spear, Chunming engaged in a fierce battle with the spider, which incessantly spewed venom while intermittently striking at him with its lengthy limbs. As he dodged left and right, he sought the spider's vulnerabilities. After a grueling skirmish, Chunming recognized that prolonging the fight would yield no favorable outcome. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to unleash the newly acquired dragon scale forbidden technique, Dragon Battle in the Wild. His physique transformed, becoming as robust as that of a dragon, and his strength surged. With the Blood Reaver spear in hand, he thrust it forcefully toward the spider. This strike was imbued with formidable power, and the spider, unable to evade, was pierced by the spear, letting out a wretched scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Having successfully slain the venomous spider, Chunming collected the 9-portal linglong flower, which might hold the key to antidoting the poison and restoring his strength. He carefully placed the flower into the chaos space, preparing to cultivate it according to the methods outlined in his notes. Eager to regain his abilities and return to the Allied forces to jointly confront the Bloodshark Gang's sinister schemes. After placing the 9-portal linglong flower into the chaos space, he diligently nurtured it following the guidance of the poison sect's founder's records. Within the chaos space, rich spiritual energy enveloped the flower, hastening its growth. As time passed, the 9-portal linglong flower gradually bloomed, its petals translucent and radiating an otherworldly glow, each petal's tip shimmering as if narrating its extraordinary nature. At the moment the 9-portal linglong flower reached full maturity, a peculiar change occurred within the chaos space. The crimson patterns that had sprawled across the ground seemed to respond to an unseen, powerful force, their brilliance intensifying as they intertwined, ultimately forming the semblance of a small teleportation array. The runes upon the array flickered, emanating a mysterious resonance. Chunming, though astonished by this unexpected phenomenon, sensed that it might be a twist of fate. His cultivation had been entirely restored thanks to the linglong flower, and he felt a vague indication of a breakthrough. Without further hesitation, he, along with the detoxified Allied forces, resolutely stepped into the small teleportation array within the chaos space. In a flash of light, Chunming and the Allied members found themselves near Blood Moon Island. They swiftly advanced toward the island, discovering that the demon gathering array was already 80% complete. On Blood Moon Island, black demonic energy surged into the sky, coalescing above the array, enveloping the entire island in an ominous atmosphere. Chun Ming understood that the completion of the demon gathering array would spell catastrophic consequences. He promptly retrieved the star sea locating disc, infused it with spiritual energy, and the disc glimmered, quickly locking onto the array's focal point. Simultaneously, the leader of the Blood Shark gang sensed Chun Ming's arrival, leading his elite members in a furious charge toward him. "You dare to thwart my plans. Today marks your demise," the Blood Shark gang leader bellowed. Wielding a long knife reeking of blood, its blade inscribed with bizarre runes. Unfazed, Chun Ming brandished the Blood Reaver spear and engaged in a life-and-death duel with the gang leader. Their exchange was fierce, with spiritual energy illuminating the air as various spells and artifacts clashed. The leader, formidable in power, wielded his knife with deadly precision, each strike imbued with overwhelming force. Seemingly intent on cleaving Chun Ming in twain, Chun Ming executed a myriad of evasive maneuvers and techniques, artfully dodging the onslaught while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Amidst the heated conflict, he discerned that while the leader's assaults were fierce, there were discernible gaps in his defenses. However, the leader's extensive experience allowed him to anticipate Chun Ming's attempts to exploit these openings, consistently responding with timely defenses. As the battle raged on, both combatants expended considerable spiritual energy. Aware that this stalemate could not continue, Chun Ming understood he must conclude the fight swiftly. At a critical moment, he gritted his teeth and invoked the dragon battle in the wild forbidden technique. A powerful aura emanated from him as his physique transformed into one reminiscent of a dragon, his strength multiplying several-fold. "Behold!" Chun Ming shouted, thrusting the Blood Reaver spear with all his might toward the Blood Shark gang leader. This strike encompassed the entirety of Chun Ming's power, the spear's tip glimmering with blinding light, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space. The Blood Shark gang leader's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the overwhelming force behind this attack. He hastily summoned all his spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to withstand it. A thunderous crash resounded as the Blood Reaver spear collided with the long knife, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy that shattered the ground beneath them and sent towering waves crashing into the sea. Under this immense force, the leader was propelled backward, spitting blood as he sustained severe injuries. Chun Ming seized the opportunity to pursue relentlessly, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the leader and obliterate the demon gathering array. Just as Chun Ming was poised to strike the gravely wounded leader, the demon gathering array suddenly trembled violently. The demonic energy amassed within the array surged chaotically, triggering the ancient teleportation array on Blood Moon Island to activate unexpectedly. A colossal beam of light shot into the sky, enveloping Chun Ming, the allied members, and the Blood Shark gang. They felt an instantaneous flash of light before being irresistibly drawn into the array, spinning through a dizzying vortex until they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar realm. The sky here bore a sinister dark red hue, and the air was thick with oppressive demonic energy, instilling a sense of discomfort and dread. Chun Ming surveyed his surroundings and noted the presence of 12 blood-red altars suspended in the sky, each radiating potent magical fluctuations as if partaking in some nefarious ritual. Alarmed, Chun Ming consulted the star sea locating disc, which spun wildly, revealing that 6 other teleportation arrays were simultaneously activating. This revelation dawned upon him, indicating that the situation was far more intricate than he had initially perceived. They appeared to be ensnared in a vast conspiracy. Chapter 176, The Demon Abyss Continent. "What is this place? How do we end up here?" a frightened cultivator from the allied forces inquired. Chun Ming furrowed his brow and replied, "This seems to be a foreign continent steeped in demonic energy. It appears that the Blood Shark gang constructed the demon gathering array to activate this ancient teleportation array and transport us here. The activation of the 6 other arrays likely harbors some insidious ulterior motive." With caution, Chun Ming and the allied members proceeded, soon discovering that the survival laws of this continent were exceedingly brutal, with local cultivators employing abhorrent methods to advance by devouring the cultivation of others. Along their journey, they witnessed numerous bloody skirmishes among demonic cultivators vying for limited cultivation resources, each conflict accompanied by screams and bloodshed, rendering life seemingly worthless. In such a harsh environment, survival and the quest for truth necessitated disguise. Consequently, he assumed the guise of a destitute rogue cultivator and successfully infiltrated the influential Bloodslaughter sect. Within the Bloodslaughter sect, formidable experts abounded, and the rules were stringent, making it no easy feat to establish oneself. Utilizing his prudence and cleverness, Chun Ming gradually earned the trust of several junior disciples. Through casual conversations, he unearthed an astonishing secret. The blood-red altars were intended for the resurrection of an ancient demon lord, who, according to legend, once ruled this continent with absolute power. instilling terror in all living beings. The Bloodslaughter sect, in collusion with other demonic factions, plotted to utilize a sinister and mysterious ritual, harnessing the magic of the 12 altars to resurrect the ancient demon lord and once again reign over the demon abyss continent. In the continent of Mo Yuan, a fierce tug-of-war unfolded around 12 blood-red altars suspended in the sky, as the Celestial Path Alliance and the forces of Mo Yuan clashed violently. The battlefield was a cacophony of demonic energy and spiritual power, with cries of battle reverberating through the air. Both sides understood that the ownership of the altars would ultimately determine the outcome of this conflict. At the heart of the battlefield stood Chen Ming, who unleashed the dragon scale forbidden technique. In an instant, his aura transformed dramatically, as if enveloped by an invisible dragon force, his muscles bulging and strength surging. The bloodthirsty halberd in his grasp radiated an overwhelming brilliance, each swing creating a dragon-like arc of energy. He moved like a bolt of lightning, darting through the ranks of the Mo Yuan forces, launching successive assaults on 3 altars. At the first altar, Chen Ming's halberd descended like a divine dragon, shattering the protective runes that adorned it, causing the altar to collapse in a thunderous crash, scattering into countless fragments. Without pause, he charged toward the second altar, fending off the attempts of the Mo Yuan cultivators to impede him with his formidable strength. Once again, he swung the bloodthirsty halberd, unleashing a powerful strike imbued with dragon force upon the altar, which trembled violently before disintegrating into dust. Before anyone could react, Chen Ming appeared before the third altar like a wraith, and this time, without an ounce of hesitation, he concentrated all his power at the tip of the halberd and thrust it forward with the force of a thunderbolt. As the tip made contact with the altar, an immense shockwave erupted, causing the altar to explode, sending thick clouds of demonic energy billowing outward. As Chen Ming approached the fourth altar, a formidable figure emerged, a powerful demon cultivator known as the Blood Ancestor, cloaked in a shroud of crimson demonic energy. His visage obscured except for a pair of blood-red eyes that glimmered with malevolence. He wielded a long, blood-red blade, from which droplets of blood perpetually fell, as if the weapon was forged from the lifeblood of countless beings. "Boy, you have destroyed 3 altars. Today shall be your demise," roared the Blood Ancestor, his form flickering like a blood shadow as he lunged at Chen Ming. As he wielded his long knife, arcs of blood-red energy sliced through the air, resembling ferocious blood beasts lunging at Chen Ming. Chen Ming, undeterred, activated the dragon scale forbidden technique, brandishing the bloodthirsty halberd to counter the onslaught. The clash of halberd and blade erupted in a dazzling display of light, the overwhelming spiritual power sending surrounding cultivators reeling. The two engaged in a fierce battle, creating a powerful vortex of spiritual energy at the center of the battlefield, stirring the surrounding demonic and spiritual energies into a frenzy. This titanic struggle raged for 3 days and nights, both sides exhausting their full capabilities. Throughout the relentless combat, Chen Ming gradually sensed the limits of his own strength, while the Blood Ancestor's assault remained relentless. In a moment of desperation, Chen Ming suddenly comprehended a novel attack technique, Dragon's Roar. This method harnessed sound waves as a medium, embodying the majesty and might of the dragon race. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ming channeled his entire spiritual essence and unleashed a thunderous dragon's roar. An invisible sound wave radiated from Chen Ming, expanding like ripples across the surface of water, distorting the very fabric of space. The demonic energy surrounding the Blood Ancestor was instantly dispersed. Caught off guard, the Blood Ancestor was struck head-on by the sound wave, letting out a wretched scream as his long knife nearly slipped from his grasp. His body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, grievously injured. After this fierce clash, while Chen Ming had successfully dealt a severe blow to the Blood Ancestor, he himself bore the heavy toll of battle. His physical form underwent a noticeable transformation, with dragon-like scales beginning to emerge on his skin, shimmering faintly and exuding an extraordinary hardness, yet also imparting a profound sense of fatigue and heaviness. As the altars fell one by one, the situation in Mo Yuan grew increasingly tense. Finally, when the last altar was activated, the entire continent trembled. A colossal black beam of light soared into the heavens, within which the specter of the demon sovereign gradually materialized. Towering at a height of 100 feet, the spectral figure radiated boundless demonic energy, its visage terrifying, with blood-red eyes that seemed to threaten the annihilation of all existence. "Ha ha ha ha! I am finally set to return to the world. You insignificant ants shall all become my offerings." The voice of the demon sovereign boomed like thunder, echoing across the continent and instilling fear in all hearts. Chen Ming understood that the consequences of the demon sovereign's revival would be catastrophic. He swiftly retrieved the Star C positioning disc, pouring all of his spiritual energy into it. The disc glowed brilliantly, establishing a mysterious connection with the other 6 teleportation arrays. By manipulating the positioning disc, Chunming guided the power of the 7 arrays, forming a colossal 7-star locking array beneath the specter of the demon sovereign. The array's patterns shimmered with strange light, like stars aligning to exude a formidable binding force. However, the demon sovereign's power was too overwhelming. The array alone was insufficient to suppress him. At that moment, the leader of the coalition also recognized the dire situation, exchanging a knowing glance with Chunming. Both ignited their life essence, sacrificing their vitality to amplify the array's strength. Fiery crimson flames erupted around them, merging into the 7-star locking array, which blazed with increasing brilliance. Under the immense pressure, the specter of the demon sovereign began to struggle, emitting furious roars as he flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to break free from the array's restraints. Yet, bolstered by the full efforts of Chunming and the coalition leader, the 7-star locking array firmly contained him. The clash between the demon sovereign's might and the array's power generated a tremendous shockwave, warping the space around them. After an intense struggle, the specter of the demon sovereign was finally subdued within the heart of the array. As the demon sovereign was contained, the demonic energy across the Mo Yuan continent gradually dissipated, and the blood-red skies slowly returned to their natural hue. Once the crisis had been averted, Chunming discovered an unexpected development. His chaotic space had absorbed a portion of the demon sovereign's demonic energy, causing the fruit trees within to bear dark attribute fruits. These fruits emanated an unusual glow, shrouded in a faint black mist. Chunming realized that the changes within the chaotic space might herald new opportunities. Yet they could also conceal unknown dangers. He needed time to study and address these developments. With the successful suppression of the demon sovereign, the teleportation arrays across the Mo Yuan continent once again illuminated, serving as a beacon guiding everyone home, transporting Chunming, the coalition members, and the surviving cultivators of the Mo Yuan forces back to the Great Star Sea. Upon their return, the leader of the Celestial Path Alliance expressed profound admiration for Chunming's performance during this ordeal. Personally approaching Chunming, he solemnly bestowed upon him a Star Sea token, a deep blue medallion inscribed with mysterious runes, radiating powerful waves of spiritual energy. Chunming, had it not been for your valor, we would have struggled to suppress the demon sovereign and avert this calamity. Accept this Star Sea token. With it, you may command the 3 great powers of the sea. Should you have any future needs, do not hesitate to speak, declared the leader of the Celestial Path Alliance. Grasping the Star Sea token, Chunming understood the weight of this responsibility. After expressing his gratitude, he prepared to take his leave. At that moment, a blacksmith approached him, wearing a grave expression. Although we have succeeded in suppressing the demon sovereign, I have discovered that the demonic energy from the Mo Yuan continent is slowly seeping into the Great Star Sea through the teleportation arrays. If we do not swiftly locate the source of the seal, the Great Star Sea may face a tremendous disaster, the blacksmith warned. Chunming's brow furrowed, fully aware of the severity of the situation. However, after enduring a series of battles, his meridians had sustained significant damage from the frequent use of forbidden techniques, necessitating immediate retreat for recuperation. Senior, I understand the urgency of this matter, but my meridians are severely injured, and I must first return to the chaotic space to stabilize my condition. Once I have recovered, I will devote myself to locating the source of the seal, Chunming replied. The artifact master nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Chunming bid farewell to the artifact master and the others, returning to his chaotic space. Within this realm, the fruits imbued with dark attributes continued to emit an enigmatic glow. Chunming paid them little heed. Instead, he sought a tranquil spot, settling down in a lotus position to commence the circulation of his spiritual energy, aiming to mend his damaged meridians. Chapter 177, The Enigma of Space Fusion. Upon returning to the chaotic space, Chunming immersed himself wholeheartedly in seclusion and cultivation, seated beside the spiritual spring as he gradually channeled the divine dragon technique, endeavoring to restore his injured meridians. As the spiritual energy flowed gently within him, Chunming gradually entered an ethereal state, where the external world seemed entirely detached from him. Only the spiritual energy within surged like a rushing river, ceaselessly washing over his wounded meridians. During this cultivation process, Chunming began to perceive some unusual changes occurring within the chaotic space. Each time he activated the divine dragon technique, the crimson patterns formed by demonic crystals would flicker with a faint light, seemingly resonating with a specific location in the outside world. A spark of realization ignited in Chunming's mind as he attentively sensed this resonance, discovering that its source pointed directly to the altar on the Demon Abyss continent. This revelation astonished him, leaving him perplexed as to why the chaotic space would establish a connection with the altar of the Demon Abyss continent. In pursuit of clarity, Chun Ming delved deeper into the chaotic space, wandering through its expanse and meticulously observing every detail, hoping to uncover some clues. During his exploration, he suddenly recalled the Star C positioning disk, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. Perhaps combining the Star C positioning disk with the chaotic space could unravel this mystery. Chun Ming carefully retrieved the Star C positioning disk and delicately embedded it into the core of the chaotic space. At the very moment the disk was inserted, a brilliant burst of light erupted within the chaotic space, dazzling to the extent that it was nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Chun Ming felt a powerful force surging towards him, prompting him to swiftly channel his spiritual energy to shield himself. As the brilliance gradually subsided, Chun Ming was astonished to find that the chaotic space had begun to undergo earth-shattering transformations. The spatial area expanded rapidly, growing tenfold in a remarkably short time. Above in the space, clusters of miniature stars emerged, twinkling softly like jewels in the night sky, while a spiritual vein materialized, rich in spiritual energy, continuously radiating outward. Chun Ming realized that his actions had inadvertently triggered the fusion of the chaotic Star C. This unexpected discovery filled him with both joy and trepidation. The joy stemmed from the significant enhancement of the chaotic space, which would provide superior conditions for his cultivation. The trepidation arose from the uncertainty regarding the repercussions of this fusion, as well as the potential for an intensified connection between the chaotic space and the Demon Abyss continent, possibly leading to other unforeseen complications. Chun Ming chose to remain within the chaotic space, meticulously studying the alterations and the link to the Demon Abyss continent. Understanding that only by comprehending these elements could he better prepare for the myriad of situations that might arise in the future. After a period of seclusion, not only had he successfully repaired his damaged meridians, but he had also gained a deeper understanding of the new changes within the chaotic space. Chun Ming ventured to the bustling spirit plant trading market in the Grand Star Sea, a place abuzz with activity. Various spirit plants, magical artifacts, and elixirs filled the market, while buyers and sellers haggled incessantly. Recognizing the abundance of resources and the throngs of people, Chun Ming invested time and effort into acquiring a plot of land within the trading market, which he subsequently decorated and arranged. He named it Divine Dragon Pavilion, etching a vividly lifelike dragon on the entrance, its body coiling and its eyes gleaming with vitality, as if safeguarding the establishment. Inside the pavilion, multiple areas were designated for the storage and trading of diverse cultivation resources. After its grand opening, Divine Dragon Pavilion quickly attracted a multitude of cultivators drawn by the unique spirit plants produced from the chaotic space. A steady stream of practitioners came to trade, making the pavilion a bustling commercial hub, through which Chun Ming amassed a wealth of cultivation resources. While Chun Ming was engrossed in managing the Divine Dragon Pavilion, he received urgent intelligence from the Celestial Alliance, reporting unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy near the other 6 ancient teleportation arrays. These fluctuations bore a resemblance to the occurrences when the teleportation array on the Demon Abyss continent was activated, yet there were discernible differences. Chun Ming recognized the gravity of the situation, promptly setting aside his current affairs. He first contacted the leader of the Wanling Pavilion, who, upon learning of the news, grasped the severity of the matter and pledged full support for Chun Ming. Chun Ming then sought out the artifact master, who, upon hearing the news, unhesitatingly joined Chun Ming's team. Soon, Chun Ming, the leader of Wanling Pavilion, the artifact master, and their respective elite cultivators convened at the agreed location, sitting together to discuss their strategies. The emergence of unusual spiritual energy fluctuations at the ancient teleportation arrays hinted at a looming crisis. However, it also presented an opportunity to unveil the secrets of the Grand Star Sea. Chun Ming addressed the assembly. "We must proceed with caution." The leader of Wanling Pavilion nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, we must tread carefully. However, with our current strength, we should be capable of handling unforeseen circumstances." After a moment of contemplation, the artifact master added, "I surmise that these anomalous fluctuations may be linked to the seepage of demonic energy from the Demon Abyss continent. Perhaps we can trace the source of the original seal." Following extensive discussions, they devised a detailed plan, gathered their belongings, and set forth toward the ancient teleportation arrays. Throughout the journey, the group maintained solemn expressions, fully aware that unknown dangers and challenges awaited them ahead. Chun Ming's exploration of the remaining 6 ancient teleportation arrays would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, necessitating meticulous preparation before their departure. He first returned to the chaotic space, This mysterious realm that had undergone numerous changes, now serving as his crucial stronghold. Upon entering the chaotic space, the sight of several fruit trees bearing dark attribute fruits immediately caught his eye. Chun Ming approached the trees, carefully examining the fruits that exuded a unique aura. Subtly infused with mysterious power, he gently plucked a few, feeling their icy chill, and upon closer inspection, sensed the special spiritual energy contained within, distinctly different from the energies he typically encountered, bearing a hint of darkness yet devoid of malevolence. These fruits might prove invaluable at a critical moment, prompting Chun Ming to cautiously store them away in a specially crafted storage pouch. Most of his time was devoted to studying the forbidden technique of dragon warfare, a formidable skill inherited from the dragon lineage. While it granted him immense physical strength akin to that of dragons in a short span, each use would deplete his lifespan, a stark reality he had to confront. In a serene corner of the chaotic space, Chun Ming settled into a lotus position, closing his eyes and delving into his inner self, meticulously recalling the flow of spiritual energy during the execution of the forbidden technique. He attempted to make subtle adjustments to the circulation of energy, striving to discover a method that could maximize the technique's power while mitigating the toll on his lifespan. As he circulated his spiritual energy, simulating the process of invoking the technique, he remained wholly focused, not overlooking a single nuance. After countless failures, Chun Ming finally discerned that when the energy reached a specific meridian node, a slight alteration in the method of energy infusion could significantly reduce the depletion of his lifespan. Though he could not entirely eliminate this consumption, he remained confident that, through continued research on the forbidden technique, he would eventually uncover a more effective solution. In addition to delving into forbidden techniques, Chun Ming also turned his attention to the newly emerged spiritual vein within the chaotic space. This vein harbored an exceptionally rich reservoir of spiritual energy, serving as an outstanding aid in enhancing the power of his artifacts. Chun Ming withdrew the blood-slaying halberd and positioned himself above the spiritual vein, channeling his entire spiritual force. Employing a unique technique, he guided the energy from the vein to converge upon the blood-slaying halberd. The spiritual energy flowed forth like streams of light, irresistibly drawn into the halberd by an invisible force. As the halberd absorbed this energy, it trembled slightly, emitting a resonant hum. As if rejoicing in the amplification of its power, Chun Ming focused intently on the blood-slaying halberd, continuously adjusting the rhythm of the energy influx to ensure a seamless integration of the spiritual forces. With the ongoing infusion, a faint halo gradually materialized upon the surface of the halberd, and its blade became increasingly sharper, glimmering with a chilling radiance. After several days of refinement, the potency of the blood-slaying halberd witnessed a significant enhancement. Once all preparations were complete, Chun Ming boarded the spiritual vessel, which shimmered with metallic luster under the sun, its hull inscribed with various runes for defense and acceleration. Standing at the bow, Chun Ming took a deep breath, infusing spiritual energy into the control array of the vessel. The craft slowly began to move, slicing through the waves towards the nearest ancient teleportation array. The vessel sailed steadily across the vast expanse of the starlit sea, with the gentle sea breeze caressing him and the rhythmic waves lapping against the sides. As Chun Ming stood at the bow, gazing ahead, the atmosphere shifted dramatically upon entering a mysterious oceanic region. The previously clear waters began to emanate an eerie azure glow, enveloping the entire area in a gossamer veil. A sense of unease gripped Chun Ming's heart, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. At that moment, an unimaginably powerful suction emanated from the depths, akin to an invisible giant hand that seized the vessel, pulling it uncontrollably towards the ocean floor. Reacting swiftly, Chun Ming activated the dragon's might technique, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy within him, which surged forth to continuously feed the vessel's propulsion array in an attempt to break free from the grasp of the suction. The vessel trembled violently, surrounded by a golden aura, the spiritual shield straining to withstand the pulling force. Yet, the suction from the depths only intensified, causing the vessel to rock violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Chun Ming struggled to maintain his footing, gripping the railing tightly. He beheld a colossal whirlpool forming beneath, its depths swirling in a profound azure hue, ravenously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy, even drawing heavily from the vessel's own reserves. Realizing this was no ordinary whirlpool but a meticulously arranged spiritual trap, Chun Ming understood that failure to escape swiftly would lead to their doom. He quickly retrieved the star sea locator from his pocket, channeling spiritual energy into it. The locator flickered with light as the needle spun wildly, attempting to detect the whirlpool's weak points. While manipulating the device, Chun Ming observed the whirlpool's dynamics and noted that the energy flow at its periphery was relatively chaotic. indicating unstable regions. A bold idea sparked within him. He resolved to take a risk and steer the vessel towards the whirlpool's edge. As the vessel approached the whirlpool's perimeter, it encountered even more violent pulls, with the sea forming colossal walls of water crashing towards it. Chun Ming exerted all his energy to reinforce the vessel's shield while deftly adjusting its course to evade the oncoming water walls. When the vessel neared the whirlpool's edge, the suction fluctuated erratically, alternating between fierce and feeble. Seizing the moment when the pull weakened, Chun Ming maximized the output of his spiritual energy, propelling the vessel like an arrow towards the weak point of the whirlpool's edge. Just as the vessel was on the verge of breaking through, an even more formidable suction emerged, ensnaring the vessel once again. Gritting his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow, he understood that surrendering was not an option. To do so would render all his previous efforts futile. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the dragon's battle technique once more, and in an instant, a powerful aura radiated from his body, filling him with the strength reminiscent of a dragon. He channeled this force entirely into the vessel, which erupted with a thundering roar and a brilliant golden glow. With Chun Ming's full might fueling it, the vessel finally broke free from the whirlpool's grasp, shooting forth like a shooting star and successfully escaping the perilous spiritual trap. Watching the mysterious sea recede into the distance, Chun Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. This was merely a minor interlude, and ahead lay even greater unknown dangers. After a brief respite, he adjusted the vessel's course and continued towards the ancient teleportation array. After several days of sailing, he finally arrived at the island housing the first ancient teleportation array. The island was shrouded in a thick mist of an eerie grayish-blue hue, resembling a vast curtain that concealed its true visage. An ominous presence seeped through the fog, instilling within Chun Ming a foreboding sense of dread. Treading cautiously onto the island, he gripped the blood-slaying halberd tightly, channeling spiritual energy within him as he warily scanned his surroundings. He observed that the flora on the island exhibited grotesque forms. Once vibrant green leaves had turned yellow and curled, with twisted branches that seemed to have been corrupted by an evil force. The plants exuded a putrid stench that permeated the air, inducing a wave of nausea. Following a winding path, Chun Ming advanced with utmost caution, meticulously noting every sound and movement around him. As he drew closer to the teleportation array, the sinister atmosphere thickened, as if unseen hands were gripping his heart, quickening his pulse uncontrollably. He felt the presence of unseen eyes watching him from the shadows. His nerves were taut, every hair on his body standing on end, the anticipation of a looming challenge growing ever stronger. Having chosen to explore the ancient teleportation array, he knew he must face all unknown dangers with courage. Continuing onward, he finally caught a glimpse of the outline of the teleportation array, situated in the center of an open square surrounded by several crumbling stone monuments. The monuments were inscribed with ancient runes, most of which had become illegible over time. The array emitted a faint glow, flickering uncertainly within the mist, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Chun Ming cautiously approached the teleportation array, his gaze sweeping between it and the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he noticed peculiar markings along the array's edge, resembling the tracks left by some creature's crawl, extending into the corners of the square and fading into shadows. A surge of intuition struck Chun Ming, and he tightened his grip on the blood-slaying halberd as he made his way toward the shadows. Without warning, several enormous puppets erupted from the ground, their forms glistening with a cold metallic sheen, flashing ominously in the mist. Their eyes burned like twin emerald flames, exuding a menacing aura. Towering over him, each puppet stood twice his height, their heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble as if the entire island quaked beneath their weight. Chun Ming's heart raced at the sight, but he quickly regained his composure, adopting a combat stance. These puppets were formidable foes, their presence suggesting a power equivalent to that of mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Faced with such imposing adversaries, Chun Ming dared not let his guard down in the slightest. The puppets exhibited not a shred of hesitation. A flicker of eerie light danced in their eyes as they swung their massive arms towards Chun Ming with tremendous force, the sound of rushing wind accompanying their strikes, a testament to their formidable strength. Should he be struck, the consequences would be dire. Chun Ming invoked the ethereal technique of the divine dragon's tail, moving like a wraith amidst the gaps of the puppet's onslaught. His steps were light and agile, each evasion executed with impeccable precision, leaving onlookers in awe. While deftly avoiding the attacks, Chun Ming's gaze remained fixed on the puppets, intent on uncovering their vulnerabilities. He discerned that the joints of the puppets appeared relatively feeble. Though encased in heavy metallic shells, minute fissures emerged during their movements. A spark of inspiration ignited within Chun Ming. This might be the key to vanquishing the puppets. Seizing the moment, One puppet swung its arm down once more, but rather than retreating, Chun Ming charged forward to meet the assault. In the instant before the arm descended, he flickered, akin to a black bolt of lightning, swiftly approaching the puppet and thrusting his bloodthirsty halberd with the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the sea. Aiming directly at the puppet's knee joint, with a satisfying puncture, the halberd penetrated the gap in the puppet's knee, and a surge of exhilaration coursed through Chun Ming as he realized he had struck true. However, the puppet's strength was unfathomable, despite the injury. It showed no sign of halting, and its other arm swung violently towards Chun Ming. He hastily withdrew the halberd and leaped back, narrowly evading the blow. The wounded puppet seemed to sense that its weakness had been exposed. It became increasingly frenzied, disregarding its injury as it charged at Chun Ming once more. Unyielding, Chun Ming engaged in a fierce contest with the puppet. Each time he evaded an attack, he searched for another opportunity to strike at its joints. Several other puppets joined the fray, encircling him, launching assaults from various angles, plunging Chun Ming into a precarious situation. Remaining composed, he meticulously observed the puppet's attack patterns. Searching for an opportunity to break free, a well-timed, decisive blow could shatter this deadlock and secure victory over the guardian puppets. The halberd's blade struck the puppet's joint with fervor, yet the resilient metallic shell proved more formidable than Chun Ming had anticipated, leaving only a shallow mark. The puppets, akin to enraged beasts, intensified their onslaught, their other arms barreling towards Chun Ming with the velocity of cannonballs. Chun Ming tightened his resolve. Unwilling to exhibit even a hint of complacency, he exerted himself and executed the divine dragon's tail technique, his form slipping sideways like a phantom. The colossal arm grazed his garment, the gust of wind stinging his cheek. That was a close call. Before Chun Ming could catch his breath, the remaining puppets swiftly closed in, effectively trapping him within their grasp. It felt as though he were ensnared within a cage of steel, surrounded by puppets wielding their enormous arms. Chun Ming rapidly channeled the divine dragon technique, his spiritual energy surging like a torrential flood within him, and then unleashed the formidable dragon's sky-splitting halberd. Gripping the bloodthirsty halberd with both hands, he infused it with all his spiritual power, which transformed into a series of razor-sharp halberd lights, sweeping through the surrounding puppets like crescent moons. The puppets, sensing the potency of the attack, raised their arms in defense. But the clash of halberd lights against their metallic limbs produced a cacophony of piercing sounds, akin to metal grinding together, sparks flying. The overwhelming force of the spiritual energy caused the puppets to stagger slightly. Amidst this fierce battle, Chun Ming continued to assault while meticulously observing the puppets' movements. Though strong, their actions appeared somewhat sluggish, and brief pauses existed between each of their attacks. Chun Ming pondered quietly, seeking a method to break free from their encirclement. In this perilous situation, even the slightest mistake could lead to his undoing. Thus he needed to remain calm and judiciously seek out the puppet's weaknesses, poised for a decisive blow. As he nimbly evaded the relentless barrage of attacks, he focused intently on their every motion. After an intense exchange, he finally noticed crucial details. Before the puppets unleashed their powerful strikes, the eerie green glow in their eyes would momentarily intensify, as though gathering strength. Following each attack, they required a brief moment to readjust. Though this interval was exceedingly short, it could very well prove to be the key to his comeback. With a sudden surge of resolve, Chun Ming decided to take a calculated risk, deliberately approaching one of the puppets, feigning an attack to lure it into striking. As anticipated, the puppet fell for the ruse, its eyes flashing with eerie light before emitting a deep, resonant roar as its massive arm descended upon Chun Ming. Prepared, he swiftly executed the divine dragon's 9 transformations, flickering like a wraith as he drew near the puppet. Then, with the bloodthirsty halberd infused with potent spiritual energy, he thrust it fiercely towards the puppet's eye. With a sharp puncture, the blade found its mark, embedding itself in the puppet's eye, prompting an ear-splitting roar that echoed hauntingly across the open square. The puppet trembled violently, its movements sluggish, clearly reeling from the devastating blow. Without a moment's pause, Chun Ming pivoted swiftly, launching an assault on the other puppets before they could react. Again unleashing the dragon's sky-splitting halberd, he sent forth a flurry of halberd lights towards the surrounding puppets, which hastily raised their arms in defense. Yet this time, Chun Ming's assault was even more ferocious, targeting their joints and eyes with precision. Under the relentless barrage, fresh wounds appeared on the puppets, metallic fragments scattering in every direction. Chun Ming understood that by systematically defeating them, he could ultimately escape this dire predicament. Chapter 179, Breaching the Defense Line. Amidst Chun Ming's unyielding offensive, the puppet with the blinded eye was the first to falter, emitting a series of creaking sounds before collapsing, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Witnessing this, the remaining puppets seemed incensed. their attacks growing ever more frenzied as they lunged at Chun Ming without restraint, their massive arms swinging in a relentless attempt to crush him completely. At this juncture, Chun Ming had thoroughly grasped their weaknesses, responding with newfound composure. Employing the Dragon Shadow Flash technique, he became a streak of black lightning, weaving effortlessly through the throng of puppets. With each maneuver, the glint of the bloodthirsty halberd would flash, leaving deep wounds on the puppets' forms. Spotting an opening, Chun Ming adjusted his position and swiftly struck at the knee joint of one puppet. As it attempted to pivot and counterattack, Chun Ming had already eluded its retaliation. He then darted towards another puppet, aiming for its eye, and with his agile movements and fierce strikes, the puppets found themselves increasingly overwhelmed. Ultimately, under the full force of Chun Ming's assaults, the puppets fell one after another. The last puppet emitted a final, defiant roar before crashing to the ground, reduced to a pile of components. With all the puppets vanquished, Chun Ming had successfully breached their defenses and arrived before the ancient teleportation array. Though fatigued, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the ancient array emitting a faint glow, aware that he was one step closer to unraveling the secrets of the Great Star Sea. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the bloodthirsty halberd and approached the ancient teleportation array. Chun Ming stood before the ancient teleportation array, his gaze fixed intently on the faintly glowing runes. Although this ancient array was within arm's reach, activating it proved to be a formidable challenge. Upon closer inspection, Chun Ming discovered that several crucial segments of the runes were missing, akin to a jigsaw puzzle missing key pieces, rendering the teleportation array inoperative. He circled the array meticulously, scrutinizing every detail without overlooking a single nuance. The ground beneath him had become uneven and pockmarked due to the ravages of time, while the stones surrounding the array were etched with mysterious symbols, most of which had become indistinct. These symbols might hold the key to unlocking the activation dilemma. In one corner of the array, Chun Ming stumbled upon a stone tablet inscribed with runes. Half buried in the earth, its surface was shrouded in moss and dust. Kneeling down, he gently brushed away the debris from the tablet, earnestly deciphering the runes etched upon it. Drawing upon his studies and research into runes, he gradually unraveled the content of the tablet. It revealed that to restore the array's runes, one must procure a rare material known as star sand. A chill ran through Chun Ming. He had encountered the name star sand in ancient texts, said to be found near the shards of stars that drift above the Great Star Sea. The difficulty of acquiring star sand was immense, as it entailed not only braving treacherous conditions, but also confronting various perilous beasts and unforeseen traps. Undeterred by the risks, Chun Ming resolved to embark on this perilous quest to explore the uncharted continent and unveil the secrets concealed within the Great Star Sea. Cautiously stowing the stone tablet, he surveyed his surroundings once more, ensuring he had not overlooked any clues before departing the island. Boarding his spirit vessel, he channeled his spiritual energy to activate the vessel's formation, and it began to ascend, gliding towards the direction where the star shards were likely to be found. The sky remained cloaked in a mysterious mist, as if foreshadowing the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Guiding the vessel along the course indicated by the Star Sea locator, Chun Ming ventured towards the region of star shards suspended above the Great Star Sea. As the vessel drew closer to its destination, the stars in the sky became increasingly discernible, appearing almost within reach. Each star was unique in shape, some resembling dazzling gemstones that exuded a gentle radiance, while others flickered erratically, as if narrating ancient tales. The surrounding spiritual energy surged vibrantly, akin to a torrential river flowing freely through the air. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Suddenly, a swarm of flying beasts resembling meteors surged towards the spirit vessel. These creatures moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, their bodies emitting a searing brilliance that distorted the air around them. Chun Ming's heart raced. He swiftly summoned his spiritual power, his hands forming seals with remarkable speed to maneuver the vessel evasively. Under his deft control, the vessel darted through the air with the agility of a nimble bird. Executing sharp turns, wielding the bloodthirsty spear, he lunged fiercely at the approaching beasts, the spear tip glinting ominously as it surged forward with formidable spiritual force. Yet, one particularly agile beast deftly evaded the strike by twisting midair, narrowly escaping the attack. In quick succession, the remaining beasts launched their assault from various angles, surrounding the vessel in a menacing formation. Chun Ming found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. The sheer number of these creatures and their rapid flight made breaking free a daunting task. Nonetheless, he understood that he must swiftly eliminate these beasts to continue his search for star sand. The sky, illuminated by the beasts' radiant glow, resembled broad daylight, rendering the vessel diminutive in comparison. Taking a deep breath, He tightened his grip on the bloodthirsty spear, his eyes resolute as he surveyed the surrounding foes. His mind racing to devise a strategy. The ensuing battle would be arduous, but he would not yield easily. Faced with this relentless aerial assault, Chun Ming decisively unleashed the aerial transformation of the dragon's 9 transformations. The spirit vessel, under his command, transformed instantaneously into a vibrant star, weaving through the throng of beasts. The bloodthirsty spear in his grasp became a whirlwind of motion, each strike imbued with potent spiritual energy aimed at the beast's vital points. Despite the multitude and speed of the flying beasts, Chun Ming's attacks, while fierce, struggled to inflict mortal wounds. The creatures skillfully dodged his strikes, swiftly repositioning themselves for renewed assaults. Sweat began to bead on Chun Ming's forehead. This stalemate could not persist, and he needed to find an opening. In the midst of the fierce combat, he astutely observed that the beasts, due to their excessive speed, frequently collided with one another, momentarily disrupting their flight. An idea sparked in his mind. Channeling his spiritual energy, he rapidly formed seals, stirring the vibrant currents of energy around him. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy swirled chaotically, resembling a disturbed lake. The flying beasts, caught in this turbulence, found their trajectories altered, resulting in increasingly frequent collisions among themselves. The air was filled with their sharp cries as they crashed into one another. Seizing the opportunity amidst their disarray, Chun Ming launched a relentless counterattack. The bloodthirsty spear transformed into streaks of cold light, striking towards the beasts with the swiftness of lightning. Under his fierce onslaught, several beasts were struck, bursting into clouds of crimson as they plummeted towards the sea below. The ocean erupted in massive splashes, as if celebrating Chun Ming's triumph. Yet, he knew the battle was far from over. The remaining beasts appeared enraged, their assaults growing more frenzied. Taking another deep breath, Chun Ming gripped the bloodthirsty spear once more, bracing himself for the impending wave of attacks. His gaze was filled with determination, no matter the obstacles he faced. He was resolute in breaking through the encirclement to pursue Star Sand and fulfill his mission of exploring the unknown continent. After an intense and grueling battle, Chun Ming successfully repelled the tenacious flying beasts. Watching their retreating figures vanish into the horizon, he exhaled deeply, yet he felt no sense of relaxation. The urgency of locating the Star Sand to restore the ancient teleportation array weighed heavily upon him, leaving no room for delay. Steering the spirit vessel onward, he pressed towards the region of star shards. As he ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly peculiar. Near a swirling nebula suffused with strange luminescence, an ancient, dilapidated ship came into view. The vessel floated silently in this enigmatic realm, its hull worn and battered by the passage of time. Yet the mysterious runes etched upon its surface exuded an aura of antiquity, as if whispering long-forgotten tales. Intrigued, Chun Ming maneuvered the spirit vessel closer to the ancient ship, cautiously boarding its deck. Dust lay thick upon the deck, and each step stirred up choking clouds. He descended slowly through the ship's entrance. The cabin was dim and damp, permeated by the scent of decay. In a corner, he discovered a tattered, ancient tome, its pages yellowed and edges frayed. Gently flipping through the tome, he painstakingly deciphered the blurred script. After a considerable effort, he finally unearthed a clue regarding Star Sand. The tome detailed that Star Sand would manifest under specific fluctuations of celestial spiritual energy, and according to its calculations, such a fluctuation was imminent. Elation surged within Chun Ming, coupled with the realization that this was an opportune moment to acquire Star Sand. He resolved to linger near the ancient ship, awaiting the anticipated celestial energy fluctuations. During this interval, he utilized materials found aboard the ship to set up a rudimentary defensive formation. Subsequently, he settled down, continuing to study other enigmatic information documented in the ancient tome, seeking to uncover further clues to unravel the mysteries of the Great Star Sea. At this moment, he found himself immersed within a mysterious nebula, surrounded by flickering lights, while aboard an ancient vessel, awaiting the guidance of destiny and preparing to confront the impending unknown challenges. Chapter 180, The Looming Crisis. Chun Ming swiftly established a defensive formation on the ancient ship. Though simplistic in design, this array possessed the capability to detect unusual fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy to a certain extent. Once the arrangements were complete, he settled into a cabin aboard the vessel, poised to await the emergence of the celestial energy's oscillations. However, during this seemingly tranquil period of anticipation, Chun Ming was plagued by an unsettling sensation, as if a mysterious presence lurked in the shadows, watching his every move with unseen eyes. Maintaining a facade of ignorance, he continued with his tasks, yet heightened his vigilance in secret. His spiritual energy flowed gently within him, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. As time ticked away, The feeling of being observed intensified. Ultimately, at what appeared to be an ordinary moment, a group of shadowy figures erupted from the depths of the sea like phantoms, moving with incredible speed and stirring a howling wind as they swiftly approached the ancient ship. These shadows were elusive, indistinct, resembling a gathering of black mist, yet possessing tangible outlines. In an instant, they encircled the ancient vessel. A sense of urgency gripped Chen Ming's heart. He immediately activated the divine dragon technique, channeling his spiritual energy throughout his body. Grasping the bloodthirsty halberd, he fixed his determined gaze upon the encroaching shadows. Without hesitation, the shadowy figures launched their assault. Some transformed into streaks of black light, hurtling directly towards Chen Ming, while others circled the ship, seemingly searching for weaknesses in the defensive formation. Chen Ming's form flickered as he employed the divine dragon's 9 transformations, skillfully maneuvering amidst the shadow's attacks. He wielded the bloodthirsty halberd with precision, unleashing waves of spiritual energy from its tip, engaging in a fierce battle with the shadows. Their agility surpassed all expectations. They appeared to anticipate his every move, effortlessly evading his spiritual assaults. Chen Ming was taken aback, realizing that this would be a formidable confrontation. Simultaneously, he pondered the origins and motives of these shadows. Why had such bizarre entities manifested in this enigmatic sea? What connection did they share with his quest for the celestial sand? As the battle raged on, Chen Ming began to uncover clues about the shadows. They seemed ferocious, yet were not corporeal. Rather, they were formed from a unique concentration of spiritual energy. Their actions exhibited no discernible pattern, sometimes scattering, sometimes regrouping, making them difficult to predict. Chen Ming astutely noted their acute sensitivity to fluctuations in his spiritual energy, indicating that they relied on this perception to determine their attack vectors. A spark of insight ignited within him, prompting a strategic shift. He gradually concealed most of his spiritual energy, leaving only a faint trace, as if shrouding himself in darkness. Indeed, the shadows detected the diminishment of his spiritual presence and appeared to lower their guard. Their once fervent onslaught began to slacken, their movements growing sluggish. Seizing this rare opportunity, Chen Ming prepared to launch a counterattack. Taking a deep breath, he quietly concentrated his spiritual energy into the bloodthirsty halberd, executing the secretive technique of the divine dragon splitting void. An invisible spear of energy shot forth from the halberd's tip, akin to a dragon concealed in the shadows, racing towards the cluster of shadows with astonishing speed. With a series of muffled impacts, several shadows were instantaneously dispersed, dissolving into wisps of dark energy that drifted through the air. As the shadows fractured, Chen Ming sensed a familiar malevolent aura within the dissipating black energy. This presence seemed to originate from the strange sensation he had previously encountered at the ancient teleportation array island. A wave of alarm washed over him. He increasingly felt that a grand conspiracy lay beneath this encounter. Why had these shadows appeared at this juncture? What ties did they have with the ancient teleportation array and the celestial sand? Were these occurrences orchestrated by some ulterior force? In this enigmatic maritime expanse, Chen Ming felt ensnared in a colossal riddle. Yet, he harbored no intentions of retreating. Instead, his resolve to uncover the truth grew stronger. Only by unraveling these enigmas could he successfully obtain the celestial sand. With a firm grip on the bloodthirsty halberd, Chen Ming remained vigilant against the remaining shadows, ready to confront the next wave of battle, while simultaneously strategizing to unveil the truth behind these mysterious entities. Spotting an opening in the shadows due to his concealed spiritual energy, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with the bloodthirsty halberd. The spearhead glimmered with a chilling light, each thrust infused with his meticulously gathered spiritual energy, piercing towards the shadows like lightning. With every strike, the air was rent asunder, producing sharp howls as the shadows struggled to evade his onslaught. Upon being struck, they emitted piercing shrieks before vanishing into tendrils of black smoke. Under Chen Ming's relentless assault, the remaining shadows were ultimately repelled, restoring a temporary peace around him. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, preparing to take a brief respite, the surrounding celestial energy surged violently, without warning. The once tranquil sky seemed to have been struck by a colossal boulder, instantly unleashing a tempest of chaos. Brilliant rays of multicolored light appeared, intertwining like ethereal ribbons, soon cascading down like a meteor shower. Within the luminous spectacle, tiny particles glimmered with a faint light, barely discernible. Chen Ming's heart leaped with joy. He recognized this as the harbinger of the celestial sand's arrival. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retrieved a specially crafted jade bottle from his storage pouch. This vessel, fashioned from unique materials and inscribed with intricate runes, was designed to effectively preserve the celestial sand. Holding the jade bottle tightly, he fixed his gaze upon the descending celestial sand, preparing to collect it at any moment. The commotion surrounding the emergence of the celestial sand was too significant to go unnoticed, drawing the attention of other covetous entities. Just as Chun Ming was wholly focused on gathering the celestial sand, a sinister black spiritual vessel appeared on the horizon, speeding towards his location. The vessel moved with astonishing swiftness, leaving a dark trail across the surface of the sea. Aboard were numerous cultivators clad in black robes, their expressions grim, eyes betraying unabashed greed. Chun Ming's heart sank. He realized that a new contention was about to unfold. Clutching the jade bottle tightly, he steeled himself. In this mysterious maritime realm, with violent fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him and the vibrant lights reflecting off the water's surface, the black vessel drew ever closer. Heralding the imminent clash, the black vessel approached with the swiftness of a bolt of lightning, and the cultivators aboard wasted no time. Before the vessel had fully closed the distance, they unleashed their assault upon Chun Ming. A tempest of spells erupted, shimmering like a cascade of shooting stars, hurtling towards him. Fiery red flames surged forth, carrying waves of scorching heat. Icy blue shards emanated an arctic chill. Golden bolts of lightning flickered with crackling energy. Reacting with remarkable speed, Chun Ming swiftly conjured a barrier of spiritual energy. With rapid hand seals, a transparent shield of spiritual energy materialized before him. The barrier shimmered with a faint luminescence, effectively absorbing the oncoming spells. The impacts resonated against the shield, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars and scattering sparks. Chun Ming maneuvered the spiritual vessel, evading the onslaught. His feet planted firmly on the deck, channeling energy into the vessel, which moved like a nimble sea creature, darting across the waves. His gaze swept across the ranks of cultivators, quickly honing in on the leader, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Before him stood a towering figure, whose countenance bore an air of cold severity, exuding a formidable presence. In his grasp lay a black longsword, its hilt adorned with a crimson gemstone, radiating an eerie luminescence. Chun Ming was acutely aware that confronting them head-on would not yield favorable odds. He invoked the divine dragon's 9 transformations, and in an instant, his form became ethereal, akin to a nimble divine dragon, propelling him towards the direction where the stardust descended. As he advanced, the surrounding spiritual energy became tumultuous due to the clash of spells. With a flash of insight, Chun Ming adeptly harnessed the chaotic spiritual environment, redirecting some of the cultivators' spells back upon them. The spells, like boomerangs, hurtled towards the sorcerers who had cast them. The cultivators, taken aback by Chun Ming's unexpected maneuver, faltered, their ranks thrown into disarray as they scrambled to evade the very spells they had unleashed. Seizing the moment, Chun Ming maneuvered the spiritual vessel closer to the area where the stardust fell, swiftly collecting a handful of it. He directed the mouth of a jade vial towards the stardust, which seemed irresistibly drawn to it, rushing into the vial. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator soon regained his composure, letting out a furious roar as he swung his black longsword, unleashing a wave of dark sword energy towards Chun Ming. The air itself seemed to rend apart in the wake of the strike, producing a piercing sound. Recognizing the overwhelming force of this attack, Chun Ming refrained from meeting it head-on, hastily maneuvering the spiritual vessel to evade. The late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator personally intervened to thwart Chun Ming, and a more intense battle was on the verge of erupting. The cultivator, wielding his black longsword and radiating a potent aura, advanced upon Chun Ming like a storm cloud looming ominously. With each step he took, the spiritual vessel trembled beneath him, a testament to his immense power. Chun Ming, understanding the formidable nature of his opponent, dared not underestimate him. He channeled the divine dragon art to its utmost, his internal spiritual energy surging like a torrential flood through his meridians. Subsequently, he invoked the dragon battle in the wild forbidden technique. In an instant, his body underwent an extraordinary transformation. A faint layer of dragon scales appeared upon his skin, and his eyes shimmered with a golden light, as a tremendous power erupted from within him, as though he had truly transformed into a dragon. This forbidden technique granted him a temporary surge of strength. Yet Chun Ming was acutely aware of the considerable strain it placed on his body. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly. Armed with the bloodthirsty halberd, its brilliance ablaze, he charged towards the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Chun Ming bellowed, initiating the assault, concentrating all his might into the tip of the halberd as he thrust it fiercely at the cultivator. The halberd tip, imbued with a golden radiance, sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. The late-stage cultivator snorted disdainfully, wielding his black longsword with rapid precision, intercepting Chun Ming's halberd strike with a wave of dark sword energy. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy, akin to a tempest. The surrounding space trembled in response, as if on the brink of shattering. The spiritual vessel rocked violently under the duress of this formidable force. With planks splintering on the deck, Chun Ming remained wholly focused amidst the fray, diligently seeking his opponent's flaws. He unleashed a series of intricate halberd techniques, each imbued with potent spiritual energy. However, the late-stage cultivator, seasoned and vigilant, maintained a tight defense, making it difficult for Chun Ming to find a chink in his armor. While evading the opponent's fierce attacks, which sliced through the air with lethal intent, Chun Ming adeptly navigated the gaps between the dark sword energy using the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations. As the battle ensued, Chun Ming began to feel the weight of exhaustion from the forbidden technique. The technique's duration was waning. If he could not swiftly vanquish his foe, he would find himself in peril once the technique's effects expired. Gritting his teeth, Chun Ming intensified his assault, striving to uncover his adversary's vulnerability before the technique's time ran out, aiming for a decisive blow. The battlefield thrummed with radiant spiritual energy and echoed with the sounds of combat, as the clash between the two warriors reached a fever pitch. Chapter 181, Escape. The confrontation between Chun Ming and the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator escalated to a feverish intensity, with neither party yielding an inch. The air was thick with potent spiritual energy, and the surroundings descended into chaos as the energy surged uncontrollably, sending towering waves crashing against the sea, while the sky was adorned with flashing lights of various spiritual energies, resembling a wildly dancing tapestry. Amidst this fierce exchange, Chun Ming remained wholly attentive, his gaze fixed upon every movement of his opponent. After a series of relentless assaults, the late-stage cultivator displayed a momentary lapse in vigilance. As he retracted his black longsword in preparation for another strike, he hesitated briefly, revealing a fleeting opening. Chun Ming, quick to capitalize on this moment, seamlessly fused the power of the dragon with his own spiritual energy, launching a lethal counterattack. With both hands firmly gripping the bloodthirsty halberd, a torrent of formidable dragon-shaped energy surged around him, coalescing into a lifelike, colossal dragon. Accompanied by Chun Ming's roar, this energy, imbued with cataclysmic force, surged towards the late-stage cultivator. With a resounding crash, the dragon-shaped energy enveloped the bloodthirsty halberd, striking the late-stage cultivator directly. Fear washed over his face as he attempted to parry with his black longsword. Yet against such overwhelming might, the sword twisted and bent like a fragile twig. The tremendous impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing violently against the mast of the spiritual vessel, which trembled under the force, snapping in twain. Blood spewed from the late-stage cultivator's mouth, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of unwillingness. Wounded gravely, his offensive momentum faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Ming stomped forcefully on the deck of the spiritual vessel, propelling it forward like an arrow released from its bow. The other cultivators, witnessing this, clamored to give chase. They urged their spiritual vessels forward in pursuit of Chun Ming's fleeing form. Utilizing his adept mastery of the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations, Chun Ming maneuvered the spiritual vessel with the agility of a darting fish, skillfully navigating the tumultuous ocean waves. He cleverly employed the chaotic surroundings, sometimes taking cover behind surging waves, and at other times utilizing sudden bursts of erratic spiritual currents to obscure the pursuer's line of sight. The pursuers, disoriented by Chun Ming's nimble movements and astute environmental manipulation, struggled to keep pace as their vessels faltered amidst the tumultuous waves and turbulent currents, gradually losing ground to Chun Ming. Ultimately, he successfully evaded their pursuit. Chun Ming gazed at the jade vial in his possession, which held the collected stardust. Shimmering with a faint, mysterious glow, his heart swelled with excitement. Having endured countless hardships to acquire the stardust, yet fatigue weighed heavily upon him after the near-fatal clash. In that moment, he realized he could finally return to the ancient teleportation array, endeavoring to repair the array's inscriptions and activate it. Thus, he adjusted the vessel's course towards the island where the ancient teleportation array was located. Chun Ming piloted the vessel with the speed of lightning towards the island, his heart racing with anticipation as it drew nearer. At last, the vessel anchored securely at the island's shore. Eagerly, Chun Ming disembarked, hastening towards the ancient teleportation array. Upon reaching the array, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his exhilarated spirit. He cautiously retrieved the jade vial containing the stardust from his storage pouch. The vial glimmered in the sunlight, the stardust within resembling scattered fragments of stars, emanating a mysterious aura. Following the method inscribed upon the stone tablet, Chun Ming crouched down and tilted the vial. The stardust cascaded like a gentle stream, softly settling into the places where the array's inscriptions were missing. As soon as the stardust made contact with the array markings, it appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, swiftly integrating itself into the array. Immediately, the array emitted a gentle radiance, its brilliance intensifying until it enveloped the entire teleportation circle. As the light flickered, wondrous events began to unfold. The previously absent patterns appeared as if inscribed by an invisible hand, gradually manifesting and restoring themselves to wholeness. Those ancient and enigmatic runes shimmered anew with resplendent luminescence, as if narrating tales of bygone eras. Observing this, Chunming understood that the moment had arrived. He rose to his feet, channeling his entire reservoir of spiritual energy into the teleportation array. It stirred to life like a colossal beast awakening, emitting deep, resonant rumbles. The surrounding space warped as if a gateway to another realm was about to be unveiled. Chunming's gaze remained fixed upon the array, now successfully restored and primed for activation. With a heart laden with trepidation, he contemplated the unknown continent that awaited him. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely stepped into the teleportation circle. As he crossed its threshold, the radiance surged, enveloping him entirely. A powerful force enveloped his form, and he felt as though the very world were spinning around him. After an indeterminate period, the light gradually receded, and Chunming found his feet firmly planted upon unfamiliar soil. As he slowly opened his eyes, the spectacle before him rendered him momentarily speechless. The sky here was an extraordinary shade of violet, shrouded in a veil of mystery, emanating a dreamlike glow. The air was thick with potent spiritual energy. Each breath felt as if he were imbibing a refreshing spring, nourishing his very essence. Various fantastical plants adorned the ground, some resembling colossal mushrooms, their caps shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Others twisted like serpentine vines, bristling with sharp thorns that dripped with a viscous green sap. Some plants took on the form of human hands, their 5 fingers swaying in the breeze as if beckoning him. Chunming surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. Clutching his bloodthirsty spear tightly, he sensed a unique and formidable aura permeating this continent, as if an invisible force were silently observing him. He cautiously advanced, the ground beneath his feet soft and yielding. With each step, he could hear faint, muffled sounds. As he walked, he meticulously scrutinized the environment around him. Suddenly, a subtle rustling sound broke the stillness, as if something were flitting through the underbrush. Chunming halted immediately, channeling his spiritual energy to its zenith, his gaze darting toward the source of the sound. In this mysterious land, even the slightest oversight could lead to perilous consequences. Gripping his spear firmly, his resolve unwavering, he took deliberate steps forward. Entering this unfamiliar continent shrouded beneath a violet sky, he treaded carefully. Everything around him exuded an air of enigma. The bizarre flora seemed to have sprouted from a fantastical tapestry. Some leaves sparkled like crystal, glimmering with a faint light as if infused with the power of the stars. Others, with thick, robust stems, surged abruptly from the earth, exuding an unusual fragrance that wafted through the air, elusive yet stirring a profound emotional response within him. Chunming followed a winding path, flanked by intertwining plants that formed a natural barricade. He remained ever vigilant, his eyes scanning for the slightest movement. Just then, a deep roar shattered the silence, echoing like distant thunder, causing Chunming's heart to quicken. He traced the sound's origin, maneuvering around a thicket of formidable thorns, each sharp spike glinting ominously, as if warning intruders to retreat. Upon circumventing the thorns, a lion-like beast emerged before him, its massive form ablaze with blue flames that flickered and danced, radiating an intense heat. Its eyes burned like 2 orbs of ghostly fire, fixed upon Chunming with palpable hostility. Rapidly assessing the creature's strength, Chunming determined it to be at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and he dared not underestimate it. Slowly, he drew forth his bloodthirsty spear, its surface glinting with a chilling sheen, reflecting a faint purple light under the violet sky. Channeling the dragon god's technique, his spiritual energy surged like a torrent within him, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Firmly gripping his spear, he positioned himself for battle, prepared to counter any imminent assault from the beast. Chunming's focus remained locked on the creature's every move, searching for a vulnerability to exploit in the forthcoming confrontation. The blue-flamed lion beast lunged first, propelling itself off the ground with its powerful limbs, resembling a meteor ablaze as it barreled toward Chunming. The surrounding air ignited in its wake, a massive wave of fire cascading toward him. As the fiery wave surged forth, the flora around it was instantly reduced to ash, the acrid scent of charred vegetation permeating the air. Chunming reacted with remarkable swiftness, executing the dragon god's 9 transformations. His form became a streak of black lightning, deftly sidestepping the infernal onslaught. With a graceful leap, he evaded the beast's ferocious strike, simultaneously swinging his spear, its tip gleaming with a frosty luminescence, aimed at the creature's vulnerable neck. This thrust channeled a portion of his spiritual energy, swift and precise, targeting the lion beast's most susceptible point. Yet, the beast proved remarkably agile, sensing the impending strike and skillfully twisting its massive body in midair. It deftly dodged the spear's tip, then opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a thick column of blue flame like a cannon shot. The fiery projectile hurtled toward Chen Ming, its sheer force distorting the air with a sizzling sound. Not daring to absorb the impact, Chen Ming quickly conjured a spiritual energy shield before him, his hands forming intricate seals as a transparent barrier materialized instantly. The blue flame collided violently with the shield, emitting a piercing hiss as the barrier flickered dangerously, on the verge of shattering. The clash of fire and spiritual energy generated ripples of force that radiated outward, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly. Merely adopting a defensive stance was not a sustainable strategy. Under the protection of his shield, Chen Ming remained intently focused on the lion beast's maneuvers. Seizing the moment the beast paused to unleash its flames, he executed the dragon god's sky-rending spear technique, infusing his spear with spiritual energy before delivering a powerful swing, unleashing a formidable spear beam that shot forth. The beam blazed like a silver lightning bolt, embodying Chen Ming's full strength as it raced toward the beast. Upon collision, the spear beam met the lion beast's flame, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air, powerful waves of spiritual energy radiating outward, dispersing the surrounding flames and cracking the ground beneath. In an instant, the battlefield was enveloped in light and smoke, as the clash between man and beast escalated to a fevered intensity. Though the lion beast was struck by the spear beam, sustaining no fatal injuries, it was left thoroughly enraged. It let out a furious roar that echoed throughout the vicinity, causing the leaves to rustle ominously. The beast circled Chen Ming at a breakneck pace, its speed dazzling to behold. As it ran, its blue flames flared even more intensely, shooting fiery projectiles toward Chen Ming, swiftly encircling him in a blazing inferno. Surrounded by the sea of flames, Chen Ming found himself at the heart of the conflagration, the surrounding fire forming walls of searing heat that pressed inward relentlessly. His spiritual shield, under the relentless onslaught of flames, gradually dimmed, its thickness diminishing as if it were a fragile sheet of paper poised to shatter. The scorching heat rendered Chen Ming breathless, his skin seared painfully. With all his might, he channeled his spiritual energy to maintain the shield's integrity while rapidly devising an escape plan in his mind. In this dire moment, his thoughts were remarkably lucid. Each time the lion beast pivoted to launch another attack, its considerable movements briefly exposed its abdomen. Though this window of opportunity was fleeting, it might be Chen Ming's key to extricating himself from peril. Gritting his teeth, he disregarded the searing flames and employed the dragon tail technique. He darted through the inferno like a wraith, and as the lion beast turned, he surged towards it, grasping the bloodthirsty spear with both hands. He concentrated all his strength into its tip and thrust it forcefully into the lion beast's abdomen. With a sickening sound, the spear penetrated the beast's flesh, eliciting a thunderous roar of agony. Following this roar, the flames it had been spewing forth halted momentarily. Seizing this rare opportunity, Chen Ming propelled himself off the ground with a powerful kick, launching himself from the inferno like a cannonball. He landed a short distance away, gasping for breath, observing the lion beast before him. Although he had temporarily escaped the flames, the beast remained unscathed and poised to strike again. He needed to devise a plan swiftly to deliver a lethal blow. Otherwise, if the lion beast attacked once more, his luck might not hold out. At this moment, Chen Ming's clothes were singed in numerous places, his hair disheveled, yet his gaze remained resolute as he gripped the bloodthirsty spear, contemplating his next move. Chapter 182, Slaying the Lion Beast. In this treacherous and unfamiliar land, Chen Ming understood that a brief respite was far from a guarantee of safety. He dared not indulge in even a moment's complacency, hastily readjusting his focus. Drawing in a deep breath, he activated the enigmatic dragon technique, and instantly, the spiritual energy within him surged forth like a slumbering dragon awakened, vibrant and tumultuous once more. The injured blue flame lion beast, though wounded, still bore a fierce glare akin to two blazing embers, radiating an indomitable spirit. It emitted a low, furious growl that reverberated through the air, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle ominously. Its claws tore into the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air, before it lunged at Chen Ming like an arrow released from a bowstring. Without hesitation, Chen Ming executed the dragon shadow technique, merging the power of the dragon with his own. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, moving with such speed that the naked eye could scarcely perceive him, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage. With this astonishing velocity, he soon appeared at the lion beast's flank. And before the enormous creature could pivot, Chun Ming gathered all his spiritual energy and poured it unreservedly into the bloodthirsty spear. The spear blazed with brilliance, its tip glinting with a sharp, cold light, as if it could rend the very fabric of space. With a thunderous shout that resonated like a dragon's roar, he tightened his grip on the spear, summoning every ounce of his strength to drive the spear into the lion beast's vulnerable neck. The neck was indeed its weak point. This all-out strike pierced through the beast's resilient hide and robust musculature, embedding itself deep within. The lion beast, sensing the imminent threat, let out an agonizing howl filled with rage and defiance. Its massive body convulsed violently, its limbs clawing at the earth, carving deep furrows into the solid ground. Simultaneously, flames erupted from its form like a surging tide, attempting to break free from Chun Ming's grasp. Yet, Chun Ming clung to the bloodthirsty spear as steadfastly as a mountain, refusing to relent. After several desperate struggles, as its life force ebbed like sand slipping through an hourglass, the beast's movements gradually slowed. It emitted a faint whimper, as if bidding a final farewell to the world. Its colossal frame collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust before dissipating into a beam of light, leaving behind a glowing blue inner core. Chun Ming gazed at the inner core before him, exhaling deeply. The fierce battle had drained him, leaving him feeling utterly depleted. Yet, the joy of triumphing over the lion beast washed over him like a warm current, momentarily dispelling his fatigue. He approached cautiously, bending down to retrieve the core. It felt warm to the touch, smooth as fine jade, its blue radiance flickering in his hand, imbued with potent fire attribute energy, as if whispering of its extraordinary nature. This inner core could potentially aid in enhancing his strength significantly. After carefully stowing it away, he surveyed his surroundings, diligently scanning every corner for any lurking dangers before continuing along the path. This land was fraught with the unknown, where new perils could emerge at any moment. He had to remain vigilant, gripping the bloodthirsty spear tightly as he pressed forward. As Chun Ming advanced, the scenery around him transformed like a shifting tapestry, yet it perpetually exuded an air of mystery, as if unseen eyes were watching from the shadows. He sensed a powerful and enigmatic aura emanating from afar, unique and alluring, as if it possessed an invisible charm that beckoned him forward. Intrigued, Chun Ming followed the direction of this enigmatic energy. He traversed a dense thicket where the trees loomed, casting dappled shadows as sunlight filtered through the layered foliage. Occasionally, unseen birds and beasts startled by his presence erupted into startled cries. After scaling a modest hill, strewn with peculiar rocks that made the ascent arduous, he discovered an ancient ruin concealed within a valley on the opposite side. Time had eroded the relics, rendering them somewhat dilapidated, with walls bearing the marks of age like wrinkles etched by the passage of time. Nevertheless, hints of its former grandeur remained. The entrance loomed closed, constructed from colossal stones inscribed with mysterious runes. These runes bore peculiar shapes, some resembling birds poised for flight, while others mirrored the undulating contours of mountains, faintly glowing as if communicating with the cosmos. Chun Ming approached, channeling his spiritual energy in an attempt to decipher the runes' meanings. He leaned closer, scrutinizing their lines and arrangements, racing to recall the various runic knowledge he had acquired. He realized these runes were unlike any he had encountered before, and with his current repository of knowledge, grasping their full significance proved exceedingly challenging. Through his perception of spiritual energy, he sensed powerful waves of energy emanating from within the ruins, akin to hidden currents beneath a placid lake, outwardly calm, yet brimming with latent power, poised to erupt at any moment. Chun Ming surmised that the ruins likely concealed precious treasures or cultivation manuals, solidifying his resolve to explore them further. He decided to seek a means of entry, meticulously examining every detail around the ruins. As he paced along the perimeter of the ancient structure, his eyes fixated on each stone and every crevice, as if attempting to peer through them. He even attempted to push against the great door, straining to find any mechanisms or hidden panels. Throughout this investigation, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, for in this land of uncertainty, danger could strike at any moment, and a lethal threat could emerge without warning. Just as Chun Ming was engrossed in his exploration, a group of robed figures, clad in black, silently appeared in the valley. They moved with a ghostly grace, soundless in their approach, swiftly encircling Chun Ming. The monks were shrouded entirely in dark robes, revealing only their pairs of somber eyes, which gleamed with unmasked greed, as if they beheld countless rare treasures. The leading black-robed monk towered over the others, resembling a small mountain, his visage as cold and unyielding as millennia-old ice. A faint smile, chilling to behold, graced his lips as he addressed Chun Ming. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, Surrender all your valuables and scram. This relic is ours by right of discovery. You have no place meddling here. It was clear that he sought to monopolize the treasures of the relic, fabricating such an excuse without fear. Gripping the bloodthirsty spear tightly, Chun Ming felt as if it had come alive in his hands, trembling slightly. Fixing his gaze steadfastly on the leading monk, he resolutely replied, "This relic does not belong to you alone, and I shall not yield easily. If you desire treasures, then come and take them by your own merit." The black-robed monk's faces darkened instantaneously, resembling the sky before a tempest. With a swift motion of his hand, the leading monk commanded, his tone icy and unyielding, "Since you choose to reject our courtesy, do not blame us for our lack of civility." No sooner had he spoken than the black-robed monks launched their assault. A cacophony of sinister spells rained down upon Chun Ming. Some manifested as black smoke, swirling like malevolent demons, corroding the air with a hissing sound, as if the atmosphere itself were groaning in agony. Others struck like violet lightning, flashing with an eerie glow and carrying potent currents that threatened to reduce everything to dust. There were also clouds of green poison, exuding a noxious odor that threatened to induce nausea, capable of eroding all that existed. Chun Ming, refusing to underestimate the threat, swiftly conjured a spiritual energy shield for defense. His hands moved rapidly to form seals, and a layer of transparent energy quickly materialized before him. As the spells collided with the shield, a series of thunderous booms erupted, akin to the roar of thunderclaps, with the shield flickering ominously, on the brink of shattering, the situation dire. Employing the divine dragon's transformation technique, he moved with ghostly agility, weaving through the gaps of the spell attacks, leaving observers dazzled. While evading, he meticulously observed the patterns and formations of the black-robed monk's spells, seeking an opportunity for counterattack. At this moment, Chun Ming found himself ensnared in a relentless onslaught from the black-robed monks, surrounded on all sides by a barrage of eerie and sinister spells, pouring down upon him like a torrential downpour. The acrid stench permeated the air, mingling with the flickering, unnatural lights, rendering the area reminiscent of a hellish landscape. Utilizing the exquisite divine dragon's transformation technique, he moved with an ethereal grace, deftly navigating through the tidal wave of spells. Each evasion was executed with pinpoint precision, akin to a fish gliding effortlessly through turbulent waters, skillfully dodging lethal strikes. While continuously evading, Chun Ming's keen, hawk-like gaze scanned the surrounding black-robed monks. It soon became apparent to him that, despite their numerical superiority and seemingly ferocious assault, their coordination was remarkably awkward. Their rhythm of attack was disordered, and their positions rife with vulnerabilities, undoubtedly granting Chun Ming a chance to retaliate. An ingenious plan sprang to his mind. He feigned exhaustion, staggering back toward one of the black-robed monks, successfully luring him in. The monk, sensing victory, exhibited a glimmer of triumph in his eyes, convinced that Chun Ming was at his wit's end, devoid of any further resistance. Without hesitation, he charged forward, his dark spell surging with ominous energy, aimed ruthlessly at Chun Ming. In that critical moment, Chun Ming abruptly pivoted, his aura transforming dramatically as he unleashed the formidable dragon's splitting sky spear. With hands gripping the bloodthirsty spear as if they were iron claws, he concentrated all his spiritual energy into the spear's tip. In an instant, a powerful beam of spear light shot forth, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky, carrying an earth-shattering momentum. As the spear light sliced through the air, it seemed to sever the atmosphere with an invisible blade, emitting a piercing, shrill whistle. The black-robed monk, caught unawares, had no time to evade, and was struck directly by the spear light. His body flew backward uncontrollably, akin to a kite severed from its string, as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily to the ground, sending dust billowing. The other black-robed monks' faces paled to a ghostly white at the sight. Infuriated by Chun Ming's sudden counterattack, their eyes blazed with fury, and their assaults intensified. In an instant, the black smoke surged like ferocious demons. The violet lightning darted like elusive dragons, and the green poison spread like a ghostly apparition. These three sinister spells intertwined, forming a vast and impenetrable net of death, descending mercilessly upon Chun Ming. He understood that retreat was no longer an option. He had to fight with his back against the wall. Rapidly channeling the divine dragon technique, he summoned his internal spiritual energy to its fullest potential. In that moment, his spiritual energy surged through his veins like a roaring torrent, enveloping his entire being. With the bloodthirsty spear raised high, each strike emanated monumental force, clashing fiercely with the black-robed monk's spells. The brilliance of spiritual energy flickered in the air, dazzling like a grand display of fireworks. The thunderous booms reverberated, as if threatening to collapse the entire valley. The spear light and spells intermingled, colliding to create immense waves of spiritual energy that radiated outward. The solid ground beneath them fractured under the relentless force, with countless stones erupting like cannonballs. The battle had escalated into a fever pitch, both sides exerting their utmost strength, neither willing to concede. Amidst this fierce and brutal conflict, Chun Ming remained utterly focused. Each action precise and powerful. His mind was singularly fixated on one belief: to find a sliver of hope amidst the chaos and successfully break through the encirclement. As the battle raged on, the black-robed monks began to recognize their coordination issues, gradually adjusting their tactics to work more cohesively. They resembled a well-trained pack of wolves, seeking to ensnare Chun Ming like prey, trapping him in the center of their encirclement, leaving him no means of escape. Though Chun Ming relied on his exceptional martial prowess and robust spiritual energy to endure, he gradually felt the toll of fatigue and depletion of energy weighing upon him, his body starting to falter. In this moment of dire urgency, the black-robed monks seized the opportunity to unleash a relentless barrage of attacks. Their spells intertwined, forming a flawless, impenetrable web of assault that enveloped Chun Ming completely. His gaze flashed with determination. At this critical juncture of life and death, he zeroed in on the fleeting gap amidst their onslaught. Without hesitation, he executed the terrifying dragon battle in the wild forbidden technique. Instantly, his body erupted with a suffocating force, akin to a star exploding in the cosmos. Gradually, a faint dragon silhouette emerged around him, vivid and lifelike, as if a true dragon from ancient times had traversed through the fabric of reality, exuding an ancient and formidable aura that caused the surrounding air to tremble. Chun Ming, wielding the bloodthirsty halberd, surged forward like an unstoppable and ferocious dragon, charging towards the black-robed cultivators. His eyes were filled with a resolute determination, as if he was prepared to embrace death itself. With each step he took, the solid ground trembled beneath him, fissures radiating outward like a spider's web. The black-robed cultivators were utterly intimidated by this sudden and unimaginable display of power, causing their previously tight-knit formation to descend into chaos. Fear was unmistakably etched on their faces, and some of the less experienced cultivators instinctively retreated in terror. Seizing this opportune moment, Chun Ming launched a more ferocious assault. At that instant, the bloodthirsty halberd seemed to transform into a bolt of black lightning, darting swiftly among the ranks of the black-robed cultivators, leaving a trail of flickering halberd light in its wake. Each swing unleashed a chilling arc of energy, slicing through the air like razor-sharp blades aimed at the black-robed cultivators. In an instant, screams echoed throughout the chaos, as several cultivators were caught off guard by Chun Ming's strikes, crashing heavily to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Bolstered by this cataclysmic surge of power, Chun Ming finally broke free from the encirclement of the black-robed cultivators. Although the dragon battle in the wild forbidden technique was astonishingly potent, capable of reversing the tide of battle from the brink of despair, it exacted a tremendous toll on his body. Chun Ming could distinctly sense his lifespan waning at an alarming rate, an overwhelming fatigue washing over him like a tidal wave, nearly causing him to falter. Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such matters, for he understood that the black-robe cultivators would not easily let him escape. Once they regained their composure and reorganized their offensive, he would find himself in an even more perilous situation. He had to swiftly extricate himself from these formidable adversaries. Gritting his teeth, he endured the searing pain and discomfort coursing through his body, mustering every last ounce of strength to sprint towards the ruins. Having narrowly evaded the pursuit of the black-robed cultivators, Chun Ming arrived back at the entrance of the ruins. His breath was now rapid, his chest heaving violently, and his garments were tattered, revealing ghastly wounds from which blood flowed steadily. Nevertheless, his gaze remained steadfast as rock, exuding an unwavering resolve to achieve his goals. Chun Ming keenly noticed that the runes upon the gate of the ruins had undergone subtle, yet peculiar changes during the recent fierce battle. The once enigmatic runes, which had baffled him, now seemed to resonate in a mysterious and wondrous manner with the dragon battle in the wild forbidden technique he had previously unleashed. A spark of realization ignited within him. He dared not be complacent, focusing intently on the evolving runes. The radiance of the runes pulsated like a heartbeat, at times radiant and blinding, at others dim and feeble, as if dancing to an enigmatic and specific rhythm. Chun Ming cautiously attempted to channel his spiritual energy in accordance with the rhythm conveyed by this resonance, carefully gathering his spiritual force into his palm, allowing it to swirl gently within his grasp before transmitting it to the gate. As he continued to infuse his energy, a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. The runes on the gate blazed brilliantly, transforming from their previous dullness into a luminous brilliance that illuminated the entire valley, casting away the shadows of concealment. The intertwining glow of the runes gradually coalesced into an ancient and mysterious pattern. Then, accompanied by a deep, resonating roar, the gate began to creak open. An ancient and enigmatic aura surged forth like a tidal wave, imbued with a profound sense of time's passage and unfathomable power, causing Chun Ming to shudder involuntarily. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions, then gripped the bloodthirsty halberd tightly, stepping cautiously into the ruins. He was acutely aware that the interior of the ruins likely harbored immense opportunities, perhaps even allowing for a qualitative leap in his strength. But it would undoubtedly be fraught with countless unknown dangers. As he crossed the threshold into the ruins, he felt as though he had entered an entirely different world. The air grew heavy, as if countless eyes were watching him from the shadows. He treaded carefully, each step imbued with caution, his gaze sweeping over every corner, ever vigilant for any potential threat. In this mysterious and perilous ruin, a moment's carelessness could plunge him into an inescapable abyss. Chapter 184, The Labyrinth. As Chun Ming stepped into the ruins, the scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. He found himself within an unimaginably vast labyrinth, its passages branching out like a dense web of silk, extending in every direction, ensnaring him within its intricate design. The walls flickered with faint light, dim as a dying candle in the wind, as if they would be consumed by darkness at any moment, yet they stubbornly emitted a feeble glow, barely illuminating this enigmatic and unknown space. Chun Ming took a deep breath, striving to stabilize his emotions, and then proceeded cautiously along a passage that appeared relatively wide. His footsteps were light, yet in the eerie silence of this seemingly lifeless corridor, each sound echoed sharply, the rhythmic tapping reverberating as though countless versions of Chun Ming were walking alongside him, causing a twinge of anxiety to surface within him. Not long into his journey, a fork in the path abruptly emerged. One passage was somewhat narrow, the light upon its walls dimming further, as if concealing boundless unknowns and dangers. The other was notably more spacious, exuding an inexplicable allure, as if beckoning Chun Ming to explore. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation, and he instinctively reached into his robes to retrieve the Star Sea Locator. In past perilous situations, the Star Sea Locator had always served as a guiding light in the darkness, directing him towards the correct path. However, at this moment, as soon as he produced the device, it emitted a frantic and disordered buzzing sound. Upon closer inspection, the needle spun wildly, as if possessed, unable to stabilize, let alone provide an accurate direction. Chun Ming instantly comprehended that within the depths of these ruins lay a mysterious and formidable force disrupting the normal function of the Star Sea Locator. Left with no choice, he had to rely on his instincts to make a decision. Gently closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, rapidly recalling his previous experiences and current circumstances. After a moment of reflection, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of resolve illuminating his gaze as he chose to step onto the relatively spacious passage. As he advanced, his muscles remained taut, every fiber of his being prepared for any sudden developments. The spiritual energy within him flowed steadily, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, ever ready to spring into action. The silence surrounding him grew increasingly eerie, as if countless eyes lurked in the dark corners, watching his every move, which kept him on high alert, ever vigilant for the dangers that might strike without warning. Navigating the labyrinthine corridors, Chun Ming moved like a cautious snail, each step executed with utmost slowness and care. The tranquility did not last long. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled violently without warning, as though a slumbering giant beneath the earth was stirring. Chun Ming's heart sank. Years of adventurous experience prompted him to instinctively unleash the dragon's 9 transformations technique. In an instant, his figure resembled a streak of black lightning, surging upwards with a swift whoosh. At the very moment he leapt, a thunderous roar erupted, as the once even ground was torn asunder by an immense force, causing countless sharp, spiky protrusions to surge violently from beneath the surface, akin to mushrooms sprouting after a spring rain. These spikes were extraordinarily sharp, glinting with a chilling metallic sheen, reflecting a terrifying light under the faint illumination of the walls. Should one be pierced by these menacing protrusions, they would likely be transformed into a mere sieve, their life extinguished in an instant. Simultaneously, the walls on either side of the passage seemed to have triggered some mechanism, unleashing a flurry of ethereal arrows. These arrows flickered with a ghostly blue light, resembling agile serpents of azure, exuding a lethal aura as they shot directly towards Chun Ming. In midair, Chun Ming dexterously twisted his body, akin to a bird soaring gracefully amidst a tempest. His eyes were locked onto the rapidly approaching arrows, revealing an unparalleled focus and composure. With rapid motions, he wielded the bloodthirsty halberd, each swing generating a powerful surge of spiritual energy, akin to tumultuous waves, sending the approaching arrows hurtling away. In that moment, the clash between the arrows and the halberd produced a series of resonant chimes, sparkling like brilliant fireworks in the night sky. While evading the onslaught, Chun Ming meticulously observed the mechanism's activation patterns. He astutely noted that whenever a specific fluctuation of spiritual energy manifested within the passage, the trap would spring into action. This energy fluctuation was not without its own rhythm. It seemed to be subtly linked to the intermittent flickering of dim lights on the walls. As he deftly dodged the barrage of attacks, Chun Ming's mind raced, contemplating a method to decipher the mechanisms. His gaze continuously swept the surrounding environment, ever vigilant for any hidden traps. Within this perilous, treacherous ruin, a moment's carelessness could lead him to an irrevocable doom. Navigating through the barrage of attacks, Chun Ming kept his focus firmly fixed on the small runes flickering weakly on the walls. After a tense observation, he was elated to discover that the flickering of these runes seemed to follow a particular sequence, which could very well be the key to unlocking the mechanisms. Seizing a fleeting opportunity as the rhythm of the traps faltered, he dashed towards the runes on the wall. As his hand made contact with the first rune, it emitted a faint glow, as if responding to his touch. Following this, the second rune began to flicker into life. A wave of joy surged within Chun Ming, reinforcing his belief in his deductions. Continuing in accordance with the observed pattern, he swiftly reached out to touch the third rune. In that very moment, just as his fingertip grazed the rune, the previously frenzied mechanisms abruptly paused their assault. Though this pause was fleeting, perhaps lasting less than a second, it was a precious reprieve for Chun Ming, who seized it like a lifeline. Propelling himself off the wall with a powerful push, he launched himself across the passage like a cannonball. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to touch the remaining runes in the sequence he had discerned. With each contact, the runes illuminated sequentially, resembling a series of mysterious flames being ignited. When he finally touched the last rune, a crisp cracking sound echoed, signaling the unlocking of the mechanism. The previously chaotic machinery ceased its attacks in an instant, the sharp spikes retracting slowly into the ground, and the walls no longer unleashed their ethereal arrows. Calm enveloped the surroundings, allowing Chun Ming to hear the rapid beat of his own heart. He exhaled deeply, the tension that had been coiled within him finally beginning to ease. This was merely a minor trial among the myriad dangers within the ruins. Undoubtedly, more unknown perils awaited him ahead. Gripping the bloodthirsty halberd tightly once more, the residual energy upon it flickered gently, as if encouraging him onward. Drawing a deep breath and steadying his resolve, he continued to advance steadily along the passage. Within the labyrinthine complexity of the passageways, each step was fraught with difficulty and caution. The hanging vines resembled playful children, occasionally obstructing his path, compelling him to extend his hands and gingerly brush them aside. Any excessive motion would send forth a cascade of rustling sounds. The abrupt stone blocks seemed intent on thwarting him, lying in wait across his path, necessitating that he lift his legs to traverse them. A moment's inattention could spell disaster. In the narrow sections of the passage, Chun Ming pressed closely against the rough stone walls, sidling forward slowly, the sharp edges painfully jabbing at him. Conversely, in the wider expanses, the vastness brought with it an unsettling sense of the unknown, keeping his senses heightened, alert to any concealed dangers that might lurk in the shadows. Thus, Chun Ming meandered through the passage, traversing an unknown number of winding paths. At last, after rounding a corner, a hidden chamber came into view. The door to the chamber stood ajar, a gentle glow spilling through the crack as if beckoning him softly. Simultaneously, a powerful and rich surge of spiritual energy rippled outward, akin to ripples in a pond, as if an invisible yet alluring hand were enticing Chun Ming closer. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, he approached cautiously. Extending his hands, he placed them upon the door, feeling its cold, rough texture. A gentle push accompanied by a long, resonant creak allowed the door to swing open, stirring a light cloud of dust that carried the scent of antiquity, almost prompting a sneeze, which he valiantly stifled, his eyes unwavering from the interior of the chamber. The chamber, though modest in size, exuded an aura of profound depth, as if it could draw in one's gaze and thoughts entirely. At its center lay an enormous stone coffin, crafted from an unknown stone material, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, as though meticulously shaped over countless ages. The coffin was adorned with peculiar engravings, depicting forms that were both beast-like and human-like, their twisting lines resembling serpents, yet imbued with an inexplicable harmony, as if they were narrating ancient and enigmatic tales in a unique language. Surrounding the coffin, the walls were inscribed with dense writings and symbols, standing like a regiment of soldiers, awaiting Chun Ming's interpretation. Drawing closer for a detailed examination, he discovered that these inscriptions were, in fact, esoteric methods of cultivation. His gaze traced along the text, his mind racing with contemplation. These methods appeared to outline a unique approach to the flow of spiritual energy, with some connections to the divine dragon technique he had learned, akin to two rivers navigating through darkness, occasionally converging to create mesmerizing splashes. A sudden surge of intuition struck Chen Ming, a compelling sense that this could be an extraordinary opportunity to enhance his abilities. The secrets concealed within the coffin loomed like a captivating puzzle, stirring his curiosity. This curiosity acted as an invisible hand, propelling him to delve deeper. Consequently, Chen Ming resolved to remain in the chamber temporarily, attempting to practice these cultivation methods. He found a relatively clean spot in one corner of the chamber, gently brushing aside the dust from the ground before settling into a cross-legged position. He gradually closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and allowed his mind to settle into tranquility, akin to a serene lake undisturbed by ripples. At this moment, the chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the steady and rhythmic sound of Chen Ming's breathing. Chapter 185, Breakthrough. Chen Ming sat cross-legged in a corner of the chamber, taking a deep breath as he gradually guided his spiritual energy to flow in accordance with the cultivation method inscribed on the wall beside the stone coffin. Everything seemed to progress smoothly. The spiritual energy flowed through his meridians like a gentle stream, resonating harmoniously with the trajectory of the divine dragon technique. Occasionally, where they intersected, a marvelous resonance would occur, invigorating his spirit. As he delved deeper into his practice, the difficulty escalated sharply. The spiritual energy surged like a wild stallion that had broken free, becoming restless and no longer heeding Chen Ming's guidance, rampaging through his body. A searing pain shot through his meridians, as if countless needles were simultaneously piercing him, and beads of sweat the size of peas cascaded from his forehead, soaking his garments. Yet, Chen Ming did not surrender. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his indomitable will, striving to rein in the unruly spiritual energy. With his eyes tightly shut, he recalled every detail of the cultivation method in his mind, attempting to unearth a means to tame the turbulent energy. In the throes of anguish, time stretched unbearably, each second feeling like an eternity. After an indeterminate period, Chen Ming remembered certain techniques from the divine dragon technique regarding the soothing and guiding of spiritual energy. Attempting to integrate these methods into his current practice, he slowed his breathing, focusing his mind intently, carefully drawing the chaotic energy toward the rhythm of the divine dragon technique. This time, it appeared to yield results. The errant spiritual energy gradually calmed, flowing once more along the trajectory he desired. Chen Ming's heart leaped with joy, and he seized the moment to delve further into his cultivation. As the spiritual energy stabilized, he felt his understanding of the method deepen, as if a veil was about to be lifted. After a grueling struggle, Chen Ming reached the moment of breakthrough. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, engulfing the entire chamber. Dust swirled in the air, and the light upon the walls flickered erratically. Chen Ming sensed a significant enhancement in his strength. What had previously been obscure and convoluted within the cultivation method now became lucid and comprehensible. Gradually opening his eyes, a spark of excitement and joy glimmered within them. This arduous breakthrough instilled him with newfound confidence for the forthcoming explorations within the ruins. Though more unknown challenges awaited him, he now possessed a greater strength to confront them. Rising to his feet and stretching his somewhat stiff body, he cast his gaze once more upon the stone coffin, his curiosity about the secrets it harbored intensifying, ready to uncover them after a brief respite. After a moment of rest, as his physical and spiritual energies gradually recovered, he slowly approached the stone coffin, extending his hand to gently caress its surface, smooth as a mirror and cold to the touch, yet imbued with an ancient warmth. As he traced the peculiar patterns on the coffin, he sought clues to unlock it. On one side, he discovered a small recess, its shape quite unique, reminiscent of an ancient rune. Chen Ming's heart stirred. He recalled having seen similar runes mentioned in the cultivation method on the wall. He attempted to infuse the recess with his spiritual energy, and to his astonishment, it ignited with a faint glow, the light spreading along the patterns of the coffin like illuminating a mysterious path. Suddenly, the coffin emitted a slight tremor, and the lid began to open slowly. A wave of potent spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping him. Within the coffin lay a skeleton clad in ancient garb, surrounded by several radiant objects. Among them was an archaic book, its pages shimmering with a soft golden light, a finely crafted sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light as if containing boundless power, and a translucent orb, within which light swirled, resembling twinkling stars. Just as Chen Ming prepared to reach for these items, the chamber door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Instantly, the light on the walls dimmed, and the entire chamber was engulfed in an oppressive darkness. A powerful and malevolent aura seeped from beneath the stone coffin, as though something dreadful was on the verge of awakening. Alarmed, Chunming tightened his grip on the bloodthirsty halberd, his senses heightened as he surveyed his surroundings. He could feel an overwhelming danger closing in, and he found himself trapped within the confines of this small chamber. The sinister aura thickened, making each breath a struggle. A fierce battle was inevitable, and he had to confront the imminent unknown crisis with the strength he had just gained, safeguarding himself while also protecting the mysterious objects within the coffin. The previously tranquil space felt as if it were gripped by an invisible giant hand, the stifling atmosphere pressing down like lead, making it hard to breathe. Then, an evil aura surged forth like a flood breaking a dam, overwhelming the chamber. This aura was bone-chilling, akin to the harshest winter wind, penetrating deep into Chunming's marrow, intertwined with a palpable malice. As if countless malevolent eyes were watching him from the darkness, causing him to shudder involuntarily. A sudden realization struck him. His act of opening the coffin had likely triggered some hidden, dreadful danger within the ruins. Without a moment's hesitation, he clutched the bloodthirsty halberd tightly, as it felt like his sole lifeline. As his spiritual energy surged through his body like a rushing river, a faint halo of light began to emanate from around him. Though not blinding, it exuded a sense of solidity and reliability. Chunming scanned the area vigilantly, his eyes wide like bronze bells, leaving no minute movement unnoticed. His gaze radiated unwavering determination and vigilance, resembling a fierce beast poised to attack or defend against impending danger. The malevolent aura intensified, gradually coalescing into tendrils of black mist. This mist appeared almost tangible, swirling through the air like thick ink, resembling a swarm of monstrous entities. Within the fog, grotesque faces flickered into view, their expressions twisted in agony, as if enduring unbearable torment, while silently roaring at Chunming with palpable malice. The mist seemed driven by some mysterious force, consciously surging toward him like puppets on strings. Where it passed, the solid stone floor corroded as if exposed to powerful acid, turning pitch black before shattering into fragments. Narrating the horror of the evil force, Chunming took a deep breath, striving to quell his rising anxiety. With his feet slightly apart, he firmly planted himself on the ground, akin to two steel spikes driven deep into the earth, channeling his spiritual energy relentlessly into the bloodthirsty halberd. The halberd resonated with a low hum, as if eager for the impending battle, vibrant with anticipation. Chunming braced himself, his gaze fixed intently upon the approaching mist. Determination etched in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the black mist swiftly enveloped him, sealing him within its suffocating embrace, akin to a black shackle. Within the mist, the grotesque faces discovered their tantalizing prey, unleashing a cacophony of chilling howls. The sound was sharp and grating, reminiscent of nails scraping against rough glass, piercing into Chunming's ears and raising the hairs on his skin, evoking a profound discomfort. Those contorted visages, baring their fangs and claws, lunged ferociously at Chunming, their mouths agape as if to devour him whole. A jolt of trepidation coursed through Chunming's heart, compelling him to act without the slightest hint of negligence. He immediately invoked the divine dragon technique. In an instant, his spiritual energy surged like a tumultuous torrent, rampaging within him and enveloping his entire being in the blink of an eye. Soon after, a robust shield of spiritual energy rapidly coalesced around him, emanating a gentle yet radiant glow, encasing Chunming as if he were ensconced within an impenetrable fortress. The mist, resembling a frenzied beast, relentlessly battered against the shield, producing a cacophony of hissing sounds, akin to countless venomous serpents angrily flicking their tongues. Under the relentless assault of the malevolent mist, the once bright aura of the shield gradually dimmed, reminiscent of an oil lamp on the verge of extinguishing, flickering uncertainly, as if it could shatter at any moment. Remaining in a passive defensive stance was clearly not a sustainable strategy for Chunming. With a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the chamber like the tolling of a great bell, he summoned all his strength and wielded the bloodthirsty spear, its radiant energy pulsating as he thrust it fiercely into the densest part of the mist. The spearhead, imbued with formidable spiritual power, sliced through the fog with the swiftness of lightning, cleaving it open and revealing a fleeting void. However, this moment of tranquility was ephemeral. The mist, as if endowed with regenerative capacity, swiftly congealed once more, restoring itself to its prior state, as though Chunming's vigorous strike had been in vain. Furrowing his brow deeply, Chunming discerned a troubling pattern. The mist possessed a peculiar ability to regenerate, rendering conventional attacks ineffective in inflicting tangible harm. He quickly channeled his spiritual energy and unleashed the more potent divine dragon splitter spear. Concentrating all his spiritual might into the spear's tip, he made a decisive sweep, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful spear light that surged forth with a howling wind, akin to a cannonball hurtling through the air towards the mist. The very fabric of space around the spear light seemed unable to withstand this overwhelming force, tearing apart with a shrill cry. As if the universe itself were lamenting in agony, the spear light surged directly into the mist, causing a brief dispersal under its tremendous impact. The once dense fog fragmented into disarray, swirling chaotically. Yet, in mere moments, the mist reassembled like a wraith, once again charging towards Chun Ming with formidable ferocity. Chun Ming realized he must swiftly devise a more effective method of assault. Otherwise, under the relentless onslaught of this seemingly inexhaustible mist, his spiritual energy would inevitably be depleted, leading him into dire straits. Chapter 186, A Hard-Won Victory. Though the mist had been temporarily scattered under the overwhelming force of the spear light, transforming into wisps of thin vapor, it resembled undying phantoms, teeming with tenacity, rapidly reuniting into a malevolent entity. During this intense and prolonged confrontation, Chun Ming felt his spiritual energy deplete at an alarming rate. He could distinctly perceive his stamina waning, his legs growing increasingly leaden, as if shackled by weights of 1,000 pounds. The spiritual energy within him resembled a lake on the verge of desiccation, its levels steadily receding. In stark contrast, the malevolent mist surged forth, unyielding and tireless, showing no signs of fatigue. In this moment of dire straits, a spark of inspiration ignited within Chun Ming's mind. He recalled methods to counteract malevolent forces mentioned within the Jade Slip. A wave of exhilaration surged through him, akin to glimpsing a sliver of dawn in the darkness. He immediately activated a specialized spiritual technique, guiding his energy to flow along specific pathways within his body as documented in the Jade Slip. As the energy coursed through him, a luminous sphere of spiritual energy gradually coalesced in his palm. This orb radiated a gentle yet brilliant light, imbued with a purifying power so potent and pristine that it exuded an aura of warmth and tranquility, starkly contrasting with the surrounding malevolence. Seizing the opportune moment, Chun Ming hurled the sphere forcefully towards the densest concentration of mist. The orb traced a graceful arc through the air, akin to a resplendent meteor, before plunging into the fog. Upon impact, it erupted with astonishing, purifying force, sweeping through the surrounding mist like a tidal wave. The mist, under the influence of this purifying energy, began to dissipate rapidly, akin to snow melting beneath the scorching sun. The formerly grotesque visages emitted anguished howls, filled with terror and despair, as if enduring the most excruciating torment imaginable. Capitalizing on this golden opportunity, Chun Ming unleashed the unparalleled dragon battle in the wilderness forbidden technique. In an instant, a suffocating surge of power erupted from his being, manifesting ethereal dragon shadows that danced about him, exuding an ancient and formidable essence. Brandishing the bloodthirsty spear, he resembled a ferocious dragon, radiating an aura of cataclysmic might as he launched a final onslaught against the remnants of the mist. Under the overwhelming force of this assault, the malevolent fog was thoroughly vanquished. The sinister atmosphere within the chamber receded like the tide, vanishing without a trace. All around him returned to a state of tranquility, as if the harrowing battle had merely been a fleeting dream. Chun Ming exhaled deeply, the tension in his nerves finally loosening. The bloodthirsty spear fell limply to the ground, producing a dull thud. Overcome with fatigue from the excessive expenditure of spiritual energy, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Nevertheless, he had triumphed over the evil forces within the ruins, a hard-won and significant victory. Finding a relatively serene and secure corner within the ruins, Chun Ming gradually settled into a meditative posture. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, striving to recover swiftly from the exhaustion of the preceding fierce battle. As he circulated his spiritual energy, the soothing force flowed gently through his body like a babbling brook, nurturing every meridian it passed. Each channel, previously parched from overexertion, seemed to flourish under the rejuvenating essence, gradually regaining vitality. As time flowed slowly in this tranquil state, Chun Ming's complexion began to change. Though pale and weary, a hint of color crept back to his cheeks, the once diminished vitality now rekindling with vigor. After a protracted period of recovery, though not yet restored to his peak condition, Chun Ming felt himself sufficiently invigorated to depart this mysterious and perilous ruin. Gradually opening his eyes, a resolute glimmer flashed within them as he rose to his feet. He stretched his somewhat stiff limbs, the joints emitting faint cracking sounds. Gripping the bloodthirsty spear once more, its familiar texture instilled a sense of security within him. Cautiously retracing his steps through the labyrinthine passageways, he proceeded with utmost vigilance, each footfall laden with caution. Along the return journey, he remained vigilant, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, scanning for any signs of abnormality. His ears were attuned to the slightest sounds around him, as even a whisper of wind could conceal peril. The corridor was eerily silent, with only the echo of his footsteps reverberating against the walls, creating a monotonous and heavy sound that amplified the uncanny atmosphere. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without incident, and at last, he arrived at the exit of the ruins. As he stepped out of the ruins, the dazzling sunlight cascaded upon him like a waterfall, enveloping him in warmth and alleviating his fatigue. However, he soon noticed that the black-robed cultivators continued to linger nearby. They huddled in small groups, their heads close together as they engaged in hushed discussions about some clandestine matters. Their eyes frequently darted toward the ruins, revealing a glimmer of greed and anticipation, as if they awaited some unsuspecting prey to fall into their trap. These individuals were undoubtedly still fixated on the treasures within the ruins, perhaps even calculating how to seize them from him. At that moment, Chun Ming resolved not to entangle himself with them any longer. After all, his spiritual energy had not fully recovered yet, and should he find himself embroiled in battle once more, the outcome would be uncertain. Quietly, he activated the divine dragon transformation technique, his spiritual energy surging through him like a tidal wave. In an instant, he flickered and vanished, swift as a specter, dashing toward the exit of the valley where the ruins lay. The black-robed cultivators seemed to sense the commotion, turning their heads, but Chun Ming's speed was simply too great. They barely glimpsed a fleeting shadow before he disappeared from their sight. Upon leaving the valley, Chun Ming meticulously discerned his direction based on the clues obtained from the jade slip and set forth toward his next destination without hesitation. Following the path indicated by the jade slip, he ventured deeper into the continent. Along the way, an array of extraordinary sights unfolded before him like a magnificent tapestry. The sky resembled a vast canvas, intermittently painted in vibrant hues, reds, oranges, yellows, greens, blues, and purples blending harmoniously, as if a divine being wielded the most resplendent pigments with abandon. At times, it transformed into an inky black, profound as an endless abyss, where stars flickered, emanating an eerie glow that hinted at unspoken secrets. On the ground, various uniquely shaped plants flourished, as though crafted by nature's wondrous artistry. Some resembled colossal mushrooms, their broad, thick caps shimmering with a gentle luminescence, suggesting they harbored mysterious and formidable powers, enticing one to explore further. Others appeared as twisted vines, coiling and curling across the earth, bristling with sharp thorns, their tips glistening with crystalline droplets that refracted a spectrum of colors in the sunlight, leaving one to ponder whether they were deadly venom or invaluable elixirs. As Chun Ming traversed a dense forest, an eerie silence enveloped him, broken only by the sound of his footsteps and the rustling leaves. Suddenly, a low, thunderous roar shattered the tranquility, echoing as though it originated from the depths of hell, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble and fall. A colossal beast, resembling a tiger yet engulfed in blue flames, erupted from the underbrush with the ferocity of a predator. The flames flickered, exuding a chilling aura that starkly contrasted with its formidable presence. Its eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light, akin to two ghostly flames, radiating a potent and perilous energy that sent shivers down one's spine. Chun Ming did not dare to underestimate the creature. He swiftly summoned his spiritual energy, which surged within him like a raging torrent. Brandishing the bloodthirsty halberd, he stood resolute against the beast, and thus commenced a fierce clash. The beast opened its gaping maw, lunging at Chun Ming, unleashing a torrent of blue flames as if to engulf him whole. Chun Ming nimbly evaded while striking with the halberd, its blade glinting coldly as it met the beast's onslaught. The brilliance of their spiritual energies flared, causing nearby trees to splinter under the force of their battle. After a harrowing struggle, Chun Ming, utilizing the exquisite techniques of the divine dragon art alongside the formidable power of the bloodthirsty halberd, ultimately succeeded in driving the beast back. The creature let out a reluctant roar before retreating into the depths of the forest. However, beyond the beast, perilous terrain also posed considerable challenges for Chun Ming. He soon arrived at a seemingly tranquil swamp, its surface cloaked in a layer of green duckweed, swaying gently in the breeze like a serene green carpet. Yet, as soon as he stepped into the swamp, he felt an invisible and formidable force tugging at his feet, as if countless hands were gripping his ankles from below. Chun Ming quickly channeled his spiritual energy, striving to break free from this binding force. But the pull intensified, and bubbles began to rise in the murky waters, gurgling ominously as if some colossal creature stirred beneath the surface. A sense of urgency gripped Chun Ming's heart as he executed the divine dragon transformation, leaping forcefully as if soaring like an eagle, narrowly escaping the treacherous swamp. As he drew closer to his target location, the air thickened with an increasingly palpable sense of danger. This ominous aura seemed to emanate from the very depths of the earth, suffocating and terrifying, as if countless malevolent eyes watched his every move from the shadows. Chapter 187. The Town. Chun-Ming traveled tirelessly day and night, and on this particular day, he arrived at an ancient and tranquil town. The town sparkled like a jewel, nestled amidst lush green mountains and waters, surrounded by dense, verdant forests that formed a natural barrier. A crystal-clear river meandered through the heart of the town, its waters shimmering under the sunlight like a flowing galaxy. At the entrance of the town stood two ancient stone lions, proudly erect and exuding an air of majesty. Even though the passage of time had left its marks upon them, their commanding presence remained undiminished, as if they continued to guard the peace of this quaint settlement. Upon entering the town, Chun-Ming found it bustling with activity, teeming with cultivators. The streets were lined with an array of stalls, each brimming with enticing wares that captivated the senses. Some stalls displayed various spiritual herbs and elixirs, their refreshing fragrances wafting through the air, while dewdrops clung to the leaves as if freshly plucked from the spirit fields. The elixirs gleamed invitingly, each containing potent waves of spiritual energy. Other stalls showcased magical weapons and artifacts. The swords were exquisitely sharp, etched with mysterious runes that hinted at immense power. Shields were robust and heavy, gleaming with a metallic luster that conveyed an indomitable strength. Additionally, some stalls offered spiritual meals and wines, their aromas tantalizing and mouth-watering, drawing eager customers. Cultivators haggled animatedly at the stalls, their voices rising and falling in a lively chorus, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling trading hub for the entire continent. Weary from his relentless journey, Chun-Ming chose to take refuge in a tavern. Inside, the constant ebb and flow of patrons filled the air with a cacophony of noise. Seeking a moment of respite, he settled into a quieter corner, ordering a selection of food and drink. He patiently awaited his meal while overhearing discussions among surrounding cultivators regarding a mysterious sect known as the Xianin sect. According to their accounts, the Xianin sect was notorious for practicing bizarre techniques and employing ruthless methods, often resorting to unscrupulous tactics to seize resources from other sections. To achieve their objectives, they would not hesitate to instigate conflicts, leaving a trail of enmity behind them. The Xianin sect had gained a notorious reputation across the continent, evoking furrowed brows wherever it was mentioned. Moreover, Chun-Ming learned of a legendary thousand-year spirit flower that had recently emerged in the nearby Spirit Valley. This flower was said to possess miraculous properties, not only significantly enhancing a cultivator's prowess, but also capable of healing grievous injuries, making it an object of desire for many. As news of its existence spread, various factions began to stir, with smaller sects and wandering cultivators eager to seize the opportunity to obtain the flower and elevate their own strengths. The grand sects, shrouded in secrecy, were closely monitoring the situation, poised to seize the opportunity at any moment, rendering a fierce struggle seemingly inevitable. Chun-Ming remained vigilant, contemplating that before seeking the vital artifact, he might first ascertain whether the spirit flower could prove beneficial to him. Should he acquire the spirit flower, it could potentially elevate his prowess, providing an additional layer of assurance for the forthcoming adventures. As he savored his meal, he attentively tuned into the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, striving to gather more detailed information regarding the spirit flower and the Spirit Valley. After finishing his meal, Chun-Ming rose from the tavern, intending to first learn the specifics of the Spirit Valley before devising his next course of action. He bid farewell to the bustling, vibrant town, setting forth alone towards the direction of the Spirit Valley. The scenery unfolded around him like a slowly revealing scroll, undergoing a wondrous transformation. The spiritual energy in the air grew increasingly rich, initially appearing as a faint whisper, only to later envelop him like a soft, invisible veil. As he drew closer to the Spirit Valley, the spiritual energy intensified, penetrating every pore of his being, akin to countless gentle hands caressing him, instilling a sense of ease and revitalization. Upon entering the Spirit Valley, Chun-Ming was greeted by a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise, instantly capturing his attention. The flora and trees within the valley resembled lively spirits, emanating a radiant glow. These luminescent hues varied from bright and dazzling to soft and subdued, intertwining to create a breathtaking, ethereal tableau. Unfamiliar spiritual herbs displayed slender, elongated leaves that shimmered with iridescent glimmers, resembling tiny gemstones nestled within, swaying gently in the breeze, their light flickering enchantingly. Sturdy spiritual trees stood tall and straight, akin to giants within the valley, their trunks weeping golden liquid that flowed like the essence of life itself, exuding an irresistible fragrance, as if infused with boundless vitality, capable of alleviating all worries and fatigue. Shortly after Chun-Ming ventured deeper into the valley, His keen senses detected a subtle disturbance ahead. Though faint, the sound resonated distinctly in the tranquil spirit valley. A sense of apprehension gripped him, tightening his grip on the bloodthirsty spear that had accompanied him for so long. Every nerve in his body suddenly taut. Cautiously approaching the source of the sound, he moved with light, deliberate steps, striving to make not a single noise. Before him stood a young female cultivator, clad in a delicate blue gown that fluttered gently in the wind, her graceful figure reminiscent of a fairy from the valley. In her hand, she firmly held a spirit sword, its blade glinting with a cool luminescence akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. She regarded Chen Ming with a watchful gaze, a hint of wariness evident in her eyes, as if perceiving him as a potential threat ready to strike. Noticing her demeanor, Chen Ming immediately halted, a friendly smile gracing his features, signaling his lack of malice. He spoke softly, his tone warm and sincere. "Fear not, young lady. I have come in search of the spirit flower, with no intention of causing offense." The female cultivator appraised Chen Ming, her gaze lingering momentarily upon him, as if weighing the truth of his words. Seeing sincerity reflected in his demeanor, her tense nerves eased slightly, though she still held her spirit sword at the ready. With a slight nod, she introduced herself. "I am Lu Yao, also here for the same purpose. The Spirit Valley is fraught with danger. Might you be willing to travel together temporarily for mutual protection?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ming assessed the situation, recognizing that having an ally in this unfamiliar and perilous Spirit Valley could indeed provide an additional safeguard. Thus, he smiled and nodded in agreement. The two continued onward, not long into their journey before they encountered several small, illusory formations scattered throughout the valley. These formations, seemingly simplistic, composed of stones and spiritual herbs haphazardly arranged, concealed profound intricacies. The flow of spiritual energy within the formations was chaotic and complex. One misstep could lead to disorientation and an entrapment within endless illusions. Furrowing his brow, Chen Ming's expression shifted to one of focus and seriousness. Drawing upon his keen perception and some knowledge of formations, he scrutinized his surroundings. Crouching down, he gently touched the stones beneath him, sensing the flow of spiritual energy coursing through them, while also observing the growth direction of the spiritual herbs and the vein patterns of their leaves, attempting to uncover clues to decipher the formations. Chen Ming discerned that within the chaotic flow of spiritual energy lay subtle patterns, akin to a hidden order amidst the disorder. Following the direction of the energy's movement, he cautiously led Lu Yao onward. With each step, he meticulously observed the changes around them, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, wary of triggering any further mechanisms within the formations. Under Chen Ming's guidance, the two adeptly navigated through one formation after another, progressing deeper into the Spirit Valley. As they ventured further, the spiritual energy surrounding them grew astonishingly dense, as if immersed in a vast and abundant pool of spiritual essence, each breath allowing the energy to surge into their bodies like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds pierced the serene atmosphere, shattering the tranquility of the valley, heralding the impending arrival of a storm. Exchanging glances, they perceived doubt and caution reflected in each other's eyes, quickening their pace towards the source of the noise. Before them stood a group of cultivators clad in crimson robes, exuding an air of aggression. At the forefront was a burly male cultivator, his towering stature reminiscent of a small mountain, muscles rippling with latent power. Gripping a hefty broadsword, its blade wide and glinting with a chilling light, he seemed capable of effortlessly cleaving through any obstacle in his path. Upon noticing Chen Ming and Lu Yao, a disdainful smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he boomed, "You two should leave at once. This spirit flower is a prize we of the Blazing Fire sect are determined to obtain. Those who know their place should not linger here." This man was Zhao Meng, notorious within the Blazing Fire sect for his temperamental nature, known for his domineering and unreasonable conduct. Chen Ming frowned slightly, a surge of displeasure rising within him as he boldly retorted, "The spirit flower does not belong solely to your Blazing Fire sect. By what right should we vacate? This Spirit Valley is public land, and everyone has an opportunity to claim the spirit flower." Lu Yao echoed his sentiment from beside him. "Indeed, your Blazing Fire sect cannot act so tyrannically and monopolize the spirit flower." Zhao Meng's expression darkened instantaneously, akin to the menacing sky before a storm, his eyes flashing with a feral glint, resembling a wolf eyeing its prey. He gripped his broadsword tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, seemingly ready to strike and teach Chen Ming and Lu Yao a lesson. Just as tensions escalated, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict, a group of female cultivators clad in white robes appeared before them, ethereal as if descended from the heavens. They moved with lightness, their grace untouched by the mortal realm. At the forefront was Murong Shui, her beauty exquisite, akin to a finely polished jade, her demeanor cool as frost, and her gaze radiating an inherent pride, as if dismissing all that surrounded her. Morong Shue's piercing gaze swept over the gathering. Her voice crystalline yet imbued with icy undertones. The spirit flower cannot be monopolized by one person or sect. It should be pursued through fair competition. Are you not concerned about being ridiculed by other sects for such brazen behavior? Despite the spirit flower yet to make its appearance, the atmosphere brimming with contention felt palpable and thick, as if an invisible pressure enveloped them, stifling their breaths. Zhao Ming scoffed, his voice reverberating like distant thunder. Fair competition? Huh. Let us see whose fist is harder. In this spirit valley, strength is the ultimate truth. Chun Ming and Lu Yao stood resolutely side by side, their gazes unwavering as they confronted the cultivators of the fire gate. Meanwhile, the white-clad female cultivators led by Morong Shue stood nearby, observing the unfolding scene with a cold detachment. Their eyes hinted at a blend of indifference and composure. Yet they seemed poised to seize an opportune moment to join the fray, vying for the precious spirit flowers on behalf of their sect. The atmosphere in the spirit valley became increasingly tense, akin to a taut string on the verge of snapping, threatening to ignite a fierce conflict. Chapter 188, The Fog Crisis. Just as the standoff reached a boiling point, the spirit valley was suddenly engulfed in an unexpected and dense fog. This fog descended with startling abruptness, shrouding the entire area in an impenetrable veil. The onlookers felt a blinding flash of white light, and in the next instant, their vision was obscured, leaving them in a realm of pure white, as if they were ensconced in a chaotic world where directions were indistinguishable. A sense of foreboding washed over Chun Ming as his years of adventuring instinctively kicked in, propelling him into a heightened state of alertness. He promptly channeled his spiritual energy, which surged through his meridians like a torrential river, resonating with a low rumble. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the fog for any signs of movement, with every subtle change registering in his keen perception. Eerie whispers emanated from the fog, their tones sinister and otherworldly, echoing as if from the depths of a hellish abyss, sending chills down the spine. The fog reverberated with haunting sounds, as if countless eyes lurked in the darkness, poised to strike with lethal intent. Suddenly, a massive tentacle shot forth from the mist with lightning speed, targeting Zhao Ming. Its surface was rough and uneven, adorned with sharp barbs that glinted with a cold, menacing light, resembling a myriad of daggers. A foul stench wafted from the tentacle, overwhelming and nauseating. Reacting swiftly, Zhao Ming, a battle-hardened warrior of the fire gate, bellowed with a voice that echoed like thunder amidst the fog. He swung his hefty blade with all his might, aiming a powerful strike at the tentacle. A resounding clang rang out, akin to metal colliding, as the blade met its target but left only a shallow mark, accompanied by a shower of sparks. A wave of shock coursed through Zhao Ming. He had not anticipated the tentacle's formidable resilience, realizing that his full-powered strike had barely inflicted harm. It dawned on the group that a potent and perilous creature lurked within the fog. They immediately began to channel their spiritual energy, readying themselves for the creature's imminent assault. Chun Ming and Lu Yao formed a tight defensive formation, their backs pressed together. They deftly maneuvered through the fog, evading the tentacles that lashed out unpredictably. Chun Ming executed the divine dragon transformation technique, gliding like a wraith among the tentacles. Each time a tentacle neared him, his keen instincts and agile movements allowed him to dodge with finesse, like a fish navigating through turbulent waters. Lu Yao, equally formidable, wielded her spiritual sword with grace, dancing through the mist as if she were a silver lightning bolt. Waves of sword energy erupted from her blade, imbued with a fierce momentum, seeking to thwart the tentacle's advances. The sword energy flickered with a cold brilliance in the fog, hissing as it clashed with the tentacles. While evading the onslaught, Chun Ming's eyes remained fixed on the tentacles within the fog, meticulously searching for any weaknesses in the creature. He observed with unwavering focus, noting that although the tentacle was powerful, there were discernible intervals between its attacks, suggesting a certain rhythm to its movements. An idea sparked in his mind. If he could seize this opportunity, he might inflict substantial damage and pave a path to escape. Nevertheless, the perils hidden within the fog were far from over. The presence of the formidable tentacle was merely the beginning, and the depths of the mist concealed further dangers. As the creature's tentacles, like a frenzy of serpents, lunged from all directions, the air thickened with an almost palpable tension. The cultivators of the fire gate and the white-clad female cultivators, after a brief moment of shock, swiftly regrouped and plunged into the unexpected battle. In an instant, myriad spells illuminated the dense fog, their brilliance contrasting sharply against the darkness. Fiery reds, icy blues, and a kaleidoscope of colors erupted like a dazzling display of fireworks against the night sky, casting the previously ominous surroundings into a surreal and mesmerizing spectacle. yet laced with a sense of imminent peril. Chunming locked his gaze onto a tentacle hurtling towards him, timing his move perfectly. With a thunderous shout that reverberated through the mist, he unleashed the powerful divine dragon spear, channeling his entire spiritual energy into the spearhead, which blazed with an intensity reminiscent of a star on the verge of exploding. With a forceful swing, a chilling spear light shot forth, slicing through the fog like a bolt of lightning, striking the tentacle with formidable might. A muffled thud resonated, akin to a blade piercing flesh. As the spear successfully inflicted damage upon the tentacle, dark green ichor gushed from the wound, releasing an acrid stench, prompting the tentacle to recoil as if struck by a jolt of electricity. This monstrous entity, colossal and fearsome, did not relent despite the pain inflicted upon it. In the blink of an eye, more tentacles surged forth from various angles, quicker and more powerful than before, accompanied by a howling wind. Murong Shue's eyes narrowed, her hands weaving intricate seals with uncanny swiftness, incantations spilling from her lips as she summoned ice-based magic. Jagged icicles materialized, resembling a barrage of sharp, flying daggers, hurtling towards the tentacles with lethal precision. The icy projectiles glimmered with a frigid radiance, embodying the essence of winter's chill. In an instant, several tentacles were encased in a thick layer of ice, rendered rigid and immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Ming raised his hefty blade high, flames roaring to life along the blade's edge, fueled by his surging spiritual energy, resembling a raging fire dragon. With a mighty shout that resonated across the battlefield, he exclaimed, "Fire slash!" Harnessing this overwhelming force, he cleaved down upon the frozen tentacle. A thunderous explosion echoed, akin to a bomb detonating, as the frozen tentacle shattered under the dual assault of fire and brute strength, scattering fragments of ice and flesh across the ground. The dark green ichor splattering in all directions, intensifying the foul odor. Lu Yao, refusing to be outdone, commanded her spiritual sword with deft movements, weaving an intricate web of silvery light. Waves of sword energy surged forth, like arrows released from a bow, slicing through the encroaching tentacles with deadly precision. The tentacles fell as easily as tofu beneath her strikes, the dark green ichor spraying like droplets of rain. Amidst the chaos and intensity of battle, the cultivators gradually recognized that defeating this formidable creature through individual efforts would be nearly impossible. They began to explore collaborative strategies within the fray. Chunming, utilizing the agile and versatile techniques of the dragon transformation, darted through the monstrous tentacles like a wraith, deftly diverting the creature's attention by enticing its appendages to strike, thereby creating invaluable opportunities for his comrades to attack. Murong Shue stood at a relatively safe distance, continuously casting ice spells to effectively restrain the creature's movements with sharp icicles and freezing power, rendering its tentacles sluggish and clumsy. Zhao Ming, drawing upon his immense strength, resembled a fierce general on the battlefield. Each time a tentacle was ensnared by Murong Shue's ice magic, he seized the moment to launch a formidable assault, delivering fatal blows to the tentacles. Lu Yao, with her keen perception and nimble agility, took on the role of vigilant protector, constantly scanning their surroundings for any tentacles that might circumvent their defenses and ambush them, ensuring the group's safety from behind. United in purpose, they functioned like a tightly knit combat team, collectively confronting the monstrous entity shrouded in mist. Each harbored a shared aspiration to successfully seize the spirit flower from the grasp of this formidable beast. After an intense and arduous struggle, their increasingly harmonious coordination finally succeeded in repelling the creature's frenzied onslaught. Simultaneously, the once dense fog, which seemed capable of engulfing everything, appeared to fulfill its purpose and gradually dissipated. As the mist lifted like a delicate veil, their vision cleared, revealing a gigantic beast resembling an octopus before them. Its colossal body dwarfed their surroundings, akin to a small mountain, standing imposingly in front of them. Covered in a thick, somewhat coarse hide adorned with numerous protrusions, it resembled grotesque tumors, exuding a bizarre and malevolent aura that instilled dread in their hearts. The creature's eyes glowed like two massive lanterns, radiating a fierce and chilling light that seemed to pierce through their very thoughts, coldly observing them as if seeking an opportune moment to strike again, poised to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. A surge of trepidation coursed through Chunming. Years of experience had honed his instincts to recognize the overwhelming power of this beast. The oppressive aura it exuded suggested that it was likely at a level approaching the late Foundation establishment stage. Such a formidable adversary posed a monumental challenge for them. Chunming understood that to obtain the spirit flower, they must first vanquish this formidable obstacle. Turning slightly, he exchanged glances with his fellow cultivators, conveying an unspoken agreement to strike together, pooling their strengths in a concerted effort to defeat the powerful beast. Murong Xue nodded slightly, her exquisite visage reflecting a grave determination. Once more, her hands moved swiftly to form seals, her motions as fluid as flowing water. Ice energy rapidly coalesced around her, causing the temperature to plummet to freezing levels. A thin layer of frost began to form on the ground, crystalline and transparent, resembling a vast mirror. The moisture in the air swiftly crystallized into countless tiny ice shards. Swirling around her in anticipation, ready to strike at her command, Zhao Ming gripped his mighty blade tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. The flames upon his sword surged with renewed vigor, roaring like tumultuous waves, filling the air with a fierce hiss. His eyes sparkled with combat fervor, akin to a blazing inferno, fixed firmly on the beast, radiating an unwavering resolve, awaiting the perfect moment to unleash his assault. As if ready to pounce like a tiger descending a mountain, Lu Yao positioned her spirit sword before her, quivering slightly under the infusion of her energy. Emitting a crisp hum, sensing the imminent clash, it seemed eager to engage in battle, her gaze steadfast and focused, poised to strike at the beast's every movement. Taking a deep breath, Chunming activated the dragon technique. A torrent of powerful energy surged through him like a raging river, rapidly permeating his entire being. An aura of dragonic might emanated from him, as if an invisible dragon were awakening within. The bloodthirsty halberd in his grasp blazed with radiant light, shimmering like a divine artifact. The group braced themselves. The ultimate confrontation with the formidable beast was about to commence. This battle would determine their fate in acquiring the spirit flower and would be pivotal to their survival within this spirit valley, leaving no room for complacency or carelessness. Chapter 189, The Clash. Faced with such a powerful beast, time felt as fleeting as sand slipping through an hourglass, leaving no room for hesitation. With a determined gaze, Chun Ming initiated the assault, his energy rushing through his veins like a roaring river. Employing the Dragon Shadow Flash, a technique infused with draconic power, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, seemingly capable of tearing through space itself. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the beast, appearing before it in an instant. With both hands tightly gripping the bloodthirsty halberd, his muscles tensed, revealing prominent veins. Channeling all his strength into the tip of the halberd, he let out a roar reminiscent of an ancient dragoness cry, resonating throughout the spirit valley. He then plunged the halberd into one of the creature's tentacles. The tip, sharp as a fanged tooth, easily penetrated its flesh, causing dark green ichor to erupt like a fountain, accompanied by a repugnant stench. The beast roared in pain, emitting a low growl that echoed like distant thunder, shaking the nearby trees. Simultaneously, Zhao Ming, unyielding, swung his mighty blade. The flames engulfing it seemed infused with new strength, burning ever more fiercely, as if intent on reducing the world to ashes. With a fierce shout, brimming with the spirit of battle and fearlessness, Zhao Ming charged forward with the momentum of a tiger descending a mountain, aiming for another of the creature's tentacles. The blade, imbued with the power of fire, struck the tentacle with tremendous force, producing a crack reminiscent of snapping branches. Though the appendage was not severed, a deep gash marred its surface, flames racing along the wound, searing the beast's flesh and emitting a sizzle, proclaiming Zhao Ming's assault. Murong Xue remained composed in the background, her expression as serene as eternal ice. Her hands moved gracefully, forming seals with the elegance of a butterfly in flight. Chanting incantations, the surrounding ice energy responded to her call, coalescing rapidly. In an instant, a vast area was frozen, a thick layer of ice spreading swiftly towards the beast, attempting to confine it and restrict its movements. Several of the creature's tentacles became ensnared in the ice. Imprisoned as if in an icy prison, their movements hindered. It struggled in vain, only managing to create small fissures in the ice. Lu Yao too was not idle. Her gaze unwavering, she wielded her spirit sword with precision. Waves of sword energy erupted from the blade, cutting through the air like shooting stars, aimed at the beast's vital points. The energy left deep marks on the creature's resilient hide, although it did not inflict fatal damage. It only served to further aggravate the beast. The creature, enraged, writhed and roared, seemingly attempting to intimidate the group. It sensed the formidable threat they posed, and began to thrash wildly. Its tentacles whipped through the air like massive whips, striking with blinding speed, creating a howling wind that threatened to shatter everything in their vicinity. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides unleashing their full might, neither willing to yield. The air was thick with potent waves of spiritual energy, shimmering lights flickering as various spells intertwined, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks. The cacophony of battle cries and the roars of ferocious beasts melded into a fierce symphony of combat, causing the very essence of the spirit valley to tremble. As if the earth itself quaked in response to the strife. The beast, incensed by the onslaught of attacks, revealed a glimmer of sheer ferocity in its enormous eyes, akin to two blazing orbs of black flame. Suddenly, it opened its massive maw, cavernous like a mountain cave, unleashing a torrent of black venom. The venom spread like a dark cloud, engulfing the surroundings with astonishing speed, leaving little time for the onlookers to react. It emitted a nauseating stench, a grotesque amalgamation of decaying flesh and potent acid, inducing waves of revulsion. Wherever it landed, the ground was instantly corroded, releasing plumes of black smoke, as if ravaged by the claws of a demon, leaving behind unsightly scars. Chen Ming, with his keen eyesight, quickly sensed the impending danger and urgently shouted for everyone to take cover. He swiftly conjured a protective spiritual shield, his hands moving in rapid succession to form intricate seals. As a cascade of spiritual energy surged from his fingertips, manifesting a transparent barrier before him. This shield radiated a gentle glow, resembling a formidable fortress guarding him. The venom splashed against the shield with a sizzle, akin to countless insects gnawing at its surface, causing the barrier's luminescence to wane rapidly. Much like a candle flickering on the brink of extinguishment, teetering on the edge of shattering. Other cultivators also employed their respective techniques to evade the venom, with Murong Shui darting gracefully, akin to a delicate butterfly, as an icy surface materialized beneath her feet. She glided swiftly across the ice, her movements both elegant and agile, evading the venom's reach. The icy expanse extended beneath her, as though carving a safe passage for her. Zhao Meng, on the other hand, plunged his great sword into the ground, using it as leverage to leap high into the air, resembling a mighty eagle taking flight. He adjusted his stance midair, narrowly avoiding the venom, stirring up a cloud of dust upon landing. Yet, several disciples of the fire sect were caught off guard, splashed by the venom. Upon contact with their skin, the venom acted like a ravenous beast, rapidly corroding their garments and flesh. Their anguished cries echoed with despair and terror as they struggled desperately to escape the venom's insidious grasp, but its corrosive nature was too potent, swiftly leaving behind gaping wounds. From these wounds, black smoke billowed, exuding an unbearable stench that was unbearable to witness. Seizing the moment of chaos, the beast launched a more ferocious attack, several of its tentacles lunging towards Chen Ming with blinding speed, mere inches away in the blink of an eye. The tentacles, resembling thick serpents, bore immense strength. Chen Ming's heart raced. He immediately activated the dragon's battle technique, channeling his spiritual energy to its zenith. A soft glow enveloped his body, fortifying his resolve. The tentacles collided violently with his spiritual shield, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated through him, nearly forcing a spurt of blood from his lips. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground as he was pushed back several paces, each step leaving an indelible imprint. Just as Chen Ming found himself in peril, Lu Yao, ever watchful of the beast's every move, exhibited unwavering determination and decisiveness. Seizing the opportune moment, she propelled herself off the ground, leaving shallow footprints in her wake, surging toward the beast like a released arrow, her speed leaving only a blurred afterimage. As she neared the beast, she infused her spiritual sword with her entire essence, the blade glowing brilliantly, reminiscent of a radiant star. She executed a powerful piercing strike, the sword cutting through the air with lethal intent, plunging straight into the beast's eye. The beast howled in agony, its roar echoing like thunder, reverberating through the spirit valley, causing a ringing in the ears of all present. Its body quaked violently, akin to an earthquake, shaking the very ground beneath. The rhythm of the tentacle attacks became chaotic, their previously synchronized movements devolving into erratic flails. Chen Ming seized this rare opportunity, decisively unleashing the dragon's battle-forbidden technique. In an instant, a surge of formidable power erupted from him, akin to a volcanic eruption. Pale dragon silhouettes materialized around him, their ancient and potent essence palpable. Gripping the blood-draining halberd tightly, he channeled this immense energy into the weapon, its shaft gleaming like a divine artifact poised to cleave the heavens. With a powerful thrust, he drove the halberd deep into the beast's flesh, dark green viscous fluid gushing forth once more. Zhao Meng and Murong Shui, recognizing the moment, launched their strongest attacks. Zhao Meng swung his great sword, invoking the fire sect's ultimate spell, the Flame Dragon Slash. A colossal dragon of fire erupted from the blade, roaring as it surged toward the beast, igniting the air in its wake with a hissing sound. The dragon, embodying annihilation, collided forcefully with the beast. Meanwhile, Murong Shui harnessed her ice-based spiritual power, forming a massive ice sword that shimmered with crystalline clarity, exuding a frigid aura. She hurled the ice sword toward the beast, freezing the surrounding air into sharp icicles that followed in its wake, piercing the beast's body like hidden daggers. Under the combined might of the group, the beast could no longer withstand the assault. Its form began to fissure, cracks spreading like a spider's web, oozing dark green fluid. With a resounding crash, akin to the collapse of the heavens, the beast's body disintegrated into a radiant light, leaving only a pool of viscous green liquid and scattered remnants. Though victorious, the group found themselves utterly exhausted. Chun Ming knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking the ground beneath. His complexion paled, yet a glimmer of satisfaction shone in his eyes. Zhao Ming's great sword hung limply at his side, his arm trembling, clearly drained of energy, his chest heaving as if he were a bellows. Murong Shui appeared ashen, her forehead dotted with sweat, breathing heavily, her body swaying slightly. Lu Yao leaned against a nearby tree, her breath shallow, her hair disheveled, yet her eyes sparkled with the light of triumph. In their gazes flickered the glow of victory. After this arduous battle, they had finally triumphed. Chapter 190, Hu's Spirit Flower. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, the group successfully vanquished the colossal and fearsome beast. Near the spot where the beast had once lurked, they discovered a remarkably concealed cave, shrouded in layers of vines and shielded by massive stones, rendering it nearly invisible. Had they not meticulously searched the vicinity, this hidden location would have remained undetected. Chun Ming took the lead, approaching the cave with steady and cautious steps. Upon entering, a delicate fragrance of flowers enveloped him. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the floral aroma intensified, as if an invisible hand beckoned them further into its depths. At the very heart of the cave, they finally beheld the legendary Millennium Spirit Flower, standing proudly atop a protruding rock, its stem tall and straight, reminiscent of an elegant dancer poised in grace. The petals exhibited a peculiar pale purple hue, each one translucent and exquisite, as if crafted from the finest crystal. Shimmering enchantingly in the dim light, the spirit flower radiated a soft, sacred glow, illuminating the entire cave in a dreamlike aura, as if they had stepped into a realm of ethereal beauty. The fragrance was refreshingly delightful, instantly invigorating those who inhaled it, as if all weariness had dissipated in that very moment, revealing itself to be a rare and precious treasure of the world. However, a dispute arose among the crowd regarding the ownership of the spiritual flower. Zhao Ming stepped forward with a commanding stride, arms crossed, his face exuding an undeniable authority as he proclaimed loudly, "Our fire sect has contributed the most to this battle. At the onset of our confrontation with that beast, I led my brothers bravely to the front lines, enduring countless attacks and hardships. This spiritual flower rightfully belongs to our fire sect." His gaze was resolute, seemingly declaring that he would not relinquish his claim to the flower easily. Murong Shui raised her brows slightly, letting out a disdainful snort as she retorted, "Had it not been for us white-clad female cultivators employing ice-based spells to restrain the beast's movements, preventing it from launching effective attacks, would you have fared so well in your battle? Our contributions are significant. How could the flower be monopolized by your fire sect alone?" The white-clad female cultivators behind her nodded in agreement, their eyes ablaze with an intense desire for the spiritual flower. As if it were already a prize they were determined to claim. Chun Ming and Lu Yao also felt they had played a crucial role in this battle and should not return empty-handed. Chun Ming stated, "Since entering the Spirit Valley, Lu Yao and I have been deciphering formations to pave the way for everyone. Throughout the fight, we never faltered. We too are deserving of the spiritual flower." Lu Yao chimed in, "Indeed, everyone has contributed their efforts. No single faction should monopolize this flower." The atmosphere grew tense once more, with each party clinging to their arguments, eyes filled with vigilance and a fierce desire to claim the flower. The once harmonious cave now reeked of conflict, the air thick with the scent of impending strife. As a new contention seemed inevitable, just as the standoff escalated and tension mounted, with the air thick enough to ignite a battle at any moment, the previously clear sky abruptly turned ominous, shrouded in dark clouds that gathered with alarming swiftness, as if summoned by a mysterious and formidable force. These clouds coalesced in layers, as black as ink, threatening to engulf the entire world. A bolt of black lightning struck down from the clouds like an enraged dragon, accompanied by a deafening roar, directly targeting the location of the spiritual flower. Under the influence of the lightning, the flower's gentle glow flickered erratically, wavering like a dying oil lamp. On the verge of extinguishing entirely, its petals trembled slightly, as if gripped by fear or struggling against an unseen force. The once delightful fragrance now tainted with an unsettling odor, hinting at an impending transformation. The crowd stood transfixed by this sudden turn of events, eyes widened in disbelief. uncertainly gazing at the flower, completely unprepared for such a scenario. At that moment, a group of cultivators clad in black robes descended from the clouds. Their garments rustling ominously in the wind, reminiscent of demonic cloaks, exuding an aura of dread. Their faces bore a cold and sinister demeanor, as if they emerged from the very depths of darkness. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair, the elder of the Xianyin sect. He landed gracefully, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a hawk's, before sneering, "You fools, bickering over this spiritual flower, unaware that you are merely tailoring garments for our Xianyin sect. This flower now belongs to us. Those with sense should leave quickly, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Chun Ming felt an intense rage brewing within him, recalling rumors he had heard in the tavern back in the small town, coupled with the timing of the Xianyin sect's appearance, leading him to suspect that they were likely after him. After all, he bore a special mission and had uncovered crucial clues within the ruins, making it highly probable that he had already been targeted by the Xianyin sect. He feared the spiritual flower falling into their hands, for with their notorious methods, he could only imagine the malevolent purposes to which they might put it. Clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, he silently vowed that he would not allow the Xianyin sect to succeed. Stepping forward boldly, he faced the elder of the Xianyin sect, his gaze unwavering like solid rock, locking eyes with the elder as he declared, "You Xianyin sect shall not easily seize the spiritual flower. I will not allow it." The elder regarded Chun Ming with disdain, his eyes filled with contempt, as if viewing him as nothing more than an inconsequential insect. With a wave of his hand, he issued the command to attack, and his black-robed disciples surged forth like phantoms, launching a swift assault on Chun Ming and his companions. Without hesitation, Chun Ming unleashed the divine Dragon 9 transformations, his form becoming ethereal in an instant, darting like a black lightning bolt among the black-robed cultivators. His bloodthirsty halberd swung with relentless precision, each strike imbued with immense spiritual energy, piercing fiercely towards the black-robed assailants. The tip of the halberd gleamed with a chilling light, akin to the scythe of death, as the black-robed cultivators scrambled in panic to evade its path. Seeing this, Lu Yao, Zhao Ming, and Murong Shui wasted no time in joining the fray, engaging in a fierce melee with the cultivators of the Xianyin sect. The Xianyin sect's practitioners, skilled in bizarre spells, unleashed a torrent of black smoke that surged from their hands, swiftly enveloping the entire space. An eerie chill permeated the air, akin to a frigid wind, sending shivers down the spine, as if one were trapped in a nightmarish hell. Amidst the chaos of battle, Chun Ming adeptly responded to the onslaught of the black-robed cultivators while meticulously observing the characteristics of their spells. After careful scrutiny, he found that although the Xianyin sect's spells were unpredictable and challenging to defend against, identifying the weaknesses in their spiritual energy flow could yield effective counterattacks. In the midst of combat, Chun Ming feigned vulnerability, luring a black-robed cultivator into believing he had an opening. When one such cultivator, eyes gleaming with greed, unleashed a black spell resembling a shooting star, Chun Ming seized the moment, evading the attack with a swift, ghostly maneuver. In the same breath, he retaliated, thrusting his bloodthirsty halberd towards the weak point of the black-robed cultivator's spiritual energy. With a muffled grunt, the black-robed cultivator was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Lu Yao, wielding her spiritual sword with deft control, danced through the air like a tempest, unleashing a barrage of sword chi that clashed violently with the black-robed cultivators. Each wave of sword chi bore a fierce momentum, slicing through the air towards the enemy. Zhao Meng swung his massive blade, unleashing the formidable spells of the fire sect, flames roaring like an enraged dragon, forcing the approaching black-robed cultivators to retreat. Meanwhile, Murong Shui cast her ice-based spells, sending shards of ice flying like arrows towards the black-robed foes, sparkling with cold light under the sun, causing them considerable trouble. United in purpose, they engaged in a fiercely intense battle against the Xianyin sect cultivators, with both sides locked in a stalemate, unable to determine a victor. Seeing that his black-robed disciples had been embroiled in combat with Chun Ming and the others for an extended period without achieving swift victory, the elder of the Xianyin sect felt a surge of irritation. He had initially believed this group to be a rabble that could be easily dispatched, allowing him to seize the spiritual flower without hindrance. He had not anticipated their tenacity, which had thwarted his plans. With a cold snort, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, determined to eliminate these obstacles swiftly. He swiftly formed intricate hand seals, his fingers moving like phantoms, executing a series of complex gestures while murmuring incantations in a low, cryptic tone, as if summoning an ancient and malevolent power. As the profound technique was unleashed, the surrounding space seemed to be mercilessly kneaded by an invisible giant hand. The once smooth ground began to fissure, cracking like a spider's web that spread outwards. The ominous clouds in the sky roiled as if enraged beasts, rumbling with deep, thunderous growls. A formidable gravitational pull, akin to that of a black hole, surged forth towards Chun Ming and his companions without warning, an overwhelming force that seemed intent on ruthlessly drawing everything nearby into its grasp and shredding it to pieces. The group felt an intangible power tugging at their bodies, as if it sought to wrench their very souls from their physical forms. Their faces turned ashen in an instant, and they hastily channeled their spiritual energy to resist. Chun Ming activated the divine dragon technique, flooding his body with spiritual energy like a rising tide, quickly forming a solid shield of energy around him, glowing faintly in an attempt to fend off the terrifying pull. Yet, this force was overwhelmingly potent. He felt as if he were but a leaf swaying in a tempest, on the brink of being swept away. The power yanked at his limbs, inducing a strain in his muscles, as if every inch of his skin was on the verge of being torn apart. Zhao Ming and several practitioners from the fire sect, unwilling to succumb, elevated their fire energy to its zenith, striving to break free from this gravitational force with their formidable flames. The fire blazed around them, roaring fiercely, the searing heat distorting the very air. However, against such overwhelming suction, the flames appeared feeble, flickering like a candle's flame buffeted by a storm, on the verge of extinguishment. As their fire energy dwindled, exhaustion began to mar their expressions. Murong Shui, on the other hand, conjured ice spells, enveloping the group in a thick layer of ice, hoping to utilize its solidity to resist the gravitational force. The surface of the ice glimmered with a frigid radiance, resembling a vast mirror. Yet it too was being pulled apart by the force, fissures appearing as if it might shatter at any moment. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Her hands clenched tightly as she endeavored to maintain the stability of the ice, acutely aware of her waning spiritual energy. The group collectively sensed their spiritual energies depleting, their bodies gradually becoming unable to withstand the relentless pull, their forms swaying precariously. Chun Ming inwardly lamented, fully cognizant of the tenacity of this force. If this continued, they would inevitably fall prey to the elder of the Xianyin sect. Zhao Ming, refusing to be ensnared, bellowed with indomitable spirit, rallying a few elite practitioners from the fire sect to launch a powerful assault to shatter this binding force. They unleashed the pinnacle spells of the fire sect, robust pillars of flame shooting towards the elder of the Xianyin sect, each imbued with an aura of annihilation, howling as they surged forth. The elder merely waved his hand lightly, and those seemingly formidable fire pillars instantly disintegrated into nothingness, as if they had never existed. Like a droplet of water merging into the vast ocean, leaving no trace behind, the group found themselves ensnared in profound despair, at a loss for how to extricate themselves from the Xianyin sect's control, helplessly witnessing their spiritual energy evaporate, their bodies being inexorably drawn closer. Hearts brimming with desolation and powerlessness. Chapter 191. Lu Yao comes to the rescue. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, and they were on the verge of relinquishing their resistance, Lu Yao suddenly recalled something. Her eyes sparkled with inspiration as she swiftly produced an ancient jade pendant from her bosom. This pendant bore an archaic design, its edges slightly worn, as if it had endured the ravages of countless ages. It was etched with enigmatic runes, pulsating with an ancient and potent aura, as though narrating a long-forgotten history. Without hesitation, Lu Yao infused the pendant with her spiritual energy, and as her energy surged into it, the pendant radiated a blinding light, illuminating the entire battlefield like the sun. The space once shrouded in darkness and gloom was now brilliantly illuminated. The light then coalesced into a transparent shield, enveloping Chun Ming and the others within its protective embrace. This shield not only withstood the elder's gravitational pull, but also temporarily stabilized the surrounding distorted space. The shield trembled slightly, resisting the formidable force with a resonant hum, as if engaged in a fierce contest against the malevolent power. Lu Yao maintained the output of energy from the pendant, breathing heavily as she addressed her companions. This pendant is a family heirloom, said to provide temporary resistance against formidable attacks, but it cannot sustain this power for long. Take this opportunity to adjust your state and prepare to launch another offensive. Her voice was slightly hoarse, beads of sweat trickling down her brow, yet her gaze remained unwavering. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of hope ignited within Chun Ming and the others as they hurriedly focused on channeling their energy to replenish their stamina and spiritual reserves. Chun Ming closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, guiding his energy to flow steadily within him, mending his damaged meridians. Zhao Ming gasped for breath, striving to steady himself and reform his fire energy. Murong Shui too calmed her mind, adjusting her ice energy in preparation for the impending battle. Chun Ming felt immense gratitude towards Liu Yao. Had she not produced the pendant at this critical juncture, they might have already fallen into the elder's grasp. He realized they must devise a plan swiftly to defeat the elder of the Xianyin sect, for once the pendant's power waned, they would all be in peril. Observing the radiance emitted by the pendant, he rapidly contemplated strategies. The elder of the Xianyin sect, witnessing this spectacle, wore an expression of dismay. He had assumed victory was assured, only to be confronted with such a treasure from Liu Yao. Infuriated, he intensified his technique output, attempting to shatter the shield. But bolstered by the pendant's power, the shield remained steadfast, resolutely repelling his assaults. Meanwhile, Chun Ming and the others within the shield readied themselves anxiously, awaiting the opportune moment for a counterattack, as an even more intense battle loomed on the horizon. Within the shield, Chun Ming, utilizing the pendant's strength to withstand the elder's pull, meticulously observed the flow of spiritual energy during the elder's technique execution. His gaze was sharp as a hawk's, fixated on the elder, not daring to overlook even the slightest movement or fluctuation of energy. In this life and death moment, any small discovery could prove pivotal in altering the course of the battle. After careful scrutiny, he finally discerned a crucial detail. Before the elder unleashed a powerful attack, a fleeting weakness in his energy would manifest. Though this vulnerability was ephemeral, it presented an exceptional opportunity for retaliation. Whenever the elder prepared to strike, the energy within him would rapidly circulate, and at the moment of convergence, a brief moment of energy void would appear in a specific meridian located on the left side of his chest. Chun Ming's heart leapt with joy, as if a glimmer of dawn had pierced the darkness. Quickly, he conveyed this discovery to Zhao Meng and Murong Shui through a thread of spiritual sound transmission, articulating his thoughts clearly to their minds. Upon hearing this, hope ignited within them, and they resolved to seize this opportunity to collectively launch a decisive attack, aiming to vanquish the elder of the Xianyin sect. The elder, sensing the stirrings of Chun Ming and the others within the shield, decided to strike preemptively. Preparing to launch another attack, he raised his hands high, his black robe billowing, as the surrounding energy surged chaotically. The previously tranquil space became turbulent once again. The dark clouds swirling violently overhead, bolts of black lightning darting through the clouds, as if rallying to bolster his assault. Observing this, Chun Ming recognized the moment had arrived. He shouted, unleashing the divine dragon sky-splitting spear. The entirety of his spiritual energy was unreservedly infused into the bloodthirsty halberd, causing the tip to erupt instantly with a formidable brilliance, akin to a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the vulnerable point of the Xianyin sect elder's spiritual force. The halberd's radiance sliced through the air with a fierce momentum, emitting a shrill whistle as if to rend apart any obstacle in its path. Simultaneously, Zhao Ming unleashed the most potent spell of the fire sect, the Inferno Dragon devouring heaven. The large blade in his hand ignited with a roaring flame, the fire swirling and leaping as if possessed by a life of its own. A colossal fire dragon spiraled forth from the blade, accompanied by a torrent of scorching heat. Charging towards the elder of the Xianyin sect, the dragon opened its cavernous maw, releasing a thunderous roar, as if intent on engulfing the elder whole. The searing heat swept through the surroundings, igniting the very air and causing the temperature to soar dramatically. Murong Shui invoked the ultimate ice spell, Frosty World, summoning countless icicles to cascade from the heavens like a torrential downpour towards the elder of the Xianyin sect. Concurrently, the temperature plummeted sharply, striving to immobilize the elder's movements. The icicles sparkled with a chilling luminescence. Under the sun's rays, they resembled countless sharp swords. The surrounding space was instantaneously enveloped in ice and snow, rendering the elder as if he were ensconced in a frigid realm. Liu Yao wielded her spiritual sword nearby, assisting with the assault. She wielded the sword with relentless precision, unleashing waves of sword energy aimed at the elder, disrupting his spellcasting. The sword energy streaked across the sky like meteors, bearing down upon the Xianyin sect elder with unyielding sharpness. All their attacks converged simultaneously, targeting the elder's weak point in spiritual energy, seizing this rare opportunity to counterattack and aim for his ultimate defeat, thereby extricating themselves from their dire predicament. The elder of the Xianyin sect, witnessing the onslaught, slightly altered his expression, yet remained unflustered, swiftly preparing his countermeasures as a decisive clash commenced. He swiftly formed hand seals, attempting to utilize his formidable spiritual force to withstand the barrage, heralding an imminent and fierce clash of energies, the outcome of which remained uncertain. Chun Ming fixated intently on the elder, his gaze sharp as an eagle, ever vigilant to capture his every move. The instant the elder's vulnerable point was revealed, Chun Ming sprang into action, the bloodthirsty halberd in his grasp resembling a streak of black lightning. channeling all his strength and hopes as it shot forth with blinding speed. The tip gleamed with a frigid light, striking true at the elder's left side, precisely where his spiritual energy was weakest. A muffled thud resonated as if a blade had pierced flesh, the halberd embedding deeply. The elder's body jolted, a fleeting expression of pain crossing his previously stoic face. As he emitted a stifled groan, his form trembling involuntarily. Zhao Ming's Inferno Dragon devouring heaven spell followed swiftly, revealing a massive fire dragon roaring forth from Zhao Ming's blade. Its body ablaze as it lunged at the elder. The dragon's flames blazed intensely, igniting the air in its wake, producing a cacophony of crackling combustion. The elder, still reeling from Chun Ming's strike, found himself momentarily dazed and unprepared as the ferocious fire dragon collided with him. The flames enveloped him instantly, accompanied by a hissing sound. As the acrid stench of charred flesh filled the air, inducing nausea, the elder writhed in agony amidst the flames, letting out a series of furious roars. Murong Shue's frosty world spell arrived promptly, with countless icicles shooting down from the sky, like lethal arrows towards the elder. The icicles glimmered with a chilling light against the backdrop of the flames, resembling beams of icy death. Bound by fire, the elder was hindered in his movements. Unable to evade the onslaught of icicles that pierced his skin, leaving trails of blood that stained his black robe crimson. The interplay of the icicles' cold and the flames' heat rendered the elder in profound torment. The elder could hardly fathom that Chun Ming and his companions could discern his vulnerabilities so acutely and seize upon this fleeting moment to unleash such a ferocious assault. With a roar akin to that of a wounded beast, he erupted with a surge of powerful energy, forcibly breaking free from the confines of fire and ice. Though injured, his strength remained formidable. As an elder of the Xianyin sect, his cultivation was exceptionally profound. His eyes, now bloodshot and filled with venomous rage, fixed upon Chun Ming and his allies with a glare that seemed to emit flames. In a desperate counterattack, he swiftly formed hand seals like a phantasm, unleashing streams of dark energy that shot forth towards Chun Ming and his companions. As the dark energy traversed the space, it appeared to corrode reality itself, manifesting cracks that threatened to shatter at any moment. Undeterred, Chun Ming and his allies engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the elder. Lu Yao wielded her spiritual sword with unwavering resolve, sending streaks of sword energy like meteors towards the elder, attempting to thwart his spellcasting. The sword energy whistled through the air, producing a sharp sound that added pressure to the elder. Zhao Ming swung his blade once more, casting other spells of the fire sect, flames roaring around him like an enraged fire dragon, relentlessly charging towards the elder, the intense heat distorting the very air. Murong Shui continued to employ her ice spells, relentlessly deploying icicles and ice layers to restrict the elder's movements. The icicles fell like rain, while ice spread rapidly across the ground, seeking to trap the elder within. Chun Ming recognized that there could be no slackening of effort. The battle had reached a critical juncture. Once more, he invoked the dragon battle in the wilderness forbidden technique. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from his body, an ethereal dragon shadow manifesting around him. The dragon shadow, fierce and ancient, emanated a potent aura, transforming Chun Ming into a primordial dragon. Grasping the bloodthirsty halberd, he charged towards the Xianyin sect elder, engaging him in close combat. Each clash of halberd and sword resonated with a deafening sound. Powerful waves of spiritual energy radiating outward, akin to tumultuous tides. The ground around them trembled and fractured, yielding deep crevices, while trees were uprooted and sent spiraling through the air. Under Chun Ming's relentless onslaught, the elder began to falter. Blood oozed from his wounds, staining his black robe a deep crimson, and his breath became erratic and labored. Realizing that persisting in this manner would only lead to his demise, he gritted his teeth, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes, before turning to flee along with the remaining disciples of the black robe. As they vanished into the distance, Chun Ming and his companions collectively sighed in relief, yet each was utterly exhausted, the battle having taken a tremendous toll, with each having paid a significant price. Chapter 192, Spiritual Flower. With the Xianyin sect in retreat, the battlefield momentarily regained its tranquility. The once fervent cries of battle and the sounds of spell collisions gradually dissipated, leaving only the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. The gaze of all present converged once more upon the millennia-old spiritual flower. Its aberration seemed to have ceased, yet its radiance shone even more brilliantly than before. The spiritual flower grew serenely upon the rock, emanating a soft yet potent luminescence that illuminated the surroundings in a dreamlike splendor, as if the entire space were enveloped in a vibrant halo. The rich fragrance wafted through the air, possessing a mystical allure that seemed to alleviate the fatigue of all who inhaled it. invigorating their spirits. Chun Ming understood that this spiritual flower held immense potential in enhancing his strength. With the power of the flower, he might surmount his current cultivation bottleneck, thus gaining an edge in the impending battle against malevolent forces. In the face of the looming crisis, every increment of strength was of paramount importance. However, he also perceived that Lu Yao, Zhao Ming, and Murong Shui shared the same fervent desire for the spiritual flower. Lu Yao's gaze revealed a profound yearning for the spiritual flower. Within her eyes lay not only the anticipation of its ethereal power, but also an undercurrent of familial responsibility, suggesting that the flower bore significant importance to her lineage. Zhao Ming fixed his intense stare upon the spiritual flower, his eyes betraying a fervent desire. For the fire sect was in dire need of such a treasure to enhance its strength and secure its foothold in the ever-shifting realm of cultivation. Murong Shui maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet the slight clenching of her fists indicated her resolute determination to possess the flower, as her sect might also require it to bolster its foundation. After a period of contemplation, Chun Ming proposed, "In our successful repulsion of the Xianin sect, each of us has played an indispensable role. Though the spiritual flower is precious, we should consider distributing it based on our contributions during the battle." Upon hearing this, the group fell into a brief silence. Zhao Ming was the first to shatter the quiet, exclaiming, "Brother Chun Ming speaks wisely. Each of us exerted effort in this conflict. Had it not been for our united front, we could not have driven back the Xianin sect. The distribution of this spiritual flower should be fair and just." Murong Shui nodded slightly, a flicker of agreement gracing her cool visage as she remarked, "Indeed, only through equitable distribution can we ensure that all hearts are satisfied." Lu Yao also gently inclined her head in accord. The group began deliberating the specifics of the distribution, encircling the spiritual flower and engaging in fervent discussion. After extensive debate, they ultimately resolved to divide the flower into several portions, each taking away a share. Chun Ming stepped forward, bending down to delicately grasp his designated portion of the spiritual flower. As he held it, a surge of powerful and pure spiritual energy flooded into his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The energy flowed through him like a rushing river, nourishing his meridians and rendering them more resilient. After bidding farewell to Lu Yao, Zhao Ming, and Murong Shui, Chun Ming ventured alone into the spirit valley in search of a secluded spot. He discovered a cave shrouded by dense vines and massive stones. Its entrance cleverly concealed, the intertwining vines formed a natural barrier that would be difficult to discern without deliberate searching. The stones piled around the cave's mouth appeared as if nature itself had crafted a defensive fortification. Chun Ming pushed aside the vines and slipped into the cave. Inside, the atmosphere was dark and damp, imbued with a faint mustiness, the walls adorned with moss, yet it was remarkably tranquil. Shielded from external clamor, an ideal sanctuary for absorbing the flower's spiritual energy. Finding a relatively flat area within the cave, he sat cross-legged on the cold ground, oblivious to the chill. With utmost care, he retrieved his share of the spiritual flower from his storage pouch, as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world. In the dim light of the cave, the flower emanated a gentle glow, resembling a resplendent pearl, its fragrance wafting throughout the cavern, refreshing the air within. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he began to circulate the divine dragon technique. As the spiritual energy flowed, an invisible force within him seemed to guide the process, and he carefully channeled the flower's essence into his meridians. The flower's energy was potent and pure as it coursed through his body. It felt like a crystalline spring cleansing his meridians. With each passage, he sensed his channels becoming more resilient under the nourishing flow, as though they were being reforged. The energy acted as a diligent craftsman, meticulously refining his meridians to enhance their strength and fluidity. With the continuous absorption of this energy, Chun Ming's cultivation gradually stabilized at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. He could distinctly feel the barrier separating him from the late foundation establishment phase thinning, as if a breakthrough was merely a single step away. A tremor of excitement coursed through him, his face betraying a glimmer of hope as he envisioned the imminent breakthrough. Just as he was fully absorbed in absorbing the energy, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence lurking nearby. The aura was elusive, akin to a phantom, yet it tightened his heart, prompting him to halt his absorption and cautiously survey his surroundings. His sharp gaze swept the cave, examining every corner with the intent of uncovering the source of the enigmatic presence. He sensed that someone was observing him from the shadows, their aura deeply concealed. Had he not heightened his awareness while absorbing the flower's energy, he would have remained oblivious. Chun Ming's mind raced with caution, uncertain whether this hidden observer was friend or foe, yet he knew he could not allow anyone to disrupt his absorption or let the spiritual flower slip from his grasp. He clenched his fists, allowing his internal energy to circulate slowly, prepared to confront any potential danger. At the edge of the nearby dense woods, a faint presence flitted by like a specter, its speed akin to a meteor streaking through the night sky, leaving behind only a fleeting trace. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Ming instantly activated the divine Dragon 9 transformations, his form transforming into a shadowy blur, racing towards the direction the presence had vanished. This technique propelled him forward with astonishing speed, the surroundings blurring into mere streaks of light. In the blink of an eye, he dashed into the woods. Upon entering, he immediately slowed his pace, carefully advancing while remaining acutely aware of any movements around him. On the soft earth, he discovered peculiar footprints, strange in shape and markedly different from those of ordinary cultivators. Their arrangement appeared deliberate and unconventional, reminiscent of tracks left by someone trained specifically for tracking. Kneeling down, he scrutinized the prints, his brow furrowing in concentration. Given the earlier fierce confrontation with the Xianyin sect, he surmised that these might belong to those unwilling to accept defeat, secretly returning to surveil him, lying in wait for the opportune moment to snatch the spiritual flower away. Standing there, Chun Ming fell into deep contemplation, mulling over his countermeasures. A flicker of resolve ignited in his eyes. He decided to play along, feigning ignorance of the observer's presence as he slowly turned to retrace his steps, returning to the spot where he had absorbed the spiritual flower's energy. He once again settled into a cross-legged position, adopting the guise of continuing his absorption. However, in truth, his consciousness had expanded entirely, like an invisible net enveloping every inch of the surrounding space. This net was extraordinarily sensitive, capable of detecting even the slightest disturbance, vigilantly monitoring the hidden observer's every move. He lay in wait like a predator concealed in the shadows, ready to unleash a sudden and lethal strike at the opportune moment. At this moment, Chun Ming appeared outwardly tranquil, seemingly engrossed in the absorption of spiritual energy, yet internally, he was as taut as a drawn bowstring, poised to spring into action. An unseen contest was quietly unfolding. His breathing remained steady and rhythmic, as if he genuinely immersed himself in the absorption process, while his consciousness acted as acute antennae, perpetually attuned to the movements around him. Before long, the elusive, caution-inducing aura drew near once more. Chun Ming internally smirked, maintaining his facade of calm as he continued to feign immersion in the absorption of spiritual energy, awaiting the moment when his prey would unwittingly step into his trap. A group of black-cloaked cultivators emerged from the surrounding woods and stones, swiftly encircling Chun Ming. These were indeed members of the Xianyin sect, who believed him defenseless, their faces alight with smug satisfaction, as if they had already envisioned the spiritual flower in their grasp. Their eyes gleamed with greed and excitement, as if Chun Ming were but a fish upon their chopping block, ready for slaughter. With each deliberate step, he advanced toward Chun Ming, his movements graceful yet imbued with an unwavering determination, the artifact in his grasp emanating an ominous glow that heralded the impending assault. Chun Ming, however, was well prepared. The moment the cloaked practitioners encroached upon his perimeter, he unleashed the formidable dragon battle in the wild forbidden technique. A suffocating force erupted from within him, akin to a volcanic eruption, tumultuous and overwhelming. Ethereal dragon shadows materialized around him, their claws poised and exuding an ancient, potent aura that enveloped the entire space in a commanding presence. His eyes gleamed with a golden radiance, blindingly luminous, as if he had transformed into a ferocious dragon, filled with boundless strength and intimidation. Simultaneously, while feigning the absorption of spiritual energy earlier, Chun Ming had discreetly set up several rudimentary, yet formidable spiritual traps in the vicinity. These traps, appearing simplistic, were in fact a culmination of his intellect and spiritual prowess. The black-robed practitioners, blinded by greed and fixated on their prey, unwittingly stumbled into these snares. Flickering beams of spiritual energy erupted as the traps activated, some unleashed powerful currents that slithered across the practitioners' bodies like serpents, causing them to convulse uncontrollably, emitting anguished cries. Others shot forth sharp spiritual spikes, akin to a rain of daggers, piercing their bodies and staining their black robes with crimson. Instantly, chaos ensued within the encirclement. The once orderly formation of black-robed practitioners devolved into disarray. Seizing the opportune moment, Chun Ming bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderclap across the tumultuous battlefield. Unbeknownst to him, his hand had tightened around the bloodthirsty halberd, its blade glinting with a chilling light. As if sensing its master's fury and resolve, like a bolt of black lightning, he surged into the throng of black-robed practitioners, launching a ferocious onslaught. Each strike of the halberd was imbued with immense power, toppling the practitioners before him. Filled with wrath and determination, Chun Ming sought to leverage this opportunity to extricate himself from the entanglements of the Xianin sect, ensuring they would dare not harbor any further ill intentions toward him or the spirit flower. The once tranquil locale had transformed into a fierce battleground, where shouts of battle and cries of agony intermingled, heralding a breathtaking confrontation. Under the relentless assault from Chun Ming, the black-robed practitioners began to falter, realizing they had underestimated this seemingly isolated adversary, setting the stage for a painful lesson. Chapter 193: The Bitter Struggle Against the Black-Robed Practitioners. Empowered by the formidable dragon battle in the wild technique, Chun Ming appeared reborn, transforming into an unstoppable tiger. His gaze shone with resolute brilliance as he charged toward the throng of black-robed practitioners without hesitation. The bloodthirsty halberd, firmly grasped in his hand, danced with lethal grace, producing a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. With each swing, powerful dragon-shaped spiritual energy surged forth, as if imbued with life, savagely lunging at the surrounding black-robed practitioners in a bid to consume them whole. In an instant, several practitioners were caught off guard, struck by the halberd's radiant edge. The force of the halberd propelled them backward like cannonballs, their bodies tracing arcs through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, releasing dull thuds. Blood gushed forth from their mouths like a fountain, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief, unable to fathom the extent of Chun Ming's formidable strength. Though initially disoriented by the traps Chun Ming had meticulously laid, the Xianin sect practitioners quickly regained their composure, their trained instincts kicking in. A glint of ferocity flashed in their eyes, reminiscent of ravenous wolves, as they began to unleash arcane spells in retaliation. In an instant, black curse seals shot toward Chun Ming like meteors, the air around them seeming to rot under the influence of a malevolent force. Emitting a hissing sound akin to anguished moans, sinister ghostly flames manifested from thin air, resembling fiery apparitions, radiating an eerie chill as they surged toward Chun Ming. Wherever they landed, the ground was singed, releasing a noxious odor, as if the very earth were succumbing to the corruption of evil. Seeing this, Chun Ming wasted no time in employing the divine Dragon 9 transformations technique. He maneuvered with ghostly agility, deftly weaving through the onslaught of spells. Each time a black curse seal or spectral flame threatened to collide with him, he would artfully sidestep or leap, evading the attacks with the finesse of a swimming fish. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, remained fixed on the movements of the black-robed practitioners, perpetually seeking their vulnerabilities and weak points. Upon identifying an opportunity, he would unhesitatingly strike with the bloodthirsty halberd, its glimmering edge delivering powerful blows that left the practitioners reeling. The clash between the two sides intensified, a fierce exchange unfolding. The brilliant sparks generated by their colliding energies illuminated the entire area, flickering erratically, sometimes bright, sometimes dim, narrating the intensity of this battle. The air was thick with potent spiritual energy fluctuations, enveloping the scene in an invisible mist, mingled with the metallic scent of blood and char, inducing nausea. The cacophony of battle cries and the sound of spells colliding merged into a tumultuous symphony, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Observing Chun Ming's ferocity, the black-robed practitioners grew increasingly anxious, realizing they could not subdue him swiftly. Exchanging glances filled with unspoken understanding, they began to chant incantations, preparing to unleash a secret technique of the Xianin sect. Their black robes billowed without wind, rustling ominously as though tugged by an invisible force. A dense aura of darkness surged from their bodies, coalescing into a torrent of blackness, akin to a tide crashing violently. This dark energy thickened, gradually forming a colossal spectral skull, its visage grotesque and terrifying, with hollow eye sockets glimmering with ghostly green flames. Reminiscent of a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of the underworld, it opened its cavernous mouth, unleashing a bone-chilling roar that reverberated like thunder, bearing down on Chun Ming with destructive force, as if intent on devouring him entirely, erasing him from existence. Feeling the weight of this formidable dark energy, Chun Ming's expression shifted slightly, his gaze sharpening with gravity. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned all his spiritual energy to conjure a protective shield before him. This shield radiated a gentle glow, resembling a transparent eggshell, encasing Chun Ming within, offering him a flicker of security. The colossal skull collided violently with the shield, producing a series of muted thuds, akin to distant thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The shield flickered violently, akin to a candle in a tempest. On the verge of extinguishing, Chun Ming felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, like a mountain crushing his spirit, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground as he crouched slightly under the weight of an overwhelming burden. Recognizing that the secret technique of the Xianyin sect was not easily vanquished, he understood the urgency to devise a countermeasure. Otherwise, should the shield shatter, he would find himself in an extremely perilous predicament. His mind raced, functioning like a high-speed machine, contemplating strategies to counter this formidable threat. Every conceivable method flashed rapidly through his mind as he endeavored to recall the techniques he had mastered and the battles he had endured, seeking even the faintest clue to unravel the enigma before him. The oppressive weight of the Black Skull loomed over him like an unstoppable tide, relentlessly battering Chun Ming's spiritual shield, which trembled precariously under the onslaught, its radiance dimming with each assault. The once gentle glow now flickered feebly, as if it were on the verge of being devoured by the encroaching darkness. With gritted teeth, Chun Ming's facial muscles quivered from exertion, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like pearls strung on a broken thread, soaking his garments. As he exerted every ounce of spiritual energy to maintain the shield, while simultaneously racing against time to devise a strategy, each passing second felt interminable. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, conjuring memories of clues he had gleaned from the ruins regarding the dispelling of malevolent forces. These fragments of insight shone like a glimmer of dawn amidst the shadows, reigniting a flicker of hope within Chun Ming's heart. Elated, he swiftly channeled his spiritual energy, constructing a unique cycle within his body. He combined the Dragon's divine technique he had diligently practiced with the insights gleaned from the ruins, allowing the two streams of energy to flow along a peculiar and intricate path within him. This endeavor was fraught with difficulty. A single misstep could result in a backlash of energy. Yet, Chun Ming remained undeterred, his focus unwavering as he guided the flow of energy. As the cycle neared completion, an aura of righteous vigor emanated from him, akin to the warmth of the morning sun, dispelling the surrounding malevolence, and countering the sinister energy radiated by the Black Skull. The once eerie battlefield, shrouded in terror, now felt touched by a semblance of light and hope, offering a measure of solace. However, the sinister practitioners of the Xianyin sect, recognizing the threat posed by this righteous energy, became increasingly frenzied. They relentlessly assaulted Chun Ming's spiritual shield, each impact causing it to tremble violently, as though it might shatter at any moment. The strain of this unyielding confrontation drained Chun Ming's spiritual energy significantly. His complexion grew as pale as parchment, his lips drained of color, and he appeared utterly exhausted. Yet, his gaze remained resolutely steadfast, like the brightest star in the night sky, fully aware that retreat was not an option. To falter now would mean not only the loss of his own life, but also the capture of the spiritual flower by the Xianyin sect. Drawing a deep breath to steady his tumultuous energy, he intensified the output of his spiritual power, valiantly resisting the onslaught of the Black Skull. His hands trembled slightly from the exertion, yet he clenched his fists, silently vowing to devise a means to unravel this secret art and liberate himself from the clutches of the Xianyin sect. In that perilous moment, despite being engulfed in danger, Chun Ming's will stood as resolute as iron, steadfastly weathering the tempest of adversity while awaiting the emergence of a turning point. Chapter 194. A turning point emerges. Feeling his spiritual energy waning and his legs trembling under the prolonged strain, each muscle cried out in agony. As if on the brink of collapse, the spiritual shield had become as fragile as parchment, teetering perilously under the relentless assault of the Black Skull. Seemingly moments away from being completely shattered, leaving him utterly exposed to the terrifying malevolence. Just as the situation seemed most dire, Chun Ming's keen eyes detected a subtle change. His full concentration was fixated on the spectral image of the Black Skull. Noticing that the previously smooth flow of dark energy suddenly experienced a brief stagnation and distortion around the eye region. This change was so minute that, had Chun Ming not been intently observing and possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to fluctuations in spiritual energy, it would have easily gone unnoticed. The once silky dark energy appeared to encounter an obstruction at the eye, forming a small vortex. As the energy surged chaotically within, a surge of intuition struck Chun Ming. He sensed that this might be the key to breaking the terrifying secret art. At that moment, he resembled a traveler lost in darkness, having nearly succumbed to despair, who suddenly glimpsed a ray of hope, igniting a fervent desire for survival and victory within him. Clenching his teeth, his indomitable will allowed him to momentarily forget his fatigue and the impending depletion of his spiritual energy. Channeling every last vestige of energy, he unleashed the most potent strike of the dragon's spear. With resolute hands gripping the bloodthirsty spear, his knuckles whitened from the effort as he poured every remaining ounce of spiritual power into the spear's tip. The previously dim glow of the spearhead transformed into a radiant beam of light, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. Propelled by all of Chun Ming's hopes and strength, It surged directly toward the skull's eye. In that instant of impact, it felt as though time itself had halted. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, all sounds fading away, leaving only the faint crackling as the spear met the skull. The skull emitted a piercing wail, sharp and jarring, reverberating through the space as if it could penetrate the very soul. With that anguished cry, the gathered dark energy began to dissipate swiftly, scattering like smoke blown away by a tempest, vanishing rapidly into the air. The massive black skull's spectral form grew increasingly nebulous, gradually fading from its once menacing clarity to an indistinct outline, until it ultimately vanished into nothingness. The black-robed practitioners, as the wielders of the secret art, experienced a fierce backlash. Their bodies convulsed violently, blood erupting uncontrollably from their mouths, leaving crimson trails in the air. Some collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with agony and despair, their bodies writhing uncontrollably. Others clutched their chests, staggering backward, their steps unsteady, nearly falling. What had once been a fearsome and determined force, poised to seize the spiritual flower, now resembled a pack of frightened strays, stripped of their courage to resist. Seizing this opportune moment, a glint of determination flashed in Chun Ming's eyes. He understood that opportunities such as this were fleeting, should he let this chance slip away. The black-robed practitioners could regroup and retaliate. Without hesitation, he charged once more toward the black-robed practitioners. Despite the tremendous depletion of his spiritual energy and his overwhelming fatigue, his fighting spirit was ignited anew, that fierce conviction propelling him onward. Chun Ming surged forward like a tempest, rushing toward the black-robed practitioners. In their current state, afflicted by the backlash of the secret art, the black-robed practitioners found their strength significantly diminished. Their once orderly formation disintegrated into chaos. Terror and despair etched on each of their faces. Only moments ago, they had been imposing figures intent on seizing the spiritual flower. Now they resembled lost souls, bereft of the will to contend. Chun Ming's onslaught was as relentless as a torrential storm. The bloodthirsty spear swung through the throng with unchecked ferocity, each movement unleashing a formidable arc of energy. The glimmering spear light flashed coldly, reminiscent of the grim reaper's scythe. Wherever it passed, black-robed practitioners fell in droves. A few of them, unable to evade in time, were struck fatally by the spear's light, dying instantly. Their bodies flew like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Blood gushed from their wounds, staining the earth around them, the air thick with the pungent scent of blood. The remaining black-robed practitioners, witnessing the carnage, were visibly shaken. They realized that if this continued, none would escape with their lives. One among them, seemingly the leader, bore a frantic expression, yet attempted to maintain composure, shouting in a voice filled with desperation and fear, "Retreat." The command echoed through the blood-soaked battlefield, reverberating with helplessness. Upon receiving the order, the black-robed practitioners turned in haste, fleeing into the depths of the woods. Their steps were frantic and disordered, colliding with one another. Utterly devoid of the prior discipline, Chun Ming would not easily let them escape. He deftly employed his agility to pursue them relentlessly. His figure darted through the forest like a streak of black lightning, moving with such swiftness that it left observers in a daze. During the chase, he incessantly unleashed spiritual energy to assault the fleeing black-robed cultivators. His hands formed intricate seals, and beams of spiritual light shot forth from his palms, piercing the air like arrows aimed at the black-robed figures. The luminous energy whistled through the atmosphere, imbued with formidable power. A few more were struck mid-flight, emitting anguished cries as they collapsed to the ground. They rolled on the earth, desperately attempting to rise and continue their flight, but ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Only a handful of black-robed cultivators managed to escape, relying on their nimble movements and the cover of their companions, retreating in disarray into the depths of the forest. Chun Ming stood still, watching their receding silhouettes, breathing heavily. His body was smeared with blood, both his own and that of his enemies. Sweat mingled with blood, trickling down his cheeks and splattering onto the ground. Observing the retreating figures, he chose not to pursue further. The Xianin sect, a mysterious and formidable faction, would not easily relent. Although he had repelled them with his wits and courage, he knew that greater adversaries and more severe challenges awaited him in the future. He understood the importance of remaining composed and prepared for the impending crises, rather than being intoxicated by a fleeting victory. Turning back to the location where he had absorbed the spirit flower's energy, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Nevertheless, he steeled himself against fatigue and sat cross-legged. At that moment, he felt utterly exhausted, every inch of his skin bearing testament to the ferocity of battle, and each bone seemed to ache as if dislocated. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his breathing and resumed channeling his spiritual energy, to continue the unfinished task of absorbing the spirit flower's power. While absorbing the spirit flower's energy, Chun Ming's mind remained active, contemplating strategies to counter the Xianyin sect. He realized that although his current strength was considerable among his peers, it was far from sufficient to confront such a colossal entity. The Xianyin sect boasted profound roots and a plethora of masters. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly and break through to the late foundation establishment stage to gain a more favorable position in future confrontations. Only by ascending to a higher level of cultivation could he better contend with the various tactics employed by the Xianyin sect. Chun Ming also understood that merely augmenting his strength was inadequate. He needed to gather more information about the Xianyin sect, including their unique techniques, operational styles, and internal structure. Only by knowing both himself and his enemy could he secure victory in upcoming confrontations. The Xianyin sect's techniques were enigmatic and diverse, and their methods were ruthless. Ignorance of their characteristics could easily lead to a passive stance in battle. He resolved to diligently enhance his abilities while simultaneously seeking intelligence on the Xianyin sect. He would pursue every avenue, whether through inquiring about rumors in the martial world or locating individuals who had encountered the sect, leaving no potential source of information unexplored. As the spirit flower's energy continued to meld with his body, Chun Ming's breath gradually steadied, and his complexion began to regain its vitality. That pure and potent spiritual energy flowed like a refreshing spring, rejuvenating his weary body and repairing his damaged meridians. Immersed in the process of absorption, he closed his eyes. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead in the sunlight, each droplet sparkling like a testament to his effort and toil. His body quivered slightly, the tremors emanating from deep within his muscles as they bore the weight of immense pressure, akin to an intense internal struggle. The spirit flower's energy surged within him like a torrential flood, brimming with raw power, recklessly seeking an entryway to integrate into his meridians. The force was so formidable it seemed poised to break through any obstacle, reshaping Chun Ming's physique according to its own will. He activated the divine dragon technique, resolutely guiding the powerful energy along a designated path within his body. Each strand of spiritual energy he directed felt akin to taming a wild beast. A moment's lapse could lead to catastrophic failure. Carefully maneuvering the energy's trajectory, he resembled a masterful beast tamer, employing his strength and intellect to engage in a breathtaking duel with this formidable force. His mind was intensely focused, all his attention concentrated on the flow of energy within him, the outside world fading into oblivion. After a grueling struggle, Chun Ming finally succeeded in completely merging the spirit flower's energy. A surge of magnificent power erupted within him, akin to a long-dormant volcano awakening, its force exuberant and vibrant. He could distinctly feel his spiritual energy becoming more robust than before, with his meridians seemingly widened by an invisible force, transforming previously narrow passages into spacious and resilient conduits capable of accommodating a greater torrent of spiritual energy. The sense of instability that had lingered in his peak mid-foundation establishment state now solidified, as if he had added several robust foundations to his cultivation edifice, fortifying it against the tempests. Chun Ming understood that breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage was no simple task. It required not only a substantial accumulation of spiritual energy, but also the right opportunity. Much like climbing a mountain, each step necessitated a solid foundation and the opportune moment to ascend to greater heights. Reflecting on the key items mentioned in the Jade Slip, he considered that perhaps there he might find the opportunity for breakthrough. As he journeyed, he also hoped to gather more intelligence about the Xianyin sect, for knowing oneself and one's adversary was the key to invincibility. The Xianyin sect's vast influence and secretive operations necessitated a profound understanding of them to maintain the initiative in future confrontations. With a firm resolution, Chun Ming packed his belongings, bidding farewell to the place that had witnessed his integration with the spirit flower's energy, embarking on a new journey. His steps were resolute and powerful, each one seemingly grounded in his convictions. His gaze reflected an anticipation for the unknown and a determination to confront challenges, akin to a blazing flame illuminating his path forward, proclaiming to the world that no obstacle could impede his progress. With dreams of the future and a steadfast commitment to his mission, Chun Ming bravely advanced towards his new objective, ready to embrace the challenges that lay ahead. He traversed the vast and desolate desert, the relentless sun hanging high in the sky like a colossal fireball, mercilessly scorching the earth. The yellow sands swirled around him, threatening to engulf the world in a golden sea. The sweltering heat was unbearable. Chun Ming felt as though he were trapped in a massive steamer, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, evaporating in an instant. After trudging through the desert for some time, he spotted a merchant convoy moving slowly in the distance. Comprised of dozens of cultivators clad in diverse garments, they exuded an air of endurance forged by hardship. The guards remained vigilant, weapons at the ready, constantly on guard against potential threats. Chun Ming's heart leapt with joy, and he quickened his pace to approach them. Upon reaching the convoy, he clasped his hands in greeting, indicating that he meant no harm and was merely passing through. The leader of the convoy, a burly middle-aged cultivator named Wang Fu, scrutinized Chun Ming with a discerning gaze. His demeanor was resolute, and his eyes conveyed a blend of calmness and wisdom. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Fu permitted him to accompany them for a while, albeit with a hint of skepticism regarding Chun Ming's origins, given the dangers of the desert and the unexpected appearance of a stranger. Chapter 195, Desert Bandits. As Chun Ming journeyed alongside the merchant convoy, he gradually grew familiar with Wang Fu. Through conversation, Chun Ming learned that this desert is often plagued by sand bandits, who survive by robbing passing caravans with brutal and ferocious methods. These marauders are well acquainted with the desert terrain, adept at concealing themselves among the dunes, biding their time to launch sudden attacks. Each time a caravan traverses this arid expanse, they tread with trepidation, fully aware that an encounter with the sand bandits could devolve into a life-or-death struggle. Chun Ming, upon hearing this, felt a stirring of caution within him, coupled with a palpable sense of dread regarding the impending journey. Nevertheless, he harbored no thoughts of retreat. Instead, his resolve to forge ahead grew ever stronger. Armed with his own capabilities, he was determined to confront any peril that lay ahead and reach his destination unscathed. His gaze radiated an indomitable courage, as if proclaiming to the treacherous desert that he would not be daunted by adversity. After several days of cautious travel through the desert, the tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered. In the distance, a swirling cloud of yellow sand surged forth like a tumultuous tide, sweeping towards the caravan. The sand obscured the sun, threatening to engulf the entire world in an endless storm of dust. Suddenly, a horde of sand bandits mounted on lizard-like beasts charged forward with alarming speed. These monstrous creatures towered over 2 men, their bodies covered in hard scales that shimmered coldly in the sunlight, leaving deep impressions in the sand as they stirred up vast clouds of dust. The bandits wielded sharp blades, exuding an aura of savagery, their eyes glinting with greed and malice, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves spotting their prey. Wang Fu's expression shifted, recognizing the imminent danger. He swiftly commanded the guards to prepare for battle, his voice resonating firmly like a bell across the desert. Stay calm, maintain formation, and prepare for combat. In this critical moment, panic would only exacerbate the situation. Only by remaining composed and united could they hope to seize a glimmer of survival. Without hesitation, Chun Ming stepped forward, resolved to lend his strength to the caravan. In this vast desert, their fates were intertwined. Aiding the caravan was tantamount to safeguarding his own well-being. Should the bandits overwhelm the caravan, he too would find himself isolated and defenseless. The sand bandits swiftly encircled the caravan like a pack of hungry wolves. A towering bandit leader rode forth on his beast, his bulk resembling a mountain of flesh atop the creature. Brandishing a long knife that gleamed ominously, he bellowed, "Those who know their place will quickly surrender all their valuables. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." His voice dripped with arrogance and hubris, as though he had already claimed the caravan as his own. Wang Fu furrowed his brow, unyielding in his response. "You bandits will not lay a finger on our possessions." His eyes shone with determination and defiance. The caravan's goods were hard-earned, and they could not be relinquished lightly. Thus, the battle ensued. Despite their numerical superiority, the caravan's guards were well-trained, forming a formidable defense. Some unleashed spells to strike at the bandits, beams of light shooting forth like meteors across the sky, while others engaged in close combat, blades clashing with resounding echoes. For a time, the battlefield was a cacophony of magic and battle cries, with neither side yielding. Locked in a stalemate, observing the fray, Chun Ming employed the divine dragon transformation technique. His form became a streak of black lightning, dashing into the throng of bandits. His speed was so blinding that he seemed to leave only a blurred afterimage in his wake. The bloodthirsty halberd in his grasp cleaved through the air with lethal precision, each strike imbued with formidable force. Where the halberd struck, the air seemed to tear asunder, emitting a piercing howl. The bandits, caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, faltered in disarray. Some were unable to evade in time, struck down by the halberd's edge, their cries echoing as blood sprayed across the yellow sands, staining them a dark crimson. Chun Ming navigated through the bandit ranks with the ease of a phantom, his strikes unerringly targeting their vital points, instilling profound terror among the marauders. His eyes were resolute and cold, as if he had transformed into the reaper of the desert, harvesting the lives of the bandits. The bandit leader, witnessing his meticulously orchestrated ambush unravel under Chun Ming's onslaught, felt a surge of anger and alarm. If he did not swiftly deal with Chen Ming, their plan to plunder the caravan would crumble, and the spoils they had anticipated would evaporate. With his black-bladed knife glimmering ominously, he glared fiercely at Chen Ming and spurred his lizard-like beast into a furious charge. The creature roared lowly, pounding across the sand, kicking up clouds of dust as it lunged at Chen Ming like an enraged predator pouncing on its prey. Chen Ming, unflinching in the face of the bandit leader's ferocity, exuded calmness, devoid of fear. Channeling his internal energy, he unleashed the divine dragon technique, enveloping himself in a faint golden radiance that illuminated the surroundings with righteous vigor, instantly elevating his aura from that of an ordinary cultivator to that of a formidable warrior. As the bandit leader approached, he wasted no time. Swinging his long knife with ferocious intent, a black blade of energy surged forth with a menacing wind, hurtling towards Chen Ming. This strike sliced through the air like a bolt of black lightning, threatening to cleave him in two. Chen Ming's eyes sharpened, a glint of determination flashing within. He swiftly raised the bloodthirsty halberd, its tip gleaming coldly as it met the oncoming blade of energy. With a resounding clash, the halberd and knife collided, echoing like the toll of a great bell, sparks flying as a powerful shockwave radiated from their clash, stirring up a localized tempest in the desert. The surrounding sands rose several feet, creating a massive curtain of dust. The bandit leader possessed notable strength, being at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and his knife techniques were both deceptive and varied. Having lived a life of thievery in the desert, he had honed a unique skill set. Each strike was imbued with tremendous power, and the angles of his attacks were cunningly elusive, making them difficult to defend against. The bandit leader's knife danced through the air like a serpent, striking from above and slashing from the side, each blow imbued with lethal intent. Chen Ming, caught in this fierce exchange, found it challenging to gain the upper hand and relied on the agility of the divine dragon transformation to evade the onslaught. With each dodge, he felt the chilling breeze of the blade's edge graze past him, a coldness akin to icy needles piercing his skin, warning him that even a moment's carelessness could lead to grievous injury. Yet Chen Ming remained composed, deftly avoiding attacks while meticulously observing the bandit leader's technique. With each encounter, he began to discern the patterns of the bandit leader's knife play. Although the bandit leader's strikes were fierce, a slight tremor in his shoulder preceded each attack, revealing the telltale sign of his impending strike. Chen Ming's heart surged with hope, akin to discovering a sliver of dawn in the darkness. He continued to engage the bandit leader, feigning vulnerability and adopting a seemingly desperate evasion to lull the bandit leader into complacency, all the while seeking an opening to deliver a decisive blow. Meanwhile, the sun blazed high in the sky, its relentless rays pouring down upon the two combatants, elongating their shadows as if nature itself had crafted a dramatic backdrop for this fierce clash of life and death, a breathtaking duel unfolding in the vast desert. As Chen Ming battled the bandit leader with fervor, the guards of the caravan seized this rare opportunity to counterattack. They trained together daily, traversing the world side by side, their synergy impeccable. A myriad of spells rained down upon the sand bandits, resembling a dazzling and deadly pyrotechnic display. Some guardians unleashed fire spells, their hands weaving intricate seals as they chanted incantations, flames erupting from their palms like dragons, hurtling towards the sand bandits with ferocity. These flames, imbued with searing heat, instantly scorched the yellow sand beneath them, transforming the terrain into a veritable sea of fire. The sand bandits, engulfed in flames, emitted wails of despair as their garments ignited, their flesh sizzling under the intense heat. Others among the guardians invoked wind spells, gracefully wielding their magical artifacts, summoning howling gales that echoed like the cries of tormented souls. The furious winds swept up vast clouds of yellow sand, forming pillars that charged towards the bandits. Some of the sand bandits were thrown off balance by the tempest, stumbling awkwardly, even becoming ensnared within the swirling sand columns, struggling and shrieking in terror. Additionally, some guardians engaged the bandits in close combat, wielding weapons such as long swords and spears, their movements agile and lithe as they clashed violently with the foes. Each strike of their blades was imbued with tremendous force, igniting a fierce melee where steel met steel, sparks flying amidst the cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams that reverberated throughout the desert. The sand bandits, already disarrayed by Chen Ming's earlier intervention, found themselves overwhelmed by the ferocious counterattack from the merchant guardians, gradually losing their resolve. They began to glance about nervously, panic flooding their eyes, akin to startled birds. Some of the more timid bandits even contemplated retreat, yearning to flee from the impending doom of the desert. Their gazes towards their leader were filled with desperation and fear, silently pleading for a strategy to turn the tide. The bandit chief, seeing their disarray, felt a surge of urgency. If his men began to flee, the battle would be irrevocably lost. Not only would the treasures of the merchant convoy slip through their fingers, but his own life would also be in jeopardy. With renewed ferocity, he wielded his blade with all his might, striving to swiftly eliminate Chun Ming and salvage the situation. Clutching his long knife tightly, he channeled his entire essence into the weapon, causing its blade to radiate a blinding light. In that moment, the air around him shimmered with a black haze of lethal intent, as if Chun Ming was ensnared in a sea of blades. Each flicker of the blade bore a deadly aura, striking towards Chun Ming with unrelenting force. At that critical juncture, Chun Ming discerned a flaw in the bandit chief's technique and resolved to exploit it. He feigned weakness, deliberately slowing his movements to reveal an opening. Slightly pivoting, he pretended to be unable to evade, exposing one side of his body to the chief. Seizing this opportunity, the bandit chief's eyes gleamed with ruthless intent as he swung his blade without hesitation. This strike was fueled by all his strength, slicing through the air with a sound akin to a howling wind, aimed directly at Chun Ming's vitals. The long knife glinted coldly in the sunlight, resembling the scythe of death itself. Just as the blade was about to cleave Chun Ming, he swiftly executed the divine dragon transformation, his figure flickering like a specter. Evading the lethal blow, his movements were as swift as lightning, leaving the bandit chief no time to react. In the next instant, Chun Ming thrust the bloodthirsty halberd like a bolt of lightning, its tip imbued with formidable spiritual energy, piercing straight into the bandit chief's abdomen. The chief's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of shock as he realized that his meticulously planned strike had failed, and he had instead exposed himself to Chun Ming's counterattack. Blood erupted from his mouth, splattering the yellow sand and staining it crimson. The bandit chief's injury sent the remaining bandits into disarray. Those who had already harbored thoughts of retreat now lost all will to fight, scattering like frightened birds. They mounted their lizard-like beasts and fled recklessly into the depths of the desert, kicking up clouds of swirling sand. The beasts, sensing their master's fear, galloped frantically, their claws carving deep ruts into the sandy ground. The silhouettes of the bandits gradually faded amidst the yellow dust, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield shrouded in swirling sand. Chun Ming and the merchant guardians opted not to pursue further. The vastness of the desert rendered such an endeavor futile, for the bandits were intimately acquainted with the terrain, and chasing them might not guarantee their capture. The undulating dunes and complex geography of the desert could easily conceal the bandits or even set traps against their pursuers. Moreover, after the intense battle, everyone bore wounds to some degree, necessitating time to rest and recuperate. Though Chun Ming possessed formidable strength, he too had expended considerable energy in his fierce confrontation with the bandit chief and bore several scrapes. The guardians were in even worse condition, some nursing deep cuts while others had suffered from spell backlash, their faces pale. Thus, they began to tend to the battlefield, aiding their injured companions. The guardians carefully assisted their wounded comrades to the side, administering healing potions. They supported and cared for one another, embodying the profound camaraderie amongst the members of the merchant convoy. Wang Fu approached Chun Ming, bowing deeply as he expressed his gratitude. "Brother Chun, we owe you a great debt of thanks. Had it not been for your timely intervention, our convoy would have suffered grievously. Your actions not only safeguarded our treasures, but also preserved our lives." Chun Ming promptly helped Wang Fu to his feet, replying, "Leader Wang, you are too kind. We are all in this desert together. Mutual assistance is only natural. To aid those in need is the duty of our kind." Wang Fu straightened, gazing at Chun Ming with profound admiration. He continued, "Brother Chun, I have heard tales of a mysterious ancient city deep within this desert, reputed to house countless precious treasures and resources for cultivation. With your prowess, perhaps a journey there could yield opportunities to enhance your strength. This ancient city has long been shrouded in various legends. Some say it contains elixirs capable of helping one break through their limits, while others speak of powerful artifacts awaiting worthy souls." Chun Ming felt a stir of excitement at Wang Fu's words, for he had been vexed by his inability to find a means to advance beyond the late foundation establishment stage. Wang Fu's account undeniably illuminated a glimmer of hope. Chapter 196. The Legend of the Ancient City. Chun Ming and Wang Fu stood at the makeshift camp of the merchant convoy, surrounded by an endless expanse of yellow sand, which shimmered under the sun's glare. The hot winds lashed at them like invisible whips, stirring up clouds of dust that blurred their vision. Wang Fu regarded Chun Ming with a serious demeanor, clearing his throat as he began to recount the legend of the desert's ancient city in detail. "Brother Chun, the origins of this ancient city are anything but simple," he said, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the depths of the desert, as if he could penetrate the layers of sand to glimpse the mysterious city. Awe flickered in his eyes, It is said to be the remnants of a once mighty sect from ancient times, a sect whose power commanded respect far and wide. Renowned for its unique cultivation methods that drew countless practitioners to its fold. Its disciples were exceptional, making waves in the realm of cultivation, and none dared to underestimate them. Wang Fu elaborated. He sighed, but then, an unforeseen calamity struck. In the blink of an eye, the sect was obliterated. The grand stronghold along with the magnificent ancient city buried beneath the merciless sands, vanishing from the annals of history, leaving only vague legends to linger in the world. Chun Ming listened intently, his curiosity about the ancient city deepening. His gaze fixated on Wang Fu, eager not to miss a single detail. As visions of the glorious past of that ancient sect and the once thriving city danced in his mind, Wang Fu continued, within this ancient city, it is said that countless treasures lie hidden, including precious elixirs capable of instantly enhancing one's strength. These potions, it is rumored, can enable a cultivator to break through their bottleneck in a brief span of time, significantly elevating their prowess. Just the thought of such possibilities ignites an insatiable desire. To acquire one would undoubtedly provide an extraordinary advantage in the fiercely competitive realm of cultivation. Furthermore, there are formidable magical artifacts, each imbued with potent spiritual energy. Possessing even one would instill greater confidence while traversing this world of cultivation, allowing one to face dangers with composure. More importantly, there may exist unique techniques capable of enabling a breakthrough in one's cultivation level. These techniques could very well be the ancient sect's closely guarded secrets, containing unique paths of training and profound principles. A glimmer of fervor flashed in Chun Ming's eyes. He was naturally captivated by these treasures. Yet what he yearned for even more was to discover a means to transcend his current realm. Only by advancing to the late foundation establishment stage could he confront the Xianyin sect with greater assurance and fulfill the mission that weighed upon his shoulders. Wang Fu sighed, concern etched across his face, and remarked, however, Brother Chun, this ancient city is not easily entered. It is fraught with intricate traps and mechanisms, a labyrinthine web that is perilous to navigate. A moment's carelessness could trigger these contraptions, leading to a most gruesome demise. Moreover, there are mysterious beasts guarding this ancient city. These creatures are immensely powerful and ferocious, said to be sealed within to protect the treasures inside. Anyone daring to intrude will become their prey. Over the years, numerous cultivators have ventured forth, driven by fervor and greed, only to vanish without a trace. Chun Ming furrowed his brow, yet within him there was no trace of fear. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging spiritual energy within, a force that seemed to infuse him with courage and confidence. He was resolute in his belief that with his own strength and wisdom, he would navigate the myriad dangers that the ancient city harbored. This ancient city represented a rare opportunity for him. He could not afford to let it slip away. Captain Wang, thank you for sharing this knowledge. My mind is made up. I must explore it. For the sake of my mission, I must seize this opportunity. Chun Ming declared, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. Wang Fu gazed at Chun Ming's resolute expression, knowing he could not dissuade him, and could only shake his head in resignation. Advising, Brother Chun, please exercise utmost caution. If the danger becomes too great, retreat swiftly. The perils of this ancient city far exceed your imagination. Do not act recklessly. Chun Ming nodded appreciatively at Wang Fu, responding, rest assured, Captain Wang, I will be careful. He bid farewell to each member of the merchant convoy, who looked upon his departing figure with a mix of concern and admiration for his bravery. With unwavering resolve, Chun Ming set forth into the depths of the desert toward the ancient city. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a golden hue upon the sands, and Chun Ming's silhouette grew smaller as he ventured further into the vast expanse of the desert, leaving behind a series of footprints that were soon buried by the shifting sands. As he trudged through the desert, the blazing sun loomed overhead like an enormous fireball, mercilessly radiating its searing warmth. The heat was oppressive. The yellow sand beneath his feet felt as if it had just emerged from a furnace, each step draining his strength as though an invisible force was dragging his feet down. Yet, fueled by anticipation for the ancient city and a longing for breakthrough, he pressed on with unwavering determination. He understood that with each step forward, he drew closer to the unknown opportunities that awaited him. Throughout his journey, he relied on his keen senses to carefully avoid several hidden traps concealed beneath the sands. These traps included quicksand pits, where the seemingly tranquil surface would quickly collapse underfoot, swallowing the unwary whole, and spikes hidden beneath the sand, poised to ensnare the unsuspecting intruder. Each time Chun Ming evaded a trap, he felt a surge of relief while simultaneously heightening his vigilance. After enduring several arduous days, Chun Ming finally discovered the entrance to the ancient city. The entrance was obscured beneath a thick layer of yellow sand, and had it not been for his unwavering will and meticulous searching, he would have never uncovered this secret passage hidden beneath the desert. Pausing, he gazed at the sand-buried entrance, inhaling deeply as he began to channel the spiritual energy within. As he did so, he felt a powerful force surge within him, as though a slumbering dragon had been awakened. He thrust his palms forward, and a torrent of energy erupted from his hands, crashing against the sands like a tempestuous wave. The yellow sand was swept up by the force, swirling around him like a golden sandstorm, obscuring the sunlight and shrouding the surroundings in shadow. Before him stood a massive stone door, towering and grand, exuding an air of solemnity. The surface of the door was inscribed with ancient runes, their lines archaic and imbued with an aura of mystery, seemingly narrating the ancient city's long history and its untold tales. Drawing closer to the stone door, Chun Ming scrutinized the runes, furrowing his brow as he focused intently, channeling his spiritual energy in an attempt to decipher the messages they conveyed. The runes were cryptic, akin to an ancient language, each symbol laden with profound significance. Chun Ming invested considerable time and effort, persistently striving to comprehend these runes from various perspectives. He alternated between deep contemplation and gently tracing the symbols with his fingers, attuning himself to the mysterious power they emanated. After much endeavor, he finally discerned that the runes seemed to recount the origins of the ancient city and the prerequisites for entry. They revealed that this ancient city was constructed by an ancient sect to safeguard vital treasures and techniques, accessible only to those possessing certain strength and fortune. The method to unlock the stone door was concealed within the runes themselves. Following their guidance, he located a specific indentation on the stone door, uniquely shaped as if designed for a particular input of spiritual energy. He began to infuse his energy into the indentation as indicated by the runes. As he did so, the runes on the stone door blazed with brilliance, their previously dim glow now radiating with dazzling light. In the next moment, the stone door began to creak open. The sound reverberated through the silent desert, akin to a sigh of the ancient city awakening after eons, as if welcoming a new visitor. A wave of ancient atmosphere washed over him, imbued with the weight of time and an air of mystery, as if it had traversed from a bygone era. Gripping his blood-drenched spear, its tip glinting ominously, Chun Ming warily surveyed the dim passageway beyond the stone door. A faint mist enveloped the corridor, obscuring his view of the interior. An unknown adventure was about to unfold, fraught with potential perils, yet he felt no inclination to retreat. Taking a deep breath, Chun Ming cautiously stepped into the ancient city. The stone door slowly closed behind him, temporarily severing his connection to the outside world, leaving only his solitary yet resolute figure as he ventured deeper into the ancient city. With each steady and powerful step, it felt as though he was proclaiming his fearless acceptance of the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 197. The Mist Within the Ancient City. As soon as Chun Ming set foot inside the ancient city, the dense fog enveloped him like an invisible beast, immediately shrouding him within its depths. This fog was thick as impenetrable ink, weighing heavily around him and severely limiting his visibility. He could see only a few paces ahead. Each tendril of mist seemed like an unseen hand, attempting to obscure his sight and disrupt his perception. Chun Ming furrowed his brow. This mist was no ordinary phenomenon. The ancient city was already replete with mystery and peril, and this fog clearly posed an insurmountable barrier within. Chun Ming summoned the spiritual energy within him, striving to disperse the encroaching fog with his formidable power. Surrounding him, the energy surged, coalescing into a swirling vortex that expanded outward. Where the energy flowed, the mist writhed and churned. However, it merely quivered momentarily before swiftly regaining its former state, as though Chun Ming's efforts were utterly in vain. The mist seemed to possess a will of its own, resolutely resisting his spiritual assault, thereby confining him within this limited realm of visibility. Within the fog-shrouded ancient city, myriad dangers lay hidden, demanding utmost caution. A single misstep could plunge him into irretrievable peril. Drawing a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he invoked the transformation technique of the divine dragon, and in an instant, his form became ethereal, resembling a shadowy specter as he navigated the mist with deliberate care. Each step he took was so silent that it seemed he had melded with the fog itself. Concurrently, he released his spiritual energy like an invisible net, attuned to every subtle movement in the vicinity. This net of energy was extraordinarily sensitive. Even the faintest air currents or the slightest tremors of the ground could not escape his perception. The surrounding silence felt oddly eerie, broken only by the soft echo of his footsteps, reverberating in the stillness like a haunting refrain, instilling a flicker of dread within him. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound pierced his awareness, akin to something crawling upon the sandy ground. Alarm surged within him as he instinctively sensed imminent danger. his nerves tensed. Every hair on his body standing on end, while his hands tightened around the bloodthirsty spear, knuckles whitening with the strain. His gaze fixated on the direction of the sound. Fully concentrated and prepared to confront the approaching threat. The fog within the ancient city seemed to congeal, and a palpable tension permeated this confined space, making it hard to breathe. Chun Ming's heartbeat resonated loudly in the stillness. He could feel it quickening, blood coursing through his veins, every cell bracing for the impending battle. As the rustling grew nearer, a colossal creature, resembling a scorpion, suddenly emerged from the depths of the mist. This beast was enormous, towering over him. Its body cloaked in glossy black scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen, akin to an impenetrable armor reflecting a sinister glow amidst the dim fog. Its tail arched menacingly, the tip glinting with a lethal light, resembling a sharp poisoned stinger, swaying in the air as if to issue a daunting challenge. The length of its tail nearly matched its body, each swing creating a faint breeze that hinted at boundless peril. Chun Ming's heart sank. He instantly recognized that this creature was formidable, not to be trifled with. The overwhelming aura radiating from the beast enveloped him in an invisible pressure. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly executed the divine dragon art, his spiritual energy surging like a torrential tide within, coalescing before him into a protective shield. The shield emanated a soft glow, encasing him securely within its embrace. It resembled a translucent eggshell, adorned with mystical runes that flickered softly, as if warding off the imminent onslaught. The creature brandished its massive pincers, lunging at Chun Ming with ferocity. As the pincers sliced through the air, they rent it with a sharp whistle, each one extending over a person's length, their edges exceedingly sharp, capable of crushing anything with ease. Reacting swiftly, Chun Ming sidestepped, evading the brutal attack like a bolt of black lightning. His movements were graceful and agile, narrowly escaping the creature's lethal blow. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was momentarily distracted, he thrust the bloodthirsty spear toward its leg with powerful intent. The spearhead struck the creature's scales with a resounding clang, leaving only a faint mark upon them. The hardness of the scales surpassed his expectations, and he felt a considerable recoil reverberate through his arm, numbing it slightly. The creature let out a piercing shriek, reminiscent of a night owl's wail, echoing through the mist, sending chills down his spine. This cry seemed to signal something, a declaration of fury that lingered within the fog. In an instant, it angrily thrust its tail toward Chun Ming. The speed of the tail was astonishing, reaching him in the blink of an eye. The stinger gleamed with a deadly light, resembling the scythe of death, exuding a menacing threat. Chun Ming once again invoked the divine dragon transformation, his form flickering like a phantom, narrowly dodging this fatal strike. The stinger grazed his garment, sending a chill down his spine as cold sweat broke out upon his back. While evading the attack, Chun Ming's eyes remained fixed on the creature, meticulously observing its every move, striving to discern its patterns of assault and vulnerabilities. Only by identifying the beast's weaknesses could he gain the upper hand in this fierce confrontation. Otherwise, once his spiritual energy was depleted, he would inevitably fall into utter despair. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, missing no minute detail of the creature's movements, as he continuously analyzed its attack patterns in search of a counteroffensive opportunity. The battle between Chun Ming and the scorpion-like creature escalated into a fierce clash, with the creature's assaults being ferocious. Its pincers and tail struck like a tempest, their speed overwhelming. The massive pincers swung through the air, generating gusts with each strike, each attack laden with immense power, as if intent on cleaving Chun Ming in two. The tail lashed out like a swift and lethal serpent, perpetually aiming for him, the venomous stinger glistening ominously. A single hit would spell disaster. Chun Ming dared not relent. He continually employed the divine dragon transformation, skillfully maneuvering through the storm of attacks. Each evasion was executed with impeccable timing, narrowly dodging the creature's strikes. His form flickered like a wisp, seeking refuge amidst the chaos of the creature's onslaught. In the heat of battle, Chun Ming's keen observational skills unveiled a subtle characteristic of the creature's attacks. Each time it prepared to strike, its scales would quiver ever so slightly. This revelation sparked a surge of elation within him, as he realized it could signify the creature's impending assault. From that moment forth, Chun Ming capitalized on this insight, reacting preemptively to deftly evade the creature's attacks, while simultaneously seeking counterattack opportunities. Whenever he observed the scales tremble, he would immediately execute the corresponding evasive maneuvers, rendering the creature's strikes futile. Seizing the right moment, he unleashed the divine dragon's splitting spear, channeling all his spiritual energy into the spearhead before swinging it with great force. A powerful beam of spear light shot forth, akin to a bolt of lightning aimed at the creature. As it sliced through the air, the atmosphere was violently torn apart, producing a piercing sound. The spear light radiated with dazzling brilliance, embodying all of Chun Ming's strength and determination. The creature seemed to sense the imminent threat and hastily raised its massive pincers to block the spear light. A tremendous crash resounded as the spear collided with the pincers, unleashing an overwhelming shockwave. The force of the impact radiated outward from the point of collision, causing the surrounding mist to swirl and writhe. Although the creature successfully deflected the spear light, it was still forced to retreat several steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath its feet. The footprints were at least half a foot deep, a clear testament to the immense force behind the strike. Seizing the opportunity presented by the creature's retreat, Chun Ming did not hesitate for a moment, launching another assault. Like a ferocious tiger, he charged toward the beast, his bloodthirsty halberd gleaming ominously, poised to deliver a fatal blow. His gaze was resolute, brimming with fighting spirit, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory. The scorpion-like creature, however, was no pushover. It swiftly regained its composure, wielding its pincers and tail as it attacked Chun Ming once more. The ferocity of its assault intensified, as if it sought to bring about Chun Ming's demise. A more intense clash unfolded within the mist-laden ancient city, with both sides exchanging blows, neither yielding an inch. The radiance of spiritual energy flickered amidst the fog as the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Each collision of energy was accompanied by a dazzling brilliance and a formidable shockwave, dispersing and then consolidating the surrounding mist, causing the very space to tremble in the wake of their conflict. Both Chun Ming and the scorpion creature exerted themselves to the utmost, unaware of how the battle would ultimately unfold, yet both understood that this was a contest of life and death. Chapter 198. The creature's weakness. Amidst the fierce skirmish with the scorpion-like creature, Chun Ming remained intensely focused, his eyes fixed on the creature's every move, prioritizing the search for its vulnerability. Each of the creature's attacks and movements were keenly observed and analyzed by Chun Ming. After a thorough examination, he discerned that the creature's eyes were relatively weak, although they were covered in scales. They appeared to be a chink in its defensive armor compared to other parts of its body. Those eyes resembled two eerie pearls embedded in its grotesque head, emanating a sinister light. Yet Chun Ming sensed that beneath that hardened exterior lay a comparatively fragile defense. However, striking at the creature's eyes would not be an easy task. Its head was fortified with impenetrable defenses, layered scales forming a formidable fortress that shielded its eyes. Whenever it attacked, it would deliberately protect its eyes, either by slightly tilting its head or shielding them with its pincers at the moment of assault, leaving Chun Ming without an opportunity to strike. The creature seemed acutely aware of its ocular vulnerability, maintaining a heightened state of vigilance, thwarting Chun Ming's plans time and again. While adeptly evading the creature's tempestuous strikes, Chun Ming's mind raced to devise a strategy. This creature, with its overwhelming strength and ferocity, posed a dire threat. If he could not swiftly discover an effective means of attack, his spiritual energy would inevitably dwindle, leading him to a perilous predicament. As the tense battle wore on, time slipped away, and Chun Ming felt the mounting pressure. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, prompting the audacious idea of feigning weakness to lure the creature into a full frontal assault, thereby creating an opportunity to strike at its eyes. Though fraught with risk, this seemed the only viable escape from his current plight. Resolute, Chun Ming began to feign defeat. When the creature swung its massive pincers and sharp tail at him with ferocity, Chun Ming pretended to falter, momentarily halting as the creature's pincers clamped down on his arm. The pincers were as unyielding as iron, gripping his arm with tremendous force, as if intent on crushing it. Pain shot through his arm like 1,000 needles, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. The creature, believing it had the upper hand, emitted a triumphant hiss that reverberated through the dim ancient city, rife with cruelty and exhilaration, ready to rend Chun Ming asunder. In that critical moment, Chun Ming seized the chance to channel all his spiritual energy into the bloodthirsty halberd. Gritting his teeth and enduring the agonizing pain in his arm, he summoned every ounce of his strength to thrust the halberd toward the creature's eyes. At that moment, Chun Ming's gaze radiated unwavering determination and resolve. This strike was pivotal in turning the tide of battle. His arm trembled from the exertion, yet his conviction remained as steadfast as steel. The halberd, imbued with his entire hope and might, hurtled toward the creature's vulnerable eyes. With the amplification of his potent spiritual energy, the bloodthirsty halberd shot forth like a meteor, unerringly piercing the creature's eye. A sharp sound echoed as the tip of the halberd plunged deep into the beast's eyeball, as if breaching a resilient membrane. Dark green viscous fluid gushed forth from the wound, releasing a pungent odor that splattered onto the ground, hissing as it met the earth, suggesting corrosive properties. The creature let out a howl of agony, its voice reverberating throughout the ancient city, as if striving to shatter the oppressive mist. The roar brimmed with fury and suffering, resonating like thunder and causing one's eardrums to tremble. Its body convulsed violently, and instinctively, its pincers released their grip on Chun Ming's arm. Seizing the moment, Chun Ming quickly retreated, refusing to grant the creature a moment of respite. Although wounded, the creature's formidable power posed a significant threat if it regained its composure. Without hesitation, he unleashed the most potent strike of the divine dragon, splitting the sky halberd. With both hands firmly gripping the bloodthirsty halberd, he poured the remainder of his spiritual energy into the spearhead. Veins bulged on his arms as he concentrated all his strength into this one blow. The halberd's aura transformed into a blinding light, surging forth with an overwhelming force that pierced through the creature's body. As the light flashed, a massive gash appeared on the creature's form, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground a deep crimson. The creature struggled momentarily, its once imposing stature now reduced to a trembling mass. Its limbs convulsed helplessly in a futile attempt to rise, but ultimately, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissipating into a beam of light that vanished into the air. Chun Ming exhaled deeply, the tension in his body finally easing. Overcoming this formidable creature had indeed drained a considerable portion of his spiritual energy, leaving him utterly fatigued, his legs feeling weak as though each muscle bore the weight of the battle's hardships. Approaching the spot where the creature had vanished, he discovered a black crystal core. The core, about the size of a fist, was smooth as glass, emanating a mysterious glow in the dim surroundings, containing potent and pure spiritual energy that radiated a gentle luminescence, resembling a miniature source of spiritual power. A surge of joy filled Chun Ming. This crystal core could greatly aid in enhancing his strength. The pure and potent energy within it, if absorbed, would undoubtedly elevate his spiritual prowess to new heights. He carefully stowed the crystal core away and then circulated his energy to recover a modicum of his strength. Chun Ming once again gripped the bloodthirsty halberd, continuing his exploration of the enigmatic and perilous ancient city. His eyes reflected unwavering determination. Despite having just endured a life-and-death struggle, his thirst for discovery remained undiminished. Navigating through a narrow passage within the ancient city, he noticed the surrounding mist gradually thinning. The fog seemed to be gently parted by an unseen hand, no longer as dense as before. After an indeterminate length of time, he finally emerged from the mist to find a mysterious stone chamber. The door to the chamber stood ajar, casting a faint glow that stood out strikingly against the dim backdrop of the ancient city. Though the light was weak, it possessed an enigmatic allure, beckoning Chun Ming to delve deeper into its secrets. Approaching cautiously, he tread lightly, wary of disturbing some unknown presence within this tranquil space. Extending his hand, he gently pushed open the stone door, which creaked softly as it slowly parted, echoing a heavy sound akin to a slumbering giant being roused from its long slumber. The sound reverberated through the hushed corridor, adding an air of enigma to the atmosphere. In the center of the stone chamber lay a stone table, meticulously hewn from a single block of stone, its surface smooth and even, as if shaped by countless ages of wear. Upon this table rested an ancient tome, emanating a gentle luminescence, though faint. Its glow was remarkably resplendent in the stillness of the stone chamber, akin to a pearl glistening in the darkness. Filled with curiosity, Chun Ming approached the stone table, his steps unconsciously quickening. As he reached for the tome, he was immediately enveloped by an ancient and mysterious aura, as though it carried the weight of time and the vicissitudes of history. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the tome contained a unique method of spiritual cultivation. According to the descriptions within, this technique seemed capable of aiding him in breaking through his current realm, advancing into the latter stages of foundation establishment. However, the text was cryptic and difficult to parse, resembling an archaic script, with each symbol imbued with profound significance that eluded Chun Ming at that moment. Frowning, he scrutinized the glyphs, endeavoring to unearth any related clues from his memory, yet found himself at an impasse. Recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity, he resolved to secure the tome for future study, determining to revisit its contents when time permitted. With the utmost care, he stowed the tome within his storage pouch, treating it as if it were the most precious of treasures. After safeguarding the tome, his gaze turned to the walls of the chamber, which were adorned with peculiar patterns. Some resembled enigmatic symbols, their lines twisted and complex, seemingly concealing some secret. Others depicted forms reminiscent of various creatures, so lifelike that they appeared ready to leap from the stone at any moment. Chun Ming speculated that these patterns might be closely linked to the mysteries of the ancient city, potentially offering clues to unravel its enigmas. He began to observe these designs intently, his eyes unblinking as he sought to discern any threads of insight. Slowly, he moved along the wall, his fingers lightly grazing the patterns, feeling the marks of time etched into them, hoping to discover the key to the truth hidden within these ancient imprints. Chun Ming was wholly absorbed in the chamber, studying the strange motifs on the walls, which seemed to possess a mystical allure that entirely captivated his attention. His gaze flitted back and forth over the patterns, attempting to extract more secrets of the ancient city from the convoluted lines and bizarre shapes. Suddenly, as he unwittingly stepped upon a slightly protruding stone, he sensed a peculiar surge of spiritual energy emanating from beneath his feet, triggering a concealed mechanism. In an instant, the entire stone chamber began to tremble violently, the ground undulating like tumultuous waves, as if the earth were roaring in fury. Chun Ming felt as though the world was spinning, his body swaying perilously with the quaking ground, nearly losing his balance and falling to the floor. Quickly, he summoned his spiritual energy to steady himself, remaining vigilant to observe the changes around him. Then, a sharp wailing sound erupted from the walls, akin to the cries of tormented souls. From the crevices of the stone walls, a barrage of spiritual arrows shot forth, each glinting with a chilling light, each imbued with potent waves of spiritual energy, raining down upon Chun Ming in a relentless torrent. The scene transformed the chamber into a colossal archery range, with Chun Ming as the sole target. Alarmed, he recognized the gravity of the situation, knowing that any lapse could be fatal. He swiftly executed the Divine Dragon's 9 transformations, causing his figure to become ethereal, darting through the gaps between the arrows like a black bolt of lightning. His movements were agile and rapid, each evasion meticulously timed, narrowly escaping the lethal projectiles. The arrows were overwhelming in their density, leaving little opportunity for reprieve. Chun Ming found it exceedingly difficult to evade them, beads of sweat forming on his brow, each droplet reflecting his tension and focus. Despite his exceptional agility, several arrows grazed his body. One struck his arm, leaving a shallow wound from which blood slowly seeped, staining his sleeve, while another grazed his shoulder, similarly drawing forth a trickle of crimson. Ignoring the pain, Chun Ming continued to dodge the onslaught, while rapidly scanning his surroundings, searching for the control mechanism that could halt this terrifying assault. His gaze swept across the chamber, leaving no corner unexamined. As he surveyed the area, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a rune glowing with a red luminescence on the wall. This symbol stood out starkly against the dim environment, akin to a beacon of light in the darkness. Chun Ming's intuition sparked. He sensed that this rune was likely the key to the mechanism. Aware that time was of the essence, he resolved to act swiftly. Seizing the moment, he unleashed the Divine Dragon's sky-splitting halberd, channeling all his spiritual energy into the tip of the halberd, which blazed brightly, as if encapsulating all his strength and hope. With a powerful swing, a formidable beam of energy surged forth, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, akin to a shooting star aimed directly at the rune. The beam struck the rune with tremendous force, resulting in a deafening explosion. The rune erupted in a dazzling display of light, blooming like a colossal flower, illuminating the entire chamber. As the brilliance faded, the mechanism ceased its operation, and tranquility returned to the surroundings, the spiritual arrows vanishing without a trace, as though they had never existed. Only Chun Ming remained, breathing heavily, his vigilance unwavering as he surveyed the area. His expression bore signs of exhaustion, yet it was overshadowed by a profound sense of relief at having survived the ordeal and a wariness of the lurking dangers that still lay ahead. Chapter 199, The Ancient Tome. Chun Ming exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally beginning to relax. He glanced down at his wounds, channeling his spiritual energy, and felt a warmth emanating from the injury, as if a soothing current were mending the damaged tissue. As the energy flowed, the wounds gradually healed, scabs forming over the lacerations. Once more, he grasped the ancient tome, his heart brimming with a fervent desire to uncover its secrets. The recent trap had only solidified his belief that this tome concealed significant mysteries, potentially serving as the key to his breakthrough and enhancement of power. After considerable effort, he finally deciphered part of the content. The tome detailed a cultivation method known as the spirit sky breaking technique, a remarkably unique approach to spiritual cultivation. According to the text, this method could guide external spiritual energy into the body in a distinctive manner. This approach diverged sharply from conventional energy absorption, as it seemed to forge a wholly new conduit for spiritual energy, allowing it to integrate into the self in a more efficient and precise manner, thereby shattering the current bottleneck and aiding cultivators in ascending to higher realms. Chun Ming was elated. Was this not the very breakthrough method he had long sought? He had tirelessly searched for an opportunity to advance to the latter stages of foundation establishment, and now, in this mysterious ancient city, he had indeed found a glimmer of hope. However, as he continued to read, his brow furrowed in concern. It appeared that the cultivation of the spirit sky-breaking technique was no trifling matter. It required specific spiritual materials to assist in the process. These materials were exceedingly rare, serving to guide and harmonize the energy, ensuring that it flowed correctly within the body. Without the aid of these materials, attempting to cultivate forcefully could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially resulting in severe harm to oneself. Chun Ming was acutely aware of the dire repercussions of such a misstep. It would be a point of no return, where years of cultivation could be obliterated, and both body and soul would suffer devastating repercussions, perhaps even resulting in eternal madness. Chun Ming continued his search through the ancient texts for records concerning spiritual artifacts, eventually uncovering that such an artifact might be concealed deep within the ancient city. The texts vaguely alluded to a unique fluctuation of spiritual energy at the artifact's location, perhaps suggesting that he could trace its path through this enigmatic resonance. He resolutely vowed to press onward into the ancient city, undeterred by the perils that lay ahead. In pursuit of the spiritual artifact and to attempt to cultivate the Lingxiao breaking boundary technique, aiming to break through to the later stages of foundation establishment. The looming threat of the Xian-Yin sect hung over him like a sharpened sword, a constant reminder that he could not afford to halt his advance. With utmost care, Chun Ming tucked the ancient text away, treating it as the most precious treasure in the world. He tightened his grip on the bloodthirsty halberd, its blade glimmering with a cold light, as if it too sensed its master's determination. With steady and resolute steps, he ventured deeper into the ancient city, his gaze unwavering, ignited by a fervent flame of anticipation for the unknown and a fierce resolve to confront the challenges ahead. At that moment, the light within the stone chamber seemed to dim further, yet the conviction in his heart blazed more fiercely, illuminating the path he tread. As Chun Ming pressed forward, each step felt as if he were treading through a shroud of uncertainty. With each deeper plunge, the atmosphere thickened with an increasing aura of danger. An ominous presence seeping up from the ancient city's depths, casting a chilling and oppressive sensation, akin to an invisible hand tightening around his throat, quickening his heartbeat. A miasma of decay permeated the air, as if this place were a forgotten realm of death, abandoned by time. Suddenly, a swarm of eerie specters materialized before him without warning. These phantoms flickered in and out of existence, ethereal as smoke, as if a mere breeze could scatter them. Yet, they exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine, their eyes gleaming with a ghostly green light, reminiscent of will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness, creating an unsettling spectacle in the dim surroundings. That eerie green illumination seemed capable of piercing Chun Ming's soul, probing into the depths of his fears. Immediately alert, Chun Ming swiftly channeled his spiritual energy and invoked the divine dragon technique. In an instant, a shield of spiritual energy coalesced before him, radiating a gentle glow, akin to a transparent eggshell, enveloping him securely. This shield, forged from his spiritual energy, emanated a righteous aura, striving to withstand the specter's onslaught. However, the phantoms appeared unperturbed by the spiritual barrier, shrieking as they lunged toward him. Their piercing wails were shrill, as though they could penetrate the eardrums and assault the very essence of his being. Surprisingly, they passed through the shield as if it were non-existent, as if they were incorporeal entities impervious to both physical and spiritual barriers. The phantoms descended upon Chun Ming, directly attacking his soul. He felt a searing pain emanate from the depths of his spirit, akin to countless needles piercing his essence. The agony sank deep into his bones, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. He gritted his teeth, the muscles in his face twitching from the strain, valiantly enduring the pain while rapidly constructing a mental defense to repel the specter's assault. Wielding the bloodthirsty halberd, he sought to dispel these phantoms. The halberd shimmered, each swing releasing a formidable wave of spiritual energy, the air vibrating with a resonant hum wherever the blade passed. Yet, the specters danced with uncanny agility, evading the halberd's strikes effortlessly, weaving through the onslaught as if mocking Chun Ming's futile attempts. He realized that these phantoms differed from the monsters he had previously encountered. They were insubstantial and intangible, making ordinary attacks nearly impossible to inflict tangible harm upon them. He needed to devise a more effective strategy swiftly, otherwise, in this relentless drain of spiritual energy, he would inevitably succumb to the specters. As he defended against the phantom's relentless attacks, Chun Ming's mind raced to formulate a countermeasure. He recalled the techniques he had mastered in the battles he had fought, striving to uncover a method to confront the phantoms. At that moment, he faced the most severe challenge since entering the ancient city. Every second was critical, with life and death hanging by a thread. Surrounded by the eerie specters, he felt ensnared within an invisible prison, the battle escalating to a fever pitch. The phantoms surged like an unending tide, wave after wave, their sheer numbers inducing a sense of dread. Their ghostly green gazes pierced into his soul like daggers, incessantly battering his mental defenses. Each onslaught sending jolts of pain reverberating through his mind, as if someone wielded a sharp needle, stabbing deep into his spirit. Occasionally, the phantoms would coalesce into corporeal forms, launching tangible attacks against Chen Ming. Their ephemeral arms bore a frigid, bone-chilling aura, akin to the frost of a harsh winter, clawing toward him with ferocity, freezing the air in their wake. Chen Ming dared not relent. He clenched his jaw, resisting the assault on his soul, the pain gnawing at him like a parasite, rendering his complexion pale as parchment, yet his resolve remained steadfast. Employing the divine Dragon 9 transformations technique, he deftly maneuvered through the throngs of phantoms. His figure became ghost-like, skillfully avoiding their strikes during fleeting moments of opportunity. Each evasion demanded perfect timing, for a moment's lapse would invite the specter's wrath. He sidestepped a phantom's lunge, then leaped back to evade another's grasp, his agile form appearing diminutive yet remarkably resilient amidst the overwhelming encirclement. In the heat of battle, Chen Ming gradually discerned that the phantoms seemed acutely sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, akin to glimpsing a glimmer of dawn through the darkness. He swiftly channeled his energy, invoking the divine dragon's splitting sky halberd. Gripping the bloodthirsty halberd tightly, his knuckles whitened from the effort. He concentrated all his spiritual force at the tip of the halberd, transforming it into a vortex of spiritual energy, absorbing the essence within him. Then, with a mighty sweep, he unleashed a powerful beam of halberd energy that howled forth, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. The beam detonated amidst the swarm of phantoms, erupting in a brilliant display of light and a thunderous roar, the radiance blinding as the sound resonated like a tempest. Some phantoms, caught off guard, were struck by the beam and instantly dissipated, transforming into wisps of azure smoke, as if they had never existed. However, more phantoms surged forth relentlessly, their fury ignited by Chen Ming's assault. His mental defenses began to fracture under the continuous onslaught, and he could feel his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred, the struggle to repel the attacks growing ever more arduous. Sweat poured down his brow like beads from a broken string, soaking his garments. He understood that he must devise a means to repel these phantoms swiftly. Should his mental defenses collapse, he would be engulfed by an endless darkness, likely to be devoured by the specters, forever lost within the ancient city. His mind raced, urgently strategizing, recalling every skill and ability he had mastered in search of a solution to banish the phantoms. Just as Chen Ming felt on the verge of collapse, with his mental defenses about to shatter, a mysterious surge of power erupted from within him. This force flowed through him like a warm and potent torrent, instantly circulating throughout his being. Chen Ming sensed a comforting warmth spreading within, and soon, this energy surged like a wild stallion, rapidly permeating his entire body. He quickly realized that this power was connected to the legacy he had acquired earlier in the ruins, seemingly sensing the peril he faced, and instinctively responding to protect its master. Mysterious energy coursed through Chen Ming's body, swiftly mending the cracks in his mental defenses, rendering them more robust than ever before. It was as though a crumbling fortress had suddenly been reinforced, becoming impregnable. Furthermore, this force amplified his spiritual power, revitalizing the energy he had previously depleted and significantly enhancing its quality. Chen Ming could feel the spiritual energy within him surging like a tumultuous river, teeming with vitality and vigor. This enigmatic power seemed to act as a key, unlocking deeper reservoirs of energy within him, unleashing a formidable force. Ecstatic, Chen Ming seized the opportunity to unleash the divine dragon technique, infused with this mysterious energy. In an instant, a powerful radiance erupted from his form, shimmering with arcane runes that flickered like ancient codes, exuding an aura of mystery that illuminated the entire space. The specters, awash in this brilliance, emitted piercing wails, their shrieks sharp and jarring, reminiscent of the mournful cries of night owls, sending chills down one's spine. Their ghostly green luminescence began to fade, their forms growing ethereal until they vanished entirely, as if they had never existed. Chen Ming let out a long breath, his taut nerves finally relaxing. He gazed down at his hands, feeling the surging power within him, his curiosity piqued by this extraordinary force. Its origins were undoubtedly remarkable and could play a vital role in his future cultivation. Chen Ming resolved to meticulously investigate the source and potential of this power once he found a safe haven. The surroundings fell into tranquility, leaving only the sound of his slightly labored breaths. He continued his journey deeper into the ancient city, his gaze now imbued with a newfound determination and confidence. This mysterious energy had not only saved his life, but had also instilled in him the belief that he could face the myriad challenges that awaited him in the ancient city. Chapter 200. Clues of the Spiritual Artifact. After repelling the specters, Chunming cautiously advanced deeper into the ancient city, the atmosphere growing increasingly sinister. As if he had stepped into a long-forgotten realm of death. The walls flickered with dim lights, resembling oil lamps on the brink of extinguishment, swaying uncertainly in the darkness. As if at any moment they could be swallowed by the shadows. In a concealed corner, Chunming discovered a stone tablet intricately engraved with runes. Half buried beneath layers of dust. Had he not observed meticulously, he might have overlooked its presence entirely. The dust acted as a seal of time, concealing the tablet within the annals of history. Approaching the tablet, he gently brushed away the dust, his movements tender and cautious, as if fearful of disturbing the secrets slumbering within. As the dust settled, the runes gradually came into view, and he began to study them intently. These runes bore a resemblance to those he had encountered in ancient texts, yet subtle differences existed. These distinctions served as delicate clues, waiting for Chunming to unravel their mysteries. After considerable effort, he finally gleaned clues regarding the spiritual artifact from the inscriptions. It seemed the artifact was concealed within the underground palace of the ancient city, and the runes detailed its approximate location while simultaneously warning of the perilous journey ahead. The path to the underground palace was fraught with formidable guardian beasts, whose prowess likely surpassed any adversary Chunming had yet encountered. These creatures possessed immense power and uncanny abilities that instilled terror. Moreover, intricate and deadly traps lay in wait, hidden in every corner, akin to venomous serpents lurking in the dark, ready to strike at the slightest misstep, whether it be spikes concealed beneath the ground, arrows of spiritual energy shooting from the walls, or clouds of toxic mist suddenly erupting. Each could claim Chunming's life in an instant. Aware that this would be an exceptionally arduous trial, he hesitated not for a moment, resolutely deciding to embark on the path to the underground palace. Taking a deep breath, that inhalation felt like a vow to confront the challenges ahead, as he gripped the bloodthirsty halberd, its blade glimmering with a cold light, seemingly responding to Chunming's determination. With unwavering resolve, he moved in the direction indicated by the runes, as if an unseen gaze from the depths of the ancient city awaited him, eager for him to unveil its secrets. Chunming was thoroughly prepared to face the impending hardships and challenges. Following the clues inscribed on the tablet, he advanced steadily towards the underground palace, his heart filled with caution and determination. At that moment, he found himself within the labyrinthine corridors of the ancient city, as though he had entered a mysterious and perilous maze. An ancient and enigmatic aura pervaded the air, heavy with the weight of time, echoing the trials the ancient city had endured. The flickering lights on the walls resembled dying candle flames, wavering in the darkness, threatened to be engulfed at any moment. This feeble illumination barely illuminated a small area ahead, while the surrounding darkness loomed like an endless abyss, concealing unknown dangers. Chunming remained fully focused, his nerves taut as if on the brink of snapping, meticulously avoiding various traps and mechanisms, each step a difficult endeavor. These traps were cunningly concealed, akin to phantoms lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal blow to any intruder. Some lay hidden beneath the seemingly smooth surface of the ground, while others were embedded within the walls, where ordinary-looking patterns might serve as triggers. Should one venture too close, arrows of spiritual energy would rain down, leaving no escape. Drawing upon his keen perception and rich experience, Chunming deftly navigated through perilous scenarios, meticulously observing his surroundings for any subtle clues. From minute cracks in the floor to peculiar markings on the walls, leaving no potential trap overlooked. Only after confirming safety would he cautiously place his foot down, as if each step teetered on the precipice of life and death. Just as he was engrossed in avoiding traps, a low, thunderous roar suddenly resonated through the stillness of the corridor. This roar crashed upon him like distant thunder, reverberating in his ears, shaking his very soul. His heart tightened, muscles tensed instantaneously, and he turned his gaze swiftly towards the source of the sound. Before him stood a colossal white tiger, its fur gleaming like freshly fallen snow, devoid of any blemish, resembling a moving iceberg that emanated an overwhelming chill. It exuded a formidable aura, akin to a towering mountain, instilling an unspoken sense of awe and reverence. Estimating the creature's strength, Chunming surmised it to be at least at the late foundational stage, far surpassing his current capabilities. He could sense the powerful waves of spiritual energy emanating from the white tiger, crashing against his awareness like surging waves. A chill ran down his spine. This would be a battle unlike any he had ever faced. Yet, rather than retreating, his spirit ignited with a fierce determination. He swiftly activated the divine dragon technique. channeling his spiritual energy to its utmost limit. As the energy surged within him, a faint golden glow enveloped his form, akin to being clad in golden armor. In an instant, he unleashed the forbidden technique of dragon warfare in the wilds, and a tremendous force erupted from his being. Ethereal dragon shadows manifested around him, their claws bared, exuding an ancient and potent aura, as if showcasing the majesty of primordial dragons in all its glory. Chunming's gaze sharpened to an extraordinary intensity, akin to that of a hawk fixated on its prey, as he stared unwaveringly at the white tiger. The bloodthirsty spear in his hand glimmered with a chilling light, seemingly proclaiming his resolute determination to the beast. He was fully prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the formidable white tiger, resolute in his conviction to not retreat, no matter how perilous the path ahead might be. In an instant, Chunming and the white tiger clashed fiercely. The tiger, agile and lithe, moved like a flash of white lightning, closing the distance with astonishing speed. It opened its massive maw, revealing sharp, glistening fangs that sparkled with a cold luminescence, capable of effortlessly rending steel. A series of low, thunderous roars emanated from its throat, reverberating through the narrow passageway, causing the very air around them to tremble. The tiger's razor-sharp claws sliced through the air with a fierce wind, aiming directly for Chunming. Those claws, akin to steel hooks, seemed capable of shredding anything that dared to obstruct them, leaving visible rifts in the air as they passed. Chunming dared not show any sign of weakness. He understood all too well the devastating power behind the tiger's strikes. A moment's lapse in concentration could lead to his demise beneath its claws. With swift determination, he brandished the bloodthirsty spear, channeling every ounce of strength to parry the tiger's assault. With a resounding clang, the spear's blade met the tiger's claws, sending a shower of dazzling sparks cascading in every direction, reminiscent of shooting stars, accompanied by a piercing sound akin to tortured metal. The overwhelming force of the impact jolted Chunming's arm, sending a surge of electricity coursing through him, causing his muscles to involuntarily quiver. Yet, he gritted his teeth, his facial muscles contorting with effort as he endured the pain, gripping the spear tightly, his resolve as unyielding as steel, refusing to falter at this critical juncture. Aware of his slight disadvantage in raw power, Chunming knew he could not confront the white tiger head-on. Thus, he employed the dragon transformation technique. Moving nimbly around the tiger, his form became ethereal, darting fluidly around the beast, eluding capture. Each time the tiger lunged, Chunming adeptly sidestepped, his movements light and agile, akin to a butterfly dancing through the air, yet fraught with lethal peril. He would sometimes twist aside to evade the tiger's pounce, narrowly escaping the deadly claws, feeling the rush of wind they generated. At other times, he would leap backward, evading the tiger's swipes with the grace of a soaring swallow. Simultaneously, his eyes remained fixed on the tiger, constantly seeking an opportunity to strike, much like a hunter poised to exploit a moment of vulnerability. The tiger, infuriated by Chunming's elusive maneuvers, unleashed a series of furious roars, intensifying its attacks. Its claws slashed wildly, and its tail whipped through the air like a steel whip. The onslaught from the tiger was relentless and overwhelming, leaving Chunming gasping for breath. Each evasion became increasingly perilous as he sensed the tiger's strikes growing more ferocious, his own stamina and spiritual energy waning. Yet, bolstered by his indomitable will and agile movements, he managed to evade the tiger's lethal assaults time and again. With each successful dodge, he gained a deeper understanding of the tiger's attack patterns, further solidifying his confidence in overcoming it. While evading the tiger's strikes, Chunming's keen eyes scrutinized the beast, searching for its weaknesses. It was imperative to identify a flaw in the tiger's defenses to gain the upper hand in this fierce confrontation. He analyzed the tiger's every movement, from the shifts in its gaze to the tensing of its muscles, hoping to discern a hint of vulnerability. This battle was not merely a test of strength, but a contest of wits. He had to seize the fleeting opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Through the intensity of the struggle, Chunming, leveraging his sharp observational skills and unwavering determination, gradually discerned the tiger's attack patterns. Before each powerful strike, the tiger would momentarily pause to gather its strength. During these brief interludes, its body would crouch slightly, muscles taut, exuding an air of imminent ferocity, as if declaring its lethal intent to Chunming. Chunming mentally noted this vulnerability, akin to discovering a glimmer of dawn in darkness, biding his time for the opportune moment to unleash a fatal strike. Should he miss this chance, he might never have another opportunity to conquer the white tiger. As the tiger prepared for another powerful assault, crouching to gather its strength, Chunming seized this rare opportunity. He unleashed the mightiest blow of the dragon's splitting spear, channeling all of his spiritual energy into the spear's tip. In an instant, A formidable dragon-shaped surge of power erupted forth, resembling an enraged celestial dragon, its claws bared, crashing down upon the white tiger's head with the force of a lightning bolt. As the spear's energy tore through the air, it emitted a sharp, piercing whistle, distorting the very fabric of space with its overwhelming might. With a thunderous impact, the spear struck the tiger's head, radiating a blinding brilliance. This light was as dazzling as the sun, illuminating the entire passageway, rendering it nearly impossible to behold directly. The white tiger, grievously wounded, roared in agony, its cry filled with fury and defiance, its massive frame trembling violently. The rhythm of its attacks became erratic, its once ferocious demeanor faltering as it swayed, as if on the brink of collapse, yet it fought against its impending doom, striving to maintain its stance and retaliate. Seizing the moment, Chunming did not hesitate to launch a renewed assault. The bloodthirsty spear in his grasp became a streak of black light, piercing relentlessly at the tiger's vital points. Each thrust carried tremendous force, embedding deep within the tiger's flesh, blood gushing from the wounds and staining its pristine white fur. The white tiger struggled to counter, but its strength had been nearly depleted from the earlier confrontation. Its movements grew sluggish, the ferocity in its gaze gradually replaced by fear. Ultimately, the mighty beast could no longer endure, its colossal body collapsing with a thunderous crash, dissipating into a beam of light that vanished into the air. Chunming had triumphed over the white tiger, yet the battle had drained a significant portion of his spiritual energy. His complexion turned as pale as snow, devoid of color. Sweat drenching his garments as though he had just emerged from water. His legs trembled from exhaustion, each step feeling as though he were treading on cotton, light and unsteady. He needed to swiftly recover his strength to continue his quest for the spiritual treasures within the underground palace. Finding a relatively safe nook, suffused with a faint, earthy scent, he deemed it the most secure refuge at that moment. Settling into a cross-legged position, he regulated his breathing and activated the dragon technique. Beginning to absorb the ambient spiritual energy to restore his vitality, he could sense the surrounding energy coalescing like wisps of mist, gradually gathering around him before being drawn into his body. The atmosphere, heavy with the remnants of their fierce battle, seemed to mourn the brutality of the confrontation. Yet, in this silence, Chunming diligently endeavored to regain his strength, preparing himself for the adventures that lay ahead. Chapter 201, The Entrance to the Palace. After successfully vanquishing the white tiger and taking a brief respite, Chunming resumed channeling his spiritual energy, allowing the robust power to flow smoothly through his veins, revitalizing every meridian as he regained some of his strength before continuing his journey. As he traversed the ancient city's passageways, a sense of antiquity enveloped him, as if time had come to a standstill. Based on the clues from the previous stone tablet and his perception of the fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy, he focused intently on locating the entrance to the underground palace. The surrounding corridor grew increasingly constricted, the textures upon the walls becoming ever more intricate, as if the passage of time had meticulously carved its marks, crisscrossing in a manner that seemed to narrate the vicissitudes of existence while concealing some unfathomable secret. Awaiting Chunming's revelation. After an indeterminate duration of wandering, Chunming finally stumbled upon the entrance to an underground palace at a concealed corner. The entrance emanated a formidable surge of spiritual energy, pulsating like tumultuous ocean waves, relentlessly battering Chunming's senses. This force not only exuded strength, but also bore an inexplicable aura of solemnity, as though the guardian of this enigmatic domain were issuing a warning to every intruder regarding the perils that lay ahead. Chunming could discern the latent power within that spiritual energy. It resembled an invisible blade, delicately slicing through the air with a faint hissing sound. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell his racing heart, circulating his spiritual energy evenly throughout his body in preparation for any unforeseen events. At this juncture, he understood that stepping through this threshold might lead him to even more daunting challenges, yet it might also harbor the spiritual artifact essential for his transcendence. This artifact was of paramount importance, determining whether he could successfully advance to the later stages of Foundation establishment. Gripping the bloodthirsty halberd tightly, he felt it quiver slightly, as if sensing its master's resolve. Cautiously, he approached the entrance, each step deliberate and measured. As his foot crossed the threshold, a chill surged from the soles of his feet, akin to a frigid serpent swiftly enveloping his entire being. Frowning slightly, he inhaled deeply and stepped through the entrance, venturing deeper into the underground palace. Filled with both anticipation and vigilance, Chunming resembled a warrior poised to enter an unknown battlefield, his gaze resolute, every muscle taut, ready to confront any challenge that might arise. Upon entering the underground palace, Chunming was greeted by an ancient and mysterious atmosphere, as if time had rewound. transporting him into a long-sealed world. The air was imbued with a faint scent of decay mingled with a rich essence of spiritual energy, rendering the space reminiscent of a forgotten sanctuary. The dim light within the palace illuminated walls adorned with gemstones that emitted a weak, flickering glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. The light reflected off the uneven surfaces, casting bizarre shadows that danced like phantoms in the corners of the palace, rendering the entire space even more inscrutable. Chun Ming sensed the pervasive, intricate waves of spiritual energy surrounding him, interweaving in a manner that fluctuated between intensity and subtlety. As if countless eyes were observing his every move from the darkness, the spiritual energy enveloped him like an invisible net, each pulse tightening its grip, causing his nerves to tense in response. Gripping the bloodthirsty halberd firmly, he channeled his spiritual energy throughout his body, moving with utmost caution. The stone slabs beneath his feet creaked softly, the sound resonating sharply in the stillness of the palace, akin to a warning bell tolling in this silent realm. A faint, ethereal melody reached Chun Ming's ears, its haunting quality imbued with an unsettling eeriness, as if it originated from a distant shore, reverberating through the quiet palace. The song was both melodious and sorrowful, seemingly recounting a tale unknown to mortals. Chun Ming's caution heightened, recognizing that the sudden appearance of this melody could herald significant danger in a subterranean palace fraught with uncertainties. The song tugged at his curiosity like an unseen hand, yet it also bore the chilling edge of a sword poised at his throat, compelling him to remain vigilant. He advanced cautiously in the direction of the melody, each step imbued with trepidation, as the surrounding spiritual energy appeared to rise and fall in synchrony with the song's rhythm. Surging like ocean waves in response to the melody's cadence, Chun Ming became increasingly convinced that an extraordinary secret lay hidden behind this song. His eyes diligently scanned his surroundings in the dim light, leaving no corner unexamined. His ears attuned to every faint sound, whether the softest breath or the slightest footfall, fearful of missing any signal of impending peril. At that moment, Chun Ming resembled a wanderer groping through darkness, cautiously seeking the source of the melody, while unseen dangers lurked silently in the shadows, poised to pounce. As he followed the melody's path, his heartbeat quickened with each step, as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart. At a corner of the palace, he finally beheld the enigmatic singer, a woman clad in a gossamer white gown, her attire delicate as mist, swaying gently with her song, as though she were not of this world, but rather a being from some mystic realm. She stood with her back to Chun Ming, her voice emanating in hauntingly ethereal tones, imbued with an inexplicable strangeness, as if her song were not of this earthly plane, but drawn from an alternate dimension. Chun Ming softly inquired, "Miss, who are you? Why do you sing here?" The woman did not respond, remaining entranced in her melody. As if his words were inaudible to her, her song continued uninterrupted, reverberating off the palace walls, enveloping the space in an aura of mystery. Chun Ming furrowed his brow, his wariness intensifying, and took a few steps closer, only to discover that a faint halo surrounded the woman, its flickering glow and unique spiritual energy unlike any he had previously encountered. This halo resembled a mystical protective layer encircling her, while the waves of spiritual energy seemed to convey an unknown language, imparting some message to Chun Ming, yet eluding his comprehension. Just as he prepared to speak again, the woman abruptly ceased her singing, her voice abruptly silenced as if severed by an unseen hand. The palace was instantly enveloped in an oppressive silence, so profound that it provoked a sense of unease, the quietude pressing down on Chun Ming, making it difficult to breathe. Slowly, the woman turned to face him. Her beauty was breathtaking, skin as flawless as freshly fallen snow, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, every contour seemingly sculpted to perfection, leaving onlookers in awe. Yet her eyes were void of life, devoid of any soul, sending a chill down his spine. Those vacant eyes appeared as two profound black voids, capable of engulfing Chun Ming's very essence, instilling a cold dread that coursed through his spine. A sudden jolt of alarm surged within Chun Ming. His instincts warned him that this woman was anything but ordinary. Instantly, he assumed a combat stance, raising the bloodthirsty halberd, its tip glinting ominously, ready to counter any potential attack. He fixed his gaze on her, not daring to divert his attention, remaining alert while rapidly contemplating his next move. The woman's appearance was too peculiar. Chun Ming understood that he was confronting a massive enigma and a latent threat, where any misjudgment in this mysterious underground palace could yield fatal consequences. His heartbeat resonated loudly in the stillness, and he felt his blood coursing rapidly through his veins. The woman's hollow gaze settled upon Chun Ming, her eyes seemingly capable of penetrating his very being, reaching deep into his soul, yet devoid of any emotion. Without uttering a word, She suddenly extended her hands without warning. In an instant, her fingers elongated like spring bamboo shoots, transforming from slender digits into razor-sharp weapons. Akin to four gleaming blades radiating a chilling aura as they lunged towards Chun Ming with fierce intent. The velocity was astonishing. Akin to a bolt of black lightning tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, arriving before Chun Ming in the blink of an eye. In its wake, the air was marred by visible fissures. Chun Ming reacted with remarkable swiftness. In this moment of peril, he instantaneously executed the divine Dragon 9 transformations technique. His form flickered like a wraith, transforming into a shadowy apparition, and with his exquisite mastery over movement, he narrowly evaded the woman's ferocious attack. The woman's strikes were alarmingly rapid and utterly unpredictable, each thrust catching him off guard and rendering any anticipation of her next move futile. Her hands slithered like agile serpents, assaulting from angles he could scarcely foresee. Chun Ming felt ensnared in a tempest of blades, where a moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences. As he dodged, he inwardly lamented. Though her attacks appeared chaotic, each was lethal, infused with formidable force that promised catastrophic outcomes if he were to be struck. The pressure of her might bore down on him like a heavy hammer, leaving Chun Ming acutely aware of the unprecedented strain he faced. Seizing a fleeting opportunity amidst her onslaught, he swung the bloodthirsty halberd, its tip gleaming with a chilling light, aiming for her arm. The sound of metal striking flesh rang out, but it merely left a superficial mark, as if he had struck not a body of flesh, but an impenetrable slab of steel. Upon contact, a powerful recoil surged through the halberd, causing a slight numbness in his arm. The woman, seemingly impervious to pain, remained fixated on Chun Ming with her hollow gaze, emitting a low, guttural growl that reverberated like echoes from the depths of the abyss, imbued with an aura of dread. She then resumed her frenzied assault, her hands becoming blades in a tempest, slicing and clawing with increasing frequency, akin to a storm unleashed upon him. Chun Ming found himself embroiled in a desperate struggle, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, each glistening with tension and focus. He could only rely on the divine Dragon 9 transformations to nimbly evade her strikes, seeking any sliver of survival amidst the chaos, all while racing to devise a counter-strategy against her enigmatic attacks. Within the subterranean palace, the fluctuations of spiritual energy were turbulent, their figures flickering in the dim light. A dance of luminescence as the battle escalated to a fever pitch, each second fraught with peril. In Chapter 202, The Method of Resolution, Chun Ming was on high alert. His nerves taut like a string about to snap. His eyes remained glued to the woman's every movement, no hint of relaxation allowed. Through the relentless evasion of her strikes, he, with acute perception and familiarity with the spiritual energy fluctuations, discerned a crucial detail amidst the darkness. Though her power was formidable and her attacks swift, there were brief moments of disarray in her energy between strikes. This chaotic energy resembled ripples on a once calm lake. Though subtle, it was not lost on Chun Ming. Elation surged within him, for he recognized this as the potential key to unraveling her bizarre assaults. Like finding hope amidst despair, he resolved to seize this chance. As the woman launched another attack, her hands clawing like talons, he acted without hesitation, unleashing the divine dragon's splitting sky halberd. He channeled all his spiritual energy into the tip of the halberd, each thread infused with overwhelming force, akin to rivers converging into the sea. With a fierce swing, a powerful halberd beam surged forth, radiant as lightning, precisely striking the locus of her energy disarray. A shrill cry erupted from her lips, echoing like the wail of an owl, reverberating through the palace, the piercing sound threatening to rupture Chun Ming's eardrums and send pain racing through his head. Her form staggered violently, her previously relentless assault disrupted. Chun Ming, encouraged by this validation of his insight, honed his focus in the ensuing struggle. As if the entire world had narrowed to just him and the woman, acutely attuned to the rhythm of her attacks. He monitored the fluctuations of her spiritual energy like a predator stalking its prey. Whenever her energy faltered, he swiftly retaliated, each halberd beam striking true against her disordered energy, causing her body to tremble with each impact. As he relentlessly exploited her vulnerabilities, her attacks began to slow, her once swift and fierce movements growing rigid, the force behind them diminishing. Hope flickered within him, a beacon in the shadows illuminating his path forward. Gritting his teeth, he seized every opportunity to strike, endeavoring to vanquish this enigmatic woman and overcome the daunting predicament before him. His gaze brimmed with resolve and confidence. He understood that by capitalizing on this opening, he could secure victory in this arduous battle and usher in a new chapter in his adventurous journey. Chun Ming clung to the chinks in her energy defenses, launching a barrage of strikes. With each halberd beam that found its mark, the woman quivered as though electrified. Her movements grew increasingly sluggish. Her once nimble hands now bound by heavy shackles, laboring to swing. Her wounds multiplied, yet no blood spilled forth. Instead, a strange luminescence emanated from them, flickering with an otherworldly glow, hinting at her mysterious essence. In a moment of sheer exertion, Chun-Ming unleashed a full-force strike, prompting a harrowing scream from the woman. This wail was sharper and more deafening than before, as if it could crumble the very palace. The sound ricocheted off the walls, forming a cacophony that left Chun-Ming's ears ringing. With this cry, her form began to tremble violently, the light surrounding her intensifying. It seemed her body could no longer withstand the tremendous force, gradually becoming ethereal, like smoke dissipating in the air. Ultimately, she transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the void, leaving Chun-Ming alone in the stillness of the palace, the atmosphere gradually returning to tranquility. He exhaled deeply, the tautness in his nerves finally easing. Defeating this enigmatic woman had undeniably drained much of his energy. He now felt utterly exhausted, his legs weak, as if every cell in his body lamented the battle's toll. Sweat soaked his garments, clinging to him and sending a chill through his skin. Gazing down at the bloodthirsty halberd in his hand, he noticed the lingering, peculiar glow upon it, as if it bore witness to the fierce conflict just endured. The radiance on the blade dimmed gradually, signifying the battle's conclusion. Chun-Ming meticulously scoured the area where the woman had vanished, hoping to uncover clues related to her identity or the palace's secrets. He discovered an oval-shaped jade pendant emitting a strange glow, warm to the touch, as if a gentle force caressed his palm. Inscribed upon it were mysterious runes, their lines fluid yet imbued with an enigmatic essence, unlike anything Chun-Ming had ever encountered. The runes shimmered with a soft light, seemingly conveying a message, yet eluding comprehension. Chun-Ming surmised that this jade pendant might be intimately connected to the secrets of the underground palace, perhaps aiding him in unraveling certain enigmas or in discovering the spiritual objects necessary for transcending his current limits. With utmost care, he concealed the jade pendant within his storage pouch. Channeling his spiritual energy, he allowed it to circulate gently within his body, nourishing every meridian and restoring a modicum of his stamina. Gripping the bloodthirsty halberd once more, the familiar sensation of the weapon brought him solace. He continued to explore the enigmatic underground palace, his steps resolute and unwavering. Filled with anticipation, Chun-Ming sensed that deeper within this subterranean realm, more secrets awaited unveiling. And this jade pendant might very well serve as the key to unlocking those hidden doors. As he traversed the winding corridors of the palace, each step felt as though he were treading upon the threads of time itself. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if countless unseen eyes were observing him from the shadows. The flickering lights upon the walls whispered like ancient souls, recounting the grandeur and vicissitudes of this once magnificent city. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and after what felt like an eternity, a colossal stone door loomed before him, akin to a towering mountain obstructing his path. This door stood several yards high and over a yard wide, its surface smooth as a mirror yet adorned with exquisite carvings. The intricate designs came to life, as if unfurling the tapestry of history before Chun-Ming's very eyes. Among the depictions were scenes of ancient warfare, showcasing cultivators soaring through the skies on swords, their forms ethereal, their blades gleaming with a chilling light as they engaged in desperate battles against a myriad of bizarre beasts. These creatures varied in shape and size. Some were as massive as mountains, while others darted with the speed of lightning, their roars intertwining with the luminous spells unleashed by the cultivators, painting the sky in a riot of colors, reminiscent of a magnificent yet brutal fireworks display. Other illustrations revealed mysterious cultivation rituals, with numerous practitioners encircling a grand altar, crafted from stones that emitted an otherworldly glow. Upon the altar lay an array of rare spiritual objects, radiating a soft aura as if teeming with boundless energy. The practitioners bore solemn expressions, their murmurs resonating low and far, as if communicating with the heavens in a sacred and enigmatic ceremony. Flanking the stone door were two irregular recesses, seemingly shaped by the whims of time, suggesting that specific items were required to harmonize with them. A thought struck Chun-Ming, and he immediately recalled the jade pendant he had acquired after vanquishing the enigmatic woman. Gently retrieving the pendant from his storage pouch, it emitted a soft glow under the faint light, as if responding to the call of the stone door. He approached with steady steps, tinged with a hint of trepidation, attempting to place the pendant into the recess. As soon as the pendant made contact with the hollow, it seemed to trigger an ancient and mysterious mechanism. The stone door reverberated with a deep, thunderous roar, the sound heavy and resonant, akin to the awakening growl of a primordial beast. Echoing through the silent corridor, and causing Chun Ming's eardrums to throb slightly. Gradually, the stone door began to part, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. This energy exuded a magnificent and ancient aura, as though it had surged forth from the depths of time itself. Chun Ming felt as if he were engulfed by this powerful force, his garments billowing in the gale, nearly destabilizing him. Within this torrent of energy, Chun Ming keenly sensed a profound treasure's essence emanating from within the door, its allure akin to a magnetic pull, suggesting that the breakthrough he had long sought might lie within. However, an undercurrent of peril also loomed, akin to a venomous serpent concealed in the shadows. Raising his instincts to a heightened state of alert, drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart, clutching the bloodthirsty halberd tightly. Its blade glimmered with a chilling light, seemingly echoing his resolve. With unwavering determination, he stepped through the stone door, his gaze steadfast and ablaze with purpose. Chun Ming could almost hear the thrum of his heartbeat reverberating in the stillness of the corridor, each step fraught with uncertainty and challenge. Yet, for the sake of transcending his limitations and fulfilling his mission, he resolutely pressed forward, harboring both reverence for the unknown and an unwavering commitment to his goal. Chapter 203, The Spirit Pool. The stone door creaked open, revealing a long-sealed mysterious world to Chun Ming. Before him lay an expansive stone chamber, vast enough to accommodate legions. The chamber's walls were crafted from a peculiar stone that emitted a soft phosphorescence, akin to twinkling stars in the night sky, illuminating the space with a bright, yet enigmatic aura. At the heart of the chamber rested a colossal spirit pool, circular in shape and spanning a diameter of 10 yards, resembling a grand moon enshrined within the stone confines. The liquid within shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to a resplendent painting, ever-shifting and breathtaking. The vibrant hues intertwined, sometimes blazing like flames, other times tranquil like a serene lake, seemingly narrating the mysteries of the cosmos. A rich spiritual essence emanated from the spirit pool, permeating the entire chamber, as if this were the very source of spiritual energy, saturating the air with its potency, enveloping Chun Ming in a veritable ocean of spiritual force. Surrounding the spirit pool were stone benches and tables, fashioned from the same material as the chamber walls, their surfaces smooth and warm to the touch, as though polished by the passage of countless ages. The tables bore intricate runes, their complex lines reminiscent of meandering rivers, flickering with a faint luminescence as if whispering ancient secrets to Chun Ming. A surge of excitement coursed through Chun Ming, the glimmer in his eyes reflecting his fervor. Approaching the spirit pool, he instinctively quickened his pace, each step fueled by eagerness and anticipation. Drawing upon his prior studies of the spirit sky breakthrough technique from ancient texts, he immediately recognized that the liquid within the pool was the coveted five-colored spirit liquid he had desperately sought. This extraordinary elixir not only contained an exceptionally pure and potent spiritual energy, seemingly the essence of heaven and earth, but also possessed a unique power to assist cultivators in breaking through their bottlenecks, facilitating ascension to higher realms, a miraculous force coveted by countless practitioners. As he prepared to retrieve the spirit liquid from his storage pouch, a sudden violent ripple emanated from the bottom of the spirit pool. The vibrant colors within the pool became chaotic, reminiscent of a still lake disrupted by a massive stone. In an instant, a colossal spirit serpent erupted from the depths of the pool, its body shimmering with a dazzling array of colors, as if it were a manifestation of the five-colored spirit liquid itself. The serpent, stretching dozens of yards in length and as thick as a barrel, coiled and undulated within the spirit pool, resembling a magnificent, multicolored dragon. Its eyes sparkled with intelligence, deep and mysterious, as if scrutinizing Chun Ming, discerning his every thought. The serpent opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs that glimmered with a chilling light, capable of rending any substance with ease. It emitted a piercing hiss, the sound shrill and grating, akin to a blade slicing through glass, seemingly warning Chun Ming to keep his distance. Its echo reverberating within the stone chamber and sending a chill coursing through him. Startled, Chun Ming instinctively recoiled several steps, his gaze filled with wariness. The spirit serpent was an overwhelmingly powerful entity, not to be trifled with lightly. Within this mysterious underground palace, each guardian possessed extraordinary might, and this serpent was no exception. Chun Ming swiftly activated the divine dragon technique, elevating his spiritual energy to its zenith. Within him, the spiritual force surged like a tumultuous volcanic magma, racing relentlessly through his meridians. A faint golden glow radiated from his being, enveloping him like a suit of armor, ready to counter any attack from the spiritual serpent. His gaze remained fixed upon the colossal serpent before him, eyes betraying both gravity and resolve. The serpent's immense form glided above the spirit pool, resembling a moving mountain. Its iridescent scales gleaming with a brilliance that seemed to challenge Chunming, showcasing its unparalleled might. Its eyes remained locked onto Chunming, their coldness akin to a sharpened blade, exuding both vigilance and menace, as if ready to strike at the slightest hint of movement from him. Chunming dared not exhibit even the slightest relaxation. He fully engaged the divine dragon technique, his spiritual energy roaring like a mighty torrent, seemingly intent on breaking free from the confines of his body. The golden radiance surrounding him served as a formidable shield, securing his protection. Gripping the bloodthirsty halberd tightly, his knuckles whitened from the pressure, the halberd's tip quivered slightly, as if sensing its master's tension and determination, eager for a life-and-death confrontation with the serpent. The serpent coiled gracefully around the spirit pool, its movements light and agile. Despite its massive size, it emitted no sound, gliding through the air like a specter. Chunming stood his ground, his feet rooted steadfastly to the earth, eyes unflinchingly observing every motion of the serpent. He discerned that the serpent held the spirit pool in high regard, as if it were the very source of its life. Any attempt by him to approach the pool elicited an immediate response from the serpent, its head snapping towards him, mouth agape as it hissed. The sharp sound seeming to penetrate his very soul, warning him against any rash actions. Rapidly contemplating strategies, Chunming recognized the serpent's unfathomable power. The overwhelming aura it exuded pressing down upon him like never before. Engaging in direct conflict with it could spell disaster, potentially leading him to irretrievable ruin. Yet, the multicolored spiritual liquid was crucial for his breakthrough, the key to fulfilling his mission. He had to devise a means to procure it, no matter the cost. With unwavering determination and tenacity reflected in his gaze, he scrutinized the surroundings, seeking the serpent's weaknesses or any environmental factors he could exploit. Every stone in the chamber, every rune inscribed upon the walls, could potentially be the key to his triumph over the serpent. Observing the intricate runes carved into the stone table and benches surrounding the spirit pool, he noted their complex patterns resembling the trajectories of celestial bodies. Shimmering with a faint glow, as if recounting ancient tales, a thought struck him. Perhaps these runes bore some connection to the serpent or the multicolored spiritual liquid. By deciphering them, he might uncover a method to acquire the liquid while avoiding a fierce confrontation with the serpent. However, interpreting the runes was no simple task, demanding significant time and effort, and their obscurity rendered them as perplexing as an ancient script. Meanwhile, he needed to remain perpetually vigilant against a sudden assault from the serpent. At this moment, Chunming found himself in a predicament, yet his eyes shone with steadfast conviction. No matter the challenges ahead, he would not yield easily. As he faced off with the serpent, the atmosphere around them seemed to solidify, tension wrapping around him like an invisible net. His mind raced, each thought streaking through his consciousness like a meteor, contemplating his response. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Chunming swiftly retrieved some spiritually potent fruits from his storage ring. These fruits, acquired during a previous adventure, glimmered like radiant pearls, their smooth surfaces exuding a rich spiritual energy and an alluring fragrance. This scent was fresh and robust, blending the finest aromas of the world, making it particularly enticing in the oppressive stone chamber. Targeting a dimly lit corner of the chamber, he hoped the scent of the fruits would better attract the serpent's attention. With a forceful throw, he sent the spiritual fruits soaring through the air, imbuing them with spiritual energy to trace a graceful arc. Upon landing, their rich aroma instantly permeated the air, blossoming like an invisible flower. This fragrance seemed to possess a profound allure for the serpent. Its gaze, previously fixed on Chunming with the chill of a sharpened blade, was now involuntarily drawn toward the fruits. The serpent's body subtly shifted, its previously coiled form loosening slightly, as if weighing the decision to investigate the source of the enticing scent. Moments later, the serpent could no longer resist the temptation of the fruit's aroma, gliding slowly toward them. Its movements were deliberate and cautious, keenly aware of Chunming's presence. Its eyes flicked toward him intermittently, revealing a hint of suspicion. Yet the allure of the fruits evidently prevailed. The serpent's form slithered across the chamber floor, its colorful glow fluctuating with its movements, resembling a flowing rainbow. Seeing the serpent take the bait, Chunming's heart surged with excitement, its rhythm quickening as if drumming for the imminent action. Seizing this rare opportunity, he darted forward, akin to a streak of black lightning, swiftly approaching the spirit pool. His movements were light and agile, nearly soundless, like a phantom. Unbeknownst to him, a jade vial had found its way into his hand, a vessel specifically designed to hold the precious spiritual liquid. The vial, transparent as pure crystal, bore exquisite runes that shimmered with a faint light, as if narrating the vial's extraordinary nature. As Chunming positioned the jade vial near the spirit pool, The multicolored liquid reacted as if alive, flowing into the vial at its approach. The liquid's radiant hues intensified, responding to the vial's call. The sound of the liquid cascading was akin to a melodious stream, a soothing contrast to the tension in the air. The serpent soon detected Chunming's actions. Unleashing an enraged roar that echoed like thunder within the stone chamber, its eyes flashing with a murderous gleam, burning with fury and intent. It swiftly turned, propelling itself toward Chunming at an astonishing speed, its massive form carving deep grooves into the ground. Chunming's heart raced. Gripped by an invisible hand that tightened around his chest, time was of the essence, every second crucial. He hastened to fill the vial, eyes fixed on it as the multicolored liquid gradually filled its confines, all the while remaining acutely aware of the serpent's movements, his peripheral vision tracking its every action. Tension coiled within him, poised for the serpent's imminent assault. In that moment, the serpent surged forth like a cannonball, rapidly closing the distance to Chunming, heralding an impending clash, with Chunming standing resolutely at the storm's center. Chunming reacted swiftly, momentarily executing the Divine Dragon 9 transformations the instant the venom was unleashed. His figure flickered like a wraith, seemingly merging with the air itself, vanishing without a trace. The multicolored venom splattered onto the ground, emitting a hissing sound reminiscent of countless serpents hissing in unison. The earth was instantaneously corroded, forming a deep pit that released swirling white smoke, the pungent odor intensifying with each passing moment. The smoke ascended like the miasma of a demon, permeating the stone chamber. It was evident that the corrosive nature of this venom was exceedingly potent. Should it make contact, the ramifications would be dire. The spirit serpent, undeterred by its failed strike, continued its relentless advance, its colossal body twisting and coiling like a robust rope, drawing closer to Chunming. Despite its massive size, the serpent moved with remarkable agility, devoid of any clumsiness. Observing this, Chunming brandished his bloodthirsty halberd and charged toward the serpent. The halberd, imbued with tremendous force, glimmered menacingly as it cleaved through the oppressive air, striking the spirit serpent with ferocity. However, the serpent's scales were as impenetrable as an unyielding armor, the halberd's blade merely producing a sharp sound akin to striking solid steel, failing to inflict any substantial harm. That resonant sound echoed within the stone chamber, seemingly mocking Chunming's futile assault. The serpent's might was overwhelming. As it coiled around him, Chunming felt as though a great mountain was bearing down upon him, rendering his breath labored. The serpent constricted tighter with each coil, and Chunming struggled desperately, pushing against its massive form while his feet sought any leverage. Yet, the serpent tightened its grip, and Chunming found himself gradually succumbing to its force. Pain etched across his face, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, each droplet glistening with tension and struggle. Realizing that this predicament was untenable, he evaded the serpent's attacks, writhing within its embrace to find an escape. Meanwhile, his mind raced with strategies to elude the serpent's grasp while continuing to harvest the elusive multicolored spirit liquid. At that moment, the serpent writhed, intent on choking him, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, as if it sought to consume him whole. Yet, amidst the serpent's assault, Chunming's gaze reflected unwavering resolve, even in adversity. He sought an opportunity to counterattack. The chamber was thick with the acrid stench of venom, the battle escalating to a fevered pitch, each second fraught with peril. A fierce confrontation unfolded between Chunming and the serpent, which appeared increasingly enraged by Chunming's actions, its attacks growing more ferocious, as if intent on obliterating him. It incessantly expelled the multicolored venom, saturating the chamber in its noxious scent, so potent that it nearly suffocated him. The venom splattered against the walls and floor, hissing ominously, reminiscent of countless insects gnawing at stone. Corrosive marks were left behind, grotesque visages that told tales of the venom's terror. Chunming unleashed the Divine Dragon's splitting halberd, channeling all his spiritual energy into the tip, each thread of energy igniting, radiating a brilliant light. He launched relentless assaults upon the serpent, the halberd's glow flashing like lightning as it struck true. With each impact, the serpent emitted an enraged roar that reverberated through the chamber, resounding like thunder, causing Chunming's eardrums to throb. The serpent's body quivered as it endured immense pain. However, its tough hide rendered these attacks mere irritations, incapable of delivering a fatal blow. Its scales acted as a formidable shield, repelling Chunming's efforts. To vanquish the spirit serpent, Chunming needed to uncover its vulnerability. With keen observation, akin to seeking a glimmer of hope in darkness, he discerned that the serpent's 7-inch region was relatively weak. This critical spot, a common vulnerability among many serpents, was no exception here. Though formidable, the serpent was not invulnerable. The scales in that area appeared thinner, revealing the pulsing veins beneath. However, to strike that vulnerable point was no simple task. The serpent seemed acutely aware of its weakness, expertly guarding it. Each time Chunming attempted to approach, the serpent swiftly coiled, shielding the critical area with its tough scales, its movements exceptionally quick, leaving him little opportunity to strike. As he nimbly dodged the serpent's attacks, navigating through the venom and constriction, Chunming contemplated his next move, aware that he must seize that fleeting chance to deliver a decisive blow. The serpent's assaults came like a torrential storm, its venom incessantly spewing forth, its body continuously coiling. In the brief interludes of attack, Chunming sought his opportunity. His gaze unwavering, fixated on the serpent's every motion, as if etching its actions into his memory. He awaited the moment for a decisive strike. The chamber awash in the vibrant hues of the serpent's venom and the radiant glow of his spiritual energy, a surreal tapestry of danger and enchantment. The climactic battle raged fiercely, both Chunming and the serpent exerting their utmost, the outcome of this struggle uncertain. Yet, within Chunming's heart, a flame of conviction burned brightly. He was resolute in his belief that he would triumph over the serpent, acquire the multicolored spirit liquid, transcend his limitations, and fulfill his mission. Sensing Chunming's intent towards its vulnerable spot, the serpent's previously vigilant gaze morphed into a fiercer glare, akin to two blazing embers. As if it sought to incinerate him, its attacks intensified, its massive form surging forth like a tidal wave, imbued with overwhelming momentum, relentlessly advancing towards Chunming. As the serpent passed, the air was compressed, emitting a mournful sound, as if lamenting the impending crisis that loomed over Chunming. Under the weight of the serpent's onslaught, he was gradually driven into the corner of the stone chamber. In that moment, Chunming resembled a wild beast ensnared within a cage, the space shrinking around him, as if invisible walls confined him, and the pressure exerted by the serpent loomed larger, suffocating him. Throughout this fierce struggle, Chunming's spiritual energy waned. He had unleashed an array of formidable spells and techniques, his divine dragon 9 transformations allowing him to dart like a specter, while the divine dragon's splitting halberd struck with unyielding ferocity. Yet, the serpent's relentless attacks surged forth like an unending tide, each wave crashing upon him, offering scarcely a moment to breathe. Each assault bore immense power, be it through venomous sprays or constricting coils, each strike potentially fatal. The serpent appeared tireless, exhibiting no signs of fatigue, as though it existed solely for this battle, endowed with boundless strength. As time wore on, despair began to creep into Chunming's heart. His breath grew ragged and labored, each inhalation draining the already thin air around him, beads of sweat forming on his brow, cascading down his cheeks, soaking his garments. His body trembled from sheer exhaustion, his legs heavy as though laden with lead, each step requiring monumental effort. Just as Chunming felt himself on the brink of being overwhelmed by the serpent's relentless assault, his indomitable will and sharp perception allowed him to detect a minute opening amidst the tempestuous barrage of the serpent's attacks. As the ethereal serpent unleashed its ferocious attacks, its considerable range of motion momentarily exposed the vulnerable 7-inch section of its head, allowing it to gather strength and adjust its trajectory. Though this fleeting moment was as ephemeral as a shooting star, vanishing in the blink of an eye, for Chunming, it represented a glimmer of hope amidst the encroaching darkness, a singular beacon of light in his dire predicament. Elation surged within him, as if he had grasped a lifeline in a boundless abyss. This could very well be his solitary opportunity to alter the tides of battle. Should he falter, he would plunge into an irretrievable abyss. Without hesitation, Chunming invoked the forbidden technique of dragon battle in the wild. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted from within him, reminiscent of an ancient leviathan awakening from its slumber deep within his being. A faint dragon silhouette materialized around him, its claws bared and exuding an aura both ancient and formidable, imbued with the weight of time and enigmatic power. Chunming's previously fatigued body was suddenly revitalized, akin to a parched desert rejoicing in the arrival of a life-giving rain. His gaze sharpened, akin to that of a hawk fixated on its prey, meticulously monitoring the serpent's every move, poised to deliver a decisive strike. As the serpent surged forth once more, twisting its massive form and opening its gaping maw, venom erupted like a fountain, while its head darted rapidly in Chunming's direction. In that critical moment, as the serpent's vulnerable section briefly came into view, Chunming seized the opportunity, gripping the bloodthirsty halberd with both hands and channeling all his strength into its tip, each pulse of spiritual energy igniting like a roaring flame. With unwavering resolve, he thrust the halberd toward the serpent's exposed 7-inch section, his heart resolute in its singular conviction. He must seize this chance to vanquish the serpent, or risk descending into eternal despair. His eyes radiated determination and resolve, as though he sought to imbue that single strike with every ounce of his power and will. Chapter 205. Defeating the Ethereal Serpent. Propelled by tremendous force, Chun Ming's bloodthirsty halberd shot forth like a meteor, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. It struck true, piercing the serpent's 7-inch section, and in that instant, time seemed to freeze. A soft thud resonated as the halberd penetrated the serpent's flesh, akin to piercing a layer of resilient leather. A cascade of multicolored blood erupted from the wound, warm and rich in spiritual energy, splattering upon the stone chamber floor with a hissing sound. As if narrating the serpent's agony, the serpent emitted a piercing cry of torment, its voice echoing throughout the chamber, sharp and mournful, as if it sought to shatter the oppressive silence. The walls of the chamber trembled in response, small stones dislodging and falling. The serpent thrashed violently, desperately attempting to extricate itself from Chun Ming's assault. Its colossal form writhed like a tempestuous sea, the force of its struggle causing the very stones of the chamber to quake. Cracks appeared in the ground, and the luminescent stones on the walls flickered erratically, as though on the verge of extinguishing. Chun Ming gripped the halberd's shaft with unyielding determination, veins bulging and knuckles whitening from the strain. He pressed his feet firmly against the ground, anchoring himself as if rooted to the earth itself. With each infusion of spiritual energy, the halberd seemed to gain even greater potency, burrowing deeper into the serpent's body. With every convulsion of the serpent, Chun Ming felt as if he were a small vessel in a raging storm, on the brink of capsizing. Yet he did not waver, clenching his jaw. His facial muscles contorted from the exertion as he persevered in this final confrontation. Gradually, the serpent's thrashing weakened, its once vibrant, multicolored form began to dim, its brilliance flickering like a candle on the verge of extinguishment. Its movement slowed, its strength waning, and at last, under the relentless onslaught from Chun Ming, the serpent collapsed, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Subsequently, it transformed into a beam of light, dissipating into the ether as if it had never existed. Chun Ming exhaled deeply, the tension in his body finally subsiding. The triumph over the serpent left him utterly drained, his legs trembling as if they might buckle beneath him. It felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body, each muscle ached, and every joint screamed of the arduous battle. Yet he could not afford to relax. He swiftly approached the spirit pool, which continued to radiate a kaleidoscope of colors, its rich spiritual energy wafting toward him, as if beckoning him to appreciate its rarity. Withdrawing a jade vial, he resumed collecting the vibrant spiritual liquid. The liquid flowed gently into the vial, casting a soft glow that seemed to celebrate Chun Ming's hard-won victory. The sound of the liquid cascading within was akin to a melodious brook, a delightful serenade in the quiet confines of the stone chamber. Before long, the vial was filled to the brim, and Chun Ming carefully stowed it away in his storage ring, finally allowing himself to breathe in relief. Although fatigued, his eyes sparkled with the light of victory, for he knew he had taken a significant step closer to transcending his current limitations. After securing the vibrant spiritual liquid, Chun Ming took a brief respite to alleviate his weary body. Sitting cross-legged upon the ground, he circulated his spiritual energy, allowing it to flow gently through his meridians, replenishing his strength. As the energy coursed through him, he felt vitality gradually returning, his once heavy legs no longer burdened by fatigue. His gaze fell upon the intricate runes etched upon the stone table, curiosity igniting within him. During his battle with the serpent, he had sensed that these runes harbored vital information, and now, he finally had the opportunity to decipher their meaning. Approaching the stone table, he crouched down, his eyes fixated on the runes, intent on engraving every detail into his memory. The runes were complex in design, resembling a mysterious tapestry, exuding an otherworldly glow. Their luminescence flickered in and out, as if whispering ancient secrets to Chun Ming. Channeling his spiritual energy into his eyes, he endeavored to unravel the messages embedded within the runes. His expression grew focused, brow furrowing slightly as he concentrated on their meanings. After considerable effort, he finally gleaned some insights. The runes detailed a deeper methodology for cultivating the spirit sky breaking technique. It became clear that his prior understanding had merely skimmed the surface, while the runes elaborated on how to effectively harness the spiritual energy of the multicolored liquid to surmount the barriers of his current realm. The runes meticulously outlined the pathways of spiritual energy, akin to a precise map guiding Chun Ming on how to channel the essence of the vibrant liquid into his body and meld it with his own energy, thereby shattering the confines of his limitations. They also forewarned of potential dangers he might encounter during his cultivation and offered strategies for overcoming them. This revelation filled Chun Ming with elation, for he recognized the immense assistance this would provide in his practice of the spirit sky breaking technique. He envisioned a radiant path leading to higher realms, with these runes serving as the key to unlocking that journey. Additionally, the runes divulged clandestine information about the underground palace. They hinted at the existence of a mysterious artifact hidden deep within the palace, capable of amplifying the power of magical treasures. A spark of excitement ignited within Chun Ming, for he understood the significance of such treasures in the pursuit of immortality. Possessing a potent magical artifact would not only confer an advantage in battle, but also ensure greater security in his future adventures. He imagined wielding a formidable artifact, effortlessly navigating the myriad dangers that lay ahead, equipped to protect both himself and those dear to him. In the depths of his contemplation, Chun Ming pondered the potential perils that lay ahead should he continue his exploration. Yet, in pursuit of enhancing his strength, he resolutely resolved to venture deeper into the palace. Clutching the bloodthirsty halberd, which glimmered with a chilling light as if an affirmation of its master's determination, his gaze radiated unyielding resolve, akin to a blazing flame fueled by an insatiable thirst for the unknown and the courage to confront challenges. At this moment, Chun Ming resembled a valiant explorer on the cusp of entering uncharted territories, ready to embrace new trials. The path ahead was fraught with hardship and danger. He might encounter formidable foes or intricate traps. Nevertheless, his conviction was as steadfast as steel. Regardless of the obstacles he faced, he was determined to locate the enigmatic artifact, bolster his prowess, and fulfill his mission. Taking a deep breath, he set forth with resolute strides into the palace's depths, his figure gradually fading into the shadows, leaving behind only the silent stone chamber and flickering runes, as if bearing witness to his courageous journey. As Chun Ming advanced steadily into the palace's dark recesses, each step felt as though he was treading upon an enigma yet to be unraveled. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, a heavy shroud that constricted his breath. It felt as if countless invisible eyes lurked in the darkness, watching him intently, sending a shiver down his spine and keeping his senses taut. With each step deeper, the fluctuations of spiritual energy intensified, crashing against his perception like relentless ocean waves. The aura of danger enveloped him, coiling around him like a frigid serpent, quickening his heartbeat, each thump resonating like a warning bell. Suddenly, without forewarning, the ground began to tremble violently. Chun Ming stumbled, nearly losing his balance, but quickly steadied himself, alertly scanning his surroundings. In an instant, a horde of puppet-like monstrosities surged forth from the ground. These constructs, forged of cold metal, emanated an icy aura that seemed to originate from the most frigid of realms, a chill that penetrated Chun Ming's garments and reached his very bones. Their eyes glowed with a sinister red light, akin to will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness, rendering the already oppressive environment even more sinister and chilling. A wave of anxiety gripped Chun Ming as a potent sense of impending danger surged within him. He immediately assumed a combat stance. With feet apart and knees slightly bent to lower his center of gravity, he gripped the bloodthirsty halberd tightly, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Scanning the array of puppets, he quickly assessed that these constructs were formidable, each on par with mid-stage foundation-building cultivators. The spiritual energy emanating from them and their cold, hard metallic bodies indicated that this would be a challenging battle. Yet, Chun Ming felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within him. He recalled the arduous journey he had undertaken, and a resolute conviction surged within him. No matter how daunting the challenges ahead, he would forge onward. Without hesitation, the puppets launched their assault the moment they appeared, wielding their weapons with mechanical precision, devoid of any emotion, as if solely programmed to execute their attack commands. Some brandished long blades that shimmered with a cold light, capable of slicing through the air, while others hefted massive axes radiating powerful spiritual energy, exuding an aura strong enough to cleave mountains. The cacophony of clashing weapons echoed through the palace, a tempest that threatened to engulf Chun Ming. In response, he swiftly unleashed the dragon's ascendance technique. In an instant, a soft golden radiance enveloped him, akin to armor, emanating a mysterious and potent aura that significantly elevated his presence. The bloodthirsty halberd glimmered with a piercing light, its tip now resembling a poised dragon, ready to strike. The spiritual energy within the palace grew increasingly chaotic, intermingling in anticipation of the imminent clash, as if heralding a breathtaking confrontation about to unfold. Taking a deep breath, Chun Ming fixed his unwavering gaze upon the looming puppets, mentally preparing himself for the impending battle. Chapter 206. The Assault of the Puppets. Amidst the onslaught of the puppet horde, Chun Ming remained composed and unflinching, executing the 9 transformations of the dragon technique. He weaved through the puppets with ghostly agility, each flicker of movement resembling a shadow, deftly evading their fierce strikes, rendering his figure nearly indistinguishable. His motions were light and nimble, as if he had melded with the surrounding environment. Seizing the fleeting moments between the puppet's attacks to carve out his space for survival, the bloodthirsty halberd danced like a spirited dragon among the throng of constructs, its blade flashing with cold light as it traced elegant and lethal arcs through the air. Seizing the opportune moment, Chunming thrust the halberd toward the vital points of the puppets. However, their tough exteriors, forged from a special metal, rendered his strikes ineffective at delivering fatal blows. The halberd clanged against the puppets, producing a dull thud as if striking an unyielding boulder, leaving only shallow marks, an apparent mockery of his attempts. Undeterred, Chunming continued to evade the puppets' relentless attacks, while swiftly analyzing their structural weaknesses. His keen gaze scanned their forms, leaving no detail overlooked. And soon he discerned that the joints of the puppets were relatively vulnerable, seemingly their Achilles heel. Although the joints were also metallic, they were thinner compared to other parts, and tiny gaps became apparent during their movements. A surge of excitement filled Chunming as he promptly adjusted his strategy to focus his attacks on the puppet's joints. With pinpoint accuracy, he targeted the arm joint of one puppet, delivering a powerful swing of the bloodthirsty halberd. The blade struck with the force of thunder, sending sparks flying like brilliant stars erupting in the night sky, illuminating the dim palace. After several fierce strikes, Chunming succeeded in severing one puppet's arm. The dismembered limb clattered to the ground, echoing crisply in the stillness of the palace, reminiscent of a mournful wail from the construct. Witnessing this, the other puppets seemed to be galvanized, their assaults intensifying. They swiftly closed in, their weapons raining down upon Chunming like a torrential downpour. In an instant, the cold gleam of blades and the powerful energy waves from the axes converged, weaving a perilous web of attacks. Chunming found himself ensnared in a fierce struggle, besieged from all sides, overwhelmed by the onslaught. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, each glistening with tension and focus. Yet, bolstered by his indomitable will, he grit his teeth and continued to battle against the horde. His gaze remained resolute, akin to a blazing flame. With a singular belief driving him forward, he must break through this encirclement of puppets and continue his journey deeper into the palace. The sounds of clashing weapons reverberated throughout the chamber, the flickering spiritual lights resembling a magnificent yet perilous fireworks display. As the battle with the puppets reached a fever pitch, every second was fraught with life and death urgency. Chunming remained on high alert, his senses razor-sharp, unwaveringly attentive to the movements of the puppets, unwilling to allow even a moment of complacency. In the relentless dance of evasion and assault, he, endowed with keen insight, began to uncover yet another vulnerability of the puppets, akin to seeking a glimmer of dawn amid darkness. Each time these puppets launched an attack, they would momentarily pause to recalibrate their internal spiritual energy. Though this cessation was exceedingly brief, like a flash of lightning illuminating the night sky, it was easily overlooked. Nevertheless, for Chunming, it represented an exquisite opportunity for counterattack. Seizing this fleeting moment could potentially shatter his current predicament and secure victory in the battle. He mentally noted this flaw, his eyes glinting with excitement and anticipation as he awaited the opportune moment to unleash a decisive strike. One puppet brandished a long blade, hurtling towards Chunming with a fierce wind, as if intent on cleaving him in two. Just as the attack was about to descend, it paused momentarily to adjust its spiritual energy, exactly as Chunming had anticipated. Capitalizing on this rare opportunity, he executed the dragon's piercing sky spear, channeling all his spiritual energy into the spear's tip, each particle akin to a flame ignited, surging forth with vigor. With a sudden, forceful swing, a powerful spear light soared, shimmering brilliantly, striking precisely at the puppet's spiritual core. A tremendous boom reverberated through the palace, reminiscent of thunder crashing within a grand hall, as the struck puppet erupted in a dazzling blaze, illuminating a corner of the palace. Subsequently, it lost its capacity for movement. Collapsing to the ground in a heap of scrap metal, the remnants scattered about, still emanating wisps of smoke, as if lamenting the recent devastation. Chunming, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming joy. It was irrefutable evidence that he had uncovered the means to counter them. He promptly replicated his previous success. Each time a puppet faltered to recalibrate its spiritual energy, he swiftly unleashed the dragon's piercing sky spear, consecutively vanquishing several puppets. With each puppet that fell, Chunming's confidence swelled. However, the remaining puppets seemed to sense his method of attack, altering their rhythm in an attempt to disrupt his judgment. They no longer struck in synchronized unison but instead launched staggered assaults, minimizing their moments of stillness. Suddenly, the attacks became more intricate and unpredictable. Some puppets surged from the side, while others mounted ambushes from behind, compelling Chunming to adopt a more cautious approach. Yet, possessing a firm grasp of their weaknesses, He remained unperturbed. With heightened focus, his gaze remained fixed on each puppet's movement. Even the subtlest shifts did not elude his keen observation. He meticulously monitored their spiritual fluctuations, predicting their assault timings and moments of pause through the ebb and flow of their energy. As he deftly dodged their increasingly complex onslaughts, he continued to retaliate. His form weaved through the throng of puppets with the agility of a swift swallow, skillfully evading strikes while seeking every opportunity to counterattack. As time passed, the number of puppets dwindled. Yet Chun Ming understood that the remaining adversaries would be more vigilant, and their assaults would become increasingly formidable. Nevertheless, he displayed no inclination to retreat. Rather, his resolve intensified. As long as he maintained his composure and adeptly exploited the puppet's weaknesses, he was certain he could completely vanquish this horde and delve deeper into the palace's secrets. At that moment, the palace was suffused with the acrid scent of metal clashing, the residue of battle. Chun Ming's conflict with the puppets had entered its final, decisive phase. The dawn of victory loomed on the horizon. Yet he recognized that this was precisely the moment to remain most vigilant. In the midst of the fierce confrontation, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, saturated with metallic tangs and spiritual energy fluctuations. With a precise understanding of the puppet's vulnerabilities, he moved like a masterful dancer, fluidly navigating through the fray and launching relentless attacks. He astutely capitalized on the brief intermissions during the puppet's energy recalibrations, those fleeting moments akin to the blink of an eye, serving as the key to unlock the door of triumph. With the dragon's piercing sky spear, he concentrated his energy at the spear's tip, unleashing strikes that struck with the swiftness of lightning, consistently hitting the puppet's spiritual cores. Each successful strike was accompanied by flickering lights and tremors from the puppets, heralding their impending demise. Under the weight of his ferocious assaults, the once orderly formation of puppets began to descend into chaos. Those that had previously moved with mechanical precision now floundered like soldiers bereft of command, their actions devolving into disarray. Their coordinated rhythm faltered, revealing cracks in their collaboration. Recognizing this opportunity, Chun Ming resolved to press the advantage, invoking the Dragon Shadow Flash technique, which bestowed upon him the swiftness and agility of a dragon. In an instant, his form morphed into an ethereal dragon shadow, shimmering with draconic light, moving at an unparalleled speed through the throng of puppets, dazzling the eye. His velocity was akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, leaving behind a series of blurred luminescent trails. With each passage, the glint of his lethal spear flashed like lightning, striking precisely at the puppet's relatively vulnerable points. The clash of spear against metallic forms sparked brilliant bursts of light. Some puppets lost their arms with a resounding clang as severed limbs fell to the ground, echoing like the lamentations of the fallen. Others struck at their spiritual cores, dimmed instantly, collapsing to the earth like heaps of scrap. With each successive assault, the number of puppets dwindled, and the remaining adversaries faltered, thrown into disarray by the loss of their companions. They no longer executed their attacks with the same methodical precision. Instead, they became frantic, their assaults devoid of structure. Amidst Chun Ming's relentless onslaught, he breached the puppet's defenses, exhaling a long sigh of relief that seemed to expel the tension and fatigue of battle. Surveying the breached line of defense and the littered remnants of puppets, a wave of accomplishment surged within him. Though his spiritual energy had waned and his breath was slightly uneven, his gaze radiated steadfastness and resolve. This skirmish was merely a chapter in his exploration of the underground palace. The deeper he ventured, the greater the unknown dangers that awaited. The yearning for that mysterious artifact capable of enhancing his treasures blazed within him like an unquenchable flame, propelling him forward with unwavering determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced with resolute steps, delving deeper into the heart of the palace. Chapter 207, Breaking the Seal. After breaching the puppet's defenses, Chun Ming continued deeper along a narrow passageway. Flanked by walls adorned with a myriad of peculiar patterns, their lines intricate and forms diverse. Some resembled ancient constellations, while others appeared to depict enigmatic beings engaged in some arcane ritual, seemingly narrating ancient tales. Each line bore the marks of time, concealing secrets yet to be unveiled. Uncertain of how long he had traversed, the passage seemed endless, yet his strides remained unyielding, leading him to a hidden chamber deep within the palace. The door to the chamber was ajar, extending a silent invitation, akin to a Pandora's box brimming with countless secrets. A mysterious aura emanated from within, an invisible hand firmly grasping Chun Ming's attention, drawing him closer. He gently pushed open the chamber door, the hinges creaking as it slowly swung wide, the sound piercing the silence with an almost reverberating sharpness, as if shattering an ancient tranquility. A musty scent wafted forth, tinged with the dust of ages and the essence of enigmatic spiritual energy, prompting Chun Ming to wrinkle his nose. At the center of the chamber lay a chest radiating an extraordinary luminescence. The treasure chest stood approximately as tall as a man, its surface adorned with intricate runes that shimmered softly, reminiscent of slumbering spirits guarding the secrets within. The luminescence of the runes flickered intermittently, as if playfully engaging in a game of hide-and-seek with Chunming, while simultaneously cautioning him against rash contact. As Chunming approached the chest, a formidable force emanated from within, enveloping him like a surging undercurrent, causing him to momentarily shudder. To his astonishment, this power resonated strongly with the artifact he carried, causing it to tremble faintly within his storage pouch, akin to an old friend joyfully responding after a long separation. The artifact's tremors intensified, seemingly eager to draw nearer to the force contained within the chest. A realization sparked within Chunming. The chest likely harbored that elusive item capable of enhancing the power of his artifact. His heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, akin to a fawn leaping within his chest, his eyes sparkling with excitement, radiating a brilliance akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Upon closer inspection of the chest, he discerned that opening it would not be a trivial task. The runes inscribed upon it formed a formidable seal, exuding an enigmatic power akin to an unyielding fortress, obstructing his access to the treasures within. The intertwining runes created a complex and mysterious pattern, seemingly showcasing their inviolability to Chunming. Determined to unravel the seal, he furrowed his brow and paced around the chest, his gaze fixed intently on the runes, leaving no detail overlooked. He meticulously examined the arrangement and flickering patterns of the runes, seeking clues to decipher the enigmatic seal and unveil the mysteries concealed within the chest. His expression revealed unwavering focus and determination. Regardless of the challenges he faced, he was resolute in his quest to unlock this chest and discover the secrets it held. Chunming concentrated fully on the runes, perceiving them as cryptic codes awaiting his deciphering. His mind raced, functioning like a finely tuned machine as he endeavored to apply his knowledge of runes to dismantle the potent seal. He noted that while the runes differed from those he had previously encountered on the stone table, they bore certain connections. This revelation ignited a flicker of hope within him. Akin to glimpsing a sliver of dawn in the dark, though faint, it propelled him to continue his exploration, calming his mind to a tranquil stillness. He reflected on the arrangement of the runes on the stone table and the flow of spiritual energy they contained. Closing his eyes, the image of the runes danced vividly in his mind, their lines seemingly animated, pulsating with life. After considerable contemplation, he gradually discerned a thread of understanding. He recognized that the trajectory of the spiritual energy from the runes on the stone table bore a subtle correlation to those on the chest, much like two seemingly independent rivers that converge at a singular point. By channeling the spiritual energy into the runes of the chest in a specific sequence, the runes began to emit a glow, intensifying from weak to radiant, as though awakened from slumber. The illumination spread, akin to a gentle halo emanating from a roused spirit. Chunming dared not relent, continuing to infuse the runes with caution, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, each droplet shimmering with tension and focus. As the spiritual energy flowed, signs of the seal loosening became evident. The runes pulsed with an increasing fervor, as if engaged in a fierce struggle. Within the brilliance, the lines of the runes appeared to contort and twist, resisting Chunming's attempts at unraveling them. Suddenly, the runes burst forth with blinding light, unleashing a powerful force from the chest that surged towards Chunming like an unstoppable tide. The overwhelming energy struck him, pushing him back several steps, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground as he struggled to regain his balance. Yet, undeterred, Chunming remained steadfast, intensifying his scrutiny of the chest. Under the radiant glow, the chest began to open slowly, and a dazzling beam of light shot forth, illuminating the entire chamber. The brilliance was akin to the sun itself, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze directly upon. Amidst the luminescence, a vague object became discernible, filled with anticipation. Chunming yearned to uncover the mystery concealed within the chest and the transformative impact it would have on his path of cultivation. At this moment, the chamber was aglow, and Chunming stood bathed in the light, awaiting the revelation of the enigmatic artifact. Chapter 208, Artifact Enhancement Stone. As the chest opened gradually, the process resembled the unveiling of an ancient and mystical veil. A resplendent array of colors erupted from within, akin to vibrant fireworks illuminating the night sky, casting a dreamlike aura over the entire chamber. Amidst the radiance, a stone exuding an unusual brilliance lay quietly, resembling a star nestled within the treasure chest, emanating an enchanting aura. The surface of the stone was intricately patterned, akin to a meticulously crafted mystical tapestry, each line seemingly whispering ancient secrets. The intertwining patterns appeared to narrate an age-old tale or an undisclosed history. The stone contained powerful and pure spiritual energy, as if the essence of the heavens and earth had coalesced over countless ages. Delicate waves of spiritual energy radiated outward, akin to ripples on a tranquil lake, gently brushing against Chun Ming's senses and imparting an ineffable strength. With utmost care, he extended his hand, as if fearing to disturb the stone's tranquility. As he gently grasped the stone, it felt akin to cradling the most precious treasure in existence. The moment his fingers made contact with the stone, a profound resonance surged between it and the bloodthirsty spear at his waist. The spear quivered slightly within the storage pouch, the frequency of its tremors hastening, as if exulting in this serendipitous encounter with the mystical stone. Elation surged within Chun Ming as he realized this was indeed the artifact enhancement stone he had tirelessly sought in the depths of the palace. At last, he had found it. Chun Ming murmured to himself, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. This artifact enhancement stone held immense significance for him. In the perilous realm of cultivation, a powerful artifact was undoubtedly crucial for his survival and well-being. It would not only safeguard his life in critical moments, but also empower him to confront various daunting challenges ahead. Fully aware of the lurking dangers within the underground palace, Chun Ming felt an urgent desire to enhance his bloodthirsty spear with the stone, yet reason urged him to prioritize his safety. He began meticulously searching the chamber for a secure location, his gaze revealing caution and vigilance. The walls of the chamber flickered with faint light, as if concealing countless eyes observing his every move. In a secluded corner, Chun Ming discovered a relatively hidden spot, surrounded by walls that appeared to possess unique materials, lending a degree of defensive capability. The walls exuded a robust appearance, their surfaces smooth and imbued with an ancient essence. Approaching the corner, he swiftly retrieved materials from his storage pouch to establish a defensive array. These materials varied in shape. Some were crystalline shards emitting a soft glow. Others were metal plates inscribed with runes, and a few exuded an unusual fragrance from herbal roots. With deft precision, he arranged the materials in a specific sequence, murmuring incantations under his breath. Streams of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips like ethereal threads, infusing the materials with life. As the energy poured in, the materials began to emanate a gentle glow, gradually intertwining to form a transparent protective barrier that enveloped him and the bloodslaughter halberd. The barrier radiated a soft blue light, resembling a serene azure bubble, providing Chun Ming with a robust layer of protection. After meticulously setting up the defensive formation, Chun Ming conducted a thorough inspection, his gaze sweeping across the barrier, scrutinizing every minute detail. Gently touching the edge of the barrier with his spiritual energy, he assessed its strength and stability, ensuring there were no oversights. Only then did he settle into a meditative posture, retrieving the bloodslaughter halberd from his storage pouch and positioning it before him, ready to commence the pivotal process of enhancing the artifact. A mixture of anxiety and exhilaration coursed through Chun Ming. Augmenting the artifact was no trifling task, for even the slightest error could result in failure, or worse, damage to the halberd itself. Trusting in his abilities, he inhaled deeply, allowing his mind to gradually calm. Preparing for the forthcoming enhancement, he laid the bloodslaughter halberd flat on the ground, its shaft emanating an ancient sheen that seemed to recount the countless battles it had endured. The engravings on the halberd's surface were akin to the scars of time, each line bearing witness to its valiant exploits on the battlefield. The tip glimmered with a cold light, as if anticipating the infusion of power to become even more formidable. Gently placing the enhancement stone atop the tip of the halberd, the moment the stone made contact, an extraordinary connection seemed to awaken, causing a kaleidoscope of colors to flicker. The radiance resembled the gentle dawn, soft yet brimming with potency, heralding the onset of a magnificent transformation. An invisible bridge appeared to form between the enhancement stone and the bloodslaughter halberd, with spiritual energy flowing quietly between them. Chun Ming took a deep breath, activating the dragon's secret art within him. In an instant, a torrent of robust spiritual energy surged from his dantian, akin to a rushing river, swiftly coursing through his meridians to his hands. Resting his hands lightly on the enhancement stone, he guided the energy to flow gently into the stone. As the energy infused, the enhancement stone absorbed the power, its radiance intensifying. The previously vibrant colors became even more dazzling, almost blinding. The light burned like a fierce flame, illuminating the entire chamber, while the defensive formation brightened in response to the radiant display. Within the enhancement stone, a formidable force seemed to awaken, the light swirling as if it were a tumultuous tide, gradually merging into the bloodslaughter halberd. The halberd appeared to sense the integration of this immense power, emitting a low hum as it vibrated with excitement. The The runes along the halberd, once merely flickering, now shone brightly and vibrantly, pulsating with an enigmatic rhythm as if undergoing a mysterious and intense metamorphosis. The glow of the runes danced like playful sprites upon the halberd's surface, exuding an ancient and mystical aura. Sweat beaded on Chun Ming's forehead, each droplet reflecting his tension and focus. With unwavering concentration, he controlled the speed and intensity of the energy infusion, aware that enhancing the artifact was an exceedingly delicate process. Any misstep could lead to failure. His gaze remained fixed on the bloodslaughter halberd and the enhancement stone, allowing no room for complacency. With each infusion of energy, he meticulously sensed the changes within the halberd, adjusting the flow of energy according to its responses. Chun Ming felt the halberd absorbing the power, growing stronger, yet he was also acutely aware of the subtle shifts. A moment's inattention could unleash unpredictable consequences. Time slipped by in the tense atmosphere, as the enhancement stone continued to merge with the halberd, filling the chamber with a vibrant glow interspersed with the resonant hum of the bloodslaughter halberd, as if composing a mysterious symphony. The interplay of light and sound created an ambience both mystical and solemn. Now was the crucial moment for enhancement. He had to maintain heightened focus to ensure the successful augmentation of the bloodslaughter halberd, thus fortifying his prowess for future battles. His heartbeat synchronized with the rhythm of the flickering light and the humming sound, as if he were entwined within this enhancement process, his spirit intensely concentrated, perceiving only himself, the bloodslaughter halberd, and the enhancement stone. As the power of the enhancement stone continued to flow, the bloodslaughter halberd underwent a remarkable transformation. The halberd's shaft seemed to experience a rebirth, elongating and adopting a sharp, fierce aesthetic as if a legendary weapon was gradually taking shape. The runes on its surface transformed from simple lines into profound symbols, imbued with endless mysteries, each rune glowing with a mysterious light, as if whispering of ancient powers. The runes appeared to come alive, swirling across the halberd, exuding an aura that commanded reverence. A powerful presence emanated from the bloodslaughter halberd, causing Chun Ming to momentarily shudder. He could distinctly sense the halberd's potency had multiplied several times over, a force capable of rending space itself. The halberd seemed to possess its own spirit, transcending its mere existence as a cold weapon. As Chun Ming gazed upon it, he could feel it conveying a sense of excitement and a yearning for battle. This awakening of spirit forged a closer bond between Chun Ming and the bloodslaughter halberd, transforming their relationship from merely master and weapon into that of comrades ready to fight side by side. When the last vestige of the enhancement stone's power merged into the halberd, it erupted in a dazzling radiance, illuminating the entire chamber instantaneously. The brilliance even permeated the protective formation, casting light upon the walls, transforming the once dim chamber into a realm of daylight. The light was as radiant as the sun, compelling Chun Ming to squint slightly. In this glow, the bloodslaughter halberd seemed to become the epicenter of the universe, exuding an unparalleled majesty. As the luminescence gradually waned, Chun Ming slowly rose, filled with exhilaration, and reached for the halberd. A gentle swing revealed that the bloodslaughter halberd resonated harmoniously with his intentions, moving with effortless grace, each motion pulsating with the immense power contained within. That power was akin to an invisible gale, howling with each swing, as if it could disperse all obstacles in its path. What a formidable force! Chun Ming could not help but exclaim. In the battles to come, the bloodslaughter halberd would be his invaluable ally, empowering him to face myriad dangers with greater composure. At that moment, with the enhanced halberd in hand, Chun Ming was filled with confidence and anticipation. Chapter 209, Preparations for Departure. Holding the enhanced bloodslaughter halberd, Chun Ming felt a surge of immense and agile power coursing through the shaft into his palm, as if this artifact had become an extension of himself, their minds intertwined. This formidable energy bestowed upon him boundless confidence, igniting his expectations for the path of cultivation ahead. Though his exploration of the underground palace had reached a temporary conclusion, his journey of cultivation resembled a vast starry river, long and fraught with the unknown. The shadowy thread of the Xian insect loomed heavily in his heart, an ever-present weight that he could not afford to ignore. Chun Ming resolved to leave the underground palace in search of a tranquil place, where he could wholly immerse himself in the cultivation of the Ling Shao breaking realm technique, harnessing the mysterious power within the colorful spiritual liquid to advance to the later stages of foundation building. He retraced his steps along the path that led into the underground palace, moving cautiously and deliberately. His vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings, his senses taut as a bowstring, ready to detect any lurking dangers that might strike unexpectedly. The subterranean palace exuded an eerie tranquility, its stillness punctuated solely by the steady cadence of his footsteps reverberating through the deep corridors, as though engaging in a silent dialogue with the ancient space around him. The flickering glimmers on the walls resembled a multitude of eyes watching him in silence, seemingly bidding him farewell as he departed. The faint light swayed with his every step, whispering untold secrets. Chun Ming perceived a faint glow ahead. Though dim, it shone like a beacon of hope, illuminating his path forward. That glow marked the exit of the underground palace. The moment he stepped out, a torrent of scorching air rushed towards him, akin to a surging wave. Outside, the desert remained unbearably hot, the sun hanging high in the sky, mercilessly unleashing its heat, turning the golden sands into a scorching bed. The swirling sands danced wildly in the tempest, as if intent on burying all existence within. Chun Ming inhaled deeply, savoring the warm and arid sunlight, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Having braved countless trials and tribulations within this enigmatic underground palace, it felt as if he had forged a path through a thicket of thorns. Not only had he fortuitously discovered the multicolored spirit liquid to aid his cultivation, but he had also successfully enhanced the bloodthirsty spear, further elevating his own prowess, bringing him one step closer to his ultimate goal. Surveying his surroundings, the vast expanse of desert appeared deceptively serene, yet it concealed innumerable perils. Sandstorms could erupt at any moment, and the hidden creatures lurking beneath the dunes might launch a sudden attack. He needed to find a secure place to enter seclusion for his cultivation, ensuring an uninterrupted practice. Gradually closing his eyes, he expanded his consciousness, unfurling it like an invisible net, meticulously scanning the environment around him. Every blade of grass, every stone, each grain of sand was vividly etched in his mind. Chun Ming discovered a secluded valley, encircled by towering sand dunes, which stood like loyal sentinels, creating a natural barrier that shielded the valley from the outside world, rendering it difficult to detect. Furthermore, the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the valley were relatively stable, resembling a tranquil lake, devoid of any ripples, making it an exceptional site for cultivation. He hastened into the valley, the sands beneath his feet whispering softly, and swiftly retrieved various materials for arranging defensive formations from his storage pouch. These materials varied in shape, some shimmered with a soft glow, while others emanated peculiar auras. With practiced deftness, he meticulously positioned each piece according to a specific layout, ensuring that every placement was calculated to perfection. Channeling his spiritual energy, it flowed from his fingertips like a dynamic thread, infusing each material with vigor. Radiant beams of light flickered, intertwining and merging, gradually forming a transparent shield that enveloped the entire valley. The runes on the protective barrier pulsed with life, exuding formidable power, sufficient to withstand attacks from cultivators at the latter stages of foundational establishment and below. The shimmering light of the runes cast an enigmatic hue over the valley's sands and stones, enveloping the entire area in a mysterious glow. After establishing the defensive formation, Chun Ming meticulously inspected the valley. He ambled along the edges, leaving no corner overlooked, touching each stone to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy, ensuring that no hidden dangers lay in wait. Only then did he settle cross-legged on a flat area of the valley, preparing to commence his cultivation of the Lingxiao breaking boundaries technique. Outside, the sun blazed, seemingly intent on melting the entire desert. The sand was searing hot, grains leaping under the intense heat, sending waves of scorching air rippling. Yet within the valley, due to the defensive formation, a relatively tranquil and stable space for spiritual energy emerged, akin to a sanctuary amidst the clamor of the world. With a grave expression, Chun Ming carefully retrieved a jade vial containing the multicolored spirit liquid from his storage pouch. Under the sun's rays, the vial sparkled with vibrant colors, resembling a dazzling gem. The spirit liquid within flowed like liquid jewels, emanating a rich wave of spiritual energy that radiated outward in ripples, as if proclaiming its extraordinary nature. Gently uncorking the vial, a refreshing and rich fragrance wafted forth, penetrating deep into his soul, soothing his spirit, as if all fatigue dissipated in that moment. Following the methods recorded in ancient texts, Chun Ming slowly allowed the multicolored spirit liquid to drip into his mouth. The instant it touched his lips, it transformed into a powerful and pure stream of spiritual energy that surged down his throat and into his body, its speed akin to a flash of lightning. This force flowed through him like a mighty river, invigorating his meridians with warmth and strength. The meridians hummed softly, as if celebrating the arrival of this potent energy. Chun Ming immediately activated the Lingxiao breaking boundaries technique, guiding this formidable force to impact the bottleneck between the mid and late stages of foundational establishment. As the energy continued to converge, the bottleneck began to tremble slightly, as if sensing the onslaught of this immense power. The barrier felt like a thin layer of paper, seemingly fragile yet immensely resilient, awaiting his breakthrough. Fully concentrating on controlling the flow of energy, he dared not falter. Each attempt to direct the energy against the bottleneck required precise control over its intensity and direction. In this process, Chunming's consciousness became wholly immersed in the operation of energy within him, rendering the outside world irrelevant. A determined expression graced his face. His mind fixated solely on one conviction: to shatter the bottleneck and enhance his strength. The fluctuations of spiritual energy within the valley intensified in tandem with Chunming's cultivation. The runes of the defensive formation flickered erratically, seemingly responding to the changes in the energy within him. At times, the runes glimmered brightly, while at others, they dimmed, synchronizing with the rhythm of Chunming's energy's impact. He resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, accumulating immense power, ready to breach the barrier obstructing his progress. The air within the valley trembled slightly, stirred by the powerful waves of spiritual energy, as if cheering for Chunming's impending breakthrough. Overcoming the bottleneck was no simple task. It was fraught with challenges and tribulations. As Chunming continually operated the Lingxiao breaking boundaries technique, channeling the energy transformed from the spirit liquid against the bottleneck. A sharp pain radiated from it, akin to a razor slicing through his meridians. The agony surged in relentless waves, threatening to drown his will. This torment felt like a deep-seated affliction of the soul, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, instantly soaking his garments, which clung tightly to him as if sharing in his suffering. Chunming gritted his teeth, the sound of his jaw clenching echoing in the stillness. As if he were determined to chew this pain into submission. His eyes revealed no sign of retreat. Rather, they brimmed with resolve. This was a normal occurrence in the process of breaking through. Every cultivator attempting to transcend their realm must endure such painful struggles. Only through perseverance could they attain a leap in power. Recalling the hardships he had faced along his journey, the dangers and challenges he had encountered, an indomitable strength surged within him, propelling him to persist. The energy of the multicolored spirit liquid flowed within him like an inexhaustible spring, ceaselessly providing support. He bore the excruciating pain, merging the dragon technique with the Lingxiao breaking boundaries technique, striving to harness the power of both methods to discover a path to breakthrough. Continuously adjusting the flow of energy, he altered the angle and rhythm of the impact against the bottleneck. Under his command, the spiritual energy surged like tumultuous ocean waves, violently assailing the bottleneck. At times, it was as delicate as a gentle spring rain, softly permeating the crevices of that impasse. Throughout this agonizing struggle, Chunming's consciousness remained acutely alert, meticulously sensing every subtle shift at the bottleneck, in search of a frail point of weakness. The resistance at the bottleneck resembled an impregnable fortress, quivering slightly under the onslaught of spiritual energy, yet stubbornly obstructing his path forward. This fortress was composed of countless intricate runes, shimmering with an enigmatic glow, as if narrating tales of its fortitude. Chunming attempted to divide his spiritual energy into multiple streams, simultaneously launching assaults from various directions against the bottleneck. In an instant, the resistance intensified, repelling each surge of energy back to him. The rebuffed energy ricocheted chaotically within him, akin to wild stallions running amok, subjecting his body to additional torment. He then endeavored to concentrate his energy into a singular force, forging a powerful impact aimed at breaching a single point. However, the bottleneck seemed to sense his intentions, and the resistance at that point became exceptionally formidable, thwarting his attempt once more. The runes at the bottleneck radiated with intensified brilliance, forcefully repelling the gathered energy. Time and again, Chunming faced failure, yet he remained undaunted. Continuously reflecting on his experiences and adjusting his strategies, he resembled a wanderer groping through darkness. Convinced that with persistence, he would eventually uncover a glimmer of dawn, successfully transcending the bottleneck and advancing toward the later stages of foundation establishment. As he grappled within the valley, the fluctuations of spiritual energy grew increasingly chaotic, causing the defensive formation to emit a series of resonating hums under the strain of this immense force. The runes inscribed on the formation flickered more violently, seemingly striving alongside Chunming to withstand the overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy. Amidst pain and perseverance, he relentlessly sought a method to break through, his will unwavering as steel, awaiting the moment of transformation from chrysalis to butterfly. Chapter 210, A Renewed Confrontation. In the protracted and arduous journey of breakthrough, Chunming found himself enveloped in a realm of dark chaos, surrounded by relentless pressure and suffering. The impediment of the bottleneck stood like an indomitable barrier, thwarting his assaults time and again. Fueled by tenacious resolve and acute perception, he navigated through this turmoil, ultimately discerning a subtle weakness at the bottleneck. In that instant, His gaze sharpened, akin to a raptor honing in on its prey, radiating determination and resolve. This was the pivotal strike between triumph and failure. Chun Ming concentrated all his spiritual energy within, channeling the divine dragon technique. The energy imbued with the essence of the dragon surged through his meridians like a roaring torrent. Simultaneously, he activated the spirit sky breakthrough technique, harmonizing its power with that of the divine dragon technique, weaving together two streams of energy into a singular, even more formidable force. Under his command, this power coiled like a poised dragon, launching a final assault on that frail point. A thunderous boom erupted, reverberating like a clap of celestial thunder, echoing throughout the valley and causing stones to cascade from the surroundings. At last, the bottleneck yielded to this overwhelming spiritual energy. A vast and potent surge of energy erupted from Chun Ming, akin to a volcanic eruption, radiating outward from his core and swiftly enveloping the entire valley. The sands and stones within the valley were lifted by this force, swirling violently in the air, as if caught in a colossal tempest. The defensive formation, too, glowed with renewed brilliance under the impact, trembling violently as the runes flickered unpredictably, seemingly struggling to fend off this potent energy. Chun Ming distinctly felt his cultivation successfully breach into the later stages of foundation establishment. The spiritual energy within him expanded like an immense ocean, becoming grander and more magnificent. Each strand of energy pulsated with formidable power, as though imbued with life, joyfully coursing through his meridians. Compared to before, the flow of energy was markedly smoother, reminiscent of rivers merging into the sea, an unending cascade. Moreover, his body underwent a qualitative transformation, with all functions significantly enhanced. His skin grew more resilient, glistening with a faint sheen, as if clad in an invisible armor capable of withstanding greater assaults. His muscles brimmed with explosive strength, every movement resonating with a formidable potential, as if harboring boundless energy. Even his senses sharpened, enabling him to distinctly hear the subtle sounds of sand grains rolling outside the valley, akin to whispers among the grains. He could perceive the tracks left by sand lizards crawling across the desert miles away, each imprint vividly etched in his vision. Chun Ming slowly opened his eyes, sparkling with excitement and exhilaration. The breakthrough into the later stages of foundation establishment held profound significance for him. Rising to his feet, he stretched his body, reveling in the surging power within. Clenching his fists, he could feel the energy coursing through his fingertips, as if poised to unleash cataclysmic might. Filled with confidence, Chun Ming resembled a finely honed sword, exuding a sharp radiance, ready to embrace new challenges. Following his cultivation breakthrough, Chun Ming did not succumb to elation. Rather, he became increasingly vigilant. The pursuit by the Xianyin sect would not cease easily, akin to a pack of predatory wolves, keenly seeking his trail in the shadows. As anticipated, it was not long before he sensed a familiar yet loathsome presence lingering nearby. This aura bore an eerie chill, seemingly emanating from the depths of the netherworld, instilling within Chun Ming an ominous premonition. A sudden chill gripped his heart as he recognized that it was the Xianyin sect pursuing him. His gaze transformed into a frigid and alert demeanor, akin to ice in the heart of winter, radiating an aura of chill. Swiftly, he gathered his belongings, carefully stowing the jade vial containing the multicolored spiritual liquid and other cultivation materials into his storage bag. Each movement was executed with precision, devoid of any hint of panic. Channeling his spiritual energy, he allowed the robust energy to circulate rapidly within him, fully preparing for the impending confrontation. The spiritual energy surged through his meridians, emitting a faint hum, as if heralding the onset of battle. Chun Ming tightened his grip on the blood-draining halberd, which quivered slightly, sensing its master's martial intent. The tip gleamed with a cold light, resembling a famished beast eager to taste the blood of its foes. The forces dispatched by the Xianyin sect would undoubtedly be formidable, considering the trouble he had caused them in previous encounters. Chun Ming dared not underestimate them, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, attempting to discern the positions and numbers of the Xianyin cultivators from the environment. At this moment, the valley, having been thrown into disarray by his breakthrough, now seemed shrouded in an ominous aura, evoking feelings of oppression and unease. Even the sands and stones within the valley appeared to tremble, sensing the impending crisis. Chun Ming took a deep breath, striving to calm his mind. Awaiting the appearance of the Xianyin cultivators, he was fully prepared to confront this daunting challenge, filled with unyielding determination, resolute against any adversary. The Xianyin sect cultivators materialized with ghostly swiftness, led by an elder at the later stages of foundation establishment, named Xianfeng. Clad in a flowing black robe adorned with eerie runes that danced in the wind, he appeared as if chanting a mysterious incantation. His countenance was stern, like ice that had endured for millennia, eyes gleaming with a ruthless and sinister light. Upon spotting Chen Ming, a glint of coldness flickered in his gaze, reminiscent of a blade seeking to pierce through Chen Ming's very essence. A slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Chen Ming, today you shall find no escape." The voice resonated as though it emanated from the depths of the abyss, imbued with an aura of chilling malevolence. At the command of Xianfeng, the disciples of the Xianyin sect swiftly encircled Chen Ming, their visages etched with coldness and their eyes brimming with murderous intent. As if he were but a fish on their chopping block, they assumed aggressive stances, exuding a sinister energy that coalesced into a dark mist, suffusing the surrounding air. Each of these cultivators possessed formidable prowess, working in unison to form a tightly knit encirclement. Yet, within this circle, Chen Ming remained undaunted, his demeanor composed as he invoked the divine dragon technique. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, casting a golden radiance that illuminated his form. With ethereal dragon silhouettes flickering within the glow, emanating a powerful and regal presence, the dragon's shadow writhed and clawed, as if yearning to break free and engage in a fierce battle against its foes. The golden light illuminated the entire valley, starkly contrasting the oppressive aura of the Xianyin sect disciples. With a mere gesture, Xianfeng orchestrated his subordinates like a pack of well-trained hounds, prompting them to unleash a barrage of spells upon Chen Ming. In an instant, various black luminescences surged toward him from all directions, accompanied by a foreboding mist that sought to engulf him. These spells, imbued with potent dark energy, froze the very air in their wake. While a thick layer of frost began to form upon the ground, the frost sparkled under the sun's rays, casting an eerie glow reminiscent of an omen of death. Observing this, Chen Ming executed the dragon transformation technique. His form became ephemeral, akin to a bolt of black lightning, weaving through the gaps of the incoming onslaught. His movements were both swift and agile, each evasion executed with precision, leaving onlookers in awe. His silhouette flickered amidst the dark luminescence and mist, ghostly and elusive, making him difficult to pin down. As he dodged the attacks, Chen Ming's eyes remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings for an opportunity to counterattack. In such a predicament, recklessness would spell disaster. He needed to wait for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to the Xianyin sect disciples. At that moment, the valley shimmered with light, the ominous mist intertwining with the golden spiritual energy, heralding the commencement of an intense clash. The atmosphere buzzed with palpable tension, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest, with Chen Ming at the eye of the storm, ready to confront the challenge ahead. To extricate himself from his dire situation, he must vanquish the leader of the Xianyin sect, Elder Xianfeng. Seizing a fleeting moment, he deftly evaded the attacks of his adversaries, propelling himself forward like a fierce leopard, charging directly at Elder Xianfeng. The elder, upon witnessing Chen Ming's advance, flashed a glimmer of disdain, tempered by a deeper sense of caution. After all, Chen Ming's repeated escapes from the Xianyin sect's clutches indicated that his strength was not to be underestimated. A black longsword materialized in Xuanfeng's grasp, radiating a chilling luminescence that seemed capable of devouring all light, instilling a sense of dread. The blade was inscribed with mysterious runes, pulsating with an uncanny glow, each rune akin to a slumbering demon, waiting to be awakened. Armed with the sword, Elder Xianfeng engaged Chen Ming in a fierce duel. The clash of their weapons resonated with thunderous roars, the force of their spiritual energies erupting outward, displacing the surrounding sand and stones, as if a miniature sandstorm had been unleashed. Xuanfeng's swordplay was lethal, each stroke suffused with potent dark energy, seemingly intent on draining the very life force from Chen Ming. His technique was unpredictable, at times unleashing a torrent of ferocious strikes akin to a tempest, while at others, striking with the cunning precision of a serpent, targeting Chen Ming's vital areas. In response, Chen Ming wielded the bloodthirsty spear, channeling his entire spiritual energy into its tip. Countering Elder Xuanfeng's blade technique, the spear glimmered, radiant as the stars, each swing unleashing immense power, as if tearing through the fabric of space itself. The air split as the spear's trajectory left fissures, accompanied by piercing howls. Amidst the clash, Chen Ming, having just breached the late foundation establishment stage, gradually gained the upper hand, his assaults overwhelming Elder Xianfeng, who found it increasingly difficult to respond. Each thrust of the spear bore a tremendous momentum, compelling the elder to retreat repeatedly. However, Xianfeng, seasoned and astute from years of experience in the cultivation realm, was not easily defeated. Sensing the shift in momentum, he promptly adjusted his strategy, refining his swordplay into an even more intricate and deceptive form, making it difficult to anticipate his next move. He weaved through the shadows of his own sword strikes, ghostly and elusive, seeking to reclaim control of the battle. The runes upon his blade glowed ever brighter, resonating with his will, releasing an even more potent dark energy. The two combatants exchanged blows, neither yielding, as the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Within the valley, the spiritual energy flickered, the sinister dark aura clashing with Chunming's robust spiritual power, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. The light fluctuated between brightness and darkness, as if engaged in a fierce contest between illumination and obscurity. The figures of Chunming and Elder Xianfeng danced amidst the radiance, each encounter laden with suspense. Chunming's gaze remained resolute, fixated on every movement of Elder Xianfeng, aware that a moment's lapse could plunge him into peril. Meanwhile, the elder's eyes revealed a flicker of urgency. He had not anticipated Chunming's rapid ascent in strength. The surrounding disciples of the Xianyin sect watched the duel with bated breath, acutely aware that the outcome of this confrontation would determine the success or failure of their mission. Chunming harbored but a singular conviction: to triumph over Elder Xianfeng, extricate himself from this predicament, and continue along his path of cultivation. A resilient flame of defiance burned within him, unquenchable by any adversity. In the heat of this fierce battle, he relentlessly sought the vulnerabilities in Elder Xianfeng's swordplay, preparing to deliver a decisive strike. Chapter 211, The Grand Finale. The confrontation between Chunming and Elder Xianfeng intensified, with the surrounding spiritual energy raging as the sinister dark aura clashed violently with Chunming's resplendent spiritual power. Amidst the flickering lights, both parties unleashed their full capabilities. Elder Xianfeng, a veteran cultivator in the late Foundation establishment stage, wielded his sword with increasingly devious ferocity, the black longsword in his hands moving like a venomous serpent, relentlessly targeting Chunming's vital points. Yet, Chunming remained undeterred, channeling the divine dragon technique to its utmost limits, the empowered bloodthirsty spear erupting with even greater might. Each clash of spear and sword reverberated with deafening roars, the force of their spiritual energies fracturing the ground beneath them, sending sand and stones flying. In the throes of this fierce engagement, Chunming astutely discerned a subtle flaw in Elder Xianfeng's swordplay. In that fleeting moment, the elder leaned slightly forward to execute a powerful strike, momentarily exposing a vulnerability. Without hesitation, Chunming unleashed the most formidable technique of the dragon-splitting spear. He poured his entire spiritual energy into the spear's tip, which transformed into a dazzling golden beam, surging forth with the force of a landslide, akin to lightning aimed directly at Elder Xianfeng. The elder, sensing imminent danger, attempted to raise his sword in defense, but it was too late. The spear's radiance pierced through his spiritual shield, plunging deep into his chest. A cry of anguish escaped Elder Xianfeng's lips as his body was propelled backward, crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. A gaping wound marred his chest, blood gushing forth, his eyes reflecting a mixture of resentment and despair. The other disciples of the Xianyin sect, witnessing their elder's demise at Chunming's hands, were instantly gripped by fear. Seizing the moment, Chunming bellowed, his spiritual energy surging like a majestic dragon. With a fierce swing of the bloodthirsty halberd, he charged towards the cultivators. The halberds gleamed dazzling, forcing the disciples of the Xianyin sect to evade. Under Chunming's formidable aura and incisive strikes, the disciples under Xianfeng's command lost their will to fight and scattered in retreat. Observing the fleeing members of the Xianyin sect, Chunming refrained from pursuit, fully aware that the sect would not relent easily. Although he had successfully repelled them this time, he knew that more ruthless retribution awaited him. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, he began to contemplate his next course of action. The Xianyin sect's vengeful nature, especially after the assassination of Elder Xianfeng, would undoubtedly incite their wrath. As anticipated, it wasn't long before more formidable experts from the Xianyin sect converged towards his location. The dense aura of darkness and the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy indicated that these cultivators were formidable adversaries. Reflecting on his current capabilities, though he had triumphantly advanced to the late Foundation establishment stage, he realized that evading the full-on pursuit of the Xianyin sect would be a daunting challenge. After careful consideration, he reluctantly decided to return to the Great Star Sea. This was a place familiar to him, where he might discover strategies to counter the Xianyin sect, and there, he could also reunite with his family, affording himself a brief respite. Chunming employed his agility to hasten towards the Great Star Sea, remaining vigilant and alert to any potential pursuit from the Xianyin sect. He cleverly maneuvered through various terrains and utilized fluctuations in spiritual energy to obscure his presence, successfully eluding wave after wave of the sect's search efforts. Yet, the relentless pursuit of the Xianyin sect clung to him like a parasitic shadow. After days of relentless travel, Chun Ming finally managed to evade the Xian insect's pursuit and reached the outskirts of the Great Star Sea. Gazing upon the familiar landscape, a myriad of emotions welled up within him. This journey, though rich in rewards and significant strength enhancement, had drawn the ire of the Xianin sect. Promising tumultuous days ahead, he needed to devise a strategy post-haste. Upon finally returning to Great Star City, the familiarity of the town enveloped him with warmth. Eagerly, he made his way home, memories flooding his mind along the path. The moment he stepped through the door, the familiar scent washed over him. He saw his wife and daughters, Wang Fong, Li Jia, Li Li, Zhang Yuxiu, and Cheng Hong, standing in the courtyard, their faces alight with joy and excitement. Among them stood a charming little girl, his daughter Chen Shuangyu. Adorned with a pair of earrings shaped like fish, she presented a playful and adorable visage. Though the fish's form bore an uncanny resemblance to the dried fish that had once struck Chen Ming. Gazing at his daughter, his heart swelled with affection. But he quickly sensed something amiss. After enduring countless trials to break through to the late foundation establishment stage, he was astounded to discover that his daughter had already reached the early nascent soul stage. Chun Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He struggled to reconcile his perception. Stunned for a moment, he could not contain his exasperation, exclaiming, "What was the point of my adventures? I could have just relied on my daughter's cultivation." The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.